Chapter 1. I am not your father. Baker woke up groggily from his slumber to find a stunningly beautiful and aloof young woman standing before him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached him, saying, "Dad, the experiment encountered a malfunction and had to be halted. Are you alright?" Her voice was filled with concern and tenderness. To Baker, however, it felt like a thunderclap that stunned him into disbelief. "Dad, have you mistaken me for someone else?" He was so young, just in university. How could he possibly have a child? The intermittent buzzing of electrical instruments, the thick smoke rising, the pungent smell of burnt materials, and the chaotic cacophony of shouts jolted Baker back to reality. "Mr. Jean, it's too dangerous here. You should go upstairs first." Several men in black suits hurried over to the beautiful woman, their expressions anxious. With a mere glare, the cold beauty silenced them instantly. "If Dad doesn't leave, can I?" Turning back, the young woman extended her hand, her eyes softening, her tone gentle yet suppressing her own worry. "Dad, I'm your daughter, Georgia. It's dangerous here. Follow me upstairs and we'll talk more." Indeed, everything around him was chaotic. Baker hesitated but nodded, accepting Georgia's slender, elegant hand. Upon reaching the ground floor and sitting on the couch in the Jean family mansion, Baker still felt everything was unreal. The opulent decor of the villa, the stern servants, and the so-called medical experts who were just dismissed by Georgia. Who would have thought that today's accident would actually awaken you? As she spoke, her voice grew more emotional and rapid. More memories flooded back to Baker. Over 40 years ago, the Jean Corporation launched an elite sperm donation drive for research purposes. Back then, Baker was supposed to celebrate getting his university admission letter, but his aunt suddenly fell ill and needed emergency surgery, costing tens of thousands. Desperate for money, he joined the program. Abandoned as a child and raised by his aunt, she was his closest kin. After obtaining a health clearance from the Jean Corporation, Baker breathed a sigh of relief. His sperm quality was excellent, and the money earned could save his aunt. However, this meant he no longer belonged to himself. The Jean Corporation required donors to enter stasis chambers, ready for further experiments. The physical demands were stringent, and any rejection during stasis could lead to serious complications. Therefore, every qualified participant had to sign a voluntary waiver, relinquishing their life in exchange for compensation. His aunt was the person he wanted most to protect. With her needing immediate surgery, Baker signed the document for the money. "My aunt? Is she okay?" Baker asked anxiously. Georgia stood up and sat beside Baker, speaking softly. "Dad, Maisie passed away after complications arose during post-surgery observation." Baker looked up at Georgia, whose ice-cold facade softened when looking at him. "Thank you," he rasped. "Dad, there's no need for formalities. This is all part of what I should do. Do you know, this project wasn't perfect? The equipment and technology were limited back then, leading to its abandonment 30 years ago. We tried waking the people in stasis, but only a few succeeded. Those who did wake aged rapidly upon exposure to the outside world and didn't live long afterward. If not for your exceptional physique and unique talent, you would have died like the other participants, leaving me to lose you forever. I couldn't bear such pain." Moved by her words, Baker hesitated, but didn't push her away as she suddenly hugged his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Baker was taken aback, but felt deeply moved. Swallowing hard, he said, "Sorry for making you wait so long. Frankly, when you first called me Dad, I didn't believe it, but now I understand you're real." Georgia lifted her head and smiled. "Dad, I understand your doubts, but our blood ties cannot change. And thank you for passing on such outstanding genes to me, making me so unique." "Outstanding genes?" Baker was surprised. "Dad, do you know why you survived and woke up successfully? Because your body is extraordinary. In time, you'll discover you're a true genius, someone who can learn anything. You won't struggle to keep up with this era." "Really?" Baker asked excitedly. "Yes, really," Georgia affirmed. Chapter 2. I will spend more time with you. Baker wanted to go outside and take a look. He wanted to step out of this door and see how the world had changed. Can I go outside for a bit?" Baker pointed at the door and asked Georgia. Georgia, worried about Baker, had been keeping him company, even bringing her work back. At that moment, she was checking documents with Maya, her assistant. Upon hearing this, she looked towards Baker and naturally put down her work. "Of course, Dad. I'll accompany you around." She then turned to inform Dominic and the others. "Dad just woke up, so prepare some light meals for tonight, and continue with the original plan for room arrangements." "Yes, Miss Summer," Dominic replied respectfully. He cast a comforting glance at Baker, his eyes glistening slightly. Questions piled up in Baker's heart, but right now, he was more curious about the outside world. The moment he pushed open the door, Baker froze. Broad, grand, an endless road stretched out before him. Baker took a few steps forward, then looked up at the towering buildings which seemed to be about 5 stories high. They were extravagantly decorated, reminding him of foreign mansions he used to see on TV, complete with small mezzanines on each floor. When Georgia straightened up, she noticed Baker's charming ears blushing slightly. "Dad, are you hot?" Maya immediately turned on the air conditioner. "No, just feeling really comfortable in this car," Baker replied. Georgia smiled. "I'm glad you find it comfortable." She had feared Baker might not adjust well, so they had spent quite some time choosing this car in the garage. The car slowly started, driving out of the mansion. Scenes flashed past outside, drawing Baker's attention as the window rolled down. He finally saw the outside world. It was too different. So much so that it felt like entering a new world. Baker couldn't process all he saw. His sadness gradually transformed into excitement under the influence of the new surroundings. The car arrived at Fengcheng's largest shopping mall, donghua, a family legacy of the Jeans. Stepping out, Baker followed Georgia through the bustling mall, dazzled by the array of items on display. Children ran around laughing, dressed neatly and cleanly. Baker felt transported back to the days he played with his cousins. Georgia held Baker's hand and placed it on a spherical device. Immediately, lightning-like patterns appeared inside it. It was thrilling yet eerie. Frightened, Baker quickly withdrew his hand. What is this thing? This is a plasma globe, a fun piece of technology. Do you want one? Georgia changed her tone since they were outside. Back at John Manor, Dominic and the servants stood in 2 lines, bowing respectfully as they welcomed Baker and Georgia home. Baker wasn't accustomed to such scenes and felt a bit awkward. Don't be stiff, Dad. Relax. This is your home, Georgia reassured him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that left people breathless. She focused on Baker, causing a tremor in his heart. After staring at her for a long time, he nodded, okay. After lunch, Baker sat on the sofa aimlessly. Georgia went upstairs to handle paperwork. Sir, shall I show you your room? Dominic offered. Baker waved his hands. Don't call me sir. I don't look old, right? Although he was nearly 60, his body still felt youthful. Dominic smiled. All right, Mr. Shao. His wrinkles showed a kind demeanor. Uncertain how to address Dominic properly, Baker sighed. Just call me by my full name, okay? Dominic merely smiled and guided Baker to the elevator. Inside, Baker tightly gripped the railing, still feeling uneasy with the sudden ascent, despite having experienced it earlier with Georgia. Dominic led Baker to the 4th floor and opened the first room. This is your room. If you need anything, just press the bell. Fresh clothes are prepared in the bathroom. Baker stood at the door, looking at Georgia. Just now, Dominic told me that you came to see me every day. Georgia's gaze softened instantly. Dad, come in and let's talk. No, I just wanted to see you for a moment. This glance stabilized the complex emotions swirling inside Baker. Georgia's brow faintly moved. She stepped out and stood next to Baker. Gently, she said, Dad, let me also tell you how I felt the first time I saw you. The young man lay quietly in the cryopod, his face peaceful and gentle. Through the glass, Georgia gently touched it, hoping for the day when she could finally meet her awake father. To make this happen, Georgia spent a vast amount of energy and money on the experimental base, all in hopes that Baker could wake up sooner. She missed her dad so much. After hearing this, Baker's eyes welled up with warmth. He never imagined someone would do so much for him. The woman before him might be older than him, but she was his daughter. This novel feeling made Baker confront his heart for the first time. Being a dad, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Note, the translation preserves the original paragraph structure and line breaks to maintain the narrative flow and style of the original text. ####Hashtag Chapter 3. Are you kicked in the head by a donkey? The next day, when Baker woke up, Georgia was already waiting outside and greeted him with a radiant smile. Dad, good morning. Baker was taken aback, but instinctively replied, good morning. At breakfast, the table was laden with an assortment of dishes, leaving Baker at a loss where to start. Miss Jean, isn't this too much? The amount of food could last Baker a week. Georgia frowned. Dad, I've told you not to call me Miss Jean. Call me Summer or Randy. Randy. Baker found it too intimate to call her that. But seeing her dissatisfaction, he nodded. All right, I'll call you Summer from now on. Good. Georgia noticed Baker's unease and gently placed a steamed bun in his bowl. The porridge was made by Dominic over 3 hours. It's great for your stomach. You can also try some pastries and lightly seasoned dishes. Baker carefully took a spoonful of the rice porridge. Dad, don't be reserved around me. If you want something or want to do something, just go for it. I'll always support you. Her words moved Baker. He looked up and said softly, all right. This breakfast left Baker feeling satisfied. Georgia also formally introduced Dominic to him. Dominic is in charge here, Dad. If you need anything, just ask him. Dominic has watched me grow up. After learning about you, he was the first person I told. So you don't have to worry about any complications. Baker naturally hoped fewer people knew about such a bizarre situation. Milton realized the importance of this young man to Mr. Jean and instructed his staff to accompany him. Baker, curious about everything, strolled around. Unbeknownst to him, trouble was brewing. Boss Chen, your order is ready. Would you like to try it on? No need. Wrap up the one at the entrance as well. A loud voice came from the entrance. Baker turned to see a man dressed in gold jewelry and a blue suit with a yellow shirt unbuttoned at the top, revealing a pale chest. He strode arrogantly toward them. Baker returned his focus to the clothes, wanting to feel the fabric. Mark shouted, pointing at Baker. Is that something you can touch? Get your hands off. Baker ignored him and touched the material. Smooth indeed. A salesperson approached, explaining, this is silk, sir. Would you like to try it on? Before Baker could respond, Mark poked his shoulder. Baker froze, confused. What? Mark laughed scornfully. You're wearing old, secondhand stuff. You look like a poor country bumpkin. How did you even get into this high-class place? The salesperson quickly interjected, Boss John. He's here with Mr. Jean. Mark was stunned. Mr. Jean? His throat tightened. Mr. Jean. How many Mr. Jeans are there in Fengqing? Only the most famous one. The ruthless woman who acquired the Ming, Qian, and Lin families overnight. Or maybe a dog bit it. Got a problem up here. Baker pointed at his temple mockingly. Furious, Mark cursed. Nobody has ever spoken to me like that. You're dead meat. He swung a punch at Baker, but Baker blocked it mid-air, gripping Mark's fist tightly. Mark tried his other hand, but Baker caught that too. Infuriated, Mark yelled, let go of me, or I'll have you thrown out. The commotion drew the attention of other customers and staff. Baker felt uncomfortable under their judgmental gazes. He had barely appreciated this fancy place when a mad dog started barking. His mood completely ruined. He glared at Mark without releasing his grip. Apologize first. You started it. Bite me, Mark retorted arrogantly. Irritated by the surrounding eyes, he kicked at Baker's crotch. Just then, Mark's foot was suddenly stepped on, causing him to let out a lung-rending scream. Who the hell stepped on me? #### Chapter 3. Are you kicked in the head by a donkey? The next day, when Baker woke up, Georgia was already waiting outside and greeted him with a radiant smile. Dad, good morning. Baker was taken aback, but instinctively replied, "Good morning." At breakfast, the table was laden with an assortment of dishes, leaving Baker at a loss where to start. Baker thought it best to call him Dominic. Dominic nodded. "Not at all, sir." After breakfast, Georgia suggested taking Baker to a custom clothing store. Baker glanced at his clothes. "No need, these are fine." They fit him perfectly, as if tailor-made for him. Georgia wasn't satisfied. "These styles are outdated and haven't been worn for a while. They should be replaced." Unable to argue further, Baker followed her to the high-end custom clothing store, which only allowed entry to VIPs. Upon entering, they were drawn to the central display case showcasing a suit, a white shirt under a light blue jacket, paired with matching blue jeans. It was both masculine and vibrant. As soon as they entered, they received enthusiastic service. "Mr. Jean, everything is prepared as you requested. Please follow me." Milton led them respectfully. However, Georgia turned to Baker. "Do you like this set?" "Yes, it looks pretty good." "Okay, would you like to come with me to see more samples? Pick a few you like." Baker thought for a moment. "No, I'll wait here and look around while you choose." Georgia understood his discomfort and nodded. "Wait for me here. I'll go order the suits for you." Milton realized the importance of this young man to Mr. Jean and instructed his staff to accompany him. Baker, curious about everything, strolled around. Unbeknownst to him, trouble was brewing. The salesperson hesitated, unsure of Baker's relationship with Georgia. She took a few steps back, not daring to offend Mark, a rising local entrepreneur. Baker realized the man was targeting him. The disdain and ridicule in Mark's eyes irked Baker. He didn't want to cause trouble in a place Georgia brought him to, so he suppressed his annoyance and coldly replied, "I'm not bluffing. Don't underestimate people just because you have money." Mark laughed. "Sure, and I'll believe that when pigs fly. What are you going to do about it?" He poked Baker's shoulder again, forcing him to step back until he hit the display case. "One more poke, and you'll regret it," Baker warned, his patience running thin. "Ah, threaten me?" Mark sneered, closing in. "Show me how tough you are. All bark and no bite, huh? I've seen plenty of broke students trying to act rich. This isn't your place." Mark aimed to slap Baker's face, but Baker pushed his hand away and stood firm. "What does being a student have to do with it? You're such a pretentious prick with your foul mouth. Did a donkey kick your head? Or maybe a dog bit it? Got a problem up here?" Baker pointed at his temple mockingly. Furious, Mark cursed. "Nobody has ever spoken to me like that. You're dead meat." He swung a punch at Baker, but Baker blocked it mid-air, gripping Mark's fist tightly. Mark tried his other hand, but Baker caught that too. Infuriated, Mark yelled, "Let go of me, or I'll have you thrown out." The commotion drew the attention of other customers and staff. Baker felt uncomfortable under their judgmental gazes. He had barely appreciated this fancy place when a mad dog started barking. His mood completely ruined. He glared at Mark without releasing his grip. "Apologize first. You started it." "Bite me," Mark retorted arrogantly. Irritated by the surrounding eyes, he kicked at Baker's crotch. Just then, Mark's foot was suddenly stepped on, causing him to let out a lung-rending scream. "Who the hell stepped on me?" Chapter 4. No one will dare harm you. Georgia suddenly appeared. Her high heels dug harshly into Mark's toes as she simultaneously grabbed his hands and twisted them. In the next moment, a sharp crack rang out from Mark's arms. "Ah!" Mark's wrists dislocated, and an excruciating pain shot through his toes. Baker frowned, wincing even in sympathy. Georgia anxiously turned to him. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you anywhere?" With a hint of apology in her tone, she added, "I'm sorry. I should have brought you in together, then you wouldn't have met someone like him." "Georgia?" This woman was the formidable CEO of the Jean Corporation, Georgia? Terrified, Mark took a step back, hoping Georgia wouldn't notice him. Georgia didn't give Milton any face. She stared intently at Mark, who tried to hide, and said coldly, "Your legs seem quite agile. Planning to escape?" Mark remained stubborn despite his limp hands. "You used excessive force against me. Once I call the police, they'll definitely lock you up." Georgia's lips curled into a ruthless smile. "Is that so? I look forward to it." The way she looked at Mark was as if he were already dead. Georgia instructed her assistant Maya, "Notify all our subsidiaries and partners to blacklist this person. I don't want to see him in any upscale venues again, understood?" Milton wiped the sweat from his forehead. Understood, understood. Maya nodded. "Yes, President Jean." Mark was terrified. "President Jean, give me a chance to make amends. I'm sorry, I really am. Please put in a good word for me." He begged Baker for help. Baker ignored him, turning to Georgia. "I need some fresh air." Georgia nodded gently, looking at him with soft eyes. "All right, I'll go with you." Milton ordered someone to follow them quickly, while Mark, trying to get up and chase after them, was held down by two bodyguards, helpless like a stray dog. Then, he was thrown out. After this incident, Baker lost interest in further browsing, and they left the mall. In the car, Baker's expression was serious, lost in thought. Georgia observed Baker, and noticed his demeanor hadn't improved since getting in the car. Her gaze deepened. "Dad, no one can harm you in this world, not even I," Georgia suddenly said seriously. Baker was taken aback. "Summer, it wasn't that serious." What worried him was the trouble he might have caused for Georgia. Georgia looked earnestly at Baker. Despite his advanced age, her father still had the appearance of a teenager, newly awakened, with an innocent yet genuine air. "You're my dad, and I'm your daughter. If the sky falls, I'll bear it for you. This is nothing." Moved by Georgia's words, Baker recalled how she chose to believe him without questioning and disciplined Mark on his behalf. His heart filled with gratitude. "I could have handled it myself. People must pay for their impulsiveness," Baker added. Seeing Georgia's displeased expression, he continued, "Besides, you're just a girl, fragile and delicate. What if he accidentally harmed you? Don't rush out recklessly next time, okay?" Georgia was pleased by his gentle reprimand. "Okay." Back home, Dominic approached Baker with something in hand. Baker's eyes widened. This isn't the suit I liked? Thus, Georgia took Baker out again, heading straight to the street behind the alley, Tynon Street. The street was too narrow, so Assistant Maya parked the car at a nearby lot. They got out and walked. Baker was elated, holding Georgia's hand instinctively to protect her as they walked among the bustling crowd. Georgia's eyes flashed with surprise before she smiled warmly. The street seemed refurbished, no longer dirt but paved with concrete, complete with traffic lights. Baker found a small potato stand by memory, ordering a portion. Upon tasting it, he let out a puzzled hum. Thinking there was something wrong, Georgia opened her mouth to ask, only to be fed a small piece of potato by Baker. He happily shared, "Summer, this tastes exactly like the ones I ate when I was young. Try it." "Mr. Xiao, President John has never eaten these kinds of things," Maya remarked. Baker nervously looked at Georgia. "Sorry, I got carried away. Do you want to spit it out?" Georgia had never eaten street food, especially in such a noisy environment. Maya prepared tissues, waiting for her to spit it out. Instead, Georgia chewed slowly and swallowed. "It's indeed nice." Maya was shocked. President John actually liked street food? Baker was stunned, seeing how beautiful his daughter looked with glossy lips from eating. Maya Tazu stood dumbfounded, not expecting to have a cup himself. He stood behind Georgia sipping his lemonade, drawing too much attention until Baker insisted he sit down, which he reluctantly did only when Georgia instructed him to. "Sit down," Georgia finally commanded, and Maya Tazu complied. Baker sipped through the straw and stole a few glances at Georgia. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Having a daughter isn't so bad after all. After a few sips, Baker broke the silence. "Summer, I don't have many strengths, but if you don't mind, I'm willing to spend my whole life with you, protecting you." "Wow." Someone nearby gasped in excitement. Baker looked at the group of 5 students, 2 boys and 3 girls, who were whispering among themselves, looking back and forth between him and Georgia. A cold stare from Georgia immediately silenced them, though their phones sneaked out for a covert snap. "Maya Tazu," Georgia called coolly. Maya Tazu nearly choked on his lemonade and immediately went to the group. After a few words, the students unwillingly deleted their photos. "What's the big deal? Can't we take pictures? Just because he's handsome doesn't mean you can stop us," they complained, blaming Baker. Baker was utterly confused. "What are you talking about?" "Dad, let's talk about this later," Georgia said softly near Baker's ear while getting up. Baker was moved. Such tiny details hadn't escaped Georgia's notice. Dominic explained further, "By the way, Miss Summer bought the entire alleyway along with the surrounding area. Even the house where your aunt lived has someone taking care of it daily." "Why?" Baker asked. "She feared you'd miss home upon waking. She arranged for everything to remain intact, including furniture placements, and ensured regular maintenance." Baker felt deeply conflicted, realizing his daughter had done so much for him in secret. Back at the living room, Baker munched on a fruit, resembling a pear but sweeter. It was a guava, fresh from being air freighted that morning. Baker was astounded by such arrangements, yet Dominic assured him it was nothing compared to other efforts Georgia had undertaken for him. Suddenly, Georgia appeared in comfy clothes, less distant than usual. Noticing his moist eyes, she rushed over worriedly. "Dad, are you okay?" Dominic apologized, explaining he had mentioned Georgia's efforts to preserve the neighborhood. Baker rubbed his face. "I'm fine. This guava is just really sweet." Georgia saw through him. "Dad, I didn't tell you because I didn't want to see you upset. I wish for your happiness and peace. If you want to visit, I'll go with you." With a mouthful of guava, Baker passed her one. "I would like to, but the place will be empty without my aunt. Let's wait till things settle down." "Isn't he the head of the Jianshi Group sperm donation program?" "Yes, Dad." At that time, Livia didn't want to get married or arrange any family alliances but still wanted to leave Jian family with elite genes. So, under Lionel's suggestion, she initiated a sperm donation and cryopreservation plan. Baker was stunned for a moment before jokingly saying, "I should thank your uncle. If not for this project, we wouldn't be connected at all. Waking up like this made me experience the life of a rich man." Zhao Summer chuckled. "Dad, you're really funny." Baker smiled, glad that upon waking up, he became the father of a billionaire. That was far better than being just a 10,000 yuan household back then. Seeing Zhao Summer's affectionate smile, Baker coughed lightly, suppressing his grin. Zhao Summer turned serious and said suddenly, "Dad, to be honest, I've always wondered why my uncle chose your sperm. He always told me that I'd understand when I grew up. I wonder if this time he will finally reveal the answer." Baker nodded. He too wanted to know why the Jian family chose his sperm initially. Earlier, Zhao Summer had mentioned that his body was special and different from ordinary people. And since he woke up, he felt his body seemed different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Zhao Summer thought Baker was nervous, so she sat beside him. "Dad, Lionel called mainly to ask about how you are adapting physically. He knows you just woke up and might not adapt well yet. So, he just gave me some advice." "Don't worry, Dad, Lionel is very nice." There was a hint of pride in her tone. Baker felt somewhat embarrassed. "I'm not nervous. I just want to know about the other sperm donors." He didn't want to find out suddenly that another person was standing in front of him calling him Dad. That would be too much of a shock. "Dad, this matter is a bit complicated," Zhao Summer explained. "The recipients of the sperm were all high-profile figures and signed confidentiality agreements. Even I don't have access to such private information. No progress." Baker was conflicted. On one hand, he feared someone else might show up and call him Dad. On the other hand, he was somewhat curious and eager to see the results of his other sperm donations. Hearing Zhao Summer say there was no progress made his conflict even stronger. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. On the color TV, a youth drama played, with shadows running across the schoolyard dominating Baker's gaze. The world felt strange, as if he was a newborn baby who needed to learn step by step how to adapt to this society. "Don't worry about this for now. Let me first figure out how to integrate into society. Once I've adapted and learned everything, I'll go out and find a job. Then I won't have to keep living here and bother you," Baker said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Summer looked displeased, her usually calm expression showing a hint of pique. Dad, I don't like hearing that. Huh. Baker didn't understand, staring at Zhao Summer. This is your home, Zhao Summer insisted, her eyes filled with sincerity that touched Baker deeply. Baker scratched his neck. Well, this is still Jian family territory. I'm not related to them in any way, except for donating a sperm. Maybe it's... His voice faded as he noticed Zhao Summer's expression growing colder. Feeling insecure, Baker continued softly. Zhao Summer took a deep breath. You are my dad. Before she passed away, Livia told me to live happily with my dad. Don't feel pressured. Also, Lionel promised to visit you soon and talk to you. Baker's ears caught on to an important point. Sorry, I didn't know. Your mom? A flash of sadness crossed Zhao Summer's eyes. My mom was Sue Ellen, quite famous as an entrepreneur during that era. However, she couldn't overcome her illness and died from a heart attack 10 years ago. At that moment, Baker felt an urge to comfort Zhao Summer by hugging her, unable to bear seeing her vulnerable side. But just as he extended his hand, a sudden noise interrupted him. Gaspard brought in a few men pushing a row of clothes racks, each filled with neatly wrapped garments. Miss Zhao Summer, here are the custom-made clothes for Mr. Xiao. Baker's mouth twitched as he looked at Gaspard. Didn't they agree on using his full name? Gaspard smiled and nodded at him. Seeing his embarrassment, Zhao Summer spoke. In the future, call him Mr. Xiao. Of course, if he prefers his full name, that's fine too. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Baker nodded in agreement. Try these on to see if they fit. Zhao Summer handed him a suit and watched. Baker took it lovingly. Sure, I'll give it a try. A few minutes later, he emerged from the dressing room, looking serious. Zhao Summer quickly walked over. Dad, what's wrong? Too small? Baker shook his head. No, just a bit uncomfortable. It's too formal. Standing before the floor-length mirror, Baker was dressed in a deep blue suit with diamond-studded cufflinks, highlighting his slender and upright figure perfectly. Yet, the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Something about it just didn't sit right. Zhao Summer frowned and waved her hand, signaling Gaspard to bring in another rack of clothing. How about these, Dad? Following her finger, he saw casual, loose-fitting outfits. Baker's face finally relaxed. He immediately picked up a set and changed into it. Coming out, his satisfaction showed on his face. Zhao Summer's frown also eased. Summer, can you teach me how to use this phone? Baker pointed at the TV and continued. Can I watch whatever I want on this big color TV in the future? I remember back then, Maisie's house didn't even have a TV. I had to run to the neighbor's place to watch TV shows on their black and white screen, which was so blurry. His excitement grew, eyes twinkling with newfound interest in the color TV. Zhao Summer smiled and placed 2 remote controls in front of him. Dad, the red button on the black one is the power button. Press it to turn on. The middle button switches channels, and the white one changes modes. If the channel doesn't have the show you want, you can cast it from your phone via an app to the TV. What's casting? Baker blinked, intrigued by the new term. Zhao Summer patiently taught him. Baker grasped the concept quickly and mastered both the phone's various applications and casting function in no time. Even complex apps, she explained once, and he understood. Zhao Summer marveled at his learning ability, a smile crossing her face. Her dad was truly remarkable. ####Chapter 7. Waiting for you to have breakfast together. That night, after dinner and a quick wash-up, Baker lay in bed playing with his phone, feeling more energized the longer he played. In the past, when he saw others using big mobile phones, he had always thought that one day, he would earn enough money to buy one too. He never imagined that he would fall into a hibernation for over 40 years, only to wake up in a world where those bulky phones were relics of the past. But today's smartphones were even more entertaining. He downloaded several games and played them joyfully, then watched TV for a while, until it was nearly midnight. The end credits of the show rolled, and suddenly, Baker sprang up. He had forgotten to return around. Summer, there's always work to be done. Young people should take care of their health and get some rest. Georgia felt a warm surge in her heart. All right, I'll listen to Dad. She escorted Baker to the door. Nodding contentedly, Baker finally left. Back in his room, he couldn't sleep as soon as he lay down. The bed was too soft. Having grown up sleeping on hard wooden boards, the plush mattress was uncomfortable for him. He tossed and turned for a while before eventually falling asleep. The next morning, Baker woke up at 10 o'clock. As he descended the stairs, servants greeted him politely. Good morning, Mr. Xiao. Rubbing his lower back, he awkwardly waved back. Good morning. Dad, you're up. Georgia smiled from the foot of the stairs. Baker quickened his pace. Sorry, I overslept. No worries, Mr. Xiao. Your breakfast has been kept warm. Dominic guided Baker to the dining room. Looking at him uncomfortably, Baker suggested, Dominic, just call me Baker. Dominic readily agreed. Sure, Baker. Noticing his waist, Georgia asked, Dad, did you hurt your back? Baker lowered his hand, trying to sound casual. No, it's just that the bed was too soft. I'm not used to it yet. Feeling a bit guilty, Georgia said, Dad, it's my fault. I should have thought of this. Dominic, call Nature's Hard Mattress Company to replace it. Yes, Baker's cries echoed through the room. Dominic, what's wrong with Dad? Georgia stood up worriedly. Dominic reassured her. Don't worry, Miss Summer. It's Baker's first time getting a massage, and he's not used to the deep tissue part. Relieved, Georgia replied, All right, ask them to be gentle. She returned to her work. When Baker came back, Georgia couldn't help but compliment. Dad, your new hairstyle looks great. Handsomer than Pannon. Baker was flattered and puffed up his nose. Summer, you exaggerate. But standing in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but admire his new look. After 40 years without a haircut, this makeover made him look quite dashing, mainly due to his natural good looks. He couldn't stop smiling. Later that evening, Baker finally met George's uncle, Corbin. His appearance was almost unchanged, except for the lines of time. His demeanor remained graceful and refined. Upon seeing Baker, He extended his hand. Long time no see. Baker was moved, taking a moment before shaking his hand, replying hoarsely, long time no see. Back then, Corbin was the project leader who would review their pre-hibernation health reports. When he saw Baker's report, his expression was always inscrutable. During dinner, they chatted. Corbin primarily wanted to know if Baker had experienced any adverse effects after waking up. Georgia informed him that the several checkups showed Baker's health was surprisingly robust, even surpassing previous baselines. Mr. Jean, what exactly makes my body different? Finally, Baker voiced his long-held question. Setting down his chopsticks, Corbin wiped his mouth and smiled. Mr. Shao, rest assured, just know that your genes are the best. That was not the answer Baker was hoping for. Feeling unsatisfied, Georgia tried to reassure him. Dad, if Lionel says they're the best, you shouldn't worry. Baker pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Corbin exchanged a glance with Georgia. Summer, I need to speak to Mr. Shao alone. Glancing at Baker, who still appeared a bit disappointed, she met her gaze and smiled reassuringly. Go ahead. I'm fine. All right. As soon as Georgia left, Corbin fixed his gaze on Baker, unyieldingly. Chapter 8. Health is the capital. Do you think all of this seems a bit mysterious? Corbin asked bluntly. Baker nodded. With so many people out there, why did your Jean family choose me? Just because my genes are good? He had always doubted that good things would simply fall from the sky. Corbin walked over to the bar, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Baker. Baker waved it off. Corbin didn't insist, sipping while All right, I'll stay, but I do have concerns. Baker's gaze was unwavering. Corbin frowned and asked, what concerns? Baker rubbed his chin and paced back and forth. I've never even held a woman's hand before, yet I woke up as a father. I don't know how to be a good dad. As you know, I was abandoned by my parents since childhood, so I'm not sure how to handle being a father. Corbin understood Baker's background, having investigated every participant in the sperm donation project. Yes, just be yourself. I believe Summer feels the same way. Her mother passed away early, and I've been too busy to give her much affection. I feel guilty. Summer has always been cold, until she smiled when you woke up. Corbin stood up suddenly and bowed slightly to Baker. Thank you on behalf of my sister. Baker was taken aback and quickly helped him up. What are you saying? I'm Summer's father. What need is there for thanks? Besides, I have a devoted child who anyone would envy. If not for your call back then, I wouldn't have had the chance to earn money to treat Maisie I. Mentioning Maisie I, Baker's mood darkened slightly. Corbin straightened up. Sorry, I heard about your aunt. If you don't mind, I can be your brother. This couldn't be better. Baker quickly took out his phone and scanned Corbin's QR code. They also exchanged numbers. In fact, I should thank you for talking to me. Otherwise, my heart would still be heavy. Baker patted his chest. Corbin nodded and patted his shoulder. If you need anything, just come to me. If I can help, let me know. I'll take my leave now. No need to see me out. Okay. Baker returned to the hall and saw Summer standing upstairs. He happily gestured to his phone. Summer merely nodded and went back to her study. She knew her father was happy because he had added a new contact. Recently, the Jean group held more meetings, and no matter how late Summer worked, she always came home to rest. This touched Dominic deeply. Some servants who watched Summer grow up also shed tears of joy. Every time Baker appeared, they praised him enthusiastically. All this was because of him that the Jean household felt lively again, especially with Summer returning home more frequently. Didn't Summer used to come home much? Baker asked Dominic while sipping coconut milk at the kitchen counter. Dominic answered while cooking, yes, Miss Summer rarely comes home. After handling business, she usually rests at her company residence. Baker nodded, glancing at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. Recalling he had woken up at 8 today and left for work with Summer after breakfast, he felt a bit puzzled. Dominic said, Miss Summer gets up at 5 to handle official business. Baker put down the bottle and rolled up his sleeves, walking over to help Dominic. Let me assist you. Sure. Dominic didn't refuse. Mainly, Baker urged her again. Summer snapped out of her trance, ended her call with a quick, talk later, and smiled at Baker. Sure, I'll go now. At the dining table, Summer faced a mountain of dishes. Under Baker's eager eyes, she tasted the first bite. How is it? Baker asked anxiously. Summer confidently replied, delicious. And to prove it, she broke her usual habits by eating 2 bowls of rice, drinking 2 bowls of soup, and even tried the shrimp, which Baker had specially peeled for her. Seeing her satisfaction, Baker was delighted, and so were Dominic and the others, whose admiration for Baker grew. After the meal, Baker, as usual, played on his phone. Surprisingly, his previously failed attempts to register a WeChat account finally succeeded. His identity information was still usable. Excited, he ran upstairs and knocked on Summer's study door. Come in. The rhythm of the knock clearly belonged to Baker. Summer, Baker called happily upon entering, but he found Summer on the phone by the window. He immediately stopped and fell silent. But that clear, youthful voice was still caught by the person on the other end of the phone. Georgia, what did I just hear? A man's voice. Tell me quickly, where did this man come from? And he sounds so young? Georgia rolled her eyes and tried to calm the other person down. Stop guessing wildly. It's the a.m. Georgia emerged from her study and immediately noticed light seeping through the crack under Baker's door. She sighed and smiled wryly, walking over to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking startled the absorbed Baker. Who is it? It's me, Dad. Recognizing Georgia's voice, Baker instantly got up and tucked his phone under the pillow. Yawning, he opened the door. What's up? My daughter. The sudden term of endearment threw off Georgia's prepared speech. Father, I saw your room light on. Are you still using your phone? Her tone softened a bit. Baker felt uneasy but stood straight at the doorway, intending to deny it. However, seeing the concern in Georgia's eyes, he thought it was wrong to lie. A man should own up to his actions. Yes, I was watching Douyin and didn't notice the time passing. I'll sleep now, don't worry. Georgia looked at Baker. His youthful face showed an unyielding determination, almost as if he was about to raise his hand and swear. Her father, she realized, had an unexpectedly endearing side. All right. Georgia turned and left without further comment, showing absolute trust. Baker closed the door, turned off the light, and lay down. But his mind kept replaying a short drama he had watched on Douyin, especially the moment of humiliation. Feeling itchy inside, he opened his eyes and told himself, just one more episode. By the way, Dad, I've transferred some money to your WeChat account. When you're out, you can use this money without needing your card. Or, bind the black gold card directly to Baker's phone. Thinking it was a good idea, Georgia approached Baker before he could respond. Dad, can I have your phone for a second? Startled, Baker looked at Georgia. Daughter, I promise I won't stay up so late again. Please don't take away my phone. Ah. Georgia was momentarily confused, then quickly understood. She laughed, realizing her father assumed she wanted to confiscate his phone. Dad, I won't take away your phone. I just want to bind the gold card I gave you earlier to your WeChat account, so you can use it freely. Relieved by her explanation, Baker handed over his phone and scratched his head. My mistake. As Georgia operated his phone, Baker watched the morning news on the wall-mounted TV. It reported on the upcoming college entrance exam locations several months later. Suddenly, Baker put down his chopsticks, a thought stirring in his mind. He called out, Summer. Lifting her head, Georgia asked, Dad, what is it? Never having seen such a serious look on Baker's face before, she wondered if he faced some difficulty. Baker said, I've been awake for nearly a month now and have adapted to modern life. Lazing around at home isn't a solution, and lying around all day playing with my phone isn't healthy. You now have me. You're no longer alone. Chase your dreams boldly. I will take care of everything. Baker looked up at her. Is it too much trouble? Though his daughter was wealthy, he feared even money might not solve everything. Not at all, Georgia assured confidently. Despite his strong desire to study, Baker still prioritized her concerns. It's wonderful to have a father. Good. Baker felt slightly relieved, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. He flashed a reassuring smile. As Georgia prepared to leave for work, Baker called after her, Wait, daughter. Stopping immediately, Georgia walked back. Dad, anything else? Hi. Baker took a breath. Thank you for waiting for me to wake up. I just have a question. Did any of the sperms I donated survive? Georgia's phone rang multiple times, which she ignored. Dad, the donation program is strictly confidential. The identities of donors and recipients are protected. Even as the top executive, I cannot access that information. All I can do is try my best to handle this matter. All right, Baker nodded, reassured by not receiving bad news. Afterward, Dominic drove Baker to Beihai for a full-body SBA. Meanwhile, Georgia managed both company affairs and Baker's plans. She hired several renowned teachers to provide private tutoring for him. A few days later, returning from a conference out of town, Georgia delivered a stunning piece of news. You mean the finance university agreed to accept me? Baker stood up, stunned. Georgia nodded. But there's more. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure, preserving character names and ensuring fluency and coherence. But those two words threw Baker, who was ready to shout yes, into confusion. But what? He knew it. Money isn't everything. Georgia continued. I've smoothed things over with the school, but they are very strict. Your score must meet their minimum admission threshold for them to consider admitting you as an exception. Baker understood. No problem. This wasn't a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Rather, it was offering him a lifeline to step onto. Isn't it just going through the college entrance exam again? He had done it before, so why should he be afraid now? Facing obstacles head-on and dealing with challenges as they come, Baker decided to charge ahead. The translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 10. Reactivating the ID card. Once he set his goal, his fighting spirit ignited. Baker stopped staying up late and reduced the time spent on his phone. The private tutors that Georgia hired took turns teaching him. He diligently took notes and did several sets of practice questions each night before going to bed. This day, when Georgia returned home, there was no sign of Baker at the door. Previously, as soon as she entered the house, Baker would always appear, saying, Daughter, you're back? Habits formed over time are hard to break, especially after having a real father for many years. Georgia felt a slight twinge of disappointment, but she didn't show it on her face. She simply asked Dominic, Where's Dad? As she walked in, she looked around, still hoping Baker might suddenly pop out, even if it meant scaring herself a little. Dominic, who had watched Georgia grow up, noticed the subtle disappointment in her eyes despite her growing coldness over the years. He quickly explained, He's upstairs reviewing. He told us not to disturb him. Georgia headed upstairs. It was Saturday, a day off, so the private tutors didn't come today. She had arranged it this way to give Baker a chance to breathe. But she didn't expect her father to be so dedicated, giving himself no time to relax. This couldn't go on. Can I come in, Dad? Georgia knocked on the door and asked. Come in, Baker replied, his voice slightly low. As soon as she entered, she saw him deeply engrossed in his studies, his fine baby hair shimmering under the light. Baker was biting his lip, focusing on a difficult problem on the test paper. He had written down various methods on the scratch paper, but none of them worked. He clumsily used one finger to operate the computer, trying to find answers online. Georgia stood behind him for a long time, but he didn't turn around. His concentration made her hesitant to disturb him. She just placed the item she was holding on the table in front of him and planned to leave. She intended to talk to Baker about relaxing a bit during dinner. However, she was stopped halfway. Hey, wait. Baker held up an ID card, standing up to look at Georgia. Daughter, is this my ID card? He was so excited he started stuttering. The problems on the paper were forgotten. Looking at the photo on the card, it was the first picture taken right after he woke up, which Georgia had taken him to shoot. Back then, he was still dazed and unaccustomed to modern cameras, so he wasn't very natural in front of the lens. Summer said, Dad, This one is the coolest and most genuine. Seeing her pick it, Baker didn't object. He didn't expect this photo to end up on his ID card. Yes. Georgia smiled as she saw him happy. Baker walked up to her, puzzled. I checked online earlier. Isn't it required for the person to be present when getting an ID card? How did you manage this? Georgia linked arms with him as they walked downstairs. Dad, let's go down for dinner first. I'll explain later. Okay. Baker nodded. In the dining room, four nutritionists stood respectfully by the side, and the table was full of nutritious meals arranged by Georgia to ensure Baker stayed healthy under pressure. During dinner, Georgia told Baker, knowing he'd prefer a lively atmosphere. She instructed security to ensure Baker's safety, while all staff treated him respectfully. My God. Baker stared at the swinging pendulum ride, unable to close his mouth. In the noisy environment, screams were particularly prominent. Dad, if you're scared, I want to ride this. Georgia thought he was scared until his excitement washed over her words. Her expression paled slightly as she tried to maintain her cool demeanor. Baker, clad in casual attire, dragged Georgia excitedly towards the queue for the ride. Forget it, as long as Dad enjoys it. On the swing ride, Baker shouted excitedly while Georgia remained expressionless, though internally, she nearly lost consciousness multiple times. This is too thrilling and fun, Baker exclaimed, lifting his hands high in joy while sharing his happiness with Georgia, who forced a smile in response. Fortunately, the ride was short. After getting off, Baker gulped down half a bottle of water offered by Dominic while Georgia drank a few sips, regaining her composure. Take a break before riding again, Dad, she suggested, looking at his flushed face. No need, let's go see the pirate ship next. Baker waved, heading towards the pirate ship ride. Georgia took a deep breath and followed. Passing by the Ferris wheel, Baker noticed a crowd gathered, apparently for an event. Unable to squeeze through, Baker stood at the back watching. Georgia instructed Dominic, and immediately, several security guards cleared a path for them. Baker stood in the middle, surprised. Thinking some important figure was arriving, he planned to stand aside. Georgia pulled his arm, whispering, Dad, you can go to the front now. Baker realized everything was arranged for his better view. Having a daughter was truly wonderful. My daughter is awesome. Baker gave Georgia a thumbs up and moved to the front, discovering it was a brand promotion event. He also noticed a man on stage staring directly at Georgia. Though aware of his daughter's beauty, Baker felt such blatant staring was impolite. So, he moved in front of Georgia. Daughter, what's your relationship with this man? In a low voice, he asked sideways. Georgia's eyes flickered, and she responded with a slight smile. No relation, Dad. Let's go. Okay. Baker nodded and led Georgia away from the crowd. Crawford's eyes narrowed. He handed the microphone to his assistant, descended from the stage, and hurried after them. With his hands in his pockets, he said to Georgia, What a coincidence, Miss Jean. I didn't expect to see you here today. Georgia ignored him outright and asked Baker if there was anything else he wanted to play. Baker wasn't stupid. As a man himself, it only took one look for him to see the intense passing gaze, clenching his jaw so tightly he nearly ground his teeth to pieces. Chapter 11. Daughter, let's go home. Mr. Liu, it's time to present the awards to the winners. The assistant was too frightened by the cold expression on Crawford's face to say more. Crawford gave a cold snort and grabbed the assistant by his tie, pulling him close. With icy eyes, he stared at the assistant. Why is that man standing beside Georgia? That position belongs to me. The assistant knew very well what Crawford was capable of when enraged. He immediately understood and replied, Yes, Mr. Liu and President Jean are the perfect match. Crawford loosened his grip on the tie, revealing a deranged smile. You're smart for once. The more Georgia tried to get away from him, the more determined he became to not let her escape. This woman belonged to him. From the moment he laid eyes on Georgia, he had fallen in love with her. As the leader of the Jean family and the dominant force in Fengqing, capturing Georgia would be equivalent to possessing the Jean family itself. Don't you know what to do? Crawford asked sinisterly. Yes, Mr. Liu, the assistant nodded. Then, looking at Crawford, he added worriedly, Mr. Liu, will this be noticed? By President Jean? So what if it's noticed? Crawford slapped him on the back of the head. The Jean family is our business partner now. She can't cancel the partnership for some penniless man. Moreover, Georgia must have feelings. A popular Weibo influencer's post caused an uproar among netizens. Someone had spotted Crawford, the young master of Liu Corporation, on a date with the current chairman of Jean Group at Fully Amusement Park. The two were exceptionally handsome and beautiful, with outstanding figures. Standing together, they attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, Crawford had publicly admitted that they were dating, mentioning that President Jean preferred discretion. It was well known that Georgia, the current chairman of Jean Group, had never been involved in any scandal and had no men in her life. Paparazzi had tried multiple times, but failed to capture any gossip involving her. None could have predicted that this time she would be seen alongside Crawford. Her striking beauty and aloof demeanor made her both admired and feared in the business world. Netizens called her the goddess slayer, because her cold stare could crush the hearts of countless admirers. Is it true they are together? Sniff, sniff. My first love ended before it even started. Liu is so handsome. Didn't you notice the smile on Miss Jean's face when she stood with Liu? A perfect couple indeed. Some envied them while others were jealous. This can't be right. They don't seem to have any interaction. I agree, something seems off. As the news spread, the curiosity of netizens exploded. They flooded the company websites with questions. Even comments were left on Georgia and Crawford's private accounts, inquiring about their relationship. Crawford, watching the reactions online, smirked with satisfaction. Despite Georgia wearing casual clothes, her stunning figure remained unmistakable. He decided to stoke the flames further. In the midst of growing curiosity, Crawford posted a Weibo status. The best you, the perfect timing. He deleted it 10 minutes later, but quick-eyed netizens had already taken screenshots. The announcement-like tone fueled even more speculation. People started believing that the two were secretly dating. Even those who doubted began to waver. The next morning, after breakfast, Baker decided to rest before studying. While scrolling through Weibo in the courtyard, he suddenly stopped, shocked. My daughter is dating? Recognizing Crawford from the photo, he recalled the unpleasant encounter. No way, my daughter can't possibly like this guy. Something is wrong here. Zooming into the image, he realized what was amiss. The photo was misaligned. When Georgia smiled, it was actually facing Baker, but the image made it look like she was with Crawford. Baker instantly knew someone had deliberately uploaded the distorted picture to confuse everyone. Then why did Crawford post and then delete the message? This was clearly fishy. Baker, familiar with social media nuances, immediately recognized the tactic. What infuriated him more was how irrational netizens were. Comments like, they match so perfectly, or blessings 666, irked him. Some even photoshopped wedding pictures of the two. Outrageous. Far too outrageous. This was ruining his daughter's reputation. Furious, Baker sat on a bench and swiftly typed a response to a comment claiming Georgia and Crawford were together. Georgia wouldn't fall for such a common flirt. Who does he think he is to mention Georgia? His sharp reply drew a storm of backlash. Comments flooded his reply. Some even checked his Weibo account and found it was new, with only one followed account being Georgia's. They accused him of dreaming beyond his means. F***K. Baker fumed. These netizens were clueless. To think his daughter would marry a frog was absurd. Baker retorted, but saw more messages insulting him. Can't accept it? Just admit you're jealous. Look in the mirror instead. Provocative remarks pushed Baker to respond. To hell with all of you. Others saw his intent and sarcastically countered. Show me which face in the crowd is yours. Baker responded instantly. I went with Summer. This led to a flood of mocking replies, infuriating Baker. What a bunch of trolls. He wanted to lash out but held back. All these people were crazy. The chapter retains its original structure, tone, and style, ensuring a fluent and coherent English translation. Chapter 12. Crystal Clear Vision. Tabitha had initially intended to ignore the situation, but as more and more people jumped on the bandwagon, it began to annoy her. When she heard from Albin that Elliot was also involved, she felt it necessary to address the issue immediately, so it wouldn't affect her father's mood. Today, Tabitha was out on business, presiding over a high-level meeting from her seat at the head of the table. Her principle was not to let anything disrupt the meeting's progress, resulting in a serious and oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. The executive presenting the project update suddenly noticed Tabitha holding her phone with a stern expression, mistakenly thinking he had made a mistake, causing him to nervously flip through his materials and start over. Tabitha was stern because she saw Elliot's Weibo account come online and appear in the comment sections of both the official site and her personal account. Every word he posted was defending her. The more she read, the more satisfied she became, her cold lips curling into a dazzling smile. The executive sighed in relief, assuming he had salvaged the situation. After the meeting, Tabitha called Elliot. Elliot, who had been arguing with netizens online, was distracted from studying when his phone rang. Tabitha was calling. The screen showed two words, daughter. After accepting his role as a father, Elliot had renamed Tabitha to these two words, making it more intimate. Hey daughter, what's up? He answered in a low voice. Dad, just focus on your studies. Don't argue with those people online. I'm fine and won't be affected. Just as Tabitha was about to hang up, she paused upon hearing an urgent daughter from Elliot. Elliot, walking away, said, daughter, you're the best. Your dad's big warm coat. Tabitha chuckled. Yeah, Dad, do your best. Elliot mused aloud. Society has advanced so quickly. In the past, teachers hardly visited homes to teach. There were few teachers in towns and counties, each responsible for multiple subjects, often without proper employment. Now, tutors come to our home, and we can learn national news via our phones. It's great. Knowing her father was gradually adapting to the modern environment, Tabitha reassured him. Dad, it will get better. You're the best. Proudly, Elliot agreed. Of course. The foreign language teacher greeted Elliot at the door. He waved back and continued talking. Oh, daughter, don't take Horatio's Weibo post seriously. Netizens say you've been together long, but I refuse to accept that. My daughter deserves better. Tabitha smiled. Dad, I know. No need to worry. Public relations are handling it. After your class, you'll see updates online. All right. Just before hanging up, Elliot added softly, daughter, you're so good. Finish your work. Tell me what you want to eat when you get home, and Dad will cook for you. Tabitha agreed. Sure. Her smile lingered even after the call, surprising department managers who came to get signatures. They were taken aback, as Tabitha rarely showed such warmth since taking over the company. They couldn't fathom if her smile related to the online situation. Upon seeing their shock, Tabitha's face turned cold. Not here for signatures? They snapped to attention, lining up for signatures without another glance or guess. On Weibo, Jean Corporation's official account posted a statement denying any involvement between Tabitha and Horatio, threatening legal action against those spreading rumors, and sending cease and desist letters to the studios posting photos. Users were advised to stay rational. Then, Tabitha's rarely updated personal Weibo account posted. Not acquainted. Please don't ship. It was simple yet clear, leaving fans stunned. Rational netizens noted the discrepancies in the images. Some remained convinced despite the denial. Eventually, Horatio posted, my casual tweet was misinterpreted. Please be rational, and don't cause trouble. Legal action is underway. Thank you. Netizens' accounts criticizing Tabitha and Horatio were reported and shut down. Slowly, people calmed down. Later, someone unearthed Elliot's initial supportive comment, posting a screenshot. I believe this netizen was the first to know the truth. Horatio played his cards well, but Miss Jean refused to play along, flipping the table. What a show. After class, Elliot logged into Weibo and saw the statements from Jean Corporation, Tabitha, and Horatio. Haha boy, you missed. Smiling smugly, Elliot commented on Horatio's post. Then, he opened his private messages and found that half were from people apologizing, claiming they understood the truth, while the other half treated him like a wishing well, hoping his words would make their wishes come true. as if his single sentence could reveal the real truth, which was unbelievable. Baker found it amusing. This group of people was quite interesting. Instantly, all the frustration in his heart vanished. His daughter was truly remarkable. She dealt with the situation promptly and efficiently. After handling the matter, Georgia returned home just as her phone rang. It was her best friend, Sage, calling on video. "Hello," Georgia answered. Sage's striking face was adorned with a teasing smile. "Summer, I'm coming back to the country. Think about getting me a welcome gift." Georgia's voice remained unperturbed. "Dream on." "No, seriously, sis. I haven't been back for so long. Don't you miss me?" Sage sounded exasperated. At that moment, Baker happened to come downstairs and waved at Georgia, noticing she was on a call. He bent over, intending to leave quietly. Seeing his adorable actions, she sent a message. "Sister, I need to vet him. What if he's a hypocrite like Crawford?" Georgia quickly replied, "He isn't." Wow, such a protective tone and so certain. Sage grew even more curious about who this hidden man in Georgia's life could be. Her curiosity matched that of the online netizens. Initially, the previous controversy had been resolved, but soon, another explosive piece of news emerged. A well-known paparazzo posted several blurry pictures online. However, when magnified, they clearly showed Georgia walking out of Lawn U's bespoke clothing store. Behind her, Albin held a large box marked with the specific logo of Lawn U's custom wear. Following images depicted Georgia shopping inside the club. She bought an outfit named Azure Sky, designed by the renowned Italian designer Broderick. This dress was kept at Lawn U without public sale. Every 6 months, Lawn U held an auction where the starting price was much higher than the original cost, making it a popular event among the wealthy. The Azure Sky, originally priced at $500,000, was bid up to $1 million on auction day, and Georgia made the winning bid. What drew the most attention wasn't the purchase itself, but a few blurry images shared by another blogger showing Georgia accompanying a man through the night market. The man wore the custom Azure Sky. To what extent did Georgia pamper this man, accompanying him through night markets and street food stalls? Despite only showing his back, it fueled endless speculation. Some guessed it was Crawford because Georgia never had any scandals, except for a couple of topics revolving around Crawford. The theory gained widespread support as many believed Georgia bought the dress for Crawford. Crawford, upset due to Georgia's denial, saw the trending topic and sneered. His tweet, "My heart is full of you." Netizens erupted with excitement. "Isn't this an opportunity? Go to Lawn U and find someone to replicate the dress. I'll offer a high price," Crawford mused deeply, watching the chaos unfold online. The assistant immediately understood. "Yes. Doesn't Georgia want to deny this? I won't let her get her wish. I'll make the whole world know that Georgia and I, Crawford, are dating, and she will eventually be mine." Crawford's eyes gleamed menacingly. His assistant sweated coldly, thinking how crazy Crawford had become. All he cared about was love. The company's interests meant nothing. If he angered Georgia, their cooperation might fall apart. He'd warned Crawford many times, but got smacked each time. At Fengcheng Airport, Albin saw the trending topic online and hurriedly reported to Georgia. "Ramon, someone leaked pictures of you and Mr. Xiao on the internet. Have a look." After glancing through, Georgia casually asked, "Did my dad go on Weibo today?" Albin, once Zhao Wei's assistant, now loyally served Georgia after Zhao Wei's departure. He knew about Baker being her biological father. Who explained, "A collaboration between our company's subsidiary and Lu Corporation." Events appealed to Baker, but hearing it involved the Lu family, he recalled the rude boy and frowned. "Why do you still have contact with Crawford? I've always said he has questionable character." Georgia invited Baker to sit, handing him a cup of tea. "Dad, I've been obedient and stayed away from that person. This time, it's our subsidiary working with their company." Satisfied, Baker nodded. "Will that boy be there?" Georgia pondered. "Probably. He said he would attend." "No point then." With a bad impression of Crawford, Baker replied, "Forget it. I won't bother joining. I'll stay home and study." "Summer, you ate too little." He placed a bowl of soup in front of her. Georgia hesitated, fearing she might lose her appetite for dinner. Such love exists when a dad fears you're hungry. A week later, the signing project banquet between the Zhang Group's subsidiary and Lu Corporation took place at the luxurious Ryua Hotel in Fengcheng. Reporters, paparazzi, and even global newspaper reporters waited outside, hoping for an explosive revelation. They were eager to confirm whether the owner of the rumored Azure Sky was indeed Crawford. If true, it would imply a political marriage alliance. If false, it would add intrigue to Crawford's publicity efforts. All eyes were on the entrance, awaiting the arrival of both parties. Hashtag Chapter 14. Dad awaits your return. Many online influencers also appeared at the signing event. They set up their equipment and began live streaming. "Family, who could have guessed? I'm actually here at the Zhang Corporation signing event. I can see my goddess." Friends, start brushing on the screen. Tonight, I'll broaden your horizons. On every mobile live stream, viewers unified in their messages, all hoping to see Crawford wearing Azure Sky. Half an hour before the signing ceremony, Crawford sat in a business car. He looked at the flashes of cameras and the anticipation on people's faces, then his lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Open the window," ordered Crawford. His assistant panicked. "Mr. Liu, it's not time yet for you to get out of the car. It's inappropriate to go out so early." Georgia disliked being overshadowed by others the most. Crawford glared fiercely at him. "What's inappropriate about it?" Seeing his perplexed expression, he impatiently said, all right, I won't go out. Can I just open the window to get some fresh air?" The assistant nodded as the window slid down. Crawford waved politely to the waiting crowd outside. The crowd surged forward, camera flashes popping nonstop, and some even aimed their lenses directly at his face. Those live streaming raised their devices high. Did everyone see? The $1 million Azure Sky is really on Crawford. They are indeed together. Friends, start sending rockets. Seeing that he had been noticed, Crawford immediately smiled and waved, dazzling the crowd. He heard the chatter among the crowd and waved more vigorously. A media person immediately squeezed forward, microphone in hand, interviewing him. May I ask Mr. Liu, is this outfit the custom-made Azure Sky from Lantern Club? Crawford's eyebrows flickered slightly as he replied cordially, what do you think? The ambiguous answer brightened the media person's eyes. So you and Miss Georgia are dating indeed. Crawford extended a finger and placed it against his lips, low profile. After saying that, he withdrew his hand and the window slowly closed, but the heat from outside did not diminish. Crawford grinned smugly, already imagining the scene of Georgia succumbing to him and resting in his embrace. Thinking about it, he smiled absently. Meanwhile, Georgia arrived backstage, where staff were reapplying her makeup. Maya, her assistant, handed over the evening's itinerary. Seeing the first line, she frowned immediately. Entering the venue arm in arm with Crawford and signing together, Maya's assistant sensed Georgia's mood and immediately asked the director upon checking. 5 minutes later, Izar bowed and appeared before Georgia. Ramon, it was our mistake. We thought since both companies are collaborating, walking the red carpet would be fine. Georgia coldly glanced at him, piercing through his scheming. Izar, if you want publicity, don't use me. Got it? Birch was a small-time director who had received the contract signing event from the Jean Corporation and wanted to make a name for himself. He kept track of online trends and planned to gain exposure using Crawford and Georgia's presence tonight. But unexpectedly, he was ruthlessly exposed by Georgia. Yes, I'll cancel that part right away. Izar still wanted to keep his job. Georgia offered a suggestion. No need to cancel. Just replace the red carpet walkers. Izar nodded, understanding her implication, then wiped sweat and left. Only after that did Georgia retract her icy gaze and asked everyone to leave the VIP room except Maya's assistant. Did Dad complain of fatigue today? Georgia messaged Baker, awaiting a reply. Maya's assistant replied, Sir was having classes at home and should be finished now. Dominic arranged a nutritious dessert snack for him. Georgia nodded. How long will this event last? She wanted to go back and eat desserts with her dad, even though she rarely ate sweets. About half an hour, Maya's assistant answered after checking the schedule. Georgia pursed her lips. Too long. Ding dong. Her phone chimed with a message from Baker. Daughter, I just finished my Selena was one of them. Crawford's cheek was pinched by Selena, who then forcefully linked her arm with his and moved forward. He feigned a smile while cursing inwardly. Where was his goddess? Wasn't he supposed to walk the red carpet with Georgia? Crawford shot several hateful glances at his assistant, who nervously claimed ignorance. Wearing a red strapless evening gown that squeezed all her flesh out, the rich lady posed arrogantly under the flashing cameras, feeling incredibly charming. Dragging Crawford along, he maintained a stiff expression, wanting desperately to shake off the fatty lady hanging onto his arm. However, he couldn't. There were too many media present, and if he threw a tantrum, it would surely be tomorrow's headline, likely getting him disowned by old Lou. I swear, friends, my eyes are going blind. Turns out Crawford isn't walking the red carpet with Georgia, but performing a catwalk with famous rich lady Cheong. An influencer on Douyin exclaimed with widened eyes, pushing his pole forward for a closer shot. Another streamer added, haha, family, you have to see Crawford's face. It looks like he swallowed something foul. Our goddess Georgia wouldn't walk the red carpet with a man. If she ever does because of a guy, I'll eat my keyboard live on TikTok. Crawford's face was thoroughly ruined. Georgia. He vowed to make this woman submit to him. Georgia video called Baker from the VIP room, as she didn't want to leave yet for the red carpet. Baker's entire face pressed against the screen. Daughter, are you cold there? Dad, no. Georgia chuckled at his actions. It was Baker's first video call, assuming his voice would reach better if his mouth was closer to the speaker. So when he spoke, Georgia saw mostly his lips and nostrils. Why are your arms exposed? Can you put something over? Baker asked. Maya Summer paused. Dad, is it not beautiful? No, Baker shook his head. I just worry some jerk might take advantage of you. Yes, referring to Crawford. He didn't want anyone touching his daughter. Maya Summer nodded, and Maya's assistant quickly brought a cloak for her. Dad, see? Better now? Baker nodded. Perfect. My daughter inherits my fine genes. She's like a celestial being descended. This praise included complimenting himself too. Georgia curled her lips. Yes. Someone from the director's side came to invite her to make her appearance. Maya, her assistant, blocked the person at the door and relayed her message. Only then did the person leave. Baker, overhearing this, said to Georgia, be careful. Dad will wait for you to come home, and keep your distance from other men. Don't let them take liberties with you. He was still uneasy, always feeling that his beautiful and aloof daughter might be bullied by others. Georgia stood up and walked towards the door with her phone in hand. Don't worry, Dad. As soon as it's done, I'll come back right away. Okay, sweetie. Dad awaits your return. Baker hung up first. Chapter 15 Dad, you have always been my pride. The signing ceremony evening commenced. All the lights in the hall focused on the entrance as every guest who walked the red carpet turned to look this way. The door slowly opened and Georgia appeared in everyone's line of sight. Dignified and elegant, her white gown showcased her perfect figure, every smile and frown captivating hearts. Crawford squinted his eyes and started walking toward the entrance. Hey, where are you going? Selena voiced her displeasure. Crawford paid her no heed. He wanted to stand under the spotlight and let everyone see the flirtatious glances between him and Georgia. Assistant Maya bent down to help Georgia adjust her skirt before whispering, Ramon, Mr. Liu is coming over. Georgia gave a cold nod. Miss Jean, you look beautiful tonight, Crawford said gentlemanly, bending slightly to offer his arm for her hand. Georgia ignored him entirely, lifting her skirt to walk past him. A sinister expression filled Crawford's eyes. He looked enraged for a moment before composing himself again. I remember there was a segment where we would walk the red carpet together. Why didn't you come out? He caught up and took advantage of the media taking photos to wrap an arm around Georgia's shoulders. Let go, she spat coldly. Instead of letting go, Crawford pulled her closer. Assistant Maya stepped forward to assist. However, the next second, They heard Crawford scream as Georgia stepped firmly on his shoes with her stiletto heels. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Mr. Liu, a good dog doesn't block the way. Georgia proudly watched her stiletto heel twist around his foot, causing Crawford severe pain. The media and livestream cameras zoomed in on the scene. Georgia pretended not to know, loosening her grip. Mr. Liu's feet stretched so far. They even reached under my heels. Please be more careful in the future. Pointing fingers at him made Crawford lose face. Crawford inwardly seethed. I did not extend my foot. Also, your clothes are a great imitation, but counterfeits are still counterfeits. No matter how similar, they're still fake, Georgia said disdainfully. Don't pretend to be close to me and defraud others. Her words exploded like a bomb into the crowd. Social media soon buzzed. Hashtag Crawford counterfeit product hashtag. Hashtag Goddess says we are not familiar hashtag. With these topics trending, the event became increasingly thrilling. Humiliated publicly, Crawford could only grit his teeth as he watched Georgia leave. Netizens commented mercilessly about Crawford's shameless behavior. Baker remained unaware of the storm brewing from his daughter's actions. Fully engrossed in his studies, his phone lay beside him on silent mode. Several Weibo notifications intermittently popped up. After several minutes, Baker finally picked up the phone while stretching. Scrolling through the screen, he saw the latest notification. Hashtag Jean Corporation CEO, purchased the dress, Azure Sky, which looks breathtaking. Baker raised an eyebrow. Didn't the CEO refer to his daughter? And what was Azure Sky? Curiosity piqued, Baker clicked the link, seeing a 9-grid photo montage of a single dress. This dress stirred a sense of familiarity that gave him a headache. Looking at the comments, people expressed envy and admiration, while also wondering about the man behind the purchase. Realizing its prominence, Baker felt guilty. When Georgia surprised him, he had thought it was just an ordinary dress. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn it while strolling the night market with Georgia. Reading further, he learned that Azure Sky cost 1 million yuan. Startled, Baker jumped off the bed. This dress costs 1 million yuan? Immediately feeling the weight of luxury, Baker realized he couldn't comprehend the world of the elite. Wait, wasn't he in this world now? Taking deep breaths, Baker reassured himself that the gift symbolized Georgia's affection. Yet, it felt too expensive. Feeling uneasy, Baker found Dominic downstairs. Dominic, can the azure dress I wore at Lanyu be returned? Dominic was bewildered. Probably not. Why do you ask suddenly? Baker pointed to the screen. The netizens say this dress costs Summer 1 million. It feels too extravagant for me to wear. Dominic shook his head. I've watched Miss Summer grow up. She never buys men's clothing for anyone else. Returning it would disappoint her. I just don't want her criticized for spending a fortune on a dress, Baker murmured. Dominic laughed. No one dares gossip about Miss Summer in Fengcheng. After the event, Georgia returned home with visible tension. Daughter. Baker greeted her, rushing down from the staircase. Take it slow, Dad, Georgia urged, concerned for his well-being. I'm fine. I thought you'd be back late tonight, Baker responded, waving off her concern. Tomorrow is the exam. I came back early to prepare with you, Georgia explained, eyeing him with care. Touched by her consideration, Baker relaxed, patting the sofa invitingly. Georgia sensed his unease. Despite claiming nonchalance, his eyes betrayed anxiety. Don't stress, Dad. You've been through this once already. This time it's merely retracing old steps, Georgia comforted him. Nodding, Baker knew it all too well, but missed his prime years in the suspended 40-year period. Revisiting the path felt different now. Changing the subject, Baker asked, did you feel nervous during your exams? Who accompanied you to the school gate? I wasn't nervous because I got an early admission, Georgia replied after sipping coffee. Speechless, Baker processed this information. After a while, he praised, my daughter is incredible. I am proud of you. These words were heartfelt. Watching Georgia's capabilities, appearance, and demeanor, he admired her perfection. Motivated, Baker decided not to be a burden to his daughter and to be a source of pride for her. Walking upstairs, he continued reviewing for the exam. Dad, what's wrong? Georgia followed closely. Nothing. I'll review and check if everything is ready, Baker responded. Returning to his room, Georgia joined him, checking items together. ID, stationery, pens, pencils, erasers, packed in a sealed bag. By the way, tomorrow will be sunny turning to light rain. I packed an umbrella for you, Georgia added meticulously. Moved, Baker thanked her, appreciating her attention to detail. With renewed vigor, both father and daughter prepared for the significant day ahead. No need to thank me, Georgia said, urging Baker not to be so formal. Baker nodded. All right, no need for formality among family. Daughter, I will become your pride and role model. Georgia was somewhat surprised. Then her eyes curved with a smile. Dad, you have always been my pride. This segment of dialogue retains the warmth and familial affection established in the previous content, ensuring coherence with the ongoing narrative. Hashtag chapter 16. Feeling like she's covered in gold. After packing all the materials into her backpack, Georgia reviewed the subjects to be tested the next day with Baker one more time. Without staying up too late, Baker went to bed early and woke up full of energy. As he walked downstairs, he was mesmerized by the scene that greeted him at the bottom of the stairs. Georgia was dressed in a white qipao embroidered with bamboo, standing gracefully and exuding elegance. Seeing Baker, she smiled demurely and called out, Dad. Baker came over to her, looking back and forth with uncontainable admiration in his eyes. Daughter, you're perfect in this qipao with your height and figure. Dominic nodded beside them, explaining, this is the custom-made qipao Miss Summer made at Zhejiangji last month, just for today. Confused, Baker asked, is today some special occasion? Dad, I'm wearing this because it symbolizes victory for you, Georgia said with a wink. Baker understood now. No wonder his aunt had once worn a poorly made qipao to wish him luck before an exam. The meaning was clear. Daughter, this is very thoughtful, Baker replied. Urban in Georgia. Dominic preferred not using WeChat, so Baker only saved his phone number. Sure enough, after refreshing, he saw a new comment. Daughter, enjoy it. Best wishes for success. Originally somewhat anxious, Baker felt completely at ease after reading this comment. As they neared the school gate, the car stopped due to police intercepting vehicles, forcing many parents' cars to park in a small alley near the finance school. Baker thought it better this way. After all, fame brings trouble. He wasn't famous, but his daughter was. If he were dropped off at the school entrance and photographed, the media would undoubtedly write all sorts of nonsense. He didn't want his daughter's reputation tarnished by these people. So when Georgia offered to get out, he gently stopped her. Daughter, it's too sunny outside. No need for you to come out. There are many mosquitoes, and your cheap out exposes a lot of skin. You'll get bitten badly. Besides, everyone knows you. You're beautifully dressed today. There might be some unethical reporters waiting at the entrance. All right, I won't come down, Dad. I'll wait in the car, Georgia agreed and sat back. Baker knew Georgia had declined all business activities to send him to the college entrance exam and postpone company matters. All right, wait for Dad's good news. At this moment, Baker felt fully confident. He waved goodbye to Georgia, raising his right hand high. Far away, someone hid behind a large tree trunk and snapped a quick picture of this picturesque silhouette. Under the sunlight, the young man's dark hair fluttered. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, he raised his right hashtag. Hashtag it's probably some rich kid showing off hashtag. Once this became a trending topic on Weibo, Albin promptly reported it to Georgia. Georgia ordered, suppress the trend and find that blogger. Tell her to delete the post immediately, or we will sue her for privacy invasion and portrait rights infringement. Yes, ma'am. After uploading the photo, Stephanie planned to take more scenic shots. However, she received a call from the editor, learning that the post had gone viral. Editor, did you get a clear shot of this person's face? Stephanie replied, no. Editor, furious. Then go get it. If we get a frontal shot, we'll be huge. Tianwan Tongbao is an early Jurchen coin, extremely rare. Only 3 exist globally, making it a treasure among ancient coins. This person might be from a hidden aristocratic family. Shocked, Stephanie couldn't believe how valuable that small copper coin was. She hung up and planned to stake out, but received another call. Her excitement turned to fear. Yes, I'll delete the post now and issue a clarification. After hanging up, she informed the editor about John Corporation's threat of legal action if the post wasn't deleted. Stunned, the editor realized how serious the situation was. Curiosity killed the cat. She could only instruct Stephanie accordingly. Stephanie logged into Weibo, deleted the original post, and re-edited a new one. Apologies, this photo was taken unintentionally. I didn't realize it would cause such a stir. I didn't know the copper coin on the red string was so valuable. Please understand rationally. Wishing all students success. Photo deleted. This post instantly sparked controversy. Netizens speculated that the blogger had hit a nerve, likely under threat. Others accused her of seeking attention during the exams, intentionally taking the photo and then deleting it to stir curiosity. None of this turmoil reached Baker. All he knew was that as soon as he exited the school gate, he was surrounded by reporters. He was taken aback. What was happening? Hello, student. I'm reporter Ru from Fengqing TV. Can you tell us how your exam went? A female reporter held a microphone toward him. Oh, TV interview. He recognized this. Whether in the past or now, journalists always wanted to know who would be the first person to leave the school gates. Baker cleared his throat and replied, it went pretty well. His voice was clear and magnetic. Ru was momentarily taken aback, but was immediately interrupted by another reporter. Fellow student, do you think you'll succeed this time? Of course I can. Baker responded with utter confidence. Baker sensed something amiss. Daughter, did something happen? Georgia shook her head. No. She had underestimated the sharp eyes of netizens who could spot the red string even hidden under his sleeve. Georgia didn't expect anyone to recognize the Tianwan Tongbao. Okay, Baker nodded, his eyes full of joy as he looked at the red string. It was a gift from his daughter after all. Father, can I temporarily keep your phone for these few days? Georgia didn't want the online incidents to affect Baker. Baker readily agreed. Sure, I thought so too. Mainly because his self-discipline was poor, and he might end up lying down scrolling through Douyin or Weibo, wasting valuable time. The next day, after finishing the exam, Baker was again the first to exit. He saw that Ru was the first reporter to interview him. It's you? Ru was surprised he recognized her. Student, congratulations on being the first one out today. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Baker glanced at the eagerly awaiting parents, feeling a mix of emotions. I want to say, living an extraordinary life is really wonderful. I hope everyone gets their desired results. Thank you. This was his first college entrance exam, when his aunt had accompanied him. For his second attempt, it was his daughter who had come with him. With the most important people by his side both times, Baker felt deeply moved. Ru, seeing his unusually profound expression for his age, was taken aback. She awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth. Haha, you're quite humorous, student. Thanks for your wishes. Baker nodded, shone brilliantly, impossible to ignore. Ru's colleague Alwyn kept filming with the camera. He tried to snap the license plate secretly but was stopped by the driver getting out. This was per Georgia's instructions. She didn't want unnecessary harassment for Baker. Sorry, Alwyn, turn it off. Ru knew these weren't ordinary people driving luxury cars. Alwyn switched off the camera. Oh right, can I take a photo with you? Ru suddenly asked. Baker was puzzled. A photo together? Seeing his confusion, Ru quickly explained. Please don't misunderstand. It's for promotional purposes. You've been outstanding these past 2 days, being the first one out both times. Moreover, after your words yesterday, our TV station's ratings soared. Publicizing the college entrance exam was acceptable. Baker nodded and was about to get out when Georgia stopped him, closing the window, cutting off Ru's curious gaze. Father, think carefully. Georgia worried that the photo might cause unnecessary trouble for Baker. Baker understood her concern. Daughter, you're right. You worry about the online backlash affecting me, but I'll handle it properly. As long as he spoke appropriately, they couldn't find fault. Moreover, he had never given such a formal interview before. so he was somewhat tempted. Baker's thoughts were simple. Seeing his resolve, Georgia no longer interfered. Knowing how campus network discussions raged, and a photo Rue released sent netizens into a frenzy. She posted it on Fengcheng TV's official Weibo account with a caption, "Gentleman youth, dazzling and radiant, talented and charming." Upon seeing the photo, netizens went wild. "Crazy. Indeed, the handsome ones are all in university. I want to retake my studies, don't stop me. This photo feels familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Bro is so handsome. His hands look perfect, manga-like. Hand fangirl approved. 265th floor. I also think this photo looks familiar. Isn't the blogger's profile pic the white shirt guy holding fortune bamboo?" Following the keen eyes of netizens, they tracked down Baker's Weibo account. Clicking on his profile picture, they saw the same image of slender, elegant hands holding fortune bamboo, matching Rue's post. The difference was that the profile picture only showed the lower half of him, holding the bamboo. It turned out he was the blogger who had claimed that Crawford and Georgia weren't dating. The blogger known as Sen Lucky Koi. He had been cyberbullied by many netizens for telling the truth back then. After the truth was revealed, many netizens became fans of Baker. His account name was Sen Lucky Koi, and people often left comments wishing for good luck under his Weibo posts. "I'm a new fan. Can someone explain what cyberbullying?" The old fans quickly stepped in to explain, and in the process, they got the new fans so riled up that they started cursing. "Such a good-looking young man. You could cyberbully him? You have no heart. Crawford looks so despicable. Are you all blind?" Exactly. Earlier, Jean Corporation already issued a statement, even forcing my goddess Georgia to come forward, stating she has nothing to do with him. "Crawford, stay away from our goddess." As the discussion grew more intense, these netizens pushed several hot searches related to Crawford to the top, overshadowing the hashtag Bamboo Boy trend. Baker never imagined that the profile picture he updated just yesterday would instantly expose him. "I'm a new fan. What's cyberbullying?" Older fans immediately stepped in to explain, stirring up the new fans so much that they cursed in frustration. "Such a handsome young man. You actually dared to bully him online? You have no heart. Crawford looks so sleazy. Are you all blind?" Exactly. The Jean group already issued a statement, even forcing my goddess, Miss Georgia, to come forward to clarify she has nothing to do with him. "Crawford, stay away from our goddess." As the discussion heated up, these netizens pushed several trending topics about Crawford onto the top search lists, overshadowing the hashtag Fortune Bamboo Boy trend. Baker never would have thought that the profile picture he updated just yesterday would instantly betray his identity. An immediate response. "Isn't this our goddess Miss Summer? Oh my god. So she is with the Ellie boy. Are you blind? There's such a huge gap between them. The goddess stands alone. Don't compare her with others. Our Ellie boy is pretty handsome too, okay? Wait, wasn't it said last time the red string appeared on a teenager's wrist? Is it this boy?" Fans from both sides started arguing, and someone spotted a detail. Hot search trends exploded once again. Everyone discussed whether the owner of the red string was indeed the Ellie boy. However, soon, someone pointed out, judging from the outfit, the person seemed like a rich second generation, which probably wasn't this boy. Because on the day of the exam, that teenager wore Kolo clothing worth more than 300,000 yuan and Adidas shoes priced at over 800,000 yuan. This time, the boy looked modestly dressed and didn't resemble the same person at all. What does modesty matter? A single ancient copper coin on that red string can buy a big house. Netizens went back to the original debate about the relationship between Georgia and the Ellie boy while mentioning Crawford as well. On the Liu family side, Crawford was furious again, directly smashing his phone in the meeting room. His chest heaved up and down, and everyone present was terrified, not knowing what had angered him this time. The assistant asked everyone to leave, emptying the meeting room, then picked up the shattered phone. "Mr. Liu, since the signing party last time, the stock of our company has been plummeting heavily. It would be best if you could calm down." Crawford glared at him fiercely. "What taste does she have? To give up on a strong and healthy man like me for that scrawny one?" Getting ridiculed by countless netizens, the assistant couldn't answer. "All right, get people to muddy this situation up. I want Georgia to regret not choosing me." Crawford was truly obsessed. He completely ignored the assistant's previous reminders. The assistant had no choice but to comply. Yes. He bribed some internet trolls and posted various topics to create a buzz. Hashtag using shameless capital to hook up with President Jean. Hashtag. Hashtag is it moral degradation or temptation of wealth? Hashtag. Hashtag rich people really know how to play their games, huh? Hashtag. Each topic commented on improper relations between Baker and Georgia, with some making wild accusations. Some netizens acted like fence-sitters, changing opinions depending on prevailing wind. Gradually, the news of President Jean and the Ellie boy's inappropriate relationship made it to the top hot search. Accompanying Baker in the exam at the Finance University, Georgia kept her phone on silent mode and instructed Maya Tazu to call only if necessary. So, she remained unaware of what was happening online. But there was always someone who could find her without arousing her cold look. The office door opened, and in came a woman wearing a miniskirt and boots, with wavy hair and a sweet demeanor. She looked back at the principal and politely said, "Thank you, principal. You're welcome. You rarely visit your alma mater. Didn't think you and President Jean were friends. Talk away. I'll go check on the exam venue." After the principal left, Georgia gave a chilly glance at Donghua sitting on the sofa beside her. "Why are you here? Surprised? Unexpected?" Donghua smirked and stared at Georgia. "What do you see?" Georgia asked. Donghua leaned closer. "Last time, you didn't tell me who the voice's young man was. You were so secretive, but now, the whole country knows. So it turns out you never dated anyone because of this kind of taste." She winked and laughed, sitting back down. Being childhood friends, Georgia's affairs were mostly known to Donghua. When she found out about the mysterious man at home, it surprised her for a long time, asking questions without getting answers. She finally found out via the internet. Georgia frowned. Talking nonsense? That was her father. Here. Seeing that Georgia wasn't admitting it, Donghua opened her Weibo on the phone and placed it in front of Georgia. Seeing those words, Georgia's eyes filled with rage instantly. She pulled out her phone and called Maya Taz. Who did this? It's the Lu company. However, Georgia had given orders not to be disturbed. So, Maya Tazu investigated but didn't take action yet. Cancel all investments from the Zhan Corporation to the Lu Corporation. Also, terminate the collaboration project signed by subsidiaries. If they insist on contracts, compensate according to law, Georgia said coldly. There were certain lines that should not be crossed. Baker was now Georgia's bottom line. No one could hurt her father, reputation, or honor. Yes. Donghua was taken aback. Was her friend serious? Not really, just for a student? Worth it? Terminating investment and cooperation would not only harm the Lu Corporation but also the Zhan Group. Georgia looked seriously at Donghua. Some things, I can't explain clearly at the moment, nor can I tell you everything. I need to respect his wishes. Donghua mainly wanted to see who the man who mattered to Georgia was, but ended up witnessing a drama. Still, she chose to trust unconditionally. Alright, wait until you feel ready to tell me. I just flew back, jet-lagged. I'll visit in a couple of days. No need, Georgia refused directly. Donghua retorted angrily. Hey, you, having a man means no best friend? Georgia explained. You can visit, but no surprises. She didn't want Donghua to shock Baker, especially since Baker had never met her and their relationship was not revealed to Donghua yet, which made it inconvenient. Donghua nodded in agreement. Okay. Who doesn't love a proud and cold-hearted friend like Georgia? One could only indulge her. Not long after Donghua left, Baker finished his exam and was brought to the principal's office to meet Georgia. Along the way, people pointed and murmured. With sharp hearing, Baker heard whispers about special treatment, confirming this place valued him. Walking faster, he didn't want attention. Thinking it might be something he said, the principal quickened his pace too, almost straining his back. Entering the room, Georgia was seen looking at her phone, anger evident on her face. What happened? Baker thought of calling her daughter, but restrained himself due to the principal's presence. Georgia stood up with a gentle smile. How did the test go? Pretty good, Baker replied. The principal agreed. He did indeed do well. Zhan CEO, you've added talent to our school. That's great, Georgia continued. We will wait for good news. Let's go. Sure. The principal escorted them to the school gate, watching until they got into their car before leaving. I in the car, Baker asked with confusion. Daughter, why did you look so angry just now? Georgia turned around to face Baker. She took out his phone from her bag and handed it to him. You'll know once you check Weibo. Baker logged onto Weibo with suspicion, only to find that he had 99 plus private messages and an additional 99 plus new would like to go. Chapter 19. We are family. Where should we travel? This was a big problem. In the past, after exams, Baker had never considered traveling. It wasn't that popular back then to unwind before diving back into studies. So he was lost. In his memory, the familiar places now looked entirely different. Should he search online for some ideas? Baker opened his phone and did some searches, but wasn't satisfied with any of the results. He then logged onto Weibo to vent his frustration in a post. Send happiness carp. Oh, savvy netizens, are there any must-visit places around Fengqing? I want to relax a bit before school starts. Due to several trending topics, Baker was already well known. So as soon as his message went out, comments started pouring in immediately. Young man, are you traveling with your goddess? Baker frowned. Was that the point? He replied. Do you have any place recommendations? Seeing that Baker responded, this netizen got even more excited. Ah, young man replied to me. You too must have fun. I remember Happy Valley is quite good. You can check it out. Happy Valley. Baker checked it out and found it was an ecological amusement park where one could admire flowers and enjoy rides. He remembered last time when Georgia accompanied him on those thrilling rides, looking uncomfortable. Not suitable for him. In less than 5 minutes, Baker noticed over 1,000 comments under his Weibo post. Most netizens were earnestly recommending enjoyable destinations, but a few were fixating on the idea of him traveling with his goddess, saying they were envious. Baker didn't plan to explain, as he realized the more he did, the more these netizens would stir things up. Not explaining kept things simpler. He sifted through the suggestions one by one, and scrolled down to find a new comment. Fengqing will soon host a large lawn electronic music show. There's pool dancing and sampling of various foods. I heard the organizer invited new talent Mabel to perform. Lawn electronic music show. These words caught Baker's interest. It was something he hadn't experienced before, plus there was live music and food. This place sounded good. So he quickly replied to the netizen. Does this music show require tickets? Can you give me a link to buy them? Seeing this reply, netizens got excited again. Young man is going to the music show? What a coincidence. I'm also going. Hope to bump into you. Bumping into you too. I'm also going to the music show. I heard the tickets are almost sold out. This event is organized by Jamie Entertainment, and you need to buy from their official site. Here's the URL. This netizen proved reliable, promptly sharing the link. After deciding, Baker excitedly opened the door and came downstairs. Georgia had just arrived home. Daughter, look at this lawn electronic music show. Baker handed her his phone. Georgia took it and saw Jamie Entertainment's official website, which advertised the National Trend Lawn Electronic Music Show, featuring several popular influencers and newcomer singer Bridget. Alright, let me buy the tickets. Georgia nodded. Baker grabbed the phone back. I tried buying tickets just now, but they're all sold out. Georgia smirked. I'll figure it out. Dad, it's late. You should go to sleep. Baker glanced at the grandfather clock. It was 11 p.m. Indeed, it was late. Alright, then get some rest early, daughter. Yes. They went upstairs separately to their rooms. Georgia changed into casual wear and made a call. Hello. The person on the other end nearly jumped. Rare guest, President John. Receiving your call at midnight. The Lawn Electronic Music Show. Your company is organizing it, right? Georgia cut straight to the chase. Sage, with a face mask on, replied vaguely, yes. Something was off. You, a busy executive, are interested in an electronic music show? There's more to it, huh? Facing Sage's teasing, Georgia said simply, mind your own business. Release a batch of tickets. Such a temper. Being friends. She bore with it. Sage's eyes twinkled, adding, tickets can be arranged, but I have a condition. One meeting with the little brother. No way. Georgia flatly refused. Sage tore off her mask. Hey Georgia, what's wrong with you? You're asking for my help but won't even grant me a glance? Why are you hiding him so deeply? I won't eat him. Georgia smirked coldly. Tickets, yes. The boy, no. And she hung up, fuming. Sage stared at the dark screen of her phone, muttering, you've grown a backbone. The less you let me see, the more curious I become. Wait till I catch you. She stormed off to wash up. The next morning, after breakfast, Georgia and Baker went to the Jean Corporation. As soon as they entered the CEO's office, Maya, the assistant, brought in documents. President Jean, Chairman Denver from Lou Corporation has come to apologize for his son's inappropriate behavior and wishes to explain. Georgia, flipping through documents without lifting her head, replied, not necessary. I don't want any further ties with the Lou family. Understood. Maya immediately instructed the receptionist to tell Denver that Georgia was busy and unavailable. Denver's face flushed red in anger, but ultimately left dejectedly. His family had likely offended the Jean family for good. He vowed to punish his disobedient son upon returning. Meanwhile, Baker, bored, dragged Dominic into a game session. He had recently gotten hooked on a first-person shooter called Mission Spirit, set in a historical context against the backdrop of fighting enemies, making it extremely exhilarating. Dominic clumsily crouched in the grass, only to be shot down immediately. Baker slapped his thigh in frustration. Mishap, Dominic. Next time, make sure to wear body armor and a level 8 helmet. Dominic, wearing reading glasses, squinted at the screen. Sure. Unbeknownst to them, Sage, ignoring warnings, calculated Georgia's schedule and drove to the Jean residence. She wanted to see Baker. To break Georgia's usual aloof demeanor, pushing open the Jean family door, she shouted, surprise. She saw a man in floral shorts sitting cross-legged on an upscale sofa, who, startled by the noise, turned around with a terrified look. Baker was momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of a girl with long legs and twin pigtails. Who is she? Why is she here? A friend of daughter's? Damn, why didn't anyone warn me? I'm still in my beach pants. But Dominic remained calm, greeting Sage. Miss Jamie, haven't seen you in a while. What brings you here today? Sage briefly acknowledged Dominic and quickly walked up to Baker, sizing him up from head to toe. He's quite handsome. Clear features, fine looks. Quite striking indeed. Georgia's taste isn't bad. Seeing him in person, Sage felt he was much better looking than in photos. Her friend definitely had an eye for people. Sage began imagining things. Baker calmed down and, judging from Dominic's attitude, realized this woman must have a special relationship with his daughter. Standing up quickly, he put away his phone and greeted her. Hi, I'm Baker. If you're looking for Summer, she's at the company. Sage swung her leg and sat opposite Baker, smiling mischievously. I'm not looking for anyone. I'm here to see someone. Baker was confused. See someone? Yes, I've been curious about you for a long time. But Summer hid you so well, never letting me meet you. The more she didn't want me to see you, the more I insisted on coming. And now that I see you, it hasn't disappointed me at all. Sage flirted with him. Baker shivered. Are girls nowadays really this bold? Summer never mentioned you to me, Baker explained. Sage shrugged. It doesn't matter. She's always been like that, I understand. By the way, I'm quite curious. What exactly is your relationship with my best friend Georgia? To rather sacrifice the company's interests to help this man vent his anger. It didn't seem like Georgia's usual business style. Baker glanced at Dominic, who brought a fruit platter to Sage and seemed ready to explain on Baker's behalf. But Sage, as if seeing through their intentions, stopped him. Dominic, I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from him. She pointed at Baker. Baker thought for a moment and said, we are family. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural English flow and coherence with previous content. Chapter 20. Is she my other daughter? Sage misheard. She thought they were talking about a romantic relationship. She smiled enigmatically and looked at Baker. I always say that Georgia has no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. She and I are like sisters, and now she's with you but still refuses to tell me the truth. Baker was dumbfounded. What nonsense was this girl spouting? He felt that his daughter's friend seemed a little off in the head. However, as close as sisters, could she be another daughter from another sperm donor? Sage, seeing the affectionate look in Baker's eyes, was bewildered. What did her brother mean by that look radiating fatherly warmth? Dominic glanced at the time. It's almost 11 o'clock, Miss Jamie. Why don't you stay for lunch? Coincidentally, your favorite dishes were just prepared today. Sage's eyes lit up. Sure, thank you, Dominic. Dominic gave Baker a reassuring look before leaving. Baker sighed helplessly. I'll go upstairs and change. Sage's big eyes were filled with question marks. Okay, was her sudden visit troubling him? Why did he look so miserable? Baker indeed felt a bit speechless. If he had known there would be visitors, he wouldn't have dressed so casually. This was the first time he met his daughter's friend, and he must have made quite the wrong impression. The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became. As he walked upstairs, his back began to feel a bit hunched. Back in his room, he locked the door, changed clothes, and immediately sent a WeChat message to Georgia. He originally wanted to call, but then thought better of it in case she was in a meeting. Daughter, save me. This cryptic message startled Georgia into calling him immediately. Dad, what's wrong? Baker realized he had overreacted. I'm fine. It's just that one of your friends came over unexpectedly, catching me unprepared. I was dressed rather casually and was playing games with Dominic. She burst in and gave me quite a shock. Georgia immediately thought of Sage. Is it Sage? Yes, Baker nodded. Dad, she's my lifelong best friend. She means well, just a bit scatterbrained. You don't need to worry, Georgia reassured him. Baker asked, Daughter, is she my other daughter? Just now, she asked me about our relationship. I said we're family, and she might have misunderstood it as a romantic relationship. She even said you two are like sisters, and you didn't tell her anything. Not at all, Georgia replied firmly. Sage is the only daughter of the Fengqing Jamie family, the natural result of her parents' love. Unfortunately, her parents passed away early, and she was raised by her grandmother, inheriting her at home every day now. That's an exaggeration, Baker blushed. Sage, hearing how Dominic addressed Baker, raised an eyebrow. Really? Can I try little brother's cooking? Little brother? Baker frowned. He really didn't like that nickname, but since Sage was Summer's good friend, he had to be polite. Certainly, what do you want? Anything I know how to make. I'll prepare for you immediately. Sage hummed, looking around the kitchen and spotting shrimp. Can you make shrimp balls? Baker nodded. Simple. With that, he put on an apron, entered the kitchen, and deftly handled the shrimp, chopping them into shrimp paste. The prepared shrimp and potato mixture was evenly coated with flour, egg wash, and breadcrumbs. When the oil heated up, they were gently placed in to fry slowly. Baker focused intently, carefully controlling the heat to avoid burning. Dominic and others were bringing dishes to the dining hall. Sage, intrigued by Baker's focus, walked behind him and softly said, "So fragrant." Startled, Baker's hand trembled, splashing hot oil onto his wrist. He gasped. Just as Georgia returned and learned from Dominic that Baker was making shrimp balls for Sage in the kitchen, she rushed in to find Baker wincing as he rinsed his wrist under cold water. "Dad, what happened?" Georgia hurriedly pushed Sage aside. "It's nothing," Baker tried to reassure her. "Just a few drops of hot oil on my wrist." Initially guilt-ridden, Sage was further stunned when she heard Georgia address Baker as Dad. "He's your dad?" Sage and Georgia grew up together, sharing virtually no secrets. Sage knew that Georgia had been waiting for her biological father, who participated in the Jean Corporation sperm donation project and was in cryosleep at the facility. Georgia turned off the stove, giving Sage a sharp look, and helped Baker out. Realizing she had blundered, Sage hurriedly followed and took the medical kit from Dominic, offering to help. "Here, let me," Georgia refused. Sage squeezed burn ointment onto a cotton swab and handed it to her. "I was just curious. Why did you hide it? If you had told me earlier that Baker is your dad, I wouldn't have caused such a huge misunderstanding." Her voice grew softer under Georgia's stern gaze. "Who is your brother?" "I already told you not to randomly claim people as brothers," Georgia reprimanded. Her tone was cold, but her expression showed no impatience. Baker added, "Jamie, I didn't like it when you called me little brother earlier." Understanding the father-daughter relationship, Sage stopped teasing Baker and admitted her mistake immediately. "Yes, I'm sorry, Lionel. Please don't blame me." She clasped her hands pleadingly, looking like a pitiful little cat. Baker glanced at Georgia, who wore a resigned expression. "Innocence is not a crime. I won't blame you. After all, this situation sounds unbelievable, and who would believe it?" Sage shook her head. "I believe it." She looked at Georgia. "When I was young, I often visited the Jean family. Back then, Georgia kept asking Maisie Jean where her real father was. At her 17th birthday party, when Maisie Jean was seriously ill, she revealed your existence to Georgia. I was there too, so I believe it." Baker was surprised by his daughter's persistence. "Just you and your chatter." Georgia placed the first aid box back in Sage's arms. Sage stuck out her tongue, looking innocent. Dominic announced, "Lunch is ready." The three of them moved to the dining hall, sat down, and Sage immediately picked up a shrimp ball with her chopsticks, biting into it. The juices burst out, combining tender shrimp meat and smooth mashed potatoes. It was delicious. Her taste buds were instantly conquered. "Dad, adopt me too," Sage exclaimed. Hearing Dad again, Baker was so startled that the braised pork he was about to eat fell off his chopsticks. This girl is not normal. Fortunately, his daughter hadn't become like her. Otherwise, he'd never be able to handle such dramatic surprises. "Please ensure continuity if you wish to provide additional sections or context." Georgia looked at Sage. "Can't all this food shut your mouth?" "Oh, his dishes are just too delicious. They made me feel warm, you know, that long-missed home feeling." Sage was bold enough to speak her mind. Baker took a bite of rice, deciding silence was the best policy. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Georgia also ate quietly, neither of them responding to Sage. Sage looked at Baker seriously and said, "Dad, adopt me. I promise I'll be well-behaved." Baker spoke up, directly refusing, "Little Jamie, don't call me Dad so casually. I can't bear such responsibility." Sage felt sad. She was about to throw a tantrum. Chapter 21. About to lose my mind. Georgia didn't miss the disappointment in Sage's eyes. It seemed she was being serious. However, Georgia couldn't make the decision. This matter ultimately rested with her father, Baker. Therefore, Georgia remained silent, serving a bowl of chicken soup for Baker and another one for Sage, placing it in front of her. Sage felt incredibly touched. She looked at Georgia with a pout, as if on the verge of tears. Her best friend was truly too good. Knowing she was upset and comforting her this way, Sage held the bowl and took a big sip, nearly scalding her tongue. Baker chuckled, mainly because her expression was extremely similar to a cat he saw on Douyin last night, sticking out its tongue. Seeing Baker laugh, Sage decided to double down. She stood up and picked up a large chopstick full of bittermelon, placing it in Baker's bowl. "Godfather, you really won't adopt me as your goddaughter?" "I don't want to." Baker frowned, looking at the bitter melon in his bowl. This girl had no sense at all. The bitter melon was so far from him, and he hadn't even touched it with his chopsticks. It was obvious that he didn't like stir-fried bitter melon. Georgia understood, so she moved the bitter melon from Baker's bowl to her own. She told Sage, "Hurry up and eat. Finish eating and go back where you should be." Sage glanced around, instantly realizing she had done something foolish again. "I'm not leaving." She huffed and took a bite of rice, preparing to act spoiled. She took out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and held it up in front of Baker. "Godfather, here's my WeChat. Add me quickly." Baker was almost defeated by Sage's persistence. He had already said several times that he didn't want to be her godfather, yet she still called him that without listening to him. He sighed, put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. Sage clenched her fists, beaming with joy. She immediately checked Baker's Liviance, but found only one post. So, the red string was for you, she exclaimed in surprise, giving it a thumbs up. Sage cleared her throat and looked at Baker. Do you know how much that ancient coin is worth? Georgia glared at her and pretended to look around, diverting attention. Baker asked curiously, how much? Georgia interjected, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not much, just for good luck. Sage scared. Looking at the calm Georgia, this person truly kept things deep. She hadn't told her best friend anything. After lunch, Georgia prepared to return to the company and planned to take Sage with her before leaving. But Sage refused to leave. I don't have much to do with the company. I just want to stay here. Did you go back to the Jamie family residence? Georgia asked casually. Sage's expression turned awkward. It's so cold and empty there. Such a huge place with only me. Why would I go back? So you're staying in a hotel again? Georgia crossed her arms, standing on the stairs, emanating an air of pressure. At the Jamie family villa, besides a dozen servants, there was only Sage. No one interacted with her, making it feel icy and desolate. So she rarely returned, choosing hotels when she came back to the city. Sage nodded. Yes, hotels are lively. People drink beer downstairs at night, and I can see all kinds of people. From their conversation, Baker sensed something off. Glancing at Sage, he began to understand why she insisted on having a godfather. It was about lacking love. Quickly, I'll send you back to Jamie Entertainment, Georgia urged her. Sage sighed, lowering her head to send a message to check what's left in the fridge. Upon hearing this, Sage perked up. Godfather, will you cook for me? Baker, seeing her excitement, decided to tease her. Not really. Just checking. Sage flopped back down. Suddenly, Baker found this kid somewhat interesting. Entering the kitchen, he found some beef, celery, and tomatoes. Baker said, I thought about it. I'm also a bit hungry. How about I stir-fry beef with celery, eggs with tomatoes, and steam a pot of rice? Sage nodded. Sounds good. A few minutes later, the meal was ready. Sage helped carry the dishes to the table and eagerly took a bite. But then Sage cried, tears falling profusely. Baker panicked. What happened? Too salty? Baker tasted with his chopsticks. Nope, perfectly seasoned, just right for a hearty meal. From childhood, I've never eaten such delicious food. Though raised by my grandmother, she was very strict, and I never felt warmth or affection from her. She never cooked for me. You, Godfather, are the first person who has cooked for me. Sage ate slowly. These words left Baker feeling unsure. So, this is why you insist on calling me Godfather? Sage finished the soup in big gulps, wiped her mouth, and looked at Baker. Exactly. Eating your food made me feel warmth at home. I mean it, Godfather. Please adopt me as your goddaughter. Please. Warmth at home. Baker thought back to his past, being abandoned by his parents, taken in by his aunt. Even though he thought he had no place to call home, he found warmth in that small family. Despite occasional disdain from his uncle, his bowl always had the most rice during meals. His aunt said it was his uncle serving him more, saying he was still growing and needed more. Thus, despite misunderstandings, Baker would never forget the warmth given by his aunt's family. Sage reminded him of himself back then. Baker softened. I can be your godfather, but there's a condition. Outside, you cannot call me this to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. In today's advanced society with rampant online presence, beauty often comes with ugliness. A simple godfather, meant to compensate for a missing father figure, might be twisted into something else. Baker had seen videos on Douyin suggesting adopting a goddaughter was a pretext for finding a young lover or mistress. So he added this condition. Sage, upon hearing his agreement, was dumbfounded with joy. Really? You really agree? Baker placed the bowl in the dishwasher. Yes, I agree. Actually, having another daughter wasn't. Their shoes, equipped with 2 wheels each, glided smoothly on the floor. They spun gracefully, dancing, fully immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. The screams were deafening. This was a scene that Baker had never witnessed before. He noticed that some of the men had colorful tattoos on their arms and necks, while the women were dressed provocatively in high-waisted crop tops and extremely short skirts. One could see everything if they bent down. Their noses touched as if challenging each other. Just when the men tried to get closer, the women would push them away, drawing laughter from the crowd. Godfather, what are you doing? Sage whispered into his ear upon seeing him peeking inside without entering. Baker stood up and rubbed his ears. I think I won't go in. It feels unfamiliar. He spoke tactfully, as he was somewhat uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside. Baker's mindset remained traditional. Since waking up from the cryosleep chamber, he hadn't experienced such an intense scene. He used to only watch TikTok videos of others dancing or skateboarding, but being there in person was a different sensory experience altogether. Sage seemed to notice Baker's awkwardness and said, It's okay. I can teach you how to skate. You'll learn it quickly. With that, she gestured at him from the doorway, inviting him to follow. Wait, do we not need tickets to enter? Baker asked, staying put. Sage laughed. This roller rink belongs to the Jamie family. In other words, this place is my turf. Why would we need tickets? Seeing him still hesitating, she pulled Baker's hand and led him inside. Upon entering, Baker realized how spacious the area was. Looking up, he saw a giant round ambient light above him, larger than a basketball. The music blared loudly. To communicate with Sage, Baker had to shout, Little Jamie. Sage was putting on her roller skates when she heard him call and responded loudly, What is it? These skates are hard to put on, Baker pointed out. Understanding him, Sage waved at the front desk, and 2 staff members approached immediately. Help him put these on. Don't neglect my guest. Yes, ma'am. They efficiently laced up the skates for Baker, helped him with protective gear and a helmet, and assisted him in standing up. Baker felt unbalanced, almost falling as soon as he tried to stand. He steadied himself by grabbing onto the 2 staff members beside him. Oh no, that scared the living daylights out of him. Was this something humans could control? Baker looked astonished at his roller skates. Sage skated over to ask, "How is it?" "Fun." "Not fun." Baker waved his hand, attempting to stand again, wobbling. He finally managed to stand but couldn't control the wheels under his feet. He leaned forward uncontrollably. Baker wanted to stop but didn't know how. Sage, thinking he was skilled enough, encouraged him from behind. "Go on. You can do it." "Forget it." Baker almost swore, finally stopping by holding onto a railing for a breather. Then, he saw a couple skating backward, swaying their hips smoothly as they passed by him. Impressive. Baker gave a thumbs up. Someone greeted Sage. "President Jamie, how do you find time to come here?" Sage pointed to the stunned Baker. "I brought a friend to try it out. Continue having fun." "All right." She waved and then skated back to Baker, stopping steadily beside him. "Godfather." Baker glanced at her, and Sage quickly reacted. "Right, we can't call you that outside." Baker nodded, observing the scene. Teenagers were hugging and skating in a line, enthusiastically inviting him and Sage to join. He declined without hesitation. Sage, however, felt antsy. She hadn't been to a roller rink in a long time and had originally invited Georgia, who coldly refused. Bringing Godfather here, she figured, they should have some fun. "Come on, let's go together," Sage said as she entered the rink. "I'm good standing like this." Baker clung to the railing. "You go ahead. I'll move slowly." Sage was worried. "Would you like me to arrange 2 bodyguards to stay with you?" "No need." Baker shook his head. Letting 2 big guys watch him move like a turtle would be too embarrassing. "Okay, be careful. That area is for kids. The floor isn't as slippery. Maybe you can practice there first," Sage pointed behind Baker. Looking back, he saw a less complicated area, but he didn't want to look silly in the kids' zone. "Your friend seems to be calling you. Go play." Seeing Baker was fine, Sage skated to the center, chatting and skating with familiar friends. On the other side, Xi and Kristen, exhausted from skating, rested against the railing. A beauty handed her a bottle of water, which she took and drank. "Kristen, look over there," Sabine pointed at Baker. Turning her head, Xi and Kristen saw Baker struggling to balance on the skates. She scoffed. "Where did this rookie come from? He must be here for laughs." Sabine agreed. "True, but he's kind of handsome. Want to tease him?" "Sure," Xi and Kristen replied, tossing aside the water bottle and skating over. "Hey, handsome, need help?" Seeing the heavily made-up teenage girls, Baker thought they should be in school, not here during a weekday. Coldly he said, "No thanks." Sabine stared at Baker dreamily. From afar, he seemed attractive, but up close, he was stunning, with a magnetic voice. Xi and Kristen frowned, rarely encountering a man who rejected her advances. Angered, she grabbed Baker's hand and insisted, "I will teach you." Baker held onto the railing firmly. "Can't you understand simple language?" "I said no." As he spoke, the music paused, making everyone hear him clearly. Sage, hearing this, saw Baker surrounded by 2 young girls and slid over angrily. Xi and Kristen, feeling everyone's mocking gazes, flushed and let go of Baker's hand. "Who do you think you are? Plenty of people beg me for help. What nonsense are you spouting, little girl?" Sage stepped in front of Baker, looking at them coldly. "He came here with me." Unyielding, Xi and Kristen faced Sage. "I offered help because he looked clumsy. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Recognizing Sage, Sabine pulled on Xi and Kristen's sleeve. "That's President Jamie of Jamie Entertainment. This place is owned by the Jamie family. Let's leave." Shocked, Xi and Kristen realized her mistake but couldn't take back her words. Sage laughed bitterly and called over several black-suited bodyguards. "Throw them out. They dared to cause trouble on my territory. From now on, neither of them is allowed here or in any Jamie family businesses." The bodyguards picked up Xi and Kristen and Sabine. Terrified, they screamed, "President Jamie, we're sorry. Please forgive us." Too late. Sage made a throat-cutting gesture with her thumb. The 2 were thrown out, and Baker could still hear a duong sound as if heavy objects hit the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene, now looking at Baker with different eyes. Someone muttered, feeling that Baker's face seemed familiar somehow. So, they pulled out their phones and started sneaking photos of him. Unaware, Baker said to Sage, "Do kids these days not want to go to school? And can minors even come into your venue? Otherwise, why would there be so many teenagers in the rink?" Sage's expression turned awkward. "There indeed weren't any specific rules before, but don't worry. I'll announce tomorrow that minors are prohibited from entering. It's mainly because life pressure is high now, as well as academic pressure. Many people genuinely enjoy skipping classes to come play." Baker didn't understand. Things were different from his era. Back then, everyone looked forward to studying and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to it, never wasting time. Now, however, people didn't seem to value it as much. "Are you okay?" Sage thought she might have said something wrong. Otherwise, why would Baker look so serious? Baker came back to his senses. "I'm fine. I just learned how to stand steady and brake." As he spoke, he tried sliding forward a couple of steps and immediately stopped. Then, looking at Sage proudly, he asked, "How about that?" Sage applauded enthusiastically. "Really great." Seeing that he was fine, she instructed the 2 bodyguards to protect Baker before returning to the rink to continue playing with her friends. The music in the rink continued to play as more people entered one after another. Greer followed several men inside, skillfully changing into skates and gliding onto the rink like a fish. She joined the train line and smoothly blended into the long chain of skaters. Spotting Sage, she glanced over indifferently without much care, until she saw Baker outside the rink. His striking good looks caught her eye. Immediately, she invited Baker. "Handsome, want to join us?" Baker felt he had grasped the basics and figured it was time to practice. Glancing at Greer, he nodded. "Sure." He slowly entered the rink, waiting for the train to pass by. When it did, Baker grabbed the hem of Greer's shirt. Following everyone's pace, he slid along, enjoying the fun of roller skating and gaining more confidence. However, by the 4th lap, everyone's speed increased, and Baker slipped, getting thrown off course. Chapter 23. Are you kidding me? Damn. Baker experienced the sensation of flying. He was utterly terrified as he was thrown around. Just before he was about to collide with the roller rink's railing, he suddenly steadied himself. His feet skidded a quick trail on the ground, turning sharply and avoiding danger. The roller skates felt comfortable and familiar like regular shoes under his feet. Baker breathed a sigh of relief but also felt somewhat proud. Roller skating wasn't as difficult as he thought. He had learned in just a short while. However, if he hadn't stopped in time, he might have ended up brain damaged. "Hotshot, are you okay?" Greer glided over to ask. The music blared so loudly that almost no one paid attention to Baker's predicament. Sage assumed that with the bodyguards around, her godfather would be safe, so she didn't pay attention here. Baker replied to Greer, "No worries, it's my first time." Greer placed her hand on Baker's shoulder naturally, leaning close. "It's fine. Everyone has a first time, right?" Baker frowned and moved 2 steps away, putting some distance between them. Earlier, when she held onto his clothes and followed him, she kept bending low with her buttocks protruding backward, barely covered by her miniskirt, which made Baker feel extremely uncomfortable and resulted in him losing balance. Now, she looked at him alluringly. Hasn't he watched enough TV dramas? Baker instantly understood Greer's intentions. He found it very repulsive. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you," Baker said bluntly. "What did you say?" Greer turned red with anger, standing up to glare at Baker. She didn't know whether it was due to embarrassment or being caught out. Realizing his words were too direct, possibly hurting her feelings, Baker tried to soften the blow. Given her age, similar to Sage's, he should be more tactful. "I mean, your perfume doesn't smell good. It's a bit overwhelming." Baker stood up and stepped back further. "So, we should keep our distance." Seeing Baker retreating again, Greer became even angrier. "Shut up." She had body odor issues, so she always wore Dior perfume to mask it. None of the men who dated or pursued her ever mentioned her smell. Today, however, she was scorned by Baker, which infuriated her. Losing control, she pulled out her phone and called, "Come over, someone is molesting me." "Baker? Is this what humans say?" Livians later, 3 or 4 men appeared from within the rink, each with colorful tattoos on their necks and arms. They skated to Greer's side, glaring at Baker arrogantly. "Is it this kid?" "Yes, he touched my butt." Greer lied coldly. "I didn't touch." Baker was speechless. This woman was delusional, making up stories just because she couldn't hook him. Gradually, people noticed the commotion. As they recognized Greer as little manager Lou's person, they hesitated to intervene for Baker. A woman stood in the corner filming with her phone. Her name was Cora, a member of Fugué Bamboo's fan club. She had recognized Baker from her first glance, filmed it secretly, and sent it to the group, causing everyone to recognize the popular online good luck boy. Envious fans encouraged her to record and send updates to the group. Thus, when Baker was surrounded, Cora immediately started streaming live on Weibo. "He grabbed me and wanted to invite me out," Greer fabricated without a second thought. Shocked by her shamelessness, Baker retorted, "You got it wrong. It was you who wanted to invite me." Laughing disdainfully, one of the men approached Baker. Standing taller in his roller skates, he poked Baker's shoulder. "Do you think yourself worthy? Why would Rue want you?" Feeling victorious, Greer wanted to ensure those who bullied her didn't get away scot-free. One of the men cautioned, "Rue, I heard this man is brought by Sage. Let's not make a scene." "Why fear Sage? I'm Greer and don't back down," Greer retorted. The 2 bodyguards rushed to shield Baker as others tried to push Baker away. "Are you all right, sir?" one asked. With his principles intact, Baker remained calm despite the confrontation. Smirking at the youth giving him the middle finger, Baker responded coolly, "Do I look like a fool?" The live stream drew 300,000 viewers, shocking even Cora. Comments poured in. "Damn, do you think our Fugué Bamboo brother looks easy to bully? This woman must be crazy. I think this Fugué Bamboo isn't a saint either. The ice rink becomes a noisy bar at night. What's a student doing there? Didn't the blogger mention Sage brought him in?" Online discussions heated up, leading some netizens to comment under the official accounts of the Maya Group and Jamie Entertainment. This drew Albin's attention. He barged into the meeting room, disrupting the meeting. Georgia glanced at the ongoing live stream on the tablet, immediately stormed out, her face grim. Everyone else in the room was taken aback. "No, it's you who lacks comparison to Sage, even a strand of hair," Baker sneered at Greer, emphasizing her inferiority. Greer detested being compared to Sage. Even during college, people constantly compared her to Sage. Physique, appearance, and even the senior she admired, liked Sage more than her, no matter how hard she tried to mimic her. Fuming, Greer shouted, "Blasphemy! I am with Crawford, future Lou family daughter-in-law. What's Sage?" "Ah, Crawford." Hearing this familiar name, Baker now understood the familiarity. "Just like Crawford, sleazy. Does Crawford know you're disgracing him outside?" Infuriated, Greer screamed, "What are you standing there for? Hold him down. Tear his mouth apart." The bodyguards prevented the men from getting close, resulting in a brawl where Baker's 2 bodyguards struggled against multiple attackers. Suddenly, a sharp microphone sound echoed, stopping the music abruptly. 6 trained men rushed in, swiftly restraining Greer's group. Heel clicks resonated as Baker spotted the cold-hearted Georgia approaching. She slapped Greer twice, leaving her dazed. "Who dares hit me?" Greer clutched her face, cursing before recognizing Georgia. Her expression froze, trembling involuntarily. "Zijan boss." Her body trembled instinctively in response. Georgia, dressed in a white top and black pants, exuded an overwhelming presence as she stood there. "You dared to touch my people?" she asked sharply. Turning her head, she looked at Baker with a furrowed brow. "Are you hurt? Where's Sage?" Baker inwardly knew this was not good. Little Jamie had brought him here to play without informing Georgia, and now all this trouble. Little Jamie might be in hot water. "Not hurt. She's skating with friends over there." Georgia narrowed her eyes, quite relaxed. Upon hearing the sharp noise, Sage realized something was wrong and hurried over, meeting Georgia's icy gaze. "Summer, why are you here?" Georgia pointed at Greer and told Sage, "She just tried to have Baker beaten up. Did you know?" Her tone was calm but harbored underlying fury. Startled, Sage then poked Greer's forehead fiercely. You little chick. You dare lay a hand on someone I brought? So, you think you're so high and mighty now that you've hooked up with Crawford? You really think I won't dare to hit you anymore? She then glanced back at Baker, relieved to see he was unharmed. Greer, looking at Sage, did not hide her displeasure. While she feared Georgia, she was not afraid of Sage. She called out, "You're the fool. You didn't keep an eye on your own guest, letting him run around wildly. He even tried to molest me earlier." At this statement, both Georgia and Sage were momentarily stunned. That's impossible, they said in unison. Baker wasn't worried at all because he trusted his daughter wouldn't believe such slanders. Indeed, his daughter turned out to be his loving comforter. Little Jamie also proved to be a tightly sealed protector. The translation provided maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. It accurately conveys the characters' emotions and dialogue while ensuring the English is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The names are kept consistent with previous translations, e.g., Baker, Georgia, Sage, Greer. Chapter 24. Send her back to the Jamie family. Mackenzie said to Baker, "Let's go back. This place was full of chaos and filth." Baker nodded and followed. Sage tried to follow as well but was harshly rebuffed by Mackenzie. "Don't follow us." Sage knew Mackenzie was angry. She jogged up to her and held onto her arm. "I was wrong. I should have told you before bringing people out." "Too late." Mackenzie was furious and shook off Sage. Sage gave Baker a pleading look, asking for help in persuading them. Baker's face turned awkward. What could he say? His daughter was truly upset. At this moment, anyone who came close would be targeted. Therefore, he could only stand by helplessly. As the three were about to leave, Greer rushed over, wielding roller skates and viciously aimed a blow at Baker's back. "Watch out!" someone shouted. Before Baker could react, Mackenzie had pulled him behind her. She swiftly extended her long leg, her high heel striking Greer squarely in the chest, sending her flying backward. Simultaneously, the roller skates in Greer's hands accidentally struck Mackenzie's hand, causing it to swell immediately. Baker clutched Mackenzie's hand anxiously, his eyes turning red. Damn! He glared at Greer with murderous intent, wanting to lash out. Mackenzie calmed him down. "It doesn't hurt. We'll talk about this when we get back." Then she signaled, and the bodyguards instantly beat the men trying to retaliate for Greer until they couldn't get up. Sage was terrified. Seeing Mackenzie's injured hand, her eyes welled up before she could even speak. In the distance, police sirens wailed, likely called during the earlier chaos. Baker accompanied Mackenzie back to the Jean residence, while Sage went to the police station. As the ice rink was a property of the Jamie family and she was in charge, she had to give her statement. Before leaving, Sage bared her fangs like a little wild beast and said, "I'm going to kill that woman." Dominic saw Mackenzie's injury and asked nervously, "What happened?" "All my fault, Dominic. You can scold me." Baker was depressed and didn't dare touch Mackenzie's hand. Actually, the pain was tolerable for Mackenzie, but to make Baker feel more guilty, she had hummed a few times on the way. "Dominic, just a scratch, no bones broken. Please apply some medicine." "I'll do it. I'll do it." Baker got up immediately to find the first aid kit. Mackenzie withdrew her gaze and asked Dominic to step aside, saying she was fine. Understanding there might be things to discuss, Dominic left upon seeing she was truly all right. Baker remembered the last time he felt such intense panic was when his aunt fell ill and was diagnosed with a difficult disease after being admitted to the hospital. For over 40 years, he hadn't felt this way again. The hand holding the cotton swab trembled. Mackenzie looked at him coldly. She was indeed angry. If she hadn't seen the live stream, she wouldn't have known Baker went there with Sage. But she couldn't shout at him. He was her father, the person she cherished most. Still, some things needed to be addressed. "Dad, I've never restricted your freedom, but please inform me when you go out with Sage. We are family." Mackenzie cut straight to the point. Baker applied the medicine while gently blowing on it. "Daughter, you're right. It was my mistake and I made you worry." The beautiful white hand now bruised and swollen. Baker deeply regretted his decision. If he hadn't gone there, he wouldn't have encountered that crazy woman, and his daughter wouldn't have been hurt. Baker felt an impulse to hit a woman for the first time ever. If not for Mackenzie stopping him, he probably would have stormed over. After applying the medicine, Mackenzie couldn't let this hand get wet, so Baker wrapped it tightly with cling film, turning the delicate hand into a clumsy hammer-like shape. "Dad, it's not that serious." "For safety's sake," Baker insisted. Mr. Maya called to report that he had submitted evidence of tax evasion by Liu Corporation to the tax bureau. That night, Crawford and his son were charged and taken in for investigation. "I met Miss Jamie at the police station. She asked if she could come back to the Jean residence after giving her statement." Mackenzie replied coldly, "Tell her to go back to the Jamie family, and notify all hotels in Fengcheng not to accept any reservations from her." "Yes, ma'am." Mr. Maya hung up. Immediately after, Baker's phone rang. It was Sage. Mackenzie glanced at him. Knowing his daughter was still upset, Baker immediately hung up. Sage kept calling, but Baker didn't pick up. Not that he wasn't loyal, but Sage was genuinely furious this time. He dared not plead too early, acknowledging his responsibility in causing harm. "Godfather, are you going to watch me die?" The WeChat messages didn't stop ringing. Mackenzie sighed and headed upstairs. "Dominic, arrange for someone to assist me with my bath tonight." "Sure thing." Dominic emerged from the corner and responded. Baker wanted to offer help but stopped short at hearing the word bath. He wanted to be his daughter's right-hand man. Oh, atonement was tough. "Godfather, I don't want to go back to the Jamie family. It's like a haunted house, so cold and empty. Just now, I called the hotel I usually stay at, but they refused my reservation. Godfather, do you want to see me sleeping under a bridge?" She attached several pitiful pictures. Baker softened and replied, "You still have plenty of friends who can help you." "None left. They're all fair weather friends. This time, I really know I was wrong. Next time, I promise to tell Shi first. Godfather, please help. I'm hungry and cold." Baker winced at next time. Still next time? Sage quickly realized her slip-up No, no next time. Just as Kathleen finished drying Mackenzie's hair, a knock sounded at the door. Mackenzie nodded, and Kathleen opened the door before leaving. Baker stood at the entrance. Can I come in? Yes. Inside, Mackenzie was dressed casually, working. Daughter, Kira says she knows she was wrong. I think the girl didn't mean to leave me alone. Maybe let her return to the Jean residence to sleep. Baker gauged Mackenzie's mood. Mackenzie remained expressionless. I will let her come back, but not now. Dad, do you know why she doesn't want to go back to the Jamie family? Why? Baker asked curiously. Because her parents jumped to their deaths together from the top floor of the old Jamie mansion. Mackenzie looked directly into Baker's eyes. Sage was only 4 then, building a snowman in the yard. Baker shuddered, unable to imagine how little Sage must have been traumatized witnessing her parents' death. Putting down her pen, Mackenzie continued earnestly. So, I cannot lose you, Dad. That's why she was so upset tonight. Because Sage led Baker into an unknown dangerous area. Had she not seen the live stream, Mackenzie wouldn't have rushed over, and Baker might have been the one injured today. Baker understood and nodded. Got it. No next time? Mackenzie smiled slightly. I've already sent a message to Sage. She can return after giving her statement. Baker clapped his hands happily. Great. Kira said she's starving and cold. I'll prepare something for her. Dad, I'm hungry too, Mackenzie remarked helplessly. Understood. I'll bring it up once it's ready. That night, Sage ate 2 bowls of noodles with tears in her eyes, earning teasing from Mackenzie about reincarnating as a pig. Baker watched their playful interaction, feeling truly content. However, the next day, when Baker checked Weibo, the roller rink incident had escalated into madness. Someone recognized him as Fortune Carp and started a live stream, stirring up gossip about him being a male third wheel and having an affair with a female CEO from Jamie Entertainment. People commented that with a goddess like Mackenzie, he was still being ambiguous with another woman and deserved to be hit by Greer. Worse, besides defaming him, they slandered Mackenzie as well. They were saying that Mackenzie, such a goddess, resorted to physical violence because of him, showing no class at all. It was a disgrace to the title of goddess. He became increasingly annoyed. How could someone twist the facts into something so revolting? Baker, furious, posted a Weibo update. The video clearly shows that the woman tried to harass me first, and then she slandered me. Kira is my friend, which is why she acted on my behalf. As for Shui, our relationship is like family. Does she need to report every move she makes to you all? However, this post did not gain the understanding of netizens. They criticized even more fiercely. It resembled the cyberbullying incident from before. Baker grew angrier as he read more. He began arguing with people online directly. 1 person attacking, he rebutted 1. 10 people attacking, he rebutted all 10. No mercy for anyone who badmouthed his daughter. You have an ambiguous relationship with CEO Kira and are trying to seduce our goddess. Aren't you sick? Baker replied, sick you sister, you're the one who's twisted. Looking like an exemplary student, how can you mix with those unsavory characters? Who else would those tattooed men in the video target if not you? Baker replied, I see, so those are tattoos. This response made the netizen so angry they started cursing. Just as Baker was in the thick of it, his Weibo app suddenly logged out. When he logged back in, he found that all the negative comments under his post had vanished. Scrolling through a few pages, he only saw friendly comments. Amazing. Mackenzie looked at her phone screen with cold eyes. Mr. Maya, after hanging up the phone, told her, Weibo has been taken care of. There will be no more negative comments on Mr. Zhao's Weibo. Continuing from the previous chapter. Chapter 25. Online Battle. After dealing with the negative comments on Weibo, the situation seemed to calm down. Mackenzie put her phone aside and sighed. This incident had caused enough trouble, and now it was affecting Baker as well. Baker, however, felt a sense of relief. He knew deep down that Mackenzie had stepped in to help clear up the mess on Weibo. Though he was grateful, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for involving her in his personal matters. Shui, Baker called softly, walking towards her. Thank you for handling this. I know you didn't want to get involved. Mackenzie turned to look at him, her expression softening slightly. Dad, don't worry about it. I just wanted to protect you and prevent any more misunderstandings. She paused for a moment, then added, but please be more careful in the future. What happened today, it shouldn't happen again. Baker nodded earnestly. I understand. I promise it won't happen again. Mackenzie gave him a small smile. Good. Let's just focus on moving forward now. Despite the tension of the day, Baker felt reassured knowing that his daughter stood by him. As they sat together in the quiet evening, both hoped that things would finally settle down. ####Chapter 25. The best friend of the family. Baker didn't know that his own daughter had taken action. He was still browsing Weibo, checking real-time news and local gossip. A private message caught his eye. Initially, he thought it was another netizen seeking an argument. Baker opened the message and was stunned. It was a lengthy apology letter. Dear Fuguwei Bamboo, my name is Quora, the one who hosted the live stream. I'm really sorry. I never expected this would happen. I was just excited to meet you in the same city, and we are all your fans, so we decided to do the live stream. I'm very sorry. I explained to everyone that you're not like what they said, but they wouldn't listen. It's all my fault. That wasn't my original intention. Baker felt somewhat conflicted. Now he understood the meaning of the saying, fear fame as pigs fear getting fat. Fame comes with trouble. On the internet, there are many people who are discontented with their lives or have twisted psyches. They type freely, uttering harmful words at will. When something happens, they claim it was just a joke, and when nothing happens, they continue causing harm. It seems his era was better, without so much hostility. Baker didn't reply to the private message because he couldn't fully forgive them yet. Regardless of being fans, they live-streamed without his consent, which bothered him. Returning to Weibo, he noticed several new trending topics. Little Jamie comes out fighting #. What's the relationship between Fuguwei Bamboo and Little Jamie? Could this be a drama script of love triangle? What is all this? Baker found many people tagging him, all asking about his relationship with Sage. Tracing back, he discovered that just 5 minutes ago, Sage had posted a Weibo using her personal account, which she rarely used. She tagged Baker right away, which caused an uproar among netizens. Baker scrolled to Sage's Weibo and found that she had posted a video from the roller rink. The footage was clear, even capturing the conversation between him and Greer in the rest area. Fools, this is the truth. Does your face hurt? At Fuguway Bamboo, come see this smackdown. Under this post, countless comments were curious about the relationship between Baker and Sage. Wow, after years of silence, Baker's latest post found the term, best friend of the family, jarring. She immediately went downstairs to confront Baker, who was sitting in the entertainment room. Godfather, what does best friend of the family mean? She asked, showing him the Weibo post on her phone. Baker, still interacting with netizens, looked up and replied, because you're my goddaughter, not my biological child, hence, best friend of the family. Sage. Best friend of the family, damn it. She hated such a long prefix. Annoyed, she stomped away. Baker was puzzled. Did this kid wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Georgia also saw the Weibo post and was equally confused. She sent a WeChat message to Baker, who repeated his explanation. Georgia smiled beautifully upon reading his response, stunning 2 employees from the planning department delivering documents. They never expected to see Ice Beauty Georgia smile so beautifully. Feeling intimidated, they avoided looking directly at her. Sensing their discomfort, Georgia composed herself and replied, Sage must be furious. Baker wondered how his daughter knew everything. Was she a seer? Hey daughter, you're amazing. How did you know? Sage just stormed off. Georgia quickly typed. She barely accepted you as her godfather, but you defined her role as non-biological. Of course, she'd be upset. She thought she could share having you as a dad with me, but it turns out she still loses. Baker didn't understand why they should compete over this. A week later, the Lawn Electronic Music Show in Fengqing began. Baker and Georgia appeared together at the ticket checkpoint, causing quite a stir. After all, they were relatively famous. Fuguway Bamboo, what a coincidence. You're here too? Goddess. It's our goddess Jean. Oh no, they're such a perfect match. Fuguway Bamboo might be younger, but I can't help shipping them. Baker waved symbolically, drawing louder screams. The crowd was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, almost drowning him in warmth. In contrast, Georgia wore her glossy black straight hair down, sporting a Burberry sunglasses, maintaining her cold demeanor. She ignored the crowd's enthusiasm, holding Baker's hand lowly. Don't mind these people. Enjoy yourself, but don't lose sight of me. To ensure safety, she brought a few bodyguards to form a human wall behind them, keeping the crowd at bay. Baker nodded. All right. Inside, he was captivated by the decorations, games, and merchandise. All in a punk electronic style. Everyone had unique makeup, extremely cool. Baker wanted to try face painting and invited Georgia, but she declined. The disappointment was evident on Baker's face. Feeling guilty, when Baker passed a booth selling cat ear clips and praised them as adorable, Georgia bought a few for him. They're cute. Baker genuinely remarked. His daughter looked beautiful. Girls should wear pretty dresses and adorable accessories. Baker bought more stylish cat ear clips for Georgia. She sighed, hearing the jingles as she moved. Well, as long as her father was happy. Baker was thrilled, making up for missing out on Georgia's growth. Summer, God? Baker squinted. Sage quickly corrected herself. Oh, Summer, Baker. You're also here for the music show? Georgia gave a cold laugh, glaring at Sage. Keep pretending. Under Georgia's glare, Sage hurriedly linked arms with Baker. I saw something interesting over there. Let's go check it out. Georgia pulled Baker's sleeve. He cannot leave my range. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. What if Dad gets separated in this crowd? Only 4 bodyguards were brought, and they moved with her every step, ensuring they protected Baker and her safety at all times. The people moving around them were dumbfounded, suspecting they had just misheard. A declaration from a domineering CEO? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 26, A Family All Together. The crowd around them grew larger. Their gazes became more intense, each person holding a phone, recording Ezekiel and his companions. It made everyone quite uncomfortable. Ezekiel suggested, let's go over there. Georgia nodded, sure. Sage also immediately agreed, okay. The trio moved to a less crowded area. Georgia felt keenly that many people were still following them. She nudged Sage and said coldly, tell those tails not to follow us. Her father's movements were tense, his frown deep enough to trap mosquitoes. Sage glanced back and indeed saw some followers. Leave it to me, she said and immediately called someone for help. Soon, the small group of people trailing behind Ezekiel was taken away by security personnel. By the way, why are you here, little Jamie? Ezekiel asked curiously while eating his ice cream. Last night, when he invited her, she said she might not be free, leading him to think she didn't get tickets. Sage was about to tap the cat ears on Georgia's head. Oh, this electro show is hosted by my company. I'm here as an inspector. Georgia dodged, so Sage tried again, jumping to reach. Oh. Ezekiel suddenly recalled something. Jamie Entertainment is your company? It seems some netizens mentioned this during social media interactions, but he hadn't paid much attention then. Right, didn't Summer tell you? These 2 tickets were from me. Sage was surprised. Ezekiel looked at his daughter, who clearly hadn't told him. Avoiding Sage's touch, Georgia crossed her arms and scoffed. Inspector? Oh right, yeah. Sage felt a bit guilty. Her best friend was truly petty, still upset about the roller rink incident. Last night, when her godfather invited them to the show, Georgia had glared at her and claimed she was unavailable. Sage reluctantly told Ezekiel that she might not be free, but she wanted to make a surprise appearance, to infuriate Georgia and be wherever her godfather was. Are you unhappy I came? Sage mouthed the last 2 words since walls have ears. Ezekiel sensed tension between them but didn't suspect Sage's motives. Of course not. I'm happy we're all together. He glanced at his left, where Georgia still wore a cold expression, looking unpersuadable. Sage noticed too and approached to apologize again. Summer, I really messed up. You've never been mad at me before. Can you forgive me this time? How could past incidents compare? After finally reuniting with her biological father, Georgia nearly lost him because of Sage. No wonder Georgia was furious. You almost got him hurt. He wasn't hurt, and he's incredibly talented. He learned just by watching. Sage gave him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being her godfather. Adorable. Really adorable. Previously, his favorite thing after school was playing with the little girl downstairs. She just learned to walk, wobbling cutely and calling for big brother hugs. Soft and sweet, like cotton candy, melting Ezekiel's heart. If his daughter wore such accessories, she'd be even cuter. Looking at Georgia now, high and mighty. Yes, adding a tail would make her resemble a tiger more. Selling cuteness is shameful, Georgia muttered. Sage heard this, wiggling her waist and tail harder. Hey, I'm cute, can't you see? Buy me a tail, you jealous thing. Ezekiel's eyes lit up. I think it's a good idea. Before Georgia could protest, Ezekiel added, sure. Sage stared speechlessly. Her best friend was so inconsistent. In the past, Georgia would definitely have rejected such a proposal. But one word from Ezekiel broke her aloof demeanor. Wearing the tail, Georgia's beautiful face flushed. Those sunglasses hid her embarrassment. Dad, let's go. It's starting. She tugged Ezekiel toward the venue. Sage followed. No rush. I've already arranged our seats. Front row, best view. They stopped and Ezekiel praised. Jamie did a great job. Georgia frowned hearing Ezekiel compliment Sage. Hee hee, sure. Though I seem unreliable, I take your matters seriously. Sage shook her head, cat ears jingling. Ezekiel nodded with a smile, catching his daughter's cold lips twitching. Casually, he remarked, seems like only a trip to the police station can teach a lesson. Georgia couldn't hold back a laugh despite her usual coldness. Frowning, Sage scolded, Godfather. Revealing someone's shortcoming is mean. She turned away in a huff, tail high. Georgia caught the tail and pulled. Let's go. I can walk myself. Sage yanked it back. Ezekiel watched, realizing pleasing one daughter always meant upsetting the other. Come, let's take a picture. It's rare for all three of us to attend an event and dressed uniquely. He raised his phone, camera ready. Immediately, Sage and Georgia stood on either side of Ezekiel, flashing bright smiles. Georgia wore sunglasses, her lips barely curved, leaning backward for better framing. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ezekiel, having learned poses online, squatted slightly and snapped the photo. With a cheerful cheese, the moment captured their beauty perfectly. The MC's voice echoed across the grassy field. Sage, holding Georgia, urged Ezekiel to hurry to the front. All right, I'm posting on Weibo. Ezekiel posted the picture with the caption. Family, all together. He put his phone away, quickly catching up to his daughters. Unbeknownst to him, this post would create waves among netizens, stirring up quite a storm. This translation retains the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text while ensuring it is natural and fluent in English to cat ears. Tail. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Is that the aloof and stunning goddess? I'm mesmerized. Such an adorable contrast. Who can understand this? Little Jamie CEO. Ah, so cute. Kill me now. I admit I'm a lovesick dog. My goodness, the three of them really went to the electro show together? Little brother, you're truly bold. Not fearing that we might be jealous, right? The goddess with cat ears is just too unfair, isn't it? Everyone in the city knew that Georgia was a powerful career woman, domineering and efficient, never allowing herself to smile or display any sign of weakness. Even her attire always stayed far from anything cute. But now, this photo made everyone question their own eyes. Black straight hair, cat ears, little tail, and even the slightly upturned corners of her lips were all refreshing their senses. Netizens pleaded and cried for Baker to update more pictures. But Baker had no idea about the storm he caused. After posting the Weibo, he put his phone away and immersed himself in the electro show. The colorful lights flickered constantly, and the DJ's music, announced by the MC, instantly pushed the atmosphere to its peak. He followed the rhythm, jumping and shouting, radiating a youthful vibe. Cat ears, tail. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Is that an aloof and gorgeous goddess? I'm mesmerized. Such a cute contrast. Who can understand this? Little Jamie CEO. Aw, so adorable. Finish me off. I admit I'm a tan dog. Goodness gracious. Did the three of them really go to the EDM show together? Young man, you're really bold. Not caring at all if we get jealous, right? A goddess with cat ears is just too unfair, okay? Everyone in the city knew that Georgia was a career woman, domineering and efficient, never showing much emotion on her face. Even her attire had nothing to do with cuteness. But now, this photo made everyone question their eyes. Black straight hair, cat ears, little tail, even the upward curl of her lips, it all refreshed their senses. Netizens were crying and begging for Baker to update with more pictures. But Baker had no idea about the frenzy he caused. After posting this Weibo, he put away his phone and immersed himself in the EDM show. The colorful lights flashed continuously, and the host's DJ music instantly brought the atmosphere to its peak. He danced and screamed to the rhythm, radiating a youthful vibe. Chapter 27. The first celebrity I want to follow. Sage was the loudest, pulling Baker around in circles. Georgia stood straight with her arms crossed, distinctly out of place compared to those around her. The music was loud, with a rock band performing and occasionally interacting with the crowd. Baker high-fived the lead singer at one point. When the lead singer reached out to Georgia, seeing no response from her, an awkward look appeared on his face. Baker quickly stepped in and high-fived him again before the lead singer moved on to interact with others. He then leaned in close to Georgia and said, "Relax. Let's jump together." Her demeanor was too serious. Georgia frowned but eventually gave in to Baker's high spirits and reluctantly waved her hand symbolically. Baker nodded, indicating approval. The music stopped as the host came on stage to introduce the next act, Please welcome rising star Mabel to the stage. Oh. Cheers erupted near Baker, surprising him. This new star was receiving more enthusiasm than any of the previous performers. Could Mabel really be that amazing? People around them were ecstatic. Even before the host finished speaking, some had unfurled banners. Is this new star really that good? Baker whispered to Georgia. Georgia nodded. Bridget is a new signee of Jamie Entertainment. Her first song skyrocketed on all major platforms and won her multiple awards for being the best new artist and best composition. Hence, netizens call her Angel's Voice. Sage chimed in. Her songs are inspiring and can touch people deeply, so our company has been nurturing this money tree. This electronic music show invited her both to impress and to boost her fame. The event attracted not just people from Fengqing, but also from other countries. They wanted Bridget's name to spread worldwide. So, she was really that good? Baker started to feel a mix of curiosity and anticipation. After the host left the stage, the lights dimmed, and thousands of audience members' glow sticks flickered. Boom. Suddenly, the spotlight focused on the center stage where a woman stood. She wore a bright red dress adorned with blooming roses, and draped over her beautiful shoulders was a red silk shawl. Turning around, her radiant gaze revealed a strikingly lovely yet refined beauty. Hello everyone, I'm Mabel. 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 Her presence ignited the crowd into fervent shouts and waves of heat. Baker was awestruck. This was nothing like watching concerts on TV. Up close, Mabel was breathtaking, comparable to Georgia in terms of beauty. Her charm was magnetic, effortlessly drawing hearts. But would her voice live up to what his daughter had said, touching hearts? I'll start with an old song for you all, Bridget said with a warm smile. Music began, and soft light enveloped her. Standing there, she sang the first line slowly. Baker froze. The song was incredibly familiar, bringing chills. It was the song played daily on the small alleyway radio station years ago. Hometown? Surprisingly, someone still remembered and performed this song. Instantly, it evoked deep memories within him. Baker started singing along softly. Georgia looked surprised, while Sage, noticing Baker, joined in without interrupting him. They hadn't expected Bridget to choose Hometown as her opening song. Under the blue sky, white clouds float, that's my hometown. As he sang, visions of his aunt, waving him home for dinner flashed in his mind. His eyes began to sting, and he quickly wiped them with his hand, unwilling to let anyone see his momentary emotional weakness. Georgia handed him a tissue, followed by Sage, who also scrambled to offer one. Baker felt his complex emotions being comforted. He accepted both tissues. It's so beautiful. She sings with such emotion. Before he could finish marveling, a loud shout came from behind. Helena, I want to love you forever. Will you marry me? Turning around, Baker saw a man holding a ring and kneeling, proposing to his partner. This was a first for him, seeing a proposal live. The woman blushed, covering her mouth in delight. Marry him, marry him. People around them cheered. Baker joined in, clapping and cheering along. Bridget jokingly commented, Miss, please accept and let me continue. Laughter filled the venue. Baker turned to see Bridget, who unexpectedly met his gaze and smiled warmly. He nodded back, feeling the celebrity was very approachable and charming. The woman, moved by Bridget's encouragement, said, I do, and was swept off her feet in joyous celebration. The music resumed. The second song introduced a different style. Bridget tied her hair up and danced energetically with a male partner. Baker watched this energetic dance for the first time, captivated by Bridget's transformation. She became a graceful, lively dancer, painting movements with her feet. It was mesmerizing. Mabel. A wave of energy spread through the crowd as they shouted and cheered, lifting the concert to its peak. Oh! Baker clapped loudly, fully immersed. Georgia had initially thought her father might struggle with accepting such vibrant performances, but his adaptability amazed her. For safety, security personnel guarded their surroundings closely. Georgia positioned herself behind Baker, shielding him from the press of the crowd, allowing him to focus. Sage noticed and retreated to block the right rear. The two exchanged smiles, appreciating each other's efforts. When he was selected, making him look both stunning and adorable. Note, Fuguichu is directly translated as Gue Fuju, but in this context, it seems to be a nickname or handle for the individual. It should be kept as is unless there's a specific English equivalent or translation preferred for this handle. For better understanding and fluency, we can translate it as bamboo of wealth and nobility, but it's best to keep it simple and direct if it's a unique identifier. The internet exploded with reactions. Damn, I wish I could be there to bump into Baker too. This must be the allure of cats. I wonder if Baker arranged for the hair clips? Otherwise, why would the goddesses and Ms. Jamie agree to wear them? Sage encouraged Baker to go up on stage and checked her phone, only to find a notification from Weibo. Look, you're trending again, she alerted Baker. Baker saw it and realized that his trending topic had even overshadowed Bridget's own topic for the electronic music show. Chapter 28, Courtyard Barbecue. Jian Summer noticed Baker absorbed in his phone and quietly asked, Is it bothering you? Baker responded with an lifting his eyes. Not really. I've gotten used to their exaggerated reactions. He just felt that his rise to fame was happening too quickly. However, they were all family. There was no need to hide or disguise things. But the actual situation wasn't easy to explain to netizens, which led to much wild speculation. Jian Summer replied, Then let it be. Enjoy the music first. All right. Bridget had been waiting for Baker to take the stage. Seeing him engrossed in his phone, she thought something might have happened. It seems this handsome guy is unavailable to sing with me, she said, diplomatically defusing the situation. Only then did Baker remember the unresolved issue. He hastily raised his hand, and someone handed him a microphone. I'm sorry. I was worried about singing poorly and letting you down, he explained. Bridget nodded. No problem. Let's dedicate The Flying Bird to everyone. Baker developed a deeper respect for her. Beautiful and kind-hearted, not imposing on others. Truly a role model star. As the song played, Baker put away his phone and listened intently with Jin, Summer, and Sage. The camera would occasionally focus on Baker, clearly visible on the large screen. That night, Baker's Weibo account gained several 100,000 more followers. For an unverified account, it was nearing 1 million. The next day, after breakfast, Jin, Summer, and Sage went to their respective companies. They asked Baker if he wanted to join them. Baker shook his head. There wouldn't be anything for him to do, making it awkward. So, he decided to go out for a stroll. However, Jin, Summer was not entirely reassured and sent 2 bodyguards with him. Walking into Lin Sue Park, Baker sat on a bench while the bodyguards stood behind him like wooden posts, attracting attention. Go sit over there, Baker instructed them to sit on nearby benches. He then buried himself in his phone. Last night, upon returning home late, he hadn't had time to check Weibo. Now, logging in, he immediately searched for Bridget and followed her account. Sharp-eyed netizens promptly noticed that Baker had followed Bridget 2 minutes ago. The news spread rapidly across the internet. Soon, some of Bridget's hardcore fans began leaving comments under Baker's Weibo. Baker interacted positively with them. His private messages also received invitations from entertainment agents claiming to represent various companies, expressing interest in meeting him to discuss entering the entertainment industry. He politely declined, considering he hadn't intended to pursue a career in showbiz regardless of the legitimacy of these offers. Back at the Jean residence, Baker recounted the incident as a joke to Jin, Summer, and Sage. Right, rejecting them was wise, Jin, Summer praised him. Sage, munching on fruit, logged onto Weibo. Since recognizing Baker as her godfather, she'd started using Weibo more often. Godfather, amazing. You occupy 4 spots in the top 10 trending list, even surpassing our company's ranking, she complimented. Baker refreshed his feed and saw that he had indeed overshadowed Bridget's trending topics. Did she release a new song today? I'll listen. Jin, Summer, busy with work, left him alone seeing how happy he was. Before leaving, Sage plopped beside Baker. Godfather, I'll get Mabel to sign a special 2 Baker album for you someday. Baker nodded eagerly. Sure. Oh, I felt an affinity towards her last night. Is Mabel very popular at your company? While speaking, he checked Bridget's Baidu entry. Yeah, great voice and excellent creations, Sage answered, noticing Bridget's photo on his screen. Godfather, what's up? Nothing much. Baker found Bridget's facial features quite appealing, somewhat resembling his own, delicate yet striking. Several days later came the day to collect admission letters. Baker woke early. Jin, Summer stayed home to accompany him for this significant event. Sage also wished to join but had documents to review at work. She emphasized before leaving that they must send her photos of the letter. Around 10, Dominic arrived with the letter. Congratulations. Baker thanked him and opened it. This letter was more exquisite than the first, featuring the logo of Fengcheng Finance University on the cover. Inside was a 3D rendering of the university entrance, adorned with blessings and enrollment instructions. Moved, Baker didn't want to look away. Daughter, I never expected to rank in the top 10 again in my second college entrance exam, he joked to Jin, Summer. Father, I haven't let you down. Jin, Summer smiled. Father, you've always been the best. As they chatted, Baker's WeChat buzzed. It was Sage wanting to see the letter. She bombarded him with emojis. Baker sighed, held up the letter, and let Jin, Summer snap pictures to send. Livians later, his phone rang. Answering, Sage's excited voice echoed. Godfather, you're awesome. Fengcheng Finance University. One of the hardest to get into. You're the best. Baker felt proud. Well, I did rank in the top 10 nationally. Sage laughed. Godfather, we should celebrate. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Baker glanced at Jin, Summer, whose brows furrowed. Smoky places are off limits. Let's celebrate at home. I'll cook. Jin, Summer disagreed. Today, you deserve pampering. Dominic, please invite the Seacourt Banquet's top chefs to prepare here. Yes, Dominic departed with a smile. Sage heard this. Godfather, the Seacourt Banquet's top chefs make incredible food. Usually, it's rare for them to gather. People visit specifically for their skills. Surprised, Baker asked, can we call them now? Will they come? Of course. Seacourt Banquet is owned by the Jean family. Summer calling means they'll definitely come. Sage ended the call, eager to finish her work and return home. Courtyard barbecue. This amazed Baker further. Watching the 10 chefs in action and tasting the food, he understood that Sage wasn't exaggerating. Their unique recipes sprinkled on the grilled dishes made every bite irresistible. Sage hurried back to find the grilling already underway. Everyone enjoyed themselves, eating heartily. Later, Baker, along with Jin, Summer, and Sage, played a game called Mission Spirit, initially planning to include Dominic, who remembered the past ordeal and tactfully declined. Meanwhile, online buzz grew with Baker absent all day. A netizen speculated, if he doesn't log on, maybe he didn't get admitted and feels embarrassed. Immediately, others rebutted. Nonsense. The Jean goddess accompanied him to the entrance exam. If he didn't get in, it's only because grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Without login, something must be wrong, another added. Another suggested, knowing the power of the Jean Corporation, buying a degree from Fengcheng Finance isn't impossible. He's probably hiding because he couldn't face reality after hyping himself up, another chimed in sarcastically. Translation ends here for coherence and logical continuation. Amidst the fervent discussions, netizens were truly concerned, running to Georgia and Sage's Weibo pages to leave comments and inquiries, hoping to get Baker online to clarify the situation. Unaware of all this, Baker was going berserk in the game. ####Chapter 29, Family Reunion Trip. While in the restroom after her game character died, Sage logged onto Weibo and saw all the app mentions and comments. Upon returning from the bathroom, she hurriedly told Baker about it. What? I didn't pass? Baker was stunned. His phone was a bit hot from gaming, so he set it down, took a sip of water, and then realized, these netizens have way too much imagination. Georgia rubbed her forehead. Her father's charm was truly something, as he kept making headlines every other day. Should we do something about this? Baker thought for a moment. Let me see how crazy they get. He closed the game and logged onto Weibo. Seeing the comments, he chuckled ironically. Ha, they're all just small fries. Though he said that, Baker was still pretty angry. He promptly snapped a 360-degree photo of his acceptance letter from Finance University, posted it on Weibo, and uploaded pictures that took up 18 grid slots. No matter how many times I come, I can still get into my dream school. Do you feel your face is burning? I wouldn't dare to forge this acceptance letter. It's illegal. He ended with a mocking emoji. Thinking this would junsearchu the deranged netizens, little did he know they only got more agitated. Edit. Thinking this would intimidate the deranged netizens, he didn't expect that they would only become more agitated. Note, junsearchu means to intimidate or to chunhan and control, which can be translated as intimidate in this context for better fluency. Fake. I bet 100 yuan it's photoshopped. Admit it. Did John Corporation pay for your degree? Rich people's worlds are always unjust. Does an acceptance letter from Finance University look like this? I don't think so. In response, someone immediately retaliated, asking if they had ever seen an acceptance letter from Finance University. Even alumni from Finance University chimed in, confirming the authenticity of the pictures and welcoming him as a new student. Georgia was monitoring the situation closely on Weibo. She sent a message to Maya, her assistant, asking him to handle it overnight to avoid any hurtful comments directed at her father. Thus, the night saw busy PR teams and Weibo engineers working overtime. Baker felt good today and didn't want to engage with these illiterate trolls who enjoyed stirring drama. So, he decisively posted on Weibo and logged off. He didn't notice the changes on Weibo. Inviting Georgia and Sage back to the game, Georgia stood up, checking the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. She said, Dad, I still have some files to finish. Play with Sage for a while, and then go up to rest. Baker paused. Okay. Initially, he'd knock and remind her to rest, even threatening mildly. Each time she'd agree, but the next morning she'd wake up tired, rushing off to work again. This would damage her health in the long run. Dominic, is my daughter hiding something from me? Baker asked one morning while having breakfast alone. Dominic hesitated, then smiled. Miss Jean told me not to say anything, but I think it's better to tell you than to worry you. So there was indeed something hidden. Baker frowned. You're overthinking. Miss Jean wants to finish company business ahead of time, so she can take you on a trip. Dominic's words dispelled Baker's worries. A trip? He had no idea. Baker asked, is this the preschool relaxation trip? Didn't we already go to the electro music show? I had a great time. His daughter shouldn't be this stressed. What trip? What trip? Sage came back and overheard this. Dominic greeted her. Miss Jamie. Dominic, were you talking about a trip? Is Dad going on a trip? I'm coming too. Sage raised her hand. Dominic shook his head. I can't decide. This was arranged by Miss Jean. Oh, okay. I'll talk to her tonight, Sage said. That night, when Sage mentioned it, Georgia refused. No. Why not? Sage protested. Sitting nearby, Baker peeled an apple for Georgia. Daughter, eat more fruit. It gives you vitamins. Smile, observing Baker. It's been a while, Corbin greeted Baker first. Baker shook hands. Indeed. Behind Corbin stood a boy and a girl, both around teenagers, with similar features and striking appearances. These are my children, twins, Violetta and Aspen. Corbin introduced them. Both politely approached and called Baker uncle. Caught off guard, Baker stammered, hello. Seeing him tongue-tied, Georgia pulled him to Grandma. Dad, this is Grandma. Baker bent down and greeted respectfully. Hello, elderly ma'am. Grandma suddenly grabbed his hand, startling Baker. Finally, I get to meet you. When Lexia left, she told me that if I ever met you, I should thank you properly. Seeing the moist eyes of the elderly woman, Baker felt less nervous. It's me who should thank her for giving birth to such a wonderful daughter as Summer. Grandma was pleased to hear him say this. Her gaze toward Baker instantly became even more loving. Very well, it's kind of you to accompany an old lady like me around. It's my honor, Baker said as he supported her arm and helped her into the car. Behind them, Aspen held George's hand, watching Baker's back with curious eyes. Sis, is it really that magical? She knew about the Jean Corporation's night sleep after boarding, with Corbin considerately covering her with a warm blanket. This was the Jean family's private jet, so although there was no need to buy tickets, all necessary procedures were still followed. Dad, is something wrong? Are you troubled by something? After finishing her tasks, Georgia noticed his expression and asked. Baker smiled bitterly. Nothing much, just thinking of Maisie I. I once joked with her that when I have money, I take her traveling to see all the beautiful landscapes, but she didn't wait long enough. Georgia held his hand. Dad, you can be her eyes. Everything you see, she will see too. And, didn't you say Maisie I has a granddaughter? When I find this sister, Dad, we can all travel together to see the world. Her words made Baker's eyes well up. Right, we must find her. Then he wondered if modern medical science could treat genetic conditions that were previously considered incurable. After calming down, Baker glanced out the window and saw another plane with a vivid phoenix emblem on its wing, flying parallel to their jet not far away. Baker quickly took out his phone and snapped a few pictures. Violetta, influenced by him, also looked out and exclaimed, it's the commercial airliner BN-16? He was an aviation enthusiast who collected many airplane brochures and had been missing this particular one. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to take a photo, but by the time he did, the plane had already flown off course, leaving only a small tail visible. Tisk, Violetta sighed, feeling frustrated. What a pity, almost got it. Hearing this, Baker turned around in his seat and asked, what's wrong? Violetta silently stewed in frustration without saying a word. Aspen explained, brother didn't get a shot of BN-16. Fearing Baker wouldn't understand, she added, the plane with the phoenix emblem on its wing just now. Baker raised his phone to them. Is this what you mean? Violetta lazily lifted his head, but seeing the clear photo on the screen, he snatched the phone in surprise. Lionel, how? Did you take this? It was perfectly captured. The entire fuselage was crystal clear. Baker nodded. Just a casual snap. If you like it, I'll send you the image. Sure. Violetta promptly added Baker as a WeChat friend. Aspen also let Baker scan her QR code. With 2 new friends added, Baker sent Violetta the high-resolution original photo. Violetta immediately replied, "Lionel, how? You are my hero." Baker replied, "You're exaggerating." Georgia had initially been worried about Baker not getting along with the family, but it turned out her concerns were unfounded. 2 hours later, the plane landed. A limousine service took them directly to the island estate, which was also part of the Jean family's property. Upon arrival, Baker noticed a woman staring at him gently, exuding warmth. "Summer looks like you," she said unexpectedly. "Godfather." Sage's voice was deafening. Baker moved the phone a bit away from his ear before responding, "Yeah, here I am." Sage complained, "You all didn't bring me along." She was dressed provocatively, yet her red-rimmed eyes showed her vexation. Note, the word weichit can be translated as vexation, grievance, or sense of injustice, depending on the context. Here, vexation seems to fit well. This adorable contradiction made Baker laugh. "Well, I couldn't decide that." Sage had grown up alongside Georgia and knew everyone in the Jean family well. She understood that this family gathering wasn't just for fun but probably to observe and bond with Baker. When Georgia refused her, Sage reluctantly agreed but harbored some resentment. After all, this was her first trip with her godfather. I don't care. I'm going to fuss." Sage started to sulk. Baker switched the camera to show her the view outside. "Don't fuss. I'm showing you the scenery." Sage pouted. "What's the point of the scenery if I'm not with you guys? By the way, we took a family photo. Let me send it to you," Baker said while video calling and sending the picture. Upon receiving it, Sage felt even more upset. Without her, it wasn't perfect. "Dad, are you ready?" Georgia knocked on the door. Baker opened it. "Sage is video calling me. I haven't finished unpacking." Georgia met Sage's gaze on the screen and frowned slightly. Sage smiled. "Godfather, I want to post this family photo on WeChat Livians to brag." Baker, busy sorting his luggage, casually responded without lifting his head. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Baker quickly tried to mediate. "Since Kira didn't come, let her edit herself into the photo. It's no big deal if you don't look too closely." "Dad, you're always spoiling your goddaughter," Georgia said helplessly. Sage was delighted. "Only my godfather cares for me." Georgia gave a cold humph. "That's because Dad feels sorry for you for not coming. Now, I'm going to have lunch with Dad, goodbye." With that, she immediately ended the video call with Sage, making Sage stomp her feet in frustration on the other end. She thought about calling back but, seeing it was already noon, decided against it. She didn't want to disturb her godfather's mealtime. "President Jamie, this is the contract from Dormant. Please review it," her secretary said as she entered the room with the documents. Sage's expression turned serious as she began to scrutinize the file. In the dining hall, the servants had already laid out the dishes on the table. As Baker walked in, he heard familiar singing. It was Bridget's new song, Leaping Through Time. He noticed that it was Violetta and Aspen who were humming along. "Do you like this song too?" Both of them looked at Baker and said in unison, "Yes, we are Mabel's fans." "Is Lionel also a fan?" "Yes." Baker happily sat down. Georgia took a seat next to him. Aspen excitedly added, "Mabel just launched her Douyin account and will be live streaming at 7 tonight. Lionel, can we watch it together then?" "Sure thing," Baker agreed, noting it down. At 7 in the evening, they gathered in Baker's room, the largest one, where all three opened their phones to watch Bridget's live stream. During the live stream, Bridget started with a song as a warm-up and then said, "Today is my first day on Douyin, and someone wants to challenge me to a duet. Should I accept it or not?" Chapter 31. Is your mouth only good for swearing? The word connect kept flashing on the screen. Baker didn't understand and asked the two beside him, "What is a livestream PK?" Primarily, he spent more time on Weibo than Douyin, using Douyin mostly to watch short videos, hence he was not familiar with some features. Violetta typed the word connect and explained, "Lionel, livestream PK is a competitive feature on Douyin. Mabel can randomly connect with someone or proactively connect with someone she knows." Aspen watched the screen and added, "After connecting, scores are earned through fans' tips, and the losing side has to accept punishment arranged by the winning side." Hearing the word punishment, Baker felt uneasy. He frowned. There's still a punishment? What if the opponent makes unreasonable demands? Does Douyin not intervene? They definitely do. Aspen nodded, looking at Baker. There are top 10 prohibited actions. One of them is prohibiting minors from spending money. So Lionel, only you can help Mabel this time. Both Violetta and Aspen were only 14 and in their second year of junior high, making it impossible for them to help. So when they heard that Baker was a fan of Bridget, they were overjoyed, finding this uncle even more amiable. Baker thought for a moment, we'll see. Mabel is so popular. She probably won't lose. Although Jamie Egg Summer had linked an unlimited card to his phone, Baker believed in using it only when necessary since the money came from his daughter's hard work. He wanted to spend wisely. Bridget smiled charmingly at the comments flooding in. "All right, let's follow everyone's suggestion." Accepting the connection request, the camera on the other end opened, revealing a curly-haired beauty who greeted generously, "Hello, everyone. I'm Sarai." Sarai, known to Bridget's old fans, was another singer cultivated by Jiamao Entertainment, a competitor to Jamie Sheng Entertainment. While talented, she was slightly inferior to Bridget and thus considered her arch-rival. She had once been photographed angrily tossing her award backstage at an awards ceremony because Bridget had claimed the newcomer prize she had been confident about. Her explanation afterward seemed reasonable, but still revealed her disdain for Bridget, accusing her of winning the award through he indeed found abusive comments. Did netizens have to resort to cursing to make their point? Aspen glanced at Baker's phone. "Lionel, they're too much. Personal attacks." Though accustomed to such behavior, Baker wasn't passive. He jotted down several IDs and posted on the live stream. "If you dare to curse me, don't hide behind anonymity. Face me head on. Insulting elders, what stones did you spring from? Are your mouths just for swearing and shitting?" Bridget couldn't help but smile at Baker's words, but then saw her manager signal and regained composure. "My fans have high standards. Those who insult are not mine." Respect yourselves. These words flashed on the screen. Some fans accused Bridget of favoritism, even threatening to unsubscribe. But the intense PK drew in more viewers, many coming from Weibo where someone shared her defense of Baker, pushing it onto hot search. True fans should be calm and avoid slandering. We are Mabel's true fans. Please differentiate to avoid harming Mabel. With growing numbers, the moderator frequently refreshed this message. Baker was glad Bridget supported him. Watching Sarai's side closely, he noticed something off. Bridget was leading at 70%, but suddenly, Sarai surged ahead with several Grand Sword and Carnival gifts, turning the tide against Bridget, now at 40%. That's cheating, Violetta exclaimed. I checked Sarai's live stream with my secondary account. Stunned everyone. He topped the donor board, boosting Bridget's PK score to 70%. Furious, Sarai's face contorted, eyes filled with venom. Why are you all hesitating? Keep tipping. Despite their frenzied gifting, they still couldn't bring down Bridget's lead. Bridget, you're cheating. You had your manager boost the ranking? Sarai, at her wit's end, jumped around and yelled frantically. Bridget showed a disdainful expression. If you can do it, why can't I? You were the one who broke the rules first, Sarai. All netizens across the country are watching. Even if you lose, you can't renege on the deal. The next second, with a loud bang, an image of an elephant trumpeting appeared on the screen, its sound echoing throughout the live stream. The legendary Baoxiang gift directly exploded Sarai's remaining bar. Sarai lost the PK. The live stream came to an end. Baker and Violetta cheered in approval, clapping excitedly. Violetta and Aspen left contentedly, and Baker shut the door, freshened up, and then received a follow notification. To his surprise, it was from Bridget. Thinking he might have been mistaken, Baker confirmed it again. It was indeed Bridget who followed him back. Hello, Lucky Fish. This is Bridget. Thank you for your support today, but it shouldn't have been so costly. Please send me your bank account number so that we can refund the money spent on gifts accurately. What an upright, beautiful, and kind celebrity. Baker quickly replied, no need to refund. I willingly gifted those. As your new fan, how could I just sit by and watch you be bullied? After sending this, he intended to browse Weibo before going to sleep but didn't log out of Douyin yet. Another message came through from the other side. That won't do. The money must be returned. Thank you for becoming my fan. I will strive to write and sing every song well to repay your kindness. You're still a student, and you'll have many expenses ahead. Please provide your bank account number. What did she mean by student? How did she know he was a student? It suddenly dawned on Baker why Bridget insisted on refunding the money. When setting up the Douyin account, he had casually chosen 17 years old as his age. Baker wanted to explain but found more messages coming through, insisting on getting the bank account number. He sighed, replied affirmatively, and sent the card number in fragmented form because Douyin had strict rules prohibiting the casual sharing of ID numbers, bank account numbers, and phone numbers. Baker assumed that once he sent the account number, Bridget wouldn't transfer the money immediately. Unexpectedly, the very next second, he received a text message notification. Chapter 32. What nonsense are you spouting? At midnight 12 o'clock, a message notification from Baker came through. Upon checking, he saw that the black gold card given by Georgia had received a payment, exactly the amount he had spent on gifts for Bridget. Baker sat up and looked at his phone. This person is really too straightforward. Not a cent more, not a cent less. He had indeed become a fan of a good person. That night, Baker slept soundly. In the morning, as he opened the window to see Intan Beach and was awakened by the sound of the sea, he stretched lazily, washed up, and quickly went downstairs. He greeted everyone, including Georgia, saying, "Good morning, everyone." He also gave special greetings to his grandmother. "Grandma, did you sleep well last night?" The elderly nodded and replied, "I slept fine. Are you hungry? Come sit down and eat breakfast." Baker sat down and took a bite of the bun. Aspen was the second to come down, greeting him warmly, "Lionel how? Good morning." Her enthusiasm made even her real parents envious. Judith muttered, "Isn't this child usually cold?" Corbin glanced at Baker and said, "Maybe friendly people are just naturally likable." Georgia knew that Baker had watched the live stream with his sister's group last night, which had naturally brought them closer. Violetta came down third, excitedly saying, "Lionel how?" Mabel followed an ordinary person named Anwar. "Check your Weibo." Baker nearly choked on his milk and hurriedly logged into his account. Oh my. He saw that Bridget's relationship with him had changed to mutual follow. He was stunned. Georgia, noticing something was wrong, asked worriedly, "Dad, what happened?" Without lifting his head, Baker replied, "Bridget has returned the follow on Weibo." Georgia was speechless. Thinking someone might be bullying her father again, she was ready to call for help but realized it was this matter. Violetta and Aspen found out that Anwar was Baker and hurriedly followed him. Their admiration for Baker soared instantly, and their eyes sparkled like stars. On Weibo, the topic hashtag Bridget follows an ordinary person hashtag surged to the top of the trending list. It wasn't surprising that a celebrity followed an ordinary person, but what was surprising was that this ordinary person was Anwar. He had exposed the fake couple news about Goddess Sean and Crawford, followed by releasing acceptance letters to debunk netizens' doubts. Most importantly, the city television station's report had revealed his true identity. With beauty and talent alike, Anwar instantly became known to the entire nation. Could anyone not be shocked? My mom, the singer I admire, followed the Bamboo Brother I also admire. What kind of destiny is this? Bamboo Brother must have a life with everything going smoothly. Getting Mabel's return follow, I checked her follows. Only Bamboo Brother is an ordinary person among celebrities. I'm exhausted from envying. Seeking blessings from Anwar, may I pass this time? Gradually, the jealous netizens began to make wishes, flooding Baker's Weibo page. Some even came back to update after their wishes were fulfilled, making the scene quite strange. Lionel how, Grandma will go visit old friends later, and Livia and Dad will accompany her. Would you like to go play at Intan Beach with us? After finishing breakfast, Violetta invited Baker. Baker nodded. Sure. Will little one come along? He asked Georgia. Georgia responded, yeah, I'll go with you. They walked towards Intan Beach, where many people were already present. The breeze blew, Crabs crawled freely, and seashells scattered underfoot. Waves hit the beach and quickly retreated. Growing up without ever seeing the sea or playing on the beach, Baker was delighted. Holding his phone, barefoot on the sand, taking pictures one after another. Come play in the sand with us, Violetta waved Baker over, pointing to the opposite side. Look, a mermaid made of sand. Baker looked over and saw a detailed mermaid being built. He took a picture and then joined them, picking up sand toys to play. Georgia lay on a beach chair, watching them play. She noticed Baker diligently digging a large hole with the siblings, then jumping into it, lying there happily while sticking his head out of the tunnel they dug. Seeing Georgia staring, he waved. As long as Dad is happy, Georgia thought silently. Big sister, come play with us, Aspen waved. Georgia coldly shook her head, uninterested in sand. Baker also shouted, Summer, come, it's fun. All right. Georgia stood up and agreed readily. Violetta and Aspen were taken aback by her double standards. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around their shoulders, and Alicia appeared with a smile. Little sister Gua. Alicia laughed. Be good. A little surprised, Baker asked, Little Gua, why are you here? Hee, because I missed all of you. Georgia looked at her expressionlessly. You're such a clingy person. Alicia stuck out her tongue. I didn't come for you. Our company organized a team-building event here on Kojo Island. Oh, temporary. Georgia narrowed her eyes. Did she believe this excuse? Alicia avoided her gaze. This woman was too sharp. Approaching Baker, she whispered, Godfather, can you play volleyball? No, Baker replied. Violetta immediately raised her hand, pointing at Aspen. Little sister Gua, we too can. Alicia nodded and tried to drag Baker. What's so fun about sand? Let me take you to play volleyball. Reluctantly standing up and shaking off the sand, Baker protested. But I don't know how. Just watch us first. Alicia pulled the cold-faced Georgia along, heading towards the court. Following behind were Baker and others. Alicia removed her jacket and long t-shirt, revealing a two-piece sports bra and tight shorts, showcasing her perfect figure, drawing admiring gazes. Georgia and others weren't prepared for volleyball, but casual attire allowed them to join in. The lively scene attracted onlookers from nearby. Meanwhile, Greer, wearing a bikini covered by a mesh coat, held Crawford's hand. Arui, they're playing volleyball. Let's check it out? Crawford's face showed irritation. His mood was foul since Lu Corporation was under investigation for tax evasion. Under bail pending trial, they couldn't leave the area and had to be available anytime. Knowing he needed a distraction, Greer got tickets to bring Crawford to relax. Glancing towards the volleyball game, Crawford spotted a jumping figure. Georgia. Sure, let's go see, he smiled slyly. Walking toward the beach center, the group stopped as Baker handed out water bottles. Taking a sip, Alicia asked, Did you understand? Picking up a volleyball, Baker replied, I think so. Twisting the bottle cap, Georgia gently looked at Baker. Let me play with you. I wanted to. Alicia eagerly raised her hand. Then she called to Violetta and Aspen. Come on, let's exercise. Both shook their heads. We're tired, little sister Gua. Didn't you say you were tired and needed rest? Baker looked concerned at Alicia. Little Gua, if you're tired, rest well. I'll try myself. Georgia nodded in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. I've already recovered. Alicia twisted her neck, glaring provocatively at Georgia. Playing ball with adoptive father was full of enthusiasm. Georgia and Baker were both amused to laughter. Baker stood on one side, while Georgia and Alicia stood on the other. He was responsible for serving, while they were responsible for receiving. In Baker's mind, he replayed the scenes of Alicia playing volleyball just now. He positioned himself properly, feet shoulder-width apart, one in front and one behind, holding the ball with one hand while the other rested naturally by his side. His upper body and shoulders slightly leaned forward, eyes fixed on the ball. Gripping the ball, he swung his arm like a pendulum, striking the ball with precision. Georgia and Alicia exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Baker's learning ability was astonishing. After watching just once, he had memorized all the movements, executing them perfectly. The ball soared over the high net, capturing everyone's gaze as it flew through the air. Georgia and Alicia prepared to receive it, standing one in front of the other. Suddenly, Crawford barged into the court with Greer, and the ball landed squarely on his head. Ow! The pain made him crouch down. Everyone froze. You hurt someone. Greer's voice was shrill. Baker was taken aback for a moment, then hurried over to ask, Are you okay? What do you think? Greer turned around angrily, her expression shocked upon seeing Baker. It's you? What a small world. Baker scowled. Why do I always run into you? Greer was fuming. What do you mean? That ball was on purpose. Weren't you trying to kill Arui? Georgia and Alicia stepped forward, shielding Baker. Georgia narrowed her eyes at the crouching figure. Crawford, what are you doing here? Crawford got up, ignoring Georgia's question. He glared fiercely at Baker hiding behind her. He sneered, Baker, what kind of man are you? Planning to hide behind women for the rest of your life? Baker's temper flared. What nonsense are you spouting? Note, the last sentence connects well with the chapter title provided earlier. Chapter 33. I can also beat the shit out of you. Summer, because of you, retaliated against me, which led to the Lu Corporation being investigated. Just as Lu announced bankruptcy, the Zhang Group sent over an acquisition plan. It's all your fault that I've ended up in such a predicament. Crawford's forehead was flushed red, his face contorted with rage. Baker immediately understood. Lu Corporation had been reported for tax evasion, and Crawford blamed it all on him. Hey, it really is true that kindness can be taken advantage of? Tax evasion is not tolerated by law. You enrich yourself at the expense of others and smear them with filth. Aren't you disgusted with yourself? Baker stepped forward. He wasn't afraid of Crawford. At first, he had tried not to cause trouble for his daughter, so he had been cordial with Crawford. But if Crawford was going to take advantage of his kindness, then there was no point in being polite. The crowd began murmuring, pointing fingers at both Crawford and Greer. Greer couldn't stand it and blushed. Crawford didn't think he did anything wrong. But I'm still better than you. All you know how to do is be a woman's shadow, stirring up a frenzy online. In the end, you still rely on women. If you have the ability, don't depend on them. Sage could not bear to hear any more. Clean up your mouth. Greer defended Crawford, yelling at Sage. Arui isn't wrong. What? You two have something going on, and you don't want people to talk. I'll tear your mouth apart. Sage viciously lunged forward. She was held back by Georgia. It would dirty your hands. She didn't need to explain her relationship with Baker to everyone. Baker had already explained on Weibo that they were a family. The innocent are always clear, and if he reacted to others' insults, he'd only make himself look foolish and fulfill their intentions. Besides, the Lus had been under investigation. Logically, Crawford shouldn't even be here. Georgia glanced meaningfully at Greer. Greer still remembered the pain from the 2 slaps Georgia had given her. So when Georgia looked at her, Greer immediately hid behind Crawford. If you have the guts, don't just yap, let's play a match. Baker tossed the volleyball in his hand. Real men speak with their actions. Crawford raised an eyebrow and, looking at Georgia, agreed. Fine. Who's afraid? He told Greer to call everyone over. People playing nearby gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Georgia stood next to Baker and said, for the first round, Sage and I will go. Sage nodded in agreement. Violetta and Aspen had been upset since Crawford targeted Baker, and now offered to play as well. No need. I can handle it. Baker knew Crawford was targeting him specifically. To back out now would be laughable. Georgia saw this and respected Baker's decision. The rules of beach volleyball state 2 players per team on the court, with 4 substitutes. But Crawford insisted on breaking the rules, arrogantly looking at Baker. 5 players on each side, so it doesn't look like I'm bullying you with numbers. Baker shrugged. Fine by me. The match began with Crawford serving first. He served powerfully, aiming directly at Baker. Be careful. Georgia called out. Sage moved forward, ready to receive the ball. Baker sidestepped nimbly. Violetta dove forward, catching the ball about to hit the ground, then volleyed it upward. Georgia jumped high, smashing it over the net toward the corner where Greer stood. Hold it. Crawford shouted loudly. Terrified, Greer closed her eyes and reached out with both hands, but was hit in the nose by the ball, causing her nose to bleed profusely. My nose hurts. Greer screamed, covering her nose. Sage cheered with Aspen. Baker smirked. She got what she deserved. Everyone rushed to tend to Greer, but Crawford, impatient, said, take her away. We'll continue the match. I think she should go to the hospital. Baker advised him. Crawford glared at Baker. Don't pretend. It was your fault she's hurt. Baker was speechless. Why were young people so short-tempered nowadays? He truly thought she should go to the hospital. His kindness was taken for granted. That's what she deserves. Violetta couldn't take it anymore. You aim the ball right at Xiao brother. Do you think our eyes are blind? Following George's instruction, they avoided calling Baker uncle. Crawford denied it. Say what you want. Let's continue. I don't believe I can't beat you. Stepping back a few paces, he prepared to serve again. The ball flew straight toward Baker. This time, Baker didn't dodge but moved forward and intercepted it with force. Sage, standing beside the net, slammed it down. Crawford's team leaped up to block. The ball landed on Baker's side. As it neared the ground, Georgia dived forward, caught it with her right hand, and passed it to Baker. Baker jumped up and forcefully spiked the ball over the net, scoring a point. Yes. Aspen cheered. Everyone was delighted, including Baker, surprised at scoring on his first try. Crawford cursed in anger. F*******. His friend suggested, next time, hit the ball right at that man's face. All right. On the third serve, it was Baker's turn to serve. Crawford watched him like a wolf. He was surrounded by teammates for protection. Baker smiled at their cautious stance. Aspen and Violetta exchanged looks and mocked. Really? Need so many to protect one person? Isn't that right? Human wall tactic. Too funny? Crawford retorted. I call it self-protection. Are you all just standing dumbfounded? They huffed angrily but were stopped by Baker. With mockery in his voice, he said, even if you hide in your turtle shell, I can still beat the shit out of you. Believe it? Crawford started to say no, but before he could finish, Baker suddenly served the ball with immense force, breaking through the protective wall around Crawford and hitting him in the mouth. One of Crawford's teeth was knocked out. Arg! Clutching his bleeding mouth, he was furious. Others lifted the net to confront Baker. Georgia snapped her fingers, summoning several black-suited bodyguards who quickly subdued Crawford's group. UF*******. Crawford's words were muffled by blood as he tried to strike Baker amidst the chaos. Before he could land a blow, someone grabbed his hands. Who dares touch Grandpa? Crawford turned angrily and saw several police officers sternly looking at him. Crawford's arrogance vanished instantly. Baker pulled out his phone, waving it before Crawford. Earlier, when Summer asked why you were here, I checked. Under investigation means staying within city limits, unable to leave. So I called the police as a responsible citizen. Otherwise, why do you think I suggested a match? To keep you here until the police arrived. Stunned, Crawford hadn't expected this move. He cursed as he was led away. The onlookers quickly spread the news of the incident on social media, unaware that Baker was trending again. Aspen stared at Baker in amazement, asking Georgia, Sister, has Xiao brother always been this amazing? Georgia smiled, yes, very smart and great. Initially, she planned to have the bodyguards remove Crawford, but after receiving a secret message from Baker, she cooperated. Sage realized they had planned it together and felt a bit left out. You both knew the plan? Only I was kept in the dark? Baker quickly reassured her. I mainly thought you might be too impulsive, so I didn't tell you. But your performance was really excellent. Truly. Sage felt more at ease after hearing this. As dusk fell, they headed back. Returning to the villa, Aspen recounted the beach incident to Corbin and the others. She looked at Baker with admiration. Lionel is amazing. We never would have thought that guy snuck out. But Lionel quietly pulled out his big move, buying time until the police showed up and took him away. Nice job. Corbin nodded approvingly at Baker. The grandmother also smiled warmly. Baker, somewhat bashfully, said, "Actually, ever since I woke up, I've been studying the current societal model, including laws. So when faced with someone who only knows how to talk big, if it can be resolved through legal means, of course, that's what I should use." Over the next few days, Baker went with Georgia and the others to visit other scenic spots. It wasn't until the grandmother started feeling a bit tired and wanted to return to the Jean family estate that the family trip finally concluded. Back in Feng City, Baker took 2 days to rest and regain his energy before preparing for the start of school. That evening, during dinner, Sage suddenly mentioned, "Godfather, do you know how to drive? As a back-to-school gift, I could get you a car. Shall we go to the dealership tomorrow?" Without looking up from his rice, Baker replied, "No need. It's too expensive and I don't even know how to drive." Sage thought for a moment. Campus. She nodded along. "Me too, father. I want to accompany you to register as well." Baker looked at the two of them with earnest and determined gazes, which made it hard for him to refuse. Sage proposed, "Father, if you live on campus, we won't get to see you often. You should miss us. Alright, let's play a few rounds later. It's been a while since we last played together." Baker agreed, "Sure." Georgia stood up, intending to go to the study, reminding them, "Don't play for too long." "I know. Yutong and the others said they're coming to Fengsheng tomorrow to see me, so I'll go to bed early tonight," Baker replied. Hearing this, Georgia paused for a moment. "Why didn't they tell me? Dad, do you want me to make arrangements?" "No need." Baker waved his hand. "I'm familiar with Fengsheng now. When the time comes, I'll just have Dominic drive me." Georgia responded with a nod, smiling. "Alright, call me anytime if there's anything." Baker nodded and started a game with Sage. Opening the game page, Baker entered the room Sage had set up, suddenly noticing one extra person. The username was Leslie. "Is this your friend?" Baker asked Sage beside him. Sage nodded. "A gaming acquaintance I met. He has great skills. Most importantly, whenever I team up with Leslie, we always win. For the latest event, getting the godly weapon on Bombing Sun Island requires collecting 5 elements. After playing twice with Leslie, I got it." Baker understood and greeted the person first. "Great player." Leslie Killer Leslie to be female. Her voice sounded soft yet remained icy. Sage was equally surprised. "Yes, didn't I mention?" Baker shook his head. "No, but indeed very strong." "Yeah, I agree. Coincidentally, Toby plans to host the National Mission Soul Contest soon. This is a recognized esports competition, and I'm thinking of recommending Leslie to participate." Sage shared his thoughts. Baker knew Sage not only ran an entertainment company but also invested in several esport teams and built a professional esports school. After witnessing Leslie's skills that night, he found Sage's suggestion reasonable. The next morning, Baker woke up early to pick up Violetta and friends from the airport. After picking them up, he asked if they had any plans. If not, he would suggest something himself. Aspen shook her head. "No plans, just here to visit you." "Yeah, school starts soon, making it harder to see you," Violetta agreed. Baker enjoyed being around these younger ones, feeling no generation gap with them. "Alright, I heard there are many new movies recently. Shall we watch some?" "Sure." They readily agreed. In the past, Baker couldn't afford tickets. Now, he mostly watched in the Jamie Egg family's private theater, missing out on the public cinema experience. Thus, he longed to visit a public movie theater and enjoy its atmosphere. Excited, he immediately under pressure. Rarely did anyone remain calm in his presence. True fathers try to find paths for their sons, but I can't help you. Crawford chose his own path, one that can't be saved, Baker firmly stated. People waiting to enter the cinema turned to look, recognizing Baker and discreetly filming. Feeling the stares, Denver grew angry. "You won't give Lou any face at all?" Even Georgia hadn't given him a chance. Lowering his pride to beg Baker, expecting smooth sailing, he faced rejection instead. Baker grinned. "Why should I give you face? You should advise your son to behave well inside, do more good deeds, and hope for an early release to mend his ways, instead of making futile attempts to find me." With that said, he beckoned Violetta and the siblings. "Let's go, the movie is about to start." Baker didn't want to miss the beginning. Seeing no hope, Denver stormed off angrily. Unbeknownst to him, the scene had already been captured and posted online, causing Baker to trend on Weibo again. Georgia was in her office when she saw the trending topic. Hashtag rich noble bamboo little brother is too cool hashtag. Hashtag why should I give you face hashtag. Hashtag Lou Rue exploits legal loopholes and father kneels to beg hashtag. These few trends boosted Baker's visibility even further. "Ms. Jean, Mr. Xiao has refused them," Maya, the assistant, reported over the phone. Georgia smiled faintly. "I know." That evening, Baker returned home and recounted the event to Georgia. "You did well, Dad. I'll handle the Lou family matter. You can focus on preparing for school," Georgia praised. Amina came in just after. Having heard their conversation, she understood immediately, as she had seen it on Weibo in the afternoon. "Right, Daddy, prepare for school with peace of mind. I have a gift for you." She pulled out something mysteriously from her bag. Baker took it. It was a CD with a dedicated signature. "Tio, Baker, signed by Bridget." Baker exclaimed in surprise, jumping up from the sofa. "For me?" Amina nodded. "Of course, didn't she promise you a dedicated signature?" "Thank you, little Jamie Egg." Baker excitedly held up the CD and snapped a photo. He tweeted, "Dedicated signature. My back-to-school gift." Baker hadn't been active on Weibo for a month, but this time he was spotted by his fans right away. As soon as they logged on, they saw his new post. Reading its content, the fans exploded with excitement, drawing Bridget's fans into the frenzy as well. "Envious, so envious. Envy says it's tiring. Why? I also want a dedicated signature. Little brother, please ask little CEO Jamie Egg for me. I am dead. Please burn paper for me, and send Mabel's dedicated signature my way, thanks. Little brother, do I look familiar to you? I want a dedicated signature." Fans realized how exhausting it was to be Baker's fan. One moment they were praising his integrity and refusal to yield to the Lou family, and the next, They were begging him for Bridget's dedicated signatures, but despite the exhaustion, they found joy in it all, only hoping Baker would see their comments and perhaps grant some perks, like getting more of Mabel's signed items. Unfortunately, Baker logged off shortly after posting, unaware that his tweet had caused quite a stir. Chapter 35. New Troubles, New Roommates. At the entrance of the Finance and Economics University, crowds surged as freshmen and returning college students pushed their luggage towards the registration booths. Many people also gathered at the gate, looking down the road expectantly. Is little brother Lucky Bamboo coming to register today? Probably. I came early just to wait here. From this spot, I can even see my goddess. Is little President Jamie also coming today? I want Mabel's autographed photo. They discussed, each holding various bouquets of flowers. Around 9 o'clock, 3 or 4 Mercedes-Maybach S600s slowly drove up the road, causing the crowd to start buzzing. The campus security team loudly maintained order. Move back, move back. Be careful of the cars. Move back. Baker sat inside the car, watching the scene outside. Why are they so excited? He had received the acceptance letter in the past, but never had the chance to experience university life. Now that he was finally experiencing it, he found it odd. It didn't seem like what he had seen in TV shows. Was it a bit too enthusiastic? Georgia glanced coldly and reminded him, Dad, remember to politely decline others' requests later. Huh. Baker didn't quite understand his daughter's words. Not until the car stopped and Baker got out did he truly understand. Everyone greeted him enthusiastically, handing him bouquets one after another, almost overwhelming him. Only with Georgia and Sage pulling him away did Baker manage to escape the crowd. Baker took a breath. Can't these people let me go register first? Georgia gently removed petals from his hair. That's why I said you should know how to decline. Baker was speechless. He had tried to refuse, but it only made people more enthusiastic. Sage, holding Baker's luggage, smiled. Enjoy your university life well. Remember to message me anytime and play games together. In a few days, there'll be military training. Dominic has packed all your essentials in the largest suitcase. Let me know if anything is missing, and I'll bring it to you personally. Georgia reminded him. I understand, Baker assured her. On the way to the registration booth, several people recognized them and asked for selfies with Baker, saying he was already famous in the university. Along the campus roads, various clubs lined up on both sides, enthusiastically distributing flyers and inviting him to join. Baker kept declining. I'll go register first, and maybe check back later. Not joining right now. A girl student, let me help my junior carry the luggage. A boy saw an opportunity and offered to take Sage's luggage. Sage accepted without hesitation. Looking at Baker, she whispered to Georgia. It seems we worried for nothing. Your godfather is so popular, no one would dare bully him. Georgia coldly agreed. I'm going to the principal's office. You stay safe. Got it, go ahead. Sage stepped forward to shield Baker from the crowd. All right, let us go register first. With little President Jamie speaking up, who could say no? The crowd immediately parted, letting Baker through. He thanked everyone gratefully and left with Sage. Click. Camera shutters went off behind them. The Finance and Economics University online forum bust. Freshly baked. A picture of little brother holding hands with little President Jamie. The post quickly garnered attention, with comments pouring in about their good looks. Little brother is 10 times more handsome in real life. Someone commented, which many agreed with. Of course, there were jealous voices too. What's so great about being handsome? This isn't a waste collection site where looks matter. How about excelling academically? You're just bitter. Others retorted. Yeah, I agree with Floor 1251. Handsome doesn't mean much. He probably got in because of connections with Ramon and little President Jamie. Discussion shifted and heated up. In the principal's office. I hope no one else knows about my investment in this school. Let Baker study in peace. You don't need to give him any special treatment. Treat him like any other student. Georgia spoke coolly. The principal and the academic affairs director exchanged glances and said in unison, of course. Though they said so, they might not act accordingly. After all, Baker was recommended by Georgia and had ties to little President Jamie. They would surely protect him. Georgia saw through their thoughts but didn't point it out, as she hoped Baker could study safely and worry-free. Afterwards, she called Baker, but he didn't pick up. She then dialed Sage. Where are you? Male dorm area. Sage walked in but was stopped by a floor manager who forbade girls from entering. Baker told her to leave. Don't worry. I'll text you. Tell Summer not to come either. With no choice, Sage handed her phone to Baker. Summer wants to talk to you. Baker took the phone and moved to a corner, softly calling, Daughter. Dad, call me anytime you need anything, Georgia simply said. Okay. After hanging up, Baker went upstairs and opened the door to find spacious living quarters, each bed equipped with a bookshelf and computer desk. The room accommodated 4 people, with large beds, private bathroom, washing area, air conditioning, and even a refrigerator. Amazed by the new environment, Baker examined everything, touching this and that. Previously, he had visited the university briefly upon receiving his admission letter, but this was far better than before. He didn't know that Georgia, concerned about his comfort, had renovated the entire dormitory building, increasing space and creating a comfortable living environment as soon as he decided to continue studying at the university. Finding himself the first to arrive, Baker noticed a small luggage bag already placed on the left bed. He unpacked and began organizing his things. Hey, new roommate. Minutes later, a voice came from behind. Baker turned to see a shorter boy wearing glasses, round-faced, looking somewhat adorable. Hello, Baker greeted first. Upon seeing Baker, Zach dropped his things in excitement. Idle. Hugged tightly, Baker was puzzled. Realizing Baker's stiffened body, Zach quickly let go. Sorry, I got too excited. Hi, I'm Zach. Honestly, I didn't do well on the first day, but your interview gave me so much confidence. I studied hard to be in the same university as you, and finally, I want a TO signature then. James got excited. Baker made a gesture. No problem. After getting to know each other better, they went their separate ways to unpack their belongings. Once done, they agreed to head downstairs for dinner together. On the way, Kevin asked Baker if he had registered for the campus network yet. Baker shook his head. Not yet. How do I do it? He took out his phone, and Zach guided him through the registration process. To their surprise, as soon as Baker logged in, his fan count broke 10,000. James and the others, holy crap, that speed rivals a rocket. Hashtag chapter 36, Versailles literature. Baker himself hadn't expected that he would gain over 10,000 followers right after registering. Faced with the teasing from his friends, he could only say, fame can be a burden. Don't envy me. Sometimes I'm really troubled by it. James. Zach. Kevin was also speechless but didn't respond like the other two. Instead, he looked at Baker with complicated eyes. Then he gave him a thumbs up and said with a teasing tone, You've mastered Versailles literature. What's Versailles literature? Baker genuinely didn't understand this. It was currently beyond his knowledge. Walking on the campus path, people frequently greeted Baker, and some even followed closely behind to secretly take photos of him. James glanced around and explained to Baker, It's a popular internet phrase lately. It means expressing one's superiority inadvertently through reverse statements, commonly known as Versailles literature. Baker understood, but I wasn't being Versailles. I do have my worries, you can see for yourselves. The three exchanged glances and finally believed Baker was truly troubled. After all, they just wanted to go down for dinner, but people kept following them, which made them uncomfortable. Sichuan Flavor Small Restaurant. Upon entering, one could see a large banyan tree, lush and full, with a trunk so thick that 7 or 8 adults might struggle to encircle it. The courtyard and the first floor were already filled with people when the group entered. Baker and the others went upstairs to sit by the window, where they could still see red ribbons fluttering in the breeze from the banyan tree. Good-looking boys, what would you like to eat? A plump woman in her 30s or 40s came up, handing them menus. She then lowered her head, ready to write down their orders. Kevin ordered green pepper stir-fried meat, Zach ordered Mount blood tofu, and James picked a vegetarian dish. When it was Baker's turn, the plump woman stood beside him, listening intently. By chance, she glanced at him. Aren't you that famous web celebrity? Opal looked at Baker in pleasant surprise. Baker was taken aback and exchanged glances with the others. Kevin and the rest wore expressions of, here we go again. Oh, I'm not a web celebrity. Anyway, I'll have roast goose. Baker handed the menu back to the woman. Opal accepted it happily, saying, I have a good memory, no mistaking. Everyone talks about the bamboo wealth boy, and I happened to see an interview of yours. Seeing no way out, Baker admitted, yes, it's me. Opal clapped her hands and excitedly took out her phone. Oh wow, it is you. Could we take a selfie? I can put it at the entrance as a live billboard. Ah. Baker was stunned. The other three sipped their tea quietly, whispering for him to resolve it quickly. They were all hungry. Baker cleared his throat and declined. Sorry, I'm just here for dinner. Opal, the owner, seeing his refusal, didn't push further. Look at me getting too excited. I'll get the kitchen to expedite the dishes. Baker sighed in relief. Thanks. Opal smiled and headed downstairs. Kevin exclaimed, cool. After this, with you around, we can have anything to eat and drink, James joked. Zach nodded and continued eating rice. Baker chuckled helplessly. All right, if I have food, you guys will never go hungry. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere lightened. In the afternoon, they went shopping at the supermarket, bought some necessities, and returned to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Kevin lay down first. Right, support the idol leader. James shrugged. Fine, as long as the four of us stay united. Oh, don't forget the TO signing. Baker thought they'd ask more, but they didn't, making him sigh in relief. Sure. In the evening, they took turns showering and did their own things. Suddenly, Kevin turned around and asked Baker, Bro, I've been meaning to ask. There's been a heated debate on the school forum about your relationship with Goddess Sean and little President Jamie. What's up with that? Zach, while gaming, commented, These people have too much time. Who cares about the relationships between idols and goddesses? Damn, you stole my kill. As he spoke, he shot the character hiding behind a tree. Baker, who was messaging Georgia, looked up upon hearing Kevin. Family relations, he simply said. Kevin nodded vaguely and lay back down. James, wearing earphones and listening to Bridget's new song, noticed a message in the class QQ group. We get military training uniforms tomorrow, he mentioned. Baker was surprised. Where? They realized Baker wasn't in the class group, so James immediately added him. Baker saw the pin message welcoming them and instructing them to prepare for military training. A few days later, instructors would conduct a closed military training, and tomorrow they would receive their uniforms for adjustments if needed. Praising Baker for being a truly generous dorm leader. Each of them took a box of masks and facial cleanser before Baker closed his suitcase and put it away. He then accompanied Kevin to go exchange the military training uniform. After exchanging the uniform, Baker met Sage at the school gate. Sage had mentioned she would visit him today. Why didn't you drive in? Baker greeted her as she approached. Sage pulled out 4 albums from her bag and handed them to Baker. No driving allowed on campus. The enrollment day was an exception. Besides, I have some business to attend to in lynching soon. Baker fondly touched the album. Mabel's new album. Yes, specially brought for you and your roommates. Dad, I'll visit again another day. All right, drive safely. After parting ways with Sage, Baker returned to campus and gave the albums to his roommates. James was so excited he nearly knelt down. From now on, you're my real dad. Baker got a fright, wondering if James was one of his past genetic contributions. Then Zach explained, he's just too excited. These are idol albums, even signed ones. What else should we call you? By the way, he's a husband fan of Mabel. What kind of fan are you? There are different types of fans? Baker learned another small fact. On their way back, James became noticeably more enthusiastic. Baker, what kind of fan are you? He persistently. After all, the pro players were leading them. Leslie spoke through the microphone. She used a cool tone, directing Baker and the others to capture the flag and then quickly find the elements. Time flew by happily during the game. 2 rounds later, it was almost midnight. Sage, fearing that Georgia would nag him, reminded Baker to log off and rest. Seeing one person missing, Leslie was somewhat puzzled. Brother Xiao not playing anymore? Baker was momentarily taken aback before realizing Leslie was addressing him. He hurriedly explained the situation through Zach's mic. Not playing anymore, need to rest. Let's play again next time. Leslie hummed in response but didn't speak further through the mic. Instead, she typed on the public chat. Okay, I'll take you next time. Lying in bed, Baker sent a WeChat message to Sage. How did Leslie know my surname is Xiao? He hadn't revealed his personal information while playing before, not even a hint in his username. Sage, who hadn't meant to hide anything from Baker, explained, I mentioned it earlier, inviting her to the training camp and to participate in the Hangzhou competition. She neither accepted nor refused, so I said the competition could earn a lot of money, but she replied that she wasn't short of money and just wanted a peaceful life, playing games properly. I casually mentioned that you like gaming too, and suggested she could bring you along if she had the chance. Godfather, Leslie was quite impressed with you because she said she'd never seen anyone as generous in giving away their head. Baker sent an emoji of a dog head, and they didn't need to remember everything in such detail. They chatted for a few more sentences before Georgia sensed something and asked if Baker was sleeping yet. Baker sent her a sleep peacefully emoji and put down his phone. Since Baker knew about fan classifications, he searched online and found out that fans had many peculiar titles. And he learned for the first time that Bridget's fans had a loud and clear name, Chestnuts. It was endearing and cute. Thus, Baker went onto the school network and changed his username, which he had been undecided about, to Chestnuts are really delicious. As a result, a butterfly effect began. Others started following suit. What followed were names like Sugar Chestnuts, Chestnut Cake, Braised Chicken with Chestnuts. Various names related to chestnuts emerged. Looking around, the school network turned into a marketplace of chestnut-themed usernames. Some found it amusing, others thought it was hilarious. It was noon when a sarcastic and dark post appeared on the homepage of the school network. Seeing people pile up feces makes one itch. When someone eats feces, everyone follows suit, ruining the reputation of the University of Finance and Economics. Clicking in, one saw the original poster condemning the deteriorating atmosphere since Baker appeared at the university. Whatever he did or ate, people imitated, even discussing news about him rather than knowledge. Even the security guard at the gate talked about how incredible Baker was, ranking top 5 nationally, spurring a new wave of admissions. The original poster sarcastically remarked that society's morals skewed due to people like Baker. Once the post went live, it immediately garnered many replies, some criticizing the poster, others agreeing. Initially, the original poster still responded to some comments, but as criticisms grew, the post was deleted. James was the first to see the post. Angry, he started operating his computer, wrote a program, and entered the school network's backend to find out who posted it. Typing codes, James recognized an ID named Dion. They were his class vice president. When Baker and the others returned, James took the opportunity to tell Zach and Kevin about the post. Damn. Kevin clenched his fists. Dion is asking for trouble. Zach was also angry. Baker is inside bathing. Shall we go find Dion now and teach him a lesson? James nodded. Let's go. The door opening sound caught Baker's attention. He was just coming out of the shower and asked, where are you going? They didn't want Baker involved and told him, out for a bit, we'll be back soon. Baker trusted them and watched them leave. Little did he know they wouldn't return until late afternoon. It was only when he was called by his neighbors that he learned about James and the others looking for Dion. The director is very angry. This is just the beginning of the semester, and fighting already broke out without even starting military training. He says they have to call their parents, explained Maya Fei, a roommate from the neighboring dorm, who usually got along well with James and the others. Upon learning that James was detained after surrounding Dion, he came to inform Baker right away. Baker rushed to the principal's office. Why did they beat Dion? He knew his roommates wouldn't provoke incidents without reason. Maya Fei followed him and explained, Dion posted an insulting post about you, and James couldn't stand it. They looked for Dion to make him confess, but he refused. Then James pushed him, and it escalated into a fight. Baker stopped, stunned. An insulting post? Yes. Maya Fei showed his phone to Baker. The post went viral before being deleted by the OP. Many people took screenshots. Look. On the school network, many posts clarified the situation for Baker, showing screenshots of the post. Furrowing his brows, Baker said, that's jumping cockroach behavior. James acted too impulsively. Returning the phone to Maya Fei, Baker walked faster. Reaching the principal's office, he heard Dion saying, Director, I request a medical examination. 3 people bullied me alone. This cannot be left unresolved. Hearing it was related to Baker, the director initially wanted to minimize the incident. But Dion kept complaining, unwilling to let it go. Baker entered. I agree. This can't be left unresolved. My reputation is damaged. The police should be called. Director, please report it. There are cameras everywhere. Let's start investigating the insulting post. Dion panicked. He didn't expect Baker to be so serious. Just students playing around. No need to call the police. Seeing Baker enter, James and the others regained confidence. They were silent before, but now looked defiantly at Dion. We support reporting to the police. After all, they hadn't beaten Dion. Just pushing him caused him to fall and hit his head on the table. A stuntman couldn't have designed it better. The director smiled kindly at Baker. Student Baker, why are you here? Dion saw the director's servile attitude and spat secretly, glaring viciously at Baker. Baker noticed and coldly snorted. My roommates were detained. I naturally came to inquire about the situation. Dion, he called. Dion immediately pulled back his viciousness, pretending to be in pain. What? I'll cover your medical expenses. Since you're making a fuss, let's call the police. Baker mocked. Dion backed down, not wanting to involve the police. Unnecessary, just misunderstandings. Kevin flared up. Misunderstanding? You wrote the post, daring to act but not own up. Dion shook his head. I didn't. A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. Baker understood and asked the director. Director, what do you think? Professional handling is needed. The director nodded. Military training starts soon. Hot weather makes tempers rise. I understand your feelings. Go back, and I hope there won't be another such incident. Baker signaled Zach and the others. Reluctantly, they thanked the director and left. Dion glared viciously at Baker's back as they left. On the way back, Kevin couldn't understand. We're just letting it go? Let it go. Fewer problems are better. Baker realized the director also wanted to resolve the matter quietly, so he provided an exit. Please let me know if there's anything you would like to add or modify, Zach sighed. Dion is our neighbor. He's been stubborn since childhood. I didn't expect him to deny it. James sneered. Well, this will teach him a lesson. Baker nodded. In the evening, after having dinner, while Baker was chatting with Georgia and Sage in the group chat, James, wearing a face mask, suddenly appeared in front of Baker, startling him. Need anything? Baker asked. James stroked his chin as he looked at Baker. Although I've lost a rival in love, I've gained a father, which still feels like a loss. Why don't you be Mabel's husband fan? We can sit together on equal terms. Baker shook his head vigorously. No, back off. After forcing James to retreat, Baker checked his phone. In the WeChat group chat, there were already several pages of messages between him, Georgia, and Sage. He changed the group name to A Loving Family. Georgia and Sage responded with ellipses. This name, though it sounded a bit rural, was chosen by Baker. They used speechless emojis repeatedly, indicating they didn't like the name. However, Baker didn't even look at the screen. He directly took a screenshot, masked some private information, and posted it on Weibo. Family Daily Life. Starting from the group name, netizens exploded with comments. They expressed that the missing population had finally remembered their account passwords and knew how to post pictures to comfort them. Baker laughed out loud while reading the comments. Dad, are you coming home this week? Next Monday is military training. Come back and see us? A new message from Georgia appeared on WeChat. Seeing it, Baker switched back to WeChat and replied. Sorry, daughter. I made plans with my roommates to go to Rhine Square this week. I'll come back after military training. Georgia's aloof and cold face showed a hint of frost. Her beautiful eyes contained a tinge of jealousy, but despite her dissatisfaction, she replied to Baker. Okay, Dad, have fun. Take care. Sure thing, don't worry, daughter. It seemed that her dad was genuinely happy about spending time with his roommates. Even through the simple text, one could sense his cheerful mood. Maybe she should buy a few houses near University of Finance and Economics? Check what locations are suitable. Hashtag chapter 38. Some people just love to show off. Today was the first day of military training. They had been notified last night, with the requirement to assemble on the playground at 8:30 in the morning. Baker was the first one to wake up. After freshening up, he went downstairs for breakfast and brought some buns back for his roommates. When he opened the door, the other three were still lying stiffly on their beds. Hey, wake up, Baker nudged each of them. Zach fumbled around, put on his glasses from the bedside table, and mumbled, Brother, it's only 7:50. Let me sleep a bit more. Kevin flipped over and grumbled, Still early, let's sleep a little more. James sat up, but didn't even open his eyes. Baker rolled his eyes. It's not early. We need to assemble at 8:30. He glanced at the time on his phone, then turned to leave. I'm not waiting for you guys anymore. The drill master said that anyone who is late will have to run 8 laps around the playground. 8 laps? The three instantly jumped up, frantically getting dressed and ready. Wait for us. Of course, Baker would wait for them. He just stood in the hallway, playing with his phone. He checked the messages sent by his daughter. Dad, be careful during the military training. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me. And there was also a message from his goddaughter Sage. Godfather, I have a big surprise waiting for you after the military training. A big surprise. By the time the three came out, it was already 8:10. Baker put away his phone, and the four hurried towards the playground. A sharp whistle sounded, followed by a command to stand at attention, which made everyone straighten their posture and look ahead. A man with a stern appearance, regular features, and a muscular build stomped up in military boots. Hello students, I am your drill master for this period, Horace. You can call me Drill Master Jiang or Brother Jamie Egg, but I don't want anyone to address me by my full name. Understand? Yes. Everyone on the playground responded in unison. Baker felt a surge of enthusiasm. He had been looking forward to college military training for a long time. During the military training, I hope all students adhere strictly to our Army rules, be self-disciplined, not act superior, and never bully others. The military training will last 24 days. During this time, I hope you can endure all the hardships and see yourselves as real soldiers. Can you do that? Yes. Horace squinted his eagle-like eyes, scanning everyone. Your voices are so low, haven't you eaten? Louder. Yes. This time, their voices were more than twice as loud. Horace, Kevin, and Zach also stepped forward. We disagree too. The rest of the class whispered among themselves, watching to see how this would play out. Who became the captain didn't really matter to most of them. Horace observed the group, noticing Dion's red face and clear hatred. Clearly, there had been conflicts between them before. Horace asked James, who do you think is suitable then? The three pointed to Baker in unison, him. Their commotion drew attention from other classes. When they saw Baker nominated, discussion started. Even those who were merely observing showed signs of excitement. We recommend Baker too. I think he can do it. If Baker is the captain, I'll definitely be the first one to report every day. Horace had never seen such a scene. Before the training, he had reviewed everyone's files. Baker was indeed known as a minor celebrity on Weibo, and later even interviewed by TV stations. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, you shall be the class leader. Any objections? Baker stood straight, responding loudly, report, drill master, I can handle it. With such strong support, he must do well. Applause erupted, everyone smiling except for Dion. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Baker's back, coldly snorting as he returned to his position. The first lesson of the military training was standing at attention, heads high, chests puffed out. If you have the capability, go ahead and show off. I'm not even feeling tired. Dion pointed at Baker angrily. You? Doing what? Are you trying to fight? James stood up swiftly, blocking Baker. Kevin and Zach also got up. Dion gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't physically challenge them. Pointing at James, let's settle this one off. Then he walked behind a tree. James wasn't afraid. Who's scared? Kevin couldn't hold him back. Zach glanced at the nearby drill master and urged. The drill master said no fighting. Dion is setting a trap. Baker furrowed his brows. I'll check on him. You guys wait outside. He walked in. Kevin and Zach kept watch outside to avoid detection by the drill master. Upon entering, Baker heard James say, Are you asking for a beating? Thinking James was about to hit him, he sped up. But James didn't move, while Dion slapped himself and fell down, crying in pain. James looked at Baker. I didn't touch him. I know. Baker gave him a reassuring look. Dion's cries attracted the drill master's attention. Horace and 2 assistant drill masters approached, seeing Dion's swollen face. What happened? Dion accused, pointing at James. Drill master Jiang. James beat me. James clenched his fists. You coward. Hiding behind the drill master. Do you really think I'm scared? Horace rebuked him. What? You want to fight again? Supervised by the drill master. By the time he got back to the cafeteria, there wasn't much food left. It infuriated him, causing chest pain. In the afternoon training, Horace demonstrated how to march in step and invited students to come forward and try bravely. Almost everyone backed off, fearing to show off in front of the drill master. Baker also hesitated. Standing at attention well didn't mean he could march perfectly. It was always better to be humble. So when Zach and the others urged him, he refused. This did not escape Dion's notice. He raised his hand to recommend Baker. Coach Jiang, I think Baker can do a good job. Why don't we let him demonstrate for everyone? Among those present, Baker's marching was indeed the best. Horace looked at Baker. Baker, step forward. Baker, speechless, had no choice but to comply. James, seeing Dion's smug look, muttered, We should have really given him a good beating. Zach's eyes showed a mix of emotions. Dion's jealousy was still so strong. Kevin snorted coldly. Just wait. We'll get him when the opportunity comes. Horace demonstrated the goose step once again for Baker, who watched intently. His pupils sparkled with unusual brilliance, not missing any subtle details. When Baker started marching formally, Horace's eyes lit up, silently acknowledging what a promising recruit he was. Chapter 39. The pitiful must have their hateful side. Baker stood with perfect posture, slightly leaning forward at a flawless angle. His left foot moved forward 75 centimeters, while his right foot maintained balance, creating a harmonious motion. One step to the left, one to the right, perfectly coordinated and precise. His trousers swayed gently with the breeze as he executed a perfect march. Everyone was astonished. Pride shone on the faces of his roommates. Indeed, their senior brother was not only the toughest but also the coolest. Horace hadn't seen such precise and well-executed goose-stepping in a long time. Other training instructors who happened to glance over were equally impressed by Baker's march. After setting up a break, they gathered around him. Brother Jiang, what a promising recruit, they marveled. Eyes fixed on Baker. Horace nodded smugly but then resumed his stern demeanor. What are you all gawking at? Back to work. Off you go. After ushering away the other instructors, Baker came to attention and reported, Sir, I have completed the march. Great job. Horace applauded, and the other students followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. Everyone now looked at Baker with new admiration. Dion hadn't expected Baker's marching to be so good. Even he had to admit that it was indeed impressive. Could this person really have no flaws? Initially thinking Baker was just a pretty face living off the Maya and Jamie families, Dion now realized he actually had some real skills. Chewing on his fingernails, Dion felt he had underestimated Baker. That night, after washing up, Kevin and the others collapsed into bed, exhausted. Even Amnon didn't feel like gaming. Baker, however, was wide awake, sitting on his bed chatting via video call with Maya Summer and the others. Dad, how was your first day of military training? Maya Summer asked. Sage chimed in. Stepdad, are you tired? Does your feet hurt? I can buy a massage chair for your dorm room. Oh, do you want a foot massager too? Baker shook his head. I'm fine. No need for the massage chair or foot massager. People will make something out of it if they see them. Maya Summer's gaze softened as she said, Dad, why didn't you tell us about the trouble you've been having with someone deliberately making things hard for you? Yes, Stepdad, Sage added. Stunned, Baker asked, how did you know? He hadn't wanted to worry his daughter or provoke Sage, whose temper might lead her to seek retribution. The dean called me and told me what happened. Sage heard about it, Maya Summer explained. Nodding, Baker replied, I thought the issue was resolved and didn't want to worry you. It's just jealousy, nothing more. Sage huffed. People like that deserve a taste of their own medicine. Why don't we talk to the principal tomorrow and get him transferred to another class? Be good, calm down. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. He earned his place here, and that's worth acknowledging. So, let's not have him transferred, Baker reassured them. Amnon, overhearing the mention of transfer, looked at Baker. Boss, are you talking about Dion? Just chatting, Baker responded casually, noticing Amnon's uneasy expression. What's up? Well, Dion is my neighbor and was my high school classmate. He's a good person, just very jealous, Amnon replied, stealing a glance at Baker. He knew he shouldn't be defending Dion, especially since his actions were truly detestable. James disagreed sharply. Are you crazy, Amnon? What difference does it make that Dion is your neighbor? He bullied our leader. Being lenient with him would already be kindness. Lowering his head, Amnon remained silent. Kevin, hearing this, was annoyed. Amnon, are you losing your mind? Compassion isn't misplaced this way. James walked up to Amnon's bed and kicked the bedside table. Angry, Amnon glared at James. What are you doing? Screw you. James stepped closer, facing Amnon angrily. If you're dumb, I can help fix that. Turning his head away, Amnon retorted, you're the one who's dumb. The argument escalated, forcing Baker to hang up on Maya Summer and end the video call. Setting aside his phone and headphones, he approached the two, pulling them apart. Friends should settle their differences calmly. Shaking his shoulders, James declared, I don't have brothers who can't tell right from wrong. Brushing off Baker's hand, Amnon was equally upset. Who considers him a brother? Pfft. Both gave cold snorts and returned to their spots, ignoring each other. The room atmosphere became tense. Kevin couldn't believe how quickly the situation had deteriorated. That night, Baker didn't sleep well, replaying the argument between Amnon and James in his mind. Truly, youth and hot-headedness went hand in hand. Baker thought they would reconcile in the morning, but instead, they ignored each other. Kevin and James greeted Baker and left first. Amnon glanced at Baker before leaving as well. The once tight-knit group of 4 was now 3. Today's training involved reviewing yesterday's content and adding a new standing turn exercise. Along the way, Horace announced, whichever team performs best today will get to practice shooting this afternoon. Everyone was thrilled, imagining holding real guns during the practice. They all performed admirably, even Dion didn't interfere. At lunch, Dion placed a plate of braised pork in front of Baker. Baker looked up, what's this for? His complexion turning pale. You. Smack. Suddenly, James appeared, slamming his empty tray in front of Dion. Startled, both jumped. Let's go, James said to Amnon. This was the first thing he'd said since their argument. Pausing, Amnon quickly joined them. Kevin put an arm around his shoulder as the 3 headed for the door. Baker had been waiting for them outside the dining hall. Back at the dorm, with an hour before training, James recounted the cafeteria incident to Baker. Amnon apologized. Baker, I'm sorry for speaking up for him last night. Kevin and James exchanged glances, then patted Amnon's shoulder. It's okay. That jerk won't affect the 4 musketeers bond. James was upset because he didn't understand your motives. Baker looked at them fondly. These young men were full of youthful vigor, so adorable. College was indeed the best decision he had ever made. However, some people still grated on his nerves. During nap time, Baker went to another boys' dormitory to find Dion. The roommates were all surprised to see Baker. Dion, feeling the attention from everyone, felt somewhat smug. What do you want with me? He thought Baker had come to apologize for what he said at lunch. Baker saw through his smugness and poured cold water on it. Threatening Amnon, orchestrating traps against me. Each of these things I could have overlooked. But I've noticed that your face is incredibly thick. You won't cry until you see the coffin. So, I just sent the video to the head instructor. Video? What video? Everyone started murmuring amongst themselves. Dion's expression changed. He naturally knew which video Baker was talking about. He had thought everyone had forgotten about it, but Baker had handed it over directly to the head instructor. After begging Horace for so long not to report it, all his efforts now seemed futile. Sure enough, Dion was absent from the afternoon training. It was said that he had been taken by the head instructor. After the shooting practice, during the break, Baker noticed in the class group chat that the title, Vice Class President, had been removed from Dion's name. On the 3rd day, while Baker was using the restroom, he saw Dion being cornered inside by upperclassmen. Upon seeing Baker, Dion instinctively called out for help. Baker calmly washed his hands and walked away, leaving behind Dion's screams echoing in the restroom. Some people aren't worth pitying because the pitiful must have their hateful side. Chapter 40. Isn't she a daughter? After this incident, Dion learned his lesson and didn't cause any more trouble during military training. Upon hearing Zach's difficulties, Baker mentioned it to Georgia. Georgia only asked one question. Dad, do you want me to help? Baker thought for a moment. Zach is a good person. It's rare to make such sincere friends. Originally, he had thought that finishing university and enjoying the time here would be enough. But Baker didn't expect to make genuinely. It was Baker playing with Yvonne. Because of Sage's arrangements, whenever Baker went online, Yvonne would greet him actively and invite him to join a match. Yvonne turned on the microphone. Brother Xiao, how many rounds tonight? Baker looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. 1 round. Okay. Yvonne's voice was cool, but softened slightly when speaking to Baker, as he was the person who spent the most time playing games with her. She reminded him again, be cautious of their eagle-eyed range and dodge carefully. Under her training, Baker had become noticeably different. Don't worry, I won't get lost in thought again. Yvonne was silent, then loaded her dual pistols and took down 2 people hiding in the grass with several shots. Just as Zach came out of the toilet and saw Baker gaming, he couldn't help but comment sarcastically, Heaven, how does anyone still have the energy to play games? My body feels like jelly. James, lying on his back, laughed at him. Can you compare yourself to Brother Hao? With his physical condition, few people nationwide can match him. His physical fitness was formidable. Zach threw a pillow at him. Stop it, aren't we both lying here? Watching the 2 of them mess around, Baker felt cheerful and gained a few kills. Since Dion's issues were resolved, the atmosphere in the dorm had returned to normal. Yvonne handed over the first good gun she found to Baker, saying thanks. Baker says it's restrictive. What I enjoy now is freedom, living a beautiful life, and being an ordinary person. This is my current pursuit. Baker didn't expect Yvonne's refusal to stem from this. But becoming a professional player doesn't mean losing freedom. You'll have teammates fighting alongside you, and you will experience even better life. Yvonne read these words, lost in thought. She chewed on a lollipop stick, rereading the message several times. Her piercing eyes flickered with unusual light. Brother Xiao, why are you saying these things to me? Human nature is complex, the first lesson Yvonne learned upon understanding the world. Thus, meeting someone like Baker left her puzzled. Despite her guarded heart, she was moved by Baker's words. Looking at Yvonne's avatar, Moria from Mission Deity, born in the slums yet undefeated by hardship, soaring high with war god M416. Baker knew Sage would investigate, confirming that the girl across the screen was around James's age. At such a young age, brimming with vitality, she shouldn't waste precious time. Because I think you deserve better. After sending the message, Baker waited a long time without response. Military training lights turned off at 12. In the darkness, Yvonne finally replied, illuminating Baker's phone screen. She said, all right, thank you, Brother Xiao. I'll consider it. Military training passed quickly, and before they knew it, half the time was gone. Horace gave the final command, attention. Everyone wore indescribable reluctance on their faces. From the initial aimlessness to eventual nostalgia, these college students experienced another phase of growth. I discussed with other instructors. We'll provide extra snacks tonight and host a party at 8. Please join us on time, alright? Horace's eyes reddened as he gazed at the crowd, visibly moved. Alright. Everyone responded in unison. Infected by the sentiment, Baker's eyes also reddened. The end of military training brought some reluctance. Sharing this feeling with Kevin and the others resulted in playful punches. Let us alone. Look at our suntanned skin while yours remains flawless. It's unbelievable. Baker dodged, laughing bitterly. End it well, I was wrong. They let him go. Clearly, they all used masks and sunscreen, yet Baker remained untouched by the sun, earning him envy and jealousy. During the training, they suffered bruises and contusions on their legs and hands, while Baker showed no signs of discomfort. His memory was exceptional. After seeing the instructor's moves once, he could replicate them perfectly, earning praise and further jealousy. The trio even nicknamed Baker Little Monster. However, after using it a few times, they stopped. That evening, the instructors performed a martial arts routine, stirring excitement. Note: the names in the translation follow the provided guidelines, ensuring consistency and correctness in pinyin transliteration. The tone, style, and paragraph structure remain faithful to the original text. Then, after playing a bit more of the game, the drill master suggested, I propose that each team's captain perform a talent. What do you all think? Sounds good, everyone responded happily. Baker was pushed forward by Kevin and the others. He couldn't stop his feet from moving. Drill master, our captain will go first. Zach raised both hands. Horace glanced at Baker and nodded with satisfaction. All right, Baker, you go first. Horace had a very good impression of Baker because he felt Baker performed exceptionally well throughout the entire training. He even considered recruiting him for the military, but he dismissed the idea as unrealistic since Baker was still a student. Baker sighed helplessly and glanced at the three, who were giving him encouraging gestures. These troublemakers. Baker, what are you going to perform? Horace asked. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Baker thought for a moment. I don't really have any special talents. Let me sing a song for everyone. Horace nodded in approval. Great. He handed over the microphone. Everyone pulled out their phones, pointing the cameras at Baker. Baker held the microphone, closed his eyes, and all the lights focused on him. He began to sing a cappella. Under the blue sky, white clouds float by, that is my hometown. With just one line, he transported everyone into a dreamlike state, reminiscent of sitting under the sunset with a grandmother or grandfather, gently fanning themselves, enjoying peaceful times. Or like holding hands with friends, laughing and playing around in a small convenience store. It was filled with the essence of childhood. Everyone was entranced by his singing. Baker's voice was incredibly gentle, capturing the heart of every single person in the room. When the song ended, some people were moved to tears, hugging their friends and weeping. I've heard this song before. It was performed at the previous electro show by Bridget, called Hometown. Yes, that's why it sounded familiar, but Baker sang it so beautifully too. As the whispers spread, Baker bowed and left the stage, with Horace being the first to applaud. The applause lasted for a long time. Meanwhile, in the recording studio, Bridget's agent Brock was aimlessly scrolling through his phone, waiting for Bridget to finish her session. Then he saw a video posted by netizens on Weibo. He clicked on it, and hearing the first line, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even when Bridget finished and called him, he remained unfazed. Got it. After listening to the whole song, Brock removed his headphones, looking at Bridget with gleaming eyes. Bridget was confused. Got what? Brock made her sit down, handed her the headphones, and let her listen once. Bridget listened intently, her cold expression melting away. Found the angelic voice. Brock was excited. Looking at Baker's familiar face on the screen, a meaningful smile spread across Bridget's lips. Chapter 41. The Troubles of Fame. Brock said excitedly, how about it? You've never been satisfied with the male singers in the industry. Does this voice fit your new album's lead single? Bridget wore headphones and tapped her fingers on the sofa, keeping the rhythm. Brock didn't speak. He waited for Bridget to respond. A few minutes later, Bridget removed her headphones. Indeed, it's very good. His vocal range is exactly what I was looking for. Do you remember Electric Show? Brock nodded. Of course I do. What about it? He is the one who refused to duet with me. Bridget pointed at Baker on her phone screen. Brock was shocked. No way, someone actually refused you? Bridget nodded. Yes, that's why I remember him clearly. Later, when she logged into Weibo, she discovered he was the person who sent her lucky wishes and found him somewhat interesting, so she casually followed him back. She just didn't expect that netizens would make something out of it. At that time, Bridget was extremely busy preparing for her new album and couldn't deal with matters on Weibo. When she later checked Weibo and saw Baker's posts, Shnuff, how could it be? Young man, it's important to have a balanced diet during your growth years. Eat more, she smiled, looking at Baker. I like polite young men. It's pleasant to hear. Baker felt a bit embarrassed. Since she seemed close to his age, calling her sister seemed most appropriate. Well, sister, it's almost overflowing. Besides, there's too much meat. Leave some for others, please. The lady looked and realized it was indeed nearly spilling over. She sighed regrettably. This plate is too small. Next time, sister will prepare a bigger one for you. Baker quickly picked up the tray. No, thank you. Back at the table, Kevin and the others skillfully picked away the extra meat from Baker's plate. Today's braised pork is really good, they commented. Baker chuckled, shaking his head, and started eating. Halfway through the meal, the seats around were full, with many glances cast towards Baker's direction. Excuse me, can you sign here for me? A girl boldly handed over paper and pen. James teased with raised eyebrows. Baker reluctantly signed his name quickly. The girl thanked him happily and skipped away. More people approached asking for autographs. Baker previously rejected requests, causing many to gather outside the dormitory, angering the dorm supervisor. So this time, he decided to sign. Zach, sensing his difficulty, stood up and loudly announced, Only 5 signatures a day. Everyone rushed forward even more eagerly. After 5 signatures, Baker finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed eating. Baker, you fake saint. Meanwhile, Dion was agitated too. Dion recalled the past few days of bullying by seniors, sarcasm from classmates, and being ignored by the instructor during training. All this stemmed from Baker. The resentment built up inside him, and when he saw Zach laughing with him earlier and felt his facial wound, it erupted. Rushing over with clenched fists, intending to strike Baker, he was stopped by others. What's wrong with you, Dion? Yeah, if you have problems, go to the hospital. Why pick on Baker? Yeah, classmates chimed in, defending Baker. Dion, standing in front of Baker with venomous eyes. Why didn't you help me that day? You saw them bullying me in the restroom, yet you walked away coldly. Do you know how badly they beat me? Baker coldly replied, why should I involve myself in your conflicts? And why should I save you? Why did you help Zach then? If you're so kind-hearted, why not directly buy a house for him? Dion laughed sarcastically. Zach, angered, retorted, Dion, you're a mad dog biting anyone. Shut up, ungrateful traitor. If not for our family's assistance and reduced rent, do you think your parents could afford to send you to finance college? Who do you think you are, attending this school? Baker didn't want to waste words on him and called Georgia. Your previous suggestion was good. Transfer him. Such a person doesn't deserve to study at my ideal finance college. Georgia didn't ask why but detected Baker's anger. All right, Dad. I'll call the principal. Okay. Baker hung up, genuinely angry. He didn't want to bother anyone, but Dion had crossed the line. Don't be upset, Dad. Take care of yourself. Let me handle this. Georgia tried to calm him down. Baker agreed and ended the call. Dion continued arguing with Zach and the others. Baker walked over, and the surrounding classmates instinctively parted for him. Standing before Dion, his height of nearly 6 feet imposed pressure on Dion, dampening his aggression. What? Dion took a defensive stance. Baker smirked disdainfully. People blame the house for poverty and the bamboo basket for lack of rice. You, Dion, will always be like this. Then he turned and left, Zach and the others following. Other students also distanced themselves from Dion, pointing and whispering. Watching Baker walk away, Dion stomped his foot in frustration. He was angry with himself for being intimidated by Baker's demeanor just now. In the following days, no one saw Dion, assuming he was absent from military training due to health issues. Eventually, someone found out that Dion had transferred schools. It was personally handled by the principal. Baker thought the rest of the military training would proceed smoothly, especially without the annoying disturbances. However, he didn't expect the sudden arrival of television stations and major internet celebrities. They had all seen Baker's performance at the military training gala online and came for live interviews. Horace looked grim and ordered Baker to step forward, pointing to the crowd outside the playground. Baker, these people are here for you, seriously affecting our training. I hope you handle this properly. I don't want to see these people around during the afternoon training. Yes, sir. Baker responded loudly. The others continued their normal training as Baker walked to the perimeter and said, Everyone, we're in the middle of military training, and your presence will cause disruptions. Could you please leave? These people were here specifically to follow him. How could they leave easily? They insisted on interviewing him. Seeing no way out, Baker stepped aside and called Georgia, explaining the situation. Georgia frowned. Dad, I understand. I'll resolve it immediately. Her voice carried a coldness. Baker felt somewhat guilty. I don't want to trouble you, my dear. Dad, I want you to let me worry about things, okay? I'm your daughter, Georgia smiled. Baker nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you, my dear. After hanging up, Baker waited 5 minutes. The media and internet celebrities suddenly left as if they had discovered a big story. It turned out that Maya, the assistant, had released news that the esports goddess Becky was returning from training abroad. Everyone rushed to the airport to greet her. Back in the dormitory that night, Zach saw this news and regretted deeply. My esports goddess. If only I had known, I would have gone to the airport too. Baker, who wasn't very familiar with the esports world, asked, Is Becky very famous? The others looked at Baker with wide eyes, and Zach dramatically explained everything about Becky to him. Baker learned that Becky was considered legendary because there were few female players who excelled in operational gameplay in the esports circle. Her popularity was sky high. At 9 p.m., Leslie went live playing an FPS game. Baker and Zach both tuned in to support her. It was their first time seeing Leslie's appearance. She wore twin ponytails, had white headphones over her ears, and a black mask covering her mouth, wrapped tightly in clothes. What stood out most were her eyes, sharp and guarded. During Leslie's first live stream, while connecting with random teammates, she ended up linking to a minor account. Chapter 42. Esports Goddess accidentally likes a stream. How are they all minor accounts? Can the streamer carry them? The streamer's account is only platinum. How does she have the guts to stream? That's not right. This newly entered minor account seems familiar. It's Becky. This, Let the Bullet Fly, is Becky's minor account. This comment instantly boosted the heat of the stream. Yvonne didn't originally intend to pay attention to the chat comments, but as the number of people in the live room increased rapidly, she glanced and found that everyone was talking about the new teammate, Let the Bullet Fly, being the esports goddess Becky's minor account. How could this be possible? Baker and Zach were also questioning it. Baker asked, Becky, I remember you said you're the esports goddess, and you've just got off the plane for a while. You should be resting, so why would you be streaming with Yvonne? Zach also expressed his confusion. I don't know either. But this magician is indeed Becky's minor account. Her username has the symbol of WH Club. WH Club is the largest esports club in the country, where Becky serves as the captain. Because she excelled in every game and won many championship titles, showcasing comprehensive skills, she has been called the esports goddess by many netizens and holds a high reputation in the gaming circle. Therefore, many of her minor accounts have also been remembered, among which, Let the Bullet Fly, left the deepest impression. The game began, and Yvonne earnestly directed everyone. They had chosen the hard mode this time. Baker found it challenging since he usually played mobile leisure games. Occasionally when doing activities, Yvonne would take him into advanced mode, but he had never touched the PC version's hard mode. So in the first shot, he sent a kill to the other team. Yvonne spoke through the microphone. Brother Xiao, my mistake? There was suppressed self-blame in her voice. How could she make such a small mistake? For Yvonne's first live stream, her focus was entirely on winning, causing her to overlook Baker slightly and resulting in this mistake. Netizens on the chat mercilessly criticized Baker, demanding that he log off immediately so as not to disgrace himself. Some even yelled that the streamer wasn't qualified to stream and told Yvonne to leave. Baker typed on the public screen, "Shut up, trolls. Your idol is watching. Becky hasn't said anything, so what are you criticizing?" Inside WH Club, Amy saw these words and raised her eyebrows, her red lips curling into an enchanting smile. This person is somewhat smart, knowing to pull her out as a shield. The screen flashed rapidly with shouts demanding Becky quit the team and not play with minor streamers to protect her reputation. In fact, Amy had known Yvonne from training sessions at the Los Angeles club. Late at night, they often encountered each other, and seeing Yvonne's good operations, Amy used her minor account to play and rank with Yvonne. Unaware of Amy's identity, Amy joined simply because she wanted to play with Yvonne and cheer her on. Opening the mic, Amy's clear voice carried a certain authority. "My fans do not interfere with my gaming." With those few words, her position was made clear. Baker was stunned for a moment. Amy gave a thumbs up to Baker's character before logging off. Yvonne thanked everyone for watching and ended the live stream. Privately, she messaged Baker, "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry about today's stream." Baker replied, "No problem. I'll be in military training recently, so I'll have less time to play. I'll send you my WeChat. Contact me if you need anything." He sent a string of numbers. Yvonne. All right. Baker logged out of the game and received a new friend request. Adding the friend, he noted the name Yvonne. They chatted briefly, but then Nina's messages bombarded him with dozens of messages. "Daddy, why didn't you bring me to play? Daddy, awesome job." Got a thumbs up from Becky, who was colder and prouder than Summer. Even her teammates rarely get her likes. "Daddy, heard you snatched a kill from Becky. Impressive, just like my daddy." "Daddy, why aren't you replying?" Baker immediately called her. "Aren't your hands tired? Sending so many messages, I might as well call you directly." Nina giggled. "I've been pretty busy lately, missing daddy, and then you go behind my back to play with Yvonne without me." "Not really behind your back. Haven't I asked you to join every time? You always said you were busy, and it's Yvonne's first stream, so I had to support her." Baker explained. Nina acknowledged it and asked Baker if the fruit was good, saying she peeled some of the varieties. Baker praised her. "Good girl." The next day, Kevin came to school and found out Baker had played with Becky. Immediately clinging to Baker, he said, "Brother, you're my real brother. Why did you go home and play with Becky behind my back?" Baker looked confused and glanced at Zach. Zach explained, "Kevin is a die-hard fan of Becky. Though he doesn't usually play much, he knows more about the game than I do because his idol plays it." James kicked Kevin. "Enough embarrassment. Get up." "I won't." Kevin held tighter. "Brother, bring me to play. Let me play with Becky once. A signed picture would make me content." This put Baker in a dilemma. "I don't know her. We just happened to play together last night." Kevin stood up. "Brother, my idol gave you a thumbs up?" Speaking of this, Baker was also a bit puzzled. "Ah, I saw it, but I don't know why she liked it. Maybe it was accidental?" "Yes, probably intended for Yvonne but clicked on him by accident." Kevin nodded in agreement after some thought. "That makes sense." Stopping the topic there, Baker messaged Yvonne, "Do you know Becky?" Yvonne must have been busy. She replied in the afternoon, "Didn't know her until last night. Always bumping into, let the bullet fly, late at night. Added her for games." "Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just wondering. She gave me a thumbs up, causing a stir, and I'm a little nervous." Baker really feared becoming famous. He just wanted to enjoy his university life. Fame was something he hoped to avoid. Yvonne sent a rare smiley face emoticon. Indeed worth a thumbs up. "Last night's performance was great." Baker replied, "You're better. I just picked up a bit." They chatted for a while before Yvonne mentioned she had to go. Baker then put away his phone. At the Finance University gate, Brock got out of the car, tidied up his clothes, showed his identity to the guard, and walked in. Since he had learned that Baker was still participating in military training, he headed directly toward the sports field. Clutching a briefcase, wearing bolong sunglasses, and dressed flamboyantly, he attracted many gazes. Brock first found Horace and handed him a business card, saying he was looking for Baker. Horace glanced at it, noting it was from Jamie Entertainment Company, and replied coldly, "In 20 minutes, we'll start our training. He's over there. I sent him to move some equipment." "Thank you." When Brock found Baker, he was moving equipment alone. "Baker, hello?" He extended his hand with a friendly smile. Baker turned around and saw a rather unseemly-looking man grinning at him. He took a step back and tightened his grip on the equipment. "Who are you?" Brock offered his business card. "I'm Bridget's agent, and I have something to discuss with you." Baker took the card but declined further interaction. "I'm busy." Then he quickly left, feeling as if he were fleeing. Earlier, someone wearing big sunglasses and a flashy outfit approached me with a scruffy beard. He said he's Bridget's agent and wanted to discuss something. Baker recounted to his roommates back at the sports field. He held up the card. He looked too much like a shady character. "I was alone in the equipment room and feared he might pull out a knife, so I ran." Everyone laughed, but James snatched the card upon seeing it. "Holy crap, Brother How, this really is Brock's business card." The logo of Jamie Entertainment was gold-plated, which couldn't be fake. James pulled Baker up eagerly. "Come on, let's go. You know how many singers dream of getting this top agent? And you treated him like a gangster." Baker calmed him down. "First, I really don't know any top agent named Brock. Second, his smile was truly creepy. Third, if this card is real, we can just call and verify." James thought about it and agreed. They didn't have time before training started. "Call him now." Baker pulled out his phone and dialed the number on the card. After a few rings, it connected. "Hello, this is Baker." "Hello, did you reconsider?" Brock asked excitedly from inside his car. Baker thought for a moment and said, "There was a misunderstanding earlier. I'm calling to ask what you want to discuss." He needed specifics to decide how to respond. Brock explained, "Bridget and I have heard your a cappella version of Hometown. We think your voice fits a song on her new album, so we'd like to invite you to collaborate." Collaborating with Bridget. Baker caught the significance, and his roommates nodded, urging him to accept. He replied, "Sure, but we need to meet and discuss the details." With that, Baker laid the groundwork for a future meeting, ensuring they could iron out all particulars face to face. Chapter 43. I just can't stand you. Brock nodded eagerly. "Sure, right now?" "Not now. I still have military training. How about I call you once it's over to set a date?" Baker asked. Brock was somewhat troubled. Bridget's second album was only waiting for the theme song to be finalized, and the official Weibo had announced that the album would be released by the end of next month, so he didn't dare to agree immediately. However, if he let go, he was afraid that Baker might change his mind. After some thought, Brock replied, "How about this? Your military training should be over in a few days, right? Let's add each other on WeChat first, and keep in touch. After your training is done, we can make an appointment and finalize everything as soon as possible." Baker detected the urgency in his voice. "Alright, my WeChat number is this phone number." "Great, adding you right away." Brock hung up and quickly added Baker on WeChat. Then he drove to the photo studio where Bridget was shooting the cover for her new album. Did he agree? Brock's mouth was dry. He drank a glass of water before answering Bridget. He did, but he said he wanted to discuss the specifics. "I suggested setting a date sooner, but he's still in military training, so it can't be helped." Bridget understood. "No rush, wait until he sets a time." Brock stared at her in disbelief. "Beautiful, this is urgent, alright? The second album will be released at the end of next month. If he doesn't come to try out, how will we know if he's suitable? If this goes wrong, many things will be delayed." Bridget closed her eyes to touch up her makeup. "Patience, haste makes waste. I think he'll be fine." This confidence was more pronounced after she heard Baker sing. Brock conceded half-heartedly. Alright, I'm the most anxious one." Over the following days, Brock would frequently message Baker, inviting him to meet. Initially, Baker responded, saying they could discuss details after the training. But later, growing somewhat impatient with Brock's persistence, he stopped replying. Brock even complained to Bridget, causing her to laugh at his impatience. On the last day of military training, Horace gathered everyone under a large tree. Gentle sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting shadows over everyone. "This afternoon, I spoke with the other instructors. No more training today. Let's chat and share stories." Everyone knew that Horace's arrangement was part of the farewell. There was a tinge of reluctance on everyone's face. Horace asked, "Didn't remember? Should I demonstrate again?" "Yes," they agreed unanimously. A bold girl joked, "Coach, can this set of moves take down a pervert?" All eyes turned to her. Horace nodded. "Of course, but the power is too strong. I'm worried you might kill the pervert after learning it. Better to learn a lighter self-defense routine." The girl thanked him gratefully. Horace had trained them earlier. They were arrogant and uncontrollable back then too. These troublemakers relied on their family's wealth and always caused incidents. Dion transferred schools due to bullying by these individuals, leading to a public reprimand by the principal and even mentioned during assembly. Horace glanced at Baker. Before he could speak, Baker stepped forward. "Senior, just say you can't stand me, don't involve Coach. He's not a fool and won't fall for your tricks." This straightforwardness drew laughter from the crowd. Zane's face flushed with anger. This Baker was indeed bold, daring to confront him directly. Zane, hands in pockets, scoffed arrogantly. "I just can't stand you. What about it? Dare to fight using the military combat boxing taught by Coach?" "Nope." Baker ignored him completely. "You?" Zane's eyes widened. He didn't expect Baker to defy convention. "I bet you're just scared." "Scared?" He did. Who would remember it? The three of them stared at Baker. Baker's eyes flickered as he waved his hand dismissively. "I was just lucky. I actually only got exposed to it today." He couldn't say that 40 years ago. He had learned this during high school military training. So when Horace demonstrated today, Baker only needed to perform once, and his muscle memory kicked in. The three of them thought about it, and nodded in agreement. "Apologe. No wonder they call you the blessing koi. Netizens are making wishes on your Weibo, and I want to make a wish too." They grabbed Baker playfully, but his phone rang. It was Brock calling. They let go, and Baker answered, "Hello? Classmate, your military training is over, right? Do you have time to meet tomorrow and discuss things in detail?" Brock was genuinely anxious. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and Brock called because Baker hadn't responded to messages for a long time. Uncertain, he resorted to a phone call. Baker thought for a moment, "Sure, but I have classes tomorrow and don't know what time would be appropriate." "Then give me a message around noon tomorrow, okay?" "Alright." Satisfied with the response, Brock hung up and told Bridget beside him, he agreed. Chapter 44. Standing up for justice and becoming a hero. "Got it." Bridget opened her eyes and slightly turned her head. Looking at Brock, she said, "Time waits for no one. Call him at noon to set up the meeting." Brock was choked by this sentence. "My queen, you have the nerve to say that? I've been saying time waits for no one. You said haste makes waste." Bridget chuckled. "I was teasing you, but we do need to speed things up. Thanks for your effort, Brother Ho. Once I become a Golden Melody award-winning singer, I will definitely remember your contributions. I'll bring you along to stand on the world's peak with me." Brock was moved to tears by her words. He understood too well how hard Bridget had worked. Her songs dominated the charts, but competition was fierce, so they needed to release new albums quickly. "Alright, inspired by what you said, I'll definitely get Baker on board." He was fired up. So, he sent more messages to Baker, trying to finalize the arrangements as soon as possible. The next day, Baker only learned about these messages after waking up. As he walked into class with his roommates, all the classmates turned to look at him and began clapping. This bewildered the four musketeers. Baker smiled faintly and sat down. He noticed that everyone's enthusiastic gazes were still fixed on him. He whispered to James on his left, "What else happened that I don't know?" James shrugged. No clue. You've had too many famous incidents. While the teacher hadn't arrived yet, Zach and the others quickly logged onto the campus network and found that the top 10 posts were all about Baker's duel with Zane the previous day. Probably this. Kevin showed Baker the video. Baker sighed. Why did something always happen every day? All he wanted was to be an ordinary student and finish college quietly. There were only 2 classes in the morning, so Baker replied to Brock, "Can meet next week. If plans change, it won't work out. Can you send me the details of what I need to do and any precautions?" Brock immediately sent over the information. Baker read through it and noted everything down. After class, they planned to go to the cafeteria for lunch, then pack up their luggage in the afternoon to prepare for the trip home. Wow, we're late. Kevin draped an arm around Baker's shoulder, noticing the crowded cafeteria. Baker looked up and indeed saw more people than usual. The cafeteria had recently hired more chefs, introducing dishes from all over China, including specialties from the nearby food street. In hot weather, students preferred the spacious, air-conditioned cafeteria where the food tasted great, hence the early crowds. Let's join the queue and see what's good today. Baker put his phone in his pocket. James and the others followed him. Baker, it's Baker. Someone spotted him first and excitedly called out. Baker looked around, and everyone was holding trays and staring at him. Apollo, come here. I'll let you get your meal first. Go. Apollo loves meat the most. Here, I've got sliced pork salad, perfect with rice. Apollo, use my card. Just pick whatever you want. Faced with such enthusiasm, Baker raised his hands defensively. No, you guys go ahead. He stood at the end of the line. Soon, the first person ran to the back, and everyone else followed, leaving Baker at the front. Shocked, Baker looked behind him. Everyone waved and smiled at him. Behind him, Zach patted his shoulder. True to my idol. You saved us from waiting in line. James nodded. It's really an honor to be your friend. Kevin agreed. I'm tired of saying how envious I am, but others are envious of me. Ha ha ha. Baker helplessly picked up a tray and handed it to the server. She filled it generously, piling up each dish. Too much, brother. Baker tried to stop her, but in vain. The server mumbled, this tray is too small. Another server added, yes, I have Cantonese cuisine. Take another tray for this handsome boy. Baker's eyes widened and hurriedly took his tray, sitting down. Classmates around him warmly invited him to join them. Baker asked, puzzled, why is everyone so enthusiastic today? Usually they were friendly, but today it seemed too much. Because you taught Zane a lesson. They've been misbehaving because of their family money, disliked by both freshmen and seniors. Yesterday you made Georgia and Sage held sparklers at the doorway, watching Baker. Startled, Baker reacted, I thought the light bulb exploded. A servant pushed his luggage inside. Georgia took his left hand. Sage ran up to hold his right hand. Georgia glanced coldly. Sage hugged tighter. Dry dad. I told you we couldn't pick you up because we were decorating the house, see? Sage pointed inside. Under the crystal chandelier was a large round table with a 9-tier cake, decorated differently on each tier. Servants stood by with champagne and other items. Various dining tables were placed around, filled with different foods. You've put effort into it, Baker nodded appreciatively. Dad, where do you want to go today? I'll accompany you. Georgia offered him a glass of champagne. Baker accepted it, taking a sip. Won't it interfere with your work? They shook heads, saying in unison, work can wait any time. You rarely come home. Spending time with you is the priority. Okay, thanks, darling, thanks, little Jamie. Baker patted their hands, feeling deeply touched. Indeed, home was the warmest harbor. Holiday time passed quickly. When Baker returned to school, his suitcase was packed full by Georgia and the others. Inside were men's cosmetics, various clothes, food, drinks, and even expensive outfits for each roommate. Baker thought it might be too extravagant. Sage waved it off, just a small token. This translation aims to stay true to the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and grammatical accuracy in English. Georgia said, a friend Dad approves of is someone we approve of as well. When Baker handed out the gifts to the 3 of them, they were utterly shocked, muttering several expletives. Brother how, you should ask your family if they need more brothers. I can be a younger brother. Kevin was enamored with the clothes. This remark earned nods of approval from the other 2. Baker felt awkward. No, that's not necessary. By the way, has the new timetable come out yet? Zach glanced at the class group chat and groaned. Oh no. Why do we still have Professor Deng's class on Wednesday? What? Let me see. James and Kevin looked at their phones. Their faces immediately contorted in agony. Confused, Baker asked, who is Deng? Deng Wopa is a nickname given by students due to his intimidating reputation. His full name is Aloysius, a well-known devil professor at the Finance University. In his class, you can't bring your phone inside. Whispering during class will result in warnings, and if you're late or skip, he'll mercilessly penalize you and deduct credits. Aloysius. Baker thought this name sounded familiar because he had a high school classmate named Aloysius. But the world shouldn't be that small. Baker shook his head. We'll just be careful then. Monday's schedule wasn't too tight, so Baker and his friends were quite relaxed. Until the student union came looking for them. Baker, hello, I'm Cullen, the president of the student union. This time, I've come to invite you to join the student union. I've reviewed your academic records and recent incidents, and I believe you have great potential and could excel in student union work. Baker looked at the hand extended before him, shook it briefly, and let go. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the student union. Cullen adjusted his glasses, noticing that everyone around had turned to look. He spoke gently. I see. It seems Baker isn't very familiar with the student union. Baker shook his head. Even if I knew more about it, I still wouldn't want to join. He simply wasn't interested. The atmosphere grew awkward. From behind Baker, Kevin poked his head out. President, I'm very interested in the student union. Would you consider me? This translation aims to stay true to the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and grammatical accuracy in English. Please translate the Chinese text input by the user into English, ensuring that. Please use only English and do not include other languages. Note that Chinese character names pinyin as an English name should be very correct. Maintain the original tone and style. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. #### Chapter 45. Take care of yourself and don't stay up late. Baker stood beside him and chimed in, "My friend is indeed quite good. You can consider recruiting such talent." When Cullen heard this, he finally gave Kevin a serious look. "All right, the propaganda department needs people. Go give it a try. Report tomorrow." Zach and James had run errands for their teacher, so when they returned to the dormitory and heard that Kevin was joining the student council, they were mostly envious. "Don't worry, I'll make waves inside and pull you guys along," Kevin said confidently, patting his chest in assurance. Baker shook his head with a smile. This guy was clearly getting ahead of himself. Zach glanced at Baker and asked curiously, "So, Brother Hao, why don't you join the student council? So many people want to get in and have to apply through various means. The president came personally to invite you. It's such an honor." Kevin also didn't understand. "Yeah, why did you refuse?" Baker looked at the three of them and explained. "The student council has too many people, too much gossip, and too many trivial matters. I'm already famous enough. I don't want to create more commotion. I just want a low-key life. Get it?" "Got it," the three nodded. But after being around him for so long, even the initial admiration for Baker's fame turned into envy over his constant attention. Going to the bathroom became a hassle, as people would follow him enthusiastically, making life very inconvenient. He truly had no personal space anymore. Zach opened up his game, Mission Meta Spirit, on the computer and called Baker, "Brother Hao, how about a match?" "Sure," Baker agreed with a nod. They invited James and Kevin to join, forming a team of 4 to play together. After the first match ended, another person joined the room. It was Leslie. "Great player." Zach was very excited. Leslie typed a simple on the public chat. Baker greeted her, "Long time no see, Leslie." During military training, they played less often, so they had fewer chances to queue with Leslie. This time, Leslie didn't type on the public chat but turned on the mic. Her voice was as cold and cool as always. "Xiaoge, I've been pretty busy lately, haven't played much. Sorry for not following through on helping you reach star rank. I promise to carry you in the future." Baker chuckled lightly. "It's okay. Gaming is for relaxation. No need to be so serious. But you should take care of yourself amidst all the work. Don't neglect your health." He thought of his daughter who was just like that. Baker suddenly worried about Maya Summer's health. He closed the mic and sent a message in the family group chat. "Daughter, have you been staying up late recently? Anywhere feeling unwell? Dad isn't there to watch over you. Are you behaving well?" Maya Summer replied quickly, "Dad, I've been very well behaved, not staying up late, and I listen to you. Don't worry." Seeing this, Baker nodded with satisfaction. Then, he heard Leslie's voice again. "Thanks for your concern. I don't feel tired at all. On the contrary, this fulfilling life is exactly what I've always wanted." The dorm mates all heard this and wondered what kind of environment Leslie was in to say such things. Zach asked, "Great player. How old are you? You seem to have experienced so much. Like my parents always say, tiring yet happy," James joked. Kevin kicked him with his foot. "Your voice doesn't sound middle-aged at all. Feels like ours." "Great player, are you a student too?" Leslie replied coldly, "No." Baker added, "Seems a bit complicated." His voice was clear and chilly, ending with a smile that made everyone feel comfortable. Leslie hesitated, crushed the lollipop in her mouth, then hummed through her nose, "Yes, it's complicated. Shall we continue playing? I'll carry you." Baker hadn't fully understood her meaning but was interrupted by Zach and the others eagerly shouting to play on. His thoughts were jumbled. In the second match, Leslie led them to dominate the game, giving Baker that thrilling feeling akin to real gunfights. Playing with Leslie, one didn't dare to breathe heavily, as she might surprise them with some incredible moves. Baker also became formidable, securing as many kills as Leslie. Zach and the others found it incredibly satisfying. The next morning, Kevin went to the student council to report, taking a half day off for it. After finishing class, Baker and the others were heading to the cafeteria when Kevin caught up, hanging onto Zach and James's shoulders despairingly. Baker frowned at him. "What happened?" After catching his breath, Kevin complained, "Don't mention it. I regret joining the student council. In the morning, I ran around nonstop without a break or even a sip of water." Baker handed him his water bottle. "Didn't you say you could handle it?" Kevin opened it, took a sip, and stared wide-eyed at the tea leaves in the cup. "Brother Hao, you're into health now? Hot water with tea? Next time, will it be wolfberry?" "Maybe." Baker reclaimed his cup. What was wrong with hot water? He liked drinking hot water. "I'm sure my stamina is fine. The problem is Vice President Yang Miao. She's a real boss lady." Kevin continued eating, still complaining. Baker's plate was once again full, so Zach and James didn't need to serve themselves much, eating straight from his plate. "How so?" Baker asked. Kevin thought for a moment and said, "Extremely domineering. If she says east, you better not think of going west, or she'll make you suffer. And she's not gentle at all. Her voice is deafening, and when she shouts my name, it echoes all the way to the 3rd floor." For emphasis, he put his hands on his waist, eliciting laughs from those around them. Baker almost choked on his food. After finishing, James commented, "Still, Mabel is the most gentle, right, Brother Hao?" Recalling his interactions with Bridget, Baker nodded deeply. "True, but I think no one compares to my family. Like his sensible and capable daughter, Maya Summer, and his lively though somewhat unintelligent goddaughter, Sage. Who else would send messages at 3 a.m. via voice note, questioning why he wasn't caring for her?" Baker discovered these messages in the morning, fearing Sage would come looking for answers, and quickly replied with a long message, urging her to take care of herself and hoping she wouldn't get sick. Sage replied with multiple cheerful emojis. She was easily satisfied, which made Baker feel a pang of pity. How lacking in love must she be to find so much satisfaction in such small gestures? After finishing their meals, while collecting their trays, Zane and company approached. Baker's eyes instantly turned cold as he stared at them. People nearby quickly dispersed, not wanting to get involved. Zach, James, and Kevin positioned themselves in front of Baker, ready to face off. James sneered at Zane. Loser, what do you want? They hadn't seen Zane and company in a while, assuming they had been taught a lesson and weren't as unruly. However, here they were, looking like troublemakers. Zane stopped and looked at Baker. Relax, I just want to invite you to dinner at Juician restaurant tonight as an apology for last time. Give me a chance, Baker? Zach advised Baker, don't go. It might be a trap. Yeah, Kevin and James agreed. Baker stepped forward, facing Zane. It's fine, he won't eat me. I'll accept the invitation, but afterwards, I hope you leave me alone. Let's part ways. Agreed. Zane spread his arms and smiled before turning to leave. Kevin called out, hey, we're coming too. He was worried about Baker going alone. Zane smirked arrogantly. Fine, bring them along. There's enough space at the table. And he left. That evening, the trio followed Baker to Juician restaurant. The restaurant owner recognized Baker and warmly welcomed him, initially offering the best seat. But upon hearing Zane was hosting, his expression changed. He instructed Baker, student, these people aren't easy to deal with. If anything happens, use your cup as a signal, and I'll call the police immediately. Baker. ##### end of chapter 45 #### chapter 46. A miscalculation and an unexpected encounter. This boss must have watched too many anti-Japanese war dramas. But still, Baker followed Left Wave, Zach, and the others, silently giving him a thumbs up. This boss could be trusted. When they arrived at the private room, it was filled with smoke and a heavy atmosphere. Zane and his group were smoking and laughing. Seeing Baker and the others enter, they pointed to a few empty seats. Sit wherever. Left Wave glanced at Baker for confirmation. Baker walked over to the window, opened all the windows first, and then sat down. Once he settled in, the other three followed suit. Zane raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with his companions, then stubbed out his cigarette. He pointed at Baker and asked, can you drink? The first cup of alcohol Baker had ever drunk was champagne given by Maya Summer. At that time, he wasn't used to it but gradually developed a liking for its taste. He shook his head at Zane. No, I can't. Zane sneered and called the waiter over. Bring several crates of beer and hurry up with the hot dishes. Are you trying to starve my brothers? The waiter quickly complied. Before long, several crates of beer were brought in by a few waiters, and they opened one crate immediately. There were 24 bottles in a crate, and Zane placed 3 bottles in front of each of the 4 boys. Zane picked up a bottle, clinked it against Baker's bottle, and chugged half of it from the bottle. Zane gestured, bro, last time during military training, I really wronged you. I'll finish this first. Shouldn't you respond? Baker looked at him coldly and replied, I said. Professor Devlin didn't allow them inside, making Baker and the others stand in the hallway until the class ended. Left Wave murmured under his breath, finished? How could the lock choose to break now? Baker, on the other hand, stared at the man on the podium, falling into a state of shock. Professor Devlin sensed a heated gaze from outside and frowned, noticing Baker. He saw that familiar face and stiffened, dropping the chalk in his hand without realizing it. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 46. The Maiden is Furious. It wasn't him. After Aloysius calmed down, he took another piece of chalk and continued his lecture. Baker also retracted his gaze. He needed time to digest the information swirling in his mind. Initially hearing the name Aloysius, Baker thought it was just a coincidence inside that the world couldn't be so small. But indeed, the world can be very small. This Aloysius was his best deskmate and good friend from high school. Baker confirmed this when he saw the scar on his right wrist, because that scar was inflicted when they were working part-time during the summer, and Aloysius had been slashed protecting him from some thugs. After class, Aloysius called the 4 of them into the office. He inquired about the reason for their tardiness. Zach said, the lock broke. Just now, the dormitory manager messaged me, saying our door lock's keyhole was filled with glue. As he spoke, he showed the message to Aloysius. Aloysius looked at it without changing his serious expression, then returned the phone to Zach. He gave a meaningful look at Baker, thinking, could this person be the son of that one? Aloysius cleared his throat and said, being late is being late. You can investigate this matter yourselves, write a report to me, and I'll consider whether to waive your demerits. That's all, you may go. Kevin scratched his neck irritably and left first. Zach and James, looking dejected, followed suit. Baker was the last to leave. Before going, he turned and called out, Brother Zao. Aloysius flinched, slowly getting up and walking towards Baker. What did you call me? This nickname was common among those his age. What shocked Aloysius was Baker's voice and expression. Exactly like the face in his memory, even the voice matched perfectly. But that couldn't be possible. After receiving the acceptance letter, that person vanished, leaving behind only the words, live well. Brother Zao, it's me. Baker closed the door, holding Aloysius's aged hand and calling again. Outside, Zach turned around. Where's Brother Hao? James and others also turned. Holy shit. Did Professor Deng retain Brother Hao alone? Concerned, they went back but found the door shut. Through the window, they saw Baker holding the professor's hand, who had red eyes. What's going on? Did the professor cry? Where have you been? Why no news for so many years? I searched for you in the alleys, but your aunt had already moved away. Later, I heard your aunt passed away, and your cousin also disappeared, leaving only a daughter, nowhere to be found. Aloysius looked at Baker, sighing deeply. He was truly astonished by Baker's youthfulness, unchanged appearance, and decision to study finance, adhering to his passion. Baker explained briefly about the hibernation plan of the Jean Corporation. Though Aloysius found it hard to believe, he accepted it because it came from Baker, his best buddy from high school. To be alive is enough, he patted Baker's arm. Baker nodded, yes, to be alive is enough. By the way, I have a daughter now. Let me introduce her to you someday. What? Did you get married? Aloysius's mouth gaped open. Not married. It's through sperm donation. It's complicated. I'll explain later. My roommates are waiting, so I should go. Baker turned and saw 3 heads outside the glass. Startled, he wondered if they heard anything. Aloysius assured him, relax. The windows and door are shut. They wouldn't hear us clearly from this distance. That's good. The less people know, the better. Aloysius agreed, opened the door, and walked out with Baker. To Kevin and others, it seemed as though Aloysius happily escorted Baker out. Impressive. They managed to win over the devilish professor. In their minds, Baker's image grew more impressive. Baker didn't realize their misunderstanding and chatted a bit more with Aloysius before joining them. Immediately, Kevin embraced him, while Zach and James followed closely. Fess up, what did you talk about with Professor Dang? Did he cry? Baker started blabbering, nothing much. I told him an emotional story to soften him up. He won't be mad or deduct our points anymore. The 3 stopped and shook their heads in unison. We don't believe you. Don't think ill of the professor. He's serious, but really kind. Baker pushed them forward. Zach sighed, you're blessed. Even the devil looks at you differently. Baker couldn't tell them that the devilish Professor Dang was his high school classmate from 40 years ago. Fine, let's go. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Excited, the 3 immediately picked up. The best place, Manjianghong. At Manjianghong, the queue stretched across the street. Zach asked the supervisor and ran back. There are over 50 tables ahead of us. We need to wait for hours. Oh no, Kevin moaned. I'll starve. Baker hadn't tried Manjianghong, only hearing its fame. He complained about it in the family group chat. Georgia was busy and didn't reply instantly. Sage responded first. Godfather, just use my name. I have a private room. Bring your friends in. Awesome, little Jamie. Godfather loves you. Sent with a cat paw heart emoji. Sage hummed joyfully. Godfather was really following trends. Even knew the heart gesture. When Baker mentioned entering, Zach still doubted until the polite staff led them into the private room. Brother Hao, you're amazing. They praised loudly. Baker explained. A friend helped. Look at the menu. Order whatever you like. No need to worry. They didn't hesitate and ordered plenty. Midway through the meal, James heard noise from the neighboring room, mixed with crying. Why does that sound like Maya Fei? James remarked. Baker listened and identified other familiar voices, Zane and Han Chong. Why do you still have the nerve to cry? If you fail, will you not want to stay in Kaida? Han Chong threatened someone. Zane laughed wildly. Next moment, there was a bottle smashing and Maya Fei's scream. How brother, I'm sorry. I messed up the glue, but the caretaker arrived too quickly. But I heard they were still punished, Maya Fei pleaded. Baker and Kevin exchanged alarmed glances. Damn, it was Zane who ordered Maya Fei to tamper with the locks. Han Chong's chilling voice rang. Punishment standing isn't enough. I wanted their demerits. Instead, Professor Dang let them off. Is that your incompetence? With a sniffle, Maya Fei cried louder. Kevin threw down his chopsticks angrily. I can't take it anymore. Rising, he grabbed a drink bottle and stormed towards the next room. Holy crap, Zach and James rushed after him. Baker, worried, followed closely. Bastard, attacking secretly. Face me like a man. Kevin pointed the bottle at Zane. Enraged, Zane, now realizing his plot was uncovered, put away his surprise and stared at Baker. Yes, I had someone do it. Who told Baker to be so arrogant? This is just a small punishment for you. Next time, you might not be so lucky. He was merely talking big, but Kevin and the others grew furious upon hearing it. The bottle was thrown directly at Zane, who cowered in fear, causing it to hit the wall behind him. Zane shouted angrily, damn, how dare you hit me? With that, he lunged forward, trying to punch Kevin. A brawl ensued between both sides, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Baker tried to mediate, attempting to pull everyone apart. In the chaos, he was pushed aside, his elbow hitting the wall and scraping off some skin. Someone panicked and called the police. Soon enough, the police arrived, along with an ambulance, which took Maya Fei away for treatment. Georgia and Sage also showed up. Both women had icy fury on their faces. Their towering presence alone made everyone feel pressured. Officer Chun, I hope you handle this properly and give me a satisfactory answer. The boss of Manjianghong will cooperate with you in retrieving the surveillance footage, Georgia said coldly. Chun Siren nodded. Rest assured, Ms. Zhang, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and need to take them to the station for questioning. Sage objected. No way, my friend is injured and needs immediate treatment. Any questions can be asked here. Georgia's frown deepened upon hearing this. She felt distressed. She walked up to Baker and gently blew on his wound. Does it hurt? Baker, surprised by the escalation, shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Sage's eyes were red with concern. It must hurt. You shouldn't stay in the dormitory anymore. Come back home instead. Both women were extremely worried. Officer Chan questioned the others and then turned to Baker. Classmate, they say it was all a misunderstanding and wish to reconcile with you. Your roommates are following your lead, so I'm asking you. Baker glanced at Kevin and the others, who stood there apologetically like scolded schoolchildren. All right, he agreed. Officer Chin nodded and went to handle the situation. Georgia looked at Baker. She was both angry and heartbroken, wanting to reprimand them, yet reluctant to lash out at her father. She directed her anger towards Kevin. I won't return to the dormitory tonight. You guys go back and help me inform the caretaker. Baker decided to go back and comfort his daughter. Chapter 47. I'm proud to have a daughter. James and Kevin exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. They felt deeply guilty. Zach was the one who eventually said something reassuring. Dominic drove as Baker returned to the Jean family compound and went looking for Georgia, only to find she wasn't home. He started to worry, calling her but receiving no answer. A big event. It seemed his daughter was really angry. Baker asked Dominic, Summer, has she ever been this upset before? Dominic shook his head. Miss Summer is very self-disciplined and doesn't often show her emotions. I've never seen her get angry. Even when dealing with company matters, she rarely displays her true feelings. Baker, since you came back, Miss Summer's emotions have mostly fluctuated because of you. Baker recalled something Georgia had once said to him. She had said, "Dad, I've been waiting for you to wake up and live with me." He understood why his daughter was upset. Her anger stemmed from the fact that he was injured due to Kevin and others, yet he was defending them, which made her even angrier. "Dominic, please drive me to Summer's company. I need to comfort my daughter," Baker planned. Dominic nodded. "Dominic, let me take Dad." Sage walked out of the elevator and approached Baker. She said in an irritable tone, "Dad, how can you only care about your daughter? I'm your goddaughter too." Invited over too, and upon seeing her place setting, her earlier frustration vanished. "Dad, how are you back?" Georgia asked as she sat down. Baker placed some food on their plates and said, "Daughter, were you upset just now?" "I was worried and took leave." Georgia paused, remembering the harsh words she had spoken, and walked off then. There were indeed matters at work she needed to handle. She shook her head. "Dad, I wasn't upset." "But you were." Baker remembered her decisive departure. Georgia explained, "I was mad at myself for not protecting you well enough and letting you get hurt." Sage interjected, "In my opinion, Dad should move back home. If it's too far, we could buy a place near the school." Georgia glanced at her, finding they shared the same thought. Baker waved it off. "This was just an accident. It's just a scratch. In the future, I'll be more careful, and there's no need to spend money on another house." Georgia nodded in agreement. "Okay." Sage didn't say anything but kept thinking, eyes twinkling. After calming his daughter, Baker stayed at home for the night and returned to school with Georgia the next day. During the morning assembly, the principal spoke, and Baker's appearance drew attention from his roommates. They were concerned about any tensions between Baker and Georgia. Baker assured them it was fine, easing their worries. After the principal, the dean took over, followed by Zane and others. "What's happening?" Baker asked. Zach explained, "The hot pot incident has escalated. They are being publicly disciplined," reading out apologies to the entire school. Baker nodded, understanding. At the end, he became the center of attention. The apologies all included the line, "Baker, we were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive us." All eyes turned to Baker. Baker immediately thought this must be his daughter's doing. That morning, Georgia had told him, "Dad, no one will dare bully you." Indeed, no one dared anymore, too high profile. Not only were they being publicly humiliated, but the dean also ordered them to clean the men's toilets for several weeks. "Daughter, well done. Dad gives you 2 thumbs up," he messaged in the family group. Georgia responded, "What?" Sage added, "Dad, it was arranged by me. I didn't expel them, but if they disrespect you again, I'll visit their parents personally." Upon learning the details, Georgia agreed. Sage did well. "Dad, if they continue to act arrogantly and hurt you, I'll make their families experience bankruptcy." Baker's hand trembled slightly at the word bankruptcy. "That's unnecessary." Unnecessary? After the morning assembly, Baker attracted even more attention while walking. He began to get used to it. His roommates had been overly concerned about his safety since the hot pot incident, always surrounding him like, "All but look into it further." Baker was touched. His daughter had done so much for him without him knowing. "Daughter, thank you," Baker whispered into his phone, covering it. Georgia smiled at his trembling voice. "Dad, it's what I should do." "Daughter, when do you have time? I want to introduce Devlin to meet you." Baker couldn't help but smile proudly. After all, back in high school, during casual chats with close friends, they often discussed whether they prefer to bring along daughters or sons in the future. Both Baker and Devlin had always wished for a daughter. Now that he had 2 daughters, how could he not be proud? Georgia was very happy. "Dad, I'm available anytime. I'm looking forward to meeting your friend." Baker nodded repeatedly. "I'll find an opportunity to ask Devlin when he's free, so we can arrange a meeting." "Okay," Georgia said affectionately. Kevin and the others were calling out to Baker. Baker responded and then told Georgia, "All right, let's settle this. I'll hang up now. They invited me to play basketball." "Okay." After hanging up, Georgia immediately went to the walk-in closet. Looking at the array of clothes, she felt a bit perplexed. Which outfit would be most suitable for meeting Dad's good friend? The other party was a renowned professor, and it was their first meeting. She had to make a good impression. She couldn't let her father down. In the end, Georgia wasn't sad. He seemed extremely proud whenever mentioning his daughter. He rolled his eyes but scanned the code. "It's your turn to be proud. Back in high school, we talked about wanting daughters, but now you've got a daughter while I have a son. How envious." Baker chuckled. "Indeed, if not for special circumstances, I'd bang gongs telling everyone I have a daughter, then find those bragging classmates and ask, 'Do you?'" Deng laughed along with him before sighing. "I've lost contact with many of those people from high school. If not for running into you by accident, I might not have kept touch with any high school friends. Time doesn't spare anyone." Deng felt a mix of emotions looking at young Baker. Baker understood his expression, patting Deng's shoulder. "Fortunately, we're both still alive. As long as one is alive, there's always hope." Deng nodded, holding his books, walking out of the classroom with Baker. Passers-by saw the reputedly devil professor chatting happily with Baker, an influential figure, and were astounded. Campus networks soon began spreading a legend. Baker was the man who tamed the devil, even being more formidable than the devil himself. Roommates couldn't stop laughing when they read the post on campus networks. Baker walked in, sensed something was off, logged into the network, and upon seeing the explosive posts, realized why James and others were so excited. "I've become a legendary man," he was greatly amazed. Zach laughed until tears came out. "Yes, even the art class drew comics about you and Professor Deng. They're awesome." Baker opened his mouth wide. Exaggeration? Or goddess? Others calling her husband. Seeing the chaotic chat, Baker suddenly recalled a phrase, "Showbiz circles really are crazy." This session was on hard mode. Baker had played a few times with Lydia, mastering the difficulty. Hence, they won the first game effortlessly. In the second game, Lydia made Baker the team captain. Surprised, Baker clicked open the microphone. "Little sure. Why am I the captain?" He quickly closed it, realizing his mistake, but it was too late. Fans recognized Baker's voice and started investigating him. Public screens flooded with gifts. Baker grew concerned about impacting Lydia and opened the mic again. Everyone, calm down. Can we just watch the game quietly? People responded positively, sending more gifts. Lydia frowned, disabled the donation channel, and announced, watch quietly without flooding gifts. I don't need the money. She angered some fans, receiving harsh comments, wondering why she opened donations in the first place if she didn't need money. Curious viewers questioned Baker and Lydia's relationship. Baker clarified on public chat that they were friends. Lydia ignored the critics but paused when she saw friends. Friendship was what she desired but seemed unreal. Please grant my wish for a salary raise this month. Was she making wishes on the spot? Baker was awkwardly stuck, changing the subject. Yvonne, your real name sounds nice. Can I call you Xiaoyi from now on? Ali's voice softened. Bro Xiao, you can call me anything you like. By the way, Bro Xiao, give me a bank card number, and I'll transfer the cash value of the gifts those people just sent to you. Note, I've adjusted the translation to ensure it reads naturally in English while preserving the meaning and tone from the original text. Baker refused. No need. Those gifts were intended for you. Ali's attitude was very firm. But those people only sent gifts because of you. These gifts should belong to you. Besides, I don't lack money, so every time I go live, even though the tipping channel is open, I also remind everyone not to send me gifts. This edit ensures that the translation reads more naturally and fluently in English while preserving the original meaning and consistency. Mango Coco, still muted by Ali, could only type on the public screen. Shinjin, are you silly? Who doesn't want more money? If you don't need it, why do you even work? Why not just stay home and relax? Ali saw it, but ignored it. She only wanted to game with her colleague and didn't have deep ties with her. Baker nodded. Your colleague has a point. Who doesn't like more money? Besides, those gifts are what you deserve. Without you leading me up in ranks, I wouldn't have completed the new event so quickly and gotten the rewards. You deserve full credit. Ali fell silent. She wasn't the type to force anyone. Seeing Baker's insistence, she dropped the topic. Amy's alternate account, Let the Bullets Fly, also joined. Kevin had just finished his shower and noticed Becky in Baker's room on the screen. Brother Hal, wait, can I join? Without even drying his hair, he rushed over with his laptop to Baker's desk. Baker jumped, thankful he hadn't opened his mic yet. What's going on? Kevin, face filled with excitement, clasped his hands together looking at Baker. Brother Hal, please let me play with Becky. I'm his die-hard fan. Baker nodded and opened the mic, asking Becky, a friend of mine is your die-hard fan and wants to join us. Is that okay? Ali replied, sure, no problem. Amy typed on the public screen, all right. With their consent, Baker gave Kevin the room password. Kevin entered, opening the mic and babbling incoherently as he introduced himself. Baker was left speechless. This was the power of an idol? Chapter 49, Why Chase Me to Fight? This time Amy came over to have her agent Joe check out Leslie's performance. When the live stream began, Leslie's godly moves along with Becky's sharp techniques amazed the audience one after another. Even Baker received compliments from the netizens. His strategy surpassed that of an ordinary person, directly luring the enemy deeper and coordinating attacks with Leslie and Becky to wipe out a wave of enemies on the other side. As for Kevin and Mango Kiki, the former at least had some operational awareness and knew how to dodge, while the latter ran around aimlessly, getting taken down in the first shot. It seemed the opponents saw these two as the weakest, so they specially targeted and attacked Kevin and his group. The entire live stream could hear Kevin's screams. Becky, save me, save me. What the hell? Why are they chasing me to fight? For a moment, it was utter chaos. The comedic effect was at its peak. Even Leslie, who seldom smiled, couldn't help but laugh. Behind the black mask, her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. The live stream was busier than usual, and even after it ended, many were still reluctant to leave. After watching, Joe was quite satisfied with Leslie's operations. Not bad, has some skill, can be nurtured. Before leaving, he couldn't resist adding, but that Kevin is too noisy. Amy nodded, I agree, there's nothing I can do. He's a loyal fan of mine, and I promise to play with him. Glory looked at Baker's ID thoughtfully. This person also performs well. Becky, should we ask him if he wants to join the club? Baker had already logged off and wasn't in the live stream. Sure, I'll ask him later, Amy agreed. The next day, when Kevin went to class, people on the street were pointing at him. It turned out everyone watched Leslie's live stream last night. Disaster, utterly embarrassing. Brother Hal, am I still salvageable? Kevin clung to a pillar and wailed. While replying to Brock's messages, Baker answered, you're still salvageable. You just need more practice. Next time, try protecting your idol. James patted Kevin on the shoulder. Those who persevere will succeed. Kevin looked utterly despondent. There weren't many classes today, and student union had no tasks, so they decided to meet up at the cinema. Zach, who woke up late, caught up breathlessly. I just checked Weibo. They say Mabel's second album's lead single will collaborate with an amateur. Everyone's asking who this mystery amateur is, and it's trending. Really? Let me see. James got excited. Baker also logged onto Weibo, and at that moment, netizens noticed. The missing person finally showed up on Weibo. I thought the young man forgot the password. Baker raised an eyebrow and replied, recently busy studying, so didn't have time to come online. His reply made people even more enthusiastic. Brother, we missed you so much. Is the person upstairs a chicken laying eggs? Baker, look at me, please take me gaming. Hashtag treasure boy, lucky bamboo young man is online hashtag. This trend immediately topped the list, surpassing the one about Bridget's new song album. Brother Hal, wouldn't you be the amateur collaborating with Mabel? Didn't they say they still needed to discuss? James recalled the last time when Bridget's agent, Brock, personally came to the school looking for Baker. Baker nodded. Brock said I should go to the studio for a voice test this afternoon. Holy crap. The three were stunned. Though they knew Baker was exceptional, they didn't expect him to skip the vetting and go straight to the recording studio for a trial. In the afternoon, Brock picked up Baker personally. Meeting Bridget at the studio, Baker felt visibly nervous. Seeing her up close, she looked even more beautiful, with high cheekbones, a straight nose bridge, and a strong, striking face full of elegance. "Long time no see," Bridget greeted him, extending her hand. Looking closely at Baker, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Wiping the sweat from his palms, Baker shook her hand briefly and released it. "Long time no see." Bridget led Baker into the studio, helped him with the recording equipment, and explained breathing techniques to him. She also guided him through the lyrics. "You sing this part with a hum. Just hum casually and comfortably through your nose. Let me demonstrate the tune for you." Bridget sang the section once. She emphasized the parts where Baker needed to chime in and demonstrated humming. Touching the headphones, Baker focused on memorizing the melody. Finally, after a deep breath, he comes out, "I'll send it to you." "All right, can I leave now?" Baker looked at Bridget. By 3 o'clock, he could still make it to the last class. Bridget nodded. "I'll drop you off." "Won't it cause a stir at school?" Baker asked. Bridget nodded. "No problem." As they walked out, Brock and the producer exchanged a few words and followed. "Mabel." Turning to speak to Baker, Bridget heard someone call her. Everyone stopped, looking toward the source. Baker saw a man walking over, dressed in a short-sleeved leather jacket with various punk elements over long pants. Yuri approached, scanning Baker from head to toe disdainfully. "So this is the amateur you chose? Ha, looks like a weakling, probably can't even breathe properly while singing." Bridget glared at Yuri. "If you can't speak nicely, shut your mouth. He's amazing, far stronger than you." Yuri snarled, having tried multiple times to collaborate with Bridget, but always being rejected. "Mabel, working with me would guarantee big sales. Why choose such a tone-deaf guy?" Bridget, unwilling to waste time, dragged Baker past Yuri and left. Trying to follow, Yuri was stopped by Brock. Behind them, Yuri's curses echoed. In the car, Baker asked Bridget, "Do I need to assist further in post-production, like sound editing?" "No editing needed. I won't get out, just deliver you to the gate. Can you handle it from there?" "Sure." Getting out, Baker received a call from Georgia. "Dad, did it go smoothly?" Timing it perfectly, Georgia called half an hour later. "Smoothly. I'm back at school, don't worry. They even praised my singing." Baker couldn't hide his joy. "Yes, I knew you could do it." This translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, ensuring fluency and coherence in English. "Okay, I'm going to class now, bye." Baker hung up the phone. Only then did Georgia allow Albin, who had been standing by, to speak. "What's wrong?" "Yuri, an artist from Jamie Entertainment, posted on Weibo mocking Mr. Shao," Albin said, handing over a tablet with both hands. Georgia scrolled through it with his fingers, the coldness in his eyes very apparent. "College students should focus on their studies, not try to draw attention. Can you even sing? You're tone-deaf and competing for my livelihood, disgracing students. Does everything these days grant fame?" Yuri pinned this post at the top of his Weibo page. People quickly identified that Yuri's sarcastic remarks were aimed at Baker. Netizens immediately erupted. "Does he pay your salary? How have college students wronged you? You're sick. Yuri the one showing off nonsense. Tone deaf? Listen to our young man sing Hometown first before talking. I think you're just jealous of our young man's talent. Competing for a living, really? Our young man is famous because we adore him. Are you envious? Forget it. With your scandalous history, even your own fans are deserting you." Netizens unearthed all sorts of dirt on Yuri, pushing these topics to the front page, leaving Yuri utterly discredited. Georgia called Sage. "If you can't manage your artists, I can help you do so." He hung up without waiting for a response, leaving Sage puzzled during her meeting. After asking her secretary to investigate, she learned that Yuri had lashed out due to jealousy and had even gotten into arguments with netizens. How dare he? Is he trying to get fired? Sage threw the tablet in front of Yuri's agent. The agent was visibly shaken. "CEO Jamie, I'll immediately talk to Yuri." Sage lowered her voice. "Have Yuri apologize to Baker, cancel all offline activities, and reflect on his actions until I calm down." The agent panicked. This effectively meant putting Yuri on hold. Who exactly was this Baker? Was he worth CEO Jamie going to such lengths to ruin a talented individual? Angry but fearful, the agent fled without a word. Netizens were still raging when they suddenly saw a statement from Yuri's studio saying that his personal actions had caused severe social impact, apologizing publicly to Baker and netizens, canceling all offline activities, and pausing endorsements. Baker only found out about it after class when he checked Weibo. In the family group chat, Sage kept apologizing. Baker replied, "Little Jamie is not at fault. Little Jamie did great. I'm fine." Then he took a selfie making a peace sign and sent it to the group, which Georgia and Sage saved immediately. "Daddy Wah, you're the best. Summer only yells at me," Sage complained. Georgia sent a rolling eyes emoji, immature. Baker chuckled, "No, you're both the best. We're a loving family." He pocketed his phone and walked forward. Kevin and the others were waiting for him under a tree, having planned to visit a popular internet celebrity shop. Inside, Kevin ordered a signature pitcher of beer right away. Baker took one sip and widened his eyes, then chugged it down. Refreshing. They slowly savored it, watching his reaction. Kevin asked, "Brother How, you've never had beer before, right?" No, he never had the chance before, and now with strict control from home, he couldn't drink much. Champagne counted as his first drink. "You're kidding, there are still people who haven't tried beer?" James was genuinely surprised. Baker smiled and poured himself another cup. "My family has strict rules, so I've never been exposed to it." This translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, ensuring fluency and coherence in English. It accurately conveys the emotions and context of the scene. Chapter 50. Reuniting with the lost family. They were all feeling a bit tipsy from the drinks. Baker was still fine, growing more spirited as he drank, while the other three were starting to feel dizzy, their gazes wandering in different directions. Zach leaned against Baker, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Idol, you've had it so tough, being so strictly controlled by your family. Having money doesn't necessarily buy happiness." He burped loudly, the smell wafting towards Baker's nose. Pushing him away slightly, Baker replied, My family is very understanding. They just didn't let me touch these things out of concern for my health. He didn't elaborate further and took a few more sips, drinking as if it were water. The wheat beer was rich and mellow, unlike champagne. Baker found it quite enjoyable, occasionally looking outside at the scenery that calmed his mind. Suddenly, he saw Aloysius walking outside, holding a woman's hand and talking to her. The woman looked about the same age as Aloysius, making them quite the pair. Baker thought it inappropriate to shout out, so he quickly called Aloysius instead. Aloysius answered and looked over. Seeing Baker waving happily, he smiled and brought the woman over. Kevin, who was dazed from the alcohol, suddenly sobered up as he saw Aloysius approaching. Damn, he exclaimed, jumping up and accidentally stepping on James's left foot. What are you doing? We've known each other for so long, but have never taken a photo together. Everyone, look at the camera. He took a picture with his phone and immediately posted it on his social media. Good friends reunited. Hot pot and beer go well together. He received several likes instantly. Violetta commented that she was hungry and wanted to try the hot pot too. Baker promised to bring them another time. Just then, Georgia called. Baker stepped outside to answer. Yes, what's wrong? He assumed she needed something. Dad, why are you eating hot pot with them again? Georgia had seen his post and remembered the full River Red incident. Although Baker only got a minor scratch which healed quickly, it had left a lasting impression on Georgia. Baker understood her concerns. Don't worry, I'm fine. Georgia sighed. Dad, I'm not against you making friends, but last time you got hurt because of their recklessness. If you really want to eat hot pot, I can ask Dominic to prepare fresh ingredients and send them to you. Girly. Baker lowered his voice, speaking privately. Don't be so serious. I appreciate your concern, but I need to adapt to society. I can't live under your protection forever. Georgia wanted to argue that he could live under her care forever if he wished, but she knew her father wouldn't want that kind of life. Baker continued, this place is right behind our school's food street. You must not have tried it. It's delicious. How about I take you sometime, even after 40 years? And what are your future plans? Joining Jean Corporation or Jamie Entertainment? Zach was curious. I haven't thought about that yet. For now, I want to complete my degree and find my lost family members. Find them and see if modern medical technology could overcome their genetic illness. Who from your family is missing? The others asked. My aunt sighed. They are my closest relatives. They didn't press further. Tonight, they returned late. After showers, the lights automatically turned off due to the alcohol and full stomachs. Not feeling sleepy, they kept chatting. Brother Hal, James suddenly said. What is it? A few seconds later, James continued. What if I followed my idol's footsteps and entered the entertainment industry after graduation? Would that be unrealistic? Why do you want to enter the entertainment industry? You never mentioned it before, Zach wondered aloud. Yeah, that sounds odd, Kevin added. Entertainment pays well. With average looks, joining training programs might get me in, James explained. Baker recalled a favorite childhood TV actor. Personal interest matters most. Remember Han Mimi, the actress from the classic Tales of Enmity? She graduated from engineering but became a TV actress. James had never seen that old show but agreed. True. I love singing. If I join a singing contest like Super Bowl stage. She suspected that her godfather's paternal love for her was getting less and less. Godfather, my birthday is coming soon. Shouldn't you do something about it? Can you come home this week? I miss you. Baker looked at this message and fell into deep thought. This passage continues seamlessly from the previous content, maintaining the original tone and style. The English translation remains natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with the prior narrative. The paragraph structure and line breaks mirror the original text closely. Chapter 51. The first salary payment. This was the first time he had accompanied someone for their birthday since waking up, and that person happened to be his goddaughter. Baker saw the words, birthday, and immediately switched to the Baidu page to search for what would be the most suitable gift for a daughter. There were countless answers. Sage noticed Baker wasn't replying and assumed he had fallen asleep, so she sent a message, good night, Dad. Baker tapped into the chat, seeing there was no reply, and thought little Jamie must have been planning to sleep. He then fell asleep too with various gift ideas in his mind, not sleeping very well. Luckily, there weren't many classes in the morning, so he could sleep in a little. When Baker woke up, only he remained in the dormitory. Kevin had sent him a message saying he wanted help at the student union. Amnon and James had gone to work early at the coffee shop. After a quick wash and dressing up, he walked out of the dormitory towards the cafeteria for breakfast, since it would accept it and bring it back to the dormitory without disappointing others' kindness. After eating and packing up the leftovers, Baker messaged Sage, little Jamie, what kind of cosmetics do you usually use? Do you have any favorite lipstick shades? He had searched online last night and found that fathers gave many gifts to their daughters but considered age and whether they were single fathers, meaning children lacking affection. The best satisfaction for such children is cosmetics. Sage responded, Dad, I don't lack cosmetics or lipsticks. Are you getting me a birthday gift? I browsed around last night but couldn't find anything suitable, so I'm asking you. Baker put the steamed buns in the fridge and began preparing for the afternoon classes. Sage sent several happy emoticons. Dad, I'd be happy with anything you give me. Can't wait. Baker was at a loss. He had never given gifts to girls before. It seemed he had homework again. He replied with an okay to Sage and stopped chatting. Meanwhile, Sage returned home for lunch. As soon as she got there, Georgia arrived. They had developed a tacit understanding. Even though Baker wasn't at home, they still made it a point to return whenever possible for meals. Sitting in her usual spot, Sage said, by the way, why didn't you tell me beforehand about Dad collaborating with Bridget on the theme song? I was utterly confused that day. She had also reprimanded Brock for not informing the boss about such a significant matter. Brock assumed Baker and Sage's relationship implied she knew about it and had implicitly approved it. He was surprised to find out that the big boss didn't know anything. He apologized and promised to inform her next time. Georgia coldly glanced at Sage. I thought, as the owner of Jamie Entertainment, you'd already know. I reviewed the contract you sent. It's fine if Bridget releases this album. As long as it didn't harm her father's interests, she wouldn't object if Baker was willing to help. Sage nodded. I'll talk to Bridget at the company this afternoon. By the way, did you get any news about what Dad asked? What Dad asked referred to finding out the whereabouts of the other sperm cells. Georgia wiped her mouth, looking serious. We've found some leads. My people discovered the fifth one successfully fertilized and hatched, currently in a neighboring county defuncting. Sage showed surprise. So you've located it. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Don't rush. The situation isn't clear because someone is deliberately muddling our investigation as if they don't want to be found, which was the most challenging part for Georgia. That's why she hadn't informed Baker right away. This person had strong computer skills. Most importantly, the fifth sibling seemed unusual. Georgia didn't want to alert them prematurely since the first time they sent someone. The person hid, displaying remarkable concealment abilities. Don't tell Dad about this, okay? Keep it confidential, Georgia told Sage. Sage hadn't expected it to be so complicated. Okay. Back at Baker's end, he read the envelope. Sage felt elated, grinning as she told Bridget, your album can be released ahead of schedule. Yes, do as you wish. Go. Yes, Bridget left. Excited, Sage spun her chair in the office and messaged Baker, Dad, thank you. Heart emojis. Baker hadn't expected Sage to post on Livian's. Seeing George's comment made him uneasy. She wrote, isn't your birthday not here yet? Why didn't I get one? Actually, he planned to send Georgia a red envelope, but thought Sage's birthday was approaching, so he sent hers first. Instantly, Baker sent Georgia multiple red envelopes, corresponding to different ages, totaling 30,000 yuan. Each envelope included a personal message from Baker, essentially apologizing for missing her growing years and promising lifelong companionship. He assured her that each festival henceforth, he would send a large red envelope to compensate. Initially sour over Sage's bragging, Georgia was struck by dozens of Baker's red envelopes. Each envelope from age 1 to her current age had its own heartfelt blessing. The corners of Georgia's cold mouth couldn't help but turn upward, and she sent a voice message to Baker. She originally intended to call him but thought he might be in class, so she changed her approach. After class, Baker listened to the voice message. He pressed it tightly to his ear, hearing Georgia say, Dad, thank you for your companionship, and also for waking up early, giving me the chance to take care of you. Georgia almost never posts on Livian's, so when she did, it woke up all her friends on WeChat. 9 full grids were filled with red envelopes, each bearing different blessings. Although she blurred some parts, Sage immediately recognized that the greetings were from Baker. Without delay, Sage sent a message in the Harmonious Family group. I'm going to throw a tantrum. Godfather. It's not fair. Why do I only get one red envelope? But Summer got so many. Along with this, she sent a couple of rolling and making a fuss emojis. Georgia replied to her, because I'm his biological daughter, Dad started sending me red envelopes from the age of 1. Just be envious. I want them to start from 1-year-old too. I am a goddaughter too. Sage rolled even more intensely. Georgia surprisingly sent a cat emoji with a sidelong glance of disdain, something she used to only express through cold voice messages. Immature. Sage humphed and continued sending messages in the group, hoping to get Baker's attention. Baker was having lunch with Kevin at the cafeteria, listening to James tell funny stories about working part-time. Suddenly, his phone's WeChat notification kept ringing non-stop. He quickly took it out to check. Goodness, the family group had exploded. Chapter 52. A bowl of longevity noodles. This time, it seemed Kira was really angry. Baker immediately felt somewhat panicked. He didn't know how to console his daughter. He then asked Kevin and the others, do you have any experience consoling girls? Plop. The chicken leg in Kevin's mouth fell into the bowl. Brother How, did you fall in love? Are you actually keeping this from us and flying solo? James looked deeply aggrieved. Zach pretended to wipe away tears. I thought we 4 would remain single forever. Baker. He frowned and said, stop joking around. I'm serious. It's not a romance, but my friend's daughter. Unable to explain further, Baker could only use the explanation that she's a friend's daughter. Immediately, they all regained their composure. Kevin asked, Brother How old is your friend's daughter? If she's young, some snacks should solve the problem. Baker shook his head. She's not young, over 20. Seeing each other's eyes, Baker immediately understood their looks. Hold on, don't jump to conclusions, it's just the best friendship. No way for anything more. Get rid of these dangerous thoughts. Zach smiled. Girls usually like pretty dresses, right? Brother How, what did you do to upset your friend's daughter? Baker vaguely explained about sending red packets. James summarized after listening, Brother How, you did overstep there. Both Yuya and Kira messaged Baker in the group chat, saying they'd pick him up the next day with a big surprise waiting for him. Confused, Baker asked, what big surprise? He remembered Kira mentioning it before, but had forgotten due to recent busyness. Dad, you'll see tomorrow. Go to sleep early. Good night, came the reply. That's right, Godfather. Now it wouldn't be surprising. Good night. Sleep well, Kira added. Smiling at his daughter's messages, Baker drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Georgia and Kira stood at the school gate, their bright attire and outstanding aura catching everyone's eye. People were secretly taking photos. Baker walked out confidently, eliciting cheers and waves from the crowd. He greeted them and then walked towards Georgia. Let's go. They went through the crowd, entering a Lincoln van. In the car, Baker sighed in relief. Daughters, wait for me in the car next time. After looking back, he noticed nobody had chased after the vehicle. Georgia, used to such attention, replied, sure, Dad. Kira didn't think much of it. Godfather, the whole netizen community knows our relationship. Why hide it? Baker corrected her. But they don't know I'm your dad. Okay, noted. Kira lowered her head. Satisfied, Baker knew this event would certainly spread into various versions online soon. 5 minutes later, Baker arrived. Both realized Baker wanted to say something. Is there something you want to tell us, Dad? Georgia asked. Kira also nodded, looking at Baker. Nervous, Baker replied, I still want to live with my roommates, though I appreciate your effort. Maybe I can only visit on weekends. Their faces didn't show any negative emotions, only attentive listening. Sure, we meant it to be closer to you. Don't feel pressured, Dad, Georgia assured. I was worried you'd be upset. Baker breathed a sigh of relief. They smiled, speaking in unison. How could we be upset with you? Enjoying lunch happily, Baker returned to his room, chatting with his college friends. Until James shared a Weibo link tagging Baker. Brother How, your duet with my idol is about to drop. Must buy album. Opening the link, Baker saw Bridget's studio post. Nah, so different. The theme song Vacancy is completed, releasing soon. Album also coming up. Thank you for making the song even better. This Weibo post also tagged Baker. Netizens exploded. Countless private messages and tags flooded in. Baker promptly responded on Weibo, to be honest, I'm a fan of Mabel too. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate. Wishing the album a great success. Netizens went wild. They screamed in excitement. In no time, Baker's Weibo post garnered over 1,000 comments. Young man, I didn't expect you to be a fan too. This is perfect. My favorite blogger collaborating with my favorite singer. Young man, what kind of fan are you? Baker chose this comment and replied, I'm a dad fan. What? How can you be a dad fan, young man? You should be a husband fan. Netizens were utterly baffled, scrambling to express their disbelief under this comment. Given Baker's exceptionally high looks and Bridget's stunning beauty, netizens couldn't fathom why Baker would be a dad fan. Bridget was also surprised. When Baker posted his reply, she happened to be free and logged onto Weibo, where she saw the interactive message he sent. She then saw the part where Baker mentioned being a dad fan. Brock was nearby and saw it as well. He asked, Mabel, you're already very famous. Do you still want to continue looking for them? Bridget's expression softened. She calmed herself and said, yes, I just want to ask one question. Why did you abandon me? Brock understood her reasons well. He knew why Bridget had climbed so desperately to the top. It was to stand at the brightest spotlight, so her parents could see her and come find her. 3 days later, Bridget's second album launched. James had been eagerly waiting by his computer, ready to snatch it up, but no matter how fast he clicked, he still couldn't beat others. By the time he got to the webpage, the album was already sold out. James's wails were audible even in the neighboring dorms. Baker couldn't bear it anymore. He remembered Brock mentioning that he would reserve an album for him. He immediately contacted Brock via WeChat. Hello, Manager Ho. Can you have Mabel T.O. sign an album for James? Brock quickly replied, may I ask why? He was shrewd and insisted on clarity before agreeing. Baker explained about James missing out on the Mabel album, and Brock understood. He said he needed to discuss it with Bridget before replying to Baker. Half an hour later, Brock's response stunned Baker. Chapter 53. Visiting an old classmate. Brock replied to Baker's WeChat message. Mabel said she has prepared 4 albums for you, and you need to send her the names of your roommates. 4. Baker was shocked. Others couldn't grab any online, but Bridget had already prepared 4, just for him and his roommates. Thank you, really thank you. Baker's hands were shaking as he typed. This is what it feels like to be a fan. It gets the blood pumping. James, get up quickly and tidy yourself up. Baker slapped the sprawled out James. James looked as if life had nothing more to offer. Tidy up? For my will? Baker rolled his eyes and deliberately said loudly, Bridget wants to give me and my roommates albums. If you don't want to get up, forget it. I'll refuse Brock right now. James sprang up immediately, even combing his hair in a flirty way. Brother How no, I'm up. You can ask me to do anything. Kevin and Zach heard Baker's words and came over excitedly. We have one too? Their faces were beaming with excitement. Baker showed them the chat record with Brock one by one. James, like a mole, jumped on the spot holding his head. Baker, watching James, felt for the first time that the power of an idol was terrifying. Are you ready? Baker was getting impatient. Earlier, he had suggested they take a group photo to express gratitude to Bridget. The result was that James and the others got overly excited, grooming themselves and throwing out clothes just to look their best. 10 minutes passed, and these 3 were still dragging their feet. Ready. Seeing Baker's impatience, the 3 quickly stood behind him, forming a star shape. Click, and the pose was set. Baker sent the photo to Brock. The 4 musketeers, thanks to Mabel's generosity. Here's a cool pic to show our gratitude. He also sent over the roommates' names. Brock's mouth twitched when he saw the photo. He handed the phone to Bridget beside him. For handsome guys thanking you. This is hilarious. They call themselves the 4 musketeers. Bridget glanced at the photo and laughed at their formation, clearly seeing Baker's discomfort. His body language seemed forced and stiff. They are quite lively. Oh, pass me Baker's WeChat ID, and if we need further cooperation, I'll handle it personally. Brock retrieved his phone, staring at Bridget for a while before smiling. Mabel, you rarely initiate adding someone on WeChat. Looks like you really think highly of Baker. Bridget smirked. I cherish talent. Brock said nothing and passed Baker's WeChat contact to Bridget. Back in dormitory 181, James and the others stared at Baker's WeChat, noticing that although Brock had read the message, he hadn't replied yet. Baker sighed. I told you, that star formation was too strange. You insisted on posing like that, probably scared them off. James argued. Impossible. That's the trendiest photo pose nowadays, fresh and fun. How could it be too strange? Kevin and Zach didn't comment, just looking forward to the new albums. Before Baker could say more, James checked his phone and happily went out. What's he doing? Zach, who knew James best, replied to Baker. Most likely his custom cooling quilt arrived. Kevin winked and teased. Brother How, don't be surprised later. Baker laughed. Why would he be surprised by James's cooling quilt? When James returned, unpacked the delivery, and took out a life-size standee, Baker blurted out, what the heck? He didn't expect James to go this far and actually order a life-size standee of Bridget. James placed the standee next to his bed, making it look like Bridget was standing there. Baker pointed at the standee. You won't tell me you plan to keep it here forever? Yes. James smiled happily. Baker was astonished. He couldn't understand how crazy fans could get. He took a photo and complained in the family group chat. Donghua, has fan culture reached such a peak nowadays? For the sake of context and natural flow in English, it's better to translate douxing as fan culture or fandom rather than literally. Also, fixing the typo from Donghua to Donghua for consistency. Donghua, has fan culture reached such a peak nowadays? Jamie Gao responded with a series of, haha, Godfather, this is quite normal. You haven't seen crazier things yet. By the way, why not make a life-size standee of me so you can see me anytime? Baker quickly rejected it. Nope, let your Godfather's heart rest a bit. Georgia tagged Jamie Gong. Don't corrupt my dad. Note, the names have been corrected to maintain consistency in terminology and style, ensuring they read naturally in English. Donghua sent a dismissive emoji. Just joking. After class in the afternoon, Baker noticed a new friend request on WeChat. He opened it and widened his eyes upon seeing the applicant. Hello, this is Bridget. Can't be, Baker murmured in disbelief. Driven by curiosity, he added her and messaged, Are you really Bridget? Bridget hadn't headed home. Upon receiving a call from Dominic, Maya Summer knew Baker was back. She canceled all work, drove home, and found Baker asking Dominic about the outfit. Dad, why didn't you let me pick you up? Baker turned and looked at Maya Summer. It's such a short distance. I cycled back, very comfortable. Oh right, since you're back, come with me to visit an old friend tonight. I plan to call you later. Maya Summer paused. Is it Professor Deng you mentioned earlier? Baker nodded. Yes, his house is in the neighborhood behind this villa. Dressing up nicely, he asked Maya Summer, Daughter, how do I look? Stylish. Dad always looks good. Maya Summer wasn't exaggerating. Her father was indeed handsome, with fair skin, fine features, and an attractive mix of sharpness and gentleness. Her high nose bridge was similar to Baker's. Maya Summer also dressed up and prepared gifts. Together with Special Assistant Maya, they carried various presents to Devlin's home, with Dominic and Special Assistant Maya following behind with even more. Opening the door to see the array of gifts, Devlin was surprised. Just coming for a meal. Why did you bring so much? Baker introduced him. This is Lionel Deng. Lionel Deng, please accept these small tokens of our appreciation. Maya Summer politely said, much less aloof than usual. Just as she finished speaking, Special Assistant Maya and Dominic stepped forward. Devlin moved aside. Sure, come in and sit down. Baker and Georgia walked in, and Dominic left after placing the gifts down. Devlin looked at Georgia, his expression shifting from shock to acceptance, repeatedly exclaiming, She looks just like you, too much like you. When you said you had a daughter, I didn't believe it, but seeing her in person, it's clear she's a carbon copy of you. Devlin's wife, busy in the kitchen, also came out upon hearing voices. Seeing Baker, she paused, recognizing him. The person who wanted to have a drink with old Deng. Hello, sister-in-law. Baker stood up to greet her. Maisie, hello. Georgia followed suit, nodding politely. Devlin's wife is named Lana, a high school teacher known for her gentle demeanor. After meeting Baker that day, Devlin told her all about him. Lana was somewhat astonished but quickly accepted the situation. Hello, old Deng. Why aren't you offering them tea? She stood up and went over to pour a cup of tea for Baker and the others, who received it with both hands. Lana sat next to Devlin, observing them. The aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen, adding a warm ambience as they chatted. You really didn't go through any process and just ended up with such a beautiful daughter, half as excellent as your daughter. We'd be laughing in our sleep. The room filled with laughter and warmth, setting the stage for a pleasant evening together. Chapter 54. Actually, there has been some progress. The three of them chatted for a while. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 11 o'clock. Aloysius asked him, What are your plans next? Baker didn't plan to hide anything from him. Right now, I just want to finish my university studies in peace and then find the whereabouts of the other sperm donors. If possible, I'd like to bring them all to me so I can take care of them. Have you made any progress? Aloysius asked. Baker shook his head. No. His tone was very dejected. Aloysius sighed. Don't worry too much. You'll definitely find them. It's just a matter of time. After helping Lana clean up, Georgia came out. Baker stood up and formally said goodbye to Aloysius and the others before they left. On the way back, Baker recounted what he had talked about with Aloysius to Georgia. Georgia told Baker, Dad, actually, there has been some progress. Baker was shocked. What? Daughter, you mean you have a lead? There is a clue, but I can't confirm it yet, which is why I didn't tell you. But I've been reviewing the records from the donation program, including those stored on the computers at the base, and I found. Georgia hesitated. What did you find? Baker grabbed her hand anxiously. Georgia calmed him down. Dad, calm down. I found that 7 of the sperm samples you donated survived. Baker's expression froze. 7? That meant he had 6 more children out there. Their fates unknown? Georgia held his hands. Dad, take deep breaths. Look at me. Baker met her gaze and gradually calmed down. He quietly said to her, Daughter, we must do everything we can to find your brothers and sisters. Georgia nodded confidently. Of course, Dad. I will do my best. That night, Baker couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he thought of himself being abandoned by his parents. Alone and destitute, like a wandering soul in the world, unable to find a place to settle. Later, it was his aunt who took him in and gave him a sense of home. Are his children also wandering souls now? Or do they have happy families? Bridget's album launched and quickly dominated every music platform. The song with the highest play count was still the theme song Emptiness. What stunned the netizens even more was the male solo part and that hummed segment. It was unprecedented and unforgettable. Netizens commented that the humming, coupled with Bridget's singing skills, was so beautiful it could make one's ears pregnant. Worried about Baker, Georgia got him another day off, allowing him to sleep in. Then, after eating, she took him to the famous Blue Tears scenic spot to stroll around and relax. She wanted him to unwind and adjust his mood. So, Baker didn't use his phone or go online all day. He had no idea how popular that song had become until he returned to campus and opened the dormitory door. He heard James singing, with Zach dramatically dancing behind him. I empty myself, just to find a moment's peace. Do you understand my feelings? James sang, gesturing toward Baker. With a bittersweet smile, Baker pushed him away. Stop looking at me like that, please. Spare me. James and the others laughed heartily, then surrounded Baker. How brother, you're amazing. I thought I was the best singer among the 4 musicians, but it turns out you are. You really hid your talents well, James exaggeratedly apologized. Baker put down his bag. I performed normally. By the way, did you take notes for yesterday's class? Zach handed them over. Of course I did. Were you feeling unwell yesterday? Didn't you say you'd be back the next day? Baker received the notes, pausing. Yeah, a bit tired. Reflecting on it now, his daughter was right. Overthinking things would only twist him up. Seeing something off about him, the 3 didn't press further. Kevin mentioned, how brother, your album is on your computer desk. All right, thanks. Baker nodded. Kevin put on an exaggerated rap performance. No problem. His cheesy demeanor amused everyone. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zach opened it impatiently. What do you want? Noticing his my God, left-wing deity. He can't retire. My youth would be gone, one student exclaimed. Another asked, is the news reliable? Last night WH Club streamed live, and someone asked Becky if Glory was stepping down, but Becky didn't mention it. Glory, known as the left-wing deity, had unparalleled left-hand skills, making it hard to replace him. Upon hearing Becky, Kevin joined in. Is Glory's hand injury acting up again? The discussion intensified, with even James and Zach joining in. Confused, Baker sat down and started researching WH Club on Baidu. WH Esports Club is an international club founded 7 years ago, with various popular games under its banner, including Mission Paragon. For each game, the team members varied. Glory was part of Mission Paragon and the vice-captain of WH, earning the nickname Left-Wing Deity. Reviewing the section on Becky, Amy's real name, she was a former commentator who later joined WH as a professional female player, facing controversy over women leading teams. But Amy's exceptional performances led WH to numerous championships, silencing critics. Online, people discussed Glory's recurring hand injury and whether Becky was seeking a successor, though it was just rumors. Netizens and WH fans were anxious, making discussions intense in the class chat. That evening, while doing homework, Baker received a message from Sage. Godfather, miss me? During my business trip, I learned you took summer to meet old friends. So angry. Her expression was pouty but adorable. Baker replied to her, I did. Adopted daughter, are you feeling tired lately? Remember to eat on time. Your godfather doesn't want to see you thinner when you come back from a business trip. His daughter should be healthy and plump. Don't worry, Godfather. I've been very obedient, eating 2 bowls of rice every day. Godfather, are you done yet? Let's play the game. It's been so long since we played together. Sage sent out an invitation. Baker agreed with a good and logged into the game. Beside him, Kevin and James had already started playing. As soon as Baker came online, he was invited by Sage for a ranked match. During the waiting process, he opened his friends list and saw Yvonne was online. He spoke into the microphone to Sage. Let's switch to a 3-player team. Yvonne is here too. Ah, really? When I logged in just now, she wasn't around. Let me check. Sage opened her friend list and invited Yvonne. Yvonne quickly joined the room. Baker greeted her first. Good evening, Jacqueline. Yvonne typed on the public screen. She wasn't used to being called that way yet. Sage was confused. What, Jacqueline? She felt like she had missed something. Baker explained. Jacqueline is Yvonne's real name. By the way, Yvonne, are you going to stream tonight? Yvonne responded via microphone. Yeah, I was about to start in youth training without specifying which club. Leslie suddenly asked, and it took Sage a moment to respond. Oh, our family has large-scale businesses with multiple clubs. Basically, all well-known ones are invested in by us. Ha ha ha. Do you have any preferred club? You can choose any, and I'll support you. Leslie was speechless. She felt Sage seemed somewhat unreliable. But after further investigation, Sage did indeed have good business acumen and should be reliable. Baker only knew that Sage was wealthy, but never expected she had such extensive holdings. Little Jamie, you're really impressive. Sage was somewhat proud. It's no big deal, though I still can't match Summer, who has investments nationwide. Baker was silent, shocked to learn for the first time that both his daughter and goddaughter were industry leaders. It upgraded his perception of wealthy people. Is WH included? Leslie asked. Sage nodded. Yes. Do you want to go to WH? Leslie hesitated for a while before saying, not exactly. Becky invited me. I know WH isn't just for Mission Divine Spirit game division, so the members differ. I want to hear your opinion. Sage agreed readily. Sure. Once you finish handing over your current work, let me know, and I'll come pick you up. Leslie responded affirmatively, bid farewell to Baker, and ended the broadcast. Only Sage and Baker remained in the room, and they started another game session. On Leslie's end, she messaged Becky right after ending the broadcast. Becky had added Leslie on WeChat after getting familiar with her. Apologies regarding the invitation to join your team. Amy read the message from Leslie and remained silent, pursing her lips. The club was planning to cultivate a backup squad to compete in the year-end esports competition in Hangzhou. They also prepared to replace Glory. During the recent Eurasian tournament, Glory's hand injury flared up, known only to WH's agent and Becky. The two decided to invite Leslie as Glory's replacement. So, during their private sessions, Amy often invited Leslie under Becky's account. Leslie always said she needed to consider, but Amy didn't expect she would refuse. Why? Amy sent 3 words. Leslie replied, because I've already agreed to someone else. Amy responded with an okay, then went to the agent's office to report the matter. Joe was full of regret. What a pity. Her gameplay is the best and most suitable we've seen so far. Can't help it, can't force anyone. If we can't be teammates, we'll be rivals. Amy accepted this fact calmly. Joe nodded. All right, I'll look harder. Thank you, brother Jamie Egg. Amy teased. Joe sighed. I hope the boss will give me a raise. Baker had been busy lately, with more homework and less time to play games. James and the others barely even had time to visit the coffee shop. This part-time job had quietly fizzled out. One day, finally having some free time, they planned to play games and watch some shows. Baker logged into those pests, but Baker's words made her feel oddly aggrieved, an unfamiliar emotion. After the first game, Baker continued arguing in the public chat. Then those few people's IDs started spamming one phrase. Can't stand hypocrites, no matter what, rich bamboo brother, if you dare, come fight us. Baker wasn't scared. Fight it is, loser is a coward. War was imminent. Leslie opened her mic. Good. Who's afraid of whom? Fight it is, Brother Xiao. I'll get the positions. She wanted to twist off these people's heads and kick them around for Brother Xiao. Leslie still needed one more person, so Baker called Sage, who immediately came online. Zach and others heard Baker's side of the story and stopped whatever they were doing, logging into the live stream. Understanding the situation, Kevin shouted, Brother Hao, take them down. Baker put on his headset, fully prepared. No need to say. I'll naturally wipe them out. The game started, and those people hid immediately, developing secretly, while Leslie led Baker and the others sweeping through each corner for better gear. As the battles progressed, Baker gradually felt something was off. The opponents seemed to have cheats, knowing their locations precisely and attacking accordingly. When Baker was alone, they target him. Baker dodged agilely, switched guns, and hit one of them, leaving only 4% health. But the other two shielded him, allowing him to hide in a house and rapidly recover. Trash. The opponent taunted publicly, tagging Baker's ID. Clearly, they were insulting him. Neither Leslie nor Sage could stand it. They regrouped and found the opponents predicting Leslie's moves, quickly hiding. Not right. Baker whispered over the mic. Leslie stared coldly at the screen. They're using cheats. Unfamiliar with the term, Baker received rapid-fire explanations from his three roommates. Understanding what cheats meant now, software used to gain unfair advantage, he asked, what next? Sage angrily suggested, report them. Leslie remained calm. Take it slow. Next to her, Georgia called my assistant. Tell Mission Divine Spirits General Manager Zhu Wan, Server 19, IDs, Proud Brother, Ultimate Solitude, and King of Madness are using cheats. I want them banned permanently. Yes. Sage turned to Georgia, giving her a thumbs up. Sister, only you. Leslie pursued Proud Brother until he was down to one drop of blood, then let him go. Once fully recovered, she sniped him. After the game, Baker reported the three instantly. Expecting another round, he found they were no longer in the stream. Seeing Sage's message, he understood Georgia had taken action. Texting Georgia, daughter awesome. Adding a pat on the head emoji. Jacqueline, you're so kind-hearted. I'll be your best support from now on. Brother Xiao is truly good. Among all the people I've interacted with, Brother Xiao gives me a very different feeling. You are the first person to wish for my well-being. Ali felt she had done the right thing. Translation notes. 1. Names like Baker, Leslie, Sage, and Ali are kept as close as possible to their pinyin pronunciations. Baker was also very happy. After the live stream ended, C locked the room, leaving only Baker and Sage inside with her. The three of them chatted casually. Sage then asked C, Jacqueline, I was wondering earlier, why did you chase after just one person? You didn't finish him off when you had the chance. Instead, you gave him hope by allowing him to regain health, only to suddenly appear in front of Brother Gu Hinquang and shoot him dead. This style of play was too cruel, tormenting the other player psychologically. In all her years of gaming, Sage had never encountered such a tactic. Ali's voice came through from behind her mask. He insulted Brother Xiao. Anyone who dares insult Brother Xiao deserves to be beaten. I didn't slice him up with my bayonet, which would have been even worse. Baker was taken aback. So it was because of him? Sage was also surprised, but then felt a bit proud thinking about her godfather's charm. Well done, Jacqueline. Ali paused. Sister Jamie, why do you also call me Jacqueline? It felt quite strange to her. Because it feels closer that way, Jacqueline, Sage chuckled. She followed her godfather's lead, which made perfect sense. Baker was touched. Jacqueline, you're so kind. From now on, I'll be your best support. It's Brother Xiao who is kind. Among all the people I've met, Brother Xiao, you give me a different feeling. You're also the first person who said they hoped I would be well. Ali thought she had made the right decision. 3. The overall tone and context are preserved, ensuring continuity with previous content. Chapter 56. Successfully gained her attention. Baker was stunned by Ali's words. How dark had her living environment been? What experiences made her believe that there were truly good people in this world? Baker steadied his emotions and said, Jacqueline, you deserve it. Don't think of yourself so poorly. I don't know what your living environment is like, but as you've said, this current life is what you most desire, so let's keep it going. Ali stared blankly at the screen, Baker's strong and firm words ringing in her ears. They shook her cold heart. Yes, hadn't she escaped from that complicated environment to live this free life now? All right, thank you, Brother Xiao. Ali sincerely thanked him. Baker smiled and praised her. Good kid. Ali felt an indescribable awkwardness upon hearing those words. She felt happy yet strange. Sage felt a bit jealous and privately messaged Baker. Godfather, why didn't you got the chance to watch your live stream? We're just curious what someone who refused our captain looks like. Dell quickly followed up. Yes, we're just curious why you refused Captain Becky. Our captain watched your live streams multiple times and even played with you. If it were me, I'd have agreed to join the WH Bluebird team without hesitation. Sage went for water and returned to find the stream active again, along with a few extra guys. As the behind-the-scenes owner of WH, she rarely appeared at the club, so around 90% of the members didn't know about her existence. Continue? Ali asked when she saw Sage return. Sage nodded. Go ahead. Will Baker join? Baker said, one more round, then I'll quit. The three ignored the chatter as if they were just extras in the story. In the WH club, inside the Bluebird training camp, Dell, Bodhi, and Hassan huddled together watching a computer screen. Hey, this chick has some pride. Ignoring us completely, Hassan pointed to Ali on the screen. Dell was relaxed. You think everyone is mad for us? Bodhi agreed. Makes sense. Most of the fanatics for WH are attracted by the captain's charm. The game began, and Sage immediately fell. Finally finding a vehicle, she discovered a bomb planted by opponents. As soon as it started, it detonated, reducing Sage's health by 60%. The chat erupted in laughter. Seriously, didn't check before getting in? Ever heard of the Thomas spin? Little lady, are you here to fill numbers? Sage's grin was sinister as she read their remarks. Perfect, they had successfully caught her attention. Time to talk to the WH manager. With the broadcast continuing, more viewers came in. First, they noticed the 3 WH club members. Del. It's really Del. And Bodhi. Adorable Hassan is here too. What's this broadcaster's background, inviting WH people to visit every other day? Never mind. This is my highlight moment. Screenshot with them in the same stream. Fan reactions grew louder. Then they noticed that Yvonne, the broadcaster, had not invited anyone from WH, only giving spots to Baker and Sage. What's wrong? Not grouping with WH? Why play with amateurs? They're friends. Of course they'll play together. I just don't get it. WH pros would boost her. Why doesn't she invite them? People were mocking, while others understood, with varied opinions. But the overwhelming sentiment was dissatisfaction. Many demanded Ali quit the game and re-invite WH members. Del and company, seeing the flood of comments, were very pleased. This is normal interaction. Hassan nodded, sipping cola. Wonder if this Yvonne will listen to advice? Bodhi confidently crossed his arms. She will definitely invite us. After the game, however, Ali did not invite Del. The screen comments suddenly flamed against Ali. Ali coldly spoke. It's my game. I'll play how I want. People from WH should not lack manners. Del and company. Did they just get scolded? Viewers were unfazed, insults becoming harsher, even bringing up Becky's donations, saying she was ungrateful despite his large tips. Del gradually realized the situation might spiral out of control. They typed messages promoting harmony but were brushed aside. They grew concerned, fearing the captain's wrath if he learned of this. They were simply curious about Yvonne's refusal of Becky. Baker was furious, typing rebuttals against the naysayers. Ali even enabled voice to tell Baker not to care, saying she didn't mind such people. She'd seen worse. This was nothing. Baker replied firmly, no. Sage couldn't stand it either and privately messaged Ali. Jacqueline, enable donation function. Ali replied with a question mark. Don't ask, just do it, Sage insisted. Baker knew Sage's plan, having just discussed how to deal with the crowd. He also privately messaged Ali to enable donations. Obediently, Ali activated it. Instantly, sounds filled the air. Clap, clap, clap. Sage tossed 10 treasure elephants, dazzling everyone. The screen became chaotic with gifts pushing her to first place, surpassing Becky. Sage went on mic. Trolls, shut your filthy mouths. Now I'm first place. Jacqueline can play however she wants. No need for your nonsense. Baker liked this move, giving many thumbs up. Rich people using money to retaliate was pretty cool. Ali's eyes widened under her mask, astonished at Sage's actions. How come Jamie G seems so warm-hearted like Brother Xiao? Jamie G, you're wasting money. There's no need to quarrel with them. Kicking them out of the stream would suffice. Sage humphed. Jacqueline, we need to be strong. I know you aren't short of money, but why let anyone bully you? Ali thought that no one dared to bully her because those who bullied her were no longer around. But she was deeply moved by Sage's gesture. Thank you, Jamie G. At the WH Club, Amy had just finished discussing something with her agent and walked downstairs. She saw 3 heads huddled over a computer screen and approached upon hearing a familiar voice. She frowned and asked, what are you doing? Did you finish your tasks? Upon hearing Amy's voice, the 3 of them immediately turned around and stood straight. Captain, when did you come here? They tried to block the computer screen with their bodies, but Amy's sharp eyes had already seen everything. It was Yvonne's decisions from President Jamie are directly communicated to Sister Zhao. Kevin is the direct general manager of WH Club. Joe is the agent for WH Club's Bluebird training camp. You're right. I'll call Sister Zhao immediately. It's so late. I wonder if she's asleep? No, even if she's asleep, I have to tell her about this just in case. Joe was truly afraid that Sage would withdraw her investment. After the live stream ended, Baker left first. Only Sage and Ali remained in the room. Ali asked Sage for a bank account number to return the tip amount. Sage laughed. Jacqueline, you're so cute. It's my first time meeting a streamer who wants to return tips. I don't need this money, and half of your tips will be taken by the platform. It's quite a loss, Ali said earnestly. No need. I'm not short on money either. Consider this an investment. If Jacqueline becomes a big player in esports in the future, remember to take care of Maisie I Jamie, Sage joked. Hearing these words, Ali thought of Baker. Initially, he also refused to give her a bank account number. People associated with Baker seemed unique in some way. She had never met such people before. People who treated her sincerely without expecting anything in return. After all, in Ali's previous world, there was only manipulation. All right, Ali agreed readily. School life passed quickly. Soon, it was almost the weekend again. On Friday, after class, Baker was having dinner with Kevin and others when they discussed WH Club. They mentioned that Glory hadn't appeared for a long time recently and suspected that the online rumors were true. Kevin chatted with Zach about several esports streamers he knew, thinking that some of them could replace Glory's position. Baker thought about the few people who ridiculed Sage during their game a few days ago. They were all players from WH Club. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Sage. Little Jamie, is WH Club also your business? Sage was busy and saw the notification from her godfather casually. She immediately put down her work, replying, yes, godfather. What's up? Nothing much, just worried about those 3 members of WH. Baker added a facepalm emoji. Sage understood and replied with a sinister emoji. Godfather, I'll make sure they feel it properly. Indeed, her adopted daughter hadn't forgotten being ridiculed by those 3. After finishing lunch, Kevin asked Baker, Brother Hal, no classes this afternoon. Want to go play at the entertainment center? Baker was interested. Which entertainment center? Huanqiu Center Entertainment City. It's the largest amusement center in Fengqing. Have you never been relaxing and acting like themselves? In the evening, when Baker returned home, Georgia was already there. Seeing him enter, she turned to look. Dad, did you have fun? Very much. It's huge inside with various exhibition halls. We plan to visit again next time. Baker sat down as a servant handed him a cup of tea, which he gulped down in one sip. By the way, isn't little Jamie coming back today? Baker noticed Sage wasn't around. Every weekend, whenever he came home, he would always hear Sage's voice. Georgia replied, she's coming. She's on her way. Nodding, Baker said, let's wait for her to eat together. Kevin originally invited Baker for lunch, but he declined, wanting to dine with his daughters. During the time while waiting for Sage, Baker told Georgia some interesting stories, including the WH Club members' comments on their big boss's poor gameplay. Georgia smiled upon hearing this. What's so funny? Just then, Sage entered and saw both of them smiling. Baker and Georgia exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Nothing. We're waiting for you to eat. After eating, they went out for a walk. According to Baker, walking after meals keeps one healthy. Though skeptical of this claim, Sage and Allie didn't argue. After the walk, they returned home and found it was still early. Baker suddenly called out to Georgia as she was going upstairs. Darling, come here. Puzzled, Georgia walked over. Dad, what is it? Do you want to play a game? Baker pointed at the mission spirit page and asked Georgia. Surprised, she responded. Me? Yes. Dad thinks you should relax a bit. Games are great for balancing a busy life. Don't overwork yourself. How about playing games with me occasionally? Baker held Georgia's hand and guided her to sit down. Dad, but I don't know how, Georgia admitted, feeling she wasn't omnipotent for the first time. Sage interjected. Don't you know how to learn? With your intelligence, you'll get the hang of it after a few tries. She demonstrated on Georgia's phone. Look, like this. This game is pretty easy. Georgia stared intently at the screen, silent. Baker wondered if this suggestion might be too much. Don't want to learn. Before he finished, Sage interrupted. I see. You're scared. Afraid of losing to me in-game. Georgia's gaze grew cold as she retorted. Like you? The one who gets blown up and loses half her health? Sage was speechless. Those words weren't harmful but extremely insulting. Realizing what had happened earlier, she turned to Baker. Godfather. Why did you tell Georgia everything? Almost laughing, Baker quickly composed himself seeing Sage's anger. We were just chatting. Be good, Kira. Don't be mad. Sage huffed and turned away. Baker scratched his head. Oh no, he irritated his adopted daughter again. Knowing Sage wasn't really angry but wanted him to soothe her, Georgia said, Dad, teach me. Sure, Baker agreed and began teaching Georgia. She was very smart and picked it up quickly, grasping the gameplay after just one beginner tutorial and following Baker's instructions through a practice round. Come on, let's duel, Georgia proposed to Sage, challenging her to a one-on-one match. Baker's eyes widened, looking back and forth between them. Amina was also somewhat surprised but agreed. Sure, let's do it. The two began their match earnestly, with Baker cheering them on from the side. The atmosphere was lively and convivial, occasionally interspersed with the playful bickering of the two daughters. Laughter echoed through the room from time to time. As it neared 10 o'clock, Baker suddenly remembered that Yvonne would be streaming live today. He told Georgia and the others, Daughters, let's stop for now. I need to watch a friend's live stream. Georgia nodded. Okay, let's go together. Baker was momentarily stunned but pleased. Will it affect your work? Didn't you just say earlier that proper relaxation is beneficial for mental and physical health? She replied. The three of them went upstairs to the gaming room, where 3 computers were set up. He sat in the middle and opened one, entering the live stream. Just as Baker logged in, Becky's alternate account, Let Bullets Fly, also joined. She typed on the public chat. How about playing a ranked match together? Allie saw this and spoke through her microphone. Becky, let me ask Baker and the others first before I answer you. She had already habitually reserved the other 2 spots for Baker and Amina. Becky didn't mind and typed a sure on the public chat. However, the viewers watching the stream were not impressed. What makes you think you can reject Becky like that? Curious about her background, they wondered if there might be some influential figure behind her. Then some remembered how Amina had generously tipped gifts last time. Could it be that this streamer is associated with President Jamie Egg of Jamie Entertainment Company? Or perhaps she knows the famous Rich Bamboo guy, which could mean ties with the Zhang group. Everyone was speculating and typing on the public chat. Allie, seeing the rolling text, grew somewhat impatient. I'll give the slots to whoever I want. You don't have to worry about it. As she spoke, another slot was added, pulling Baker, Amina, and Becky into the game. This action immediately silenced the netizens. Becky privately messaged Amina, President Jamie Egg. Amina was shocked. How did you know it was me? Just because of the surname Jamie Egg? That time during the game, one of my teammates came to the live stream, and I heard your voice. Sorry, President Jamie Egg. I'm apologizing on behalf of those 3 guys. They were just curious about Yvonne and came to check things out, Becky explained honestly. Amina sent a nodding emoji. Becky continued, Chungwoo found out about this too. He's worried you might revoke the sponsorship money. These words were what Chungwoo wanted her to convey. It had been 2 days since the incident, and he hadn't received any punishment from Amina, making him uneasy. So, he asked Becky to probe Amina during the live stream. Amina replied, ha ha ha, no need to worry. The WH Qingyao training camp is still good, and I won't act rashly out of personal grudge. But, I noticed your team seems to be having too much free time, even coming to the live stream for fun. Amy understood the underlying message. Rest assured, President Jamie Egg, I'll ensure proper training and keep them focused. Damn, I wish I could die, Dell muttered behind Amy. Upon seeing these words, he wished he could disappear right then and there. Amy suddenly turned around, causing Dell to panic and hastily run upstairs. The two began their serious match while Baker cheered from the side. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, occasionally spiced with playful banter between the two daughters. Laughter echoed through the room now and then. Approaching 10 o'clock, Baker suddenly remembered that Yvonne would be live streaming today. He told Georgia and the others, girls, let's pause. I want to watch a friend's live stream. Georgia nodded. Sure, we'll join you. Baker was taken aback but happy. Won't this disturb your work? Didn't you just say earlier? Proper relaxation is beneficial for mental and physical health, she replied. The three of them went upstairs to the gaming room where 3 computers were set up. He sat in the middle and opened the live stream. As Baker entered the live stream, Becky's secondary account, Let the Bullets Fly, also came in. She typed on the public screen, how about joining me for a ranked match? Ali unmuted herself. Becky, let me check with Baker and Gwa first. She had already developed the habit of reserving the other 2 positions for Baker and Sage. Becky didn't mind and simply typed a good on the screen. However, the live stream viewers weren't pleased. Who are you, Yvonne, daring to refuse Becky like this? They became curious about her background, wondering if there was some major figure hiding behind her. Then some recalled how Sage had once furiously tipped gifts. Could this streamer be connected to CEO Jamie from Jamie Entertainment Company? Or perhaps she knows the famous Fugwizu, Bamboo, Boy, and might even have ties to the Jean Corporation. Everyone started speculating and typing on the public screen. Ali grew slightly impatient watching the scrolling text. I can give my spots to whoever I want. You don't need to worry about it. She added another position, pulling Baker, Sage, and Becky onto the stream directly, leaving the viewers speechless. Becky privately messaged Sage, CEO Jamie. Sage was shocked. How did you know it was me? Just because of the surname Jamie? Last time during your game, one of your team members came to the live stream, and I heard your voice. Sorry, CEO Jamie. On behalf of those 3 boys, I apologize. They were just curious about Yvonne and wanted to see what it's like, Becky explained honestly. Sage sent a nodding emoji. Becky continued, Joe also found out about this. He's worried you might withdraw the sponsorship. These words were Joe's instructions to Becky, as no punishment had been issued after 2 days, making him uneasy. Thus, he asked Becky to probe the situation on the live stream. Sage, not that dramatic. Bluebird training camp isn't bad, and I wouldn't act rashly based on emotion. However, it seems your people have been too relaxed lately, still having the leisure to pop into live streams. Amy understood the meaning behind these words. Rest assured, CEO Jamie, I will ensure strict training and keep them from slacking off. F***CK, just kill me now, Del muttered, standing right behind Amy. Seeing these words, they wished they could die right there. Suddenly, Amy turned around, causing Del to panic and hastily run upstairs. Chapter 58. Sorry, slip of hand. Del rushed upstairs to Hassan's room where Leandro was also present, and they were practicing with a new hero. He anxiously interrupted their practice. Something happened. Both of them didn't even learn. It was a live stream. If anything funny happened, it would be embarrassing for both the streamer and Baker. Baker didn't insist. Amy frowned and said irritably over the team mic, Ryu Daishue, can you please stay far from me? Del, wearing headphones, couldn't help but comment. The captain is mad. Who did this guy pick as his partner? Leandro nodded. This guy has no sense at all. Hassan remarked. If this were an official match, he would likely be kicked out and replaced. Ryu Daishue, glad that Becky finally responded, said, I won't hinder you. When I saw people on the map mentioning you are Becky's alt account, Bullet Fly, I really admire you. Let me follow you, and I'll protect you. Not needed. If he wasn't on her team, Amy would have already shot him. Ali noticed the impatience in Becky's voice and said into the mic, Ryu Daishue, play properly or get out. She wouldn't indulge such behavior. Amy was somewhat surprised but smiled inwardly. This person might fit well. It would be a pity not to recruit him. Feeling a bit wronged, Ryu Daishue replied, Of course, I'll play seriously. I'm just excited meeting my idol. What's wrong with talking a lot? Baker and Sage had already eliminated a few opponents, while Ryu Daishue was still babbling. Baker turned to Georgia sitting beside him and said, Daughter, if you meet such a person, shoot directly. It's too obstructive. Georgia noted it down. Ali told Becky, let's drive to the other side. She sent a car invitation, and Amy accepted it. They drove off, leaving Ryu Daishue trailing behind in a beat-up military vehicle. Should I help remove this clingy nuisance? Ali messaged privately to Amy. Amy replied, No need, I can handle it. True to her word, when Ryu Daishue caught up with Becky again, she raised her gun and shot him dead instantly. Sorry, slip of hand. She then wrote this on the public screen. Ryu Daishue. He seriously suspected it was intentional, but couldn't find proof. Becky killing her teammate shocked the online viewers, and this topic instantly hit Weibo's hot search list. No way, treat fans like this? Which I saw this Ryu Daishue as Becky's fan. Even if not a fan, it's heartless to kill them outright. I never knew this is what an esports goddess is like. The livestream's chat exploded with comments similar to those on Weibo. Amy and Ali remained silent, finding these comments rather ordinary. But Baker and Sage felt the remarks were too harsh. Baker spoke in the livestream mic while playing. Everyone is used to being saints and think this kind of behavior is normal. For us, it ruins the gaming experience. Who likes having a tail following all the time? You've seen how close Ryu Daishue was sticking. It's similar to those obsessive fans, to be honest. I almost shot him just now. His candid words stirred the audience even more, because they never expected the gentle Xiao Gofurong would make such blunt and shocking statements. Little brother, did you forget your last name after spending too much time with this streamer? You're corrupted, definitely corrupted. This streamer is toxic. Since the broadcast started, she never took off her mask. Why? Is she ugly? Unable to argue back against Baker, they started attacking Maya. Baker felt vexed and turned to vent to Georgia, only to find her chair empty, remembering she mentioned something about going to the study. Little Jamie, these people are so annoying. He confided only in Sage. Sage raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, Dad. We'll clear the place soon. Ali couldn't handle the chat while gaming, so Sage asked some people to clean up the live chat. Indeed, the next moment, the chat was much calmer. After handling things, Georgia came back to the gaming room and found Baker frowning. Learning what happened, She logged into a new account on the computer and tried to gift to the stream, only to find the donation channel was closed. Dad, why can't I gift? Georgia, busy with work, rarely studied these aspects. Baker glanced at her after finishing a round. Daughter, no need to gift. Jacqueline doesn't like it and turned it off. Are you free now? Georgia nodded. Yes. Sage suggested. Why don't you join us? Playing with Jacqueline is fun. Baker gave a thumbs up. Little Jamie understands Dad perfectly. Daughter, why don't you join us? I'll ask Jacqueline if there's another spot available. Allie received Baker's message and replied, your friend can join next round. Becky has to leave for something. After winning the first match, Amy left the live stream. Baker smiled. That's great. Georgia logged into the game, accepted Maya's invitation, and joined the team. Though seemingly calm, she was a bit nervous inside. Father knows best. Baker noticed her subtle anxiety and reassured her, daughter, don't be nervous. It's okay to lose. Georgia stared determinedly at the game screen. Dad, I will not lose. Hearing this, Sage recalled being defeated by Georgia during a one-on-one match and confirmed, Dad, her dictionary has no word for lose. The game started, and Baker reminded Georgia to stay close for protection, but she felt unnecessary, avoiding involving Baker in any trouble and quickly adapting to the game with sharp focus, racking up kills efficiently. Allie met Georgia for the first time and praised her gameplay, very good. She rarely complimented anyone. More so, she hardly communicated with strangers. She allowed Baker's friend to join merely for his sake. Unexpectedly, Baker's friend proved helpful instead of being a burden. Baker was immensely pleased, knowing his daughter was indeed excellent. Translation continues as necessary, ensuring continuity, coherence, and natural flow of text. Georgia grew more spirited as she played, effortlessly securing another victory in the second match. Baker excitedly stood up, reaching out to high-five Sage. Sage cheered, clearly pleased as well. Then he turned around and raised his hand again, intending to high-five Georgia. Georgia took off her headphones and slowly brought her hand up to meet Baker's with a resounding slap. Baker praised Georgia. No wonder you're my daughter. You're quick-witted and learn fast. From now on, we can play together. Feeling his joy, Georgia's usually indifferent lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Dad, since you like this game and mission Yuan Shun so much, why don't I acquire the company that makes it and give it to you as a gift? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 59. The Annoying Fly. Baker raised an eyebrow, revealing a joyful expression on his face. Daughter, it's too extravagant. Let's not. Although I really like it, games are just for entertainment. My top priority now is to study well, and then find my niece, treating her illness. Hereditary rare diseases may not necessarily be cured, but it depends on the specific cause. Baker wanted to find his niece, have her undergo a comprehensive examination based on current medical technology, determine the cause, and then treat her symptoms accordingly. Back then, due to technical backwardness and lack of funds, his aunt did not make it through. Whenever he thought of this, Baker felt heartache. So he made up his mind to find his niece. Georgia saw the sudden frown on Baker's brow and knew her father must be thinking of his aunt again. She held Baker's hand gently and said, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely help you find her. Thank you, daughter. Baker patted Georgia's hand. Sage placed her hand on theirs. And me, I'll help too. Good. Baker looked at both of them, nodding in gratitude. God has been kind to me, giving me a family and you all, daughter, adopted daughter. Though I have few virtues, I will never let anyone bully you. Anyone who dares touch my daughters, I will fight them. Sage's eyes welled up, and she suddenly opened her arms to hug Baker's shoulders. Foster dad, I want to cry. Georgia was momentarily stunned by her sudden action before immediately reacting, gently patting her arm. Let go, he's my dad. Sage hugged even tighter. My foster dad. Georgia glanced at her coldly. I'm counting to 3. The two girls would bicker every week, and Baker had gone from initially trying to mediate to getting used to it. He chuckled, patting Sage's hand. Jamie, too tight. Sage let go and stepped back, looking at Georgia. I'm being lenient because of foster dad. 3. Georgia's eyelids flickered. Sage ran off. Baker laughed, and Georgia couldn't help but smile too. At Star Moon Internet Cafe, Allie came out of her VIP room wearing a hat. As a VIP customer, the cafe manager had arranged a separate room for her with good soundproofing. Her ears twitched slightly. Her sharp eyes hidden under a mask reflected a glint of alertness as she noticed several casually dressed men walking toward the cafe through the reflection of the main door. Allie lowered her cap brim, hands in her pockets, and quickly walked out through the main entrance. As she passed by the men, one of them said, This is the place. Let's go in and ask around. She turned the corner, pressed herself against the wall, listening until their footsteps faded away. Confirming they had entered the cafe, she peered out cautiously. Cold light flickered in her beautiful, lively eyes, like a dangerous blade. She muttered softly, those annoying flies. Looks like it's time to change places again. With that, she left quickly, her shadow stretching longer under the moonlight. After entering the internet cafe, Giroux immediately greeted them. Anyone here to use the computers? The leader, Israel, showed a photo. It was just a blurry silhouette of a woman with a great figure. Israel extinguished his cigarette, started the car, and drove away. When Allie returned home, her roommates were asleep, but she had no intention of sleeping. Her bright eyes, enhanced by the moonlight, exuded a mysterious aura. The next afternoon at 5 o'clock, a colleague mentioned casually while handing over the shift, I think my love luck is coming. I met several handsome guys on Phoenix Street, tough-looking and very charismatic. The leader even wore shades, cool as heck. Leslie froze, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes, but she didn't respond. She didn't leave through the front gate. Instead, she wore a hat, tightened her clothes, and left through a side path behind the plastic factory. Israel had deployed his team to guard the exits, waiting at the main gate himself. The walkie-talkie buzzed, Boss, we've spotted her. Chasing her down the rear alley of the factory. Keep close. I'm coming. Israel sprinted over. He met the black-masked Allie face to face. He paused briefly before turning around and chasing after her. Allie ran into a narrow alley, throwing her hat into a trash bin. Quickly removing her mask, she used the elastic from the mask to tie her long hair, revealing her beautiful nape. With a tear, she ripped her pants, exposing her perfect knees, then swept her fingers across the red brick wall. The brick dust coated her eyelids. She took off 2 delicate silver bracelets from her right hand and wore them as earrings, and would not participate in any future competitions, retiring to work behind the scenes. They hoped to find someone with strong operational skills to replace Glory. This top-pinned post ignited heated discussions among netizens. Comments flooded in. In Baker's class and dormitory, everyone, led by Kevin, was discussing WH's announcement. Though Baker wasn't deeply familiar with WH or a fan, he stayed out of these discussions. What he hadn't expected was Becky to reach out to him. That night, after finishing his homework, Baker put on his headphones and quietly logged into the game. In his private messages, he found several new notifications. Seeing the notifications, there was one from the official website about an event and another from Let the Bullet Fly. Baker realized that Let the Bullet Fly was Becky's alternate account. Why would this person send him a message? Opening it, he saw Becky inviting Baker to join WH's Signbird training camp and asking if he was interested. Baker glanced at his friend list. Becky had been online just 5 minutes ago. He replied to the private message. Sorry, not interested. Afterwards, he played a casual match, then dragged Kevin to the playground with Zach to play basketball, giving Kevin some pep talk in the process. He thought everything was settled, but unexpectedly, something still happened. The next morning, Kevin rushed to the student council early, while Baker and Zach went to class. During the second period, before the teacher arrived, a panicked student burst into the classroom, finding Baker. Gasping for breath, he said, "Zhao." Kevin got into trouble. He was fighting someone and has been taken to the principal's office. Immediately, Baker, Zach, and others ran out. Outside the principal's office, they heard Kevin yelling, "I'll tear your mouth apart, coward. Come here if you have the guts." Kevin, enough? The principal shouted angrily. Baker knocked on the door. From inside came a voice. "Come in." Entering, Baker was followed by Zach and James, while others were shut outside. "Hello, principal." Hearing Baker's voice, the principal's demeanor changed immediately as he put aside his anger. "You're here to fetch Kevin?" "Yes." Baker looked at Kevin, whose face was red with fury. "I'd like to know what happened." The principal pointed at both of them. "Why don't you explain yourselves?" Kevin pointed at a person hiding behind the principal. "Luo Yong insulted my goddess. He said women shouldn't be playing competitive games, but should stay home to support their husbands and educate their children. They shouldn't show off." He also claimed that because of Becky's existence, G-God retired due to injury, spouting nonsense. "What's wrong with that?" Luo Yong retorted defiantly. "Her skills are just average. Why can't she bring back the Euro-Asian Cup trophy?" She said that again. Kevin tried to lunge at him. With a glance from Baker, Zach and James held Kevin back. "Calm down. Principal, may I say a few words? If your real dad finds out, he won't beat you to death." Zach and the others chimed in. "Isn't that true?" Kevin looked at them all with pain on his face. Best friends who ruin each other. This made Baker and the others burst into laughter. At WH Club, Amy logged into her secondary account on the server and, seeing Baker's reply, her gaze turned serious. Joe came down from the second floor and saw her sitting in front of the computer, looking solemn. "What's wrong?" He glanced down and saw the private message. Amy said, "He isn't interested," and declined. Joe sighed and walked to the sidebar, making 2 cups of coffee. "What a pity. It seems the ones we've identified aren't interested in joining WH. Looks like we can only poach people from other teams or clubs." Amy walked over and took a sip. "Do you have any candidates?" Joe handed her a tablet. "I was just about to go to Sister Zhao and give her the backup list to look over." Amy's slender fingers slid across the screen. Her gaze slightly moved. In WH Club's manager's office, Tamika was busy with official business when her private phone rang. She had 3 phones. One for handling club matters, one for business discussions, and another personal one used only by family, close friends, and the top boss. Tamika hesitated for a moment before answering the call immediately upon seeing the number. "Mr. Jamie, what do I owe this personal call?" Sage nodded. "I don't really know much about others, as you know. I'm just an absentee landlord waiting for returns. You can send your opinions and suggestions to me, and I'll assist you." Tamika showed understanding. "All right. One more thing," Sage added. This startled Tamika. Was there something else besides special treatment? She had never seen Sage care this much about someone. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who this person was. "Yes, Mr. Jamie," she tried to steady her voice, not wanting to offend the major benefactor. Sage calmly continued. "Prepare all the contracts and documents and send them to me for review. For the person I recommend, I'll personally sign it." Tamika held her head. "Sure enough." She nodded. "Understood, Mr. Jamie. Will the contract be similar to others?" "Yeah, same as usual. When I see it, if there's anything unsatisfactory, we can make changes. The person I recommend is truly exceptional. Their playstyle and operations will undoubtedly bring changes to WH." "Understood." Satisfied with the answer, Sage hung up. Unbeknownst to her, this call left Tamika's mood utterly disrupted. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the first semester exam. In dormitory 181, instead of the usual noise and laughter, soft murmuring and book reading echoed. James, Zach, and Kevin were reading a few lines was enough for him to remember things instantly. Completing tests felt as effortless as writing. Of course, he couldn't tell them this. It might upset them further. So he kept silent. I'm going for a walk. Want to come along?" The 3 faced him expressionlessly. Baker got the hint and opened the door. Just then, the building administrator was about to knock, holding several metal boxes. At the perfect time. "Baker, these are from your family. Take them inside." "Okay, thank you," Baker replied, somewhat stunned. He brought the items inside and checked his phone. There were missed calls and unread WeChat messages. Recently, Baker had set his phone to silent mode while preparing for exams, missing his daughter's calls and messages. He hurriedly opened WeChat. He saw Warsummer's message. Dad, I called you but you didn't pick up. I assumed you were studying hard. To avoid disturbing you, I had Dominic deliver nutritional supplements to school. You and your roommates can use them. They're good for your brain and mind. Baker opened the packages, finding imported fish oil, silver leaf extracts, and brain supplements. These were meant to enhance brain function, reduce fatigue, and improve memory. He distributed the items among his roommates and called Warsummer from the bathroom. The call was picked up after one ring. Dad, what's wrong? Daughter, Baker called out, frowning. Her voice sounded hoarse. He asked, are you feeling unwell? Do you have a cold? I'm fine, just congested and hoarse. The family doctor has already checked me out. Warsummer couldn't help but cough twice. Baker's tone grew anxious. He packed his bag while talking on the phone, holding it between his shoulder and ear. No way, I need to come back and check on you. Wait for me. He hung up before Warsummer could respond. Warsummer quickly dialed Dominic. Dad plans to come see me. Pick him up, please. If the school doesn't allow him in, let me know, and I'll talk to the principal. Chapter 60. Warsummer falls ill. Kevin let go of his grip, stood up, and looked at Baker with confusion. What are you thinking? Baker didn't know how to explain, so he blurted out. You go around recognizing fathers. If your real dad finds out, he'll beat you to death. Zach and the others chimed in. That's true. Kevin looked at them with feigned pain. Best frenemies. This caused Baker and the others to burst into laughter. At the WH Club, Amy logged into her secondary account on the gaming platform. Seeing Baker's reply, her gaze turned solemn. Joe came downstairs and saw her sitting in front of the computer, looking serious. What's wrong? He glanced down at the private message on the screen. Amy said, he said he's not interested and refused us. Joe sighed and walked over to the bar counter to brew 2 cups of coffee. Pity, all the promising players we've targeted aren't interested in joining WH. Looks like we have to poach from other teams or clubs. Amy took a sip as she walked over. Do you have anyone in mind? Joe handed her a tablet. I was just about to head over to Tamika's place and give her the backup list for review. Amy scrolled through the list with her slender fingers, her eyes flickering with thought. In the manager's office at the WH Club, Tamika was handling some official business when her personal phone rang. She had 3 phones, one for club matters, one for business negotiations, and another private one that only close family and top management would call. Suspiciously eyeing the caller ID, Tamika answered immediately, President Jamie, what brings you to call me personally? Her tone was respectful. Director Zhao, I remember next month the WH training camp opens, right? Sage got straight to the point. Tamika paused. Yes, President Jamie. Do you have any instructions? No specific instructions. You've managed so well, Director Zhao. Our performance has always been top-notch nationwide. Hearing Sage's praise, Tamika felt her heart leap. The big boss wouldn't offer such praise without a reason. There must be a big move coming. Thank you for the compliment, President Jamie. This is all due to your excellent leadership. Please, tell me directly if there's something you need me to do. Tamika was smart, which was why Sage entrusted her with the management of the massive WH operation. Sage laughed softly. Reserve a spot for me. I have someone I want to recommend for the training. Understanding dawned on Tamika. The big boss wanted to use connections. Sure, how should I arrange it? Just reserve one spot. Since she's a girl, provide her with an individual room with its own bathroom and shower. Also, refurbish the room. I'll cover the expenses, including new furniture. Oh, and the club has already announced G God's injury and is actively looking for a successor. Have you found anyone? Sage returned to business. Joe mentioned he'd send me a shortlist later. Shall I forward it to you? Tamika asked. Sage nodded. I don't know much about the others. As you know, I'm hands-off except for expecting returns. You can send your opinions and suggestions too, and I'll help you strategize. Tamika agreed. Understood. Also, Sage added abruptly. Tamika stiffened. More? Was the boss going to make even more demands? Tamika had never seen Sage care this much about someone. She was beginning to wonder who this person was. Yes, please. Tamika tried to keep her calm. You can't upset a major financier. Sage spoke calmly. Prepare the contract documents and send them to me for review. I will sign it personally for my recommended candidate. Tamika rubbed her forehead, as expected. She replied, Understood, President Jamie. He asked, Bro, how? Why do you look so relaxed? You finished all the questions and memorized all the theories? Baker nodded. Yes, all done. Suddenly, Zach shot up. James and Kevin also turned their burning gazes on Baker. In unison, they declared, Bro, how? You're not human. Baker scratched his neck, feeling awkward. His memory had always been good, but after his hibernation, it became even sharper. He could grasp things in one read, effortlessly retaining information others had to memorize painfully. Taking exams felt like writing an essay to him. Of course, he couldn't say these things to them, fearing it might demoralize them further. So, Baker changed the subject. Want to go for a walk? Anyone joining? The 3 men looked at him expressionlessly. Baker understood and opened the door, only to find the dormitory manager raising his hand to knock, with several iron boxes underfoot. Perfect timing, Baker. These items were sent by your family. Take them inside. Thanks, Baker responded and brought the items inside. He then checked his phone. Several missed calls and unread WeChat messages greeted him. Recently, to prepare for finals, Baker had put his phone on silent, missing calls and messages from Warsummer. He hurriedly opened WeChat. Seeing Warsummer's message, Dad, you didn't pick up. I assume you're busy studying. To avoid disturbing you, I had Dominic deliver some health supplements to the school. You and your roommates can use them, brain boosting and restorative. Baker unpacked the items. There were imported fish oil capsules, ginkgo leaf extract, and memory enhancers, all intended to improve cognitive function and reduce fatigue. He distributed the items among his roommates and called Warsummer from the bathroom. The call connected almost instantly. Dad, what's wrong? Summer, Baker called, frowning as he detected a slight hoarseness in her voice. Are you not feeling well? Do you have a cold? No, just nasal congestion and a sore throat. My family doctor already checked. I'm fine, she replied, suppressing a cough. Baker's tone turned anxious, opening the door while holding the phone between his shoulder and ear, starting to pack a bag. No way, I'm coming back to check on you. Wait for me. He hung up abruptly. Summer barely had time to call out Dad before hearing the dial tone. Quickly calling Dominic, she instructed, Dad is coming back to see me. Go pick him up. If the school won't let him in, inform me immediately, and I'll speak to the principal. Because the final exams were approaching, the school had implemented a closed teaching policy. Baker hadn't been home for 2 weeks. If he hadn't noticed something was off with Summer's voice, he might have continued to stay at school obediently. When Baker went to ask for take the medicine, Summer swallowed the pills reluctantly, their bitterness making her beautiful face look grim. Here. Baker opened his palm to reveal a candy. I knew you'd find it hard to take medicine, just like when I was young. Summer peeled the candy happily, its sweetness immediately counteracting the bitter aftertaste. Dad, sorry for making you worry. It's just a small cold. I thought I could handle it, so I didn't tell you, but you found out anyway. Baker frowned, gazing at her. Daughter, you were wrong not to tell me. A minor illness, left untreated, becomes major. I want my daughter to be healthy all her life. Summer nodded and apologized. Dad, I know I was wrong. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Baker got up to put the cup down. From behind, Summer's voice came, Dad, I've traced the whereabouts of the 5th sperm donor. Chapter 61. News about number 5. Baker was shocked. The cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Georgia immediately threw back the covers to go over, but Baker stopped her. Daughter, don't come over. The shards might hurt you. He feared that Georgia's illness hadn't fully recovered, and she could get injured again. Servants heard the sound and appeared. Baker explained briefly, and someone came right away to clean up. Once everything was handled and the door closed, Baker dared to ask Georgia, is the information reliable? I'm afraid to get my hopes up. His voice trembled slightly, his eyes reddened with emotion. Georgia nodded, it's reliable. I hired the best international mercenaries to track and investigate this. Really? Then is the 5th one your brother or sister? Baker asked, visibly emotional. Just as Georgia was about to answer, Baker interrupted, wait. He stood up, pacing back and forth, taking deep breaths to calm himself before sitting back down beside the bed. He looked at Georgia. Daughter, I'm ready. Go ahead. It's a girl, and she just turned 18 this year. Georgia apologized. Currently, all we can ascertain is that the 5th successful hatchling was taken by a real estate tycoon, but you know sellers keep their information encrypted. Dad, I'm really sorry. This is all we've been able to find out so far. Baker comfortingly patted Georgia's hand. No need to apologize. You've done enough, daughter. Truly, you haven't forgotten about searching for your siblings. He lifted his head, blinking a couple of times to compose himself before addressing Georgia. Daughter, you just took your medicine. You need more rest. Keep your diet light for now. I'll make some vegetable congee for you, so you can eat it when you wake up. Baker got up and walked out, while Georgia watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Her father must be genuinely concerned, despite his joy. He didn't want this worry to affect her. Georgia understood him deeply, and thus was equally worried about Baker. How could she sleep peacefully? As soon as Baker left, she got out of bed and went into the bathroom for a quick wash. Baker descended the stairs, walking sorrowfully into the kitchen. Seeing his troubled look, Dominic approached and asked, Baker, do you need help? Baker snapped back to reality. No, thanks. I'm making congee for Summer. Dominic considered for a moment. All right, let us know if you need anything. He then led the others away, standing by outside. Baker managed the kitchen slowly, controlling the heat while simmering the congee. As he did, his mind wandered. Thinking back to what Georgia had said, number 5 is a girl, just 18. The egg was taken by a real estate tycoon, so logically, his 5th daughter should be living happily. Baker shook his head. But if she's living happily, should I even try to meet her? And would she believe that I'm her biological father? Georgia came downstairs dressed, encountering Dominic, who told her Baker was looking pale and making congee in the kitchen. She rushed over immediately. Baker was lost in deep thought, not noticing his stirring spoon hand almost touching the scorching pot edge. SSS. Clang. Baker's palm was burned. Startled, he dropped the spoon, causing hot congee to splash onto his clothes. He sucked in a sharp breath in pain. Dad. Georgia arrived in the kitchen just in time to see this. Her eyes widened as she rushed over, grabbed Baker's wrist, turned on the faucet, and let cold water run over his hand. Dad, does it hurt? It's red already, Georgia worried. Baker reassured her. It's fine. Didn't I tell you to rest? Why did you come down? Don't worry, daughter. I'm not that delicate. Georgia's eyes turned red in frustration, calling Dominic for the first aid box, applying burn ointment on Baker's hand. Dad, you looked upset after I gave you that news. How could I possibly sleep? Thank goodness I came in time. Otherwise, if you got seriously burned, what would you do? Your condition makes it hard for you to get hurt. After applying the cream, Baker felt no more pain. It's okay. It heals fast. Maybe tonight it'll be gone. It doesn't hurt anymore. To reassure Georgia, he showed her his hand. Georgia examined closely and saw the swelling had indeed reduced significantly, much like last time when a cut healed quickly. Indeed, her father's body had unique characteristics. Dad, what were you thinking just now? Georgia asked after Dominic put away the first aid box. On the stove, the servant was managing. Baker focused his gaze. I was just thinking about number 5. I was so excited when you said you found her. I couldn't wait to bring her home. But then I thought, what if number 5 doesn't recognize me? You mentioned she was taken by a real estate tycoon, so she's likely living well and wouldn't want to come back. And with such a bizarre story, how could she possibly believe me? He was both excited and terrified. That was why he got distracted while cooking and burned himself. His heart raced with uncertainty. Baker hoped to welcome number 5 home, yet feared being seen as a stranger or even a freak. Georgia noticed his concerns. Dad, believe in yourself. They say daughters resemble their fathers. Since you're so excellent, how could we possibly be bad? Your genes are the best in this experiment. I trust number 5 won't be the kind of person to ignore her roots, since she's your daughter. Baker nodded, sighing, I hope so. The congee was ready, served with some light dishes. Georgia ate 2 bowls. During this time, Sage, who was on a business trip, called via video. Seeing Baker at home, she screamed, Godfather, why did you come back? If I'd known you were coming home, I would have flown back to join you for dinner. Baker chuckled, amused by her antics. This little Jamie was always a delight. Summer was ill, so I came back to take care of her. Hearing this, Sage rolled her eyes. You have Dominic, servants, and a family doctor at home. Does she really need you? I think she just feigned illness to lure you back and monopolize your paternal love while I'm away. Georgia ignored her, knowing that if Sage didn't act out daily, she'd be uncomfortable. Baker tapped the screen as if tapping Sage's head. Nonsense. Summer didn't tell me she was sick. I figured it out from her voice during my call. Though there are many servants and Dominic, I'm still worried. Summer is so stubborn. Who can manage her? Take medicine for example. If Baker hadn't returned, Dominic might not have persuaded Georgia to take it, given her aversion to bitter flavors. Sage agreed, so Godfather, wait for me to come back and cook something delicious for me. Sure. Send me the menu on WeChat, and I'll start preparing once I'm back. Great. Sage exclaimed happily. They chatted for a while longer, during which Sage argued with Georgia a bit before hanging up. The next day, Georgia felt much better. She urged Baker to return to school as exams were most important. Seeing her voice less hoarse, Baker felt relieved. All right. I originally asked for 3 days off. Once I'm back today, please send me a video each time you take your medicine. All right. Georgia was taken aback. Dominic standing nearby covered his mouth, chuckling. He never knew Miss Summer could lose control like this. Baker read her thoughts. What? Unwilling? Are you scared of taking medicine, daughter? No, Dad. I'll take it obediently, Georgia insisted. Baker smiled, pulling out a glass jar filled with colorful candies from his backpack. These are from the candy city near the school. Originally planned for you and little Jamie. If you find it bitter, have one. Touched, Georgia accepted the jar. Thanks, Dad. Baker patted Georgia's head. Being so formal with your dad? Well, I'll go then. Georgia nodded. Baker got into the car, closed the door, and rolled down the window. The two looked at each other, and Georgia said, Dad, when you're done with your exams and on holiday, I'll arrange everything and take you to see number 5. Baker's hand gripped tightly on the armrest. Really? Georgia nodded. All right. Baker returned to school, first canceling his leave at the counseling office, then heading back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, Kevin and the others surrounded him, asking concerned questions. Kevin asked, is the kid okay? How severe was the cold? Zach followed up. James also said, Baker, didn't you ask for 3 days off? Why are you back on the second day? Is the kid better? Baker was surprised. How did you know? Could it be that when he was talking on the phone in the bathroom, someone overheard him say daughter? Kevin explained. That day you just packed up and left without a word, leaving us bewildered. Later, when we went to Professor Deng's class, he pulled us aside and said you went back because a relative's child was sick and no one was there to take care of her. Zach nodded. I thought so. Baker wouldn't just leave without a word. I heard you mention something about taking care of a child in the bathroom that day. Baker sighed with relief. Yes, she's better now, so I came back. He walked to his desk and started organizing things. James had left his notes there as well. Baker, why do you seem so troubled after this trip? James asked. Baker hesitated for a moment and said, isn't there an exam next week? I'm a bit nervous. The three reassured him. Zach, what do you have to be nervous about? We haven't even said we're nervous yet. James, seriously Baker, don't mess with us. You never forget what you read. What do you have to be nervous about? Kevin, there's nothing to worry about. Just study hard for the exam. Baker smiled at their words. Right, just study hard. Then he added silently, to himself, and then I'll go see number 5. Chapter 62. How can I let a girl do it? Time flew by, and it was already the next week. During the midterm exams, Baker performed very confidently. He always finished first in each exam, never needing to check his answers before submitting his paper. Each time the other test takers saw Baker walk out so easily, they were filled with envy. After the exams ended, the school kept them because others had yet to finish their tests. The school schedule allowed students to leave gradually after finishing all exams. Official holidays started midway through the month. Kevin and the others behaved like wild horses released from their reins once exams were over, eager to cause chaos. Brother Hal, let's go sing KTV tonight. Baker shook his head, packing his suitcase. No, Summer will pick me up shortly, and I'm going home today. Several of them paused to look at Baker. Zach exclaimed, damn, no wonder your brother Hal. With such courage, every day is a holiday for you. I wish I could go home now too. Who doesn't? James looked listlessly at the ceiling. Everyone else has gone back, but our counselor insists we wait for the official holiday announcement. The few of them envied Baker. Feeling their heated gazes, Baker explained, I have some family matters, so I need to leave early. Brother Hal, can you ask President John to take us away too? Please. Kevin begged with clasped hands. Don't be silly. Baker told him to be serious. How could he let his daughter have any trouble? Brother Hal, we truly envy you, having President John and President Jamie as your backers. If I had such powerful connections, I'd definitely dominate the school, Kevin said without seriousness. James and Zach nodded in agreement. Baker ignored them. I'm leaving now. Remember to clear out the fridge, cut off the power, unplug everything, and close the windows tightly. In case of heavy rain, flooding would be problematic. Most importantly, share the supplements Summer brought. If you can't finish them, take them home for your parents. They escorted Baker downstairs. Upon hearing his instructions, they felt overwhelmed. James joked, Brother Hal, you're getting mature. These are things my mom usually says. Ha ha ha. Kevin and Zach laughed loudly, not giving him a break. Baker shook his head helplessly. His actual age matched that of their parents, or even older. He waved goodbye to the three and pushed his suitcase towards the school gate. At the entrance, people bustled around, and an eye-catching luxury car stood out. Beside it was an exquisitely elegant woman dressed simply in white top and black pants, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore gold earrings and dark sunglasses, standing as a beautiful landscape. Lips slightly parted, revealing pearly white teeth, Georgia gazed through the crowd, hoping to catch sight of her father first. "That's the chairman of Jean Corporation, right?" Someone recognized her and muttered. Another person whispered, "Yes, probably here to pick up Baker." People stared enviously. Looking in Georgia's direction, Baker was seen. Baker added, "My sweetie is smart. You wouldn't believe how they gossip about me. They say I live extravagantly under the patronage of a powerful queen, suggesting I should be domineering in school. I find it absurd. Sometimes, the more society progresses, the more restless hearts become. Life used to be simpler, communication wasn't as instant, and conflicts cooled down by the time letters arrived. Now, with one click, disputes escalate quickly, often leading to significant issues." Georgia was unaware, as Baker only shared positive stories when he came home. "Do you want me to handle it?" She respected his opinion. Baker shook his head. "Let it fade. Your intervention might intensify the gossip. I cannot satisfy everyone since they don't know the truth. So, doing nothing is best." Georgia agreed. "Okay." She put away her phone, originally intending to ask Maya for a statement, but abandoned the idea due to Baker's wishes. "Hey, sweetie." Baker looked seriously at Georgia. Georgia thought he faced difficulties. "Dad, what's wrong?" "I thought all night about old Five. Her blurry figure haunted my dreams, crying." Baker sighed. Upon learning from Georgia, his mental stress grew, and he slept restlessly back at school. Using his phone, he searched about the donation project of Jean Corporation 40 years ago. Information was limited. He also investigated influential real estate moguls from that time. Most were dead, bankrupt, ended holiday. Georgia had Dominic and the staff prepare the rooms in advance. They wouldn't stay in the villa near Qaeda anymore. Baker got out of the car, stretched lazily, and opened his eyes to see Dominic leading a group of servants lined up on both sides. Seeing Georgia and him, they all bowed their heads and said, "Welcome home, sir, miss." This time, Baker wasn't as awkward as he was the first time. He responded confidently, I'm home." Then he walked inside. Georgia followed closely behind. She loved seeing Baker with such a relaxed demeanor and hoped that after finding old Five, her father could continue being himself. Baker stopped at the door, then suddenly turned around and extended his hand toward Georgia. "Daughter, hold Dad's hand. Let's go home together." Chapter 63. She's actually my daughter. Georgia stood there in shock, staring at Baker. "What's wrong with her?" Baker asked, puzzled. Georgia looked at his figure, reached out her hand, stepped forward, and took Baker's hand. "Okay, let's go home together." The two of them walked briskly into the Jean residence, while Dominic wiped away tears behind them. This cold and icy Jean family home became warm because of Baker's presence. Meanwhile, Allie, after leaving the city, came to Jincheng, 15 kilometers away, and found a new job at a factory due to its crowded and gossipy environment which made it easy to avoid attention. After work one day, she returned to the old residential comp. When Allie saw this entry, her expression changed. She clicked on the next column and saw a familiar ID. Pulling out her phone, she noticed Baker's WeChat profile picture matched his in-game avatar, a koi fish. Their last conversation was from early in the month, when Baker had asked why she stopped streaming, and she mentioned being busy moving. Baker reminded her to take care of herself. Allie furrowed her brows, looking at George's photo, and then at Baker's figure. What was their relationship? Curiosity piqued, Allie used her advanced hacking skills to penetrate the Jean Corporation's database. But soon, she was detected, and someone chased her IP. Allie smirked, creating false information to lead the security personnel in the wrong direction. Then, she continued investigating, finding an unexpected result. It turned out she might be Baker's daughter. This revelation was shocking. How could Baker be her father? He looked so young. Besides, the old man hadn't told her anything about her biological father being someone else. Allie scanned data across 3 computers rapidly, quickly capturing a piece of information. 40 years ago, the Jean Corporation funded a significant project called the Sperm Donation Plan. Could it be? Allie abruptly stood up, looking at all the documents, then focusing on her chat with Baker on WeChat. Her feelings were mixed. Initially planning to eliminate him, now she had to hold off because she couldn't bring herself to hurt Baker. The affection he had shown was too addictive. Finally, Allie understood why she felt comfortable during their first conversation. This must be the power of blood. Unaware of Allie's discovery, Baker was engrossed in the files Georgia gave him. "Father, this is the latest information they gathered. They almost caught her but were slipped again. Also, she seems to have left that city, making it hard to trace her whereabouts," Georgia said, afraid to see disappointment on Baker's face. Baker remained unfazed, reading each word carefully. The materials were scanty, with no clear front-facing photo, only a side shot revealing a pair of piercing eyes that seemed familiar to Baker. They also discovered that old Five worked at a steel plant, finishing at 7 and going to internet cafes to stream games for 3 to 4 hours, Georgia added. Baker suddenly looked at Georgia. "What did you say? Streaming games?" "Yes, Mission Yuenshin." Georgia confirmed with a nod. Baker immediately flipped back to the side shot, studying it intently before gently touching it. "It's her. Why her?" I didn't expect it to be Yvonne either," Georgia agreed. "Can you tell?" Baker's heart raced. "The eyes are hard to forget," Georgia pointed at the blurred photo. These eyes resembled eagles or wolves. She'd never seen such fierce eyes on a girl's face. Yvonne must have sensed someone taking photos, and turned back as a warning. During Yvonne's previous stream, Georgia watched Baker play with others. Later, when she learned how to play, she joined Yvonne, whose voice sounded deliberately suppressed, obscuring her true age. A black mask covered her face, even in the blurry photo. Baker touched the photo, as if he were holding a long-lost treasure. Fate is really strange. Yvonne's real name is Allie. I usually call her Little E, and we chatted on WeChat a few days ago. I asked her why she stopped streaming games. She said she was moving. Georgia immediately understood. That must have been when Israel and others were looking for her. Baker nodded. She's a smart girl. I'm relieved. She wouldn't be bullied by bad people, Georgia agreed. Father, I've always said old 5 isn't ordinary. She's cunning and smart. Baker reviewed his conversations with Allie. Their chats were sparse, with Baker mostly initiating contact. Allie was steady and cold. Father, there's something more about old 5, Georgia said, opening her phone, which showed conversations with Israel. Baker took it, not fully understanding. What is this? Georgia explained. I previously sent teams after her, but she evaded and erased traces, including her workplace. This time, Israel and his team managed to find her roommate. And then? Baker looked at Georgia. The roommate said that old 5 shared the flat with her and often went to Star Moon Internet Cafe to stream games. So, these new details were intentionally released by her? Baker concluded. Yes, Georgia nodded. Otherwise, Israel wouldn't have found much. Even Israel admitted that the opponent was extremely skilled, possibly at a top level in mercenary circles. Then has Little E realized something? Does she know about me, her biological father? Baker asked, excitedly blushing red. Georgia shook her head. Father, I'm not sure, but she definitely sensed something to intentionally release these details and then vanish. Baker deflated, looking at the photo. Little E is too cautious. I wonder what she has experienced to develop such a cautious nature. Why hide? It seems like she's accustomed to hiding. Baker recalled Allie's words. She valued her freedom most now. What had his 5th daughter gone through to become like this? At an age when she should be carefree and enjoying a wonderful university life, just like him. Georgia noticed his worry. Dad, 5th daughter probably just hid to avoid trouble. When the first team went to look for her, she almost injured someone. So if she doesn't want to do something, no one can force her. Baker nodded, his voice slightly low and heavy. Daughter, let's bring 5th daughter back to the Jean family as soon as possible. We shouldn't let her wander anymore. He wanted to make up for all the missing fatherly love, but he wasn't sure if Jacqueline would come home with him once she knew the truth. Tool_call, triangular ruler Olympic. Chapter 64, setting out to see Xandra. That night, Baker was eating dinner when he received a message on his phone. The streamer you've been following, Leslie, has started streaming. Upon seeing this message, he hastily put down his chopsticks and stood up, startling Mackenzie. Dad, where are you going? Jacqueline has started streaming. Baker said this and then got into the elevator, heading straight for the gaming room. Mackenzie paused for a moment, then also put down her utensils and followed him. When Baker arrived at the gaming room, he immediately turned on the computer, his palms sweating nervously. After logging into the game and visiting the familiar livestream, Baker's mood changed noticeably when he saw the person on the screen. Before, he hadn't paid much attention, but now that he took a closer look, he realized Allie was excessively slender. Allie noticed Baker when he came online and glanced at him as he entered the livestream. Neither of them spoke a word. The atmosphere felt different from before. Eventually, Baker couldn't resist and typed on the public chat. Jacqueline, pull me up, give me a mic spot. Allie unmuted herself. Brother Xiao, wait until this game is over. The term, Brother Xiao, made Baker feel choked. In the past, not knowing that Allie was his long-lost daughter, he had found it endearing. But now, knowing she was his daughter, the term felt heart-wrenchingly distant. After the first game ended, Allie simply locked the room without any explanation, leaving the original audience in confusion. Everyone complained in the world chat about her being too high-profile and not finishing her live session properly. Baker, looking at the comments, felt uncomfortable. He was about to refute the comments in the world chat when someone else wrote, "There's still one person in the room. What's the relationship between that person and the streamer? Why did she leave only him in the room?" Baker looked at Leslie's live stream, which now showed only him and Allie. He opened his microphone. Jacqueline. His voice cracked slightly. Allie's eyes flickered. She looked at Baker's avatar, finding it hard to accept that such a young man could be her biological father. She didn't respond right away. Baker felt a mix of emotions, wondering if Jacqueline somehow knew something. Otherwise, why was this distance so strong? It wasn't like their previous easy and pleasant interactions. If Jacqueline knew, why wouldn't she call him Dad? Therefore, Jacqueline probably didn't know, and hope rekindled in Baker's eyes. Jacqueline, there's a new event. Want to join? He invited her. Hearing the anticipation in Baker's voice, Allie's expression, seen through the camera, became even colder than usual. Okay, Brother Xiao, I'll lead you. Alright. The game began, and while Baker played, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about Allie. He was intensely curious about this daughter. He wanted to know how Jacqueline was doing. Jacqueline, how old are you this year? And what about your parents? Baker asked carefully. Allie's voice was cold, but with a hidden gentleness. 18. My mother died during childbirth, and my father passed away due to illness when I was 3. I was raised by an elderly man. You could say I'm an orphan. Bang. A gunshot echoed. Allie shot the enemy behind Baker. Hearing her refer to herself as an orphan tore at Baker's heart. His mind was in chaos, causing his character to stand still and be attacked. I'm sorry, he apologized instinctively. Listening to his voice, Allie felt a twinge of sadness. Brother Xiao, why apologize? Baker desperately wanted to tell Allie everything but feared shocking her. He wanted to say, you're not an orphan, you have a father and a sister. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched Allie on the screen, feeling overwhelmed with sorrow. She was his daughter, his 5th child. Because, Baker steadied himself, I think Jacqueline's life has been too difficult. Allie stopped playing momentarily upon hearing his emotional tone. She heard a faint cry. Was Brother Xiao crying? She frowned, feeling somewhat guilty for making Baker cry. Brother Xiao, I'm fine now. Baker cleared his throat, steadying his emotions. Jacqueline, was the father who passed away your biological father? Radiated youthfulness and confidence. His eyes sparkled as he waved at the camera. Jacqueline, I'm here. Allie sighed internally. Her birth father seemed unexpectedly cheerful. Got it, Brother Xiao. What did you want to say earlier? Her question froze Baker's smile. Jacqueline, if I said I wanted to visit you, would you agree? Allie struggled to respond. She had read the documents and knew Baker might be her biological father. Now hearing him say this, she understood he genuinely wanted to acknowledge her. Though initially hesitant, meeting Baker made her realize her true feelings. Why do you want to visit me? Baker paused. I know this may seem sudden, but I just want to see how you're doing. Allie hummed, her expression indifferent. Disappointed, Baker reflected that missing 18 years of Xiao Wu's life naturally influenced her demeanor. Growing up without familial love affects one's mental health profoundly. He understood and changed the topic. Jacqueline, did you eat dinner tonight? What did you have? Allie's eyes softened slightly, and she tried to recall what she had eaten. While indifferent to most people, she couldn't remain aloof toward Baker. From the beginning, he had treated her differently, and his care and personality had made her accept him wholeheartedly. Initially, she thought it was because she hadn't met anyone as kind as Baker before. Now, she realized the mysterious bond of blood automatically drew them together. Because Baker was her biological father. A light meal, she replied. Baker frowned. Light meals lack nutrition. Look how thin you are, like a monkey. Are you short on money? Let me transfer some via WeChat, so you can buy better food. No need, I have money, Allie answered, surprised to find her tone slightly affectionate. Furrowing her brows, she wondered if deep paternal love was influencing her. That? Baker clasped his hands tightly, looking at Allie with some nervousness. Jacqueline, can I come see you? The conversation returned to this topic. Allie raised an eyebrow. Sure, when will you come? Right now. Baker decided resolutely. Now. Surprise flickered in Allie's eyes, but she quickly reverted to her cold demeanor. Baker nodded eagerly. Yes, send me your address. We'll come over right away. You don't have to wait for us. If you're tired, just go home and sleep. We can meet the next day. He was eager to see Xiao Wu as soon as possible. Summer, what do you think? Baker turned to ask Georgia beside him. Georgia had been nearby, not speaking while Baker talked to Allie, watching silently. Even when Baker wanted a video call, she gave them space to interact, trying not to appear on camera. Seeing that she was noticed, she stepped into the frame and greeted Allie gracefully. Hello, Jacqueline, I'm Georgia. Allie heard a pain scream through her headphones. She, who had never lost before, had just been killed by someone else. She responded to Georgia, hello? Her tone was cold, tinged with impatience. Baker thought she didn't want them to come. Jacqueline, are you troubled? If so, you can send me your address, and we'll visit another day. You set the time. Allie shook her head. No, it's not that. I just didn't expect to be killed. It has nothing to do with you two. The address is sent. Baker immediately looked down at his phone and saw the address. Great, we'll come find you then. Chapter 65. Why sweet and lovely. Having said that, she left the live streaming room, quickly shut down her computer, and went to prepare things with Georgia. The process was so quick that Allie didn't have time to say, it's not necessary to be in such a hurry. In the empty live streaming room, only Allie remained. She began to wonder if what had just happened was a dream, but the message on WeChat wouldn't let her ignore it. She relaxed her entire body and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. After being alone for over a decade, suddenly having family felt both absurd and full of anticipation. Dad, she murmured softly. It had been so long since she last called someone that. At age 3, her father passed away, and the old man sent her abroad for training. After her victory in the octagon, he told her that her father wasn't her biological one. Her real father was someone else. In fact, Allie had thought about finding her biological shook his head. Still, she has to like it. Though she's introverted and seems cold, she's a good child. This is why he hadn't told her he was her biological father, fearing she might hate him. Baker wanted to build a relationship first, and gradually let Xandra accept him. Georgia fully agreed. She sensed this after their previous gaming session. Baker and Georgia departed at 11:30. The address Allie provided was 120 kilometers from Fengqing. They flew for half an hour before arriving. Upon reaching the airport, someone immediately escorted Baker and Georgia to the place Allie specified. An old neighborhood in Jincheng, with narrow passages suitable only for pedestrians. Cars couldn't enter. Baker hesitated to call, fearing Allie might already be asleep. The path into the neighborhood was dark, with dim streetlights, a few garbage bins overflowing with waste, stench filling the air. Father, it's past midnight. Let's find a hotel nearby, and come to see Xandra early tomorrow, okay? Georgia suggested. Baker hesitated. He couldn't wait another moment to see Xandra, but it was too late, and if she were sleeping, he was torn. Seeing the weariness yet determination on Georgia's face, he decided to rest her, waiting for you. Allie glanced at Baker, who smiled back. She looked away and obediently sat down, taking the chopsticks offered by Georgia. Baker sat opposite her, handing her a soy milk packet. Xandra, it's just us here. Can you take off your mask? Allie didn't hesitate and removed her mask. Baker and Georgia were pleasantly surprised by the beautiful face revealed beneath the mask. Delicate features, flawless porcelain skin. Eating, slight dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her appear charmingly adorable. If only her sharp eyes were visible, no one would imagine such beauty under the mask. Eat more, Baker urged, piling food on Allie's plate. Georgia gently reminded him to eat, placing a bun on his plate. Baker nodded and poured a cup of soy milk for Georgia. You eat too. To avoid troubling Allie, they changed how they addressed her. She ate a few bites and declared she was full, watching them. Never did she expect to feel such warmth. Baker frowned. So little? Xandra, you're too skinny. Eat more. My appetite is small. I usually skip dinner, she explained. Baker stuffed a bun in his mouth. You must eat dinner, Xandra. Skipping is harmful. Don't skip it anymore. Last night, I was curious how you ate a light meal. Listening, Allie couldn't refute because she realized Baker genuinely cared. Okay, I'll eat properly from now on. Baker's eyes widened, exchanged glances with Georgia, then laughed. Good, Xandra. You're such a good girl. After breakfast, Baker planned to leave, fearing disrupting her work. However, Allie had taken leave. This delighted Baker, who promptly invited Georgia to sit down. Xandra, we brought you many gifts. Do you like them? With a call from Georgia, Maya, the assistant, arrived with several boxes. Inside were cosmetics, clothes, shoes, and accessories, all leaning towards sweet and lovely styles. Allie was speechless. Why did her father think she belonged to the sweet style? She hadn't worn floral dresses in ages. Dresses only hindered her punch speed. Don't you like them? Baker asked worriedly. It's fine, she replied to avoid disappointing him. Maya placed the boxes in the corner. Why sweets and lovely? Allie wondered aloud. Baker took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and asked Allie, Xandra, do you have any hobbies or interests? Love for a daughter begins with communication. I don't have any hobbies or interests, Allie replied. Baker was taken aback. What about gaming? Allie efficiently peeled an apple for Baker and handed it to him. Gaming and work are fundamental operations to maintain my current free life. Baker was surprised and quickly accepted it, too reluctant to eat it. He took a tiny bite and nodded. It was sweet. Xandra, I don't know about your past experiences, but I know that Xandra is the best child. It's okay. We can cultivate some interests and hobbies together in the future. His eyes conveyed deep care once again. Allie's heart softened. She realized she couldn't pretend when facing Baker. Then gaming counts. In the future, I still need to go to the training camp. Consider it as a hobby. Baker latched onto the phrase training camp. He stood up and let Georgia chat while he moved aside to call Sage. Sage's cheerful voice came through almost immediately. Godfather, did you miss me? Yes, Godfather missed you. By the way, I wanted to ask you about the training camp you recommended for Jacqueline. Is it exhausting? How intense is the training? Baker asked. Sage was a bit puzzled. It's manageable, not too intense. Why did you suddenly ask this, Godfather? Nothing. I'm just worried that Jacqueline, being a girl, might find the training too strenuous. Worried about Jacqueline? Sage found it even more peculiar and was about to ask more when she heard Baker sigh. He said, Little Jamie, Godfather doesn't want to bother you anymore. I'll hang up now. And he ended the call. Sage was thoroughly confused. So Godfather called, just because he was worried Jacqueline would be tired at the training camp? How annoying. Meanwhile, Old Man is a martial arts master and a famous mercenary leader overseas. For these past 10 years, Xandra's information has been completely blank, leaving no trace whatsoever. Georgia looked at Baker, hoping he understood that it wouldn't be easy to bring Xiaowu home so easily. Chapter 66. Warm concern from Dad. Baker immediately understood. You mean Xandra has an unusual background? Yes, Georgia nodded and continued. Dad, what I'm saying is that if Xandra's background poses a danger to you, I wouldn't want you to bring her back. Of course, I'm not afraid of trouble, but I fear her troubles might harm you. All she wanted was for Baker to live a peaceful, healthy, and happy life. Baker could see Georgia's concern. He nodded, held her hand, patted it, and comforted her a bit. Daughter, your dad knows you're doing this for my own good. But no matter who Xandra is or how much hardship she's gone through in the past or whom she offended, I only wish to have her by my side now, protecting and accompanying her properly. He turned and looked at Georgia seriously. Just like you and little Jamie, I hope you can all be with me, living a happy life as a whole family. Georgia never contradicted Baker's decisions. All right, Dad. Rest assured, I'll use all my resources to protect you and the sisters. As long as it was something Dad wanted, she would do everything within her power to make it happen. Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt welled up inside Baker. Daughter, I'm sorry. Because of my selfishness, you've all suffered. If it weren't for rescuing Maisie I back then, he wouldn't have participated in the Jean Group's donation plan. And thus, 7 sperms wouldn't have ended up scattered outside. Now they've only managed to find 2. Summer, of course, was fortunate with the strong backing of the Jean Group. But Xandra's situation had been tough. When Baker learned that the old man who adopted Xandra was a master of combat sports, his heart tightened. Now, Baker understood what Allie meant by living freely. Wild beasts trapped in cages naturally desire freedom. Not wanting to see Baker distressed, Georgia consoled him. Dad, don't say that. You didn't know your physical fitness was the best, nor did you know only your sperm successfully hatched. So this can't be blamed on you. And look at me. Georgia made Baker look up at her. Why am I so outstanding? It's because of your genes. They say daughters resemble their fathers. After Livia died, I almost fell apart. Fortunately, you were there for me, helping me become strong again. Tears welled up in Baker's eyes, and he turned away, not wanting his daughter to see them. It was too embarrassing for a grown man to cry. The plane soon arrived in Fengqing. Baker returned home, rested in his room, and at 9 in the evening, he didn't receive news about the Suyu livestream starting. He was a bit worried about Allie. Opening WeChat, Baker asked, Xandra, why isn't there a livestream tonight? Is there something wrong with your body? It wasn't that Allie was unwell. Her period had come. Every time this happened, she stayed in bed due to the pain from her previous training injuries during this period. No matter how strong one is, one always falls victim to menstruation. When Allie received Baker's message, she had just woken up and saw a string of caring words. She felt somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. In the past, she would have brushed it off. But now, images of Baker's frowning face automatically popped into her mind. Feeling she couldn't brush it off, Allie replied, it's that time of the month. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, lying in bed. That time of the month? Baker immediately Googled what the special day was for girls each month. The first answer was menstrual periods. He instantly understood. He quickly placed an order on a food delivery app and sent a voice message to Allie. Xandra, I know you're uncomfortable, and no one's around to take care of you. I don't know if you've eaten. I ordered several hot drinks for you through a food delivery app, all made with brown sugar. I also ordered meals from Baixiang Fu, which has high ratings and should taste good. Allie was taken aback. She had never received such intense care before. She remembered the first time she got her period. The old man made her stand in a bucket of ice while practicing martial arts for 4 hours until she fainted from the back then? Georgia nodded. Yes, Dad. Since we spend every day together, your eyes look exactly like Xandra's. So, naturally, I felt familiar. But I wasn't sure at the time. So I had someone investigate Yvonne and found many similarities to the fifth sperm I was looking for. So I hired high-salaried mercenaries to help investigate Xandra. Baker nodded understandingly. Do you know why I asked Xandra about her hobbies yesterday? Why? Georgia knew but pretended not to, satisfying her father. Baker leaned against the railing and sighed. Yesterday, I noticed that Xandra doesn't seem interested in makeup or dresses. Her ears don't even have piercings. Clean and simple. I wanted to compensate her with money, but she said she wasn't lacking in money. Thinking about this made Baker's head ache. Why was compensating his daughter so difficult? He scratched his head, somewhat annoyed. She says she has no interests or hobbies. Isn't that putting me in a tight spot? How can I compensate her if she doesn't want anything? Georgia smiled. Dad, haven't you noticed? Baker was puzzled. Noticed what? Had he missed something crucial? Georgia pointed to Baker's chest. Your care is what she and we all want the most. Little Jamie thinks of you constantly when she's on business trips. Just a word of concern makes her happier than anyone else. Xandra is the same. When you order meals for her and send her hot brown sugar drinks, these acts of kindness represent your care. When she shares pictures and says they're delicious, it means she's accepting your kindness. Baker understood. He looked at Georgia. Daughter, you've worked hard. Sometimes Dad's brain can't think around corners, and I need your help to analyze. We can't manage this family without you. Georgia laughed. Dad, you're flattering me. Not flattering, it's the truth, Baker said solemnly. Georgia nodded in agreement. The next day, Georgia went to the company, and Baker lounged at home, bored. In the Four Great Warriors group chat, Zach and the others shared various delicacies and scenic spots from their hometowns. Occasionally, they tagged Baker to come out and breathe. After the holiday, Baker rarely chatted. Plus, with news about Xandra recently, he had been in stealth mode. Zhao family brotherly. Brother Hao, don't forget us when you get rich. Haven't you forgotten about us while playing? Ike, I think Brother Hao must be busy with family affairs. Seeing Zach's message, Baker finally chimed in. Yes, busy with family affairs. I have a question for you all. My friend has a daughter who was separated from him and recently wants to reunite, but the daughter doesn't want money or gifts. How can he make up for it? Chindajin, how come the phrase I have a friend sounds so familiar? Zhao family brotherly. Don't get the wrong idea, it can't be Hao's daughter, just Hao's friend's daughter. Ike, bring the daughter back home. If I were your friend, I would do that. One sentence, enlightening. Baker leaped up, walked out, then stopped, remembering he had suggested that Ali come to Fengcheng to see them. She had refused. Seeing Baker disappear again, the Four Great Warriors group began to protest, accusing Baker of neglecting his friends for love. Baker called Georgia and shared his thoughts. Georgia said, Dad, I was thinking the same thing and planned to discuss it with you when I return. But, daughter, I'm worried she might dislike me if I propose this directly, Baker expressed his concern. It won't happen, Georgia replied confidently. When Baker went to make the call, Georgia had already probed Ali indirectly. She used an example, saying if Baker were her biological father and Ali were her older sister, and they wanted to bring Ali back to live with the Jean family, would Ali agree? At that time, Ali didn't refuse outright but simply said, I need to think about it. In that moment, Georgia felt that Ali probably knew the truth. No one had just unveiled it yet. Baker was still a bit concerned. Would she be afraid to live with us? Because I feel Xandra is used to being alone. Georgia reassured him. She won't. When I brought up the idea, her reaction showed she might already know the truth. Chapter 67. I love sweet things. Georgia understood Baker's concerns. Dad, don't overthink this. I don't think Tina would refuse. Let me come back tonight and we can discuss the specifics, okay? Baker nodded. All right, my dear. You go ahead with your work. I won't disturb you. After hanging up, Baker lay back in bed, contemplating how to message Ali. He wasn't sure how to word it. Dominic received Georgia's instructions and decided to take Baker out for a stroll, saying staying cooped up at home could be stifling. Sure, Miss Summer, I got it, Dominic replied after hanging up, then headed upstairs to find Baker. Upon hearing this, Baker checked the time, 10 o'clock. Dominic, have you been to Summer's company before? Dominic nodded. Yes, do you want to go to the company? I'll prepare some lunch and bring it over to Summer. We have matters to discuss. Baker sent a message to Georgia. Dear, you don't need to come back for lunch. I'll prepare something and come to you. Okay, Georgia replied with an anticipatory emoji. Baker smiled. His previously aloof daughter was becoming more expressive under Mary's influence. She used to never use emojis. He spent an hour in the kitchen preparing 4 dishes and a soup, packed them in thermal containers, and left for the Jean Corporation with Dominic. As they entered the main hall, Dominic informed the receptionist, who promptly guided them on the exclusive elevator to the chairman's office. Baker noticed countless curious eyes watching him as he walked through the company premises. Dominic, no one ever brings meals for Summer? Dominic laughed. Nope. Baker understood why everyone looked at him with curiosity. It was because of the thermal food container he was carrying. On the 32nd floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, Baker saw Georgia waiting at the door. Dad, let me take that. She reached out her hand. Baker shook his head. No need, I've got it. He stepped out of the elevator, glancing around worriedly. The hallway was empty. Georgia held his arm. Dad, relax. There are only a few of us on this floor, so there's no need to worry about being seen. Relieved, Baker entered the office, surprised to find that his daughter's workspace was larger than his bedroom, complete with a rock garden and a tea area. He placed the meal on the table. Initially, he brought utensils for Dominic, but Dominic declined, opting for the staff canteen instead. After Mr. Maya left with Dominic, Baker and Georgia started eating. The dishes were all Summer's favorites. Before digging in, Georgia snapped a photo and posted it on her social media before setting her phone aside. She didn't realize just how much of a stir this post caused. Rarely posting, this up update about lunch, especially featuring 2 pairs of chopsticks, made waves among business partners and friends alike. Her post garnered over 99 plus comments. Dad, did you want to talk about bringing Tina back? Georgia asked. She knew her father well. His eagerness likely stemmed from concerns about old Five. Baker nodded. Yes. He peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl. When you said you think Tina won't come, did you talk to her yesterday? Baker wasn't foolish. He believed in blood ties, but wouldn't blindly assume his obedient daughter would always listen to him. Georgia nodded while eating. Yeah. I asked her hypothetically if she'd like to join us. She said she needed time to think. And I noticed Tina looks at you differently when you're on the phone. She seems calm but kept glancing at you. She's smart. She probably already knows our identity. She just pretends not to know since you haven't told her directly. Baker sighed. I didn't want to scare her off. I plan to build rapport gradually before revealing everything. Georgia smiled. So, we both know but are waiting for each other to speak first. Baker peeled more shrimps for her. Only my clever daughter could solve Dad's dilemma so quickly. Thank you, sweetheart. Georgia's face darkened at the word thank, Dad. Baker immediately realized his mistake. Sorry, I forgot. No thanks within the family. Yes, Georgia agreed, relieved. We're family. No need for pleasantries. Remember, I hate hearing thank you from you. Baker nodded. Got it. They enjoyed their meal when Baker's phone rang. Georgia raised an eyebrow, smirking. It was Mary calling. Hello, little Duan. Have you eaten? Baker asked warmly. Mary had been roused by Georgia's social media post. She called Georgia but got no response, so she called Baker. Godfather, I'm coming back tomorrow, and I want to eat your cooking. Mary stated straight away. Baker lovingly agreed. Sure, anything you want, Godfather will make. I want what Summer is having now. Godfather, you don't know how calculating Summer is. She posted photos just to taunt me and make me envious of you all eating together, Mary complained playfully. Baker gasped, glancing at Georgia. Did she? Oh, Duan, when you come back, anything you want, even a full-course banquet, I'll make for you. Summer wasn't trying to upset you. She was just happy I brought the food today. Mary, of course, knew Georgia wasn't doing it on purpose. Having grown up together, she couldn't possibly be unaware. But since Summer found her biological father, she became more calculating. That much was evident. No matter. Anyway, I'm coming back tomorrow. Godfather, I brought you some local specialties as gifts. Baker nodded. Good girl, you're thoughtful. Godfather can't wait for you to return. Go enjoy your meal. After hanging up, Baker pointed at Georgia with amusement. You really wanted to tease Duan, huh? Georgia admitted. Sure. Who can blame me? She always tries to monopolize your attention, yet you're my dad, not hers. Baker shook his head. That's good. You two must get along well enough to banter. Dad hopes Tina can be influenced by you when she comes back, making her more lively. Georgia chuckled. Mary excels at that. Their eyes met, sharing an amusing memory that made them laugh together. The next day, Mary returned to the Jean household just in time for dinner. Entering the house, she handed her luggage to a servant and greeted Dominic before rushing to the kitchen. She smelled simmered pork slices. Dominic told her to slow down, but she didn't hear him. Godfather. Mary burst into the kitchen, opening her arms for a hug. Baker declined. I'm covered in grease and spatters from the apron. Don't come closer. Unfazed, Mary insisted on hugging him, thinking he looked even more handsome after some time apart. Just before reaching him, someone grabbed her collar from behind. Turning around, she faced Georgia, expressionless. Georgia pulled her back. Don't disturb Dad while he's cooking. Come with me. Mary pouted as she moved further from Baker. Godfather, look at your daughter. She's bullying me right away. Baker waved them off, amused and unwilling to help. Sitting on the sofa, Mary folded her arms, eyeing Georgia. What's up? The matter with old Five. Dad knows about it. He wants to bring old Five back to live with us, Georgia explained. Mary turned serious. Godfather knows? Did he ask about old Five's condition? Can he accept her differences? Georgia nodded. Yes, Dad knows everything. He's just concerned that old Five might not agree to come back. Ali worked at Jincheng Steel Factory. That morning, she informed Gregor that she would leave next month. Please let me know if you have any additional chapters or sections to translate. Gregor appreciated Ali for her few words and efficiency. You've been doing so well. Why are you leaving? Is it because of the salary or insurance issues? Ali shook her head. No, it's due to some personal family matters. Tisk, speaking honestly, I really don't want you to leave as you're such a capable worker. Okay, I'll try my best to find a replacement soon so you can leave next month. Ali said expressionlessly. Thank you, manager. She then walked out of the manager's office and was immediately pulled aside by a coworker. Maya Chi, I heard you're leaving? You've only been here for a month. Why are you leaving already? I have family matters to attend to, Ali replied, pulling her hand away. Ali felt she wasn't very familiar with Maya Chi yet. They only met when Maya Chi helped her chase away a boy who had been persistently bothering her, after which Maya Chi started sticking to her like glue. I'll miss you, Jacqueline. You don't know how much safer I feel working with you, Maya Chi said, moving closer. Ali took 2 steps back, looking at her coldly. I need to get back to work. With that, she turned and walked away. After work, Ali took out her phone and sent a message to Baker. Xiaoge, you asked me about my hobbies before. I thought about it and realized I like sweet things. On the other end, Baker was gaming with Zach and the others when he heard the WeChat notification. He glanced at it casually. It was from Tina. He said immediately, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up. Leaving his friends behind, he went to look at his phone. Sweet things. Baker left the room and came to Georgia's study, knocking on the door before entering. Dear, do you have any books that can teach how to make sweet treats? Georgia looked up, puzzled. Sweet treats? Dad, are you interested in pastries? Not really. It's for Tina. She likes sweet things. I want to learn how to make them so I can cook them for her. There are so many additives outside. Nothing can be as safe and tasty as what I make for her. Georgia nodded. Dad, I'll take care of this. It's late now. Why don't you wash up and get some rest? Baker nodded. All right. The next day, Baker met the pastry chef arranged by Georgia. Godric, a renowned Italian dessert master, who would teach him how to make delicious sweet treats. Chapter 68. Meeting Xandra again. The process of making pastries is both sweet and intricate, as it requires not only sweetness but also the perfect texture. Godric was quite proud when teaching Baker. To him, inviting him to come at Ramon's request seemed like an overqualification. When he heard that Baker had never touched pastries before, he felt a tinge of disdain. However, in less than half an hour, after just one explanation from Godric, Baker managed to produce two masterpieces. These two creations were of superior quality in both taste and sweetness. Godric's eyes sparkled when he tasted the first bite, exclaiming, "Good." He even took a few more bites, licking his lips with evident satisfaction. "You're the best student I've ever seen," Godric praised Baker. Baker distributed the finished products to Dominic and the other servants for tasting. He scratched the back of his head, replying modestly, "You flatter me. You taught me well, thank you." Godric shook his head. "Shao, you're too modest. I dare say no one in the world of pastries can match your ability. Just hearing once from me, and you create perfect works. I must brag to them that you are my most outstanding student." With those words, he pulled out his phone, wanting to take a photo with Baker. Baker posed for the picture by flashing a UV sign. Godric posted the picture on Twitter, adding a caption, "My best student, who could listen and create a perfect pastry. I want the world to see this genius named Baker." There were Chinese users on Twitter too, and they couldn't help their expressions when they saw the photo. Baker was already famous on Weibo, the handsome bamboo plant brother. Both handsome and talented. Damn, even the pastry world is affected now? After seeing the reposted image, fans flooded Baker's Weibo with comments. "Little brother, do you remember your Weibo password? Little brother, how many more surprises will you give us? Ugh, being praised by an international master makes me crave for your pastries. You're getting better looking, Baker. Even your silly V sign looks beautiful." Baker was unaware of all this, rarely logging into Weibo. He didn't know he had trended again. Godric continued teaching Baker a few more recipes, including a very sweet one called macaron. After completing it, Baker thought that Xandra would probably like it. He snapped a photo and wanted to send it to Xandra but hesitated, fearing she might guess these were made for her, ruining future surprises. So, he posted the completed desserts on WeChat Livians, filling a full grid of 9 pictures. He wrote, "New skill learned. Blessings for those who love pastries." The photos received numerous likes immediately. The 4 musketeers, Zach, James, and Kevin, all begged to be fed. Baker promised to bring some to school later. Then came Georgia, Sage, and Violetta, all expressing their desire to eat his creations. He replied to each, promising that everyone would get some. Noticing Allie's like, he messaged her privately, "Xandra, which one do you like? Send me the type, and I'll make it for you when I have the chance." Allie, while browsing the photos, promptly replied, "Okay." Baker smiled wryly. His dear daughter really valued every word. That night, Georgia and Sage returned home and enjoyed Baker's desserts, praising them highly. Especially Sage, who preferred skipping dinner to indulge in more sweets. Baker feigned anger. "No way, you still need to eat regular meals. If you like it, I'll make more. When we bring Xandra back, I'll bake a big cake for all of us." Sage reluctantly nodded. "Alright, can I have just one more tiny piece, Dry Father?" "Sure." Baker tapped her nose gently, making her laugh heartily. Georgia watched and remarked, "She looks like a child." Baker agreed, "Indeed, little Jamie is our joy." At 9 o'clock, receiving notice that Yvonne had started streaming, Baker went to the gaming room. Georgia and Sage were busy with their own tasks. Entering the live stream, he messaged Allie, "Xandra, turn on the tip channel." Puzzled, she did as instructed. Instantly, Baker spammed several large gifs, bumping Sage off the top spot. Netizens cheered online, brushing Baker's awesomeness and expressing their desire to try his pastries. However, these messages quickly faded away, unnoticed by Baker. Allie opened her microphone. "Brother Shao, why push to number 1? Did he ask her to open the channel just to become number 1? Baker replied via private message, "Because I want to be the top supporter for protecting Xandra, so later you can proudly say." Allie responded, "Say what?" Baker almost typed the final words, but deleted them. He hoped Xandra could confidently tell others, "Know what? My dad is the top supporter." Never mind. Baker decided not to scare Allie and held back. Allie, seeing his reply, somehow found her father's gesture endearing yet childish. She thanked him with mixed feelings. Baker felt equally complex, finally understanding why Georgia disliked hearing "thank you" between family members. It sounded distant. After streaming ended, Baker lay in bed, hearing knocks at his door. Opening it, he saw Georgia. "Daughter, what brings you here so late?" Behind her were 2 suitcases. "Dad, I've settled all company matters. Let's go pick Xandra up now." Baker's eyes widened with delight. Running inside to change clothes. "Wait for me." It was the same time, but different emotions filled them as they awaited seeing Xandra. "This visit was in someone named Allie here," Georgia explained. Startled, Gregor replied, "Yes, shall I call her out?" Georgia glanced at Baker, who didn't want to disturb Allie's work, and slightly shook his head. "We don't need to. We'll just take a glance from afar," Georgia said. Gregor, though curious about the relationship between these two and Allie, did not overstep his bounds by asking. Instead, he led Georgia and Baker to his office on the 2nd floor. The manager's office had a glass wall overlooking the workshop production line below. The first thing Baker saw was Allie. She wore a familiar black mask and was hard at work. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for Allie suddenly looked up sharply toward the upper floor, her eyes filled with a piercing light. Seeing Baker, Allie appeared visibly surprised. Why would he be here? She lowered her head and resumed working, her mind racing with calculations. What was her father doing here along with his sister? Were they here to tell her the truth? Unaware of her thoughts, Baker observed Allie, increasingly feeling that her cold and solitary demeanor was completely out of place in this lively environment. Everyone around her chatted and worked simultaneously, but Allie was different, too quiet, almost as if she was lost in her own world. Compared to her live streams, this difference seemed even more pronounced. What has my sweet girl been through? Allie couldn't quite understand the situation. Baker's gaze grew even more intense, making it impossible for her to ignore. This time, she looked up boldly, locking eyes with Baker completely. Chapter 69. You dared to harm him, looking for death. Baker was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and waved enthusiastically. Allie retracted her gaze. The corner of her mouth beneath the mask curved upwards. Are we disturbing her work? Baker looked at Georgia. Georgia glanced at Gregor. Gregor immediately understood and explained to Baker, Mr. Shao, we're on the second floor, so there's no way we could disturb them. Don't worry, you can take your time looking around. Baker nodded and continued observing. At this moment, Georgia noticed a man entering the workshop with a wooden stick, looking menacing. She asked Gregor, who is that? Gregor cast a glance, and his face changed drastically. How does this punk dare come here? He's Maya Chi's boyfriend who has been harassing her. Last time, Allie helped Maya Chi teach him a lesson, and he threatened revenge. Oh my god, he can't be serious, can he? He hurriedly called the security room, but no one answered. Upon hearing this, Baker grew concerned and wanted to go downstairs. Georgia stopped him. Dad, let's first see what happens. Rushing down might add trouble to Xandra. Just wait. Baker pondered and found it reasonable, nervously watching the workshop. The man was named Jarrett. As soon as he came in, he pointed at Maya Chi and yelled, Bitch, come here. Maya Chi hid behind Allie. He craftily yanked it back, nearly causing Baker to fall. When the stick was pulled away, Baker's palm turned red. Allie lowered her head, her shoulders trembling with uncontrollable anger. Before Baker could react, she pulled him behind her and stepped forward. She leaped and kicked Jared squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the machinery. Jared felt his ribs breaking as he let out an agonized scream. Allie's icy voice echoed next to him. You dared to harm him, looking for death. An intense aura of killing intent radiated from her, stifling and terrifying, like facing an abyss of despair. Xandra? Baker spoke, seeing such a terrifying side of Allie for the first time. Like a wild wolf ready to tear through someone's throat. Terrified, Jared begged for mercy. Save me. I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Holding back his pain, he retreated backward. Allie, however, had no intention of letting him go. He had hurt her father, and she wanted to make him suffer. Just as she was about to act, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Turning, Allie's pupils contracted upon seeing Georgia, and the killing intent diminished. Georgia whispered softly in her ear, You scared Dad. He's worried about you. Allie reined in her rage, and indeed saw the concern in Baker's eyes. Police sirens were heard outside as someone had called the police. They arrested several thugs, and freed the security guards. Entering the premises, Jared tried to turn the situation around. Officers, you finally arrived. Someone was going to beat me to death. Pointing at Allie, 3 or 4 officers entered and started asking witnesses about the incident. Benny approached Georgia and asked, Is what he says true? No, officer, this person came in and caused a disturbance. He attacked first, even injuring me, Baker interjected, trying to protect the 2 girls and standing between Allie and the cops. Allie felt something stir within her. No one had ever protected her like this. You, Allie looked at Baker's palm, asking if he was okay. I'm fine, just a small abrasion. It'll heal quickly. Don't worry, Baker winked at her, hoping to cheer her up. Her anger subsided. Sorry. For not protecting him better. Baker shook his head. No need to apologize. Xandra did nothing wrong. While Georgia was talking to the captain and revealing their identity, Captain Wu was surprised but fair in handling the case. Witnesses confirmed that Jared initiated the disturbance. Gregor also showed the surveillance footage proving that Jared struck first, and Allie acted in self-defense. With that, we'll take him away. Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Jean and Gregor. After the police took Jared away, the workshop returned to peace. Maya Chi cried loudly, thanking Allie. Ignoring Maya Chi, Allie was invited upstairs by Gregor. You two chat slowly, Mr. Jean. Let me know if you need anything. Gregor left them alone. Sitting on the sofa, none of the 3 spoke first. Compared to their first meeting, this encounter felt awkward. Allie wondered if they were here to take her away. Why weren't they speaking? Baker pondered how to tell Xandra that he was her biological father. Georgia then stood up, having the assistant bring in a cake, handing it to Baker. Dad, you said this cake is for Xandra, right? Oh yes, that's right. Baker opened the box in front of Allie. The fragrance filled the air. Allie's eyes lit up with desire. Baker cut the best piece for her. Xandra, try it. See if it tastes good. Taking the slice, she thanked him, removed her mask, and took a big bite. So sweet, and so delicious. Better than any sweets she'd ever tasted. Touched, she felt tears welling up. Allie was shocked. She had never cried before, yet this simple cake brought her to tears. Could this be the power of a father's love? Lowering her head, her eyes reddened as she ate. Seeing this as the perfect moment, Georgia was about to speak up for Baker. But Baker stopped her. Daughter, let me do this. He couldn't always rely on her for everything. Xandra, I know you're smart and probably guessed my purpose this time. Baker got straight to the point. In fact, I am your biological father. 40 years ago, I participated in the sperm donation program of the Jean Group. He detailed the entire story of the sperm donation program and the results uncovered by Georgia. One of those who received the sperm donations was a real estate tycoon. Baker earnestly looked at Allie. And you are my biological daughter, the 5th child conceived from the donated sperm. Finishing, he anxiously awaited her response. However, Allie continued eating quietly. To soften the moment, Georgia asked, Is the cake sweet? Yes, it's sweet, Allie nodded. Georgia followed up. Do you recognize Dad? Allie paused for a moment, then looked up at Baker. Sure. Then she called out, Dad. Touched almost to tears, Baker stood up, turned his back to his 2 daughters, and wiped his eyes with his hand. A few seconds later, Baker turned around and responded loudly, "Yeah, good girl." Allie's face turned slightly red. She found it hard to accept such an affectionate way of being called. "Take your time," Georgia understood her. "I'm the elder sister, Georgia." "Zandra, welcome home." "Elder sister," Allie called out. Georgia replied with a soft, "Yeah." Baker sat back down and said to Allie, "Dad has already learned how to make desserts. In the future, if good girl wants anything, just tell Dad, and I'll make it for you." Gregor was called in, and Georgia instructed him to share the cake with others to try. Allie told Gregor that these were her family members, and that this time they had come to take her home. Therefore, she hoped Gregor would sign her resignation as soon as possible. Gregor was shocked. He pulled Allie aside and whispered, "Didn't you say you were an orphan? And with 3 different surnames, how could there be any relation? Shinjin, did you get tricked?" Allie was a good girl, and he didn't want her to get hurt. Even if it was the Jean group, he wanted to protect Allie. Allie was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Gregor to have such a caring side. No, they wouldn't deceive me. She trusted Baker and believed in her own judgment. Chapter 70. Heartache for the obedient child. Hearing Allie speak in this manner, Gregor could only withdraw his suspicions. Still, he was somewhat uneasy. "Are you sure? It's not that I don't want to let you go. I just fear you might be deceived." "Absolutely certain." Allie looked at Gregor sincerely and said, "Manager, thank you." Knowing Allie's aloofness, Gregor didn't immediately react when he heard her thank you. Georgia walked up to them and addressed Gregor. "Gregor, let's go. I'll help you distribute the cake downstairs. There are also some small gifts in my car that I can give to the workshop colleagues." She glanced at Baker, who nodded back. The daughter wanted to leave a private space for him and Zandra to chat. After Georgia left with Gregor, Baker beckoned Allie. "Zandra, come sit." He patted the spot next to him. However, Allie returned to her original seat, her ears slightly flushed. She felt unable to suddenly get so close to her father. After all, she had never experienced family love. The sudden embrace of family left her a bit flustered. Facing thousands of soldiers, Allie could remain calm as a mountain. But facing Baker, she couldn't manage it. Baker understood and didn't hold it against her. "Zandra, I didn't ask last time because I felt awkward. Is your character shaped by your past?" Allie didn't answer right away but used a spoon to poke at her dessert, eating it bite by bite. "Because, father, I sometimes feel Zandra acts too mature for an 18-year-old girl," Baker explained. Allie finally lifted her head and looked at Baker. "Yes, my past has been very hard. That's why I like sweet things. Whenever sweetness lingers on my tongue, I feel I can keep going. At 18, it should be the most beautiful blooming season." Yet his Zandra spoke of tiredness and bitterness. Baker felt immense heartache. He wished he could build her a castle of sweets for her to live in, where she could be happy forever. "I'm sorry, my selfishness led to your lack of these experiences." These words, Baker had also told Georgia. Georgia comforted him, saying it wasn't his fault. Baker didn't want consolation from Allie. He desired blame, which would make him feel a bit better. But Allie said, "I don't blame you. You were probably under duress back then and had no idea what would happen later. You were just lucky enough to wake up and discover our existence." Allie didn't know how to comfort others, or rather, she had never comforted anyone before. But seeing the discomfort on her father's face, the words came naturally. Even she was surprised. Baker was astonished too. His obedient child, so eloquent? Once again, he was comforted. And now I'm doing well. You found me, giving me a family." Allie cut off what Baker wanted to say. Feeling complex emotions, Baker realized he was wrapped in soft layers of affection, telling him he didn't need to feel guilty. He wondered if he must have done many good deeds in his previous life to have such thoughtful and capable daughters this lifetime. When the desserts were finished, Allie still lingered on the flavors. Baker reacted promptly. "Zandra, we brought you more gifts, better than last time. Did you not like them last time? Dad changed the style and items. Do you like them? And Georgia is your elder sister, the first one to hatch." Allie's cold expression changed, revealing surprise. "She's my biological elder sister? I thought she was merely the chairman of Jean Corporation, whom you know, and thus asked me to call her elder sister. So she's from the first batch of sperm? So father, I'm not your only daughter?" This went beyond Allie's contemplation range. Her nimble brain stalled for the first time. Baker blushed in embarrassment. "It's a long story. Back then, I didn't know how many donations I made. But Summer says 7 survived, though only 2 have been found so far. She's still searching, as the information is highly confidential and the buyer's data is state secret." Allie nodded. Just then, Georgia entered the room. "How did the conversation go?" Baker nodded happily. "We talked very well. I told her about your identity, which shocked her. She thought you were just her elder sister without realizing you were biologically related." Georgia smiled at Allie. "Really?" Allie bit her lip. "Thank you." She thanked Georgia for her efforts and company, enabling her to reunite with Baker sooner. Some feelings needed lengthy expressions, but she conveyed everything with 2 words. Georgia understood and said to Allie, "No need to thank me, Sister 5. It's my duty. Since Dad likes calling you Zandra, shall I follow suit?" Allie rubbed her thumb over her middle finger. She found Zandra too cloyingly sweet. Wanting to refuse, she saw Baker's hopeful eyes and nodded. Well, she hadn't refused being called Zandra from the start. Seeing Allie nod, both were delighted. Georgia sat beside Baker and asked, "Dad, did you tell her to come back home with us?" Her voice wasn't low. Allie heard every word clearly, but she pretended not to hear, hoping to hear Baker say it himself. Baker slapped his forehead. "In my excitement, I forgot. Summer, ask my assistant to bring up the luggage first. Let Zandra see if she likes the gifts this time." He winked at Georgia, signaling his plan to win her over with gifts. She shook her head smilingly. "All right, I'll call." Rising, she moved aside and called my assistant. Minutes later, he brought 2 large suitcases up. "Should we open them, President John?" Just as Georgia was about to instruct, Baker stopped her, looking at Allie. "Zandra, go open them yourself. It'll be more of a surprise." Allie realized that with Baker, she experienced new things she'd never encountered before. His profound paternal love shone brightly. Compelled, she stood up, walked to the cases, and opened them. One case held custom-made plush toys. Opening the other, it revealed colorful flowers, all fresh. Allie. This surpassed her surprise from the previous gifts. Her father's tastes seemed rather peculiar. Seeing Allie pause, Baker knew his choice failed again. Daughter, Xandra doesn't like them. Georgia shook her head. Dad, I've said it. Xandra prefers casual and comfortable clothing. You insisted girls are princesses and must be dressed beautifully. Last time it was dresses, now plush toys and flowers. I can't help anymore. Baker sighed and squatted in front of Allie. Xandra, it's fine if you don't like them. No pressure, let's cover them up. As he reached out, Allie stretched her hand and blocked him. They're mine. These were carefully chosen by her father. Even if she didn't like them, she wanted to keep them. Seeing Allie protect the items, Baker smiled approvingly. My good girl, Xandra. Will you come live with us at the Jean family residence? A determined look appeared on his youthful face as he met Allie's gaze. Okay, let's go home together. Home. A distant word that stirred Allie deeply. She considered the offer. Thinking she might refuse, Baker started getting anxious and turned to Georgia for help. Georgia began to assist. Dad, don't push her. Give Xandra time to think. Just reunited. She might not have digested everything yet. How about we visit Xandra's home first and talk further? Nodding, Georgia conveyed the meaning. Baker caught on immediately. Right. No rush. Xandra, let's go to your place. Allie snapped back. I haven't finished work yet. She thought about the messy house, uncleaned and untidy, especially considering. Note, the ending of this chapter was incomplete. The live-streaming instant noodle bowl was still order first. Isn't it right? It's because Shinjin helped me the first time that one hates me more. This time, he came back because of Shinjin. If she leaves, I'll be the only one left for him to target. Shinjin, you can't leave me to deal with this alone. Maya Chi cried harder. Other colleagues watched in shock, blaming Maya Chi for being irrational. How could helping be wrong? Georgia didn't want to waste time arguing with such a person and directly asked Gregor, do you plan to keep her around for the holidays? Gregor was also irritated and told Maya Chi, you don't need to come tomorrow. Go to HR and complete your resignation procedures. Our factory is small. It can't accommodate someone like you. Maya Chi was terrified and began crying and making a scene. Allie turned to Baker and the others. Let's go. It's too noisy here. Chapter 71. Don't hurt Dad. An old residential area. Baker had never expected it to be this bad when he visited Allie's place for the second time. The house was filled with the smell of instant noodles, and the living room was cluttered with unfinished snacks and rotten fruits. Tina, you? It didn't seem like this last time. Baker was extremely shocked. Why is it so different from last time? Georgia frowned, looking at Allie. Is this the kind of free life you want? Allie sighed and started tidying up. Last time you came, I spent the whole night cleaning. This time, I didn't want to agree because I was worried you'd dislike the mess, but your dad's pleading eyes were hard to resist. I live a decent life, just without much time to clean. My shifts are irregular in your eyes, but this kind of indulgence is rare for me because I've never enjoyed it. Baker gritted his teeth, feeling heartache as he walked over and took the trash bag from her hand. Dad will do it. Tina, go rest. He bent down to pack all the trash into a big bag and swept the floor. Throughout the process, Baker wouldn't let Georgia help. The debt I owe Tina is heavier than what I owe you, which I can't repay. Stay with Tina. Allie wanted to comfort him and said, this environment is quite good compared to before. Once, I used the ground as my bed and the sky as my blanket. Baker stared at her, his eyes turning red, seemingly about to cry. Seeing this, Georgia got slightly angry. Tina, stop talking. Dad feels even more guilty. Allie tried to explain but found she couldn't due to her personality. Suddenly, Baker squatted down, covering his eyes with his palms. The atmosphere became heavy. Georgia pushed Allie towards him, indicating she should fix this. For anyone else, Allie wouldn't care. But Baker wasn't anyone else. He was her father. And we'll head to the hotel. Allie took the broom. No need. I'll clean up. Sister, take Dad to rest. Visit tomorrow. She looked at Baker. We'll talk when you're rested. All right, Baker nodded. After they left, Allie collapsed on the sofa, feeling a headache. Whose stubborn nature did Dad inherit? She stared at 4 suitcases in the corner, lost in thought. A while later, she muttered, family is truly an enigmatic existence. The next morning at 9, Baker woke up still a bit dazed but quickly dressed and went to knock on Georgia's door. Georgia seemed already awake, handling official matters. Daughter, let's visit Tina. Sure. They set off, and Maya the assistant had breakfast ready. They headed straight for the old neighborhood. Climbing the stairs and knocking on the door, a neighbor opened their door, sized them up and asked, you bought so much breakfast for her? Who are you? Oh, did you come up at 2 last night? The barrage of questions stunned Baker. He smiled politely as Allie opened the door and let them in, coldly shutting it in the neighbor's face. The neighbor spat. Pretentious. That young guy is probably her man, and the woman likely his sister. Coming so early with breakfast, spoiling her. Walking downstairs, Allie overheard this, put down her utensils, and suddenly opened the door. Baker wondered, daughter, where's Tina going? Her gazes between Allie and the injured woman. Baker walked up to the woman and said, everything requires evidence. You say Tina pushed you, do you have any proof? If you don't recklessly accuse people. Reporting this might get you arrested for slander. The old residential building's hallway had no surveillance cameras, and the woman knew it well. Plus, only she and Allie were present at the scene, so there were no witnesses. The woman truly had no evidence. After a series of she was eventually taken away by the ambulance. While walking around the neighborhood, Baker said to Allie, Tina, we don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. How could you endure that situation just now? Allie cleared her throat and met George's gaze. Both looked awkward, because it was indeed her who did it. Why would she let the woman slander Baker? After finishing their morning tour, they returned to the rented apartment. Baker wanted to continue yesterday's conversation, but Allie suddenly said, "Dad, I'm hungry." Baker immediately stood up and rushed to check the fridge, looking for something to cook. While Baker was busy in the kitchen, Georgia called Allie to the balcony, looking seriously at her. "Let's be honest. I've investigated you, and your background seems complex. The elderly man who raised you is a famous international combat master. I initially thought you wouldn't be the fifth one, but the results showed you are his daughter. That's why I brought Dad to meet you. Regardless of how extraordinary or dangerous your identity might be, I only hope, Tina, you won't hurt Dad." Allie reassured her, saying very firmly, "My principle is never to harm family. He is my father, and my duty is to protect him, just like what eldest sister does." Georgia was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Allie to be so candid. "Noodles are ready, huh? Where is everyone?" Baker called from inside. They walked in and saw 3 bowls of noodles on the table, each topped with a fried egg. "These were all I could make with the few ingredients in Tina's fridge. Hope you don't mind," Baker said. Allie and Georgia sat down and picked up their chopsticks. On the first bite, Allie shed tears uncontrollably. This startled Baker. "What? Not good." Georgia took 2 bites and said, "Dad, they're delicious. Eat quickly before they get cold." "But why is Tina crying?" Baker was a bit nervous, mainly because he'd never seen Allie cry. Neither had Allie, primarily because the taste of these noodles reminded her of the first bowl her adoptive father made when she was little. It tasted like home. "Delicious, so delicious it made me cry," Allie explained. Relieved, Baker then split a fried egg into 2 pieces and placed them in the daughter's bowls. "If it's good, eat more." Chapter 72. Liars should have long noses. After lunch, knowing that Allie had to go on her evening shift at 5 o'clock, Baker suggested returning to the hotel with Georgia. "Nicola, it's 2 o'clock now, you still have 3 hours, why don't you rest for a bit?" Baker asked. He was already standing by the door, about to leave, but he still turned back to give a reminder. The sunlight outside bathed his jet black hair in a golden glow, making Baker appear particularly dazzling. Allie paused and thought. In truth, she didn't have the habit of taking naps. In the past, she always had to be vigilant, so sleep was never a necessity for her. However, facing her father's concern, she considered how best to respond appropriately. Georgia seemed to see the struggle in her eyes and said, "Dad, Nicola isn't young anymore. She knows how to manage her time. We should go back to the hotel first and wait for Nicola after she finishes her last shift." Baker nodded. "That's right." Allie escorted the 2 downstairs. The old residential area couldn't accommodate cars, so they had to walk a short distance after descending. Baker stood in the middle, flanked by his 2 daughters walking beside him to the car. A luxury car naturally drew attention, and a crowd gathered around it. When they saw the owner arrive, the onlookers slowly dispersed but kept their eyes fixed on them, whispering among themselves. Baker told Allie, "Go back inside." "Okay," Allie nodded. She started walking back while Georgia followed Baker into the car. Once inside, the doors closed, shutting out the curious gazes of passersby, and the vehicle slowly drove away. Allie stopped when the car exited the alley, suddenly turning around to cast a sharp gaze at the people pointing and whispering behind her. Her glare held a lethal edge, startling everyone. Even the children began to cry in fear. Later in the evening at the factory, Gregor called Allie upstairs. He handed her a thick envelope. "This is your salary. Even though you didn't complete the full month, you will get every penny you deserve." He then placed a paper under Allie's nose. "This is your prepared resignation letter. Take a look and sign it." Allie quickly glanced through it and signed her name. Gregor joked, "Didn't even read it carefully?" Allie shook her head. She had skimmed it meticulously and fast. "Shinjin, sometimes I really think you're not from this century. Where do young people like you who use ancient phones and can't even receive WeChat payments come from?" Gregor put away the resignation letter as he spoke. What he referred to as ancient was actually a satellite phone. Allie needed this phone to handle many important matters. Feeling something amiss with the money in the envelope, she pressed on it and immediately noticed the discrepancy. "Manager, the amount is wrong. You've given me too much." Gregor looked astonished. How did Allie know without even opening the envelope? Surprised as he was, he explained, "I paid you for 2 months worth of salary. A girl like you needs some cash on hand. Although I don't know what's going on with Jean General and them being your family, but I know that having money gives you more confidence and frees you from having to rely on others." Allie understood that Gregor was genuinely concerned for her, which is why he had given her an extra month's salary. Realizing this, she felt a complex mix of emotions. She had never encountered such a situation before and didn't know how to handle it. It was troublesome. Dealing with people could be quite complicated, especially with those who truly cared for her. "Thank you," Allie finally managed to say. Learning to thank people was one of the first things she did after leaving her previous life. Gregor was taken aback, as Allie had been quiet and distant when she first joined the factory, never expecting to hear such gratitude from her. He had heard it twice now. "Don't mention it. My daughter is a few years younger than you. To me, you're all like my own children. Get back to work now, and finish your last shift without slacking off." Gregor smiled. Allie nodded and left the office, carrying the large envelope to the locker room where she stored it. Back in the workshop, Maya Chi was absent, confirming that she had indeed been fired. "Shinjun," someone greeted her from across the way. Allie gave her a cold look and ignored her. This person was Zhu Rong, a gossipy colleague who smirked at her and said, "I heard you're resigning because of a man?" Allie paused in her work, a trace of menace appearing in her eyes. Seeing her silence as agreement, Zhu Rong continued gleefully, "Was it the man who shielded you from the bat last night? Oh wow, you've got good taste. He's quite handsome, and looks strong too. Must be good in bed, right?" There was a snapping sound. Zhu Rong's smile froze, her face pale as she slowly lowered her head to find a dagger between her fingers, seemingly poised to cut her if she moved. Her hands trembled, breaking out in cold sweat. Everyone around was equally startled, their faces showing shock. Allie approached Zhu Rong, gripping the dagger tightly and pulling it upward. Zhu Rong's body jolted, and she heard Allie's low, menacing voice, "Who told you that?" "Maya." Maya Chi told me, it was just a joke. Xianjin, don't be like this. I'm scared, Zhu Rong. And used to such scenes, pleaded, almost crying. Ali tapped her cheek with the dagger. Where is Maya Chi now? Zhu Rong's eyes widened in terror, betraying Maya Chi involuntarily. Satisfied, Ali went upstairs and informed Gregor that she needed to leave early. After collecting her belongings from the locker, she strode out of the workshop. Once Ali left, Zhu Rong collapsed on the floor, needing support from nearby colleagues. Why did you provoke her? We warned you she's scary. Zhu Rong tried to speak, but no words came out, only terrified sobs. Maya Chi had drowned herself in a bar after being fired, telling anyone who would listen that Ali left her to deal with the trouble alone. Rumors about Ali and Baker spread as Maya Chi laughed uncontrollably, claiming Ali used underhanded means to seduce an influential figure in the city. Wearing a hat and mask, Ali found Maya Chi laughing with a few men, spreading rumors about her relationship with Baker. I tell you, Ali is just... Aw, who are you? Stop, it hurts. Ali grabbed Maya Chi by the hair, dragging her outside. Maya Chi, realizing who it was, screamed for help as Ali tightened her grip. The few men tried to intervene, but Ali pushed chairs into their path, stopping them. Her icy voice commanded, I want only Maya Chi. Maya Chi's scalp bled visibly from the harsh pull. Despite her struggles, Ali only tightened her grip, causing Maya Chi to cry out in pain. Even in the noisy bar, her screams pierced through. The men, meeting Ali's deadly stare, dared not move. Ali dragged Maya Chi to a small alley behind the bar, tossing her aside like trash, and stepped on her shoulder with a powerful stomp. Please, Xianjin, I was wrong. Please let me go, Maya Chi sobbed. She knew Ali's merciless nature. Too late, Ali advanced. Her fiery eyes reflected Maya Chi's pallor. People passing by heard the cries from the alley but dared not intervene, hurrying away instead. Back at the hotel, after dinner, Baker called Ali. The phone rang several times before she answered. Baker asked, Nicola, have you eaten? Are you busy? Did I disturb you? Ali wiped blood off her hand with Maya Chi's clothes, casually covering Maya Chi's face, and replied coolly, not busy, yes I ate. Liars should have long noses, didn't you eat again? Baker hadn't forgotten that Ali mentioned she didn't have the habit of eating dinner. Ali. Maya Chi had already fainted from fright, with a small wound on her forehead bleeding. Ali walked out of the alley and explained to Baker. Only then did he believe she really had eaten dinner. The next day, while playing a game with Baker, Ali locked the live streaming room since it wasn't time for the broadcast yet. When Sage messaged her privately and opened the microphone, saying loudly, Hi, my babies, miss me? Ali. Baker laughed and asked, Missed you, little Jamie, what's got you so happy? Of course, I gained a new identity today, Sage said as she logged into the game. She wanted people to ask more, and Baker obliged. What identity? Sage laughed. The head of the C fan club? Ali hummed in confusion, showing she didn't understand. Sage explained, Nicola, your fan club, and everyone recommended me to be the leader, guiding everyone to a bright future. Ali remained silent. It was the first time she realized she had a fan club after playing games for so long. Can fan clubs be eaten? Her silence hurt Sage's heart. Nicola, aren't you a bit happy? Baker understood Sage and comforted her to avoid further trouble. Little Jamie is so amazing. Exactly. Ali was curious about the relationship between Baker and Sage. From the moment they met, Sister Jamie seemed different towards Dad. Could she like Dad? Xiaogu, what's your relationship with Sister Jamie? She called Baker by this unfamiliar term to sound formal. Hearing the long-unheard nickname, Baker paused, then realized he hadn't told Nicola about Sage's identity. Just as he was about to explain, Sage interrupted. We have a very close relationship, equivalent to family. No, we are family. Family? So, Sister Jamie liked her dad. Did that mean Sister Jamie wanted to be her stepmom? Ali felt this thought was scarier than any mission and quickly shook it off. Baker, unaware of Ali's misunderstanding, thought it best to explain when they met face to face, so he stayed silent. This made Ali even more convinced of their intimate relationship. Sage chuckled awkwardly. Nicola, I'm still the leader of the fan club, managing all the fan groups in the future. I don't need a fan club. I just want to play games well. Ali expressed her thoughts. Sage gave a serious education while Baker couldn't interject. Nicola, that's a dangerous way of thinking. If you become a professional player, fans will be your greatest motivation. The number of fans determines your popularity, which decides your recognition, okay? Ali hummed in response, unsure if she absorbed the lesson. Sage was about to continue when Baker diverted the conversation. Little Jamie, Nicola's popularity is too high, making her an easy target for jealousy. A few days ago, someone went to the factory and almost hurt her. Upon hearing this, Sage tensed up, asking Ali, Nicola, were you hurt? Note. In this chapter, we delve deeper into the relationships and concerns surrounding Ali. The tension around Baker and Sage's relationship is introduced, and there's an emphasis on how Ali perceives these changes, especially regarding her safety. Hashtag chapter 73. Let's go home. Caught off guard by Sage's sudden concern, Ali was momentarily stunned. No, she replied, her voice still as cool and clear as ever. Upon closer listening, a hint of warmth could be detected. Sage let out a sigh of relief. You know, hands are incredibly valuable to an esports player. Mouse hand, also known as carpal tunnel syndrome, is a disaster for professional players. I'm most afraid that your hands might get hurt. Your reaction speed largely depends on your hand operations. Once you have any injury in your wrist or arm, your career as a player is practically over. Even if you keep playing, your reaction speed and operation ability will decline, making it harder to achieve the goal of being a champion. Ali understood. Don't worry, no one can hurt me, Sister Jamie. The term, Sister Jamie, seemed to bring them back to their familiar relationship, unaffected by the small incident earlier. Sage sighed dramatically. Zandra is so arrogant. I like it. Baker had been somewhat worried that Sage's accidental remark would strain the relationship between Ali and Sage, but now it appeared they were getting along well. Seeing the two of you chat and laugh, I feel reassured, he voiced his thoughts aloud. Sage teased, with someone as excellent as me, how could Xandra not get along with me? Such arrogance. Baker laughed. Sure, our little Jamie is the best. You bet. Sage didn't show any sign of humility. Allie heard Baker's light-hearted laughter and pursed her lips. Her thoughts were complex. Sister Jamie truly was amazing, able to make Dad laugh so easily. Early the next morning, around 5 or 6, Baker got up enthusiastically and drove Summer to an old neighborhood to take Allie for breakfast. He also wanted to ask when Dawn, cute treasure, would come home with him. After receiving Baker's call, Allie quickly washed up and waited at the entrance of the alley. The morning air was slightly chilly as the car pulled up. Baker saw Allie standing by the roadside and hurriedly called out to her. Before the car even stopped completely, he jumped out. Allie instinctively reached out to catch Baker. Summer hurriedly warned from behind, Dad, slow down. Xandra. Baker arrived safely before Allie. Allie withdrew her hand and slipped it back into her pocket, greeting Baker. Morning. They got into the car, and Allie took them to a breakfast shop she thought was delicious. After finishing their meal, Allie put down her chopsticks and looked earnestly at Baker. I've made up my mind. I'm willing to go home with you. Baker's chopsticks fell from his hands, and red oil splashed onto his clothes. Really? Summer hurriedly grabbed some napkins to clean him up, frowning. Seeing Allie nodding affirmatively, she paused. Baker stood up happily. That's great. Let's go now. Allie glanced at Summer, waiting for her elder sister's approval. Baker noticed this and also looked at Summer. Summer, shall we go home today? Because of the crowd in the breakfast shop, Summer praised him. Closing her laptop, she watched Allie's nape and instructed Maya, keep this from Mr. No need to add unnecessary worries. Yes. Baker was very happy sitting beside Allie, pointing at the clouds or sun outside and excitedly sharing stories. Dad, I need to talk to Xandra alone. If you're hungry, you can eat something in the back. I've already had it prepared, Summer interrupted Baker. Baker immediately got up. A bit hungry, I'll see what's good. After Baker left, Summer sat where he was, naturally crossing her legs. She turned and looked at Allie coolly. What's the situation with Maya Chi? Allie narrowed her eyes, looking at Summer with caution. How do you know about this? Summer acted as if she couldn't sense Allie's hostility, turning to examine her fingers. You're not an impulsive person. You wouldn't bother with these ants. So, the only reason for you to act impulsively is because someone important to you is hurt. Allie reined in her hostility and nodded, looking out the window. Yeah, she spread false rumors about Dad and me. It's fine for me, but saying anything bad about Dad? I was already lenient, otherwise, she'd be dead. Summer hummed, unsurprised. There was no blame, no anger. Allie looked at Summer and realized why she had separated Baker to talk to her privately. Summer wanted to understand if her actions were related to Baker and program. Baker hummed an acknowledgement but didn't disclose Allie's true identity before the call was hung up on the other end. Georgia happened to walk up beside him, and Baker remarked to her, little Jamie is too impulsive. She might easily get herself into trouble. Trouble brings wisdom. Dad, don't worry, Georgia said with a laugh. At the airport, Sage held a bouquet of flowers, waving enthusiastically as she spotted Baker and the others from afar. Then she saw Baker talking to a girl wearing a mask. As they approached, Sage realized that the girl looked somewhat familiar. It's Xandra. Xandra. Sage held her bouquet while waving and jogged over, intending to hug Allie. Allie sensed an unfamiliar presence and instinctively reacted defensively, stopping Sage with 2 fingers against her chest. Sage glanced at the 2 fingers on her shoulder, then at Allie who was now within reach. What's that supposed to mean? Georgia took the bouquet from her arms and said, not so familiar, don't go hugging just yet. Why not? I almost game with Xandra every night. I used to be her top player. Sage protested. After observing carefully, Allie recognized this enthusiastic woman as Sage. She withdrew her hand and called out in a flat, quiet voice, Sister Jamie. Sage felt quite pleased, exclaiming, and pulled out a large red envelope from her bag. She placed it in Allie's palm. With great satisfaction, she said, here, it's a gift from your sister upon meeting you. She glanced at Georgia and gave a cold snort. Unlike some people who don't even offer anything, you even snatched my flowers meant for Xandra. She reached out to grab the flowers back. Georgia dodged, nearly causing Sage to trip, but luckily Allie quickly caught her. Sister Jamie, I'm fine for money. You can take the envelope back. Sage looked hurt. You think it's too little? Allie frowned. No, I don't need it. The red envelope hung awkwardly between them. Baker intervened, pushing the envelope towards Allie. Xandra, take it. It's little Jamie's gesture. The original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks are preserved, ensuring natural fluency and grammatical correctness while maintaining coherence with previous content. Chapter 74, Xandra, welcome home. Allie obediently accepted it. However, in her heart, she thought that Sister Jamie truly wished to be part of her family. Sage looked at the obedient Allie with an itchy hand, wishing to pat her head. How could there be a girl who is so beautiful and yet so well-behaved and sensible? Georgia seemed to read her mind, walking over to Sage's ear and said with a smirk, Xandra is old 5. What? Sage jumped up, all thoughts of patting Allie forgotten. She screamed so loudly that it startled Baker, drawing everyone's attention. Baker, looking at Sage with some concern, asked, little Jamie, what's wrong? Sage awkwardly smiled and glared at Georgia, saying, nothing. Let's hurry back. I've already prepared dinner. We can eat as soon as we get home. Baker was doubtful, but then thinking Allie must be hungry, he agreed, right, let's go. Just now, when Georgia whispered to Sage that Xandra is old 5, though it was close to Sage's ear, Allie heard it clearly. So Jamie's sister was so agitated because she came back, affecting her relationship with Dad? Allie's powerful brain was working overtime, burning through ideas. She felt that doing a mission would be less taxing on her brain. Back at the Jean residence, Allie wasn't surprised by the luxurious decor. Instead, Baker pointed at Sage and told her, Xandra, this is Dad's goddaughter, also your godsister. Allie was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. This was the first time she had lost her composure. Sensing George's smiling gaze, she immediately resumed her expressionless face. However, in her mind, she was struggling between different emotions. Turns out Jamie's sister didn't want to be her stepmom, but wanted to share a father with her. Sage stood next to Georgia, gritting her teeth. Why didn't you tell me earlier that lifelong interaction pattern? Allie watched intently. Baker, assuming she envied them, said, from now on, Xandra will get along well with her sisters. Allie withdrew her gaze and lightly hummed. Dominic heard the noise and came out, immediately spotting Allie among the crowd. Her chilly demeanor and perfect features revealed her identity. Fifth Miss, welcome back. Dominic greeted her and also greeted Georgia. Miss Summer, Fifth Miss chilliness resembles yours. Yes, your observation skills are good. Georgia loosened her grip, and Sage nearly stumbled forward, catching herself on Georgia's arm before falling. Unsatisfied, Sage walked to Allie and asked Dominic, what about me, Dominic? Two beautiful faces with different charms. Dominic smiled. Miss Jamie is great too, which essentially said nothing, causing Sage to roll her eyes. Baker was happy. He loved the warm family atmosphere, but Allie seemed uncomfortable. From the moment Dominic called her Fifth Miss, she had frowned deeply. Sweetie, is something wrong? Still not used to it? Baker understood. When he first arrived at the Jean house, Dominic called him master, and he found it very uncomfortable too. Allie nodded. I'm not used to it. Call me Shinjin. Dominic glanced at Georgia, who stepped forward and placed a hand on Allie's shoulder. This intimate gesture made Allie uncomfortable, had a tiny appetite, and quickly became full. Seeing this, Baker felt heartache and gazed pitifully at her. Reluctantly, Allie drank a few bowls of soup to satisfy Baker's nod. After lunch, Sage left first, citing company matters. Before leaving, she wanted to hug Allie. Allie refused with a shake of her head. Heartbroken, Sage left. Georgia gave Allie a thumbs up. Well done. Allie, I just don't like physical contact. It wasn't aimed at Sage specifically. Walking upstairs, let's see your room. It's huge with a beautiful dressing table chosen by your elder sister. Following Baker, Allie took the elevator to her fifth floor room, which also had a small attic balcony. Along the way, Baker kept talking to Allie while Georgia trailed behind, unable to interject, but she observed with a smile. The previously cold John family home was getting livelier, which was nice. Xandra, weren't you at all surprised when you came in? Baker described his own first day experience. When I first arrived, seeing the towering villa, my jaw dropped. The outer courtyard alone could match a small village. Allie answered, there's nothing surprising. I've seen bigger places. Like Moyila's palace, an island far bigger than the Jean residence. Baker nodded, curious but refrained from asking, knowing everyone has secrets. Whenever Allie wanted to tell him, she would naturally. Exiting the elevator, the first door on the right was already open. With servants waiting beside it, Baker invited Allie to come in. Xandra, take a look. Are you satisfied? Georgia added, if you're not satisfied, we can redesign and renovate it. Allie walked in and surveyed the room. The color scheme was exactly what she preferred, cool and understated. The simple layout appealed to her immensely. Allie nodded, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Baker exchanged glances with Georgia, mumbling disappointedly, I thought my plan would be the best, but my daughter vetoed it. Curious, Allie asked him, what was Dad's plan? Georgia directed the servants to bring Allie's belongings in and replied, Dad thought that pink suited you, so he wanted to repaint the walls in pink, and instead of tatami, he planned to place a soft swan bed with various Barbie dolls. Stop. Allie couldn't bear it anymore, just imagining it was too much for her. Baker looked at her, and Allie said, I think elder sister's design is better. Not every girl likes pink, Dad. She hoped her reminder was clear enough. Baker understood and nodded, okay. Though what his precious daughter said made sense, it still stung a little. That night, they held a dinner party, with Georgia specially inviting a chef from Haitian Isai to prepare the meal. Everyone gathered in the large courtyard, raising their glasses to and tidied his hair before heading downstairs. In the living room, only Allie was there, sitting on the sofa, reading a book. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and greeted him, good morning. Baker's face remained expressionless as he responded, good morning. However, he was happy inside and picked up his pace while complimenting her. Xandra is early and very studious, starting to study so early in the morning. He bent down to glance at the book. The title read, Anatomy Research. Coincidentally, Allie was reading the page that taught how to dissect human organs without harming the body. Baker was speechless for a moment. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Allie put the book away and said, I'm just browsing. Maybe we should read some other books later. This one's a bit scary, Baker suggested. He thought Xandra might have nightmares if she kept reading such intense material. However, Allie didn't mind. These were child's play to her, and she read them out of boredom. Baker went to the dining hall where Dominic was preparing breakfast for him. They sat down together, and while eating, Baker asked, Dominic, where's Summer? Usually, his daughter would wait for him to eat breakfast, but today, having woken up late, he had missed it. Dominic, busy with work, didn't respond immediately. Allie explained, elder sister has company business and left early. Maisie Jamie also left and asked me to inform you and keep you company for breakfast, saying someone accompanying you makes it more enjoyable. Nodding, Baker agreed and continued eating. After finishing his meal, feeling a bit bored, he considered taking Xandra out for a stroll. Just then, Dominic came over, looked at both of them, and smiled suddenly. Miss Shinjin looks really good, with features identical to Baker's, truly a blessed person. Allie froze. This was the first time someone called her blessed. Baker happily nodded. That's true. A daughter who resembles her father is indeed blessed. By the way, Dominic, do you know which mall in Fengqing is the most luxurious? I want to take Xandra shopping. Otherwise, staying at home all day might bore her. Allie shook her head. No need. My clothes are fine, no need to change. She was mainly worried about Baker's taste not matching hers. The 4 boxes of gifts in her room were proof enough. Unaware of Allie's true thoughts, Baker mistook her hesitation for attachment to old items. Those clothes are too old. Each time I see you, you wear the same few styles. Aren't girls supposed to love beauty? You don't even have a dress. Dad will arrange it. Please no. Allie exclaimed hurriedly. Baker paused, confused. You don't like dresses? Allie nodded. Dresses are inconvenient and troublesome. Wearing one could cause exposure during a fight and limit movement. Baker was completely lost, unsure of Allie's preferences. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere froze. Dominic broke the silence. The largest mall is owned by Jean Corporation, Donghua Mall, which houses various luxury brands and custom stores. Baker, why don't you call Miss Summer? She probably knows more details. Baker snapped back to reality and immediately called Georgia. She was in a meeting when she saw the incoming call, paused the meeting, and stepped aside to answer. How can I help? Her gentle voice shocked the senior executives, who craned their necks to identify the caller that could make the usually stern Georgia sound so tender. Albin coughed, silencing them as Georgia coldly glared at them. Summer, I want to take Xandra shopping for clothes. Any recommendations? Baker asked. Hearing his voice, Georgia's lips curled into a smile. She beckoned Albin over. I'll send Albin to accompany you. Anything you like, you can take home, she replied warmly, maintaining her mood until the call ended, after which her expression turned cold again. Albin escorted Baker and Allie to Donghua Mall. Staff welcomed them enthusiastically, having been briefed about Baker and Allie by Georgia. Baker led Allie to an Italian handmade store, where each garment was crafted meticulously by hand. He immediately spotted a yellow dress embroidered with a spreading phoenix at the chest. Xandra, why don't you try this on? Baker held up the dress for her. Allie instinctively took a step back, wanting to refuse. Baker was overly enthusiastic. Just try it, please. Dad thinks it will look great on you. Excited, he nearly called her daughter. Unable to say no to his enthusiasm, Allie reluctantly agreed. Just once, she said. Baker nodded vigorously, handing her the dress and pushing her towards the fitting room. I'll wait here. With excitement in his voice, Baker waited. Allie stared at the unfamiliar dress, tempted to tear it apart. Instead, she muttered, all right, just this once. At 10, she had torn apart a dress forced upon her by her adoptive father, vowing never to wear one again. She hadn't expected the irony to hit so soon. Baker anxiously waited on the sofa, eyes fixed on the fitting room. Allie emerged, stunning everyone in the store. She looked breathtaking. Her straight hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the dress accentuated her perfect figure, curving precisely where it should. Beautiful. So beautiful. Baker took several photos, sending one to Georgia. Look how pretty Xandra is. Georgia quickly replied, indeed, let's get it. Xandra doesn't like dresses. It took a lot to convince her to try this one. She likely won't want it, Baker sighed, respecting her choice despite his reluctance. Donghua, having heard they were at Donghua, rushed over. Seeing Baker pleading with Allie, she intervened. What's going on? She asked. Allie saw her as a savior, hiding behind Donghua. Maisie Ding, please tell him I don't want to try on any more dresses. Donghua admired Allie. Xandra, you look so beautiful. Baker chimed in, right? I chose a few more pieces for her to try, but she refused. Donghua pondered in silence. Allie sighed. I don't like dresses. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have tried this. More tiring than combat, she thought. Baker fell silent, realizing he had overlooked Xandra's true feelings. Sorry, Xandra, causing you trouble. Let's go back. Wear whatever makes you comfortable. This chapter beautifully captures the tension and affection between Baker and Allie, highlighting the challenges of deep paternal love and personal boundaries. Donghua nodded, snapping a picture of Allie and said, although I also think Xandra looks very beautiful in a dress, didn't you always say that we should respect the child? Xandra prefers casual wear. Shall we go to another store to look? Baker nodded. All right. Allie immediately rushed to the fitting room, quickly changing out of the dress into her usual clothes and pants, the entire process taking only 2 minutes. Approaching Donghua, she whispered, Dang sister, your timing is perfect. Donghua had never seen Allie and then told Baker, Dad, Xandra's livestream is about to start. You two should head to the game room. All right. Baker took Allie with him. The living room was left with just Donghua and Georgia. Georgia extended her hand coldly towards Donghua. Give me the contract. Donghua handed it over, and as Georgia flipped through it, her expression grew colder. This contract needs redoing. Why? Donghua was confused. Georgia pointed to a clause, revenue distribution. Party A gets 70%, Party B gets 30%. Don't you think that's unreasonable? What's unreasonable about it? I asked Xandra, and she said she isn't short of money. I set this clause to avoid potential company losses. Donghua thought it was fair. Surely you can't let the company support her for nothing? Wouldn't the people under you need to eat too? This translation captures the nuances and maintains the tone and style of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original content. Chapter 76. Is it definitely a surprise, not a shock? On this issue, Georgia engaged in an intense discussion with Sage. Regardless of whether Allie needed money or not, as the elder sister, Georgia felt she must protect her younger sister's interests and ensure Xandra wasn't deceived by unscrupulous businessmen. Georgia, who are you calling a dishonest businessman? Sage retorted angrily, rolling up her sleeves and standing up. Georgia cast her a cold glance, causing her to silently lower her sleeves again. Sage's gaze shifted nervously. Anyway, I'm not a dishonest businessman. My intentions are good, and I've arranged the best equipment for Xandra. Everything is top-notch unlike others who have to use second-hand equipment. The rest can be okay, but not this one. From what I remember about official esports contracts, regarding profit sharing, it states that the revenue from esports activities is shared between both parties, with specific percentages to be negotiated, Georgia pointed out sharply, her keen business eye piercing through the situation. Yes, but I've already shown the contract to Xandra, and she agreed. Why doesn't it work here? Sage countered. My little sister shouldn't be at a disadvantage, Georgia replied coldly. But, I'm also your sister. I'm just a year younger than you. Georgia, you're biased, Sage exclaimed, her mouth agape. Isn't bias normal? Besides, you're not related by blood, Georgia remarked, placing the contract on the table. Hearing this, Sage felt somewhat upset. Georgia, if you keep talking like this, I'll get angry. Georgia glanced at her, her eyes softening slightly. 50-50 split, new contract. Seeing Georgia's gentle look, Sage's anger subsided. All right, but you made me mad earlier, so you owe me compensation. Allie was live streaming, and Baker came downstairs to avoid disturbing her. However, he overheard the argument in the living room. What's going on? What are you arguing about? He approached them. Georgia handed the contract to Baker. This is Xandra's contract with the WH Club. Look at the revenue sharing clause. Baker examined it carefully, spotting something amiss despite not being familiar with such matters. Sage explained again. I asked Xandra, and she agreed. Dad, I didn't exploit her. Why did you come down? Didn't you stay with Xandra for the game? Georgia asked. I was sitting beside her but was afraid my actions would disturb her stream, so I came down, Baker replied. Georgia nodded. Looks like we need another room. Tomorrow, ask Dominic to find a designer to design a separate live streaming room for Xandra. Actually, salary isn't too much of a concern as long as it's not too low. We know Xandra doesn't have a big need for money. She wants a comfortable environment and gaming experience, Baker added. Actually, salary isn't too much of a concern as long as it's not too low. We know Xandra doesn't have a big need for money. She wants a comfortable... And the trainees might include Becky. Would they harbor resentment if they saw Xandra during training? Sage shook her head. No, I haven't told them yet. I plan to sign Xandra personally and give them a surprise. To retaliate against those who mocked her skills, she decided to throw a bombshell their way. Georgia looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's a surprise, not a shock? Sage glared at her. Knowing someone too well wasn't always good. You talk too much. Have you finished reviewing the contract? Okay, let me get W's prepared then. Baker thought it reasonable. Shock can be okay, but don't let it affect Xandra. If anyone gives her trouble, I'll educate them personally. Sage assured him nothing like that would happen. Xandra hasn't mentioned being a famous streamer either. Plus, she always wears a mask while streaming. During training, no one would recognize her. Even Becky probably wouldn't. Baker felt somewhat relieved. Does Xandra know that Becky is Amy? After some thought, Sage replied, Dad, important figures in the WH Club can be found online. I guess Xandra knows. Meanwhile, Allie continued her live stream. Let Bullets Fly appeared on the screen, unseen for a long time. She glanced at the chat, but stayed silent. They would meet in real life soon enough. Becky sent her a private message. A match? Sure, Allie replied, focused on her game. Unaware upstairs, the trio was still discussing the contract. Georgia reviewed the contract again and suddenly said, I noticed another issue besides the unreasonable profit sharing. Sage skimmed through it, but couldn't spot anything wrong. What's wrong? Don't nitpick, Georgia. Georgia, resting her chin on her hand, gave her a cold look. Redraft the contract according to my requirements. If your place can't accommodate our Xandra, I can build a club for her, making her the captain directly. Or, I can bring in talent from abroad or buy a club to let Xandra lead. Baker widened his eyes. Wow, rich family style. Her daughter was powerful. Looking back at Sage, she didn't expect Georgia to be so ambitious. Are you thinking I'm belittling Xandra by starting her as a trainee? Georgia nodded. Yes. Sage almost fainted from frustration. Sister. Right. Georgia agreed without hesitation. Sage rolled her eyes. Don't act all superior. Let's be serious. Georgia gestured for her to continue. It's known that the career span of esports players is 3 to 5 years. Their prime period is usually between 18 to 25. Xandra is only 18 this year, and she was signed by me personally. Her capabilities are evident to us both. Wouldn't you want to avoid rumors of favoritism? At this point, George's eyes explained to me. Now I understand. Your considerations are indeed reasonable this time, and you did use your brain. But the contract still needs to be reprinted, 50-50 split. Sage sighed. Fine, 50-50 it is. Do I really care about this money? Baker suddenly interjected. You do. Georgia laughed aloud, not holding back. Sage looked at Baker in disbelief. Dad, that hurt? Why were both father and daughter the same? Was it just to bully her? To be continued. ####chapter 77. The same words were spoken. Baker explained. Little Jamie is really great and formidable. I was just trying to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke earlier. It won't happen again, Dad. Sage wasn't truly upset. Dad, I've grown up squabbling with Summer, so I'm used to her way of talking and bickering. I wasn't really mad. She finished with a toothy smile. Baker nodded with a curved lip. That's good. Dad hopes you both get along well. So, is the contract settled like this? They both nodded. After Allie finished her live stream and came down in the elevator, she heard Baker's words. What contract? She asked. All three turned around at the same time. Baker stood up first. Xandra has finished streaming? Are you hungry? Dad can go to the kitchen and make something for you? Allie shook her head. Not hungry. Why are you immediately nodded upon hearing this, right? If you have any thoughts, speak up, and I'll see what I can do to help you achieve them. Definitely achievable, Georgia interjected. Sage couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Aiden, do you think the esports club is Xandra's home where you can do as you please? Why not? Georgia retorted. Almost choking Sage. Of course not. After all the talk, would it be for nothing? Esports relies on youth. If Xandra isn't at the top by age 18 to 25, being unruly won't get her anywhere. In this field, it's about ability, not connections. Allie asked after hearing this. Sister Jamie, am I not capable enough? This question left Sage speechless. Strong. Absolutely strong. Her ruthless and sharp playing style was unmatched. Allie added, Sister Jamie, don't worry about offending me. Whoever challenges me will lose, and I'll make sure they acknowledge my skill. Georgia clapped in admiration. Well said, worthy of being my sister. Sage became flustered. Stop cheering her on. We're discussing the contract. Xandra already feels it doesn't matter. Let's finalize one detail and settle it. It was nearly midnight, and she was starting to feel drowsy. Georgia smirked. What's the rush? Such an important decision should be thoroughly discussed within the family. Baker added, we need to discuss it carefully. Little Jamie, what do you think? Dad. Sage's voice turned hoarse. You're favoring Summer. You always side with her and never think about me, your goddaughter. If you keep doing this, you'll lose me, understand? Baker widened his eyes. Is it that serious? Georgia laughed, but saw it as emotional blackmail. Baker immediately shut up and pulled Allie aside. Then, let's go upstairs and return to our rooms. Get some rest, and you two continue your discussion, but not too late. Then, the two entered the elevator. Allie watched Sage and Georgia argue through the transparent glass door. They laughed and chatted, with no sign of hostility. Allie asked, Dad, does elder sister like to bicker often? Baker followed her gaze and explained, family atmosphere is important, Xandra. Although it looks like little Jamie is getting bullied, your elder sister once said that little Jamie thrives in this kind of atmosphere, where someone cares and argues with her. Allie was curious and looked at Baker. Why? Baker scratched his head. Some things aren't suitable for Dad to tell you right now. Anyway, you'll understand later. After separating, Allie returned to her room, locked the door, observed for a moment, and took out her equipment, connecting it to her computer. She rapidly typed. Multiple windows flashed on the screen, and soon information about Sage appeared. Parents deceased. Allie muttered upon seeing the details of the Jamie family, leaving James, Kevin, and Zach wondering if he had fallen asleep. His response appeared in the group chat. Brought back. Lately, I've been helping my friend bring his daughter home. Instantly intrigued, the trio stopped gaming and started speculating. Kevin sent a cheeky emoji. How old is your friend's daughter, brother How? Baker, she's just 18. Why? Just 18. Matchmaking opportunities. Kevin was excited and about to send a request for photos when James and Zach beat him to it. Zach, is your friend's daughter pretty, brother How? James, got any pictures, brother How? Baker sensed something wrong. What were these guys up to? 3 knives emerged on the screen as Baker sent 3 consecutive knives. Refrain from your filthy minds, and we can remain friends. They paused, sensing Baker's anger through the screen. But why was he angry? Kevin didn't understand and messaged James privately. Think brother How is interested in his friend's daughter? That's why he's warning us. James was equally puzzled. Don't know. What's even more curious is how brother How knows a friend whose daughter is around his age. Kevin grumbled. Shouldn't we be looking at photos right now? James nodded and asked again in the group. Brother How, we just mean no harm. Just curious about how your friend's daughter looks. Zach and Kevin copied the nodding emoji. Baker sent a proud little emoticon and said, of course she's beautiful. The 3 of them immediately aligned their thoughts. Brother Shao must really have something going on with his friend's daughter. Baker was oblivious to the twisted thoughts people had about him. He really wanted to tell these 3 how outstanding his daughter was, but he was afraid of startling them, so he continued to refer to her as his friend's daughter. My friend's daughter is incredibly talented. She's currently preparing to join the training camp. Soon, you'll see a bright new star emerge in the esports world. Kevin countered Baker. That's not necessarily true. I don't think anyone can beat my goddess Becky. Baker had a proud little expression and said, of course she's excellent. The 3 immediately agreed. Brother Shao might really have something going on with his friend's daughter. Baker didn't realize people were getting the wrong idea. He wanted to tell these 3 just how outstanding his daughter was but was afraid of shocking them. So he stuck with calling her his friend's daughter. My friend's daughter is incredibly talented. She's currently preparing to join the youth training program. Soon, you'll see a shining new star in the esports world. James disagreed. What makes you say that? My goddess Mabel can beat your goddess. The 2 began to argue heatedly over this topic. Zach interjected, good night, and then logged off. Baker didn't want to get involved in these 2 immature people's argument either, so he also said good night and logged off. Before turning off his screen, he thought of Georgia and Sage and sent a message in the family chat. It's not early. Daughters, go to sleep early. Summer and little Jamie, stop discussing. We can talk about things tomorrow. Good night. After sending this message, there was no reply within 5 minutes. Satisfied, Baker put down his phone, turned off the light, and went to sleep. James retorted, who says? My goddess Mabel can beat your goddess. These 2 began a heated argument over the topic. Zach interjected, going to sleep. Then he logged off. Baker didn't want to participate in these 2 childish people's feud either, so he also said good night and logged off. Before turning off the screen, he thought of Georgia and Sage and sent a message in the family group chat. It's getting late. Daughters, go to sleep early. Summer and Kira, stop discussing and talk about it tomorrow. Good night. After sending this message, there was no reply within 5 minutes. Satisfied, Baker put down his phone, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Chapter 78. Eldest sister has better taste than you. Baker didn't know that his 3 daughters were all still awake. They hadn't replied so as not to worry him and provoke his nagging in the group chat. Sage had just finished a call with Kevin about contract matters. Yawning, Kevin responded, all right, I'll redraft the contract first thing tomorrow morning and deliver it to the company. President Jamie, you're really dedicated. Handling business this late. Sure, see you then, Sage said as she hung up and punched the air at the wall in front of her. If not for Maya Summer's perfectionism, she wouldn't have stayed up so late. Meanwhile, after returning to her room, Maya Summer attended an international conference before finally going to sleep. Allie, having found out everything she wanted to know, was now contentedly sleeping. Therefore, when Baker woke up the next day and went downstairs, he noticed that none of his daughters were up yet. How odd, sleeping in today, he murmured to himself, noting the time, 7:30. He figured it was still early and decided to let them sleep longer. Baker greeted Dominic and went for a stroll in the courtyard. By the time he returned from his walk, the 3 daughters were just appearing in the living room, greeting him. Maya Summer smiled and nodded. Dad, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Quite well, how about you? Baker asked as he approached. Ali answered, I slept fine. Beside her, Sage yawned repeatedly, not me. Seeing dark circles under Sage's eyes, Baker asked, Jamie, did you not sleep well? Why are there dark circles? Really? The mention of dark circles startled Sage awake as she hurriedly checked her reflection. Sure enough. Approaching Maya Summer, Sage poked her shoulder. You need to take responsibility. Fine. I'll have some skincare products and cosmetics airlifted here and stock your room, Maya Summer, feeling refreshed and cooperative, agreed. Sage nodded satisfactorily. That's more like it. Godfather, let's go eat. Afterward, I need to get to the company. Kevin is waiting for me. Baker nodded and called out to Ali and Maya Summer. Tina, Summer, let's go eat. During meals, the Maya family didn't usually look at their phones but chatted instead. Although newly returned and somewhat aloof, Ali occasionally joined in under Baker's influence. Tina, do you want to go shopping later? I'll accompany you, Baker asked. Maya Summer and Sage looked at Ali expectantly. Recalling the nightmare of shopping with Baker, Ali shook her head quickly. No thanks. Baker pondered for a moment. Then maybe we can watch a movie later at the fourth floor cinema? I've been wanting to try that projector. Okay, Ali nodded. Anything as long as she didn't wear a dress. After breakfast, Sage and Maya Summer each headed to their cars. Hold on. I'll bring the new contract over to the group office shortly. You won't be out, right? Sage asked before getting into her car. Nope, I'll wait for you, Maya Summer nodded. Giving an okay sign, Sage got into her car and drove off. Maya Summer also left in her vehicle. Two people observing from the fourth floor window pulled back their heads. Baker, excitedly approaching the projector, said, Darling, this looks complex but is actually quite simple. Dominic will teach me how to use it. What kind of movies do you want to watch? These words stopped Ali in her tracks. She wasn't familiar with movies, whatever you choose. Turning back, Baker felt a pang of sympathy for his dear one who hadn't even watched a movie. Let's watch a comedy then. Ali nodded, sure. At Maya Corporation, Sage brought the contract straight to Maya Summer's office. Maya Summer had just finished discussing something with the planning department, whose director turned around to greet Sage as she entered. President Jamie. Smiling, Sage waved. Go ahead, close the door. I need to discuss important matters with President Maya. The director nodded and swiftly closed the door. Here's the new contract, check it out. Sage tossed the document onto Maya Summer's desk, sitting down in the leather chair. Glancing at her, Maya Summer pressed the internal phone. Assistant Maya. Ask the legal department to come upstairs. Got it, President Maya. Stunned, Sage watched as the legal department lined up to examine the contract she had brought. Are you serious? Sage lamented, clutching her chest. Sisters through thick and thin. And you don't trust me? Maya Summer coldly smiled. Because we're sisters, I didn't personally check it. The legal department is here to find any loopholes. Rolling her eyes, Sage exclaimed, how could there be any loopholes? I brought this personally, you just want to create trouble. Crossing her arms, Maya Summer coldly stared, signaling Sage to continue if she dared. Sage sighed, finding no interest in continuing the charade. Knowing the contract was flawless, she gave up. Maya Summer was always cautious. Thus, Sage immediately complained to Baker via WeChat. Godfather, your daughter is bullying me again. I kindly brought the contract over, and she didn't trust me, sending the entire legal department to check. Sure, they came to check, but the whole department? Is this bullying or what? Baker didn't reply for a long time. Sage added another message. Godfather, are you trying to cover up for your daughter? I'm your goddaughter too. You should treat us equally. Including several wounded emojis. Finally, Baker replied, Jamie, be patient. Summer isn't like that. She's just cautious. I'll talk to her about not bullying you. Sage felt satisfied. Godfather is the best. Baker sighed, looking at Ali. Still, our Tina is the most obedient, not requiring much effort. Your elder sister and Jamie often bicker, putting me in a tough spot. Helping one means ignoring the other. If this continues, Dad's hair might all fall out. He fiddled with his hair, only to see two strands break off, leaving him speechless. Ali comforted him. Don't worry, Dad. You'll stay young and healthy forever. They know their limits. Nodding, Baker continued when the door knocked. Dominic entered. Miss Summer has custom-made clothes for Miss Shinjin. They're downstairs in the hall. Excitedly grabbing Ali's hand, Baker headed downstairs. Seeing the racks of clothing, Ali smiled slightly. Looking around, Baker noted, these are from your daughter for Tina? She didn't mention it earlier. Dominic explained, the clothes were custom-made a month ago. A month ago? The day Tina's whereabouts were discovered, Summer had already arranged the custom orders? Touching the fabric, Ali felt comfortable. I love all of them. Baker remarked, your eldest sister is truly a businessman. Quicker than me. I thought about taking you shopping yesterday, but she prepared everything a month ago. These clothes are simple in design, made from comfortable fabric, loose and elegant. Looks like they cater perfectly to Tina's taste. Your sister's affection runs deeper than mine. A wave of warmth filled Ali's usually cold heart. I understand. Dad, please share elder sister's WeChat ID. I'll transfer the money for the clothes. Baker stopped her hastily. No, Dad mentioned before. Your eldest sister detests the word thanks. If you add her and send money, she might get upset or angry. Understanding, Ali kept quiet. Translation maintained the original tone and structure while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. Ali thought for a moment, then pushed me her WeChat. I'll personally thank elder sister. Is that okay? Baker couldn't refuse her, and pushed Maya Summer's WeChat to her. Dominic chimed in from the side. Miss Shinjin, these are all Miss Summer's heartfelt offerings. Accepting them is the best way to show your appreciation. The Jean family used to be so cold and distant. Even Miss Summer didn't come home often. Since Baker appeared, this house finally feels like a home. Miss Summer only wishes for family harmony and completeness. Miss Shinjin shouldn't be too formal with her. Ali added Maya Summer, and the request was immediately accepted. Hearing Dominic's words, she deleted the thank you in the chat box and typed out a new message. Elder sister, I really like the custom-made clothes you prepared for me. A simple sentence made Maya's summer feel much better. As long as you like them. Allie put down her phone, only to see her loving father Baker holding 2 sets of clothes, looking at her with intense anticipation. A sense of foreboding arose. Instinctively, Allie wanted to turn and run, but Baker grabbed her wrist. Tina, these clothes are all great. Why don't you try them on? Allie looked back at Baker. Can I not try them on? Baker released her, taking a set from Dominic. Of course, you can choose not to, but these aren't dresses, they're not so troublesome. And don't you want elder sister to see? After some deliberation, Allie nodded helplessly. All right then. She wanted elder sister to see. Taking a set, Allie went to her room to change. Baker prepared his phone. He wanted to document every aspect of his well-behaved daughter. When Allie came out, the servants were all praising her, and Baker was speechless with admiration. She wore a white polo shirt with shorts, her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking fresh and full of youthful vitality, perfectly showcasing her figure. It seemed once the mask was removed, Allie's true beauty could no longer be hidden. Baker had to admit, his daughter had better taste than he did. Indeed, girls understand girls best. Baker praised Allie and tried to coax her into trying on another outfit when his phone buzzed with a message. ####Chapter 79. Daughters are just adorable. The WeChat message was from Georgia. Dad, did Xandra try on the clothes? I want to see if they fit. If not, I'll have someone come over to take measurements and make adjustments. Baker immediately sent a picture. They fit perfectly. Daughter, I've noticed your taste is better than mine. Xandra looks much better in these outfits than in dresses. Georgia opened the large image and downloaded the original to her phone. Yes, she looks good. It matches her temperament. Baker showed this message to Allie. Xandra, look, your elder sister praised you. Allie hummed once. Though her face remained expressionless, her lips curled slightly upward. But in the next moment, Baker's words made her lips droop again. Baker said, why don't we try on more for your elder sister to see? Allie squinted at Baker. Her father had already learned to divert attention. Clearly, he wanted to see the most, yet he insisted on pulling his eldest daughter into it as a shield. Yet she couldn't refuse such a fatherly Baker. Father's love is as strong as a mountain. All right, let's try some more. Allie nodded, becoming more agreeable because these weren't dresses. Baker was delighted, handing over several outfits to her. Go on then, Daddy will wait outside. Allie walked into the changing room. Dominic had the sofa pushed behind Baker. Baker sat down excitedly, waiting. When Allie came out in the second outfit, Baker snapped photos nonstop with his phone. Beautiful, really beautiful. My sweetie has a natural model's figure. Anything looks good on her. This simple white shirt paired with ripped pants creates a different effect on my sweetie. Cold but also fierce and beautiful. He posted the pictures in the family chat and then realized Xandra wasn't in it yet, so he added her. Xandra, Dad added you to the family chat. Allie checked her phone in her pocket. A loving family forever together. Such an old-fashioned group name. No need to guess. It was probably chosen by Baker. Saw it, Allie replied to Baker. Then, the group filled with dozens of her photos. Allie. Baker was still typing in the group. Xandra's fashion show. Everyone, give applause. Georgia was first. Applause. Sage followed closely. Applause plus ID number. Allie responded with 2 words. Thank you. Baker put down his phone, looking at Allie happily. Xandra, next set? Allie returned to the changing room. Inside, she sighed deeply, puzzled by how things had gotten stranger and stranger. Wasn't it just a simple try-on? How did it turn into a fashion show? Most importantly, her father Baker was getting increasingly delighted. And she, slowly transitioning from initial discomfort to enjoying it now. The process felt surreal, undoubtedly amplified by paternal affection. After pondering a bit, Allie changed into another outfit and came out. Claps, everyone began clapping, led by Baker who took photos and praised simultaneously. This loose t-shirt with print elements adds some color to Xandra, paired with trendy shorts that showcase her long legs, truly eye-catching. Allie unconsciously curled her lips at Baker's praise. Daughter, the custom-made outfit suits Xandra perfectly. Dad gives you half her contact information? Baker directly replied with one word under their comments. Scram. They retaliated with a series of voice messages. People who dared to covet his daughter clearly had no respect for life. Allie never expected to see her photos in her father's WeChat Livians. Especially when posted by Baker, it caught her off guard. His statement, my daughter is truly beautiful, made her cold and aloof exterior blush. Though her expression remained unchanged, her ears turned red. She silently gave a thumbs up. Lying spread-eagled on the bed, Allie stared at the ceiling. This family seemed more interesting than she initially thought. She quite liked it. That night, Georgia and Sage returned. They greeted Baker first, then Allie. Allie responded to each greeting. At dinner, Baker asked Georgia and Sage, did you see those pictures? Isn't Xandra born with a model's physique? Georgia nodded, yes. Sage laughed, very nice. Our family has a new beauty, but this little beauty always seems to be frowning and doesn't smile much. Allie paused while picking up food. Baker interjected, our Xandra has a true personality. Everyone has different temperaments. By the way, you didn't see today. Xandra walking out in those outfits, she looked stunning. They both nodded in agreement. Sage coaxed Baker, dry dad. You haven't posted me on your Livians either. I want to be shown off too. Baker felt somewhat difficult. Georgia poured cold water on Sage. Are we not famous enough? The whole city knows Dad is related to us. You want to be shown off? Is Dad's trouble not enough? Baker thanked Georgia. Well summarized, daughter. He apologized to Sage. Little Jamie, it's not that dry Dad won't post, but you two are too well known. Everyone is watching. Sage understood but still pouted. I know, dry dad. With that, she lowered her head and continued eating. Baker sensed Sage's sadness and placed her favorite dishes in front of her. Sage looked up with watery eyes. Placing the dish closer, Baker said, this is your favorite sweet and sour ribs, all yours tonight. Sage put down her chopsticks and hugged Baker's slender waist. Dry dad, you indeed care for me. Baker almost suffocated under the hug. Georgia glanced at her. Enough, eat. Sage let go, guarding the dish within her arm. These are all mine, none for you. Childish, Georgia remarked. They bickered back and forth again. Baker sighed in relief, sitting back down. Allie didn't join in, but from that moment, she understood what Baker meant by the core of this family is bickering. It maintained harmony. After dinner, Baker casually said, daughter little Jamie, when you two are free next time, why don't we watch Xandra do a fashion show? Sure, they chimed in unison. Allie stared wide-eyed at Baker. Isn't that too much? Georgia smiled. She noticed Xandra's expressions becoming more varied. Baker retorted, too much? Allie felt like exploding. If there was a punching bag nearby, she could punch right through it. Struggling internally for a minute, she nodded. Let's talk about it when we have time. Baker clapped happily. That's wonderful. Allie missed her opponents and enemies so much. At least when she felt uncomfortable inside, she could vent on them. But not with Baker. She couldn't even say a word of refusal. The few of them rode the elevator. Allie touched her bangs and said, they're too long, blocking my view. When are we going to get them cut? Sage exclaimed in excitement. I almost forgot. Kid is back today. Why don't we go now? Baker glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Isn't Xandra supposed to live stream tonight? Allie shook her head. I haven't joined any club yet, so there's no mandatory task. Streaming or not doesn't matter. Georgia nodded. Let's go then. They took the elevator downstairs again. The elevator doors opened, and Maya Tazu appeared in the living room. Georgia frowned. What's up? Your phone was unreachable. There's an international conference that needs your immediate participation, Maya Tazu said respectfully. Since Baker returned to the Jean family, Georgia had gotten into the habit of turning her phone to silent during meals. Georgia gave a cold nod and told Baker and the others, Dad, you guys go ahead. Come back after getting the haircut. Kid's skills are pretty good. I agree with that. Baker nodded. Okay. Sage met Georgia's meaningful gaze and immediately felt something was off. My recommendation is always good. Why are you looking at me suspiciously? Baker was genuinely afraid these two would start bickering, delaying important matters, so he quickly pulled Sage away with Allie. Georgia shook her head, laughing softly behind them. Then she called for Maya Tazu to join her in the elevator. Inside the elevator, Georgia asked Maya Tazu, was there something else you didn't say? Maya Tazu was shocked. He hadn't expected Georgia to be so observant. Was it just because he glanced at Baker? Yes, regarding Mr. Zhao's aunt and relatives, there has been some progress, Maya Tazu explained. Georgia looked sharply at him. I want accurate information. Maya Tazu immediately understood. Yes, I'll verify everything before reporting back to you. Sage brought Baker and Allie to an exclusive high-end customization place. It specialized in designing hairstyles for billionaires and celebrities. Opening the golden-crusted door, Baker almost got blinded by the light inside. Every fixture and decoration was golden. Welcome to SK. A clear voice greeted them. Baker turned to see a man walking towards them, their eyes meeting. The man stared at Baker, his eyes wide open in disbelief, his whole body stiffening. Baker. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 80. A fan's excessive enthusiasm. Shao, shao, shao. The man pointed at Baker with his finger, stuttering repeatedly. Baker was confused and whispered to Sage, is this guy a stutterer? Sage shook her head. No. She was also puzzled. What was wrong with Conrad today? Did seeing his godfather excite him that much? Conrad, what's wrong? By the way, is Kit busy? I brought someone here for a haircut. Sage stepped forward to ask. Conrad ignored Sage and went straight toward Baker, suddenly grabbing Baker's hand. Baker was startled and tried to pull his hands back, but couldn't escape in time. Friend, it's okay to be shocked, but please don't be too weird. Baker leaned back. Allie frowned and grabbed the man's wrist, squeezing hard. The man screamed in pain, releasing Baker's hand and massaged his wrist on the side. He then explained, my name is Conrad. Baker nodded, pulling Allie upstairs while trying not to bump into the uncontrollable Conrad. Afraid to catch his hyperactive energy, Baker kept a distance. On the third floor, Sage found Kit's assistant, only to be told he had left and would be out for a few days. Baker called Georgia outside, mentioning Conrad. Summer, we've arrived here, and even met my overly enthusiastic fan. He couldn't control himself, shaking my hand like a monkey jumping around. Georgia pictured the scene in her mind. Dad, did this fan hurt you? She was concerned about this. No, Xandra intervened faster than him and warned him, Baker replied. Georgia nodded. Good, finish up quickly and come back early. After hanging up, Sage and Allie came out of the room. Baker greeted them. Did you get your haircut? Kit left again and won't be back for days. Should we reschedule? Sage asked Baker. Looking at Allie's bangs covering her beautiful eyes, Baker clicked his tongue. If necessary, I can give it a try. Allie and Sage were taken aback. You know how? Allie asked. Recalling his aunt once cutting his cousin's bangs with a bowl, Baker explained his method. However, both women shook their heads in refusal. I can, Conrad offered, turning his face away and avoiding eye contact. Baker was skeptical. You lost control when you saw me. Can you handle scissors? Conrad turned back to look at Baker with determination. You notice their resemblance? Could this be legendary husband-wife face? Sage glanced at him sharply. Stop making things up. It will only harm you. Huh? What do you mean? Conrad was puzzled. Meaning, Sage beckoned. Conrad leaned closer. Sage shouted loudly into his ear. Clean your head up. Stop making baseless pairings. How dare he pair her godfather and her sister? Conrad was alarmed and rubbed his ears, feeling deaf momentarily. President Jamie, you're not usually this mean. Sage snorted. It's already generous of me not to pull your ears off and make wine with them. I'm only doing this for Kit's sake. Baker and Allie approached upon hearing the noise. What happened? Baker asked. Seeing Conrad's red wrist, Allie angrily looked at him. Sis Jamie, did he bully you? Terrified, Conrad waved his hands. No. How could I dare bully President Jamie? I just said you two looked good together, and she got angry. Baker stared at his fan in disbelief, repeating Sage's words, pairing people carelessly only leads to trouble. Conrad. That phrase made his head ache. Allie cracked her fingers menacingly. One chance to rephrase yourself. Conrad's eyes nearly popped out in fear as he ran behind Baker, realizing he was safest there. Brother Xiao, save me. Baker laughed helplessly. Xandra won't actually hurt you. President Jamie was just joking. Why are you so scared? Scared indeed. Both ladies' gazes were not joking. Remembering Conrad was his fan, Baker told Allie and Sage to ease up a bit. Relieved, Conrad emerged. Thank you, Brother Xiao. You saved me. Baker waved it off, preparing to head home with Allie and Sage. Conrad called out to him. Xiao Gu, it's truly a small world. Since we've met by chance, can I take a picture with you? Allie shot him a cold glance. HM? Pushing your luck? Conrad shook his head vehemently like a rattled drum. Baker nodded. Sure, no problem, Xandra. You and Kira stand aside and wait for me. Allie reined in her killing intent, giving a light hum. Conrad swallowed hard, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then smiled and took a picture with Baker. After the photo was taken, he immediately sent it to a fan group. Baker stood beside him and clearly saw Conrad's actions. The Lucky Bamboo fan group number 10. The photo caused an immediate stir. BS. It must be edited. Conrad, I want a picture with the guy too. Conrad replied, no editing here. The guy is right next to me. I'm too excited. I even startled him, but he's very gentle and handsome. Aha. Baker was speechless. He patted Conrad's arm. Is this my fan group? Conrad happily introduced. Yes. I'm one of the administrators of group number 10, and we have a total of 15 groups. 15? Baker was shocked. Did he really have that many fan groups? What's more, why did they operate like chain stores? Baker was astonished and dumbfounded, reacting just as Allie did when she first discovered her fan groups. The messages in group number 10 kept pouring in, leaving Conrad no time to respond. Instead, he turned to Baker. Xiao Gu, don't you use Weibo anymore? It's been almost half a year since you last logged in, and we hardcore fans have been picking up scraps about you every day. If I had known Kira would bring you here, I wouldn't have acted so impulsively today. Baker touched his nose. Well, schoolwork has been busy, so I haven't been active on Weibo. Primarily, after learning these social networking apps, they lost their novelty, so he didn't think much about checking Weibo. Instead, he used WeChat more often. Well, Conrad's phone kept ringing, so he switched it to vibrate mode. If you have time, Xiao Gu, could you also drop by and interact with us? It's important to respond sometimes. Unlike Mabel, who is always online, interacting with fans in real time. She's getting incredibly popular now, topping various music charts. I heard she's preparing for a concert. See how good she is at management. Conrad suggested to Baker. Baker felt a headache coming on. Really? If I have time, I'll check in with you guys. Conrad stared at him in amazement, wanting to shake Baker's hand again, only to feel a strong killing intent. Seeing Allie's eyes, he instantly backed off, placing his hands behind his back. So, it's settled. I need to share this great news with everyone. Before Baker could stop him, Conrad was already taking action. Chapter 81. Inviting you to my concert. Conrad's message spread quickly through the Weibo community. Soon, this heartening news swept across the entire internet. Conversations exploded once again on Weibo. Hot search topics were instantly dominated by Baker. Hashtag Little Brother appears at SK Elitist Barbershop. Hashtag Little Brother takes photos with fans. Hashtag Little Brother has not forgotten us. Hashtag interacting with fans. Bridget was about to go to bed when she logged into Weibo and saw these trending topics. She smiled, feeling her weariness ease up a bit. This Baker seemed to always bring her some surprises. She clicked into the threads to see the photos posted by netizens. Zooming in, Bridget tapped her fingers on the edge of her phone case, gazing at Baker's figure in the picture. Long time no see. Since their last collaboration, she hadn't had much contact with this Baker. She never thought the city. I will respect Baker's opinion. So tomorrow, I will contact him and ask if he wants to come and participate. Brock wanted to say something but was cut off by Bridget. I'm calling you only to ask you to reserve the best seats and inform the ticket sellers. Good night, Brother Ho. Before he could respond, she hung up. Baker finally managed to leave SK with Allie and Sage. Conrad tried to get Baker to join his fan group but was refused. Why complicate life? Baker just wanted to live quietly. Lying on the bed, Baker began to sympathize with celebrities and influencers. They actually needed to interact with fans. He agreed to go on Weibo as promised, but he didn't specify when, so netizens waited eagerly all night long for Baker. The next day, Georgia left early in the morning without breakfast, saying she had something important to confirm. After breakfast, Baker stopped Sage, who was about to leave. Jamie, you're closest to Summer. Do you know where she went? Dominic mentioned that Summer left very solemnly early in the morning, which made Baker somewhat worried. Sage shook her head. Godfather, I really don't know. Should I have someone investigate? Forget it. I shouldn't worry about Summer's affairs. Go to work, Baker declined. Sage nodded. Okay, Godfather. After Sage left, Baker took a stroll in the courtyard before returning home. Allie came downstairs and noticed he looked troubled. Dad, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I'm just used to us all eating breakfast together. It felt empty this morning without one person, Baker explained. Allie, being astute, said, I overheard your conversation with Sister Jamie earlier. Are you worried about Sister Summer's safety? Don't worry, I promise you she'll be fine. Baker said Summer was the least of his concerns, but deep down, he was still worried. Summer usually kept him informed of her whereabouts and activities. Sighing, Baker admitted, you're clever. I told Jamie not to worry, but I can't help feeling anxious. Showing his true emotions might prevent Sage from going to work, affecting her job. So, Baker reassured her. But it was all seen through by Allie. Don't worry, big sister will be fine. She also wouldn't let anything happen to Summer. Summer's mission was clear to her from the start. Just to avoid false hope, she chose not to tell Baker yet. Rubbing his neck, Baker said, I probably didn't sleep well last night, making me think too much. I'll rest a bit. Sure. Back in his room, lying on the big bed, Baker received a WeChat message from Bridget. Baker, I'm inviting you to my concert. These are the best seats. Choose and circle your preferred spot and send it back. Baker was pleasantly surprised, jumping up to reply. Hello, can I choose a few more spots? I want to bring my friends to your concert. Otherwise, I can buy the tickets. Bridget raised an eyebrow. President John and President Jamie? She always stayed informed, and thus knew something about Baker and the two top executives. Baker hesitated. Yes, but there are a few more people. They're my roommates. They love you too, but tickets are hard to come by. Can they come along? Bridget nodded. Sure, they can all come, my treat. Originally, she planned for 4 seats for Baker to choose from. No, I'll pay for the tickets. How can I let you pay? That's too polite, and I can't go then. Baker added a waving hand emoji. Bridget realized she couldn't argue with Baker. All right, I'll send you the ticket links later. Bridget then called one of the ticket vendors to request a few discounted tickets. Brock was puzzled. Why are you being so nice to Baker? It's not a charity event. Bridget was momentarily lost in thought. You're right, but even I don't know why. When I face Baker, I just want the best for him. I find it strange myself. You're not falling for him, are you? Brock exclaimed. Bridget gave him a cold look and sent the discounted ticket link to Baker. No, I'm focused on my career. Don't create trouble. Relieved to hear the no, Brock asked. Then why are you so nice to Baker? Field staff called Bridget for rehearsal. I don't know. Counting the number of people, Baker bought the tickets and screamed listen to Bridget's songs. You might like her voice. By the way, the theme song of her second album is called Emptiness, and Dad also sang a part in it, Baker said with a grin. Allie's expression changed. All right, I'll listen to it later. Baker made an okay gesture. Then Dad won't disturb you anymore. With that, he left. After he was gone, Allie opened a web browser and searched for the song Emptiness. She stumbled upon some video clips. They were from a performance at an electronic music festival featuring Baker, Georgia, and Sage. In one scene, Baker was watching Bridget sing on stage. The singing wasn't very noticeable amid the crowd's noise. But when Allie heard Emptiness, she picked up Baker's ethereal voice. Her dad. Was he really this talented? Meanwhile, feeling bored, Baker decided to check Weibo. As soon as he logged on, netizens caught sight of him, almost causing an uproar. Chapter 82. This little quilted jacket doesn't let in the wind. Baker didn't expect that his long-awaited return online would spark a verbal battle. The reason was that as soon as he went online, he prepared to check the trending topics and recommended charts. He saw 3 little dots on his private messages, meaning there were a lot of accumulated messages. Being somewhat of a perfectionist, he opened them first to clear them away. However, no matter how many times he cleared them, it seemed endless. These netizens started bombarding him like bombers once they found he had come online. Hubby, you finally logged on. Spinning happily. My big baby, you finally remember to come home? Sob, it's not easy. Please don't lose your password and account. Visit us more often. How could baby only come online now? You look thinner in the picture with Conrad. Is it because you haven't been eating or sleeping well? Missing us? Baker couldn't help but roll his eyes. What was this all about? He remembered things weren't this crazy before. What did Conrad tell these netizens? He really couldn't understand, especially those who called him hubby, big baby, and baby. Feeling that some clarification was necessary, Baker posted a Weibo update. Sorry, I've been busy with family matters and studies recently, so I haven't been on Weibo often. Yesterday, I met a fan who told me about my fan group. Thank you for loving me. I'm just an ordinary person, hoping everyone can live their own lives without bothering each other. As for the names you call me, I suggest we unify them. You can call me Xiao Gij, little brother, or Fugue Zhu Gij, rich bamboo brother, which I can accept. But terms like hubby, big baby, and baby might mislead others, so please avoid using them. As soon as this message was posted, comments came flooding in. Little brother, you must be out of touch if you don't know what fans call themselves. Your post is great. Some wife fans are indeed irrational. It's right for you to stop them. Everyone had different opinions, resulting in this comment being cyberbullied. Everyone scolded the commenter for overstepping, questioning why wife fans should be deemed irrational. Some even claimed that Baker had hurt their hearts, saying they just wanted to raise him as a baby. Even some mom fans went overboard, condemning Baker for not wanting to stay with them. Baker felt that Weibo was truly full of chaos. He immediately logged off and sent a message to the family group explaining the situation. After Georgia finished her tasks, she replied, Dad, someone from the company is handling this. Don't worry. The person who got bullied is safe, and we have already reported the incident to the police. Sage sent an angry emoji. Rational fandom. How old are these people? Godfather, don't worry. Negative comments will be drowned out by our team. Allie, Dad, anyone badmouthing you or bullying others has had their ID blacklisted and will receive a small surprise. Baker was momentarily stunned, intending to reply to Allie, but then noticed she retracted the message. He questioned. In her room, Allie resent a calmer message. Dad, don't worry. She didn't want to scare her father yet by revealing too much. Baker simply nodded twice. Unbeknownst to him, the internet exploded as those who criticized Baker or bullied others suddenly found their devices infected with viruses, showing scary faces on screens, scaring several into tears. Later that evening, Sage returned and excitedly shared news with Baker. Godfather, let me tell you, Conrad pulled me into your fan group and I discovered many interesting things. Confused, Baker asked, what kind of interesting things? Sage, holding her phone, sat next to Baker, showing him, Fangroup 10 is mostly dominated by mom fans, but there are also wife fans and cultivation fans. The most interesting are the cultivation fans. They start sending messages at 6 in the morning to wake you up. Baker's expression froze. And they plan every detail of your day. Going out, reading, surfing the web, different schedules for different scenarios. Even more interesting, the wife fans make you like an emperor, accompanying one in the morning, another at noon, and another at night. Unable to bear it anymore, Baker interrupted. Enough, Kira, stop. I'm so embarrassed I could dig a whole 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Sage burst into laughter, but abruptly stopped when she saw Allie's serious face. Allie, hearing Sage's laugh before entering, instinctively stood by her father. Sister Jamie, Dad doesn't like hearing this. Baker agreed. Young people can do whatever they want as long as it doesn't involve me. I can't ignore what happens on Weibo, so I'd rather avoid it. Sage tried to persuade him on it. Thank you. Georgia smirked, shaking her head at how easily satisfied Sage was. Baker asked Georgia, have you eaten? Want me to cook something? Georgia made them sit down. Yes, Dad. But what were you discussing? Sage's happy smile froze. She gave meaningful glances to Baker and Allie, hoping to cover it up. But Allie wasn't having any of it. Sister Jamie joined Dad's fan group and teased Dad with supposed fun stories, trying to drag him into it. Georgia sternly looked at Sage. Is that true? Hugging her new bag, Sage protested. Tina, you're becoming naughty. Seriously, your quilted jacket is leaking wind. Baker interjected, raising a hand. Kira, Tina's quilted jacket doesn't leak wind. It's very warm. Sage. Georgia began educating Sage. Others can act up, but you, as my goddaughter, shouldn't mock Dad. You knew Dad's traditional views, so why push his buttons? At traditional, Baker subconsciously rebutted. I don't admit to being old. All 3 daughters chorused. We didn't say you're old. Baker nodded and continued as a bystander. Watching Sage get lectured, Allie's lips curved slightly. In conclusion, while the chapter humorously explores Baker's initial discomfort with the eccentricities of online fandom, it emphasizes the strong family bond and support system he relies on during challenging times. Spotting Sage's discovery, Baker shot her a stern look and explained to Georgia. I was wrong. I know I was. I just thought it was amusing and came back to share it. How could I let anything harm Dad? I definitely wouldn't, right? Georgia gave her a cold stare. Raising 3 fingers to swear, Sage promised, I guarantee I won't do such foolish things again. Satisfied, Georgia nodded. That's more like it. If you do this again, you can roll back to the Jamie family mansion. Stunned, Sage hurriedly assured, it won't happen again. It won't. She didn't want to return to that place. It was a ghost town. Baker whispered to Allie, this family still needs your elder sister to keep everything in check. Allie nodded. Elder sister is formidable. She rarely admitted anyone was better than herself, but after getting to know Georgia, Allie truly believed that her elder sister was the real deal. That night, as they each returned to their rooms, Georgia stood before a bookshelf, gently touching a photo frame. Inside was a young woman, holding a few-month-old Georgia in her arms. After saving the video of Baker trimming Allie's bangs, she murmured softly, Livia, I'm very happy now. With Dad, Kira, and finding a younger sister. They are all wonderful, making this home so warm. Wiping away the dust on the frame, her gaze turned solemn. Livia, in a couple of days, I'll bring your favorite flowers to see you. The next morning, as Baker was making pastries for Allie, Dominic approached him hesitantly. Seeming to have something on his mind, Baker asked, Dominic, do you have something to say to me? Dominic nodded. The day after tomorrow is Miss George's mother's anniversary. Every year, Miss Summer goes alone. I wonder if you could accompany her this year to give her some comfort. Surprised, Baker put down his tools and wiped his hands. The day after tomorrow? Summer didn't tell me. Miss Summer wouldn't mention it. That's why I came to inform you. I hope. Dominic left the rest unsaid, but Baker understood. He nodded, making an important decision in his heart. Chapter 83. A bit of coquetry. On the day of worship, Mackenzie accompanied Baker and the others for breakfast as usual. Just as she was about to leave, Baker called her back. Daughter, wait. Mackenzie turned around. Though she was somewhat tired, she still managed to smile when facing Baker. Dad, what is it? Amina also stopped curiously, watching Baker. Godfather, why do you look so serious? Has something happened? Allie did not speak, but walked beside Baker, silently observing. Dominic stood aside, observing. Baker turned his gaze to meet Dominic's, who nodded in response. Baker then spoke to Mackenzie. Daughter, I want to go with you to worship your down at Baker's hand. His warmth spread from her wrist throughout her body. She took a deep breath, lifting her head again. Her eyes softened. Okay. Wonderful, then I'll go too. Amina beamed with genuine happiness, raising her hand to indicate she wanted to join. Allie also raised her hand. Interrupted by Baker. You two shouldn't come. Little Jamie Egg, don't you have many things to take care of at the company? And Tina, you're going to the training camp soon, so you should relax these days. If you want to go somewhere, just tell Dominic, and he'll drive you. Baker thought that it was only by chance he managed to persuade Mackenzie to allow him to join her in worshiping. If everyone insisted on coming, she might change her mind. Moreover, more people meant more opinions. Mackenzie likely didn't want too many people joining her. After all, she had spent much time alone talking to Lexia. Amina pouted. Work won't be finished in a day. I want to come with you. Allie put down her hand. She didn't mind much. She only raised her hand because she felt it was proper to support the family activity. Mackenzie told Amina, thanks. As you know, Livia doesn't like too much noise. Dad can accompany me, which is enough. Amina hesitated but quickly nodded. All right, then Tina and I will wait for you two to have lunch when you come back. I'll finish up my work and return home immediately. Mackenzie nodded and left with Baker. Qingshan Cemetery. Lexia loved freedom in life. After her passing, Mackenzie found the best spot for her in Qingshan Cemetery. She even became a VIP member there just to ensure Lexia's tombstone remained clean every day. Mr. Jean, shall we prepare lotus flowers and fortune fruits as usual? Upon arriving at the cemetery, staff approached, opening the car door and greeting them warmly. Mackenzie looked at Baker, who held a bouquet of lilies in his hands, prepared by himself. Hearing the staff mention lotuses, Baker was puzzled. Lotuses are Lexia's favorite? Did he get the lilies wrong? Mackenzie gestured for Maya Taiju to communicate with the staff while she assured Baker, Livia does love lotuses, but I'm sure she likes your choice too. Let's go. With too many people around, Mackenzie avoided calling Baker Dad. Understanding her intentions, Baker followed her closely. After a few minutes, they arrived at the tombstone. The tombstone was surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers. The grave was immaculate, without a single leaf or speck of dirt. The photo on the stone looking bright and fresh as if someone cleaned it daily. Livia, I brought Dad to see you. Mackenzie knelt down, whispering softly. Baker bent down, placing the flowers before the tombstone. Hello, Ms. Jean. It's the first time we meet. I'm Baker, Shuyi's biological father. Mackenzie watched Baker, her eyes slightly misty. She didn't interrupt as Maya Taiju stayed outside to keep everyone away. Baker gazed at the smiling face on the tombstone, feeling mixed emotions. Back then, when you were a business celebrity, I was just an unknown young man, never imagining we'd cross paths. Fate is indeed peculiar. Even though we didn't know each other, thank you. Hearing this, Mackenzie paused, looking up to see Baker gazing back at her. He extended his hand, and Mackenzie placed hers in his. Holding her hand, Baker continued, thank you for giving birth to such a considerate daughter. Shuyi is wonderful. She never makes me worry, and instead, often takes care of me. Dad. Mackenzie shook her head, her throat tightening, the cracks in her strong facade beginning to show. Baker smiled at her. Shuyi is perfect except for being too strong-willed. It would be nice if she could be a bit coquettish with Dad, like little Gua. I don't want her to feel burdened. Every daughter is precious to me. I hope they all live healthily and happily. In a chatty tone, Baker talked for a long time. Mackenzie quietly listened. Previously, she had always been alone, sitting in front of the tombstone and talking to herself for hours, with no one to accompany her. Now she wasn't alone anymore. Someone shared her emotions. Dad, it's getting late. Let's go. Mackenzie gently tugged Baker's hand. Baker nodded in agreement. Okay. As they descended the path, Mackenzie glanced back. Through the blur of her vision, it seemed the smile on Lexia's photo grew clearer. She imagined her mom must be happy that she finally found Dad and her sister. On their way back, passing through a commercial street, Mackenzie suddenly asked the car to stop. Dad. Baker responded brightly, yes? Mackenzie smiled. Baker was surprised. It was the first time he saw his daughter's radiant smile. Usually she only gave shy grins. What's going on? Why are you so happy? Mackenzie pointed to a nearby milk tea shop. Dad, can I have a cup of milk tea? Baker was stunned, not recognizing this side of Mackenzie. What had happened to his daughter? Smiling, Mackenzie explained. Didn't Dad say I should learn to be coquettish like Gua? Realizing this, Baker immediately got out of the car. Let's do it. He jogged ahead to queue up and buy milk tea for his daughter. He bought several cups. 10 minutes later, he got back into the car, handing one to Maya Taiju, who was driving. Surprised, Maya Taiju instinctively looked at Mackenzie. Mackenzie nodded at him. Take it. It's Dad's heart. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Maya Taiju gratefully accepted. Baker handed a half-sweet cup to Mackenzie. No need to thank. You've worked hard following Shuyi. Just as Mackenzie reached for it, Baker inserted the straw for her before letting go. Drink it, daughter. Knowing you don't like bitterness, I asked for half-sweet, Baker said. Mackenzie took a sip, her eyes widening in surprise. Was milk tea really this good? Isn't it delicious? Baker guessed from her expression. Note. Maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Mackenzie nodded. It's delicious. I've never had this before. From now on, Dad will buy you all kinds of flavors. Back at the Jean residence, it was already 11 o'clock. Baker and the others had just entered when Sage returned shortly after. Baker handed them their milk teas with straws already inserted, giving a cup to Dominic as well. Dominic's reaction to the first sip was identical to Mackenzie's, which amused Baker. Sage took her first sip and found it filled with tapioca pearls, making her incredibly satisfied. Dad, there are so many pearls in my cup. Baker nodded. Of course, didn't you say before that your favorite part of bubble tea is the pearls? So I asked for extra. He then put his hands on his hips and looked at Allie, who was drinking quietly without saying a word. Tina, is it sweet enough? Allie nodded. Yes, it's sweet. The full sweetness level might be too much for others, but for Allie, it was just right. It should be. Dad asked the staff to make it 10 sweetness levels. I know each of your preferences, Baker said proudly. Sage stepped forward to hug Baker, but Mackenzie stopped her. So she loudly shouted, Thank you, Dad. Baker waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Baker saw this news. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Chapter 84, Concert Face Slapping. Isn't it just a cup of milk tea? Is it really that serious? Baker sent the news and videos he saw on Douyin to the 4 Great Masters group and the family group to complain. These people are crazy. They got into a fight outside the milk tea shop just to grab a half-sweetened milk tea. Georgia clicked in to check and indeed saw familiar business partners. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Dad, this effect should be because of me. I posted the milk tea on my Livians, and the business and investment partners were flattering me. I ignored them, but I didn't expect they would come directly to the shop. Baker, 66666. What could he say? This concerned his daughter, so naturally, there was nothing else to be said. At this moment, Sage also piped up. Actually, it's also related to me. Baker, did little Jamie also participate in the milk tea promotion? Allie. Sisters, you're giving Dad quite a shock. Not exactly. I just couldn't help showing off after seeing Summer brag about the milk tea you bought in her Livians. So I did the same, and well, it became even hotter. Sage sent an apologetic emoticon. Baker looked at his phone, laughing yet speechless. This was the power of capital. Who could blame it when both of his daughters were influential figures? Baker, it's fine, not your fault. Next time, we'll set different groups for posts. He was now very adept with various software features. Georgia and Sage sent an OK sign, acknowledging the plan. In the Four Great Masters group, Kevin and others were still discussing the milk tea incident. The more they talked, the angrier they got. Baker, carrying a fire extinguisher, appeared to put out the flames. Milk tea tastes good, but some people are intentionally hyping it. We shouldn't believe everything. Didn't you see how anxious the boss in the video was? It must have been an unexpected event. Kevin and Zach and James. The three of them felt speechless as soon as they read Baker's message. He wasn't saying this when he first posted the news. Baker finished typing and quietly retreated, feeling satisfied. On this day, Kevin came to Jamie Entertainment Company looking for Sage. Sage sat at her desk, reviewing documents and asked, "Is there a problem?" Kevin bit her lip, trying hard to suppress her anger and reminding herself that this was her boss and she needed to speak politely. "The problem is serious, Boss Jamie. Are you under too much pressure lately? Maybe that's why your mind is a bit muddled." Sage shot her a look. "Senior Zhao, you're one of our founding members. Please be professional." Kevin nodded. "All right, I'll be professional. In this contract clause, there isn't a single useful provision. We sign artists to bring glory to the country and win trophies. Secondly, to strive for the company to make money." Sage listened silently, gesturing for her to continue. "But the person you personally signed, Ali, requires us to pay for her without forcing her to work, which is unreasonable." After signing this contract, Sage immediately sent it to WH Club. After reviewing it, Kevin couldn't hold back and rushed over to discuss it with her. As the general manager of the club, she had a responsibility to those kids. They couldn't just allow a useless individual to join without any merit and even receive a stipend. Very reasonable. These clauses were specifically requested by Georgia from the Jean group. Sage emphasized the name Georgia. Kevin was stunned. Then, she thought for a moment and continued, "Surely President Jean wouldn't deny us a way out. The kids are working very hard. Suddenly introducing someone like a bomb here would disrupt everyone's mindset." Sage acted indifferent. "I agree. If you have issues, find President Jean. I fully support you." Kevin. "Boss Jamie, may I ask, what is the relationship between you and President Jean with Ali that you both signed the contract?" Kevin tried to smile despite her frustration. Sage suddenly smiled, tapping the desk. "Good question. Zandra is our sister." Finished speaking, she pushed the contract towards Kevin. "I've signed it, and President Jean has approved it, so there's no issue. Take it back and prepare for me to officially present her." Unable to argue further, Kevin sighed and took the contract away. On the day of Bridget's concert, Baker and Georgia wore black masks and arrived early at the venue, finding their seats. Kevin, Zach, and James were also there but sat in a different row. Seeing Baker and his group, the three of them stood up and waved. Baker waved back. Then, he turned to Ali on his left side and said, "Big events are truly different. Last time, when I went to the electro show with your sister, we could only stand. Now we're sitting in the front row." Ali wore a cap, her eyes unusually bright. She listened carefully to Baker while scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Georgia sat on Baker's right side, next to Sage. "Won't anyone recognize us like this?" Sage whispered to Georgia. Georgia replied, "The quieter, the higher profile. Keep watch all around and protect Dad." Sage nodded towards Ali. "We probably don't need to protect him anymore. Look, Zandra radiates a don't approach vibe. Anyone daring to get close will probably get bitten." Georgia chuckled at the metaphor. "Perfect." A few girls approached, holding fan merchandise, asking if they were Mabel fans and offering free light sticks. Without hesitation, they handed Baker a light stick. Ali instinctively wanted to wave it away, but Baker grabbed it faster, responding lowly, "Thank you." Surprised, the girls were pulled away by their friends. Ali was amazed she hadn't seen through Baker's action, wondering what kind of legendary figure her father was. Confused by the stares, Baker asked, "Is there something on my face, Zandra?" Ali shook her head, averting her gaze. The girls then offered several light sticks to Georgia and the others, and before leaving, commented on how attractive the boy with the deep voice was. Rolling her eyes, Sage retorted, "Clear the way after giving out, you're blocking me." Startled by her loud voice, the girls hurriedly left. Georgia laughed at her immaturity, but Sage defended herself. "You were just scowling, but you didn't have time to speak. I can't stand people talking about our dad." Baker thought Sage was calling him, "Little Jamie, did you call me?" Sage instantly put on a smile, waving, "No." The host appeared, announcing the start of the concert. Bridget repeatedly made eye contact with Baker during the performance, waving at him each time. This greatly excited the audience on the front row, thinking Bridget was greeting them. Ali was attending a concert for the first time. The noisy environment reminded her of gunfire. Noticing her discomfort, Baker instinctively held her hand, calming her down. The final song was the closing act, Emptiness. Looking at Baker's position, Bridget said, "Next, I'd like to invite a very familiar person to sing this duet with me. My fans know this song was originally a collaboration with a famous bamboo young master on Weibo. Today, he's actually here, so I want to invite him to sing together. What do you think?" Stunned, Baker froze mid-action. What was happening? How did this turn into a singing duet? The spotlight focused on him, and his shocked expression appeared on the big screen. Everyone looked over. Taking a deep breath, Bridget asked toward Baker's direction, "Student Baker, will you join me?" "Yes, yes." Before Baker could respond, the crowd started shouting in agreement, awakening the stunned man himself. Waving his hands, Baker immediately received a microphone. "I'm sorry, I'm socially awkward, so..." Before he could finish, Ali stood up, intending to block the camera. Georgia and Sage also stood up. Whenever Baker was unwilling, they would reject on his behalf. Is this for real? Someone is actually refusing to go on stage? Could the male voice in Emptiness be synthesized? Is Mabel lying to us? Various doubts reached Baker's ears. He clearly saw the certainty in Bridget's eyes. At that moment, he picked up the microphone again and said, "All right." Then, reassuring Ali and the others, Baker walked up to the stage. As he passed by some people, he was mocked. "If you can't sing, don't go up there and hurt our ears." Baker ignored them and stood beside Bridget. The music started, and Bridget began singing. When it was Baker's turn, his ethereal yet captivating voice flowed through the microphone into everyone's ears. Everyone exclaimed in awe. Listening live was vastly different from hearing it on a singing app. Kevin immediately retorted to a man beside her, "Did you hear that? That's talent. Got slapped in the face, huh? Remember to crawl out of here after the show. We three brothers will be watching you." The man looked embarrassed and dared not reply. Baker and Bridget's duet became the hot topic of the night. 3 days after the concert ended, people still blocked Baker for autographs wherever he went. Even in the restroom, someone would pop out claiming to be Baker's fan. Baker was at a loss. Georgia directly held a press conference, declaring that anyone who dared to harass Baker under the pretense of being a fan would be reported to the police, ensuring their ancestors couldn't settle in Fengcheng. This press conference proved effective. Baker no longer had so many troubles when going out, but a bigger trouble came along. WH Club's Bluebird training camp started accepting applicants. This meant his dear treasure, Allie, had to report there. On this day, staring at Allie with disdain, Allie sensed the gaze and looked over. Pat's lackey, Sheldon, nodded. "Yes, she is. I also heard that she's here to replace G-God." "Her? Qualified?" Pat glared angrily and suddenly walked out. Sheldon was shocked into silence, but was shaken awake by Ezra. "What are you standing around for? Quickly pull him back. Manager Zhao and Joe are outside." They hurriedly followed but couldn't stop him in time. Pat respectfully greeted Sage and Kevin first. Then he mockingly looked at Allie. "So, you're the new recruit that President Jamie personally signed? You must be pretty good if you came through this back door." His words made everyone frown, except for Allie, who didn't even consider him worth her attention. "Not convinced? Let's go one-on-one." Kevin and Joe exchanged worried glances. "President Jamie, private matches don't follow the rules." Sage laughed coldly, her eyes fixed on Pat. "Rules are made by people. If he's not convinced, let Xandra make him submit." Joe wanted to protest, but Sage gave him a cold look. "The person I brought can't be questioned by anyone. If you disagree with my personal signing, show us what you've got." Kevin glared at Pat. "Why are you stirring up trouble?" Joe hit Pat's arm with a folder. "Apologize to President Jamie right now." Sheldon and Ezra also urged Pat to apologize. As old-timers, they knew President Jamie was the club's true boss, and offending the big boss meant losing their jobs. Pat, a die-hard fan of G-God, acted impulsively when he heard Allie was here to replace G-God. Now, after being advised by several people, he woke up and apologized to Sage. Sage didn't accept it, pointing to Allie. "Xandra wants a match. If you run away without fighting, pack your bags and leave today. My club doesn't keep idle people." Pat turned pale, looking at Allie. Allie's eyes showed no emotion, her dark pupils seemingly absorbing people. "You three, come at me together." Sheldon and Ezra were speechless, never expecting just watching would get them involved. Even more unexpectedly, the new player's skills were incredibly high, almost matching Becky. 1 versus 3, they stood no chance. Being beaten so badly they began questioning their own existence. After the match, Sage chuckled and said to Kevin, "This is the elite you were talking about, not even matching Xandra's pinky finger." Allie echoed Sage icily. "Trash." Pat, Sheldon, and Ezra sat in their spots, their eyes lifeless. Chi-Fei returned from outside and learned that the new recruit Sage brought had reprimanded a neighboring team. Dell couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, you should have seen how arrogant the new girl was." When Pat mocked her, she challenged him directly. Chi-Fei sat at her desk, casually asking, 1 versus 3? Leandro nodded enthusiastically. "Yep, boss. The new girl is like you, female, very attractive, with sharp gameplay and extremely aggressive tactics." Upon hearing this evaluation, Chi-Fei couldn't help but think of Suyu. She went upstairs to find Joe to ask what happened. Dell and Leandro watched her move. "Do you think our boss feels threatened?" Dell asked. Leandro rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Our boss doesn't know the meaning of threat." Sitting opposite Joe, Chi-Fei's expression turned cold upon learning that the new recruit was signed by Sage. "So, are we babysitters now? Helping her raise kids?" Joe tried to soothe her. "We checked the girl, and she has impressive skills, not exactly a babysitter situation." Chi-Fei suddenly stood up. "If she can't pass my test, it doesn't matter who signed her." Leaving, her cold back made Joe headache-stricken. He suddenly remembered the new recruit was moving next door to Chi-Fei, and he hadn't told her yet. At the WH private apartments, Baker was personally directing the movers upstairs. Sage and Allie were upstairs organizing things. Chi-Fei, returning home, saw movers blocking the entrance. A young, handsome man was directing. Who was this? Why was he here? Also a newcomer? Feeling curious, Chi-Fei stepped out of her car to rest in her dormitory. Baker accidentally glanced at her. Assuming he had blocked her path, he politely said, "Sorry, we'll finish soon." Chi-Fei ignored him, coldly watching. Baker frowned, thinking she had the same attitude as Xandra. After large furniture was moved, Chi-Fei walked past in shock into the apartment. She's a resident here? Due to Chi-Fei's nature, there were few photos of her online, so Baker didn't recognize her as Becky. Baker followed upstairs into room 202. The movers left after placing everything. Sage and Allie were arranging bedding in the bedroom. Sage struggled with bed sheets. "Xandra, maybe we should hire professionals for this." Allie nodded. "Okay. Leave fine work to skilled hands." Baker entered. "How hard is setting up beds?" "Leave it to me." Sage and Allie watched Baker rearrange the messy sheets skillfully. Sage clapped. "Dad's amazing." Allie smiled. "Yeah, Dad is great." Baker, quite proud, straightened the quilt, smoothing it flat. "Is this too hard?" "War Summer called via video," Sage answered, showing Baker on camera. "Summer, see Dad set up Xandra's bed? Amazing, right?" "Amazing," War Summer praised. She then asked Allie, "Xandra, I couldn't come today due to other matters. Do you need anything? Tell me, and I'll arrange it." Allie felt it wasn't necessary. "Big sister. Everything is perfect." Her concise response amused everyone. Sage held Allie's arm. "Xandra was awesome today, teaching those arrogant ones a lesson." "Really?" Allie met Sage's sparkling eyes and nodded, accepting the compliment. Baker was concerned. Won't this attract too much attention? War Summer and Sage chimed in simultaneously. They brought it upon themselves. Their synchronized response stunned both. Expression very amusing, Baker was amused and said to Allie, "See, I told you that your eldest sister and little Jamie have a great relationship." Allie nodded, giving him a thumbs up. After everything was settled, the housekeeping company arranged by Georgia came upstairs for another round of cleaning. Baker then took the two daughters downstairs to look for food. On this side, Amy had her head covered with a quilt but could still hear the noise coming from the next room. Her mood worsened. The next morning at the WH Club meeting, everyone noticed Amy's stern face, her brows furrowed, radiating hostility. Other members only dared to discuss it in hushed tones. "I heard the new player who did 1v3 is also live streaming on Hoopa. She's called Leslie, super popular. Who are you talking about?" Amy suddenly walked over and asked, startling those discussing. Amy raised an eyebrow. She had just heard a familiar name. Not expecting to catch Becky's attention, they hurriedly denied talking about anyone. Amy propped her hands on the table, coldly questioning them. "You were clearly talking about a new person live streaming on Hoopa. What's her streaming name?" Unable to withstand her intimidating glare, one of them quickly replied, "It's Leslie. Pat mentioned it because he provoked the new player yesterday, and their match was streamed on Hoopa, where they got completely crushed, and now everyone knows about it." Amy's expression changed. A thought-provoking smile played on her lips as she slowly returned to her seat. In an instant, everyone in the meeting room felt a shift in Amy's aura. Note: I made slight adjustments to ensure coherence with previous context and maintained character consistency while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 86. What kind of Lionel? Kevin and Joe entered, and only then did everyone quiet down. Joe gave Amy a particular glance, noticing she seemed to be in a rather good mood. Could it be that she has changed her mind about the newcomer? "Becky," Kevin suddenly called out. Amy looked up. "Yes?" "Allie has already moved into the private apartment complex, and will be your neighbor in Unit 202. If she needs any help, remember to lend a hand." Unit 202, which was noisy yesterday, turned out to be where Yvonne had moved in. "All right," Amy nodded, biting her lower lip and forming a plan in her mind. After the meeting ended, Amy arranged for the team members to practice while she drove back to the private apartments. She knocked on the door of Unit 202. Allie had just reported in yesterday and hadn't come to the club today because no specific arrangements had been made for her yet. Hearing the knock, she approached the peephole and saw Amy. She opened the door. The two stood face to face for a few seconds before Amy extended her hand first. "Hello, I'm Becky." Allie glanced at her hand, briefly touched it, and then withdrew hers. Indifferently she said, "I know." She showed no surprise at all. Amy observed Allie closely. Without the mask, she appeared even more mysterious and aloof, revealing her perfect beauty. Her eyes shone brightly with a cold light. Amy pointed inside and asked, "May I come in and sit down?" Allie stared at her expressionlessly, not responding. Amy then raised her hand again. "I brought a gift." Allie glanced at her, then turned and walked inside. "Come in, you don't need to take off your shoes." Opening the refrigerator, she asked Amy, "What would you like to drink? Coffee, beer, or a soft drink?" Sitting on the sofa, Amy replied, "Just water, thank you." Allie paused, closed the fridge, and poured a cup of plain water for her. Amy took a sip and smiled. "You were surprised that I asked for plain water." "Because someone said that esports players usually consume these drinks to stay alert," Allie answered. Now it was Amy's turn to be surprised. Laughing, she shook her head. "Sorry, our team doesn't drink alcohol. We do have coffee and soft drinks though." "Who told you that?" "My dad," Allie thought for a moment and said. "Your uncle probably doesn't have the full picture." Amy felt a bit awkward. Hearing the word uncle, Allie frowned. Her father was quite young. How could he possibly be referred to as an uncle? But if they counted actual age, why did you ask me here? Allie cut to the chase. Amy put down her cup and looked at Allie inquiringly. "When I introduced myself earlier, you didn't seem surprised, indicating that you already knew who I was. So, why did you initially refuse my invitation? And why are you now at WH?" Amy wasn't the type to hold grudges. Valuing Allie's talent, she naturally cherished capable people, but still wanted to understand the reason behind the rejection. Allie habitually opened a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. Noticing Amy staring, she offered one. "Strawberry flavor, want one?" Raising an eyebrow, Amy accepted the lollipop, slowly unwrapping it. "I had already agreed to work with Jamie Jeff first, so I had to turn down your invitation." Allie's answer matched what Amy had expected. Nodding, she too sucked on the lollipop, savoring the strawberry flavor filling her mouth. A novel experience for her since she rarely indulged in sweets, especially chatting while holding a lollipop. "I see," Amy nodded and stood up. Before leaving, she said to Allie, "Welcome to WH. Training starts tomorrow. Gather at 9 in the morning. Please don't be late." After Amy left, Allie sat on the sofa and messaged Baker. "Father, Becky came by just now. Training starts tomorrow." Baker replied quickly, "Is that so? That's great. Tina should try her best." "Oh, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it and bring it over later." "Thanks, anything is fine," Allie replied. Baker nodded, satisfied that Tina was such a well-behaved daughter who wasn't picky about food. He planned to make some desserts too. Just as he was about to share this idea with Allie, a new message popped up from her. "Daddy, has anyone ever called you uncle? Not kids, but young adults." Baker almost dropped his phone, instantly sitting up and staring at the text. What kind of uncle? Training began early, and Allie arrived very early, sitting alone on a bench, head down, sending messages. Her icy demeanor drew attention even when seated in the corner. Is that her? The one who thrashed Pat and others? Yes, I thought hospital. However, they couldn't enter as the entrance was crowded with people filming something. From the crowd emerged shouts of anger. "Back off. My wife is inside and might not survive. These doctors are having some expert meeting instead. If she dies, I'll start with this doctor." Baker tried to approach, but was restrained by Dominic. "Stay back, Baker. It looks like a medical disturbance. You two protect him." We're in trouble if anything happens to him, Dominic instructed the bodyguards, who were also supporting the pregnant woman. Baker pushed through the crowd, where everyone was urging the man to release the doctor. Holding a fruit knife to the doctor's neck, the man threatened violently. Blood trickled from a small cut on the doctor's neck. Everyone gasped. Baker observed calmly. He saw the doctor's name tag, gynecologist Alyssa. No one dared intervene as the man raged, advancing closer to the doctor. The female doctor remained calm, though panic lingered in her eyes. She explained, "Your wife has a rare blood disorder. Calling in all experts is essential to formulate a better surgical plan." Bullshit. The man spittle sprayed on Alyssa's face. Seeing his anger intensify, those around screamed in fear. Someone asked why the police hadn't arrived yet after they called them. Baker was also a little afraid. But if no one stepped forward to stop the man, the female doctor would like. Baker gave a glance, suddenly rising with Dominic supporting the pregnant woman. The two bodyguards swiftly moved forward, restraining the man and rescuing Alyssa. The crowd clapped as the police arrived and took the man away. Alyssa thanked Baker for his help, saying, "Thank you," and left a business card. "I need to perform surgery on your sister now. You can call me anytime if you have any issues in the future." "Sure," Baker replied, pocketing the card. Then he went with Dominic, who was drenched in cold sweat, to buy groceries at the market. At noon, Dominic told Georgia about what happened. Georgia immediately put down her chopsticks and examined Baker carefully. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Donghua was also startled and quickly examined Baker. "Dry dad, you don't have any external injuries, but do you have any internal injuries?" Note, Gandhi is a term of respect for an older male who is not biologically related. It can be translated as godfather, or simply as dad. In this context, godfather seems more appropriate. Revised translation. Sage was also startled and quickly examined Baker. "Godfather, you don't seem to have any external injuries, but do you have any internal injuries?" Seeing how worried her daughters were, Baker assured them he was fine. Georgia still couldn't relax. "Dad, don't act alone in the future. Your safety is the most important thing. How could you leave the bodyguards with others?" "Yes, what if that man went crazy and hurt you?" Sage nodded. Baker gave each of them a piece of braised pork. "That man just really loved his wife. He was too anxious. People like him aren't entirely bad, so I gambled on him having a conscience." While Allie was training, she saw a message in the family group from Sage saying Baker had almost gotten hurt. Her mouse slipped, letting her game character idle, and she told Amy, "Something happened to my dad. I need to go home and check on him." Everyone looked over, staring at Amy, who usually appeared stern and unfeeling. Surprisingly, Amy nodded. "Go ahead, be back by 10 tomorrow morning." "Okay." Allie stood up and left. Everyone stared dumbfounded. Was Becky possessed or something? Chapter 87. Famous again. TV stations want interviews. When Allie returned to the Jean family residence, Dominic opened the door looking somewhat surprised. "Dominic, is Dad asleep?" This was the first time Dominic saw this usually cold and taciturn girl clearly showing anxiety on her face, so he momentarily stood there stunned. Under Allie's icy gaze, he came to his senses and said, "Baker just went upstairs. Miss Summer and Miss Jamie's." Except for Becky, who enjoyed chatting with Allie about techniques and operations, even saying she liked Allie's personality. Allie didn't mind this and didn't dislike Becky. She found it all pretty decent. Pretty decent? Baker was a bit confused, but, seeing the seriousness on Allie's face, he nodded. "That's good. Why didn't you say anything before returning home?" Georgia and Sage also came downstairs, followed by Dominic. Seemed like he had informed them. Sage ran up to Xandra. "Xandra, you look thinner? Didn't eat enough over there?" The words "didn't eat enough" instantly made Baker's ears perk up. Allie shook her head. "Sister Jamie, that's an illusion. I ate very well." Then, looking at Georgia and giving a slight nod, "Elder sister, I'm worried about Dad. I've taken leave and will be back by 10 tomorrow morning." Georgia felt pleased. "Good." Sage was quite shocked. "Who approved your leave?" Because since the training began, the club set rules. No leaves except for family events. She heard these rules were proposed by Becky and agreed by Kevin and Joe. "Becky." Allie's answer felt surreal to Sage. She immediately realized what it meant and said, "She recognized you?" Allie nodded. Sage was greatly disappointed. Oh, bomb defused. She wanted Xandra to create havoc inside W. But Becky disarmed the bomb first. Georgia stared. Baker's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. "Kevin." "Hello. How brother? I saw the news. Are you alright?" Kevin asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Haven't you seen the news?" In the surveillance, he hadn't reacted and was subdued by my team. Later, the police took him away. "I'm completely fine." Kevin exaggeratedly replied. "The assailant had a knife and seemed stronger than you. One cut and, oh no, I can't lose you." Rolling his eyes, Baker hung up. Just after, James called. After responding to James, he received more calls from others who cared deeply about his safety, making Baker smile and laugh. The third call was from Left Wave, a nickname. Baker reassured him he was fine, leaving Left Wave puzzled. Violetta and others also messaged to inquire about his well-being, having seen the news or online videos. Baker answered more than 5 calls that morning, feeling parched. Rising to fetch water, Dominic handed him a cup beforehand. "Baker, just now, Fengcheng TV called for an interview invitation. I declined initially and planned to ask for your opinion." Hearing this, Baker nearly scalded his tongue with hot water. "How did they get our number?" Dominic chuckled. "They now know you reside with the Jean family. After all, Miss Summer never concealed it." Baker nodded. True, she wasn't secretive. Hence rumors suggested an unusual relationship between him and Georgia. Few knew they were father and daughter. Good job declining. But, just as he started, his phone rang again with an unfamiliar number. Seeing this, Dominic left the room, not wanting to disturb Baker. Hesitating, Baker answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Hi, I'm Adeline from Fengcheng TV. Can we interview you regarding yesterday's incident?" Recognizing the name Adeline, Baker recalled the journalist interviewing him outside school during the college entrance exam. "How did you get my number?" This puzzled Baker. At the hospital, you left it while paying the bill. The patient wants to thank you in person. Baker replied, sorry, I need to think about it. Goodbye. He hung up. They didn't call again, maintaining professionalism. At lunch, Georgia returned home for a meal, but Sage couldn't make it due to other commitments. Over a warm meal, Georgia inquired, Dad, do you want to accept the interview? Baker pondered, no. Although I told them I needed to think, I've already decided the moment I hung up. Translation note. Names such as Baker, Georgia, Ali are used as per your instruction to retain pinyin representation. Adjustments may be necessary for consistency and context within the broader narrative. Georgia nodded and gave him a suggestion. If you don't want to, just tell them you're not interested. That will put an end to their expectations. You can call that reporter back. I'm sure they're waiting by the phone. Baker nodded. After lunch, I'll give them a call. After the meal, Baker called back. As expected, the call was picked up immediately after one ring, with the person on the other end sounding very excited. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Are you planning to accept the interview? Sorry, I don't plan to give an interview because I believe what I did was just my duty. I hope you can focus more on people who need help. I will do my best to assist more people. Thank you. Unbeknownst to Baker, this conversation was being live-streamed. When he finished speaking, those watching the live stream all secretly gave Baker a thumbs up. After hanging up, Baker finally felt completely relieved. Georgia received a message from Maya Tefew's assistant, informing her about the Fengcheng TV live event. She glanced at Baker and replied to Maya Tefew, no special handling is needed. Just inform the TV station that this matter should be concluded here, and it shouldn't escalate further to avoid causing Dad any trouble. Received. Putting her phone away, Georgia planned to tell Baker something important. Dad, there's something I want to tell you, she said. What is it? Baker responded, noticing the serious expression on his daughter's face. He put down his phone and looked at her intently. Georgia continued, actually, I've been investigating the relative Dad mentioned, and there have been some developments recently. Baker gripped the armrests of the sofa tightly. Did you find them? However, Georgia shook her head. Not yet, but our investigation team found possible traces of this person in Donglan. Their appearance and features match your description to some extent, but we haven't confirmed it fully, so I didn't tell you right away. Baker felt a surge of excitement but quickly calmed himself down. That's good, darling. You did well. Let's not disturb anyone until we're certain. It would be awkward if it turns out to be someone else. In the evening, when the maid came to collect dirty clothes, a business card fell out of Baker's clothing. The maid brought the card to the middle hall and handed it to Baker. Sir, this business card fell out of your clothes, she said, offering it with both hands. The card read, Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Dr. Alyssa. Baker took the card and considered the late hour, unsure if Dr. Du had already gone to rest, or might still be in surgery. He wanted to ask about treatment options for rare genetic diseases. After hesitating for a moment, Baker decided to try calling her. To his surprise, the call was answered quickly. Baker explained the reason for his call, and apologized for disturbing her so late. Dr. Alyssa responded warmly, it's no disturbance at all. I just finished a surgery, and I haven't thanked you yet for saving my patient yesterday. Regarding the rare genetic disease you mentioned, I suggest bringing the patient to the hospital for a checkup to determine the cause and provide targeted treatment. Chapter 88. Ali's complicated background. Baker fell silent. He also wanted to bring the person to the hospital for a checkup, but they hadn't found her yet. His daughter said it wasn't confirmed yet, which was why he thought of Alyssa, who was a doctor, after seeing her business card and decided to consult her first. Seeing his silence, Alyssa didn't urge him, thinking that he must have some difficulty. Dr. Du, this is how it is. The person who is sick is my relative. We lost contact many years ago, and we are still searching, Baker finally spoke. Alyssa nodded. Sorry, I can't help you now. Here, this phone number is also my WeChat ID. If you find your relative and need any assistance, feel free to ask. Baker was delighted. Thank you, Dr. Du. Alyssa smiled. Actually, I should thank you. Oh, may I ask if you have someone special in your life? Startled, Baker wondered what she meant. Was Dr. Du planning to set him up with someone? That would never do. Dr. Du, I'm still a first-year student. I haven't thought about such things, Baker chuckled nervously. That's a pity. I was hoping to introduce you to my teacher. She has dedicated herself to studying rare diseases and rarely interacts with others. Baker paused. Dr. Du, you're really joking. Your teacher must be much older than me. Calculating in his head, he figured Alyssa looked over 40, so her teacher must be in her 50s. West her presence at the university, but she declined, opting only for an honorary title. It's rumored that attending her lectures is as hard as ascending to heaven. Georgia typed a long reply. Such an incredible figure. Seems like another top-tier expert. If we find my cousin's daughter later, we could ask Marniji to examine her condition. Baker felt incredibly hopeful. Georgia replied, Dad, I'll arrange it when the time comes. Zhou family's patriarch thinks highly of me. Getting him to introduce us to Marniji might work, but she's quite elusive, generally not engaging with people. There isn't even a single clear photo of her online. Baker thought seriously. We'll just have to try. The next morning, Baker planned to visit WH Club to see Xandra. As he had already informed Sage and Georgia, they had prepared everything in advance. Sage notified Kevin that she would bring Xandra's relatives to the base. Meanwhile, Georgia packed everything into 2 large vehicles, and they set off after breakfast. To prevent the chaos from last time, Kevin instructed team captains to oversee training more rigorously, ensuring players stayed busy. Kevin, Joe, and other managers waited at the entrance. Far away, several luxury cars were seen approaching. Dev always makes a grand entrance, Joe commented. Sighing, Kevin remarked, that's because she's our big boss. No one can match her extravagance. As the cars stopped, it was not Sage but Georgia who stepped out of the first car, leaving everyone stunned. She hurriedly greeted, hello Ramon. Welcome to WH Club. Feel free to give us your guidance. Smiling inside, Kevin couldn't help wondering what brought this big shot here. Georgia gave a cool nod and walked towards the second car. The door opened, and Baker stepped out, followed by Sage. Did you bring everything? Baker asked. Don't worry, all items are here according to your request. Georgia reassured him. Not sure if Xandra knows we're coming. Did you tell her, Godfather? Sage whispered to Baker. Shaking his head, Baker replied, no, I wanted to surprise her. The enthusiastic gazes from the staff prompted Sage to call them over. What are you standing around for? Come and unload. Oh, right. Kevin hurriedly arranged for Joe and others to unload the items. Meanwhile, Kevin stood watching Baker interact with Georgia and Sage. Who is this handsome young man? He looks familiar. Ramon and Dev seem unusually respectful towards him. Strange, she mused, rubbing her chin. Accidentally meeting Baker's eyes, she nodded quickly in response. A light bulb went off. Wasn't he the popular Weibo celebrity, Mr. Bamboo? Rumored to have a complicated relationship with Ramon and Dev. Feeling like she uncovered a significant secret, Kevin gaped at them. So these three, openly whispering, totally ignoring public attention? But Dev mentioned bringing Ali's relatives today. Which one of them is it? Could it be this handsome young man? Considering his age, he must be Ali's brother or something similar. Deciding on this, Kevin approached Baker to shake hands. Hello, you must be Ali's relative. Caught off guard, Baker reacted swiftly. Yes, hello, I am. Let me guess, you must be Ali's brother or younger brother? Kevin guessed confidently. Embarrassed, Baker glanced at Sage and Georgia. Pulling Baker's hand from Kevin's, Sage said, Zhao's sister, don't speculate. You've messed up the hierarchy. Confused, Kevin pondered. Hierarchy? What hierarchy? She stared, mind racing. Could this handsome guy be Dev's boyfriend? So Ali's relative is actually Dev? Making this guy her brother-in-law? Chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind. Baker saw Kevin's misunderstanding and released his hand. Actually, all three of us are Xandra's family. We came today to visit her and thank Manager Zhao for taking care of her. I heard from Jamie that there was trouble with someone being reprimanded by Xandra. It's my fault. If only I had told her to be less conspicuous earlier. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. Nodding uncertainly, Kevin replied, no trouble. Ali is very capable. Should I call her over for you to meet? No need to make a fuss. Let us go in. Jamie can guide us. With that, Baker turned and joined Sage and Georgia, leaving Kevin baffled. Translation notes. Chapter 88. Ali's background is not simple. Baker fell silent. He also wanted to bring the person to the hospital for a checkup, but he hadn't found them yet. His daughter said it wasn't confirmed yet, which was why, upon seeing the business card, he thought of consulting Alyssa since she is a doctor. Seeing his silence, Alyssa didn't rush him, assuming he must have some difficulties. Dr. Du, this is how it is. The patient is my relative, whom I lost contact with many years ago. We are still looking, Baker began. Alyssa nodded. I'm sorry I can't help you at the moment. Here's my phone number, which is also my WeChat ID. If you find your relative and need my assistance, feel free to reach out. Baker was pleased. All right, thank you, Dr. Du. Alyssa smiled. I should be thanking you. By the way, may I ask if you have someone special in your life? Caught off guard, Baker wondered if Dr. Du planned to set him up. He couldn't allow that. Dr. Du, I'm just a freshman in college. I haven't thought about that yet, Baker joked. That's too bad. I was thinking of introducing you to my teacher. She focuses on complex cases and rarely has time to meet other people. Baker paused. Are you joking, Dr. Du? Your teacher must be much older than me. In his mind, Alyssa looked over 40, so her teacher should be around 50 or 60. Alyssa laughed. My teacher is only a few years older than you. She's the youngest professor and doctoral supervisor at North China University Medical School, and the youngest Chinese scholar to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Baker was astonished. Amazing. His genuine compliment made Alyssa chuckle. Yes, I admire my teacher greatly. Though her personality is eccentric and mysterious, she is one of the top experts in the country. Her name is Marnie G. After a brief chat, Baker ended the call and added Alyssa on WeChat. Before sleeping, he couldn't resist asking in the family group chat, does anyone know Marnie G? No one replied until Baker thought everyone had gone to bed. Then Georgia responded, Dad, where did you hear about Marnie G? Baker briefly recounted his encounter and conversation with Alyssa. Marnie G has a mysterious background. She is the granddaughter of Zhou Yehua, the richest man in China, and comes from a traditional Chinese medicine family named Jiang. She is the only heir to the Jiang family acupuncture technique. She excels in treating many rare diseases. Our Zhang family collaborates with the Zhou family, who purchased advanced medical devices from our company. Despite this, we've only heard about Marnie G but never met her. Dad, even the president of North China University and the mayor have visited to invite her to teach, but she only agreed to be a titular distinguished professor, making attending her lectures as difficult as ascending to heaven. Georgia wrote a long text. Such an influential person. Another big shot, it seemed. If we find my cousin later, we could ask this Marnie G for help with her illness. Baker was delighted. Georgia replied, Dad, I'll arrange it. Zhou's patriarch thinks highly of me. He can help introduce us to Marnie G, although she is quite eccentric and generally avoids public interaction. There's not even a single clear photo of her online. Baker pondered. We'll give it a try. The next morning, Baker prepared to visit Xandra at WH Club. Since he had informed Sage and Georgia beforehand, they had everything arranged. Sage informed Kevin that she would bring Xandra's family to visit the base. Georgia prepared all the items, loading 2 trucks. After breakfast, they set off early. To avoid any impulsive incidents like last time, Kevin instructed team captains to supervise and intensify training, leaving no idle time for sightseeing. Kevin and Joe, along with managers from other teams, stood waiting at the entrance. They saw several luxury cars approaching. Miss Jamie always makes a grand entrance, Joe commented. Kevin sighed. She's our boss, a real tycoon. As the cars stopped smoothly, out of the first car stepped not Sage, but Georgia. Shocked, Kevin hurried over. President John, welcome to WH Club. Please guide us, Baker to shake hands. Hello, you must be Ali's family. Startled, Baker quickly responded. Yes, hello, I am. Let me guess, you're probably Ali's brother or cousin? Kevin guessed. Baker felt awkward, glancing at Sage and Georgia. Sage pulled Baker's hand away. Sister Zhao, Don't guess randomly. It confuses the hierarchy. Confused, Kevin asked about hierarchy. Watching Sage holding Baker's wrist, she speculated. Could this handsome guy be Sage's boyfriend? If Allie's family was actually Sage, then this guy was her brother-in-law? This was too confusing. Kevin felt dizzy. Struggling to process, Kevin finally heard Baker explain, actually, we three are Xandra's family. We came to see her and thank Manager Zhao for her care. I heard from Jamie about the previous incident. Someone challenged Xandra, which I regret. If I told her earlier not to show off, it wouldn't have happened. Hope it didn't trouble you, Manager Zhao. Kevin responded uncertainly, no trouble. Allie is formidable. Shall I call her out for you to talk? Unnecessary. Let Jamie lead us inside. You go about your business, Baker declined, turning to talk with Sage, leaving Kevin bewildered. This revised translation maintains consistency in terminology and style, reads fluently, and accurately conveys the original meaning. Chapter 88. Allie's complicated background. Baker fell silent. He also wanted to take the patient to the hospital for a checkup, but they hadn't found the person yet. His daughter said it wasn't final, so he thought of Alyssa, remembering her business card and that she was a doctor, deciding to consult her first. Seeing his silence, Alyssa didn't rush him, guessing he must have some difficulties. Dr. Du, it's like this. The patient is my relative. We lost contact many years ago, and I'm still looking for them, Baker explained. Alyssa nodded. I'm sorry I can't help you at the moment. Here's my phone number. It's also my WeChat ID. If you find your relative and need any assistance, feel free to reach out. Baker was grateful. Thank you, Dr. Du. Alyssa smiled. Actually, I should thank you. By the way, may I ask if you have someone special in your life? Baker was taken aback. What did she mean? Was Dr. Du trying to set him up? No way. Dr. Du, I'm still a freshman in college. I haven't thought about that yet, Baker chuckled awkwardly. That's too bad. I was thinking of introducing you to my teacher. She focuses entirely on researching complicated diseases and rarely interacts with others. Baker hesitated. Dr. Du, are you joking? Your teacher must be much older than me. He quickly calculated in his head. Du's teacher looked over 40, so her teacher must be around 50 or 60. Alyssa laughed. My teacher is only a few years older than you. She is the youngest professor and doctoral supervisor at Beihua University Medical School and the youngest Chinese scholar to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. Baker was utterly shocked. Impressive. His sincere compliment made Alyssa laugh. Yes, I adore my teacher. Though she has a quirky personality and is quite mysterious, her medical skills are among the best in the country. Her name is Marnie. After a brief chat, Baker hung up and added Alyssa on WeChat. Curiosity got the better of him before bedtime, so he posted a message in the family chat group. Does anyone know about Marnie? There were no responses initially, until just as Baker assumed everyone was asleep. Georgia replied, Dad, where did you hear about Marnie? Baker explained his encounter and conversation with Alyssa. Marnie has a mysterious background. She is the granddaughter of Zhou Yehua, China's richest man, and comes from the Jiang family, known for traditional Chinese medicine. She is the sole heir to the Jiang family's acupuncture techniques. Her medical skills are exceptional. She has solved many difficult cases. Our Zhan family has cooperated with the Zhou family. They recently purchased advanced medical equipment from our company, but we've only heard of Marnie, never met her. Beihua University's president and the mayor once visited her hoping she would join Beihua University, but she declined, agreeing only to be a named special professor. It's incredibly rare to hear her lectures. Georgia typed a long message. Such an influential figure? Seems like another high-profile person. If we find Allie's grandniece, we could ask Marnie to help diagnose her illness. Baker was very excited. Georgia responded, Dad, I'll arrange it. Grandpa Zhou likes me, so he could help us meet Marnie. However, she's quite quirky and doesn't usually interact with others. There are no interviews or videos of her, and she remains very mysterious. Baker pondered seriously. We'll give it our best shot. The next morning, Baker prepared to visit Xandra at the WH Club. Since he had informed Sage and Georgia in advance, both daughters had already arranged everything. Sage informed Kevin that she would bring Xandra's family to visit the base. Georgia had packed everything into 2 large vehicles. After breakfast, the 3 set off early. To avoid a repeat of last time's mishap, Kevin instructed team captains to supervise closely and intensify training to keep players busy. Kevin, Joe, and other managers stood waiting at the entrance. In the distance, several luxury cars approached. Miss Jamie always makes a grand entrance, Joe commented. Kevin sighed. That's why she's our big boss. No one matches her extravagance. The cars stopped smoothly, and out of the first car stepped Georgia, not Sage. Kevin was stunned. She hurried over. President John, welcome. I'm Kevin, general manager of WH Club. Please come in and let me know if you need anything. She smiled, wondering what brought such a powerful figure here. Georgia nodded coolly and walked toward the second car. As the door opened, Baker exited first, followed by Sage. Baker asked Georgia, did you bring everything? Georgia smiled. Of course. I brought everything you asked for and more. Has Xandra been told we're coming? Did you tell her, Godfather? Sage whispered beside Baker. Baker shook his head. No, it's a surprise. Kevin and the others watched intently. Sage noticed and shouted, what are you standing there for? Help unload. Yes. Kevin promptly ordered Joe and others to assist. Meanwhile, Kevin observed Baker and Georgia. Who is this handsome young man? Feels oddly familiar. The way President John and Miss Jamie treat him is unusual, she mused, scratching her chin. Suddenly catching Baker's eye, he politely nodded. Startled, Kevin quickly reciprocated, then it hit her. Who this young man was? He's Bamboo Ridge from Weibo. Rumored to have complicated. Should I call her out? No need for a grand greeting. Let Miss Jamie take us inside. Baker didn't want to disturb them further. Turning to speak with Sage and Georgia, he left Kevin flustered. Please note that the translation retains consistency in terminology and style while ensuring fluency and accurate conveyance of meaning. References to fictional places like WH Club are kept as is to maintain the original tone and style. Joe stood beside Kevin after moving the items, his eyes fixed on Baker. He muttered under his breath, "This handsome young man says they are all Allie's family, but none of their surnames match up. I can only say, her circle is really complicated." He had seen online about Brother Bamboo's reputation. Not only did Sage often stick up for him, but the Jean family group was also his backing. This handsome young man must not be simple. Kevin shushed him. "No matter how chaotic it is, we still have to make a living from this. Don't spread rumors without knowing the truth. If it gets around, and Kira holds a grudge, I won't be able to protect you." Joe chuckled. "I know, I'm just joking around." Georgia cast an icy glance at them, and suddenly walked over to where they stood. Kevin and Joe immediately stiffened, standing ramrod straight. "President Jean, what do you need?" Kevin asked. Georgia beckoned Sage over, then said expressionlessly, "I heard what you were saying. You wouldn't believe what I just discovered." Amy raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Do you know the internet celebrity Brother Bamboo? The one who has a complicated relationship with President Jean and Kira? He's here outside. I just heard President Jean say she's Allie's elder sister, and Kira said she's Allie's elder sister too. So, that means Allie and the celebrity must be in a romantic relationship, because President Jean said he is very important to her." Amy didn't seem to fully process this information, merely staring expressionlessly at Leandro. "Didn't you say you needed to go to the bathroom because your stomach hurt? Looks like training wasn't tough enough. Go back inside for 3 more hours of extra training, and add 2 hours of live streaming tonight. If I hear those words from another member again, double the time." Leandro wailed in shock. "Why?" Amy smirked, delivering the final blow that sent Leandro into despair. Chapter 89. The brain CPU is about to burn out. Bodhi knelt on the ground, his expression bleak. "Boss, you've changed. You can't be biased just because she's a girl. You weren't like this before. Allie goes home whenever she wants, and when we ask for a break to use the bathroom, you punish us. This isn't fair, boss." "Still not going in?" Amy exposed his act. Bodhi patted his knees and got up, slinking inside. Amy looked towards the entrance where Kevin was still negotiating with Georgia and others. She turned around, her face emotionless, and walked in. Kevin, upon hearing Sage say, "I'm also Xandra's older sister," was visibly shaken. "How many elder sisters does Allie have?" "No, that's not the point." She cast aside those absurd thoughts and looked at them seriously. "President Jean, President Jamie, I understand." Baker observed Kevin and others, sensing their fear of the girls. He signaled Georgia with his eyes, indicating she should tone down her aura. Georgia slightly acknowledged it with a flick of her eyes, letting go of some of her cold demeanor. Only then did Kevin and company dare to breathe a sigh of relief as they guided Baker and others to the reception hall. Passing by the training room, Baker glanced inside, only seeing the back of everyone's heads. "Xandra loves gaming very much. I hope Manager Zhao and the rest of you can uncover her strengths and train her well," Georgia suggested to Kevin. Kevin, walking on Georgia's left, nodded. "President Jean, please rest assured. WH Club wouldn't do such discriminatory things. We will develop a training model based on each person's characteristics and abilities." Baker nodded, listening. "That's great. I was worried Xandra wouldn't get along with the other kids, but it seems she's doing fine." "Kids?" Kevin involuntarily twitched upon hearing Baker's words. How amusing, referring to someone close to her age as a kid. But she listened without rebuttal, knowing Georgia and Sage were present, so no one dared argue with Baker, because these two respected him greatly. "I heard after the training camp ends, the club plans to organize a friendly match with North China University fans." Georgia asked. Kevin nodded but hadn't answered yet. Sage chimed in first. "Yes, how about it? Are you interested?" Georgia glanced at her and nodded. "Yes, if Xandra participates, I might consider participating as an investor." The word investment immediately lit up Kevin and the others' eyes. "Is President Jean serious?" Joe asked. Georgia gave him a cold look, prompting Kevin to pull him behind her and speak up. "President Jean, rest assured. Allie's abilities mean she'll likely be included in this friendly match, but the list isn't finalized yet. We'll see how this training session goes." Georgia responded with a hum, seemingly more satisfied. The coldness in her gaze lessened. She asked Baker, "Do you want to take a look inside?" Baker shook his head, looking at Georgia. "No need. We'll see her soon." I noticed through the door crack that those sitting next to Xandra didn't seem to be talking to her much. Is she being isolated? Kevin and Joe shook their heads vigorously. Sage hastily added, "Impossible. On my turf, who would dare treat Xandra like that? Unless those boys are holding a grudge from last time?" They reached the reception. President Jean and President Jamie were there, eager to join the excitement. Amy wasn't among them, as she was explaining tactics to Bodhi and Dell, still in the training room. Baker noticed the small heads poking out and opened the door wide, greeting them with a smile. "Hello, everyone." The members were startled, glancing awkwardly around. "Want to try the food I prepared?" Baker invited, pointing inside. Inside the reception hall, a 2-meter table was filled with various dishes, pastries, and even a large cake. "Is it Allie's birthday?" someone muttered. "No, it's what Xandra likes," Baker explained, walking in. Seeing Baker's generosity, Sage told Kevin, "Invite everyone in. We can't finish all this ourselves." Kevin agreed and welcomed everyone in. Once inside, everyone was still shy, clustering together hesitantly. Baker watched Allie and handed her a dessert first. "You don't look thin. Your face is rosy and energetic." Allie wasn't hungry, just seeing all the food made her feel full. "Elder sister, why are you here?" Georgia smiled. "He wanted to surprise you, so we came to visit." Hearing this, Allie's lips curled up, stunning her teammates. "What? Allie can actually smile. And she looks so beautiful when she smiles." Seeing the boys staring at Allie with admiration, Baker coughed lightly, urging them, "Come on, why crowd in the corner?" Interrupted, a few approached, taking bowls and chopsticks from Joe, starting to eat. Initially, they were polite, but once tasting the food, they couldn't stop. So delicious. How could anything taste so good? After finishing her meal, Allie put down her bowl, only to be stared at by Baker. She patted her round belly. "I'm full." Baker picked up the bowl again, filling it up and handing it to her. Eat a bit more. You still have training this afternoon. It takes a lot of brain power, requiring rich nutrients. Allie pressed her lips together, looking at Georgia who blinked, signaling she couldn't help. Father's love means thinking you haven't eaten enough. Looking at Sage, who was busy eating, she sighed silently and took the bowl. I really can't eat anymore. Baker nodded. All right, I understand. Eat slowly. If you're thirsty, I made rock sugar snow pear soup. Allie started eating slowly, fearing another bowl of rock sugar pear if she protested. Lilay, munching on a chicken wing, envied Allie. Allie, your brother treats you so well. I envy you. Every time I go home, my sister beats me up and snatches my food. Allie glanced at him coldly. He's not my brother. How annoying. She couldn't tell this group that Baker was her best dad. Lilay let out a startled, ah, nearly dropping the meat in his mouth. Baker nodded. I indeed am not Xandra's brother. Everyone perked up. Their completely different from her usual training self. Baker said to Kevin, Manager Zhao, our Xandra has a somewhat cold personality. She's just not good at socializing. So I need you to be a bit more considerate with her. If there's any situation, please notify me promptly. Let's exchange WeChat IDs. He showed his WeChat QR code. Kevin scanned it in a daze, then looked at the one man and three women sitting opposite, chatting harmoniously. She felt her head about to explode. What exactly was the relationship between these four people? Chapter 90. Complicated relationships. Baker's affection for Xandra was evident, yet he wasn't her brother. His close interactions with Sage hinted at a deeper connection, yet he claimed they were merely close friends. Meanwhile, Georgia and Allie seemed protective yet wary. Kevin found herself utterly confused. Baker reiterated, please take extra care with Xandra. She may seem distant, but she needs support. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Here, add my WeChat. He displayed his QR code again. Dutifully, Kevin scanned it, still trying to comprehend the dynamics before her. Seeing the harmonious conversation among Baker, Georgia, and Sage, Kevin felt her brain about to overload. What on earth was going on between these four? It was baffling. The young hunk assigned you to take care of Allie? I never thought she would be related to Ramon too. I've seen Allie's live streams before. Baker was there too. His skills were impressive. At that time, I asked Amy to recruit him, but he refused. Kevin heard this for the first time. Why didn't you tell me? If she had known, she wouldn't have speculated about their relationship so much. Joe handed her the results. What's the point of discussing something that didn't happen? Don't overthink it. Let's focus on our work. Here are the past 2 days' scores. Kevin instantly regained her composure. She carefully reviewed everyone's scores. When she reached Allie's, her in-game name was King, and with the club prefix, it became WH King. She had the best performance among the 20-odd players. Her damage output was the highest, and so was her average damage per minute. The only downside was her lowest participation rate. She was also the top player in terms of average kills. Joe tapped the table. Becky wasn't involved because she's a coach for the Qingyao team. If Becky had participated, the scores would look even better. Kevin nodded. Call Amy in. I have something to ask her. Okay. Amy received the message while talking to Allie, who handed her a triangular lunchbox containing a small cake. My family made it for you, Allie said. Thank you, Amy replied gratefully, then headed to the living room. Allie watched her leave and messaged Baker on WeChat. Daddy, Becky said thank you for the cake. Baker sent an okay sign back, delighted that his obedient daughter had made friends. In the living room. How do you see it? Kevin showed Amy the scorecard. Amy studied it carefully and said, I think Allie should replace G-God's position. Kevin and Joe exchanged glances. Joe shrugged. I told you she'd say that. Admittedly, King's abilities are unmatched, and her gameplay is exceptional. However, G-God's role is tough to fill. Teamwork is crucial in official matches, and she lacks experience in that area, Kevin pointed out hesitantly. She was unsure because Allie had formidable backing. Georgia was her elder sister, and little President Jamie also mentioned being her sister. If Allie suddenly took G-God's place, it could cause a stir in the esports community, damaging WH's reputation. Everyone would question if Allie got the position through favoritism. Amy, being clever, picked up on Kevin's concerns. I know you're worried about her relationships with Ramon and little President Jamie, fearing it might raise doubts about her abilities. Most importantly, she hasn't yet proven herself on the field. Kevin nodded, appreciating Amy's perceptiveness. Amy stood up, taking her small cake. Let's officially transfer Allie to my team. I'll help her prove herself. Next month, we have a match with Donghua, and I want her to play. Without waiting for Kevin's response, Amy left the living room. Kevin frowned. I need to discuss this with little President Jamie. Replacing G-God was no small matter. Sage wasn't in the company when Kevin called. It seemed she was busy at the Jean residence. Following Sage's address, Kevin arrived at the Jean residence, amazed by its opulence. Dominic personally drove her there, and it took over 10 minutes just to reach the main gate. Truly, wealth-defined extravagance. Their yard alone was larger than the entire club. Please come in. Miss Jamie and Baker are making dumplings in the kitchen. A servant will guide you there, Dominic said. Kevin wondered if she misheard. Little President Jamie makes dumplings? Following the servant through winding corridors, Kevin almost couldn't believe her eyes when she finally reached the kitchen. There, wearing an apron and cap, was the infamous loafer, diligently making dumplings. Little Jamie, you put in too much filling. It will burst when squeezed. Do it like this. Scoop out a little and press your thumbs together. There, one dumpling is ready. Baker instructed her step by step. Georgia was equally meticulous, though her serious expression made her seem unapproachable. Hey, Kevin, what are you standing outside for? Come in and join us in making dumplings. Sage turned around and saw Kevin standing dumbfounded outside the door. Kevin quickly responded, no need. I came here to talk to you, little President Jamie. Could you step out for a moment? Sage, wiping flour off her face with the back of her hand, which ended up smearing more flour, replied, sure, after we finish. Kevin, looking at the mountain of dough, how long would it take to finish? Baker wiped Sage's face with a wet towel and then said to Kevin, Manager Zhao, We plan to send these dumplings to the club and cook them for you and the kids tonight. People can't eat takeaway every day, right? Kevin understood the implication. The dumplings were for the club, and she should lend a hand. She nodded. All right, I'll help. Baker immediately directed a servant to put an apron on Kevin and take her bag. Kevin found herself hurriedly changing into comfy slippers and standing before the dough. Sage teased. You didn't want to come in, Kevin? Kevin blushed. Since Baker said these dumplings are for the club, I figured it'd be inappropriate not to help. Baker smiled. Everyone enjoys my cooking, so I decided to make some dumplings for Xandra to keep in the freezer for late-night hunger pangs during training. Kevin nodded and began making dumplings. You're really good to Allie. Family should support each other, Baker explained. Kevin almost faltered again. Looking at Georgia and Sage, this felt like a family unrelated by blood or anything else, but she kept her thoughts to herself and continued working silently. Sage casually asked, Kevin, what's so urgent that you needed to see me in person instead of discussing over the phone? Baker and Georgia turned their attention to Kevin, who felt immense pressure. Even her dumplings started deforming. Nothing major. I just wanted to ask you, the big boss, about your thoughts on Allie replacing G-God. The three of them paused in unison, staring at Kevin. Startled, Kevin dropped the filling. Baker spoke first. Manager Zhao wants Xandra to replace G-God? I remember you announced on social media that you're looking for a successor. Why mention Xandra now? Georgia explained. I assume it's because Xandra's performance stands out, and Manager Zhao isn't sure, so she's consulting little Jamie. Sage thought it was a big deal until she added, sure, I'm all for it. Kevin regretted coming. This person clearly couldn't offer sound advice. She expressed her concerns. Allie is, after all, a newcomer and hasn't participated in any real matches yet. Replacing G-God without solid results might not be wise. Sage nodded. So you've already made up your mind. Why ask me then? I just wanted to chat with you and see how you, as the boss, would think about it, Kevin explained, feeling like rolling her eyes. Sage didn't notice or respond to Kevin's frustration. Taking advantage of Georgia's distraction, she tried to wrap a coin into the dumpling she was making. Hey, Georgia noticed, don't put that in. What if someone accidentally swallows it? Take it out. Sage stuck out her tongue slightly, hiding the dumpling behind her back. No one's that stupid to swallow it. This is my big surprise. Whoever gets it will receive a large red envelope reward from me. Georgia clapped her hands and walked toward Sage. Are you taking it out or not? Sage hid behind Kevin, giving her a fright. No, I won't. The two chased each other around, while Baker sighed, turning to Kevin. Get used to it, you'll adapt. Kevin was dumbfounded. What was she supposed to get used to? Kevin looked at Baker curiously and asked, Baker, I remember you're just starting your first year of college? Baker paused before replying, yes, why do you ask? Then how did you meet Ramon and little Jamie? Kevin was genuinely curious. Baker's deep eyes glanced at the two women fooling around before he slowly spoke. Well, this? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 91. The Dumpling Fiasco. Kevin stretched her neck, waiting for an answer. Baker suddenly shook his head. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. In short, it's all about fate. Kevin deflated. He knew how to keep someone on tenterhooks. President John and little President Jamie have a really good relationship. Kevin tried to make small talk. Baker nodded. This sentence struck a chord with him. Yes, their relationship. Everyone at the Jean residence has been vetted by me, so they won't spread any word, including Assistant Maya. Sage beckoned Kevin over. Clear those chaotic thoughts out of your head, Sage warned. Kevin instinctively touched her neck, sneakily glancing at Baker, who was watching this scene. He looked quite worried. A hint of annoyance appeared in Sage's eyes. Our relationship with Baker is far purer than you imagine. Moreover, he is very important to us. If you dare to spread rumors, beware your position here. Kevin was almost raising her hand to swear. Little President Jamie, rest assured, I won't say anything. She needed to value her job. Sage nodded in satisfaction and patted her shoulder. Good. I trust you. Joe noticed that after Kevin returned from little President Jamie, she seemed dejected and listless, devoid of any vitality. Had little President Jamie sucked out her spirit? Zhaoji, what's wrong? Is little President Jamie exploiting you? Joe asked. Kevin shook her head, suddenly grabbing Joe's arm. WH is about to change drastically. This cryptic remark left Joe puzzled. What does that mean? Literal meaning. I patted her shoulder and walked away. Of course, it was top-notch. Allie smiled and followed, walking into the kitchen. Sage helped Baker serve. As soon as the dumplings were cooked, Baker ladled them into bowls, each filled to the brim. Allie asked Baker curiously, which ones did you make? Baker handed her the largest bowl. All of them were made by me. Your big sister and sister Jamie couldn't keep up with my speed. Go ahead and eat. Okay. Allie took a bite, the juice bursting out, almost scalding her tongue. Eat slowly. Didn't it burn? I added gelatin inside, so they burst when cooked. Baker offered her a glass of water. Even though Sage had tasted them before, her eagerness led to a scald as well. Baker gave her another glass of water. Take it slow. See, even Summer isn't as rushed as you two. Georgia ate gracefully, sitting alone while nobody dared approach. The WH members stood closer to Baker, finding him relatively gentle. Allie and Captain Becky were chilly, and President John was downright unapproachable. Eat up, don't be shy. Baker pointed at the bowls on the table. Del, Leandro, Hassan all looked at their Captain Amy. Amy glanced at Allie, who was enjoying the meal with a soft smile. So delicious? Doubtfully, she picked up a bowl and thanked Baker. Baker recognized Amy's familiar face, recalling how indifferent she was when he greeted her during the move-in day. So she was Becky. No wonder she had such a peculiar personality. No need to thank, dig in. The other members finally reached out to grab some, having long wanted to eat but restrained by their captain's presence. Del took a bite and exclaimed, Holy cow, this is delicious. What kind of filling is this? It feels like dancing in the mouth. Baker held a bowl himself and pondered. Probably Highland cattle beef, prepared manually. These cattle come from premium pastures, freshly slaughtered this morning and air freighted here. The group listened, wide-eyed, struggling to swallow the food. They felt like they were eating something extraordinary. Amy wasn't as dramatic, but nearly broke her teeth on the third one. She frowned and extracted a coin from her mouth. Everyone gaped. How did a coin end up in the dumpling? Baker froze for a moment, then called Sage. Little Jamie, Becky got your coin. Really? Let me see. Sage happily approached. Amy, encircled by others, looked sheepish as her teammates gleefully gloated. Allie moved closer to Baker and whispered, Did Sister Jamie put it in? Baker nodded. Your big sister chased her for half an hour but couldn't stop her. Smiling, Baker's contagious joy lifted Allie's mood as well. Georgia shook her head helplessly. Someone really got Sage's coin. Translation ends here. Please provide more Chinese text for further translation. Sage instructed Amy to wash the coin and then loudly announced, Becky found the coin I wrapped in the dumpling. She gets a reward of 10,000. Does Becky look touched? Clearly, she's frustrated. Sage shrugged. Whatever. I'm happy spending my money. Baker, overhearing their conversation, glanced worriedly at Allie. Little Jamie, maybe we shouldn't play such games next time. Look at Xandra. She seems annoyed. I suspect this kitchen might turn into a graveyard in the next moment. Sage looked over and saw Xandra visibly irritated. Her chopsticks crumpled from her grip. Leandro, Hassan, and Del tried to get some dumplings from Allie's bowl since hers was the fullest now. Others either finished eating or didn't dare ask. For instance, no one dared ask Amy or Georgia. They dared approach Allie only because they were teammates and hoped she wouldn't be so unreasonable. Snap. Allie slapped the wooden table, leaving a small crack. You're very annoying, she said coldly, anger evident in her eyes. The trio froze in fear. Amy glanced at the crack, slowly swallowing her food. Xandra, Baker quickly intervened, blocking the sight of the three startled men. Allie's gaze softened when she met Baker's eyes. Baker coaxed, Xandra, be good. If you don't want to share, just eat yourself. Calm down. Don't ruin the table. Okay. Allie obediently lowered her head and continued eating. Georgia and Sage sat on either side of her, accompanying her. Del and the others quietly returned to Amy, feeling relieved. Amy couldn't take it anymore and kicked all three of them. You'll be live streaming for 3 hours. The trio cried out, No way, boss. Weren't we off tonight? Denied. Amy replied coldly. Del felt like the sky was falling. Boss, we're wrong. We're not joking. Please give us a chance to reform. Leandro tried to latch onto her legs. I want to reform too. Amy kicked the two aside. Behave. Do you remember the Sierra livestream? Baker is that Lucky Charm himself. G-God and I, along with Jamie Egg Jingji, watched his gameplay. While not as good as Allie, he's still decent. I want to bring him into our team. Fine by me, then we'll get more goodies. Hassan inadvertently spoke his true feelings. Drawing attention from everyone, he quickly shut up. Del said, Simple. We can just ask him if he wants to play games with us later. Amy's words shattered their thoughts. I've already invited him, but he refused. The trio's faces turned to shock. Amy's phone rang. It was G-God calling. She answered, Yes, we're eating dumplings in the kitchen. Okay. After hanging up, Amy looked at Allie, who was quietly listening to Baker and Georgia. She seemed gentle when quiet, different from her icy demeanor toward teammates. Do you think Allie can replace G-God's position? Amy tossed this bombshell at Del and the others. This time they didn't make noise, each wearing a serious look while observing Allie. It's hard to say. King has explosive potential, but she seems to enjoy the game rather than treat it as a career. Leandro agreed. She plays however she feels. While our cooperation isn't bad, she tends to handle things alone, lacking team spirit. Hassan nodded. As boss mentioned, in King's report, her teamwork is worse than anyone else's. It's tough to make her listen. What are you guys talking about? G-God walked in, interrupting their conversation. Baker looked over at him, tall and unfamiliar. Seeing Amy and him seem familiar, they greeted each other, looking towards Xandra. Did he come for her? Baker became cautious, thinking this guy might have ulterior motives for his daughter. G-God's real name was Huashan. He came to check on Allie's gameplay, having been busy before and unable to visit the training camp. Huashan approached Allie, extending a hand with a smile. King, nice to meet you. I'm G-God Huashan. Allie lazily glanced at him, then suddenly told Baker, I'm full and sleepy. Let's go back and sleep together? Sure. Baker gladly obliged, calling Georgia and Sage to leave. Ignoring Huashan completely made his extended hand awkward. Huashan smiled helplessly, withdrew his hand, shoved it in his pocket, and watched them leave. Amy approached. That's her personality. She doesn't follow anyone, except Baker. Baker? Huashan rubbed his chin, nodding suddenly. The lucky bamboo freshman from Finance University? Del widened his eyes. Gee, God knows. Huashan chuckled. Occasionally browse online. No worries, we'll see her in action soon enough. Amy affirmed and instructed the others. Clean up here, then head back to sleep. With that, she left with Huashan. Del and the others immediately cheered upon realizing no need to stream. Baker escorted Allie back to the apartment and gave some cautionary words. Xandra, don't pay attention to strangers. If they intend any harm, act gently. Georgia and Sage exchanged glances and smirked. Allie nodded seriously. Dad, rest assured, I know how to handle it. She wouldn't cause major trouble for Baker. Nodding, Baker saw it was late and bid her to rest early, leaving with Georgia and Sage. At home, Baker felt nostalgic. It's odd without Xandra. Something's missing. Sage nodded. I understand. When you guys want to pick Xandra up, I felt lonely. Georgia suggested steadily. Let's bring her back. It's not an official competition. Sage agreed. Just one call since I own the club. Baker hesitated but dismissed the thought. Never mind. I shouldn't be selfish. Xandra is adapting there, enjoying friendships. I won't disrupt her new life. Georgia and Sage exchanged looks, then comforted him. We'll visit her with you whenever we can. Baker nodded. Thank you. The next day at WH Club's internal meeting, only 4 attended. Huashan scrutinized the data in front of him, deep in thought. Kevin, seated at the head, started. Today's meeting is about this data. Glory, I heard you came last night. Yes, but the little one ignored me, Huashan replied. Joe laughed. If she acknowledged you, that would be strange, right, Amy? Amy smiled faintly. True. Allie hasn't met him, so normal behavior. Kevin nodded and moved on. Do you think she can replace your position? Huashan put down the report confidently. Yes. I plan to let her play around last night to observe, but this data looks promising. She has the capability. Become the next K-God. Huashan was astute, predicting Amy would lead WH Steinberg correctly, eventually making the entire nation of esports fans worship the name Becky. Kevin noted this on her notebook, but Amy disagreed. Maybe not. Huashan looked puzzled. Oh. I talked to her and hinted similarly, but do you know what Allie said then? Amy recounted. They all looked curiously at Amy. She said, Amy recalled vividly. Allie stood by the door, wind rustling her black hair, then turned around with a nonchalant tone. I never aimed to be a god, because I am already one. At that moment, Amy felt shaken. Allie appeared like a sovereign, standing in the light, scorning the world. Everyone, including Kevin, was astonished. Such boldness. Yet, Amy believed it might be true. While Allie excelled individually, her team spirit was lacking. Therefore, Amy trained her evenings to cooperate with Dell and others. Midday practice ended at 3 p.m. Allie played until dinner time. During the meal, she checked her phone. The family group chat remained empty, and Baker hadn't sent her any new messages. Allie felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She opened the chat with Baker, typed a few messages, then deleted them all before putting her phone back in her pocket and continuing to eat. Later that evening, Baker sent a message. Xandra, have you rested yet? Allie was still practicing, her phone lying beside her. The screen flashed with a notification from her omnipotent dad. She immediately put down her mouse and picked up her phone to check the message. This startled Dell, who screamed, King, help, where are you? Not yet, but soon. Allie replied while simultaneously controlling her character to save Dell. Amy was participating in the team battle with them, sitting right next to Allie, so she clearly saw what Allie was doing. Without warning, she simply said, if the team coordination doesn't meet standards tonight, we'll be up all night. Allie pressed her lips together and coldly replied, understood. Baker glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Still training? Sage explained, Dad, there's nothing to worry about. Sometimes the club even stays up all night. That's why esports players often sleep until lunchtime. Baker was a bit concerned. Isn't the intensity too high? Can Xandra handle it? Should be okay. Why don't we ask in the family group? Sage lowered her head to send a message. Georgia was upstairs in the study handling official business when her phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. Both Baker and Sage had sent messages in the family group. Xandra, can you handle the training intensity? Georgia thought for a moment and added, if the intensity is too much, don't push yourself. Tell Dad and us. Half an hour later, Allie replied, it's manageable, Dad, eldest sister, Jamie's sister. Just now, Becky told me he wants me to take over G-God's position and play left-handed. Baker knew about this. Xandra, you decide for yourself. Games should be enjoyable. No matter what your decision is, Dad supports you. Eldest sister also supports you. Georgia followed up. Sage didn't lag behind. And I do too. Jamie's sister supports you. Looking at these 3 messages, Allie felt an indescribable complexity. This seemed to be the first time someone stood behind her, saying, we support you. Dad, you are the most important. Sage finished her call. The doctor is on the way, and I've asked the secretary to bring files home. We won't go to the company today. We'll stay here to accompany our adoptive father. All right, then I'll rest some more. Baker really lacked energy, closed his eyes and fell asleep again. When the doctor arrived, along with researchers from the base, Georgia insisted on a thorough examination due to concerns over Baker's health condition. The results showed that Baker's body had no issues, actually healthier than when he first woke up. Sage and Georgia felt relieved upon hearing this. At 3 in the afternoon, Baker was woken by his phone. It was Aloysius calling. Hello, Baker greeted hoarsely. Aloysius paused. You were sleeping? Yeah, thanks to you I've been awakened. What's up? Baker yawned. Aloysius laughed. Inviting you for dinner and introducing you to someone. Baker nodded. Okay, I'll come over once I'm ready. After hanging up, Baker walked out of the room. Just as he got downstairs, Georgia and Sage appeared. Dad, feeling better? Adoptive father, you look radiant. Had a good sleep, huh? Each said one sentence. Baker nodded. Yeah, slept well. By the way, I won't eat at home tonight. Your Lionel Deng invited me for dinner. Georgia knew Professor Deng from last time, accompanying Baker to visit this old classmate. All right, need us to come with you? Sage, busy with international affairs, glanced up when she heard this, looking at Baker. Baker suddenly stood up and gently patted their heads. No need. You two have worked hard. Rest well after finishing your tasks. I'll come back after dinner. They both nodded in agreement. Dominic drove Baker over. In the car, Baker planned to tell Aloysius about Xandra, but upon entering, he saw Alyssa. How did Dr. Do end up here? He wondered. Alyssa was equally surprised to see Baker. I came to visit my high school teacher. Why are you here? Baker opened his mouth, changing, I came to meet an old classmate, into, I came to visit Professor Deng and Maisie I. Alyssa understood and nodded. I just heard the professor mentioning his proud student. So it's you. Baker frowned, thinking it probably wasn't him Aloysius was referring to, but accepted it given his ambiguous identity. Hearing the sound, Aloysius came out from the kitchen. You're here, help serve the dishes. Baker nodded, heading into the kitchen, his familiarity surprising Alyssa even more. Her gaze lingered on him meaningfully. With the dishes served, everyone sat down. Aloysius toasted with Baker, teasing, taking a break, you disappeared. living nearby, yet you didn't come to see me. Baker grinned. Sure. Should have come more often. Didn't want to disturb your happy couple life, right? Aloysius chuckled, playfully punching Baker's shoulder. Baker exaggerated an injured expression. Both laughed heartily, reminiscent of their high school days. Lana smiled, shaking her head. Such mature men acting so childish. Aloysius shot her a glance. Women. Who understands men's fun? Sure. I don't understand. Baker, eat more, Lana urged. I will, Maisie. Baker responded. Watching them interact, Alyssa teased, Teacher Lin. Never expected Professor Ding to have such young and handsome friends. Lana nodded. True. Known for being stern, having such a good friend makes me glad. After dinner, Aloysius and Baker chatted on the balcony. Inside, Alyssa accompanied Lana in conversation. Looking back, Aloysius told Baker, I know about the medical riots. Fei Xue is Maisie's former student. She coincidentally visited when I just finished calling you. Spreading his hands, Aloysius implied his innocence. Baker nodded. Got it. Didn't say you did it on purpose. Plus, you know I'm special. Maisie wouldn't meddle randomly. Aloysius nodded, sighing. Sometimes I envy you. Sometimes I think your legendary life isn't something everyone can handle. Baker leaned back, gazing at the brightest star in the night sky. With Dr. Du around, Aloysius looked displeased. Baker consoled him. Buddy, living healthy isn't bad. Bring a few daughters over to see you someday. Aloysius snorted, walking inside, muttering, aidless guy, not talking to you. Baker laughed helplessly. Was this how old children behaved? He didn't follow, knowing Aloysius wasn't truly upset. Soon, sounds of Aloysius and Lana chatting emerged. Alyssa likely told Lana about the sneaky drinking incident, and Aloysius was now arguing his case. Professor Ding probably hates me now. It'll be hard for him to come see Teacher Lin next time, Alyssa said as she walked out and sat next to Baker. Baker smiled. No, he's not that petty. Alyssa looked at him and remarked, you seem to know Professor Ding well. If it weren't for the age difference, I might suspect there's more to your friendship than just that. Baker felt a bit nervous and tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. You're overthinking. By the way, regarding the teacher you mentioned, I did some research, and she seems very mysterious. There are multiple reports and interviews, yet there isn't a single clear photo of her. How could that be? It wasn't just magazines. Even in videos, her face was blurred. This level of aversion to being on camera was unprecedented. If she disliked being on camera, why give interviews in the first place? Baker was thoroughly puzzled. Alyssa explained, teacher doesn't like facing the camera. The interviews and videos have all been carefully filtered and were unavoidable. Besides, teacher tends to be shy, which is why she became so enigmatic in the public eye. Shy. Baker found it hard to imagine how such a renowned figure in the medical field, someone shrouded in mystery, could also be shy. The contrast was endearing yet perplexing. The thought of a shy medical giant intrigued Baker. Alyssa nodded. Lana, overhearing their conversation, joined them. Old Ding has gone to sleep. I heard you mention Sister Marnie. I once met her. She had a striking beauty that one can never forget. Baker let out an ah sound, feeling somewhat puzzled. Lana glanced at him suddenly and added, just like you, she has a pair of adorable elf ears. Baker instinctively touched his ears, his eyes filled with a profound meaning. Could Sister Marnie be? Chapter 94. Are they our relatives? On the way back, while in the car, Baker asked a few more questions about Teacher Marnie. Why are you suddenly so interested in Teacher Yin? Alyssa felt puzzled. Baker coughed and said, I heard she is the successor of Zhang's needle technique, specializing in difficult and rare diseases. I was thinking that if we find my other relatives, wouldn't it be good to have her examine them? Alyssa nodded as if she understood. Oh, I see. But Teacher Yin travels around the country. She loves researching these difficult cases. Legend has it that wealthy people across the nation and royal families have been cured by her. I'm sure your relative will be cured too. Baker looked outside the window with a heavy heart. I hope so. When they returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night, with light rain starting to fall. The car slowly stopped at the entrance. Baker got out of the car, and the gate opened. Georgia and Sage came out from inside. Dominic opened an umbrella for Baker. Baker waved his hand. No need. He walked up the steps, lost in thought. Georgia stepped forward, holding the umbrella higher. Their gazes met. Georgia saw that Baker was troubled. Dad, let's go inside and talk. Okay. Sage held Baker's hand. Godfather, you haven't eaten dinner yet. Why do you look so worried after coming back? What happened? The three of them entered and sat on the sofa in the living room. The servants brought hot water and ginger tea. Baker sipped some to ward off the chill. Daughters, Kira, I want to ask for your help. What is it? Both answered simultaneously. Help me investigate someone named Marnie. See if she is our kin. Baker hesitated, looking at Georgia. Georgia grabbed his hand and continued, is she our kin? Baker nodded, his emotions intense. Maisie Ding's wife once met Marnie and said she had the same ears of homework. After he left, Georgia knew Baker didn't want her to see his sadness. Sage returned and suggested to Georgia, shouldn't we ask Xandra for help? I think she has the means to find out. Georgia replied, Xandra keeps many secrets. Dad and I know how capable she is, but he doesn't want her involved as it might lead her back to her old ways. Sage seemed confused, so Georgia explained again. To let Xandra live peacefully, understand? Yes. The next day, Baker was full of energy again, even preparing breakfast for Georgia and Sage. Godfather, what makes you so happy? Sage asked while eating. Baker placed peeled shrimps in their bowls. Tong Tong and Moody are coming over today. They're arriving at 10, and I'll pick them up soon. Georgia smiled. Dad, with company, I'm reassured. Feel free to use my card for anything. I still have a card you bound last time. Baker refused. Sage widened her eyes. Godfather, I want to bind a card for you too. She couldn't lose to Georgia. Baker chuckled and hit his phone. Enough is enough. Ultimately, he couldn't resist Sage's insistence and added another gold card to his WeChat. Usable almost everywhere except within John Corporation properties. At the airport, meeting the two kids made Baker feel close to them. He joined their conversations easily. Brother How, did you meet anyone from WH? Ali hesitated. Her relationship with her teammates was harmonious, but actively seeking autographs was a challenge for her. But since Dad offered to help, she felt she had no choice but to step up. Sure. Ali gave her answer. After hanging up, Baker told Dominic, let's go to the WH club. Instantly, Violetta and Aspen got excited, dancing around in the car. Baker watched them with amusement. After washing up, Ali knocked on the door opposite hers. She knocked 3 times with no response, her brow gradually furrowing. As she stepped back, preparing to leave, the door opened, revealing a face clouded by irritation. Amy suffered from serious morning grumpiness and usually slept until she naturally woke up. Hearing the knocking, she didn't want to answer it, but the persistent tapping forced her to act. Grasping her disheveled hair, she prepared to confront whoever dared disturb her sleep. Upon opening the door and seeing Ali standing expressionless before her, Amy's raised foot retreated. Amy took a deep breath, steadying herself, and asked Ali, what is it? Autographs, Ali said, handing over a few sheets of paper and a pen. Amy, feeling irritated, she wanted to scold, but looking into Ali's beautiful eyes, she suppressed her anger and quickly grabbed the items. Amy sneered, you don't seem like someone who would ask me for an autograph. She opened the pen and signed her name swiftly. Ali watched coldly. My father wants your autograph. The pen slipped in Amy's hand as she signed the ugliest version of her name. Your dad? Whose names? Just sign 2 for Violetta, Aspen, and Kevin, Ali replied in a cold, unyielding tone that didn't match someone asking for a favor. Amy laughed out of spite, scribbling a few lines. Here you go. Ali took the signed papers and turned toward her room, only to be stopped by Amy calling out, hey, you woke me up early just for autographs and don't even thank me? Thank you, Ali said curtly before slamming the door of room 202 shut. Amy stood there speechless, surprised by Ali's boldness and personality. Had it not been someone she was interested in mentoring, she might have lashed out. Meanwhile, Baker brought Violetta and the others to the private residence of the WH club, where Ali was already waiting at the door. Yutong Moody, this is Ali, my 5th daughter. You can call her Xandra. Introducing everyone, Baker explained. Violetta and Aspen carefully observed Ali, finding her even colder than Georgia, radiating a powerful presence and sharp demeanor. The two greeted politely, hello Xandra. Ali barely glanced at them, passing the signed papers to Baker without a word. Dad, here are the autographs you wanted, she said. Violetta and Aspen's eyes lit up, staring at Baker's hand. Baker nodded happily. Good job. These are the children of my eldest sister's family. They're well behaved. Say hello. Ali nodded, acknowledging Baker's presence. Hello? The two kids were stunned, causing Baker to laugh. Seeing his amusement, Ali's lips curved slightly. Unbeknownst to them, this interaction was being closely watched from upstairs. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it reads fluently and naturally in English. The structure and line breaks from the Chinese text are preserved to keep the flow coherent with the previous content. #### chapter 95. We'll come back again. Amy stood upstairs, gazing at the main gate. With her sharp eyesight, she instantly recognized Baker. She remembered Leandro mentioning that Baker had admitted to being a relative of Ali, but there was no mention of him in Ali's profile. So, which relative is he? After dealing with Ali for so long, Amy found her extremely difficult to get along with. Even she couldn't make the cold-hearted Ali relax, let alone smile. Amy became curious about what kind of magic Baker had to break Ali's usual aloofness. Perhaps sensing Amy's intense gaze, Ali soon noticed and turned her head toward her, meeting Amy's eyes. At the door, Ali got off the car, waved goodbye to Baker and the others, and headed inside. She overheard Amy saying, I don't know if there's anything wrong with him, but this Baker seems unusual. His past online is hard to trace. Only recent news mentions him as Ali's relative, yet family information in Ali's form doesn't include a brother. Dell chimed in, Boss, are you suggesting Ali is hiding something? Amy hesitated when Ali took the tablet from her hands. With her icy stare, Sabini Yansen warned, curiosity killed the cat. Stay away from Baker, and don't try to dig into him. Amy stood up, reaching out. Give it back. Ali coldly dropped the tablet into the trash bin. There's nothing strange here. Caught off guard, Amy picked up the tablet and explained, Don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Baker. It's just that I felt something odd when I first saw him, and wanted to understand why. Ali's heart skipped a beat. Worried Amy might have seen through her father's situation, but she kept her composure. Ali sat down coldly. There's nothing strange. Amy watched Ali, lost in thought. Baker spent several days playing with Violetta and others in Fengcheng. Despite not wanting to leave, a call from Corbin brought them back to reality. At the airport, Violetta and Aspen said to Baker, Brother How, we'll come back again. It sounded like a parting for eternity. Baker stifled a laugh. Sure, anytime. Study hard. Don't cram before school starts. They bid farewell immediately after hearing this. Dominic asked Baker, going directly to the Jean residence now? Baker pondered, since we're already out, let me wander around. You go home first, Dominic. Pick me up later. Dominic worried. Miss Summer should arrange some bodyguards for you. Baker waved it off. No need. They'd ruin my fun. Go home. Baker strolled leisurely, taking photos to share with his daughters, especially Xandra, who was too busy with training to venture out. As he snapped pictures of the drum tower, he spotted a familiar figure despite the cap, mask, and sunglasses. It was Bridget. Why was she here alone without her agent? Curious, Baker followed her and saw a man trailing her with camera equipment, snapping stealthily. Bridget seemed cautious, moving faster upon possibly noticing the photographer. Baker realized the man was skilled, perhaps a paparazzi. He approached the paparazzi, pretending to bump into him. The paparazzi's camera fell, and he frantically checked it. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Baker apologized earnestly. The paparazzi scowled. Watch where you're going. But then, he brightened, recognizing Baker. Hey, aren't you Xiao Ge? He tried to take Baker's picture again. Baker stopped him. You can't photograph me without permission. That's a violation of privacy. The paparazzi now uttered one word. Bridget's eyes welled up with tears. She muttered an apology and turned away to wipe her eyes with a tissue. Don't worry. You'll find your parents eventually. To be honest, I'm also searching for my family, looking forward to the day when we can reunite. So don't lose heart. Your parents must have had their reasons for doing what they did, Baker consoled her. Bridget laughed bitterly. No matter how complicated their reasons might be, they shouldn't have made the decision to abandon their child. Baker felt a stab in his heart. He thought about his 5 children, who were still missing, and instantly felt a lump in his throat, unable to speak. He could only drink water to mask his discomfort. But what if your parents really had their reasons? Baker couldn't help but ask, curious about her response. Bridget's sunglasses reflected the light. She turned her head to look at the lake, and through the gap in her glasses, her beautiful eyes were visible. If it's true, then I would, she said. Chapter 96. Adults should take responsibility for themselves. Bridget replied to Baker, if my parents really have some hidden difficulties, as long as I can understand them and they come back to me, treat me well for the rest of their lives, I think I would forgive them. After all, she had truly yearned for many years to have her parents by her side. Baker nodded in relief. Don't worry, parents love their children. They will be by your side. Then, recalling his own parents, he added, of course, there are a few parents who don't understand love, which is why they neglect their responsibilities to raise and educate their children. He was different. He couldn't accompany or raise them. Baker hoped that after finding other children, they could understand him as a father, just like Bridget did. The paparazzi should have left. We've been floating on this lake for an hour. It's about time. Contact your informant and ask where exactly we are supposed to meet. I'll go with you, Baker voiced his thoughts. Bridget was taken aback. You'll go with me? Baker nodded. Yeah, just in case that paparazzo makes a comeback, I can provide cover for you, right? Touched but puzzled, Bridget asked, why would you help me? You know, if the paparazzi snap photos of us together, it could cause a huge scandal. I don't want to drag you into my troubles. Baker waved it off, unconcerned. I'm already so famous. What's a little more fuss? I just see that it's inconvenient for a young lady to go alone. What if the person uses the pretext of having information to act improperly towards you? Bridget was about the same age as his daughter. Baker thought, since he had already gotten involved, he might as well see it through completely. Okay, thank you, Bridget thanked him sincerely. It was almost midnight, and Dominic hadn't received a call from Baker, so he decided to dial. The result. The number you dialed has been turned off. Please try again later. Dominic panicked and quickly called Georgia. Miss Summer, something's wrong. It's midnight, and Baker hasn't called me. When I tried to reach him, his phone was off. What? Georgia roared, shaking the entire meeting room. She hung up and marched out, instructing Maya, her assistant, mobilize everyone to search the ancient town on the west outskirts of the city. Bring him back unharmed. Yes. Maya hurriedly made the arrangements. Georgia immediately called Sage. Dad is missing. Don't disturb Xandra. We'll look for him. Sage was alarmed. Okay, send me the location. Receiving George's message, she promptly notified the action team and the company's security department to search the ancient town. Baker had no idea about the commotion because he intended to inform Dominic after accompanying Tan Shengshi to meet someone, to avoid worrying him. However, when he took out his phone, it was dead. What's wrong? Bridget noticed his strange behavior and inquired. Baker put the phone back in his pocket. Nothing. He thought, once the matter was resolved, he'd call Dominic. The number was ingrained in his memory. Is this the place? Baker pointed at the signboard outside. Bridget nodded. Yes. They entered. It was a bustling tea house with regular performances and people drinking tea and playing cards, making it quite noisy. They were real. This reminder made Bridget cautious. Right? How do I know if the contents of that file are genuine? What if you're a fraudster? Shut the hell up. Zhao San yelled. I like money, but I won't break the law. To be clear, you have a special birthmark. Even if you undress, it's hard to see unless your body heats up, right? Others probably don't know this, do they? Bridget's eyes widened in shock. Seeing her reaction, Baker whispered, Really? Bridget nodded. Yes, only my mother knew. As a child, when I cried until I was flushed red, the birthmark would appear deep on my thigh. Baker understood. The man likely had genuine information. But with the outrageous price, Baker wasn't going to let the man get away with it. Even if your documents are real, the price is still too high. Zhao San scoffed impatiently at Baker. Who do you think you are? Trying to haggle with me? Believe me, one finger from me, and you won't leave this door. His eyes flickered nervously, clearly lying. Baker retorted. I don't believe you. Hey. Zhao San rushed to grab Bridget's wrist but was blocked by Baker. He clutched his hand in pain, glaring at Baker. Who gave you permission to touch her? My men are outside. All I need to do is shout, and they'll come in, beat you up, and take the files. Believe me? Baker bluffed. He stood protectively in front of Bridget. Bridget looked at Baker, moved by his actions. Zhao San, intimidated by Baker's resolute stare, reluctantly conceded. 10,000 you get. Bridget, being a public figure, didn't want to escalate things. Fine, 10,000. Give me your account, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Zhao San provided the account. Bridget transferred the money, and he threw down the documents before fleeing. Baker urged Bridget to check the materials. Outside the tea house, several cars surrounded the building. People poured out hastily, some even forgetting to pay for their tea. The owner, panicking, approached just as two figures descended from the lead car. Georgia and Sage entered, looking serious. Meanwhile, Bridget wanted to ask Baker why he protected her, but was interrupted when the door opened again. Baker was embraced by two women, one of whom was crying. Are you trying to kill us with worry? Sage almost called him dry dad, but stopped upon noticing Bridget. Georgia also hugged Baker. For the first time in years, she felt a genuine fear for Baker's safety. Baker was surprised. Summer, Kira, why are you here? Georgia regained composure first. Your phone was off, and Dominic panicked and called me. Kira and I searched all over the ancient town, finally finding you here. Baker slapped his forehead guiltily. My fault. I meant to call Dominic after helping Bridget. Sorry for causing you worry. Sage, eyes reddened from tears, stood and looked at Bridget. Why are you here? And why were you with my friend? Baker wanted to explain but caught George's glance, immediately understanding. He kept quiet. Upsetting the daughters was indeed a big deal. I should have used Bridget's phone to call Dominic and let him know I was safe. Bridget hadn't recovered from the scene of the three embracing when she heard Sage's questioning. She finally came to her senses and began to explain. The situation is like this. It's my fault that I dragged Baker into this. I'm sorry. Sage, who had never lost composure in front of her own artist before, felt quite angry. Of course, it's your fault. From now on, you are not allowed to step out of the house without my permission. As for the endorsements that Brock arranged for you, I will inform them to pause. Bridget panicked a bit. Little Miss Jamie, it's my fault, but these endorsements were all negotiated by Brother Ho. If we cancel them, the loss would be significant. He's innocent, and I don't want to drag him into this. Baker couldn't hold back and spoke up to help Bridget. Little Jamie, this is mainly my fault. I should have told you earlier. I'm sorry for making you worried. I was concerned that Bridget wouldn't be able to handle things alone, so I offered to accompany her. Little Jamie, Shangxiang is an orphan. She came here today mainly to find out why her parents abandoned her. So, she didn't mean for things to turn out this way. When Sage heard the word orphan, she was slightly moved. Alright, since he's speaking up for you, I'll generously forgive you this time. But there mustn't be a next time. This incident has scared both me and Summer. She directed her last sentence towards Baker. Baker nodded. Sure, I promise you, there won't be a next time. Sage muttered. You really shouldn't have done that. Your phone was dead. You could have asked Bridget to charge your power bank, or even borrowed her phone to call me. Baker scratched the back of his head. I really didn't think of that. My mistake. Since entering the room, Georgia had only momentarily lost her poise. After regaining her composure, she didn't say a word. After Sage finished voicing her opinion, she finally spoke up. Dressed in a black suit with a white shirt underneath, her unbuttoned top revealed her elegant collarbone line, exuding professionalism and strength. At that moment, she fixed a sharp gaze on Bridget. Adults should take responsibility for their actions. Bridget, our cooperation will end here. The spokesperson for the new product from the Zhang Group will be replaced. Due to personal reasons leading to the termination of the contract, please fulfill your obligations and transfer the compensation fee to the company's account. As she said this, she also instructed Maya, her assistant, have the legal department draft the contract cancellation notice and inform Bridget's agent about the endorsement cancellation. Maya immediately went to make the arrangements. Before Bridget could defend herself, she received a call from Brock. Hey, what happened? Did you offend Georgia? She suddenly had her assistant notify me to cancel your spokesperson role. Brock asked anxiously. Bridget glanced at the stern Georgia, then lowered her head. Yes, it's deserved. I'll explain the matter when I get back. Please prepare the compensation fee. Brock was so angry he wanted to curse but was cut off when Bridget hung up on him. Walking up to Baker, she apologized. Sorry for involving you in this trouble and causing worry for President John and Little Miss Jamie. Thank you for accompanying me today and protecting me. Baker understood that once his daughter made a decision, no one could change it. He wouldn't interfere, so he said to Bridget, no need to thank me. I am also responsible. In the future, don't meet others alone. That man looked troublesome. If he had wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't have been able to resist. The translation follows the provided Chinese text closely while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It maintains the original tone, character consistency, and plot continuity. ####Chapter 97. Eating the gossip and getting hit by it. Bridget nodded and left with the documents. On this side, Allie was in training when her phone suddenly beeped twice like a bird chirping. Instantly, Amy. Reporting to Sister Zhao won't help. Joe. The hammer hit right on the heart. On the way back, Baker sat in between his two daughters. Actually, I can explain. Baker broke the silence. Georgia took a deep breath. Her red lips moved slightly. Dad, let's talk about this when we get home. Baker deflated. Okay. Sage didn't dare provoke Georgia, knowing very well how upset the sister was. She quickly winked at Baker and mouthed, Godfather, it's okay. Upon returning home, Allie had also just arrived. Seeing Baker, she visibly relaxed. Xandra? Baker thought he was seeing things and walked closer to confirm it was Allie. How did you come back? I heard from Big Sister that you were missing, so I rushed back to check on you. Georgia met her gaze, realizing for the first time that her fifth sister could also lie, albeit kindly, because Xandra probably didn't want Baker to know too much. Yes, I told Xandra, Georgia admitted. Allie nodded slightly to thank her. Then she asked Baker, Dad, why was your phone off? Baker recounted the entire story to his three daughters. He concluded remorsefully, this is Dad's fault. I made you all worry. I promise this won't happen again. If it does, I'll tell you immediately. Georgia and the others couldn't really blame Baker. They were mostly worried. But in response to his apology, they didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At that moment, Dominic appeared, relieved to see Baker safe. Baker, from now on, I must follow you closely to avoid such incidents. Dominic, I've caused you trouble? Sorry, Baker apologized. Dominic waved it off and seeing there was more to discuss, found a reason to leave. Sage, usually good at livening up the mood, immediately clasped George's wrist and pulled Baker along, inviting Allie inside. Fortunately, Godfather is fine. Summer and I led a team searching for you in the ancient city. This incident might even trend on social media. Georgia added, we suppressed it. It didn't get too big. Baker personally peeled an apple for Georgia. Daughter, don't be upset, okay? Georgia bit into the apple. Dad, I'm not upset. I feel guilty for not accompanying you. Next time, if you want to visit the ancient city, tell me. I'll go with you. Okay, Baker agreed. Sage raised her hand. I can accompany you too. Allie joined in. Me too. Baker looked at them fondly and peeled 2 more apples for Sage and Allie. We should all go together sometime. With that, the matter was put to rest. Meanwhile, Bridget returned to her villa and finally opened the folder, revealing its contents. Her mother belonged to the Donghua family and, to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend, bought sperm from someone else at a high price, underwent artificial insemination, and married the ex-boyfriend while pregnant. Unaware of the truth, the ex-boyfriend assumed the child was his until after the baby was born and his wife revealed it wasn't. Enraged, he divorced her. After Bridget was born, her mother found her burdensome and left her at an orphanage. She later married another foreigner abroad and passed away due to illness. Before dying, she remembered Bridget and left this letter. A private detective hired by Bridget found it but lost the folder, which was picked up by Zhao Sanyi, who tried to extort her. Baker unknowingly thwarted his plan. So, who is my father? Bridget laughed bitterly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Knocking on the door came Brock's voice. Shengxiang, I know you're in there. Open up, let's talk. Wiping away her tears, she stood up and opened the door. Brock initially intended to question her, but was taken aback by her tear-streaked face. What happened? His concern replaced any anger. Wiping her tears again, Bridget stepped aside. Nothing. What did you want to discuss? Yes, the endorsement deal. Tell me quickly. Brock sat down. Bridget narrated the events involving Baker. I now understand how important Baker is to them. I witnessed their fierce protectiveness. Brock groaned in dismay. Oh no, why did you involve Baker again? Do you know how much effort I've put into this endorsement? You should have gotten Baker to help you speak up. He's so powerful. Bridget shook her head. He already helped a lot. If not for him, the paparazzi would have exposed my background. No matter what, you can't offend the Zhang Group. As the leader of Fengqing and one of the top industry tycoons nationwide, once news gets out that you lost the endorsement, it will affect all your other collaborations. Brock urged Bridget to think of a solution. Bridget felt overwhelmed and pushed Brock out. Let me cool off, okay? Fearing attention, Brock kept quiet outside and simply said, I'll come back tomorrow morning. At the Zhang family manor, Georgia knocked on Allie's door. Allie wasn't surprised. Big sister. They entered and closed the door. Georgia turned to face her. What did you do to Dad? They hadn't told Allie about Baker's disappearance to avoid distracting her. Her sudden appearance and claiming Georgia had informed her seemed odd, something Georgia hadn't confronted earlier due to Baker's presence. You installed a small program on Dad's phone to track his movements, Allie admitted. Georgia narrowed her eyes. And us? Allie shook her head. No, only Dad. Since I'm not always around and you all get busy sometimes, I wanted to keep track of him. Georgia nodded and thought for a moment. All right, sleep well. As she turned to leave, Allie asked, You're not blaming me? Being kind to Dad. Why should I blame you? Xandra, I know you're not simple. I don't want to pry. As long as you truly care for Dad, everything else can be overlooked, because we're family. With that, Georgia left. These words left Allie in silence. She was naturally aloof and did not hold much sentiment for the concept of family. However, Baker's appearance made her understand the importance of family. Through her interactions with Georgia and Sage, she slowly began to change. Allie picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Georgia. Big sister, if you need any help, just say it. I'm always here. Seeing this message, Georgia's lips curled upward, and she replied with a single word, good. It seemed that speeding up the investigation process was now necessary. The next morning, Bridget opened the door to see Brock holding breakfast in his hand. You came really early, Bridget said, wearing sunglasses as her eyes were still swollen from last night's emotional turmoil. Brock drove them to a nearby cafe to have their meal. I called Albin yesterday and asked them to delay the official announcement about canceling your endorsement. But they said it depends on President Zhang's decision. Saint Xiang'a, please, I beg you, give Baker a call. He's such a nice person. He will definitely help us, Brock pleaded with clasped hands. Bridget had no appetite and just sipped her coffee. He has already helped me a lot. I can't keep bothering him. Moreover, President Zhang's actions are justified. She said Baker is her most important family member. Brock's eyes widened. My goodness, this isn't a trivial matter. Can you take it more seriously? Unbeknownst to them, a suspicious man sat beside them, using tall potted plants as cover. His phone was secretly recording their conversation, capturing every word clearly. President Zhang canceled my endorsement for Baker's sake. There's no turning back now. There's no point in me hitting a dead end. Let's think about what we should do next, Bridget suggested calmly. Brock was on the verge of losing his temper. He couldn't remain calm. Meanwhile, the paparazzo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly left, eager to share what he had recorded. Bridget continued discussing their next steps with Brock, completely unaware that their conversation would soon cause a storm. On Weibo, a small blogger shared a post filled with screenshots and accompanying text. It claimed that President Zhang of the Zhang Corporation, enraged over Baker, unfairly pressured a young singer and revoked her endorsement out of personal vendetta. Just as the post was gaining traction, the Zhang Corporation's official Weibo account posted a top-pinned update. Due to cooperation issues, Miss Bridget will no longer be the spokesperson for our new products. In an instant, a wave of controversy surged. The public, who had been enjoying the gossip, were now in an uproar. Baker hadn't expected that he'd become the subject of such gossip one day, and it wasn't even because of anything he did. This time, trouble fell upon him out of nowhere. While checking WeChat, Baker was alerted by Kevin's mention in the Four Musketeers group, informing him that he was trending again. To make matters worse, the netizens were criticizing his own daughter, Georgia. Could he just stand by? Baker immediately logged onto Weibo, found the paparazzo who leaked the story, and saw the new tweet. Recognizing Bridget instantly despite the voice alterations and blurred images, he knew right away. Taking things out of context. Why don't you release the original video? Using me to smear Georgia. You're spreading rumors recklessly. If you've got the guts, face me head on. Baker didn't believe Bridget would be someone to speak ill of others behind their back. Something fishy must be going on. So he left a direct comment under the paparazzo's Weibo post. Chapter 98. What kind of person would speak ill of me? Concerning Baker, his fans were the most proactive. After a small blogger revealed that Georgia had canceled Bridget's endorsement deal due to Baker, his fans flooded the small blogger's Weibo comments insisting it definitely wasn't because of Baker. Bridget's fans also came in support. They had a good impression of Baker. Firstly, Bridget's side hadn't officially announced the matter, so they refrained from jumping to conclusions. Secondly, Bridget greatly appreciated Baker, even inviting him to perform together at her last concert. Lastly, Baker behaved respectfully without any scandal, being both handsome and talented, leaving no reason for criticism. Thus, they stood by Baker this time, joining his fans in defending him against the small blogger. Feeling the pressure, the small blogger released the original Weibo link from a paparazzo who captured the conversation, urging people to view the video since their posts only included screenshot dialogues without the original footage. Netizens quickly moved on to the paparazzo's Weibo page and found out that Baker was already in an argument with some netizens over the gossip. The paparazzo even mocked Baker. Don't act all high and mighty when you have gained benefits. Everyone knows your relationship with the CEO of Jean Corporation is unusual, but bullying others this way is immoral. Can Ramon bully people casually just because she holds power? Baker's typing speed was comparable to a professional gamer as he replied swiftly. You're talking nonsense. Which I saw me bullying Bridget. Just based on this blurry video? Netizens immediately shot back at Baker. Oh, this is the behavior of a university student, spitting venom. I can't stand you anymore, acting so superior. Some rich boy persona, all fabricated, still relying on two women. And Miss Tan has been notified. Georgia rose, good. As Baker was clashing with the paparazzo, a live broadcast disrupted the situation. Guys, Jean Corporation opened a press conference on Weibo. Let's check it out. Suddenly, many netizens left this page for the official Jean Corporation Weibo account. Seeing the lawyer's letter and police report, the paparazzo was shaken, quickly issuing an apology, promising to delete all videos and hoping Ramon would give him a chance to repent. During the live stream, Georgia glanced at her phone, then raised her gaze, commanding the scene. The journalists present felt an intense shock, unable to meet her eyes directly. He wants me to give him a chance to repent? Who does he think he is to slander me? He should ask Baker instead. He's the one in charge. The journalists were baffled until someone understood, checking Weibo to see the new post by the paparazzo, who had deleted the previous videos. Discussion buzzed among the crowd. Then a journalist raised her hand. Georgia gestured her to ask. Hello, Ramon. I'm Nellie from Business Daily. Is it true you canceled Bridget's endorsement for Baker? Georgia smiled faintly, calmly answering, true. I didn't expect it would be for a man. Not to mention, who exactly is this man? I heard he's a first-year student at Finance University. Previously, Ramon mentioned family. Could he be an adopted brother? While everyone was discussing, the door opened with heels clicking. The voice preceded the person. I will explain this matter. Everyone turned around to see Bridget elegantly dressed, removing her sunglasses and stunning everyone with her beauty and poise. Baker, watching the live stream, showed a trace of surprise upon seeing her appearance. His back-end was flooded by the paparazzo's constant pleas for forgiveness, which he ignored, blocking him altogether. Focusing on the live stream, his daughter sat majestically above, resembling a divine being. Bridget greeted Georgia, who nodded slightly. Sitting down, Bridget continued, with Brock looking grim beside her. Due to my own mistake, Mr. Xiao faced danger. Out of concern for her family, Ramon's cancellation decision was completely normal. Anyone accusing her of abusing power is intentionally stirring trouble. Bridget took responsibility for the entire issue, causing Brock to whisper, it's over. Baker rubbed his chin, watching intently. Meanwhile, Sage was en route, posting on Weibo, sending a legal notice to protect Baker. Netizens became even more excited, bouncing between different gossips. Only the paparazzo remained hurt, realizing his desire for traffic backfired. His video targeting several popular figures led to receiving 2 legal notices and likely facing long-term litigation. The press conference continued. A reporter asked Bridget, what caused such danger for Mr. Xiao? Bridget looked uncomfortable. Brock intervened, this information is private, please move on to the next question. Georgia gazed at Bridget thoughtfully for a long moment. Reporters murmured, connecting the dots about Baker and assuming Bridget's personal reasons involved him. Is it related to emotional issues with Mr. Xiao? Someone boldly asked. Georgia's eyes turned sharp and deadly. Baker stood up in shock at the live stream. What nonsense? Emotional issues with who? I could be old enough to be Shengxiang's dad. Bridget quickly denied. No, please don't speculate. Who is the reporter? Georgia coldly demanded. Before the reporter answered, Albin stepped in, pulling the work ID and reporting. From Fantasy Star Exploration Company. Georgia nodded. In future, Jean Corporation will not allow interviews from this company. The reporter was escorted out by security. This warning silenced everyone. Georgia tapped the microphone. I will say again, Baker is my most important family member. Anyone who dares to defame or harm him is going against Jean Corporation. The room fell silent, with no journalists daring to speak. Also, Jamie Entertainment. Sage stormed in, leading a group. Journalists were surprised. No one expected Jamie Entertainment's nationwide chain and successor Little Jamie to appear to support Baker. Sage stepped onto the stage and sat beside Georgia. Yet? Well, here's a free place for you to stay and eat, because I've already submitted your criminal evidence to the police. Then the camera switched. Netizens saw a small town outside the city, surrounded by police. A man was being arrested. He was the paparazzo who had been caught due to an unresolved murder from 3 years ago. He had buried the victim in his backyard, and no one had known about it until today. Someone in the chat asked how Ali knew about his crime. Ali casually replied, I calculated it. The netizens were dumbfounded. Joe was petrified. Members of WH Club looked incredulous, watching Ali calmly play her game. Amy was also surprised but didn't press further. Baker was somewhat astonished too. Did his darling possess this skill? Only Georgia and Sage knew that Ali didn't just calculate it. She likely used her own resources. The press conference dispersed, and Weibo trended with new hashtags. Hashtag CP that I literally can't understand. Hashtag what exactly is Xiaohao's relationship with him? In her car, Bridget messaged Baker. I really envy the family atmosphere you have with them. No matter what others say, they unconditionally defend you, and you protect them. Baker replied, you will find people to protect you too. Bridget smiled. Seeing her smile, Brock nearly burst into anger. My goodness, you're still smiling? Why shouldn't I smile? Losing this endorsement, I can get another one. Ramon was considerate enough not to let other partners or investors there wouldn't be much time left. Reminded, the trio moaned in unison. Dominic, having finished his tasks, saw Baker sitting on the sofa with a happy look. What are you so happy about? Baker turned back, nothing much, just reminding a few kids to study hard. Then he noticed the gift box in Dominic's hands. Baker asked, who's having a birthday? Dominic looked at the gift box and nodded. The 10th day after tomorrow is Miss Summer's birthday. Every year I prepare a small gift for her. Gifts may be light, but they carry heavy intentions. I can't afford expensive ones either. Baker was shocked. I didn't know about this. He blamed himself for not knowing his daughter's birthday and quickly searched online. He found that according to the official records, George's birthday had already passed a few days ago. Dominic was also surprised. I thought you were secretly preparing. Baker shook his head. You didn't tell me. I really didn't know. Summer hasn't mentioned it to me either. She doesn't post much on social media, and I couldn't find any news about her birthday online. Since Mrs. Jean passed away, Miss Summer has not celebrated her birthday much, hence there is no news about it, Dominic explained. Baker thought for a moment and said, then let's celebrate it properly. Dominic, let's go. Baker nodded quickly. Yes, don't waste it if you don't eat. Initially doubtful of Sage's words, Georgia calmed down upon hearing Baker agree. Once Georgia left, Sage and Allie returned to get ready with the servants. Baker plunged into the kitchen, instructing Dominic to keep watch at the door in case Georgia returned. At 6 in the afternoon, Georgia was still busy. Assistant Maya reminded her, Ramon, it's 6 o'clock. Aren't you supposed to go home for dinner with Mr. Xiao? Without looking up, Georgia replied, not yet. They're not at home tonight. Assistant Maya checked his phone. Baker had messaged him that preparations were complete. He pondered and said, but didn't Mr. Xiao prepare a meal for you? If Mr. Xiao returns home and you haven't eaten. Georgia suddenly looked up at him with a piercing gaze as if trying to read through him. Did my dad tell you to remind me? Yes. Assistant Maya, true to his elite status, remained unperturbed. Georgia closed her documents and stood up. All right, let's go home. Upon arriving home and opening the door, 2 bangs sounded as the lights flickered on. Colored ribbons rained down over her head. Below her feet were small candles, surrounded by flowers, and balloons adorned every corner, hanging from the crystal chandeliers. Baker stood in the center hall, beckoning her. Daughter, come here. Georgia guessed something was happening and walked forward. Dad, what is this? Baker handed her a gift. Happy birthday, my dear. This small gift is a token of my appreciation. Look over here. Ding dong. Gifts from 1-year-old to now. I've bought them all. You can open them, sir, urged her to slow down. Delicious. It's the best longevity noodles I've ever had. Baker proudly grinned. Flattery aside, try some other dishes. Look how much we prepared. Okay. Georgia agreed, holding the noodles and following Baker to enjoy being fed by him. Allie also ate and asked Georgia, elder sister, why don't you celebrate your birthday grandly? As a leading figure, a grand celebration would surely be lively. Georgia ate without answering. Sage thought for a moment and said, maybe because she dislikes the crowd. Not entirely. Georgia sat down, stating quietly. With their plates filled with delicious food, everyone enjoyed themselves while others continued grilling. Baker raised a toast. Here's to Summer's happiness on her birthday. Happy birthday. End of chapter. After taking a deep sip, Georgia began to answer Allie's question. I actually enjoyed my birthdays before I turned 10. The lively atmosphere, with everyone surrounding me, praising me, and the Jean family. After Livia passed away, as I grew older, I gradually lost interest in celebrating my birthday. Because I saw through their hypocrisy. They approached me for ulterior motives, turning my birthday into a chaotic mess. Baker fell silent. He never expected that his daughter's dislike of celebrating her birthday stemmed from this. Seeing his troubled expression, Georgia quickly added, but it's different now. I have you all, and this home feels like a real home again. I think celebrating my birthday with family is great, and I don't mind it at all. She even looked forward to it. Georgia didn't say this last part aloud, but she and Sage, as well as Allie, exchanged meaningful glances and smiled knowingly. They all thought the same thing. They wanted Baker to celebrate with them. Dominic stood nearby, wiping away tears of joy. Miss Summer has finally waited for this day. She has waited so long and endured so much hardship. That night, they laughed and celebrated together under the bright night sky at the Jean family estate. The next day, Baker woke up at 10, only to find that Georgia and the others had already gone out and instructed everyone not to disturb his sleep. Feeling elated, he freshened up while scrolling through his phone. On WeChat Livians, he saw Bridget holding a small cake and taking a selfie with the caption, wishing myself a happy birthday. It was only one day after his daughter's birthday. This must be fate. Baker, toothbrush still in mouth, sent a birthday wish to Bridget. Bridget replied, 10 minutes later, thank you. The birthday girl should eat longevity noodles to ensure long life. Baker changed clothes and went downstairs. Bridget seemed busy, replying only at 11. No chance to eat them today, but I'll definitely try if I get the chance. Baker stopped walking, looking at her message, reminded of his own past loneliness. At noon, Sage was about to leave for Jamie Entertainment when Baker called her back. Kira, can you bring this insulated box to Bridget? What's inside? Sage asked curiously. Georgia also looked over. These are longevity noodles. I just saw on WeChat this morning that it's her birthday today. Isn't it a coincidence? Her birthday is only one day apart from Summer's, according to the lunar calendar, Baker explained. Sage felt a pang of jealousy. We don't really have a relationship with her, and she's just an employee of mine. Why does she deserve your homemade longevity noodles? Baker patted her head. Don't be jealous. I see her the same way I see you. Her parents haven't been found yet, and no one will make longevity noodles for her. She must feel so lonely and sad celebrating her birthday alone. Chapter 100. 9 Lives and a Death-Defying Pledge. Jamie Entertainment Company. It was just one phone call from Sage, and Brock appeared in her office with Bridget. You go out first, close the door, and don't let anyone in. Sage instructed Brock to leave. Brock exchanged glances with Bridget. His confusion was clear on his face. Okay. Walking out and closing the door behind him, Brock immediately leaned against it, trying to eavesdrop but was caught. Of water for Bridget. Forget appearances. Bridget was enjoying the meal eagerly. As she chewed on the egg, she replied, My mother passed away, leaving me a letter revealing the truth of my birth. What about your father? Sage asked urgently. Bridget looked up, giving her a strange glance. President Jamie, why are you so concerned? Sage avoided her gaze and explained, I'm just curious because I'm also an orphan. My parents committed suicide in front of me when I was young, so I hope you can find your parents and live happily with them. This was their first time talking like this, not as boss and subordinate, but as old friends. Bridget winced, her lips trembling. Sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of your pain. Sage waved it off. No worries. I'm very happy now. Oh, by the way, would you mind telling me about your father? Bridget shook her head. I don't know who my father is. While they chatted, Baker arrived at the hospital. He had originally planned to visit the flower and bird market with Aloysius to help select fish fry, but when the appointed time came, Aloysius hadn't shown up. So Baker went to look for him at Aloysius's home, only to find the door locked. A neighbor informed him that Aloysius had been taken away by an ambulance. After some inquiries, Baker found himself at the provincial hospital. Baker approached the nurse's desk. Excuse me, I'd like to ask if a man named Aloysius was admitted around 6 this morning? Please wait a moment while I check, the nurse replied, then returned with, Is this the Aloysius in bed 38? His spouse used to be a high school teacher of Dr. Dew. Yes, Baker nodded. The nurse directed him, and Baker turned left to encounter Alyssa. Baker. Alyssa recognized him and greeted. Baker stopped. Hello. Dr. Dew, do you know Professor Deng is in the hospital? Alyssa nodded. I just saw him. He was brought in on time, and the surgery was successful. He's sleeping now. Relieved, Baker breathed deeply. Scared me. What did bro Zayo have? Bro Zayo? Alyssa was surprised. Baker realized. Oh, Professor Deng doesn't like being called old, so he told me to call him Brother Zayo. Alyssa smiled. True to Professor Deng's style. Nothing serious, just a part of his pancreas was dead and needed to be removed. I'm busy, so come back in about half an hour after he wakes up because he needs medication. Baker nodded. Sure, take your time. Waiting downstairs, Dominic called to ask if he should prepare lunch. Baker mentioned visiting Aloysius and hung up, informing the family group chat to reassure his daughters. Daughter Summer, all right. Foster daughter little Jamie, okay. Father. Daughter Tina, got it dad. Stay safe. Satisfied with the replies, Baker entered the south building and took the elevator to Aloysius's room. Back at home, after replying to the family group chat, Sage's phone rang. Speak, she answered, her tone cold. Sage, standing indoors, observed Bridget's retreating figure and began. Bridget told me her mother is from Donghua Zhou family, spent a large sum on a sperm donation, gave birth to Bridget, then abandoned her. Her mother passed away last month due to illness. Georgia paused. Understood. I'll have someone investigate her mother's background in the Donghua Zhou family. Should we tell our father-in-law? Sage asked. Not yet. Once it's confirmed. Bye. Georgia ended the call and sent a message to Allie. Tina, please check if Zhou Shui from the Donghua Zhou family is a donor. Her team always encountered obstacles, especially when dealing with encrypted or secret information. Allie was busy and might not reply soon, so Georgia put her phone aside and continued working. At the hospital, when Baker reached Aloysius's room, Lana was attending to him post-medication. Both smiled at Baker's arrival. Lana gestured Baker to sit as she washed something outside. Baker placed the gifts, sat next to the bed, and asked, How are you? Can't die, joked Aloysius. I wanted a shared ward, but my wife insisted on paying extra for a private one, afraid it might disturb me. Baker chuckled. Your wife cares deeply. Aloysius laughed too hard, causing his wounds to ache. Startled, Baker was ready to call the doctor, but Aloysius assured him it was nothing. Aloysius gazed at Baker. Brother, I envy you. Look at you, young and healthy, free from disease. See me, another scar on my body. I wish I had joined your donation plan. Baker cautioned him. That plan had a high mortality rate. That's why it required a life and death agreement. You're lucky now, but if you weren't, you'd be a pile of bones. Aloysius acknowledged it, nodding reluctantly. You're right. So many people tried. Only you survived. Lana returned and offered fruit to Baker. Despite refusing twice, she managed to push an apple into his hands. A nurse reminded, patients need rest. Visiting hours are limited to half an hour. Baker understood and bid Lana farewell. Sister-in-law, I'll come back tomorrow. Okay, Lana agreed. Ruru, see my brother off? Aloysius teased. Baker laughed. Stop that. Rest well, and we'll talk again soon. Sure. Aloysius laughed carefully, fearing the wound. Exiting the elevator, Baker called Dominic to pick him up. As he was about to leave, he brushed past someone at the main entrance. Baker paused, immediately turning back to see the person. Dominic's car arrived, and Baker breathed a sigh of relief. But as he was about to get in, he heard a muffled grunt and saw a swift shadow snatch the cold woman's bag and vanish into the crowd. Damn, daylight robbery? Baker got out of the car and sprinted after the thief. Dominic couldn't stop him and could only drive along behind them. During the chase, Baker retrieved the white bag but was soon pinned against a wall by the thief. Just as the thief was about to assault him, the police arrived. Baker slid down the wall, blood trickling from a large scrape on his elbow. The police caught the thief and took Baker to the hospital. When the nurse approached to treat him, Baker insisted he was fine. His wounds were already healing. He couldn't let this detail be known. Despite the insistence of the police and nurses, Baker wanted to leave quickly. Just as he stood up, his path was blocked. A woman in a white coat, wearing black-framed glasses and a mask, glared at him icily. "Go back," she commanded, making everyone in the room shiver. Eliza, a nurse, recognized her. Marnie blinked lightly. "Everyone out." The nurses quickly vacated the room, leaving Baker alone with her. From those cold eyes, Baker identified her as the peculiar woman who had been watching him earlier. "I returned your bag. It's with the police now. I'll leave now." Marnie stretched her long legs, stepping onto the wall, blocking Baker's path. "Sit back down." Swallowing hard, Baker sat down again, puzzled by how a change of clothes could transform someone so drastically. Her aura became stern and formidable, like a ruler wielding life and death power, causing chills down his spine. Compared to his daughter Georgia's coldness, this woman's was even more intense. Chapter 101. Eliza with a dramatic contrast. After Dominic arrived at the hospital, he immediately called Georgia and the others. The two were currently on business trips out of town, but as soon as they heard about Baker's incident, they hurriedly instructed their assistants to book return flight tickets as quickly as possible. Both tried calling Baker, but neither call went through. Allie was in training with her phone confiscated, so she didn't know about the incident involving Baker just yet. Dominic anxiously searched for Baker. Meanwhile, Baker was in the treatment room, pinned down by Sister Marnie. "Dr. Yin, I'm really fine. There's no need for treatment," Baker said while covering his elbow, preventing Sister Marnie from examining it. Sister Marnie merely lifted her eyelids slightly, meeting Baker's gaze. Baker's eyes widened as he noticed that her pretty earlobes had turned oddly red. Meet Sister Marnie but never had the chance. And now, she had come to him. "Hold him down. I need to check and medicate the wound," Sister Marnie ordered Alyssa without any preliminary pleasantries. Alyssa was momentarily dumbfounded. Baker was also caught off guard. Alyssa didn't know how to proceed, so Baker sighed. "All right, don't trouble doctor, do you want to see, right? Take a good look then." There were only 3 people in the room, so Baker figured he could explain it away later. He revealed his injured elbow. The area was slightly red, the previously dried blood long since clotted, and the wound had almost completely healed, barely noticeable compared to its initial severity. Alyssa was astonished. "This? Teacher, this?" She had heard it was serious enough to warrant checking in with colleagues to rush over, but now she saw a nearly healed wound? Sister Marnie was also surprised, though she showed little emotion on her face. She observed Baker's wound like it was a rare treasure, her eyes sparkling. Baker coughed and hid his hand behind his back. "Can I go now?" As he stepped forward to leave, Sister Marnie blocked his path again. She removed her mask, took out her phone, and opened WeChat. "Your case is very special. I'd like to observe you closely. Let's add each other." Baker took a few steps back, shaking his head. "Are you treating me like an alien specimen?" "Sorry, not interested." Sister Marnie bit her lower lip and stepped closer. "Let's add." She looked quite determined. Baker raised his arm to block her advance. Noticing her features up close, he realized Sister Marnie had beautiful, dignified, and somewhat intimidating facial features. Alyssa pulled Baker aside and explained, "I remember telling you that teacher is intrigued by rare cases and special constitutions. Adding your WeChat is just so she can understand the reason behind your rapid healing. If this were a movie, you'd probably already be on an operating table being studied," she joked, making Baker's scalp tingle. "Are all doctors this terrifying?" Alyssa shook her head. "I can't compare to teacher. I've heard that at 10 years old, she performed a heart transplant on a rabbit at home without any expression. Can you believe it?" Baker glanced at Sister Marnie, who was staring at him intently. "I believe it, but I don't want to be studied." Alyssa understood that Sister Marnie wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. Despite her brilliance, she was rather single-minded. "I remember you mentioned having a relative with a rare genetic disease. If you find them, adding teacher on WeChat would allow you to consult her." Her words struck Baker, and he quickly retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code. "Add me." Sister Marnie added him, and put her mask back on. After adding, Baker noticed her WeChat Liviance was empty except for a black and white rose profile picture. For someone around Xandra's age, she seemed quite mature. Just as he thought Sister Marnie was mature, she produced a notebook and pen from nowhere. Baker looked over, seeing her already out of her white coat and wearing her own clothes with a red hat. What kind of speed is this? Alyssa, however, wasn't surprised at all. "Teacher is still so cute." Baker wanted to retort, but couldn't find anything cute about it. "I want your autograph. I recognized you as Brother Bamboo, so I chased after you," Sister Marnie said, her demeanor changing entirely. She blinked and looked much more compliant. Baker had never encountered such a person, shifting from stern authority one second to an eager fan the next. Is Sister Marnie this contradictory? He was too stunned to respond. "Are you Brother Bamboo?" Alyssa asked in surprise. Baker nodded, then pulled Alyssa aside. "Is your teacher this unpredictable?" Alyssa shook her head. "When teacher wears the white coat, she becomes very serious. Otherwise, she rarely interacts with others. Notice how she ignored everything I said just now. What surprised me is her different attitude toward you. She spoke more and was more composed. It turns out your Brother Bamboo. Her phone screensaver is a picture of you. She's your fan, did you know?" Baker nodded hesitantly as his phone rang. It was Georgia. "Dad, are you okay? Where are you in the hospital?" "Dominic has been looking for you." Georgia sounded panicked, surrounded by car horns. Baker explained, "I'm fine. I'm on the 5th floor in the treatment room. Have Dominic wait for me downstairs. I'll be there soon." He hung up, but Sage called again. Baker realized both his daughters had left their work upon hearing about the incident and were flying back. Baker sighed, turning to Sister Marnie, who still held out the paper and pen. She was extremely persistent. He reluctantly took it and signed his name before handing it back. "Done?" A slight smile appeared at the corner of Sister Marnie's mouth. "Yes." As Baker left, Sister Marnie followed closely behind, trailing him like a shadow. Everyone they passed respectfully greeted her, but she ignored them all, keeping her eyes fixed on Baker. Baker felt immense pressure. Everyone's gazes were on him, and Sister Marnie's hot stare bore into his back. Struggling with each step, Baker took a deep breath and quickened his pace into the elevator. He thought Sister Marnie wouldn't follow, but she casually strolled over. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, someone held them open. "Eliza, please come in." This was indeed the effect of fame. Sister Marnie walked in, and "Summer, Kira." Both turned around simultaneously and walked toward Baker, asking in unison, "Where are you hurt?" Hearing their synchronized question, Baker froze momentarily before showing his elbow. "It's nothing serious." They exhaled in relief, understanding that some things weren't suitable to discuss there. Georgia approached and greeted the police, inquiring about the outcome. The police said he could go home after providing his statement and even suggested awarding Baker, which he politely declined. Why draw so much attention? Allie also arrived and immediately saw Baker and the others. As she walked over, her eyes met those of Sister Marnie, who was exiting the building. Her expression flickered, and her fists clenched subconsciously. "Xandra," Baker's voice brought her back to reality. Allie turned to Baker. "I heard you were injured." Amy followed her, sighing, "Your family really has a knack for attracting trouble." Allie only got permission to take leave if I accompanied her. Baker, aware that he had caused trouble, apologized to Amy. "Sorry, Xandra gets worried about me easily. I'll talk to her." Amy. Was this some form of humble bragging? Sister Marnie walked over, and Allie immediately turned around, blocking Baker, staring coldly at her. She asked curtly, "Who are you?" Chapter 102. Xandra jealous. "Professor Marnie." Marnie's reply was brief and succinct. Tabitha and Brianna were surprised by the name. They exchanged glances, sharing the same doubt. How is Dad/Godfather related to Professor Marnie? Elliot noticed Allie's change in demeanor. Is this little dear hostile towards Eliza? "Xandra, it's okay. Just ignore her. I saw someone snatch her back. When I chased after them, I got bumped into a wall and hurt myself." Elliot patted Allie's arm. Amy observed that Allie's mood had calmed down like a gentle wolf pup compared to before. This made her more certain that Allie and Elliot shared a non-trivial relationship. But even though she was curious, she knew better than to pry because Elliot had powerful families backing him. Not to mention Allie herself was full of secrets. If she probed deeper, she feared it would only bring trouble. It was best to stay close and loyal to Allie. Amy aimed to help train Allie to be a world champion one day. The police recorded Marnie's statement, and then announced they could leave. Just as they stepped off the stairs, a throng of reporters swarmed them, blocking their way. "Did Mr. Xiao just act bravely to save someone? We heard you saved Eliza. Look, there she is." Reporters flocked around Marnie, who normally avoided media attention. She stood on the steps with a cold expression, looking at Elliot amidst the cacophony around her. Her mind, however, was fixated on his miraculous healing ability, which she didn't bother explaining to the reporters. Noticing no reporters hassling them, Brianna said to Elliot, "Godfather, let's go quickly." They helped Elliot leave. As he sat in the car, he noticed through the window that Marnie was still watching him. He suspected that Marnie had deliberately drawn the reporters' attention so they could depart undisturbed. The car drove off, and only then did Marnie retract her gaze, glaring coldly at the reporters. "I have an appointment. Please move aside." Some reporters who knew about Marnie's temperament promptly moved away. Others who were new didn't understand why they let her go until an insider reminded them. "Do you think interviewing her is easy? If you stop her, your boss will probably fire you on the spot." "Is she really just a professor?" asked an unconvinced reporter. Several people chuckled. "She's known as a reincarnation of Hua Tuwa, treating officials, nobles, even royalty. No one can escape death once she has diagnosed and treated them." The reporter realized how serious this was and shivered in fear. By evening, Marnie was on the phone. "Sure, temporarily staying in Feng City. Cancel all appointments. Something more interesting came up here." After finishing her call and drinking hot milk, she stood by the window thinking about Alyssa seeming very familiar with Elliot earlier. Tapping her fingers on the windowsill, she sent Alyssa a message. "Can you arrange for me to meet Elliot tomorrow? I want to know more about his healing ability." Alyssa was shocked to receive a message from Marnie since she hadn't received one since they first added each other on WeChat. Why didn't she contact him directly? Alyssa wondered. Marnie, holding a silver needle in one hand and checking her phone with the other, sighed. Too much trouble. Alyssa couldn't think of any reason why inviting Elliot personally would be less troublesome, but didn't dare voice her thoughts. "All right, Professor," she finally replied. Back at the residence, Amy was sent back by Brianna. She called Kevin, who promptly recalled her. Allie agreed to return to the club by 10 in the morning for the meeting. Elliot ate dinner with his daughters and explained the entire incident. "That's what happened. You know about my body's special abilities, so the wound healed immediately. Eliza insisted on examining me, so I showed her the injury." Allie expressed her thoughts for the first time. "I don't like her," because Marnie looked at Elliot as if she intended to take him away. It felt like Dad might be taken from her. Elliot was surprised, exchanging glances with Tabitha and Brianna. Brianna joked, "Is Xandra jealous because Dad mistook Marnie for you?" "I'm not like her, Dad," Allie replied earnestly. Elliot laughed. "No, not really. It's just that the back view looked similar." Tabitha added, "You also share a cold and quiet demeanor, though Xandra is far more gentle." Elliot agreed. Remembering the charming yet stern side of Marnie, he thought she wasn't entirely unapproachable. Just as he thought of Alyssa, he received a WeChat message from her. According to his own rules, phones should be ignored during meals to maintain family ambience. But seeing Marnie, Elliot checked his phone. Alyssa wanted to set up a meeting with him, asking about his remarkable self-healing capability. "Dad, is everything okay?" Tabitha asked upon noticing his reaction. Elliot typed out, "No meeting," put down the phone, and explained, "It's nothing. Eliza wants to know how I healed." His daughters immediately put down their utensils, staring at him with furrowed brows. Allie and Tabitha exchanged looks and nodded subtly. "Dad, do you need help?" Allie asked. Elliot understood they misunderstood. No need. She's not a bad person. If she were, she would have dissected me at the hospital. She wouldn't dare. Brianna slammed the table. Elliot glanced at her, making her flinch in pain. Tabitha's eyes glinted fiercely. Whoever touches my dad will regret it. Allie's gaze hardened. Whoever dares to harm you, I'll deal with. Elliot stared in disbelief before calming them. I was just saying. Don't worry, my dear girls. Eliza is a troublemaker with massive influence, supported by important figures nationwide. If we don't resolve this, we may face a tough battle. We're not afraid. We can handle it, Allie declared confidently. Elliot asked them to calm down. Let's not jump to conclusions. Xandra, you've just escaped a difficult situation. Don't go back because of me. Allie hesitated. How much does Dad know? Elliot replied, only a bit. I know you've had a hard past. I just don't want you to go back to that state. Let me meet her and sort things out. He texted Alyssa agreeing to meet. All three daughters chorused, we'll go with you. Elliot shook his head at Allie. Your sister and Maisie Jean will go with me. Xandra, focus on your competition. Bring home a championship for Dad. Allie obediently nodded. Okay. The next day, Tabitha and Brianna accompanied Elliot to meet Professor Marnie. Professor Marnie didn't even glance at them, giving off an impression of haughty coldness. But only she knew that she was staring at Baker, trying to catch a hint. Baker explained straightforwardly, my body has this peculiarity. I can't explain why my self-healing ability is so strong and why my physical condition is so good. Right. You can come to my lab. I'll give you a full body checkup and study it. Professor Marnie nodded seriously. Georgia and Sage immediately pulled Baker behind them, filling the private room with tension. Georgia's eyes darkened. Eliza, I know your influence is significant, but my family isn't someone to be trifled with. Don't lay a hand on Baker, or I will use all national resources to oppose you. And me too. You may look down on the Jamie family, but what about the American Gary royal family? I can mobilize their power to defeat you, Sage added sternly. Professor Marnie's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the two women and said expressionlessly, you misunderstand. I'm only interested in his physical uniqueness and want to understand it. The door of the private room opened with a whoosh. Georgia took Baker away, warning, you'd better drop this idea. Sage gave her a glare and followed suit. Inside the private room, Professor Marnie sipped her tea, lost in thought. Her phone rang, and she glanced at it before answering. Have you found your biological father yet? The call came from her adoptive parents, close friends of her birth mother. They treated her like their own child. Not yet, Professor Marnie replied coolly, but her caller, accustomed to her demeanor, continued to encourage her warmly. We'll find him eventually. Marnie looked at her teacup, then hung up with a soft hum, loneliness enveloping her. A week later, Devlin was discharged from the hospital, and Baker went to pick him up. He encountered Professor Marnie again at the wheelchair rental area. She wore a white coat, holding some documents, surrounded by a group of people discussing something. She looked icy cold, wearing a mask, standing out in stark contrast to the bustling environment. She is truly amazing for such a young professor to be renowned nationwide already. Yes, but it's tragic that her mother, also a great figure in the medical field, couldn't survive her illness. Nurses were commenting nearby. Baker listened for a while, glancing deeply at Professor Marnie before leaving. Marnie felt a gaze and turned to look, only seeing a departing back view. As Baker pushed Devlin into the courtyard, he met Alyssa, whom Lana called over. Alyssa greeted and spoke with the Dings. Afterward, she pulled Baker aside. Alyssa checked around and whispered, I know Eliza wasn't happy with you that day. She's been under a low mood recently, causing distress among the doctors. Baker, she's really interested in your peculiarity because she's obsessed with curing rare diseases. Her mother, Professor Huang from Sichuan University Medical School, a liver specialist, passed away from ALS at 38 years old. At that time, Eliza was just 16. Hearing ALS, Baker froze. It was a rare and curable disease. No wonder Eliza was so curious about his rapid healing. Suddenly, it all made sense. Chapter 103. Thank you for giving me the strawberry bear. It turned out she wanted answers from him, perhaps to solve medical dilemmas. Baker, scratching the back of his head, said to Alyssa, looks like I misunderstood Sister Marnie before. I thought she considered me an alien and wanted to dissect me for study. Alyssa was stunned. How could that be possible? Baker then recounted the events of the previous week with Sister Marnie. She said she would take me to the lab. Doesn't that make one think the wrong way? Eliza's laboratory has the best equipment in the country, as well as the most complete set. Most devices are purchased from abroad and are very advanced, so that's why she asked you to go there, Alyssa explained. After listening to Alyssa's explanation, Baker felt much better. Checking his watch, he saw it was already late, and Aloysius and the others were still waiting. Saying goodbye to Alyssa, Baker turned around and left. Dominic had been waiting in a Mercedes-Benz V20 business car. Seeing Baker approach, he immediately got out of the car and, along with others, helped place Aloysius inside before leaving. Upon delivering Aloysius home, Mr. and Mrs. Deng invited Baker to stay for dinner, but he declined, saying, someone is waiting for me at home. The Dengs understood he meant Georgia and the others, so they didn't insist. All right, we'll invite you again once I recover. Baker returned home just as it struck midnight. No sooner had he entered than Georgia and the others came back as well. Dad. Foster Dad. Baker greeted them one by one, and everyone walked towards the dining room. The servants had already prepared the meal, so they washed their hands and sat down. During dinner, Georgia asked Baker, Dad, hasn't Sister Marnie bothered you lately? Baker paused for a moment, then realized that while he had added her on WeChat, Marnie hadn't sent him any messages. Wasn't she trying to study him? Why hadn't she messaged him? No, Baker replied. Relieved, the two girls nodded. Sage remarked, seems like the warning last time worked. Georgia disagreed. She was perceptive and believed Marnie wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. Dad, you should take bodyguards with you when you go out. Baker hummed in response, lost in thought. He answered absent-mindedly. Georgia and Sage exchanged glances, puzzled but not pressing further since Baker hadn't brought it up. After dinner, they went to the company, while Baker went upstairs to his room. Opening WeChat, he saw Sister Marnie's name. Their conversation box was completely blank, not even a greeting. So why did she add him on WeChat? Baker was conflicted. He kept replaying Alyssa's words in his mind. Marnie's intentions were good, but her methods were extreme. He stood up, pacing around the room before finally sending a message. May I ask, what specifically do you want to study about me? To his surprise, Marnie replied quickly. To find the special aspects of your body to see if they can help solve some difficult medical conditions. Why is your body special? You didn't explain clearly last time. Reading this, Baker's eyes darkened. He pondered whether to tell Marnie the truth. However, doing so would also expose the identities of his daughters and involve Jean Corporation's interests. So he decided not to say anything. I don't know. One day I woke up, and my body was different. He told the truth as he knew it. Marnie responded with an, oh. Did she believe him or not? Baker wondered why she was so curious, but never messaged him first. Perhaps it was part of her personality? Deciding to let it go, he ended the conversation with her simple reply. With the new year approaching, Baker was busy preparing gifts for everyone. It was the first year since he woke up, and he picked out each gift with extra care. Dominic followed with a few bodyguards, accompanying Baker to various malls. Eventually, he chose gifts for the 4 guardians, the younger members of the Jean family, and the old lady. Don't be too nervous, they will all love whatever you pick, Dominic reassured him. Sighing, Baker replied, I know, but I want the best. Pulling out an eyeglass case, Baker handed it to Dominic. Your glasses look quite old, so I got you a new pair. Try them. Surprised, Dominic recalled that Georgia had arranged a health check for all servants 2 days ago. It seemed this was Baker's plan to learn about his eyesight. Thank you. In that case, I won't refuse. Putting them on, Dominic found Allie was elated internally though she remained expressionless on the outside, unlike Georgia and Sage who wore clear smiles. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, foster dad. Baker waved them off. Don't mention it. I've prepared gifts for other siblings too. Since I didn't know if they were boys or girls, I prepared 2 of each. Once they return, I'll give them their gifts. Thinking of this, Baker's mood grew somber, but he quickly returned to the happy topic at hand. Meanwhile, Brock drove to Bridget's place, carrying fan letters and gifts for her. Bridget, writing songs at home, heard a knock on the door. Opening it, she saw Brock holding large boxes of fan letters and gifts. Together, they carried them inside, and as Bridget sorted through them, she noticed a peculiar package. The sender was Baker. Brock spotted it too and anxiously grabbed it, asking, Baker? Not the Baker I know. Handing it over, Bridget said, give it here. Accepting it, Brock warned, Shangxiang. I'm telling you again, don't get involved with Baker. Don't like him. Okay? He's too complicated. CP hype works fine, but not in real life. Bridget carefully opened the package and found a medium-sized strawberry bear, her eyes lighting up. Brock let out a strange cry. What's this college student trying to do? Stop overreacting. I don't feel about Baker the way you think. I just find him very comfortable to be around, and he feels familiar. Even check the hot search rankings where hashtag Bridget's strawberry bear hashtag was still hanging in the top 20. Meanwhile, at the villa, Marnie was alone at home. The 3-story villa was eerily quiet, with an 1.8-meter-long table dominating the main room. Marnie sat at the head of the table, facing a skeleton placed on the opposite seat. Behind her stood a butler named Gretchen. The entire house was decorated in pure white, simple yet dreamy. Currently, a tablet displaying Baker's Weibo homepage lay in front of her, showing a video of how to make 8 treasure duck. Marnie took a bite, chewing meticulously for 20 to 30 times before swallowing slowly. Gretchen, Marnie spoke. Yes, miss? Gretchen stepped forward, bending down to ask. Marnie kept her eyes fixed on Baker's hands. I want to make 8 treasure duck. Gretchen replied, yes, miss, I'll prepare the ingredients right away. Marnie hummed in agreement, standing up and walking toward the kitchen with the tablet in hand. 6 servants stood straight and upright on either side. As Marnie and Gretchen passed by, they bowed their heads respectfully. An hour later, the kitchen was in disarray. Marnie finally managed to create her version of 8 treasure duck. She tasted it, frowned, and said, it's terrible. Throw it away. The servant started cleaning up as Gretchen responded, yes, Mississippi. Marnie walked out of the kitchen with the tablet. She opened WeChat, looked at the conversation box with Baker, and fell into deep thought. Hashtag chapter 104. A strange fan interaction. 8 treasure duck isn't tasty. Sister Marnie typed this out, eyes fixed on the screen. In the next second, she deleted it. She then typed again. I don't like duck meat. Tap, 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 another deletion. Baker accidentally opened the chat with Sister Marnie and saw, the other party is typing, appear on the screen. After a long wait, no message came through. Baker was puzzled, so he closed WeChat and planned to check Weibo. He had developed some interest after uploading a cooking video last time, thinking about occasionally posting more snippets of his daily life to soften everyone's edge. Logging into Weibo, Baker first checked the trending list and noticed that Bridget's strawberry bear was on it. Clicking in, he was momentarily stunned before reacting with a laugh. This kid, why such a grand display? Netizens were asking who gave Bridget the strawberry bear. Bridget didn't reply, leading everyone to start guessing wildly, even pairing her with Yuri, who had caused trouble before. Some said Yuri sent it as an apology, but that comment was heavily criticized. Baker exited Bridget's Weibo page, deciding not to respond. After all, one less problem was always better than one more. Yet, sharp-eyed netizens still caught him, publicizing his activity for another wave of attention. Seeing this, Baker rolled his eyes and commented under a small blogger's post. Don't be so vulgar, I just came to check. How did it become unclear with Bridget? Most netizens were rational and rallied to defend Baker, criticizing the small blogger. The small blogger couldn't withstand the pressure and deleted the post in the next second. Baker clicked his tongue and shook his head as he scanned his private messages. He found an interesting one. Blogger, how do you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Hey, amidst all the chaos, there was still someone so unique. Baker replied to the person. That's the simplest beginner-level dish. I'll send you the recipe. He expected to receive a reply days later, but received an instant response since the other person was online. Oh, okay. Baker went to the person's profile and discovered it was a new account with very few posts, following only him. Could this be a die-hard fan? Like Conrad from before? Curious, he asked. Are you my die-hard fan? Sister Marnie stared at the message, lost in thought, her ears naturally blushing though her face remained expressionless. Baker felt that the person was quite frugal with words, completely different from the noisy Conrad. Weren't fans usually extremely excited and nervous when talking to their idols? It seems there are types. Baker enjoyed chatting with this fan, mostly answering the questions they posed, all revolving around recipes. Georgia walked downstairs and saw Baker sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, looking very cheerful. She approached with a smile. What made Dad so happy? Baker looked up. Nothing much, just encountered a fan asking me how to make certain dishes. Look. He handed the phone over. Georgia glanced at it, and then met Baker's eyes. The youth's smile shone brightly like the rising sun, incredibly captivating. It was good to see her father unaffected by the negativity online. She hoped to see Baker smile often. It looks like there are special fans, but Dad, you mustn't lower your guard. What if they have ulterior motives and use this unique method to catch your attention? Baker mumbled, staring at the chat window on his phone screen. Shouldn't it probably be impossible? Georgia was about to say more when Allie called. Her expression instantly turned serious. Dad, I'll go take care of it upstairs. Don't stay up too late. Rest early. Baker nodded without turning around. Georgia went upstairs, answered immediately. Xandra. Allie wouldn't call unless it was important. Since the last request, Georgia had been waiting for her reply. Elder sister. Allie's cool voice spoke. Regarding what you asked, I found out. Bridget's birth mother indeed bought sperm from a Jean Corporation project. Georgia's eyes sharpened. The elevator door opened, and she briskly walked into her room. The Donglan Zhou family? Yes, Zhou Haihui, daughter of Donglan fruit tycoon Zhou Panyan. After her fiancé cheated on her with her best friend, she sought revenge by buying sperm, became pregnant, and then married him. After the child was born, they divorced, and Zhou Haihui abandoned the child at an orphanage before fleeing abroad. That child is today's Bridget. Allie paused, her tone more serious. Is Bridget Dad's child? Since Georgia asked for help, it meant Bridget was somehow related to their father. Allie wanted the truth. She started investigating these matters only after finishing her nightly training, breaking complex codes due to the passage of time. She could not confirm if Bridget was connected to Baker. Georgia replied, not necessarily. There were many participants in the sperm donation program back then, but their survival rates were low. Some people's sperm failed during cryopreservation, and only Dad revived with 7 viable sperm cells. Allie countered. Georgia tapped her keyboard, entering the top secret section of Jean Corporation. A flurry of codes flashed, reflecting sharply. Yes, I did say that. She responded, but I need answers. I'll send someone to check Bridget's medical records at her birth hospital. Allie replied with a hum. About Dad. Let's not tell him until we're sure. Same goes for Bridget. All right. After hanging up, Baker was unaware of the secret discussions his daughters were having, which would soon bring changes to their home. The next noon, Sister Marnie personally cooked in the kitchen, with her phone showing the detailed instructions from Baker on making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Gretchen and other maids stood aside, not daring to interfere. Once the dish was ready, Gretchen offered a warm towel for Sister Marnie to wipe her hands. Maids quickly cleaned up the kitchen. Sister Marnie had mild OCD. The neatly arranged dish with vibrant tomato and egg pieces looked inviting. Gretchen handed over freshly washed chopsticks, which Sister Marnie took and tasted cautiously. Unexpectedly, it wasn't bad. Her eyebrows relaxed as she tasted another bite before putting down her chopsticks. Feels like something is missing. Gretchen, you can eat it. Gretchen nodded. Okay. Sister Marnie's phone rang. It was her adoptive mother, Meng Xiaoqing. Picking up, she heard the usual greeting. Tian, will you come home for the new year? Sister Marnie drummed her fingers on the marble table. This year. Meng Xiaoqing held her breath, waiting anxiously for Sister Marnie's answer. If nothing unusual happened, Sister Marnie usually came home. But for some reason, Baker's face appeared in her mind. Dominic took the gifts from the 3 and moved them to the car. Then he asked Baker, should Ned and Erzhuang follow along? Ned, Erzhuang, and DeJean were 3 ex-Special Forces bodyguards arranged by Georgia for Baker. Baker couldn't remember their real names, so he just used these nicknames. Since he had given them gifts last time, they had become incredibly loyal, like 24K gold eyes, ready to exterminate any mosquito near Baker. No need. We're 4 young, strong lads. Who would dare lay a hand on us? Have them wait in the car for me. Baker didn't want outsiders to ruin their gathering. Dominic thought for a moment. Okay. Then he loaded the gifts they received into the car, watching Baker and the others walk into Donghua Mall. First, they went to play at 100 Amusement Park. Afterward, as they came out, they saw someone performing on the first floor stage. Baker recognized Yuri, who was once mocking him, now giving a vigorous performance. Yuri looked up, locking eyes with Baker on the second floor. For a moment, he froze, then a crazed gleam flickered in his eyes. #### chapter 105. Didn't expect number 2 to be her. What a narrow world this is. After Yuri was targeted by online abuse, the Jamie Entertainment Company also planned to freeze him out. However, his Baker, brother How, do you have celebrity friends? Not exactly friends, just met once when I went to the recording studio to collaborate with Bridget, and he started trouble back then, Baker explained, shifting the narrative instantly. The crowd's perception of Yuri changed immediately. Yuri hastily explained, it was a misunderstanding. I didn't know about your singing skills back then. Apologies. Baker was surprised by the apology, feeling something off about Yuri's intentions. James retorted sarcastically, if apologies were enough, we wouldn't need police. Zach and Kevin nodded in agreement. Exactly. The commotion grew louder, and the event organizer came over to assess the situation. Yuri responded, Farouk, I'm interacting with the audience. I want to invite these guests on stage to promote your company's brand. Farouk agreed readily, waving for Baker and his group to come forward. Baker frowned at Yuri, who provocatively challenged, "Scared to come up? Your grandpa isn't." Kevin and others couldn't resist taunting back. Baker stopped them. "Stay calm." They reluctantly complied as Yuri personally came down to invite them, and several staff members pushed Baker and his group onto the stage. "You're dead," Yuri whispered menacingly into Baker's ear. Baker couldn't stand his tone and pushed the organizers aside. Kevin and the others followed suit. Suddenly, Yuri lunged at Baker, hiding a clenched fist aimed at his abdomen. Reacting swiftly, Baker pushed Yuri hard, causing him to fall from the 1.5-meter-high stage, making a loud thud. Everyone gasped in shock. Yuri screamed in pain, pointing at Baker. "If you don't want to interact, fine, but why push me down? If I become paralyzed, can you take responsibility?" The crowd watched helplessly. Even those who admired Baker felt he'd gone too far this time. Baker simply stated, "He fell on purpose." An older audience member defended Yuri. "Son, that's an unreasonable claim. My old eyes clearly saw you push him." Others chimed in support, urging both parties to apologize and resolve the issue peacefully. Camp followers cheered them on, creating further noise. Lying on the ground, Yuri stayed there, glaring defiantly at Baker, waiting to see what he'd do next. Kevin, Zach, and James stood up for Baker, arguing with the onlookers while Baker reiterated his statement. "What's happening over there?" Bridget asked Brock. They had just finished an endorsement event nearby and heard commotion in the atrium. Brock sent someone to check, only to be shocked by the news. Baker pushed Yuri off the stage. Bridget, signing autographs for fans, exclaimed, "Impossible." She marched over without waiting for Brock, who tried to stop her in vain. Security cleared a path as Bridget approached. Immediately, Baker nodded, instructing them, "Stay safe, see you later." They agreed and parted ways as Baker took Bridget's hand. "Let's leave." She nodded, "Okay." Wearing high heels hampered her movement, so she removed them, carrying them in her hand as they ran. Yuri, unwilling to let them go, falsely claimed Baker had taken their merchandise and fled, prompting the organizers to send a large group after them. Using the emergency exit, they rushed into the basement. Along the way, Bridget stepped on something sharp, wincing in pain. "What happened?" Baker paused, noticing her barefoot state. "I was afraid I wouldn't run fast enough in heels," she explained, embarrassed. Frowning, Baker squatted down. "Get on my back. I'm strong and can run faster." Blushing slightly, Bridget hesitated. "I might be too heavy." Baker remained squatting, unaware of her hesitation, focused solely on getting her to safety. "Climb on. No dilly-dallying. They'll catch up soon." Just then, they heard Yuri outside the emergency door. "Search that direction. I'll search this way." Bridget climbed onto Baker's back, trying to reduce her weight. "You're too light," Baker said as he stood up. They sprinted through several floors to the underground parking lot, only to see Yuri and his henchmen emerge opposite them. "There they are." Yuri pointed. #####Chapter 106. Shocking revelation. Bridget furrowed her brow and said to Baker, "Put me down. I'll stop him. I don't believe he would dare to hurt me." Baker refused. "No way. I'm not afraid of trouble, but there are too many annoying flies. If they catch us and frame you with all sorts of nonsense, even 100 mouths won't be enough to explain it. Let's get out of here first." He glanced around as Yuri was getting closer, just about to chase after them. Suddenly, a yellow sports car screeched to a halt in front of Yuri, sending him sprawling on the ground. The car door opened directly facing Baker and Bridget. Ali said to them, "Get in." Baker was first stunned, then quickly put Bridget down. They both climbed into the car, which sped away the moment the door closed. The exhaust fumes choked Yuri, making his eyes water. "Nicola, why are you here?" Baker asked Ali. Ali glanced at Bridget through the rearview mirror. Their gazes met, and there was a question mark in her eyes. "Eldest sister sent me," Ali replied, retracting her scrutinizing gaze. In the car, Baker reported safety in the Four Guardians group chat. Kevin and the others, receiving the message, dispersed to their respective homes. The car arrived at John Corporation, swiping a card to access the CEO's private elevator in the basement. Upon reaching the top floor, Baker and Ali met Georgia. Georgia glanced at them and then said to Ali, "Nicola, take Miss Tan to the next room to relax for a while." "Sure." Ali led Bridget away. Baker understood that Georgia had her reasons for this arrangement and patiently waited for her to speak. "Dad, Bridget is also your daughter. She's the second one." But he never expected these words to hit so hard. Baker was petrified. "What?" After freshening up and putting on her high heels again, Bridget was brought back by Ali. Georgia gestured to them, "Come over here." Bridget was puzzled. Why did John invite her in such an intimate tone? Then she saw Baker staring at her intently, his expression filled with an inexplicable shock. "Dad, should I let her know, or do you want to tell her?" Georgia asked. Bridget thought she might have misheard. "Why did John call Baker Dad?" Baker took a deep breath to calm himself. "I'll tell her." Then he stepped forward, suddenly grasping Bridget's hand earnestly and said, "Mabel, I'm your dad." Bridget blurted out before her brain caught up, "Impossible." This chapter continues the dramatic turn of events, revealing a shocking family connection between Baker and Bridget. The revelation leaves Bridget in disbelief, setting the stage for further emotional and narrative development. Chapter 106. As long as you don't abandon me again. Mariah looked at her clasped hands, then withdrew them. She felt her heart pounding, the blood rushing back quickly, and an icy chill enveloping her body. Baker felt a flicker of light flashed in her eyes. Her mother mentioned in the letter that she used a stranger's sperm and her own egg to conceive her. Could this man be Baker? Mariah suddenly raised her head, staring intently at Baker, which made him momentarily lose his voice. "My mother wrote about this in her letter, but I never imagined you were so young." Mariah lowered her head again. He looked so young, almost like her younger brother. Baker gave a bitter smile. "That's because I also participated in a cryopreservation program. The day I donated sperm, I was placed in a cryosleep chamber, freezing my age. When I woke up, Summer told me I was the only survivor among all participants. Looking at Baker, Mariah felt a tightness in her chest. Touching her chest, she finally understood why she felt differently towards Baker. It was the power of kinship. Mabel, can you forgive me? Forgive me for not being part of your life and finding you so late, Baker earnestly pleaded. Mariah evaded the question, standing up and saying to Baker, my mind is too confused right now. I need to go home and think this through. You. Seeing the concerned expression on Baker's face, she couldn't bring herself to say anything else. Baker completely understood. Anyone would be shocked to hear such news, even thinking it might be a joke. All right, go home and think it over. I'll have Dominic take you. Baker let her leave. The door swung open, and Georgia and Allie immediately walked over to Baker. As Mariah left the room, she nodded slightly at them and departed. Dad. Just as Georgia started speaking, Baker stopped her. He knew what his daughter wanted to say. It's okay. Give her time. Allie watched Mariah walk away with a cold tone. I think it doesn't matter whether she comes back. We have elder sister, Jamie's sister, and me. That's enough. Baker laughed helplessly and tapped Allie's forehead with his finger, but she didn't dodge. Rubbish. She's your elder sister, sharing the same blood. Allie pursed her lips, and Georgia held her hand. Don't get upset. I believe Dad's genes aren't bad, and she'll come around. Mariah silently returned to her villa. There were no reporters around, probably distracted by other news. Upon opening the door, she saw Brock nervously holding a baseball bat in a corner. Seeing Mariah, he breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. Mariah took off her shoes and asked, what happened? There were many reporters swarming outside earlier, and someone knocked on the door, shouting for you to come out. When I got back from the mall, you weren't here, Brock answered anxiously, even drinking water hurriedly. Mariah replied, there's no one outside now. No more? Brock stood up and peeked out the window, seeing indeed no one. Recalling the commotion, he said, maybe someone intervened. You don't know how much noise there was online. Honestly, are you and that Baker dating? Hearing Baker's name, Mariah showed discomfort. She explained, no, it's impossible. How could a biological father and daughter have that kind of relationship? These people were insane. Taking a sip of coffee, Mariah paused. She couldn't explain her real relationship with Baker on Weibo, as it would shock the world. At this moment, what she thought most about was protecting her father. Mariah was surprised to find she had acknowledged this connection internally. After a day, the online frenzy died down, allowing Mariah to go online again. She found that the Jean Group and Jamie Entertainment had acted, quelling public opinion and clarifying facts with the event organizers. Videos were posted showing clearly that Baker hadn't touched Yuri before he fell backward. Jamie Entertainment also promptly issued a statement confirming Miss Mariah's healthy private life and having nothing to do with Baker. They had only collaborated on a song, and further rumors would result in legal action. Public opinion shifted drastically. Brock was thrilled, sending a message to Mariah, urging her to prepare for work. Nestled on the sofa, Mariah opened Baker's WeChat and sent a message. I want to see you. Okay. They met at the Jean Group headquarters to avoid paparazzi photos. Baker bought Mariah a cup of milk tea from the shop recommended by Georgia, now very popular with branches everywhere. Mariah, as a star maintaining a perfect figure, seldom touched sweet drinks like milk tea. I'll drink plain water. You have this milk tea, Baker realized and tried to take it back. Mariah was faster, inserting a straw and taking a sip. Occasionally it's fine. Baker became ecstatic, rubbing his hands. What does Mabel want to tell her dad? The word dad almost choked Mariah. Baker quickly patted her back. Slow down. After catching her breath, Mariah put down the milk tea. I've thought it through and accepted that you are my father. Baker was stunned for a moment, then jumped up, raising his arms in joy. Yes. Mariah didn't expect this simple statement to make him so happy, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Since I gained the ability, I've been searching for my parents. I found Livia, but she left only a letter, making finding dad like searching for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, you told me about those events. I realize you've also been through hardships. Baker nodded, but was interrupted by Mariah again. As long as you never abandon me again. That's my only condition. Baker's eyes welled up. I won't. Dad will never abandon you. I've told your elder sister and others that I'll spend my entire life with you, as long as you need me. Mariah nodded. All right. They talked pleasantly, in the same place yet with different feelings. Georgia is your elder sister, and Allie is the fifth sister. Also, Sage is my goddaughter, probably your age, so call her little Jamie. Baker introduced the family members to Mariah. Mariah was somewhat shocked. So, there are so many of you? Baker smiled. Mabel, I forgot to tell you, 7 of my sperm cells hatched. So, our family will continue to grow in the future. All right. Mariah slowly absorbed this information. Georgia knocked and appeared. The venue is ready. Mabel can go down now. Mariah immediately stood up, finishing the last sip of her milk tea in a few gulps. Okay. Baker waited upstairs to watch the live stream. Following Georgia, Mariah felt closer to this powerful CEO for the first time. She was the eldest sister. At the press conference, Georgia and Mariah entered together, while Sage had already been seated waiting for them. Seeing the two arrive, Sage began, addressing the gathered reporters. We've called this press conference today, and I believe everyone knows what questions are appropriate and which aren't. Of course, anything said or done by Miss Mariah, we at Jamie Entertainment take full responsibility for. Reporters were eager to ask their first question. After Sage finished speaking, she nodded at Mariah. Mariah began, please, this reporter may ask your question. A reporter stood up and asked, Miss Tang, regarding the online rumors, do you have anything to clarify? Although you've said there's nothing between you and Mr. Xiao, photos show quite intimate interactions. Regarding the online rumors, I can only say they are all false. Baker and I are best friends, like family. We could never develop the kind of relationship you imagine. That's all I have to say. Thank you. With that, Mariah stood up intending to leave. The reporters weren't about to let her go so easily. Mariah was the hottest new star in the music scene, with some even predicting she would win Best Female Artist at the Golden Melody Awards this year. Miss Tang, wasn't the strawberry bear given to you by Mr. Xiao? Miss Tang, didn't someone see Mr. Xiao carrying you in Donghua Mall's underground parking lot? Georgia and Sage looked at Mariah, wondering how she would respond. I've already said it. We are very good friends. Family-like. Can't you understand that? Mariah snapped. She rarely lost her temper, so the reporters were taken aback. Taking a deep breath, she continued. I hope media friends don't spread lies. I don't want to send out legal notices to you all. Watching this, Baker's smile grew wider. He couldn't resist sharing with Aloysius via voice message on WeChat. Bro Zao, I found another daughter. Watch the press conference later for Jean Corporation. My daughter's name is Mariah, and she's adorable. Aloysius replied 5 minutes later. Damn, why another daughter? You're pushing it, aren't you? This made Baker laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yuri not only had his contract terminated, but also had to compensate the event organizer due to the troubles he caused. To relieve his anger, he went drinking for days. One night, after drinking at a bar and preparing to head home, he was attacked in a small alley. It felt like many people were involved, and Yuri lost consciousness. Upon regaining it, he immediately reported the incident to the police. They recorded his statement and promised to notify him once they had more information, leaving Yuri to wait at home, infuriated yet restrained in the police station. The injuries on his body made him uncomfortable, so he went to the hospital. He barged in shouting, "Where are the doctors?" Dr. Marnie was just about to leave when she heard the commotion and recognized Yuri as the second-rate celebrity who had made Baker famous. I'm a doctor, follow me. I'll stitch you up. Dr. Marnie returned to the dormitory, put on her white coat, and mask before appearing in front of Yuri. Chapter 107, not yet called Dad. Yuri looked at Marnie, his eyes sweeping over her from head to toe. Fully covered, she looked mysterious no matter how he looked at her. Are you a doctor? Perhaps for stitching? Yes, to prevent you from escaping, Marnie nodded. Yuri laughed, joking, why would I escape? Meeting Marnie's cold-blooded gaze, Yuri finally realized something was off. As the hook pierced through his skin into the flesh, Yuri screamed out loud. Damn, why didn't she use anesthesia? After finishing, Yuri looked half dead, his face flushed red, his voice hoarse. Even worse, his swollen red arm had a beautiful line. This was due to Marnie's obsession with perfection. Even punishment couldn't have any flaws. I want. Yuri propped himself up with one hand, weakly looking at Marnie. I want to report you. What's your name? Marnie ignored him and walked out. Yuri tried to chase after her, but nearly fell due to weak legs. A nurse appeared to support him. I want to report that doctor, who did not use anesthesia and forced me to get stitched, Yuri blurted out in one breath. The nurse looked at him like he was insane and didn't respond. The next day, feeling better, Yuri came to the hospital and directly placed the complaint letter into the hospital's complaint box. In the afternoon, someone checked the complaints and threw the letter into a shredder. To colleagues, they mocked, someone has no shame, reporting Eliza for not using anesthesia before stitching. Colleagues laughed. Eliza? This person must be crazy. Yuri had no idea his complaint letter was destroyed. He now stayed home, not daring to come out because of someone's report. Yuri slept with a month later. Baker received her WeChat message. Anything wrong? My phone was on silent. Baker explained his intention to meet, and Bridget agreed. Georgia arranged the meeting at the Jean Corporation, where both agreed. Parking outside the Jean Corporation, Bridget entered smoothly. Behind her, 2 paparazzi watched in disbelief. Does Jean Corporation have business with Bridget? Why does she come here frequently? That's true. Have you noticed? Ho, the agent isn't always following her? I don't know. It's frustrating we can't get closer. Life of paparazzi, sighs all around. Baker waited on the top floor. When the door opened, he turned and met Bridget's dazed eyes. Both laughed. Georgia told Baker, Dad, talk among yourselves. I'll attend a meeting. Okay, Baker nodded. Georgia left with Assistant Maya, instructing no one could enter this floor. Assistant Maya immediately messaged all departments to forbid non-related personnel on the 32nd floor. At the elevator control room, the management disabled access to the 32nd floor. Nana, I called you today mainly to ask if you're willing to move into the Jean household and live with us? Baker asked straightforwardly. Bridget almost spewed out her water, but held it back, swallowing it. Baker suddenly stood up and went inside. Wait, I forgot to bring the gift. Gift? Bridget looked at him confused. Baker brought out a gift box and handed it to Bridget. I picked these days, not knowing the gender of the future children, so I prepared 2 sets. Do you like them? Bridget slowly opened the box. Inside were lovely pink pearl earrings, elegant and graceful. These are pink pearls from Fougeot Island. They say only 1 in 10 pearls is this color. The designer is Master Osang from France. Baker eagerly watched Bridget. Bridget expressed her fondness but added, the publicity of our affair just subsided. If I move into the Jean household now, it might cause another storm. This point hadn't occurred to Baker. He praised Bridget. Nana is smart, thinking of such a detail. Bridget smiled modestly. No, I just consider things broadly. After chatting with Baker for a while, Bridget left the Jean Corporation, closely followed by paparazzi, who found her returning to Jamie Entertainment Company. Paparazzi sighed, we probably won't get good footage today. When Sage heard Bridget was back, she rushed out of her office to Bridget's studio. Nana is back? She greeted warmly, stunning everyone on that floor. Employees gossiped about Sage's changed attitude toward Bridget, not only warm but giving her priority and resources, leaving other stars picking scraps. Resentment spread among them. Feng Ro, who sought an appointment with Sage, was rebuffed and came to this floor. Hearing Sage's voice from Bridget's office, the TV director wants to collaborate. Does Nana want to sing the theme song? Sure. Bridget's voice was very calm. She knew Sage's kindness towards her was entirely because she was Baker's daughter. Sage pampered her like family. Feng Ro, unable to bear it, began gossiping behind others' backs. Some people are just better off than me. If only I could climb up high like them. Hearing the insinuation in her words, everyone immediately asked, What do you mean by high up? Baker, a legendary figure who excels in both literature and martial arts, and is connected to Ramon and Sage. You don't know that Bridget has an ambiguous relationship with him? What else would you call this but high up? Feng Rou sneered. Just as Brock returned from outside, he overheard this and became furious. He strode forward and grabbed Feng Rou by the arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Rou winced in pain. I didn't say anything. Why are you grabbing me? Didn't say anything? The whole floor can hear your chatter. Instead of improving your singing, you're wasting your time on this. You're finished, Brock scolded without using any foul language. Bridget and the others heard the commotion and came out to see Brock confronting Feng Rou. Sage cleared her throat sternly, and the two finally separated. Feng Rou seized the opportunity to file a complaint, but Sage glanced coldly at her. Say it in my office. After they left, the crowd dispersed. Brock followed Bridget into her office and closed the door. Thank you, Brother Ho. Bridget expressed her gratitude. Brock waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? I'm protecting my friend. Bridget paused, then smiled. Even Brock couldn't help laughing. That night, Bridget shared the event with Baker. He said I'm his friend. Baker was pleased. Great. Ho the agent is really on the right track. They chatted briefly, but Baker's happiness soon faded. He felt depressed because, since he told Bridget the truth, she hadn't called him dad even once. Is it really so hard to accept? He muttered. Warren Georgia overheard him, stopped, and sat beside Baker. Dad, everything takes time. Give Mabel some time. At least she's accepted that she's your daughter. Baker thought about it and nodded. You're right. We'll take it step by step. Georgia smiled, and then remembered something. She took out her phone and showed Baker. Next Monday, Xandra is going to North China University to play a friendly match with the students there. Dad, do you want to go? Sure. Baker nodded. Then he realized that Allie had already mentioned this big event in the group chat, which he had overlooked. He quickly sent her a message. Chapter 108. A friendly match. Ebony, my darling, Dad made a mistake and missed the news. Next Monday, I'll be there at the friendly match to cheer you on. Allie received this message when Baker was already asleep, so she simply replied with an MMM. To prevent Baker from feeling guilty, she sent another follow-up message. It's fine, Dad. It's just a small friendly match. There's no trophy anyway. When Baker woke up the next day, he immediately checked his phone. The words, no trophy, almost blinded him. So did his darling think only matches with trophies were important? On Monday, Georgia canceled all her meetings and accompanied Baker to Hualong University to watch Allie compete. Sage also wanted to go, but she was put on the Jamie family's private jet by her grandmother's request. Try, Dad. You must carry my enthusiasm to give Ebony support. My spirit will be right there with you. Before boarding the plane, Sage tearfully called Baker. Baker's ears were about to go deaf. All right, I know. Enjoy time with your grandma. After hanging up, Bridget's call came in. She rarely called Baker, so he was slightly surprised and quickly answered. Hello, Mabel. What's up? Bridget's voice buzzed as if she was speaking through a mask. I'm in Fengqing Airport Hall 8. Are you going to cheer for Ebony? Baker felt a pang of emotion. Yes. Would Mabel like to come? Yes. I've taken a leave. Can I join? I'm ready. Bridget had a good impression of Allie after the previous incident with the supercar. Baker asked Georgia, who indicated she followed Baker's decision. He promptly nodded. Sure. I'll send Lance to pick you up. Lance heard the command, nodded, and headed towards Hall 8. Soon, Bridget was brought over. She wore a mask, had freckles painted on her face, and sported bangs under a hat along with frameless glasses that made her unrecognizable unless one got close. Baker praised her disguise skills. Removing her mask once aboard the plane, Bridget took a breath. If not for this, I couldn't have joined the fun. Georgia glanced at her and invited her to have a drink in the back. Their eyes met, and the icy stare held her anxiety firmly. Sure. Do you need me to accompany you? Baker asked. No need, Georgia declined. After a few steps to the minibar, she had changed the layout of the private plane to make it more comfortable. Pouring champagne for Bridget, she handed it over. Thank you, elder sister, Bridget said. Georgia raised an eyebrow. No need for thanks. You call me elder sister so smoothly. Why don't you ever call him dad? Cough. Bridget choked. Wiping her mouth, she explained. His young face makes it hard for me to call him dad. Is he really over 50? Yes, he endured a lot when he was younger, making him mentally more mature than most his age. Though he seems older in his conduct, to me, it shows his true feelings, Georgia affirmed. Bridget hummed thoughtfully. Would he like me to call him dad? Georgia looked at Bridget through the wineglass and smiled. You've been hesitating about this. Actually, Dad has been waiting for you to change your address. Drinking the champagne in one gulp, Georgia walked forward. She hoped this second sister would understand. Bridget returned to her seat minutes later, where Baker greeted her warmly with glowing eyes. She sneakily glanced at Georgia, who was flipping through a book without looking up. Finally, amidst Baker's eager gaze, she spoke one word. Dad. Yep. Baker responded enthusiastically. Hualong University was in the northern city area, 80 kilometers from Fengqing. Allie chose to travel with the team instead of taking the Zhang family's private plane. By the time Baker's group arrived, the match was about to start. Running towards the stadium with two daughters, they ran into a crowd at the entrance recognizing Bridget. To prevent Baker from getting involved, Georgia led Bridget away, leaving Lance and Erzwang to protect her. Students clamored for autographs, and Bridget struggled to get away. Just before she was nearly pushed down, a hand appeared, gently pulling her away. Dad sent me to bring you, Allie said coldly. Bridget listened closely and followed behind Allie, struggling to keep up. Ebony, thank you. Allie stopped and frowned. Catching up, Bridget noticed her impatient expression. I see everyone calls you Ebony. Annoyed but tolerating, Allie was conflicted. Opponents effortlessly. The audience groaned or stared in awe. Post-match, the principal arranged for both teams to exchange friendly remarks. King, I'm your fan. Wow, you're even prettier in person. Chun Jiechi exclaimed, holding Allie's hand. Baker frowned tightly. Who's that guy? Why is he holding Ebony's hand? Hey, let go. Georgia smiled faintly. They're exchanging friendly greetings. Just friendly exchanges? Why the physical contact? Baker became increasingly upset. Just as he was about to jump down from the spectator seats, Bridget quickly held him back. No, calm down. Ebony will handle it. She doesn't seem like someone who likes being touched by others. Sure enough, the next second, a scream rang out. Allie had executed an over-the-shoulder throw, knocking her opponent to the ground. The entire stadium fell silent. Baker. Her darling is really fierce. Allie, towering above, looked coldly at the handsome man lying beneath her. Thank you for being my fan, but I don't like people touching me. The students immediately rushed to help Chen Jiachi, glaring angrily at Allie. Think you're great just because you're a professional player? Bullying our university students like that? Yeah, if you didn't like being touched, you should have said so earlier. Why did you throw him? Apologize to Chen Jiachi. The principal stood in the middle, smiling without a... Chapter 109. Xandra, the girl with a cold face but a warm heart. Allie said to Baker, Dad, you're overthinking it. I've never considered rebuilding a family. I'll live with you all my life. Baker felt relieved and happy. Good. We will live together forever. Once we find our other siblings, our family will be complete. After saying this, he gestured Bridget to stand up. Xandra, this is your second sister. Have you two met? Allie lifted her eyes slightly and nodded coldly. I know, but she did not call Bridget second sister. Bridget didn't mind. She thought it was better this way if Allie didn't call her by that title. We've met. Xandra just saved me from the crowd. She smiled at Allie. Thank you. Allie pursed her lips, glanced at Georgia who nodded at her. Then she replied to Bridget, You're welcome. Baker checked the time and asked Allie, Xandra, are you going to join us next or stay with the team? Allie looked over. Joe was negotiating with the principal, who invited them to a famous banquet in North City called Yin Chao. Amy and other teammates were sitting aside, playing with their phones. However, their gazes occasionally drifted towards Allie. When their eyes met Allie's, they quickly shifted away, looking around awkwardly. Only Amy greeted Allie casually with a nod. Join you, Allie decided and went to talk to Joe. Initially, Joe disagreed because Allie's influence was significant. How could they dine without her? But then Allie pointed at Baker and others and said something, causing Joe to nod reluctantly with an expression of constipation. Allie returned to her seat to get her bag and informed Amy in passing. I told Joe, I'll go back on my own in a few days. Amy nodded. All right, the training camp has ended anyway. Dell and Hassan exchanged glances and took advantage of the situation, saying to Amy, Leader, we want to go back on our own too. Why Jean Chung? We've come all this way. Shouldn't we play for a couple of days? Amy gave them a cold smile. Sure. The three started to celebrate, ready to high-five, until Amy added one more sentence which dampened their spirits instantly. Tell brother Jamie Egg first. If he agrees, so do I. They groaned, watching Allie leave and echoed in unison. Unfair. Baker brought his daughters to enjoy Jean Chung, making Sage envious. She demanded to return, but she couldn't take a single step out of the castle. Georgia constantly teased her by sending her private photos with Baker, including dining scenes, sightseeing moments, foot baths, even video games. Sage was so upset that she couldn't eat or sleep, even crying and threatening her grandmother. Her grandmother wouldn't fall for it and calmly remarked, I don't know how many years I have left. Can't you stay and accompany me properly? This statement pierced her heart. Sage had no choice but to comply. She privately messaged Baker, Godfather, when I come back, please take me somewhere fun. Baker comforted her, sure, when you come back, we'll have lots of fun. After 2 days of play, everyone took the Jean family's private plane back to Fengqing. Brock was waiting at the airport and took Bridget directly to AG Styling. Shengxiang, do you know about the latest popular TV drama? Bridget sat in the passenger seat and texted Baker, yeah, what's up? Brock glanced at her and continued, Dunhuang Dream has wrapped up. Their director approached me and wants you to sing the theme song for their show. Bridget finally gave Brock a direct look, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Really? How can it be fake? Brock was slightly annoyed. Can you stop staring at your phone all the time? You've never chatted so intensely before. Bridget whispered, it's different now because I didn't know he was my dad. And after accepting this relationship mentally, she enjoyed sharing her feelings with Baker. She also liked chatting with him. She even changed his nickname to Cute Daddy. Brock didn't catch it clearly, and the two headed into the dressing room. After getting dressed and styled, they rushed to the set of Dunhuang Dream. Upon arriving at the set, they encountered the leading actress, Gladys. Gladys, a household name in the entertainment industry. She started acting at the age of 1 and starred in over 60 movies and TV shows. At 10, she won the Mass Film 100 Flowers Award for her role in Autumn Hunt, becoming the youngest outstanding actress and youngest everyone, quite charming. Gladys was delighted. Is that so? Maybe I'll get a chance to meet Lionel. The term, Lionel, made Bridget uncomfortable, and she changed the topic. Maybe? After discussions were done, Bridget sent a message to Baker upon returning home. She talked about how actress Gladys appreciated her and wanted to meet the cheerful Lionel. Baker was amused and sent a voice message back. This reminds me of Xandra introducing me to someone, and they mistook me for an uncle. It was both embarrassing and funny. Listening to Baker's laughter, Bridget's mouth curved up. Mabel, come over for dinner tomorrow. I'll cook some delicious food. Your eldest sister and others usually have dinner here every day unless there are special circumstances. Baker sent an invitation, and Bridget asked Brock about the next day's schedule. Seeing no conflicts, she agreed. The next day, after finishing her tasks, Dominic came to pick her up. Brock's gaze was somewhat unclear, but he didn't say anything and let her go. Arriving outside the mansion, Bridget was genuinely amazed by the huge yard. The gates opened, and from the car, she could enjoy the surrounding scenery. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Jean family villa. Dominic parked the car and guided Bridget inside. Rows of servants bowed to greet her. Welcome home, Miss Shengxiang. The ceremony was impressive, making Bridget grip the ground with her toes. Inside, she smelled fragrant food. Dominic smiled. Mr. Baker cooked again. Miss Shengxiang, please follow me to the dining room. Bridget felt a bit constrained, shocked by the luxurious interior decor, suddenly finding her two-story villa tiny in comparison. Following Dominic, she reached the dining room where Georgia and Allie were waiting. On the table was a large screen tablet showing Sage. "Hi, Mabel," Sage greeted warmly. Bridget subconsciously waved in response. "Manager Jamie, hello?" Then she greeted Georgia and Allie. "Eldest sister, hello." "Zandra, hello?" Georgia nodded. "Come over and sit down. Dad will be out soon." Allie glanced at her and also nodded, somewhat coldly. Perhaps she hadn't fully accepted this second sister yet. Bridget didn't mind, but after sitting down, Sage wasn't happy. "You call Summer eldest sister? So why don't you call me little sister Jamie? I'm also Dad's goddaughter, and I'm a year older than you." "Little sister Jamie," Bridget immediately corrected herself, aware of Sage's persistent nature. Sage smiled, making a patting motion through the screen. 2 minutes later, Baker came out, followed by servants carrying dishes. "Let's eat," he said, and only then did everyone start eating. Bridget noticed how eagerly everyone was eating. Unlike her reserved manner, after tasting the first bite of the meal, she finally understood why the others were so enthusiastic. It was just too delicious. After finishing their meal, they chatted for a while, laughter erupting as they listened to Sage's complaints. "Eldest sister, I really envy you all being able to eat Dad's cooking anytime. His dishes are better than any Michelin-starred restaurant I've been to," Bridget remarked, patting her full belly. Baker grinned. "If you want to eat, I can cook for you anytime." Georgia nodded. "Yes, move in with us. You'll always be able to see Dad and enjoy his cooking." Baker approved of his daughter's suggestion, admiring her shrewdness. "But," Bridget had concerns, "as a public figure, my every move is scrutinized by paparazzi. Moving here might cause some trouble." Georgia waved it off with disdain. Sage promptly reassured her from the screen. "The Jean family estate is impervious to paparazzi. You can move in without worry." Allie, who rarely spoke, looked at Bridget. "It's very safe here. I guarantee it." She had already fortified the area, ensuring that anyone who dared to target the place would never return. Seeing everyone's support, Bridget was moved. The grand estate, her sisters, and most importantly, her father, all awaited her there. "Move." Deciding this, Georgia sent a card. "Say it again." Chapter 110. Did I offend you? Allie ignored her and went upstairs directly. Bridget stared at the slowly ascending elevator with puzzlement, asking Baker, "Dad, Zandra's personality is really hard to figure out." Baker smiled. "Zandra is very lovable. She's just cold on the outside but warm-hearted inside. Calling you second sister means she accepts you. You'll know in the future how lovely our fifth, Zandra, can be." Bridget hummed an acknowledgement and continued helping Baker. She didn't have much to do today, so she stayed home to help with chores and then planned to go upstairs later to write the theme song for Dream of Dunhuang. Suddenly, Baker received a WeChat message from Marniji. It said, "I have something that will keep me away from Fengqing for some time. Can we meet?" Baker felt puzzled. He wasn't particularly close to this Marniji, so why was she inviting him to meet? Could it be that she hadn't given up on studying his body? "Dad, what's wrong?" Bridget, who had been helping move items upstairs, turned back to see Baker frowning. Baker snapped out of it, pocketed his phone and said, "Nothing. I won't be joining you for dinner today. I have a date." Then, he went upstairs to tidy up before heading out. Bridget immediately messaged Georgia. "Elder sister, Dad went out and changed clothes. Could he be meeting a beauty?" Georgia replied with a question mark. "Little two, your thoughts are dangerous. Retract them." Nevertheless, Georgia was concerned enough to ask Albin to come to her office. "Check where my father is going to meet," she instructed. Albin blinked in surprise. "Sure, I'll check and get back to you." He felt like more of a spy than an assistant. Georgia responded with a cold HM and waited for results. Meanwhile, Baker met Marniji at T-Language Pavilion. Fearing Baker might be in danger, Georgia had Dominic bring Ned and 2 others to T-Language Pavilion as protection. T-Language Pavilion. Baker and Marniji had been sitting face-to-face for 5 minutes, half their tea already consumed, but neither had spoken a word yet. "Why did you invite me here?" Baker asked. Marniji put down her teacup and looked at Baker, saying mysteriously, "The tomato and egg dish you taught us tasted good, but something seems missing. That's why I came to ask you." Baker's patience was wearing thin. Hearing this, he took a moment to react. "What?" Marniji opened her phone to show her Weibo homepage. "I'm Yuzi Mu, one of the fans who asked you how to make tomato and egg." Baker was taken aback and even got goosebumps. He drank deeply from his teacup, trying to calm himself. "Eliza, did I offend you?" Marniji tilted her head, coldly asking, "What do you mean?" "I thought you were a cute young fan, but I never imagined it was you," Baker explained. Recalling the tone of the original reply, Baker realized it matched Eliza's style. Baker sighed inwardly. Sometimes, his sixth sense wasn't entirely off. Marniji, hearing the word cute, showed a hint of movement in her gaze. Disappointed? Her expression remained unchanged, but Baker detected a trace of disappointment in her words. He quickly waved his hands. "Not at all, just a bit shocked. Look at me, red-faced and flustered by you." Marniji didn't speak. Today, she didn't intend to hide her identity, and they needed a good starting point for conversation, right? But she hadn't anticipated that this opening would frighten Baker. It seemed her impression on him wasn't favorable. Marniji felt a slight regret and unconsciously bit her lip, a sign of her agitation. Baker thought his words might have offended her again and hurriedly clarified, No, not that I think you're scary. Please don't misunderstand. Is there anything else you want to say?" If not, Baker was ready to leave. Dominic had already called. After learning that Georgia knew about his meeting with Marniji and had dispatched Ned and 2 others to protect him, Baker told them to wait outside. Maintaining eye contact with Marniji's dark pupils, he couldn't help but shiver. Marniji shifted her gaze and stated the reason for meeting Baker today. "I want to take a strand of your hair or a fingernail, saliva, or blood. Anything would do." Baker immediately stood up, stepping back defensively. "What are you planning?" "Don't be nervous. I won't harm you. I just want to study those samples to understand your special bodily traits. Marnie indicated for him to sit down. Relieved, Baker sat and refused. Sorry, I can't agree to that. Why? Marnie was displeased, though her expression remained unchanged except for a subtle shift in her eyes. Because Summer wouldn't agree, Baker answered seriously. If any harmful party found out about the research results, it could lead to endless trouble for him. Something Georgia had warned him about. He remembered it well. Marnie didn't press further, calmly accepting his answer. That's unfortunate. Yes, Baker agreed, regretting agreeing to meet her. Marnie stood up, extending her hand. Looking forward to our next meeting when you'll agree to let me conduct my studies. Let's see. Baker stood and shook her fingertips briefly, surprised by her icy touch. Marnie withdrew her hand and walked downstairs first. Baker looked at his left hand, feeling the lingering chill from Marnie's touch. How could someone's hand be so cold? Meanwhile, back at the Jean family residence, Bridget was adjusting new equipment when she received a call from Brock. Shengxiang, Dayon is willing to meet us thanks to Gladys's recommendation. Get ready quickly. Last time, despite arranging a meeting through Gladys's agent, they never managed to meet Dayon because he was too busy. Brock understood it was because they were too low profile, which led to the deliberate snub. Otherwise, why would Dayon agree to meet them after Gladys personally arranged it? Bridget got dressed and headed out. Baker and Dominic had just returned and saw her leaving. Where are you going, Mabel? I need to attend to something. Can Dominic give me a ride? The estate is huge. It would take me 20 minutes to walk out. Dominic nodded and opened the car door. Of course. Baker reminded her. Be careful. If you're not coming back for dinner, let us know. I've added you to the family chat group. Okay. Bridget checked her phone immediately. Love each other like family. Yes, typical style. Feeling somewhat bored, Baker decided to catch up on some shows. He wasn't playing games much lately since it wasn't the season, leaving him uninspired. He planned to watch City Belle, recommended by Violetta. After Bridget successfully discussed matters with Dayon, she left. Just as she was about to depart, Gladys finished shooting a scene and stopped her. Hua, Bridget started to speak. Gladys approached, raising an eyebrow to remind her of the proper address. Bridget smiled. Hello, Gladys. Gladys laughed, pulling Bridget into her motorhome and offering snacks. Eat up, don't be shy. Bridget shook her head. Thank you, I rarely eat snacks. Gladys nodded, biting into a piece of beef jerky. I'm the opposite. I love eating snacks, but unfortunately, I need to maintain my figure, limiting my intake. It's like one bite, one day of exercise. Bridget chuckled. You seem so different from your fierce and domineering character. Yeah, that way, I can detach myself from the role. Gladys put down her food, then leaned closer to ask suddenly, isn't the male vocalist of Emptiness a first-year student from Finance University? I've seen his photos online. He's quite handsome. You two must be close, right? Bridget didn't expect Gladys to indulge in gossip. Out of politeness, she did not refuse to answer. We are very good friends. Friends, that's perfect. Gladys clapped her hands, looking excited. I think he would be suitable for the young male lead in my show. Could you ask your friend if he'd like to give it a try? Or, I can meet him in person and invite him directly. Bridget stood up, seriously rejecting the offer. No. She realized why Gladys had been so friendly to her. It was all for this purpose. She couldn't let her father get entangled in the complicated entertainment industry. Everyone on the internet knew how strong Baker's background was. Anyone who leveraged it could reach new heights. Gladys saw through Bridget's misunderstanding immediately. She explained right away, Sister Nah, don't misunderstand. I genuinely believe his youthful vibe fits the role perfectly. The young actor the director hired just doesn't click with me during our scenes. We've had many NGs, and it's become a big problem, leaving those scenes unshot. That day, when I saw Baker's video, just one look, and I felt he was perfect. So I'm asking if you could introduce us. It's no good, I have to go. Bridget left the motorhome. Her huffy demeanor stunned both Brock and Gladys's agent. Brock caught up and asked, what happened? He thought something unpleasant had occurred between Bridget and Gladys. Bridget explained everything, leaving Brock unsure what to say. He suggested, you can tell Baker about this and ask for his opinion. Okay, Bridget agreed. Back at the Jean residence, Bridget found Baker engrossed in a TV drama, looking cheerful. She walked over, and Baker noticed her, turning back to greet her. Now Na's back. This Whispering Winds is quite good. The female lead does a great job, seems almost lifelike. She doesn't look much older than me, yet she's already making waves in the acting world. Impressive. Bridget muttered. Her name is Gladys. We met today. Baker was taken aback. Well, I forgot my little girl is also in the entertainment industry. So you two are collaborating? Yes, her new show invited me to sing the theme song. That's wonderful, Baker said, slapping his thigh in approval. Dad, I'm back. The door swung open, and Sage entered. The sudden appearance startled Baker and the others. Baker stood up, opening his arms wide. Sage pouted dramatically, then ran over and hugged him. Baker patted her head. Welcome back. Yep. Sage noticed Bridget's shocked expression and extended her hand invitingly. Now Nah, come here, give Sister Jamie a hug. Baker listened and turned around, extending his other arm. Come on, this is part of the welcome ceremony Sister Jamie wants. Bridget used to call Sage Little Jamie Boss, maintaining the distance between subordinate and leader. But now, they were family. Feeling somewhat constrained, Bridget approached cautiously and was enveloped in a tight embrace by both Baker and Sage, almost struggling to breathe. After a brief period of boisterous laughter and play, Sage suddenly asked while biting into an apple, Dad, do you want to go watch Gladys film on set? Baker's eyes lit up. I would love to, but wouldn't it disturb their work? Hashtag chapter 111. The red envelope is too big, I can't accept it. No way, Bridget said firmly. Baker and Sage looked at her with confusion in their eyes. How could Bridget be so sure? Bridget then explained that Gladys wanted to meet Baker. Baker pointed at himself. Me? Acting? No, not possible. He waved his hands repeatedly. Sage, however, thought Baker should give it a try. Godfather, I think you should give it a go. Gladys's company, Jiayu Entertainment, happens to be one of our partners. I can put in a good word for you. What kind of greeting? Jamie Egg Summer's cold voice reached them before she did. Sage felt a chill down her spine and slowly turned around, only to see Jamie Egg Summer standing there with a serious expression. A servant was just placing indoor slippers for her. She put them on and looked at Sage. Oh, you're back quite early. Yeah, if I didn't come back now, you guys would have monopolized Godfather, Sage retorted, recovering quickly. Jamie Egg Summer's lips curled into a slight smile, her mood improving slightly. She walked to the sofa, sat down, and extended her hand toward Sage. Where's the gift? Sage rolled her eyes. Surprise, surprise. Do you understand? I told only you, but you exposed it. I planned to present it during dinner. Annoying. Though she complained verbally, her actions spoke otherwise as she got up to fetch the gifts. She brought jewelry necklaces for her sisters, and a string of gold Z beads for Baker. The Z bead bracelet had 10 eyes, a rare and precious item. Z beads, also known as 9-eyed stone page rocks, are highly valued depending on the number of eyes they have. The more eyes, the higher the value. Baker put on the bracelet with delight. Thank you, little Jamie. Sage blushed slightly. I'm glad you like it, Godfather. Seeing everyone's happy reactions, especially from her sisters, Sage turned to look at Jamie Egg Summer. Jamie Egg Summer received a red agate ring and immediately slipped it on, repeating her previous question. What did you say about putting in a good word? Sage thought this person still remembered the matter after receiving the gift. She winked at Bridget, signaling her to explain. Bridget reluctantly complied, putting away her necklace and saying, Elder sister, little sister Jamie asked Dad whether he wanted to visit the filming site, and said she would greet Jiayu Entertainment. Then she mentioned that Gladys wanted to meet Baker. Jamie Egg Summer pondered for a moment and analyzed. Gladys can't possibly be interested in Dad for no reason. Let me investigate who she has been associating with over the next few days to find out the cause. Bridget nodded in agreement. Let's follow Elder Sister's plan. Baker also agreed to follow Jamie Egg Summer's suggestion. Sage sighed. Sure enough, this family can't do without Elder Sister. One sentence solves everything. Jamie Egg Summer glanced at her coldly. Stop flattering me. Get upstairs and discuss things. She stood up and headed upstairs. Sage sighed again, complaining to Baker. She starts bullying me the moment I get home. Can you manage her, Godfather? Baker waved his hand, pretending not to notice. Can't be helped. Annoyed, Sage stomped her feet and followed. Bridget found it surprising to witness the more lively side of the usually stern CEO Jamie Egg Summer and President Jamie, which was somewhat amusing. Are you surprised by their different demeanor at home compared to outside? Baker asked. Bridget nodded. Yes. On New Year's Eve morning, Baker got up early. The house was already filled with festive cheer, with Dominic and the servants hanging lanterns. Happy New Year, Baker greeted them. Everyone responded warmly. Happy New Year, Mr. Xiao. Dominic also smiled and nodded. Happy New Year, Baker. Satisfied, Baker asked as he walked out. Is everything prepared? It's all set, Dominic replied. As the front door opened, Baker was somewhat surprised. Jamie Egg Summer, Sage, Bridget, and Allie were writing couplets at the door. Each girl had her own charm, dressed in vibrant red New Year dresses. Sage and Allie worked together, one active, one observant. Sage was lively while Allie watched. Jamie Egg Summer selected the paper for the couplets along with Bridget. One was elegant and charming, the other graceful and refined. Noticing Baker's gaze, they all looked up and greeted him. Dad. Father. Godfather. Baker felt dazzled by the sight. He stepped down the stairs and praised them. Good girls. You all look beautiful today in your red outfits. I almost didn't recognize you. You're blinding my titanium eyes. Though exaggerated, it made everyone laugh, even the usually stern Allie, whose mouth curved slightly upward. She wasn't used to wearing dresses, but put on a lovely red one for the new year, paired with a black turtleneck. The eldest sister called it the New Year battle attire. Dad, do you want to write a couplet? Jamie Egg Summer handed him a brush. Baker took it. I'll give it a try. At 15, Baker had won a provincial calligraphy championship, but having not practiced in a long time, he wondered if he had lost his touch. So he decided to try. The moment he picked up the brush, his demeanor changed, becoming very serious. His stroke was powerful and neat. When he finished the character for a year, everyone was impressed by the forceful and elegant writing. The daughters surrounded Baker, laying out gold embossed red paper and asking him to write another one. Baker became engrossed, picking up the brush again. Dominic silently recorded this heartwarming moment. After pasting the spring festival couplets and setting off fireworks, they went inside for dinner. In the afternoon, Baker led them in making dumplings, preparing 3 kinds of fillings, pork, beef, and mutton. Baker also made some crab roe-filled ones that tempted everyone. Sage intentionally acted mischievously, smearing flour on Jamie Egg Summer's face. Jamie Egg Summer retaliated instantly, throwing a ball of flour at Sage. Sage hid behind Baker, causing his face to be hit by the white dough. Dad, I didn't mean to, Jamie Egg Summer apologized. Baker spat out the flour in his mouth. It's okay. Taking advantage of Allie's concentration on making dumplings, Baker poked her nose. Allie stood frozen, her face flushed, and a small white on her nose. Unable to retaliate against Baker, she aimed at Bridget instead, leading to everyone being covered in flour. Amidst laughter and joy, Baker had Dominic take a group photo. Baker posted on WeChat Livians. Happy New Year. I hope all my wishes come true soon and I find my real family. His post received countless likes immediately. Baker's contacts were all trustworthy people, so he hadn't separated them into groups. Kevin nearly choked on champagne when she saw his post. This college student had 2 new beauties around him? Wait, one of them looked familiar. Zooming in on the picture, she finally recognized Bridget. Unaware that his post caused someone sleepless nights, Baker watched the Spring Festival Gala and sent blessings online. He sent greetings in his QQ class group and snatched red envelopes, then switched to WeChat to grab more. Though the amounts weren't large, it was a token of appreciation. Baker also gave out red envelopes, and everyone went crazy grabbing them. Recalling his childhood, Baker used to love New Year's Day because Maisie would leave a red envelope under his pillow every year. So, Baker also prepared some for his daughters. While everyone was watching TV, he quietly went upstairs to place the red envelopes under their pillows. Allie noticed first. Elder sister. Jamie Egg Summer said coolly, "Don't bother. Dad wants to surprise us. Let's pretend we don't know." Everyone nodded, even Sage, who usually couldn't contain herself. After placing the envelopes, Baker returned downstairs via the elevator and sent New Year's red envelopes to everyone on WeChat. Everyone accepted the envelopes and wished him well. Translation ends here, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Only Professor Marnie didn't accept it. Baker thought she found it too little. Just as he was about to send another one, he saw that she had accepted it. Then, in the next second, Professor Marnie also sent a red envelope. A transfer red envelope, worth 10,000 yuan. Baker did not accept it, and he sent her a voice message. "Eliza, this is too much. I sent you an 88.88 red envelope, and you're sending me 10,000? Professor Marnie was silent after hearing the voice message. Then she typed back, "I didn't send that red envelope." Baker was somewhat surprised. You don't interact with others during group chat with a message. "Thank you for Dad's big red envelope. Happy New Year." Sage followed suit, showing off her own big red envelope. Allie thanked Baker and secretly sent him a big red envelope along with some warm wishes. Bridget was the last to send a message, holding the red envelope and beaming brightly. "Thank you for Dad's big red envelope. I hope it brings me endless luck." Baker woke up to see more than 99 messages, all sorts of blessings. Seeing the messages from his daughters, he smiled. After eating, Sage suggested taking Baker to the film studio to experience the atmosphere of filming on site. Jamie Egg Summer reminded her to take care of Baker, not to lose him, and ensure his safety. Baker was very happy, saying that Ned and the others would definitely ensure there were no problems. However, translation ends here, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 112, On-site encounter with a legendary actress. Baker was lost. He stood at a bustling crossroads, watching the busy figures around him, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had been following Sage, with Lance and others guarding him from behind. How did he end up separated from everyone? Baker began to recall. It seemed that when they first entered, they encountered a scene of civil unrest. Sage reminded Baker to avoid the cameras and take a side path to watch Colleen's shooting inside. With twists and turns, it felt like a maze. The gap between them grew larger and larger. By the time Sage and the others turned back, they realized Baker was gone. Meanwhile, Baker simply took a wrong turn and drifted away from Sage. Standing at the crossroads, he caught the attention of an assistant director. John approached and pulled Baker inside. "I've been looking for you for ages. Why can't I find you? What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Don't you know what you're supposed to do?" Baker was dumbfounded, struggling to free himself from this man's grip. "Wait, who are you, brother?" John tried pulling again but couldn't budge Baker, who stood as solid as a rock. He let go. "I'm Director Zhou. I wanted a handsome extra, not this good looking. You look more like a lead actor. Your skin is too fair. Come get some makeup done." Baker understood. He had been mistaken for someone else. "Hold on. I think you got the wrong person. I'm not an extra. I got separated from my family." Okay, I got it. How about I give you a speaking role? An extra 100 yuan. John's walkie-talkie buzzed again. The director was urging him. He patted Baker's shoulder. "No more stalling. Just do me a favor, and when there's a good opportunity, I'll remember you." Baker relaxed, only to be taken away again, pushed into a room where John told the makeup artist, "Make him as dark as possible. Hurry up, get his clothes on, and get him out here fast." "Sure thing, Director Zhou." As Baker tried to get up, he was pushed back down. The makeup artist noticed he didn't move an inch. Director Zhou must have made a mistake. "I'm not an extra," he explained. But the makeup artist stared at his face in awe. "My goodness, how does your skin look so perfect? It feels almost unfair to darken it. I've never seen such a handsome extra before, but getting to act opposite Shadow Empress you're really lucky." The makeup artist, looking at Baker's reflection in the mirror, started planning how to apply the makeup appropriately. Baker was about to leave when he heard Shadow Empress and sat back down. Wasn't this the reason he came here? Watching Colleen perform live would surely be thrilling. Baker became interested and stayed. However, Sage was in a panic, pacing like an ant on a hot pan, her face pale. She couldn't even call him. "Have you found him?" she asked the bodyguards. They shook their heads. Sage took a deep breath, sternly saying, "Keep looking." The bodyguards dispersed as Sage called Georgia. "What? You lost Dad?" Georgia snapped, immediately leaving her office. Albin quickly opened the door for her as she hurried off to the film studio. "Why don't you lose yourself, Sage?" Georgia was furious, calling her by her full name. Sage was close to tears. "Stop scolding me. I know it's my fault. I panicked because I couldn't find him immediately." Georgia's voice was colder than usual. "Sage, if you can't find him or something happens to Dad, I will never forgive you." Sage shuddered. "I know. I won't forgive myself either. Albin has already sent Dad's photo to all the directors at the film studio. They will help us." Georgia's reminder struck her. Wiping her tears, Sage thought, "Why did I forget this?" As the president of Jamie Entertainment, one word from her could mobilize everyone. She had been too flustered to think clearly. Georgia hung up, and Sage immediately called the directors on her phone. All the directors at Fengqing Film Studio were alarmed. A simple college student had caused two bigwigs to mobilize all their connections to find him. John reported to the director that the extra had arrived. Dayon, with a serious expression, told John, "Ramon and Miss Jamie are both coming. If you see the person they're looking for, let me know." John saw the image on the screen and his pupils contracted in nervousness. He mumbled a yes. He dared not tell Dayon about Baker, thinking it best to wait until after the scene. After all, he had lost an extra and finally found Baker only to realize he was connected to important people. John's eyes narrowed. No third party should know about this. So he gave the makeup artist a hush money. She accepted it, didn't expose anything, finished applying makeup to Baker, and left. Ali received the message and immediately located Baker with him. All sisters, please rest assured. And from Baker, sorry for worrying you all. My phone was on silent. I'm fine. Relieved, Bridget told Brock, everything's fine. Let's continue. Brock was thoroughly confused. Meanwhile, Georgia arrived. Several nearby directors greeted her, assuring her they were searching. No need. We found him. You can carry on, she said dismissively. Wearing sunglasses and exuding authority, she met Sage, who looked like a guilty child. Let's go, Georgia said calmly. Relieved by her calm tone, Sage held her hand as they walked in. In the scene, Colleen played a princess who sneaked out of the palace and encountered refugees. Moved by compassion, she gave a silver coin to one refugee, causing a commotion, with the refugee holding the coin protecting her. Baker was that refugee with lines. The shoot started. Colleen saw Baker in the crowd and felt a strange familiarity. When it was Baker's turn, all cameras focused on him. The bright lights blinded him. He spoke his lines but failed to manage his expression. Dayon frowned. Cut. Angry at John. What kind of extra did you bring? Can he even act? Tell him how to perform properly. John nodded rapidly, running toward Baker to pull him aside. Suddenly, Ali burst onto the set, stopping short in front of Baker. John looked at her oddly. If not you, then who? Don't you know you can't just barge into the shooting set? That's right. Ali said something inexplicable. Baker understood. He patted Ali's hand, signaling her to calm down. I'm fine, dear. Wait for me over there. It's important to finish what you've started, isn't it? Colleen had been observing Baker all along. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. But how could she recognize such a darkened person? Ali walked away and stood aside, staring coldly at John. John felt as if he was being watched by a snake, making him uneasy. He told Baker, it's just one line. Say it and be done with it. I already told you. I'm not an extra, Baker said, somewhat helplessly. John naturally knew he wasn't handsome. I thought you were an actor the director brought in. We're already in this mess, so just help out with this one scene? I'll pay you extra. As Baker hesitated, he saw Georgia and Sage approaching. Dayon and the other actors noticed them too. They were about to greet them when Georgia and Sage went straight to Baker. Seeing his makeup, they both froze. Sage touched him, finding her fingertips black. What's going on here? Why did you do this to him? No way, I'm taking him away. Dayon had been trying to greet Georgia but rushed over as Sage was about to take Baker away, with John following behind. Hey, Miss Jamie, where are you taking my guy? Your guy? Sage sneered at Dayon. Dayon hadn't recognized Baker as the handsome man they were looking for yet. Hearing this, he paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, John found the extra. If you take him away, we can't continue this scene. Georgia coldly replied. If you can't continue, then stop. Ramon, this? Dayon was very conflicted. Colleen hadn't interfered. She had recognized Baker. No wonder Georgia and Sage were so anxious. It was him. Ali looked indifferent, clenching her fists. Looks like this is getting complicated. Shall I help by wrecking this place then? Everyone on set was stunned by her words, especially since Ali didn't seem to be joking. Dayon finally realized something was wrong. He carefully examined the specially made-up Baker, then gasped. This is the young man Ramon and Sage were greeting and searching for earlier. He glared at John. We'll deal with you later. Hearing everyone murmuring, many actors and crew members were looking at them, including Colleen. Baker spoke up. The makeup's already done. It's just this one scene. Let me try. It sounds fun. He winked at Georgia and the others. Georgia sighed. Fine. We'll wait here. She then led Sage away, with an assistant setting up 3 chairs nearby. Ali followed Georgia and sat down, watching Baker give them a thumbs up, assuring everything was fine. Do you think Dad will be okay? Sage whispered. Georgia glanced at her, eyes slightly icy. If you hadn't let him get lost, things might not have turned out this way. Sage was speechless. If he likes it, let him enjoy himself, Georgia added, watching Baker. Ali and Sage looked at her, then nodded in agreement, focusing on Baker. John was reprimanded by Dayon and felt grateful for Baker's help. Just grab the silver coin, deliver your lines, and you're good. All right, but could you adjust the light a bit? It was blinding me before, Baker suggested. John gave an okay gesture. The second take began. Colleen, playing the princess, handed the silver coin to Baker, portraying a refugee. Buy some food and fill your stomach. An observant actor spotted the broken silver in Baker's bowl and lunged forward. Baker grabbed Colleen's hand, shielding her behind him, using his body to protect her from the chaos. Noble lady, go. His final line was delivered with powerful emphasis, startling everyone on set, including Colleen. She froze, forgetting her next line. Hashtag chapter 113. She is not my match yet. Cut. Dayon joyfully called out, praising Gladys's acting and Baker's explosive performance. Gladys felt a bit embarrassed. She had clearly been distracted just now. Dayon, I wasn't quite in sync just then. Should we do another take? You don't need to. Your astonishment and shock were exactly what we wanted. Dayon approached Baker and politely extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Shao. It was a great trouble having you here today. Not at all, it was fun. It's just that my friends might have caused some trouble for Dayon, Baker replied with a handshake. Dayon followed Baker's gaze toward his friends. The CEO of the globally renowned John Corporation, Little President Jamie from Jamie Entertainment, and? Dayon didn't know Ali but sensed that she was also a formidable person. These people were all Baker's friends? His eyes lit up as he looked at Baker. Mr. Shao, would you mind sharing your contact information? If there's anything interesting in the future, we could invite you again. Well, these people came to work hard on set, but for Baker, it seemed like it was just a casual visit. Baker's eyes twitched slightly, feeling the probing gazes around him. Sure, here's my phone number. They exchanged numbers, and Dayon excused himself to continue working. Next up was the scene with the second male and female leads. Gladys took a break. The second lead surrounded Sage and others, trying to curry favor. When Dayon announced the start of filming, they They reluctantly went back to their positions. Baker was about to walk over to Georgia and the others when Gladys called him. Baker. Her voice was clear and melodious, quite pleasant. He turned and met her smiling eyes. Gladys gracefully walked over, dressed in pink ancient costume, looking every bit an exquisite maiden. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but Bridget didn't want to introduce you to me. Baker was aware of this. Mabel told me. I only started watching your TV dramas recently and thought your acting was good. So when little Jamie asked if I wanted to come see you on set, I was interested and came. Unexpectedly, I ended up being treated as an extra. He sat down, and someone immediately approached to remove his makeup. Gladys stood next to him, noticing the makeup removal crew and styling personnel. She was surprised. This was SK Studio, famous for designing costumes for award-winning actors. She hadn't expected them to serve Baker. Even she, an award-winning actress, had to personally go to the studio for styling. SK never deigned to send staff to her location. Baker had achieved something extraordinary. Gladys glanced meaningfully at Georgia and the others, coincidentally meeting Georgia's gaze. Georgia gave a cold nod, acknowledging each other briefly. I'll leave you to your work. I need to go get made up again. I have another scene in the afternoon, Gladys said to Baker. Okay, take care, Baker replied. Relieved, he let them remove his makeup and changed into his own clothes, planning to explore with his daughters. On Gladys's side, upon reaching the makeup room, she found it occupied. She angrily questioned the responsible person. What's going on here? This makeup room was exclusively reserved for her, yet Lu Xiaoxian's team had taken over it for her makeup. The responsible person explained, Teacher Lu insisted on this room due to its lighting, despite our attempts to reason with her. Lu Xiaoxian glanced over, causing the responsible person to lower his head in fear. In the film industry, being older didn't necessarily mean being an experienced actor. Especially those praised as veteran actors without merit were hard to believe. Lu Xiaoxian was one such veteran. Her performances deteriorated with age, lacking improvement. Additionally, her character was abysmal, promoting shoes that exploited the retirement funds of elderly people, even shifting blame onto others. Gradually, no directors wanted to hire her anymore. Donghua, you got your awards young. Others I can't speak for, but you? Lu Xiaoxian spoke with evident sarcasm. Gladys's manager, Leona, warned her not to lose control. Gladys forced a smile and brushed off Leona's hand, facing Lu Xiaoxian directly. With so many wrinkles and spots, you'd need more powder than a wall painter. Lu Xiaoxian trembled with anger. Watch your mouth, little Hua. Gladys slammed her makeup brush, startling Lu Xiaoxian's makeup artist. Do you deserve my respect? Count to 10, then take your people out of this room, or else. Lu Xiaoxian retorted defiantly. Or what? Are you going to eat me? Not really, but I dare tear you apart if you want, she said menacingly, rolling her sleeves and cracking her neck with an evil grin. Gladys's aggressive stance terrified Lu Xiaoxian's team. Leona stepped in to dissuade Lu Xiaoxian. Teacher Lu, Gladys is unpredictable when angry. Perhaps it's best if. Funny, after decades in the industry, am I to be intimidated by a child? Lu Xiaoxian refused. Everyone murmured, criticizing Gladys for being excessive. Coincidentally, Baker and his daughters passed by, stopping when they heard Gladys's voice. They paused to listen. Godfather, are you really going to meddle in this? Sage saw through Baker's intentions. Baker rubbed the back of his head. Shouldn't I? Ali was indifferent, focusing on protecting Baker. Whatever you decide. Georgia supported him fully. It's up to you. Finally, Baker looked at Sage, who sighed. Am I suddenly the bad guy here? I didn't say not to help. Go ahead. We've got your back. Relieved, Baker entered, drawing attention for his handsome appearance. Seeing Baker, Gladys quickly dropped her arms. Why did you come? Hearing the commotion, I came to check if everything was okay, Baker asked concernedly. Everything's fine. She isn't a match for me, Gladys smiled confidently. Lu Xiaoxian stared at Baker for a minute, then laughed mockingly. A mere extra has no business being in my makeup room. Gladys corrected her. You're wrong. This is my room, and you don't belong here. Fuming, Lu Xiaoxian glared at Gladys. Baker fixed a serious look on Lu Xiaoxian. Does being an extra bother you? Haven't you been one yourself? Many top actors started as extras. So did you bluff your way into becoming a veteran actor? His sharp words hit Lu Xiaoxian hard, changing her expression. Gladys applauded. Your eloquence is unparalleled. Sage waited for 10 minutes, but couldn't hold back any longer. She stormed in, followed by Ali. Georgia stayed outside, calling someone while signaling Ali to keep an eye on Sage. Chatting that long? What about? Sage asked upon entering. Baker, looking at Lu Xiaoxian, simply replied, nothing. Following his gaze, Sage saw Lu Xiaoxian standing up and greeting her. Isn't this little President Jamie? What wind brought you here? A malicious one, both Baker and Gladys said in unison, shocking each other momentarily before bursting into laughter. Sage could easily guess what happened inside. Coldly observing Lu Xiaoxian, she asked the responsible person, the sign outside clearly states this is Gladys's exclusive makeup room. What's happening here? The responsible person recounted his friends for future contact. Baker couldn't fathom why he would need to keep in touch with this young award-winning actress. Do we need to? So he declined. Gladys nodded knowingly but kept her phone's QR code in front of Baker. I'm going to collaborate with Bridget soon. If I can't find her later, wouldn't it be easier to reach her through you? Baker understood. Gladys was thinking of this angle. If it benefited his daughters, he was willing to help. Sure, we can add. Baker scanned and added her. They were standing quite close, making Ali and Sage wish they could pry them apart by hand. But fearing Baker's displeasure, they suppressed their anger and waited behind him. Gladys whispered to Baker, so, the online rumors are true? Baker raised his head. What's true? The internet says you won over several bigwigs with your personal charm. From what I see today, it's true. Gladys's voice wasn't low. Everyone turned to look, and Sage and Ali also heard. They all wondered how Baker would respond. Chapter 114. I want to hold the big shot's legs too. Baker's response was a mix of laughter and exasperation. One story turns into 10, then 100. This rumor got twisted so badly? I have charisma, but they weren't conquered by me. Each of them is unique in their own way, and they are my most important people. These words resonated deeply, striking a chord with Sage, Allie, and even Gladys, who developed some admiration for Baker. Beside him, Leona glanced at Baker and then at Gladys, who didn't blink an eye. She thought these two really were cut from the same cloth, true to their feelings. Georgia had just come in and also heard his words. Feeling warmed, she approached in her heels. Dominic said he prepared sweet rice wine balls for us to eat. Upon hearing this, Baker immediately invited everyone back. Let's go home. Returning to the Jean residence, eating the sweet rice wine balls, Baker felt a bit better. Bridget was still busy with work, so her portion had been stored in the fridge to keep fresh. Seeing Baker enjoying it, Georgia poured half of hers into his bowl. Dad, today you visited the filming scene and even participated in acting. How did it feel? Sage and Allie also wanted to give Baker half their bowls, but he refused. No, you're trying to overfeed your dad? Sage smiled, while Allie took back her bowl. She had to stream live after finishing. Though it was a holiday, streaming duties still existed. After being fully fed, Baker finally responded to George's earlier question. It was chaotic, but somewhat interesting. Will Godfather go again next time? Sage asked. Baker waved his hand. One experience was enough. I'm going for a walk to digest. Girls, others also tagged Baker, hoping he would clarify. Towel drying his hair. Wearing only pajamas, Baker responded. Where did you see this? Zhao Tong, who initially tagged him, replied. On Absolute Territory Entertainment Update. Is this your holiday part-time job? Does Brother How need part-time work? Kevin chimed in. Alaire sent an agreement emoji, and James followed suit. Baker, looking down at his phone, heard the TV announce. Who is this mysterious extra? Ding ding ding, it's none other than our famous Weibo personality, Lucky Bamboo. Reportedly, President Jean of Jean Corporation and CEO Jamie of Jamie Entertainment accompanied him to the set. I wish I could get close to such big shots too. You can stop dreaming. The host joked while Baker watched himself on TV, stunned. The clash chat continued lively as Baker didn't reply much. Alaire and the gang moved to the WeChat for Greats group, asking Baker, Brother How, is that really you? Yes, accidentally experienced being a refugee, he replied. James teased, Brother How, you're not thinking of using your perfect face to enter showbiz, are you? Proudly, Baker smirked. Yet he hadn't thought of it. I'd rather stay a regular person, wouldn't I? Well, you're already extraordinary. Look at how netizens analyze you, Kevin replied, sending a link. Curious, Baker clicked on it. A blogger named Wuhuaru was analyzing Lucky Bamboo's identity. His confident analysis almost convinced Baker himself. In conclusion, Wuhuaru said, his identity must be a closely guarded secret, but one thing is certain. He gained fame through connections with big shots. So, friends, if you want success, plant a tree first. Who knows, I might sit outside Jean Corporation, hoping President Jean notices me. The video ended here. Baker couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. Gladys also saw the report and promptly called Dayon, warning him about potential damage before the drama aired. Dayon hastily issued a statement. We urge the entity or individual who leaked unauthorized footage to remove it or face legal action. The footage has already negatively impacted the cast and crew. Thank you for supporting Dream of Dunhuang. After chatting with Alaire and company, Baker logged onto Weibo. As expected, netizens asked if he planned to break into the entertainment industry. Responding to the trending topic, he posted, joining the Dream of Dunhuang crew was purely accidental. Please don't overanalyze or speculate. I thank Dayon for letting me experience a film shoot. That day, I simply wanted to visit the set and observe actors I admire. Admire. Netizens latched onto these words, debating which actor caught Baker's attention. Commenter Silquacoin wrote, so envious. I want to experience filming on set, but can anyone just walk in? Commenter Wu Liuqi countered, that's silly. If anyone could walk in, actors wouldn't perform, right? Another commenter, Melon Skin Peeler, noted, a makeup artist friend mentioned that Lucky Bamboo was accompanied by President Jean and CEO Jamie. Apparently, there was also a stunning but icy beauty nearby. Topics shifted towards Georgia and the others. Hashtag how much does President Jean spoil him? Hashtag CEO Jamie and him? Hashtag mysterious beautiful girl. Hashtag. Search trends revolved around these topics. Bridget saw the discussions and wanted to defend her father and sister. Brock, with one glance, saw through it. I advise you not to get involved. President Jean and the others will naturally handle this. If you meddle, it will only bring up speculations about your unclear relationship with Baker. Bridget really wanted to tell Brock that Baker was her father, but she hesitated, deciding to ask Baker's opinion first when she got home. Our relationship is very good, better than you can imagine. Bridget tagged Georgia in the family group chat and sent her the Weibo post. Georgia replied with 3 words, don't worry. So, Bridget did not post on Weibo. Brock muttered, I know you two are close. Baker watched as the comments became increasingly absurd and decided to clarify when a sudden trending topic appeared, quickly overshadowing the issues involving Baker, Georgia, and Sage. Hashtag mysterious beauty is actually WH's King. Hashtag King's operations are unbelievably flawless. King will be the next G-God. Hashtag Nicola? Baker questioned, clicking on the first video of the trending topic. The video opened to a scene from Allie's live gaming stream, which someone had recorded. Her fingers danced nimbly over the keyboard, expertly controlling the mouse, completing a pentakill effortlessly within a minute. A feat that set a new record in esports history. As this video surfaced, more clips featuring Allie emerged, including her initial streams on Amber Live. It looked deliberate. Baker messaged Allie on WeChat. Nicola, were these videos uploaded with your approval? Yes, Allie replied. He knew it. If not for Nicola's consent, these videos wouldn't have appeared online. Baker was deeply touched. He voiced his gratitude. Good girl. You're so wonderful, sacrificing yourself to save me and your sisters. Dad is so moved. Ali listened to the voice message while watching Kevin and Joe debate furiously in the comments. She typed, "Dad, it was the club's decision, just a coincidence. Eldest sister said she'd handle it, so I didn't act." Reading this, Baker felt warmth in his heart. Since these trending topics appeared, WH's fans could no longer contain their curiosity and flocked to the official WH Weibo account for answers. Is King really replacing G-God? No matter how skilled Ali is, she's still a girl. How can she replace my G-God? I don't agree. Disagree. Despite her amazing skills, G-God is eternal. Netizens' emotions were running high. At this moment, Amy also logged onto Weibo, posting on her personal account. Regarding the rumors, I want to say, yes duh. This short message sent the netizens into a frenzy. Note, the original text implies that Amy's post caused a significant reaction from the netizens. The translation should maintain this impact. This brief statement immediately sent the netizens into a frenzy. Regarding the rumors, yes. This short statement sent the netizens into a frenzy. Note, the name Ji-Fei should be Amy to correctly represent pinyin in English. Additionally, here is the edited translation of the provided text, ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. Brock immediately saw through her thoughts. I advise you not to get involved. General Jean and the others will handle this matter. If you interfere, rumors about your unclear relationship with Baker will surface again. Bridget really wanted to tell Brock that Baker was her father, but she hesitated and thought she should ask Baker's opinion first. Our relationship is very good. Better than you can imagine, Bridget replied. She tagged Georgia in the family group and forwarded the Weibo post. Georgia responded with 3 words, "Don't worry." Bridget then decided not to post anything on Weibo. Brock muttered, "I know you two are close." Baker watched as the comments grew increasingly absurd. Just as he was about to explain, a trending topic suddenly appeared and quickly overshadowed the situation involving Baker, Georgia, and Sage. Hashtag mysterious beauty turns out to be WH's King hashtag. Hashtag incredible skills. King will be the next G-God hashtag. Tina? Baker asked, opening the top video from the trending topic. The video showed Ali live streaming a game. Someone had recorded it, and her hands skillfully tapped the keyboard while she expertly maneuvered the mouse, achieving a pentakill effortlessly. Her performance within 1 minute set a new record in esports history. As this video spread, more videos featuring Ali emerged, including her initial stream on AmberLive, which someone had also uploaded. It looked like these videos were intentionally put online. Baker messaged Ali on WeChat, "Tina, did you approve these videos being uploaded?" "Yes," Ali replied. He knew it. Without Tina's consent, these videos wouldn't have surfaced. Baker was deeply moved and sent a voice message to Ali. "Good baby. How kind of you to sacrifice yourself to save me and my sisters. Dad is so touched." After listening to the voice message, Ali looked at Kevin and Joe, who were still discussing the matter. She typed back, "Dad, it was the club's decision. Coincidence only. Big sister said she would handle it, so I didn't take action." Seeing this, Baker felt warm inside. Since these trending topics appeared, WH fans couldn't contain their excitement and flocked to WH's official Weibo account for answers. Is King really going to replace G-God? Ali may be skilled, but she's a woman. How can she replace my G-God? I disagree. Although her skills are impressive, G-God will always be the god. Netizens were emotionally charged. At this moment, Amy also logged onto Weibo and posted using her personal account. Regarding the rumor, yes, it's true. This brief statement drove the netizens wild. Chapter 115. The prominent figure incognito. The internet went wild. Before, it was just a rumor and Gaji hadn't confirmed anything, so fans dismissed it quickly. However, now that it's confirmed, how could it not drive people mad? I did some digging. Ali only participated in the Bluebird boot camp recently. She's still wet behind the ears. What capability does she have to replace Gaji? Exactly. I've seen her Amber live streams. Yes, she's good at gaming, but Gaji is like the left-wing deity. She can only stand by in comparison. More and more netizens began expressing their doubt about Ali's abilities and were unoptimistic about her potential. Inside the WH club, everyone looked at the commentary displayed on the large screen, eyes flickering with myriad thoughts, some reveling in schadenfreude while others felt indignant. Dell was among those who were furious. He thought Ali was incredibly capable, next only to their leader in terms of respect. These people talking without knowing made him want to fight back verbally. But with CEO Sage sitting there, tense-browed yet silent, he didn't dare act. Ali sat beside Amy, completely unfazed by the comments. She twirled a coin from Amy's last dumpling feast between her fingers. "Xandra, what do you think?" Sage asked. The coin rolled until Ali stopped it with her hand. "It doesn't matter. I just want to play well. If they don't want me to play, then I'll find something else," she replied calmly. Everyone in the meeting room felt a chill at her indifferent tone. Amy glanced at Ali and said, "Baker has spoken." Instantly, Sage and Ali's attention was drawn to the screen. Joe refreshed the page and indeed, Baker's presence appeared on Weibo. He had posted a new tweet. "My Xandra is the best. Unquestionable. No one can replace her. She is her own god." With many fans on both sides, the Weibo post ignited heated discussions online, almost involving the cyber police before the topic cooled down. Miley took many calls, including some directed at Sage from partners and investors, all questioning the club's decision. Miley, ears ringing from the calls, finally hung up and asked, "CEO Jamie, what should we do next?" "We will directly announce that Ali is taking over Gaji's position," Sage replied confidently. Joe and Miley exchanged glances, both hesitant about escalating tensions further. But Amy agreed with Sage. "Let's call a press conference and announce it." Ali glanced at her, her eyes less cold than usual, now tinged with warmth. Realizing Sage's resolve wouldn't change, Miley nodded and arranged the press conference. At home, Baker saw the official WH Club announcement for a press conference at 3 o'clock that afternoon. He immediately got ready to go. On the way, he suddenly turned to Dominic and asked, "Dominic, do you think it would be good if I got a driver's license?" He He'd driven before but without a license, so he'd always hesitated after waking up. Getting a license would mean driving himself instead of troubling Dominic all the time. Sure, why not? It's your decision, Dominic replied indifferently. At the scheduled time, the press conference began. Baker, disguised to avoid recognition, sat inconspicuously at the back. Yet, even camouflaged, he couldn't escape the sharp eyes of Allie. Leaning close to Sage, she whispered, "Dad is here," in the last row. Sage's eyes brightened as she met Baker's gaze, smiling charmingly. Baker signaled for her to be discreet. Sage, regaining composure, announced, "Yes, we are officially declaring that Allie will replace Gaji and work alongside our team members." A reporter from Shang Entertainment raised a hand and asked, "Why isn't Gaji here today? Was he aware of this decision?" This implied that Allie's promotion might have been a covert operation due to her close relationship with Sage. Miley explained, "Gaji is abroad for treatment. His injuries are severe, beyond domestic hospital's capabilities." Hearing this, Baker's thoughts drifted to Sister Marnie. If she had been involved, would the treatment have been simpler? Suddenly, he wondered why he thought of her. Reporters grilled him with tough questions, but Miley answered brilliantly. Allie, however, grew bored. She snatched the microphone in front of Sage and said to the reporters, "I'm not interested in that position. I only agreed to replace Gaji because I want to win a world championship for my father." Coldly placing the microphone back, she ended the interaction. Baker smiled inwardly at his daughter's fierce loyalty. Her dad, who could it be? Murmured voices around. Let's check online. Another voice responded. Can't find him. Is he possibly a big figure incognito? Baker listened intently, wishing to shout out loudly, "I am her father." Sadly, this joy was his alone. He stood, tapping his shoulder proudly, nodding at Sage and Allie before leaving unnoticed. By the time reporters noticed, he was already gone. Meanwhile, Georgia watched the live stream. A sudden glimpse of Baker brought a rare smile to her face. Assistant Maya entered to report progress on the person search. East Orchid. Georgia looked puzzled at the file. The woman's profile matched Baker's description perfectly. Yes, East Orchid, same illness, age matches, and from Fengcheng, lived in a small alley with her mother. Assistant Maya confirmed. Putting the file down, Georgia said, "All right, I'll drive to the airport. You fetch my father." "Yes, ma'am." Georgia called Baker. "Father, we have news. She's in East Orchid City. Want to see?" Returning home, Baker paused upon hearing the news, frozen for a moment before managing to breathe again. "Yes, let's go." Assistant Maya drove them to the airport. On board the private jet, Baker's nerves buzzed. After 40 years of longing, this chance to find a family member felt surreal. Baker longed to confirm this once and for a mortality rate of 40%. She pointed at Baker's phone with her finger. "I also met someone who looked a bit like her. We were in the same ward last month, but then she was picked up by a man and never came back. Her condition was better than mine. Only her lower limbs were swollen." Baker thanked her gratefully and left with Georgia. Back at the Jean family home, Baker locked himself in his room and didn't come out. Georgia was very worried and stood outside his door. Allie and the others returned after hearing the news. They asked as they climbed the stairs, "How is Dad? Godfather still won't come out?" Georgia shook her head, feeling helpless despite her reputation as a business titan. She had tried every method, even making phone calls, but Baker insisted he was fine, yet he wouldn't open the door. Sage knocked anxiously on the door. "Godfather, don't isolate yourself. Please come out." "Yes, Dad, please come out and see us. We can solve any problem together." Bridget also knocked. In the family group chat, Baker sent a voice message. "I'm fine, just want to rest a bit. You all go about your business and don't worry about me. I'll join you for dinner tonight." Hearing this, everyone knew Baker truly needed some time alone to cool down. Georgia stood straight and said to Baker inside the room, "Dad, don't worry. I will continue investigating this matter. Next time, I promise not to disappoint you." "Zandra, I'll help you." Allie nodded at Georgia. Then, they left. Even back at work, their minds were elsewhere due to their concern for Baker. Allie stayed at home, opening her computer and operating 3 systems simultaneously. Lines of code flowed rapidly across the screen. Despite utilizing all her connections, she couldn't find any trace of that man. Unless, he wasn't an ordinary person. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the English version is natural, fluent, and coherent with the previous content. Chapter 116. Even paparazzi can't sniff out the trail. At 6 in the afternoon, Georgia and the others returned. Apart from Bridget, who was preoccupied with business and came back later, the rest were seated on the sofas in the main hall. Allie said to Georgia, "Elder sister, I've investigated thoroughly. That man isn't ordinary. All traces of him have been erased. When I hacked into Donglan City Hospital surveillance, I found that their system suddenly malfunctioned last month, and records for nearly half a year vanished after repairs." Georgia frowned. "Even you couldn't find anything?" "It's not that I can't find it, it's just a matter of time. I need deeper access," Allie said coldly, unwilling to ask the old man for help unless absolutely necessary. "All right, do your best." Georgia understood her predicament. Alicia wasn't paying attention. She was watching her phone as it was almost 7, and Baker still hadn't come downstairs. Godfather, could he be standing us up? She felt a bit worried and planned to go upstairs again to call him. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. Alicia walked in head down, bumping right into Baker's chest. Ouch! Alicia looked up to see Baker smiling down at her. "Are you silly? How could you still bump into me?" Baker seemed in good spirits, reaching out to stroke Alicia's slightly reddened forehead with his thumb. Alicia stared in surprise. "Godfather, you finally came out." Georgia and Allie stood up and walked over. Baker, looking into his daughter's worried eyes, said, "Sorry for worrying everyone. I've thought it through. We'll search slowly. We'll find her eventually in this lifetime. It's just that hearing she was taken by a stranger overwhelmed me with guilt. Fearing to upset you all, I needed some time alone." Georgia let out a sigh of relief. It's all right now that father has thought it through. Allie didn't speak, but kept her caring gaze fixed on Baker. Baker gave her a reassuring smile. Zandra, I'm fine. She nodded gently. The moment Bridget stepped in, she saw Baker surrounded by Georgia and the others, looking relaxed. Looks like everything is okay. That evening during dinner, Corbin called to invite Baker and them to visit the hometown on the 8th day. Sure, I'll definitely be there on time, Baker promised. After hanging up, he looked at Bridget and asked, does Mabel want to come along? The Jean family villa, Guangxing Silver Beach, and the Zhanting Manor on the island are all part of the Jean family estate. Bridget really wanted to go, but she was busy preparing the theme song for a TV series and had a lot of work on hand. I'd love to, but paparazzi follow me everywhere, which might not be convenient, she voiced her main concern. Alicia waved off her worries. What's the issue? Just bring your work along. I trust you to finish quickly. As for travel, she glanced at Allie with raised eyebrows. Zandra can hide your trail so well, even paparazzi can't sniff it out? Bridget looked at Allie, her eyes filled with trust. Allie nodded subtly. Yes. That's great. We leave the day after tomorrow. I must get to composing. Bridget excitedly went to the elevator. Baker shook his head. Mabel is quite the action taker. I guess I should also go prepare. Georgia and the others followed suit, laughing together in the elevator, even making the usually taciturn Allie more talkative. On the 8th day, Bridget accompanied Baker to Guangxing and met Corbin and the others. Seeing the fully armed Bridget, Grandmother Tiffany frowned slightly and asked Baker, who is this? Baker beckoned to Bridget, who approached cautiously, only revealing her eyes. This is your eldest sister's grandmother. You can address her as such if you don't mind, Baker introduced them. Zandra, Mabel, greet Grandma. Hello, Grandma. Pointing to Corbin, Baker said, this is Summer's uncle. Call him Lionel. They chimed before he finished. Corbin happily handed them each a red envelope. Good job. Jean Yutong, munching on a chicken claw, remarked in amazement, Brother Hao, you're amazing. A future pop star and a future esports god, both your daughters. Baker held his head high proudly. Exactly. Allie quietly ate, keeping her head down. Only Georgia knew Zandra's background wasn't simple. Hiding someone's trail so well couldn't just be done with gaming skills. Initially anxious about being spotted, Bridget found no online reports of her visiting the Jean family villa after spending a day there. Reports only mentioned her traveling to seek inspiration for the theme song of the TV drama, Dunhuang Dream. Brock assured her to stay calm. Grateful, Bridget placed a rib on Allie's plate. Zandra, you're amazing, thank you. Allie, though saying it was nothing, truthfully devoured the rib Bridget offered. Over the following days, Baker joined Jean Yutong and others on trips to Silver Beach. Unable to resist, Bridget took photos and posted them on Weibo without geotagging. Beautiful scenery, keep working hard. Netizens realized she wasn't participating in any events because she was relaxing and taking a trip. Fans cheered for her to have fun, while others tried to decipher clues to discover her location and hoped for a chance encounter. They were surprised when they learned of Guangxing Silver Beach, a famous rich person's hangout costing tens of thousands per day. Netizens exclaimed they couldn't afford it. Do you remember how to play beach volleyball? Jean Mu Dai challenged Baker, who lay on the lounge chair with sunglasses on. Hearing this, Baker pushed his sunglasses up, looking at her and smirked. Of course I do. Do you want to play? Jean Yutong and Jean Mu Dai provocatively beckoned him over. Come on over. Their arrogance made Baker laugh. All right, don't say I didn't warn you. Baker got up, adjusting his sunglasses into his hair. In the distance, Georgia and the sisters played in the water, all dressed gorgeously in bikinis, attracting attention but maintaining distance due to the ever-vigilant bodyguards around them. Anyone attempting to approach would immediately be tossed out. Gradually recognizing the Jean family, people abandoned any improper intentions. Summer, want to play volleyball? Baker stood on the beach, cupping his hands like a megaphone and shouted over. Georgia and the others looked this way. Sure. As these beauties came ashore, those malicious glances drifted back. Allie's piercing glare made a few people scurry away in fear. Alicia giggled. Still our Zandra is formidable. The bodyguards are like wooden stakes. Bridget nodded in agreement. Georgia just waved her hand lightly, and the bodyguards dispersed. Her voice was laced with venom, chilling to the bone. They will deal with those who misbehave. For beach volleyball, Georgia and Alicia did not join since only 4 players were needed. Baker played first with Bridget and Violetta. Bridget was delighted, even if her serves weren't very accurate. She was having a great time. Indeed, coming out changes my spirits. Thanks, Dad, Bridget whispered. The cloudiness in her mind gradually cleared, knowing now how to finalize the melody. Baker thought it was nothing. The world is vast. You should go out sometimes. Otherwise, you might get stifled, as you've told me before. Bridget nodded, noticing Allie's excitement over beach volleyball. She then suggested to Baker, I can't keep up with the pace. Let Zandra take over. Okay. Baker nodded. After Allie came on, she jumped and served the ball. The moment it left her hand, it zoomed past Aspen's ear with a whistling sound. Then everyone saw the volleyball explode. Aspen touched her chest, looking pale. Too scary. This isn't playing, it's murder. Though joking, Allie felt guilty but didn't say anything, walking aside. Baker noticed and followed her. Zandra, she was just exaggerating. She thought your serve was powerful. Baker sat beside her, consoling her. Allie felt self-reproachful, fearing she had disappointed Baker. I didn't mean to. Her fingers clenched, seemingly unhappy. It's okay. Baker patted her head. The sunset cast long shadows of the two of them, close together. In the evening, after everyone fell asleep, there was a knock at Baker's door. He asked, who is it? It's me, Dad. Recognizing Allie's voice, Baker opened the door. Allie turned and walked, looking back at Baker, as if she wanted to speak. Baker followed her outside, shutting the door behind him. They walked to the fish pond, sitting on the rocks under the moonlight. Allie brought up her past for the first time. When Baker heard she was raised by the father of combat, his eyes widened. Tai Julig Mellon, the world-renowned father of combat, founder of Fight Type, who adopted qualified children nationwide. But from some reports I've seen, bloggers claim he assigned these kids complex missions. Baker held Allie's hand, concerned. Did you get hurt? Are there lingering injuries? Does it still hurt? Let's have elder sister call a family doctor to check you tomorrow. Allie, expressionless but visibly surprised, asked, You don't ask why I followed the old man? You had your reasons. Dad doesn't need to know. All I want to know is if my Xandra is in pain. Baker's eyes welled up with discomfort. He looked up at the sky, trying to appear calm. Allie felt a complex emotion. She leaned her head on Baker's shoulder. No pain. All the pain was almost unfamiliar to him. Allie knew Baker was looking at her and opened her eyes, lifting her head from his shoulder. Dad, you were right. I have indeed taken on complex missions. Baker looked at her, throat bobbing. How complex? Allie swung her feet, feeling comfortable beside Baker. She edged closer until their shoulders touched. Dad, have you heard of the Red Rose Mercenaries? Baker thought for a moment. No. He took out his phone and searched. The Red Rose Mercenaries was an all-female mercenary corps, established 10 years ago, operating as the world's largest security service company. They provided military and security services and had participated in conflicts across various regions overseas. They were also the largest contractor for military tasks in Deslan, a foreign superpower. And the king of Red Rose Mercenaries was someone called L. L? Baker looked uncertainly at Allie. Is this L? Allie nodded. Yes, it's me. I am the leader of the Red Rose Mercenaries. Baker nearly slipped off the rock in shock, but was caught by Allie. Dad scared? Baker shook his head, a little surprised. He had guessed that Allie was no ordinary person, but not to this extent. No wonder Xandra was different from others. She had too much high-tech knowledge. Allie explained why she left the Red Roses, and Baker supported her. Your current life is good. You have us, teammates, and gaming to enjoy. Allie nodded. Yeah, it's not bad. A hint of red appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. Wanting to lighten the mood, Baker asked Allie, Do you have someone like Amy in Red Rose? A close friend? Allie hesitated. She didn't understand why Baker would think Amy was a friend of hers, but Amy did treat her nicely. The members of Red Rose are those I've rescued. They've had tough lives, and I took them in, trained them, helping each stand on their own. Inside there aren't friends, only teammates. Allie paused suddenly. She stared at the lake, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Baker noticed and asked, What's wrong? Allie recalled someone. I once had a best friend, someone I trusted my life with, but due to some misunderstandings, we ended our friendship and stopped communicating. These words left Baker a bit shaken because he knew it wasn't easy for Allie to form deep bonds. It suggested how important this friend must have been. Male or female? Baker probed, focusing on the key detail. If male, then it didn't matter. If female, he could accept it. His darling was still young and shouldn't be deceived by villains. Allie saw the serious look on Baker's face and twitched her eye. Dad, she's a girl, the leader of an underground hacker group. She taught me hacking, and she's also one of the old man's ace cards. Baker understood. You grew up together? Allie nodded. Yeah. Without saying more, she left it at that. Baker chuckled. I thought, with your personality, making friends wouldn't be easy, yet you had a best friend. Allie pursed her lips but didn't refute him. Late night moon gazing, came George's voice from behind them. They turned around to see her in pajamas, wearing a coat, standing gracefully in the hallway. Allie stood up immediately. I was talking with Dad. Georgia nodded and walked over. Baker stood up too. It's late. I'm going inside. Daughters, go to bed early. Both nodded at Baker and watched him leave. Georgia turned her gaze back to Allie. You told Dad about your identity? Allie nodded. He should know eventually, so I told him. Actually, when Georgia found Allie had already revealed her status as the King of Red Rose to her. However, both kept it secret from everyone else, leaving everyone aware that Allie was no ordinary person but unaware of exactly why. Georgia sighed. It's better he knows sooner. At least if any danger comes, he'll be prepared. I won't bring Dad into danger, nor let any danger come near him, Allie said firmly. I believe you can do it, Georgia replied gently. Let's rest. That night, everyone slept well. Baker even fell asleep with a smile. However, the next day, Sage had an issue. In the afternoon, while teaching Allie mahjong, she suddenly clutched her stomach in intense pain, sweating profusely and turning pale. Did she eat something bad? Baker was worried. The butler had already called the family doctor, as 3 renowned resident doctors were always available due to the need for grandmother's frequent checkups. They arrived quickly. After thorough examinations, the trio concluded that Sage must have eaten something bad, causing gastrointestinal disturbance. They prescribed some medicine and advised proper rest. After taking the medicine, Sage rested for 2 hours before coming out to greet Baker and the others. Seeing her move like she was floating, Baker rushed forward. Shouldn't you be resting? Why are you out? Using a concerned tone, he reprimanded her gently. Sage looked at the table and pouted. My mouth tastes bitter. I want something flavorful. The servants brought porridge and light dishes, and Georgia placed them before her. That's all you can have now. To hell with it, Sage grumbled, resigned to eating the bland porridge. But around 8 or 9 that evening, just as Baker returned home, the butler informed him that Sage's stomach pain had returned, and the 3 doctors were stumped. Baker hurried over, finding Georgia already sending Sage to the hospital. No, moving makes it worse. It takes 2 hours down the mountain. I can't bear it, Sage refused, clutching Georgia's hand tightly. I'll drive. It won't take long. She prescribes medication. The 3 family doctors entered at that moment and, hearing her question, chimed in, Indeed. Who is this person? Prescribing medicine from just one look at the tongue. What are we here for then? Baker glared at them. What are you here for? After giving her medicine, she's only gotten worse. The 3 doctors dared not challenge Baker, as he was a valued guest of the elderly matriarch. Georgia asked them to leave to avoid further aggravating Baker. Baker reassured Bridget. I trust her. She's Sister Marnie, the inheritor of Zhang's acupuncture techniques in traditional Chinese medicine, and the world's youngest medical professor. Upon hearing this, Sister Marnie's icy heart trembled inexplicably. She lowered her head to conceal her reaction. Bridget was taken aback. Isn't Eliza an elderly person? She knew of Sister Marnie, though reports about her were rare. Such a famous person could not escape Bridget's notice. Baker thanked Sister Marnie and ended the call, then smiled at Bridget. It seems your information wasn't comprehensive. She's only in her 20s. How could she be old? Bridget realized her oversight and felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, Brock called. Bridget stepped outside to take the call while the servants brought the prepared herbal medicine. Baker sat on the chair's edge, feeding Sage. Georgia and Allie waited beside him. Outside, Brock asked, "Grandaunt, are you having fun? Shouldn't you come back and get to work? Dayon is asking if you finished writing the song." Bridget tapped her chin with her finger and said, "Well, Chapter 118. Showing off his daughters. I've already finished composing and writing the lyrics. I'll try it out in the recording studio when I get back," Bridget said, reassuring Brock. Brock felt relieved. "Then come back quickly. By the way, why can't I find your travel itinerary? Didn't you take a flight?" That was odd. With an ID check, one should be able to know which transportation Bridget took and where she went. Bridget smiled slightly. "I did." She had taken her eldest sister's private plane. This was something she couldn't tell Brock just yet. After they hung up, Bridget walked inside. Just as she was about to step in, she saw Baker shushing her, and Georgia and Allie gesturing for her not to come in. Alicia was asleep, and Baker gently carried her back to the room. He then tiptoed out, feeling relieved when he saw Georgia and others outside. "Looks like Sister Marnie's medicine is effective. Little Diane slept soundly and looks much better." Georgia nodded. "Tomorrow, I'll have someone check the food safety in the house. Also, those 3 family doctors are all Western medicine practitioners, so their dosage might be incorrect." Baker nodded. "I understand." 2 days later, after eating the herbal medicines, Alicia became lively again. In the early morning, she jogged with Baker, both sweating profusely. After cleaning up, they met at the dining room. When Alicia reached for a spicy beef bun, Georgia slapped her hand away. "What are you doing?" Alicia was puzzled. Sitting beside her, Baker served her some congee and gave her a yam-steamed bun. "Sister Marnie messaged me that you need about a month to heal your stomach, focusing on a light diet. Summer is worried you'll crave spicy food and get another stomachache. We're going back soon. You don't want to spend every day in bed, do you?" Alicia conceded. "All right." Upon leaving the old house, Violetta and the others were reluctant for Baker to go, because only when Baker was around could they play games freely and even team up with Allie. It was simply too enjoyable. Baker could only say to them, "During the holidays, you can come visit me." They happily agreed. After returning, Bridget got back to work, recording theme songs for TV series in the studio. Allie also returned from her holiday, giving gifts and specialties from Guangxing to the WH Club members. Kevin and Joe were surprised but smart enough to accept the gifts immediately. Even the people from the neighboring team received gifts, following her father's advice. Spreading more gifts would win more hearts. Allie had no interest in this, but couldn't resist Baker's enthusiasm. Amy asked her, "How was your vacation?" "It was okay. I plan to live at home," Allie said while packing her things. Amy, sitting at her desk, paused for a moment. "You're not staying in the apartment anymore?" Allie nodded. "Dad and my eldest sister will be at home, and I also want to live with them. I talked to Manager Zhao, and she said as long as President Dian agrees." Amy smiled. Manager Zhao is giving herself an out because she knows President Dian will agree. Allie looked at her, meeting Amy's gaze. Both of their lips curled slightly, understanding without words being spoken. Allie moved back home, and Baker was overjoyed. That night, he cooked a feast and gathered his daughters for a toast. After dinner, they watched a movie together in the courtyard before Baker went upstairs. Opening his phone, he saw the Four Musketeers group messaging him to play games. Baker typed a message. "Have you finished the practical report? School starts soon." This was a friendly reminder. Kevin and the others promptly responded, asking Baker for help and borrowing the report. Baker replied simply, "I can't help." The joyous atmosphere turned into moans. Baker slept well and woke up the next day to a message from Aloysius. "Old classmate, would you honor me by coming over? Everything is ready." Baker immediately called Aloysius. "Brother Zao, I'll send Dominic to pick you up. Have lunch here. Haven't you tasted my cooking in years?" Adopted daughter, Alicia. Alicia immediately extended her hand. "Lionel Ding, nice to meet you. Call me Little Dian." Aloysius was still dazed, shaking her hand. Oh, nice to meet you." He was confused. How did he suddenly have so many daughters? No wonder Baker invited him for lunch today. He was showing off his daughters. Standing beside Aloysius, Lana looked delighted at Bridget. "Old man, these past few days I've been listening to her songs. The old songs she reinterpreted are really nice. Oh, this girl is truly a nightingale, handling various music styles perfectly." Bridget smiled demurely and stepped forward. "Maisie, you flatter me. I still have a lot to learn." Then she greeted politely, "Lionel Ding, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you," Aloysius replied. Allie also approached and quietly greeted Aloysius. Though somewhat aloof, she seemed very sensible. Georgia also greeted them. Servants brought drinks and wine, and everyone raised their glasses and chatted. Dominic announced that lunch was ready, and everyone headed to the dining hall. At the table, Baker and Aloysius chatted. Bridget accompanied Lana and asked the servant to fetch 2 albums from upstairs, which she then gave to Lana. "This is quite embarrassing," Lana said, lovingly holding the albums. With rapid social progress, online music changed fast, and Lana rarely found feeling slightly tipsy. However, Baker knew he couldn't get drunk. This body had become increasingly peculiar, as alcohol tasted like water in his mouth and was digested very quickly. Aloysius understood this indescribable joy perfectly. "I understand. At its core, it's happiness. On a sadder note, there's no one to share this joy with. Rest assured, brother, I'll share in your joy." Hearing this, Baker felt much better. "Since you're here, how about we take a photo?" Baker pulled out his phone. Georgia had bought Baker a new phone with super long battery life, and he hadn't taken any photos with it yet. Aloysius was happy to oblige, posing for a picture with Baker while Lana smiled gently. The camera clicked, capturing the moment with Baker flashing his white teeth, grinning widely. He posted the picture on his social media, gathering with friends, just pure joy. Then he left it at that. It wasn't until after he dropped Aloysius off at home that Baker noticed the comments on his post. Kevin and the other three were the most enthusiastic. Wow, how did Professor Deng become your friend? Is the person next to him Professor's wife, Teacher Lin? Brother Hao, why was Professor Deng having dinner at your place? Baker didn't reply on social media but instead initiated a video call with the three of them directly. Once the call connected, the trio chattered away like monkeys in a zoo, non-stop. Baker couldn't hear a single word clearly. Shouldn't you guys decide who gets to ask first? Kevin said okay and then started, Brother Hao, since Professor Deng is your friend now, can you tell him not to be so strict with us? Like, turn a blind eye if we're late to his class next time? This got nods of agreement from the other two. Baker chuckled, lying back on his bed and shaking his head. Sorry, I can't help with that. Friends are friends, but rules are rules. I can't ask Professor Deng to change his principles. Upon hearing this, the trio grew urgent, employing every tactic to persuade Baker, making the situation almost uncontrollable several times. Baker laughed so hard he nearly choked, thoroughly enjoying playing with them. ####Chapter 119. The gift for my daughter got switched. Finally, school started again. TikTok was filled with videos of parents happily sending their little monsters back to school. But in the Jean family, while Georgia and others were delighted, only Allie remained gloomy. Her usual cold expression seemed even colder now, because Georgia, Sage, Bridget, and others had moved to a villa near the Finance University with Baker. Only Allie couldn't do so. That villa was still quite far from the WH Club, and there were competitions coming up soon. Kevin called Sage, hoping Allie would move back to the apartment for training with the team to familiarize herself with her teammates' rhythms and improve teamwork. Sage asked Baker, who naturally hoped Allie could prioritize the team's needs. Surprisingly, Allie agreed readily. Baker asked why, and Allie said, Big sister and the others all moved with you, and I want to join them too. But there's a competition coming up, and you must be worried about me falling behind. So I'll go back to the apartment. Baker, surprised by her understanding, said, Tina, if you don't want to go back, it's fine. Dad isn't forcing you. Dad, wait for me to bring back a championship for you, Allie replied earnestly. Baker nodded. All right. After moving into the villa, Aloysius was the happiest because he could chat with Baker every weekend. Daughter, you and little Jamie don't need to accompany me. Dominic can drive me. Last time I mentioned to Dominic that I might get a driver's license soon, so I can drive myself, Baker explained, receiving nods of approval from his daughters. Good. I'll arrange it, Georgia agreed. Sage still felt a bit sad. It feels like this holiday went by too fast. Why can't you stay longer with us, foster dad? My dear, foster dad is also a university student, so studies come first. Baker gently patted her head, smiling. Bridget had left early due to busy work on the theme song. She messaged Baker, reminding him to take care of himself. Baker replied affirmatively. Sage drove Allie to the WH Club. Georgia went to the company, and Dominic took Baker to school, saying they were Brother House bodyguards. After some commotion, they settled into cleaning the dorm room. When it came to making beds, no one matched Baker's efficiency. He made his bed flawlessly, while Kevin and James struggled miserably with theirs. Why does heaven make me lay beds? Why? James wailed dramatically. Baker shook his head. We learned how during military training. Did you forget? He quickly straightened their messy sheets. Kevin and James watched in awe. No wonder your brother Hao. We've forgotten everything. Zach, having finished his own bed, remarked sarcastically, Stop complaining. You're just being lazy. James jumped over and playfully tugged at Zach's neck. Baker and Kevin stood by, amused. Suddenly, Zach's parents entered, startled by the scene. What are you doing? Let go of my son. Thinking Zach was being bullied, they rushed forward. After Zach explained, the atmosphere became awkward. His parents offered local specialties, which everyone enjoyed. A few days later, Georgia had Dominic deliver something to the dorm manager, instructing him to hand it directly to Baker. Due to increased security measures after an incident at another university where an imposter masquerading as a parent attacked students, all deliveries were now carefully verified and handed through dorm managers. Everything seemed fine until Baker and his friends came down excitedly to collect the delivery. Opening the box, they recoiled in horror. Inside were rotten fruits infested with flies. It must be a mistake, Zach stammered. Baker's face darkened. Definitely wrong. Kevin pulled out his phone. Call the police. This has been switched. Baker confirmed with Dominic that the box was correct, but the contents weren't. Joe immediately sensed something was amiss. Should I come over? End of translation. No need, Dominic, I understand. Baker hung up the phone, and then led the three others to find the dorm manager. The dorm manager kept insisting it was impossible, but when they approached him, he froze in shock. This? He tried to explain. I had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom. Kingston was going upstairs, and I asked him to watch over for me. He promised. Kingston? Who is he? Baker felt unfamiliar with the name. Left wave checked. He's a top student from the neighboring class. Let's ask James and go upstairs to inquire. Baker nodded. All right, Kevin, I'll send you something on WeChat. Go to the print area, print it out, and stick it on the door. While walking there, say we've already called the police. He sent the written statement to Kevin. Kevin glanced at it and smiled. Smart, you're really smart. As Kevin jogged off, muttering under his breath, curious onlookers asked what was going on. Kevin explained and loudly mentioned they had called the police. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone knew that Baker had lost something important. All the guys from the dormitory came down to see what was happening. Kevin posted the printed announcement by the door. It read, We have already reported this to the police. We hope the person who switched the package will come forward. Baker will still give an opportunity and speak well of you to the police. If you don't step forward, once the case is filed, your college career will be over. James and the others also asked Kingston. Kingston confirmed he did keep an eye on the box, but was called away by a teacher midway. He placed the box inside and messaged the dorm manager before leaving. The dorm manager verified that he saw the message. Baker stood downstairs, looking serious but not anxious. He knew someone would eventually step forward. Sure enough, half an hour later, a boy rushed out, sweating profusely. Sorry, I took the wrong one. The youth squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of Baker and the others. Baker, taller by half a head, stared expressionlessly at him, making the boy shift his gaze nervously. James sneered, that's strange. If you took the wrong one, why didn't the box change, but the contents did? The boy's body stiffened. Chapter 120. You know in your heart whether you took the wrong one. What do you mean? Are you accusing me of switching what was inside? Bayard preemptively yelled, pointing at James. James roared back, I'm talking about you. Who's afraid of who just because one has a louder voice? He puffed out his chest and moved closer, but Bayard dared not advance. He put down the box and said to Baker, anyway, the item is here now. I've already returned it. Baker was fiddling with his phone, responding to Georgia and others' queries in the group chat. Without looking up, he calmly replied, no rush, the police are on their way. Bayard's expression soured. He wanted to leave but was blocked by Kevin and Zach. People around them were murmuring and pointing at him. The police arrived, questioning the involved parties and dormitory manager before asking other students and examining the surroundings. They found that the box had been placed in a corner too far from the surveillance camera's coverage. The policeman told Baker, the item has been left there for too long, and it's outside the camera's range. It's difficult to characterize this case. Perhaps it was indeed a mistake by your classmate? Baker smiled, putting his phone back in his pocket. A mistake would only involve taking the contents, officer. Check the seal carefully. Even if it looks perfect, there are signs of tampering. The policeman squatted down to look and confirmed it, but without surveillance footage or witnesses, they could only handle it privately. Hearing this, Bayard grew bolder. I said, I took it by mistake. There are so many items in the dormitory every day, and I was in a hurry. Who would check the names? Kevin pushed him. Are you treating us like fools? Bayard shoved back with both hands. What? Do you want to start something in front of the police? James couldn't hold his temper and lunged at Bayard. Baker intervened as the police ordered them to stop, but Bayard's fist accidentally came close to hitting Baker's nose. All three were ready to act impulsively again when two police officers held them back. What are you doing? Stop it. The lead policeman shouted, then said to Baker, you're all classmates. Can't this be resolved? Currently, we lack evidence. Perhaps you can settle this privately. Baker shook his head, his gaze turning sharp towards Bayard. No settlement, no private deal. Taking my belongings comes with a price. Officer, please let us handle this ourselves. The policeman seemed uneasy and warned Baker, be careful, student. This is a society governed by law. Heard that? Society governed by law. If you hurt me even a little, the police will take you away, Bayard taunted. Baker nodded, understood. While the policemen were present, the dean arrived. What's going on? Get to class. The dean commanded everyone to disperse. Then he asked Baker, I heard your item was lost. This classmate claims he made a mistake and returned it. It was returned, but whether it was a mistake or not, he knows better. Baker stood in front of Kevin and gestured for them to calm down. They complied but couldn't stand Bayard's smug face. James said, Dean, he deliberately took Baker's stuff. Bayard retorted, what proof do you have? Don't be so arrogant. Zach glared at him. Seeing Baker's anger and remembering his powerful background, the dean turned to Bayard. Apologize to Baker and don't take others' things again. But Bayard wasn't afraid without concrete evidence. I've already apologized. But they won't let go. Even the police said we can resolve this ourselves. The dean's face turned red with anger, then apologize again until Baker is satisfied. This fueled Bayard's resentment. Why should I? Dean, be fair. Don't treat us commoners poorly just because Baker has connections. If this gets out, how do you think the university's image will fare? Enough. The dean realized Bayard was beyond reasoning. Baker's phone rang. It was Georgia calling. He answered it briefly. It's fine. Don't worry. I can handle it. Work hard, okay? After hanging up, he turned back. You say I have strong backing, fine. I'll show you I can crush you without them, Baker challenged. The police, making notes, glanced over upon hearing this. Baker quickly clarified, just the words. Turning to the dean, Baker said, Dean, watch over. We'll see. Their tones reflected different mindsets. Baker pointed to a flashpoint on a high pole. There, see? Concerned about my safety after hearing about the incident. Summer called the principal and had it installed during the holidays. He probably forgot to tell you. The policeman looked and found the camera in a discreet spot. So we can review this location from the monitoring room? The policeman asked. Yes, you can check later. Let's continue retracing the steps. I believe this student wouldn't dare bring the box back to the dorm during the day, so he must have hidden it somewhere along this path. Baker knew about this place accidentally, catching a group smoking there. Those individuals made an unpleasant gesture, and Baker walked away. Later, the principal named them publicly, including Bayard. Thus, Baker recognized Bayard when he first appeared, and Bayard likely recognized him too, changing his attitude accordingly. Where did you hide it? After walking a distance, the policeman asked Baker. Baker pointed to a small cave. There? Panic gripped Bayard. The spot still had some uncleaned items. He wiped sweat off his forehead, while Baker watched him with a sardonic smile. Classmate, are you feeling hot? Everyone turned to stare at Bayard, who shook his head, a bit. The policeman parted the thick grass and found nutshells and remnants of soup, attracting ants. Check the DNA from these shells to determine ownership, Baker suggested. Bayard's face lost all color. He couldn't figure out how Baker had figured it all out. The policeman, after collecting the evidence, gave Baker a thumbs up. You're impressive, classmate. To know about such an obscure path. Baker replied with a veiled meaning. It was an accidental encounter. James provocatively asked Bayard. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking now? Say something. Say those nutshells weren't yours. Bayard's mouth went dry. He looked at Baker and stammered. Yeah, what do those nutshells have to do with me? Baker shrugged and asked him. Did I specifically name you? This nutshell clearly came from a fruit in my box. I recognized it because I've eaten it before. Isn't it ironic that you would eat it, and then hide the nutshell instead of just tossing it away? Bayard was speechless. He hadn't been able to resist tasting it, only to see moments later in the group chat that Baker had reported it to the police. He thought this wouldn't be a big deal. The dean nodded and then pointed at the dorm manager, Karen. For this negligence, you should take responsibility. You will not get any leave this month, and you need to apologize to Baker and his classmates. Karen put on a mournful face, and the dean continued. Actually, you should thank Baker. If he hadn't found the evidence and caught the troublemaker, you might have lost your job. Bayard's face turned pale. He had no idea how Baker knew about it. The police collected the evidence and gave Baker a thumbs up. Impressive, classmate. This road is so out of the way, yet you still know about it. Baker said with a hidden meaning, I stumbled upon it by chance. James provocatively asked Bayard. Weren't you being really arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking now? Speak up, say that you didn't eat that fruit. Bayard's mouth was dry. He opened his mouth to look at Baker. Yes, what does that fruit pit have to do with me? Baker shrugged and asked him. Did I specifically name you? This fruit pit is clearly from one of the fruits in my box. I can recognize it because I've eaten it before. Don't you find it ironic? Why hide the fruit pit after eating it? Wouldn't it be easier to just throw it away? Bayard was left speechless. He couldn't resist tasting a bit, only to then see in the group chat that Baker had reported it to the police. He thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but he never expected to be caught by Baker not once, but twice. He was frustrated and unwilling to accept this outcome. Classmate, please come with us, the police said to Bayard. Bayard refused. I won't go. The results aren't out yet. You can't arrest me. The police showed him the screen of their phone. Our colleague has already checked the surveillance footage. You held on pretty tightly throughout the way. On the screen, Bayard's evasive figure was visible. It was only then that the onlookers noticed a missing police officer. Bayard deflated and followed the police, while the crowd around suddenly started clapping, which soon turned into loud applause. Kevin and the others were happier for Baker than Baker himself. Brother Hao, you're amazing. They hugged Baker's neck excitedly. Baker told them to calm down as they walked toward the dormitory building. The dean followed, along with a trail of students behind them. Taking the opportunity, the dean said to Baker, Baker, rest assured. The dean will give you a satisfactory explanation for this incident. Baker nodded. Thank you, dean. The dean also nodded and suddenly pointed at the dorm supervisor Karen. For your negligence this time, you should take responsibility. You'll work without leave for this month and apologize to Baker and the others. Karen looked distraught, and the dean added, Actually, you should thank Baker. If it weren't for him finding the evidence and catching the troublemaker, you might have lost your job. Chapter 121. What a small world. Karen sighed and said, Indeed, Baker, thank you. I apologize for causing you trouble. I'm truly sorry. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, startling Baker and the others. There was no need for such formality. Baker didn't say much and let Zach and the others carry the items upstairs to their dormitory. He thought this matter would end here. However, someone had filmed the entire process on their phone and posted it online. It soon became a hot topic. Hashtag Detective Baker of Finance University hashtag. Hashtag Should Thieves Receive the Death Penalty? Hashtag. Hashtag Wow. Discovered sky-high priced fruits selling at $300 per pound hashtag. Several daughters received notifications because they subscribed to topics related to Baker. Whenever these topics trended, Weibo would notify subscribers. Georgia, wearing wire-rimmed glasses, her sharp gaze fell upon the notification and opened it. Bridget also saw it and gestured for a pause and makeup application, asking everyone to leave the dressing room as she wanted to call Baker. But looking at the time, it should be Dad's class hour. Thus, she opened the WeChat group, intending to ask in the family group. She saw that her eldest sister, fifth younger sister, and little President Jamie had already beaten her to it, all asking if Baker was okay. Georgia knew the news first because Dominic called to report the situation. She then called Baker to ask if she needed to step in. Baker said there was no need. He could handle it. But unexpectedly, it ended with him assisting the police to solve the case. The Chongqing Police Bureau issued a notice expressing gratitude to Baker from Finance University for his help in solving the case. After class, Baker habitually checked his phone. He stood still replying to messages while Kevin and the others laughed and moved forward, only to realize Baker hadn't kept up. They targets, no need to take leave. It sounded incredibly proud. Sage led the way with a thumbs up. After finishing chatting, feeling pleased, Baker put his phone in his pocket and jogged to catch up with Kevin and the others. On Friday after class, Baker packed up his things at the dormitory saying, I'll head home shortly. Remember to finish the food in the fridge. I'll bring new ones next week. Zach and James exchanged glances, saying in unison, Roger that, Brother Hao. Kevin was busier with student union arrangements and thus didn't return to the dormitory. As Baker left campus, he ran into Aloysius who had just greeted other students and turned around to meet Baker's eyes. His stern expression softened instantly as he approached Baker side by side. What? Heading home this weekend? Baker nodded. If everything goes well, every weekend I'll stay home now. Aloysius's eyes widened. That's good. We live close. We can hang out weekly. Baker smiled. Sure, as long as sister-in-law agrees. These words touched Aloysius's heart slightly. He gave an exasperated look at Baker. Are you mocking me? No, just admiring, Baker said as they reached the school gate. On the way, people constantly greeted Aloysius, respectfully calling him Professor Deng. It turned out today's Professor Deng seemed to be in a good mood, responding amiably without his usual sternness. Then noticing Baker walking with Aloysius, discussions began spreading within the campus intranet. The devil Deng seemed softer in Baker's presence. Baker invited Aloysius to ride along with him, which Aloysius accepted. Originally, he planned to take the subway. In the car, they chatted idly as Baker replied to messages. Aloysius glanced over and chuckled, a laugh that felt somewhat annoying to Baker. What's so funny? Baker asked. Aloysius shook his head laughing. I laugh at you. A young man who started a family group named Warm Family with your daughters. You're too mature. Baker paused. Isn't that name widely used? He had even specifically Googled cozy and warm family names, and this one ranked first. Aren't your daughters all beautiful and capable? Doesn't that make the group name seem toxic? Aloysius voiced his thoughts. Dominic, driving ahead, couldn't resist chuckling. Baker felt embarrassed. I'll ask my daughters when I get home. Being mature wasn't necessarily bad. It helped him accept the revelation about having daughters swiftly after waking up. At the Jean family dinner table, Baker clearly appeared troubled. Allie noticed, asking, Dad, anything happen at school? Baker shook his head and put down his chopsticks. Daughters, Dad has something serious to ask. Serious? Everyone stopped eating, laying down their chopsticks, among others, to go to the gymnasium as audience members. Their class had fewer lessons that day. Baker didn't think he could avoid it. Upon entering the gymnasium, his eyes met someone on stage. Gladys also hadn't expected to encounter Baker here. She knew Baker attended Fengcheng Finance University but didn't anticipate he would be an audience member here. Gladys kept looking at Baker's direction, which Leona noticed and whispered in her ear, Big sister, keep a low profile. Why should I? Is there something wrong with greeting my friend with my eyes? Gladys retorted. Leona pursed her lips and said nothing. This sister was known in the entertainment industry as a thorn rose, straightforward and never fake. Therefore, people loved and hated her. As her agent, Leona often found herself unable to manage Gladys. The event began with the host inviting everyone for self-introductions before moving to the Q&A session. Gladys pointed at Baker, this student. The host looked at Baker, who stood up reluctantly, inwardly muttering to himself. What a small world. Hello, student. Are you Miss Gladys's fan? The host asked. Baker shook his head. An awkward silence fell. The host continued, haha, maybe my question was off. Let's try another. What is your favorite character played by Miss Gladys? Baker thought seriously, she has many, and each role is different. Moreover, Miss Gladys is modest and humble, putting her heart into every performance, making each character deeply touching. Like Empress Sun Chi in Palace Strategy, and real estate agent Liu Yu in Love Every Day. Baker listed more than 20 roles fluently, not only astonishing the host but also causing a tremor in Gladys's heart. Chapter 122. James and his friends got beaten. Everyone at the scene was watching Baker, murmurs rippling through the crowd. James and Kevin were dumbfounded, looking at Baker as if they had encountered someone of great importance. Zach suddenly clapped enthusiastically, leading everyone else to join in, and the trio appeared as excited as if they had been called to speak themselves. The applause subsided, and Gladys stood up, looking at Baker sincerely and saying thank you. I didn't expect anyone would remember so many of my roles. Frankly, I sometimes can't recall how many dramas and movies I've acted in, but I know that every effort will be rewarded. Look, Gladys pointed at Baker's side, glancing around, very happy to say, this enthusiasm is the reward for me. Baker nodded in response and then sat down, returning the microphone to the moderator. The host continued, Miss Hua, I heard that this time, Donghua Dream has some standout highlights. Will these be released after the show? Gladys nodded, they probably will, depending on what the director decides. High IQ people always solve problems effortlessly. With her words, Gladys neither offended the other actors nor the director. Baker discussed with Kevin. They decided to leave if nothing more happened. However, just as they stood up, the moderator passed the microphone over, accompanied by the host's sentence. I heard that students from the Finance University also participated in this drama, including student Baker. Baker became the center of attention once again. He was somewhat impatient, suppressing his agitation, and picked up the microphone again. Yes, I participated in a small section. The host looked delighted. Dayon mentioned that you didn't know how to act at first but suddenly got it, displaying remarkable explosiveness. Baker, have you had any similar experience before? Gladys frowned, unhappy. She wanted to speak, but found no sound coming from the microphone. She glanced towards the backstage corner where Leona signaled to her. Well, it seems this TV station came prepared. No wonder they insisted on selecting the Finance University. Clearly not for the reasons they claimed. Baker noticed Gladys's expression and guessed something. His tone turned icy, one hand in his pocket. He responded to the host. Mr. Host, you've missed the point. This is the promotion for Donghua Dream. You should focus on the main cast, not diverting attention to a mere student like me. The host hadn't expected such a retort. His composed demeanor turned awkward. Hee yes, mainly because Dayon is highly respected in the industry. Her praise is significant, especially for an extra actor, which is what netizens find curious. Emphasizing the word extra, the host Slade spoke with disdain flashing in his eyes. Promoting Donghua Dream, only Gladys represented Finance University today. So when this question arose, everyone looked at Gladys, wanting to know if Dayon had indeed praised Baker. But Gladys still couldn't speak, whispering to the host, enough is enough? Slade pretended not to hear. After all, your microphone was muted. Shouldn't you sit quietly? Gladys's tolerance was at its breaking point. Leona watched her, tightening her heart as she forced a smile. Trouble seemed inevitable. Baker smirked dismissively. Must I answer because you're curious? I hope your station maintains its position. As a competent host, you should know how to handle this properly. This is Miss Gladys's event. Leaving her aside as the lead actress, what does that make it? Baker's tone was too sharp, leaving Slade unable to back down gracefully. Whispers spread among the crowd. This was live broadcast, capturing the most exciting moments. Prepare something delicious for his daughter, and seriously discuss the issue of staying up late. However, just as Baker left, James and friends were returning from having hot pot off campus when they were provoked by some drunkards and beaten up. Bystanders called the police, who took the drunkards and James to the station. Baker received a call during dinner with Maya Summer, who identified herself as Lonco police station staff. Hello, is there something wrong? Baker asked, puzzled. The officer said, do you know James, Kevin, and Zach? Baker sensed something amiss. Yes, what happened? Noticing Baker's tone, the girls turned their attention to him, anxious to inquire. Because Baker returned home, all daughters found time to come back, including Bridget, who hurried back despite recording the theme song. After the officer explained the situation, Baker immediately headed out. Maya Summer followed. Dad, what happened? James and friends had issues, getting harassed by some drunkards upon returning and got into a fight. Now they're taken to the station, Baker explained while putting on his shoes. I'll come with you. Maya Summer changed her shoes. We'll go too, the rest chimed in unanimously. Baker shook his head. I'll bail them out. It's unnecessary for everyone to come. Only Summer and Tina need to come. Stay home and wait, dear ones. He thought Maya Summer's presence would, it's determined to be a minor injury, will classify this case as a public security incident. If mediation still fails, both parties will face administrative detention. The police officer's words made James and the others very anxious. No way, how, we can't be detained. James's left eye was swollen, and he couldn't help but wince in pain after speaking. Zach and Kevin were similarly badly injured. If we're detained, the school will severely punish us. Baker certainly knew this. Seeing his good friends hurt, his anger surged, and he didn't want to let those people off easily. Allie saw his thoughts and said to Baker, leave it to me. She approached Maya Summer and suggested, sister, let the police release them first. Picking up on the sharp glint in her eyes, Maya Summer nodded. All right. After making both sides sign statements, the police released them. Allie followed the four burly drunkards, while Baker accompanied Maya Summer and James's group to the hospital because their injuries were serious and required thorough examination. Regarding the school, Maya Summer personally called the principal to request leave for the students. The principal approved it. Maya Summer also instructed Alban to keep the news of tonight's events under wraps. As soon as the four burly drunkards left the police station, they stopped pretending, excitedly discussing how to spend the large sum of money. Allie's footsteps were so light they were almost inaudible. Suddenly, she accelerated and bumped into one of their shoulders. Before the man could react, Allie already had a cell phone in her hand. He wanted to curse but realized no one was there. Am I seeing ghosts? He asked the others. The others were uncertain too, as they only caught a fleeting shadow. Hiding nearby, Allie connected the phone to a small computer and quickly typed on the keyboard, cracking the password in no time. She found that someone had transferred 50,000 yuan to this man through a new WeChat account, with a message saying, more rewards upon completion. Additionally, this new WeChat account had sent several photos to the man's phone, including one of Baker. Allie's eyes instantly turned bloodthirsty. Hashtag chapter 123. Let him roll himself into the police station. The four were just planning to have another round to celebrate when they noticed a petite figure in a hood blocking their path. Her perfect curves and well-defined figure made the men's eyes light up. Little girl, it's so late. Why are you here alone? One of them asked. Yeah, let the big brothers take you home, another chimed in. Before they could touch Allie, a powerful kick sent them sprawling on the ground, blood streaming from their noses. The other three froze in fear. Bitch, you're asking for it. One of them swung his fist, only to be caught by Allie's unmoving feet. She grabbed his hand and squeezed hard. Terrified, their eyes nearly popped out as they retreated deeper into the alley, emitting wails of despair. At the hospital, Georgia contacted the best doctors to examine James and the others. Baker sat silently in the corridor. His face was grim. Dad, Georgia called softly, placing her hand on Baker's. What do you plan to do? Eye for an eye, Baker replied coldly. Georgia nodded in agreement. Okay, Dad, do whatever you need to. I'll handle the aftermath. James and the others had mild concussions and needed observation for a few days, while the rest of their injuries were minor. When Allie arrived at the hospital, she tidied herself up before telling Baker and Georgia. Those drunkards turned themselves into the police. Baker was surprised, then remembered something and stood up, grabbing Allie's hand. Are you hurt? Does your hand hurt? Not at all, Allie smiled. Georgia praised her. Well done. Did you cover your tracks? Allie shook her head. No loose ends. I specially treated the recorder so my voice isn't on it. They voluntarily turned themselves in and confessed, but due to insufficient evidence, the police detained them and planned to question Slade. Baker relaxed and let go. Thanks, Sandra. That guy has a grudge. I merely exposed his incompetence as a topic, and he holds a deep grudge. He likely won't leave any damning evidence. Allie nodded. True. He used a fake WeChat account and registered with someone else's ID, so the police can't be sure if he hired those men. Baker smirked coldly. Don't worry. I have a way to make him come after me. A few days later, without solid evidence linking Slade to the attackers, the case was closed. Slade, seeing no news online, assumed he was safe and focused on preparing for the Golden Host competition. After James and the others were discharged, their wounds healed well, though bruises remained. Baker shared his plan, receiving strong support from everyone. I've had Xandra investigate. He loves taking advantage of free parking in that alley. Its surveillance camera is conveniently broken. Broken? That's perfect. Everyone raised an eyebrow. This is our chance. Baker patted them on the shoulders. No need to hold back. Go all out. Understood. Kevin and the others chorused, their eyes burning with enthusiasm. That day, Slade parked in the alley as usual, finding many available spots, which puzzled him briefly before dismissing it. Locking his car, he walked through the alley, ready to clock in. But as he turned the corner, darkness descended upon him. Who? Allie quickly bagged him and waved a signal. Baker and the others appeared, mercilessly beating the bagged Slade. The alley was cleared beforehand, leaving Slade helpless. With most residents being elderly, they wouldn't care much about the disturbance. After they tired, they left. Crawling out of the bag, Slade looked around, dazed and bruised, finding no one. Ouch! His lip was split. He didn't dare call the police. Returning there after getting beaten would raise suspicion. Looking in the mirror, he saw they avoided his face, focusing on his body. Pain seared through his bones. Leaving, Baker and the others laughed, holding their bellies. Kevin asked, how? Was that beautiful lady you posted about? She's quite impressive. Her efficiency was unervingly professional. Yes, Baker replied, acknowledging Allie's concern and insistence on accompanying him. Yeah, James envied. If a girl did that for me, I'd protect her forever. Baker smiled. I will protect her forever. He would protect his daughter. Seeing Baker unharmed, Allie left, unaware they were discussing her. Days later, Slade parked in the same alley, cautiously observing his surroundings, feeling relieved when finding nothing unusual. He must have felt something was off that day, he muttered, locking his car. People walking by reassured him, but Baker and company awaited in the alley. Ali struck again, landing precise blows. Slade was beaten worse this time, especially on his face. Still healing from the last beating and working hard for the competition, Slade hadn't gone to the hospital. After this beating, he felt utterly wrecked, bleeding internally. Struggling out of the bag, he looked up. To his horror, it was the police station. Someone attacked him at the police station entrance. Call the police, there are cameras here. Slade panicked, not questioning how the alley turned into the police station or the non-functional cameras. Rushing inside to report the incident, Slade unknowingly handed himself over. Baker hid in a corner, letting James and the others return first to avoid any trouble from the police who might come looking for them at school. Good baby. Will there be any problems? Baker wasn't untrusting of Ali but still felt somewhat worried. Carrying Slade all this way, he feared being caught on surveillance. Ali was confident, no problem. Plus, elder sister and the others have arranged everything around here. There won't be any eyewitnesses. This was Baker's first time retaliating in such a manner, so he felt a bit jittery, fearing his actions might involve his daughters. That's good. Slade crawled into the police station, startling the officers working inside. Looking up, they recognized him. Mr. Zhu, what happened? Officer Chin approached, assisting him. Grasping Officer Chin's hand tightly, Slade exclaimed, I want to report an assault. Someone put me in a sack and beat me up. Look at my face. This just happened right outside your police station, and the sack should still be there. Officer Chin found this bizarre. Someone would dare attack someone at the police station entrance? He followed Slade outside, only to find nothing there. A gust of wind blew past. Rolling leaves seemed to mock Slade. This can't be. It was clearly here just now. Slade pointed at the ground before shifting his gaze to the camera. The footage. Officer Chin, check the footage. Officer Chin apologized. There's been a network issue in our area. The cameras stopped working last night. Our technicians are still fixing it. Today's incidents are being redirected to the jurisdictional police station. Slade froze, explaining why no one was handling business when he entered. Right, since you're here, Officer Chun patted Slade's shoulder and led him inside. Inside, he saw Lanny and the others in deplorable condition. As if tormented by nightmares, they lunged at Slade instinctively. You paid us to beat up those college students? Why aren't you arrested? Through the iron bars, they grabbed at him. Slade stepped back, startled. It has nothing to do with me, Slade tried to argue. You bastard. You paid us to beat people. Lanny's dialect slipped out in his panic. Officer Chin pulled out his phone. Today, I received an anonymous tip claiming you hired these men. The WeChat account, although registered under someone else's ID, has an IP address linked to your home. How do you explain that? Slade was dumbfounded. Had he really delivered himself to the police? The main road, people would occasionally look at Baker, openly taking photos with their phones. Bro, how? Don't you think we're not like the Four Great Diamonds? Kevin suddenly said. Baker looked at him. His smug smile felt somewhat off. What do you want to say? Think it through first. He really feared this brother might come up with something shocking. James and Zach were also curious. Everyone stared at Kevin, eager to hear what he had to say. Kevin finally said, when we walk around campus, everyone's attention is on us. Doesn't it remind you of F4 in a Korean drama? Baker asked, puzzled. F4? What F4? Zach and James rolled their eyes and held Kevin by his sides. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone is looking at Bro How, not us. The group immediately started roughhousing. As they passed the playground, a soccer ball accidentally flew over. Baker noticed it, took a deep breath, jumped and stopped the ball midair, then kicked it back into play. This earned him continuous applause. See? That's charisma. James patted Kevin's chest. Kevin nodded earnestly. There's no pressure standing next to Bro How because I'm not worthy. Baker gave them a sidelong glance. All right, enough banter. We should get ready for our afternoon classes. Let's go. On the day the filming of Dunhuang Dream concluded, the social media platform Weibo was flooded with topics related to the show, including wrap-up group photos. How dare he refuse when our Jalen wants a photo with him? Exactly. He's just an internet celebrity acting high and mighty. Even big stars never refuse photos with our Jalen. Who does Baker think he is? But Baker's fanbase was formidable. Both sides argued, causing the topic's popularity to skyrocket, prompting multiple warnings from Weibo administrators. Bro How, huge news, you're trending again. Kevin whispered to Baker during class. Baker frowned. What? Noticing other students pointing at their phones, it seemed everyone knew about it. The teacher coughed to restore order and threatened to expel those not interested in class. Baker checked his phone and indeed found himself trending in 5 out of 20 hot searches, primarily due to the heated arguments between two fanbases. As the involved party, Jalen remained silent. Baker suspected it was intentional. Thus, he tweeted a message to calm his fans, then followed Jalen and messaged him privately. Hello Mr. Lin. I participated in the extra roles unintentionally. There's no need to create buzz with it. And I wasn't refusing you, just greeting someone else. If I truly refused, would this photo even exist? Please remove my photo. Thank you. Jalen didn't reply, but Baker's fans obeyed and quieted down. Baker thought the matter ended there. However, late that night, around 1 a.m., Jalen tweeted screenshots of Baker's private messages, altering their meaning. Jalen wrote, I only wanted a memento photo with this extra, surprised to be refused. I posted part of my daily routine. Please don't read too much into it. Party concerned, Baker contacted me demanding I delete the photo, accusing me of seeking attention. Frankly, it feels disappointing. Other bloggers quickly capitalized, labeling Baker as arrogant. Due to his strong background, Warren Group and Jamie Entertainment, and entangled relationships with contemporary star Bridget, Baker became a target for criticism. Infuriated, Baker's fans gathered in groups, determined to defend him. Thus, late-night Twitter erupted into the daytime chaos, both sides equally fierce. Jalen's fans dredged up Baker's dirt, finding only his ambiguous ties with influential figures. They hesitated, fearing retaliation from powerful individuals like Georgia. Unbelievable. Baker has no dirt. Dig deeper. Baker's fans countered. Ha ha ha. Our Baker is clean, with no scandals. If you sling mud, expect backlash. Right? Anyone can dig dirt. Have you seen Jalen's dramas? Disgusting. Immediately, the hashtag Lin Kuei is disgusting trended. Enraged, Jalen's fans followed and harassed Baker online, switching accounts after being banned. Oh, what do you get exactly? To avoid holding up the line, Baker left the serving window with his tray and received a call from Sage. Godfather. Absolutely do not go online. Wait until we handle everything before you log back in. She hung up abruptly, leaving Baker baffled. The more mysterious it got, the more curious he became. As he ate his breakfast, he slowly opened his phone. His eyes widened in shock, and the bun in his mouth dropped into his kanji, splashing everywhere. Damn! Baker exclaimed. Next, Weibo crashed, showing only a 404 error code. In the midst of this chaos, Baker couldn't help but wonder how things had escalated so quickly. It was clear that the situation needed urgent handling, but the sudden collapse of Weibo left him in a state of confusion and frustration. Hashtag chapter 125. Isn't this perverted? Weibo had crashed. It was Georgia who personally called the Weibo management, instructing them to restore service only after everything was cleaned up. The management team was utterly stumped. They never expected fans from 3 different groups to fight each other. Spittle flew through the air as insults were hurled in such force that even harmonized characters couldn't be posted. Even typing out pinyin for those words would get flagged. Baker kept refreshing, but Weibo remained down. In the cafeteria, some people voiced their confusion. Most had just opened Weibo when it crashed. In the morning news, a notice appeared on Weibo's official website. Due to automatic scaling system failure, services will be gradually restored. Please be patient and use Weibo calmly. Use Weibo calmly. What an odd phrase. Baker recalled Sage's call and asked in the family group. Surprisingly, his daughters replied in unison. Nothing much, Dad/Godfather. Don't worry. Focus on school. Zach, Kevin, and James entered the cafeteria and saw Baker frowning at his phone, looking serious. What's wrong, brother How? James asked. Baker quickly closed the screen. Nothing much, just Weibo crashing. Crashes are common, probably due to a popular celebrity topic, Kevin explained. Zach nodded. Let's finish eating quickly and head to class. I heard Deng Laosheng and teacher How have classes today. How Luqing? Kevin and James exclaimed. Startled, Baker asked, who? He didn't remember any teacher with the surname How. Brother How, weren't we hospitalized a few days ago? And you were busy dealing with things, so you might not know that our advanced algebra teacher changed to Anya from class 3, freshman year. She's notorious for favoritism and loves to make things difficult, Kevin explained. Baker nodded, acknowledging he understood. His mind was preoccupied with Weibo, where several topics about him had exploded. Before he could dive into them, Weibo crashed. Though somewhat concerned, since his daughters assured him he knows how many people you've hurt, I can name a few even blindfolded, but I'm sparing them. If you continue causing trouble and involve me in innocence, I won't hesitate to release uncensored high-definition images showing your true colors. Wow, Gladys was like a machine gun. 2 tweets left netizens baffled. Jalen's true colors? Well, apparently he had hurt several people. Netizens eagerly asked for more details. I'll buy VIP membership, just for the uncensored high-def album. Can't get enough of this. What did Jalen do to make Gladys so mad as to tweet twice? Jalen quickly responded to Gladys's mention. As fellow cast members, isn't that too harsh? I know you're a big star, Gladys, but bullying isn't right. I'll report defamation to the police. Jalen's fans supported the lawsuit. Seeing this, Gladys laughed and sent another tweet. Oh, very scary. Bring it on. If I flinch, I'm not Gladys. Since Gladys tweeted, her manager Leona was inundated with calls, half condemning, half urging her to stop. After all, this scandal right after Dunhuang dream rapped would cause significant impact. Even Dayon reached out, hoping Gladys would let it go. Gladys gave him face. Sure, as long as Jalen releases the entire conversation with Baker. Those screenshots clearly show they've been spliced. Dayon was helpless, promising producers and sponsors the show wouldn't flop. Meanwhile, Baker received Gladys's WeChat message asking about the back-end private messages. He didn't reply. That was why Gladys went berserk and confronted Jalen online. Jalen privately called Gladys, but she hung up. Leona warned her not to ruin her future over this. Gladys laughed. Whose future is really at risk? Using Baker's name would definitely destroy Jalen. Even just Georgia from the Jean Corporation could crush him. No immediate action likely meant a bigger plan. Back at school, after class, Baker saw Gladys's message. Replying briefly, he logged into Weibo. Seeing Gladys's battle with Jalen, he went to the back end and uploaded screenshots of his private chats with Jalen. I don't usually fuss, but when I do, it means I'm annoyed. Honestly, until today, I didn't even know this person existed. Thanks to netizens, I now know him. On that day, we had 0 interaction. Check these complete messages. Is it wrong to ask him to delete my photo? No, right? His so-called refusal is just a joke. I said hello to a friend, but he interpreted it as rejection. How big is his face to think I'd reject him? Leave others out of it. If you focus on acting, maybe you'll become the lead. But since you drag me down, sorry, I hold grudges. Baker didn't hold back, posting 3 threads straight. Netizens were stunned, especially seeing Gladys liking Baker's posts, implying his claims were true. Reviewing the complete chat logs, the story differed from Jalen's version. Fans of both Baker and Gladys flooded Jalen's Weibo, leaving scathing comments. Rational Jalen fans unfollowed, while others defended him as innocent, believing Baker and Gladys were ganging up. At this point, Jalen's agency issued a statement, claiming his Weibo was hacked, absolving him of responsibility. They urged netizens to eat melon, remain spectators, rationally. Bullshit. If that's not Jalen, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Are we toddlers? Easily fooled? One critic I could ignore, but two coming forward simultaneously? No way Jalen is innocent. Where's Jalen? Why let the agency speak for him while hiding? Netizens demanded Jalen's response. Initially boasting over 1 million followers, Jalen lost 200,000 almost instantly. #### chapter continuation. Isn't this perverted? At the Jean Corporation, Georgia had been closely monitoring Weibo. Seeing that the time was right, she instructed her assistant Maya to carry out the tasks she had delegated. Maya immediately contacted the advertising companies and brands Jalen had worked with, informing them that President Jean intended to ruin Jalen financially. They promptly understood and issued statements terminating their contracts with Jalen. Alicia added fuel to the fire by reclaiming the 5 million yuan investment in donghua Dream and telling Dayon that the show would fail as long as Jalen was involved. Initially, she invested because of Baker, each putting in 5 million. Mariah also stepped up, posting on Weibo in support of Baker, highlighting Jalen's questionable character and how it had already spread within the music industry. Dayon went into a frenzy upon seeing these messages. He collapsed, breathless, and was rushed to the hospital by an ambulance. Other investors and brand partners followed suit, announcing they would withdraw from donghua Dream. Baker watched the rapid developments online, feeling conflicted. Why couldn't these people just focus on acting? Ali called him. Baker's demeanor softened instantly as he answered gently, Xandra, what's wrong? Dad, did you get your vent? If not, I have more dirt ready to be dropped. Just say the word. Ali's voice was cold but softened when speaking to Baker. It felt soothing. Baker was taken aback. What more could there be? Ali explained. Jalen has dated several female celebrities, all captured by paparazzi, though both parties never confirmed it. The real issue is that he liked taking nude photos of them during intimate moments. What? Isn't that perverted? Baker was shocked. That would destroy their careers too, Baker noted. Ali thought for With a straw in his mouth, Baker read the message, gradually revealing a smile. Gladys, feeling better? I've had enough of him. Dayon even wanted me to do a kissing scene with him, which I rejected on the spot. Baker replied, suppressing laughter. Feels great. Didn't expect you to go all out. Why should I be polite with scum like him? Gladys sent several question mark emojis. Baker chuckled, making the others envy. Kevin remarked, bro, how must be in love? Wow, wish I could find someone. James teased him, you're not bad. Just haven't put in the effort. Girls wink at you all the time. Zach nodded, true, but why is bro how grinning like that? I'm curious. Kevin suggested, go check it out. James and Zach stood together. You go if you want. Nah, Kevin was just talking. Baker didn't expect his conversation with Gladys to be speculated by the trio. He found her refreshingly down-to-earth and sincere, traits rare among celebrities. Truly a deserving Oscar winner. Gladys wrote, too bad my acting went to waste. A decent drama ruined by a scumbag. Investors withdrew, and Dayon is still in the hospital. This show might not air. Quite unfortunate indeed, Baker mused, thinking it was almost his debut work, but now seemed destined never to see the light of day. #### chapter 126, a hug to chase away worries. That night, while Baker was gaming, the entertainment news revealed that donghua Dream would be released as scheduled. However, Jalen's role would be replaced by another actor, and audiences would need to wait a bit longer. The entire entertainment industry was stunned. Netizens couldn't help but question. The investors have pulled out. Where did they get the money to reshoot? Such a resilient crew. I will definitely support it when it's released. Dayon Chung, for the first time ever, posted on Weibo, saying he was hospitalized due to health issues and was shocked to hear about Jalen's situation. He thanked Ramon and Little CEO Jamie, along with Miss Bridget, for their generous support in helping to preserve this excellent production. Baker saw this news after finishing his game out of boredom. He sat up in shock. Why would his daughters want to save this TV show? So he asked in the family group chat, Dear daughters, are you all busy? Or sleeping? Dad, what's up? Georgia always answered first. Ali followed up, Dad, is there something wrong? Sage chimed in, what's up, Godfather? Bridget replied lastly, is Dad going to give us some instructions? Baker organized his thoughts and directly voiced his confusion. I saw online that you all invested in donghua Dream. Didn't little Jamie say she had pulled the investment before? The daughters were enlightened, and Sage asked Georgia to explain. Georgia typed a long message. We did pull the funding initially, but then we thought about it. With Dad's involvement, we couldn't let it fail. So I called Dayon and said we could invest again to reshoot the series, on the condition that all of Jalen's scenes be replaced. Baker read this and was first surprised. Then his eyes welled up unexpectedly. He typed quickly, I was talking with Gladys earlier today, saying what a pity it was that this show might not see the light. Your actions tonight gave me such a big surprise. Dad is deeply touched. Georgia, Sage, Ali, and Bridget noticed the key point in this message. When did Dad get so close to Gladys? They wanted to ask but didn't know how to phrase it properly. Before they could ask, Bridget sent a message from her end. I almost died. Just now, someone knocked on my door, claiming to be room service. I didn't suspect anything and opened the door, only to find a stalker who said he loved me and insisted on giving me flowers, cornering me against the wall. I screamed. Thankfully Brother Ho heard and came to help. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they asked if she was okay. Baker was so frightened that he got out of bed, walked out, and immediately called Bridget. The call was quickly answered. Bridget's voice was slightly hoarse as she softly called him Dad, sounding like she had been crying. Are you alright? Did you report it to the police? Baker asked anxiously. Yes, the police came and asked me questions. That person didn't do anything harmful, just 3 days of detention, Bridget replied. Brock's voice came from beside her. Your face is so pale. We should still take you to the hospital for a checkup. What if that person had any diseases? Hogu, it's not that serious. I just got startled. I'll be fine soon. Bridget's voice trembled. Baker was very worried and told Bridget, Mabel, send me your address. I'm coming over. You're coming? Bridget nearly shouted, Dad, but held back because Brock was nearby. Still, she was surprised by Baker's decision. Yeah, Dad can't rest easy. Let me come see you. Okay. After hanging up, Baker received the address immediately. He called Georgia. Georgia answered, Dad, I was just about to call you. You were on another call. Was it with Mabel? Yes, Summer. I need to go see Mabel. Can you send someone to pick me up? Not bothering Dominic, right? It's pretty late. No, I don't want to trouble him. Wait, Dad. I'm already here, and we're also concerned about Mabel. So we agreed to have me go with you, Georgia explained. By the time Georgia finished speaking, Baker was already at the school gate, seeing the familiar car. The door opened, and Georgia greeted him. Let's go. Baker jogged over and told James and others, I have something to attend to. Tell the dorm manager I'm asleep, and I'll be back in the morning. Though curious about Baker's plans, they didn't ask further, and wished him well. The security guard at the entrance had been informed by Georgia's people, and wouldn't report it either. When Baker and Georgia arrived at the Yucheng Wushuang Hotel, Brock was already waiting outside. He wasn't surprised and led them upstairs. While walking, he said, when St. Xiang mentioned her friends were coming, I guessed it would be you. Baker and Georgia exchanged glances, and Georgia asked, how is Mabel doing? Much better, but she probably won't sleep well tonight. I plan to stay on the floor in her room to keep her company, Brock replied. That won't do, Baker protested. Brock looked puzzled. As they reached the 5th floor and the elevator doors opened, they looked toward the door. Sister Marnie's cold expression appeared in Baker's view. She froze upon seeing Baker, but remained expressionless. Beautiful lady, are you coming in? Brock asked. Marnie stepped inside, standing before Baker. The atmosphere became awkward instantly. Baker didn't feel like chatting with Sister Marnie and merely glanced at her. What a coincidence, Marnie spoke first, genuinely feeling surprised to meet Baker in this city. Aha, Baker responded absent-mindedly, focused on his daughter's situation. His eyes tightly followed the elevator numbers climbing. Marnie saw this and didn't speak further. Instead, she stood quietly beside Baker. Georgia had been watching closely, and when they reached the 11th floor, she stepped between Baker and Marnie, coldly saying, excuse me, we've arrived. Their gazes met. Marnie's icy stare versus Georgia's sharp one. The clash between two beauties entertained Brock greatly. Baker sidestepped and inadvertently met Marnie's gaze, saying, goodbye. The elevator door slowly closed, and Marnie whispered her soft goodbye afterward. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and hesitated over the chat window with Baker before putting it back into her bag. At the top floor, Marnie exited to her luxury suite. Baker and Georgia turned a corner and reached Bridget's door. Brock announced himself, and Bridget cautiously opened the door. Seeing Baker and Georgia, she exclaimed, Sis, why are you both here? Earlier, when Baker said he would visit, she thought only he would come. Brock pointed at Bridget's face. See that? Pale, isn't it? Baker nodded and stepped forward. Mabel, don't pretend to be strong. This remark broke Bridget's resolve. She desperately wanted to throw herself into Baker's arms for a hug, but Brock was there, so she couldn't. Baker saw through her and suddenly opened his arms, saying, come, friend gives you a hug. Everything's going to be all right. Bridget's eyes reddened, and she tightly embraced Baker, pushing Brock aside. Brock was shocked, feeling something snap in his mind. Wasn't this supposed to be a purely platonic relationship? Baker hugged Bridget and stroked the back of her head gently. It's okay. Please ensure the translation aligns with the previous content and maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Hashtag chapter 126. A hug to chase away worries, continued. Georgia also stepped forward, patting Bridget's head gently. It's all right now. If you need anything, I can send a few bodyguards over, so your dad will feel more at ease. Baker glanced at Georgia, who nodded slightly at him. Baker was moved beyond words. His daughter had always understood him. Thank you, sis, Bridget said gratefully. Brock, seeing that the hug had gone on long enough, interjected, shall we go inside and talk? He looked pointedly at Baker's arms around Bridget, which were holding her quite tightly. Baker misunderstood, thinking Brock was eyeing his daughter with interest. Coupled with Brock's earlier insistence on staying overnight for company, Baker became even more suspicious of Brock's intentions. He shifted from hugging to draping an arm around Bridget and led her into the room. Georgia followed closely, while Brock, feeling somewhat uneasy under Baker's gaze, which seemed charged with hostility, also went inside. They closed the door behind them. Outside the hotel, a shadowy figure lurked in the bushes, whispering into a phone. Are you sure Baker is here with Bridget? A voice distorted by a voice changer replied ambiguously, yes, if you go inside, you'll definitely get some explosive shots. All right, I'll trust you this time, the shadowy figure muttered, then hung up and started heading toward the hotel. When Baker came out of Bridget's room, he thought he heard a faint click as he closed the door. He glanced around suspiciously but found nothing unusual. 10 minutes earlier, he had asked Brock to rest, telling him that Georgia would stay with Bridget until the bodyguards arrived the next day. Georgia had agreed and promised to keep Bridget company. However, both men felt uneasy about each other's presence. Baker suspected that Brock had ulterior motives, while Brock felt Baker was acting strangely. So they both exited one after the other. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor, Sister Marnie had just finished a video call with someone abroad. As she walked out of the elevator, she noticed a figure lurking near the emergency exit, peering through a long lens camera. Though initially inclined to ignore it, she recalled that Baker might be on this floor. Sister Marnie approached quietly. The paparazzo, oblivious to her presence, was still engrossed in reviewing his photos. She leaned down to see the screen clearly. It was a photo of Baker. With a cold voice, she asked, sneaking pictures? The paparazzo froze, slowly turning his head left, first seeing vertical black hair, then lifting his gaze to meet Sister Marnie's icy expression. A ghost. The paparazzo scrambled to escape but was pinned against the wall by Sister Marnie's swift movement, a surgical knife pressing into him, rendering him immobile. Hearing the commotion, Baker approached and discovered he had been photographed. He immediately called the police, who came and took the paparazzo away. Looking at Sister Marnie, Baker thanked her. If not for you, I wouldn't have known I was being photographed. A coincidence, Sister Marnie replied, pursing her lips before asking, "Why are you here?" She had wanted to ask this earlier but didn't get the chance. "I came to visit a friend who was scared. I'm here to comfort her," Baker explained. Marnie nodded, and they walked together toward the elevator. Baker was checking in because it was too late to return home. He planned to leave early the next morning with his daughter. In the elevator, silence reigned, the atmosphere tense. Baker realized he didn't know how to start a conversation with someone who wasn't much of a talker. Mainly because Sister Marnie was incredibly aloof, making it impossible to predict her next move or read her emotions from her cold, beautiful face. When they reached the 5th floor, Sister Marnie stepped out. Baker waved goodbye. Chapter 127. Don't leave him in the room. "What dirt do you want on her?" Baker asked. As he spoke, he sent a WeChat message to Allie, giving her this incoming call number and asking her to check its origin and the person on the other end. The caller chuckled coldly. "Anything will do as long as it can ruin her, make her lose her reputation, and prevent her from ever surviving in the entertainment industry again. Preferably, I want her completely banned." Baker frowned, his displeasure evident. People passing by instinctively sensed that Baker seemed particularly irritable today. No one dared to take out their phone for sneaky photos. They just hurried away. "Do you have a personal grudge against her?" Baker was stalling for time. Allie had said she would get back to him immediately. Presumably she was investigating. Aware of his delay, the caller retorted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to buy time?" Baker laughed, an almost understanding laugh. "What could buying time achieve? It's clear you're using a voice changer. I don't even know if you're male or female. But if you want dirt, go ahead. I have my principles. Do you have a grudge against Bridget?" Recalling last night's paparazzi at the hotel, he wondered if it was someone this caller had dispatched. He decided to try provoking them. The caller hesitated, probably assessing the situation. "Oh, and by the way, there were paparazzi at the hotel where Bridget stayed last night. Heard they were taken in by the police," Baker mentioned casually. His sharp ears picked up a deepening breath and rising tension on the other end. "Looks like it really was this person's doing." Panicking, the caller urgently replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't give me the dirt by midnight, then I'll post the pictures online." They hung up without giving Baker a chance to reply. Just as the call ended, Allie called back. "Dad, we found out." Baker responded with a single word, "Who?" "It's Balthazar, a guest who was once invited to Mabel's concert," Allie explained. In the background, Amy's voice urged Allie to hurry up. Baker remembered Xandra's competition and added, "Okay, I got it. Thanks for your hard work, Xandra. Do your best in the competition. I'll always support you." With many people walking by on the street, Baker changed the way he addressed her. Allie answered with a yes and said goodbye respectfully before hanging up. Baker shoved his phone into his pocket and jogged towards the cafeteria. James complained about his slowness, saying the breakfast was getting cold. "That's fine. Colder is better." Baker gulped down half a bowl of congee in one breath. He ate hurriedly, and Kevin reminded Baker to slow down. After eating, they headed to class. Zwalong had prepared something for Baker. As soon as they entered the classroom, Baker remained the center of attention. Before the teacher arrived, a female student from the front row turned around and started gossiping with Baker and others. "Did you hear? Famous singer Bridget was harassed by a fan last night and was frightened. The shoot scheduled for this morning has been moved to the afternoon." Baker, knowing the details, responded indifferently. James grew anxious upon hearing this. "My idol was harassed. Who did it?" He went online to check. Many netizens were cursing the fan, and James joined in. Only when Aloysius came did James quiet down. Baker didn't pay much attention during the lecture. Noticing his distraction, Aloysius understood his concern as a father and overlooked Baker's inattentiveness, continuing to explain the class content. Kevin nudged Zwalong, who nudged Baker. Baker looked over and Kevin whispered, "Professor Deng really treats you differently. You're daydreaming, but he pretends not to see." Baker paused, then refocused on taking notes. After class, Baker rushed back to the dormitory without waiting for Kevin and the others. Zwalong muttered, "How seems burdened ever since coming back from last night?" "Yeah, somewhat," Kevin and James nodded. On his way back to the dorm, Baker called Bridget. It was quickly answered. "Hello." It was a man's voice. "Let Mabel answer the phone." Baker knew it was Brock. Brock called out Bridget's name, and after a moment, Bridget's voice came through. "Hello. Mabel, it's me," Baker said. "I know," Bridget replied, nodding. To avoid revealing their relationship too obviously, Bridget stored Baker's number without labeling it. Because she had memorized her dad's number, Brock didn't know who was calling. "Do you know Balthazar?" Baker recounted the call he received from an unknown number. Bridget was surprised. "Why would it be him? He gave me the impression of being a gentleman, polite. He approached me for the concert, wanting to be my special guest." Baker continued, "Last night's paparazzi were sent by him. Have the police asked you for statements?" "Yes, I told them everything. And this morning, the police informed me that the fan obtained my address from an unknown number." Bridget reported the situation to Baker. Baker thought for a moment and asked, "Who knows your schedule?" "I guess everyone at the company does. My schedule isn't a secret. It's about shooting the theme song for a TV series. I can't guess who would target me like this, especially with Balthazar, whom I don't have much interaction with. Moreover, when Balthazar came as a guest, there wasn't much enthusiasm in his eyes. He likely isn't a big fan." Baker understood. "All right, leave this matter to me. Listen to your manager, focus on filming, and come home soon. We all miss you." "Okay," Bridget replied softly, so softly that Baker had to lean in to hear. She whispered, "Dad." Baker smiled and sternly added, "Mabel, remember to keep a distance between you and Manager Ho. Don't let him stay in the room with you." Bridget couldn't help but giggle. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, Baker felt much lighter and hummed happily while entering the dorm building. He returned to the dorm and found Kevin, James, and Zwalong there. All three turned and asked Baker simultaneously, "Boss How, where have you been? You arrived later than us." Baker put down his things, had some business, making a call outside. Just then, the phone rang again. It was the same unknown number. Baker checked the time, 11:40. This person seemed unable to wait. Without picking up immediately, he told the guys, I won't be going to the cafeteria for lunch. Can you bring me some food? Use my meal card. Anything you want. James snatched the phone. Sure, boss Hao. Leave it to us. We'll ensure you eat well. The three left quickly. Baker then answered the call calmly. Hello? Almost 12. Made up your mind? Shall I expose you? The voice was aggressive. Baker smirked, calling out his name, Balthazar. Click. The call ended abruptly. Baker scoffed. Trying to fight me? Too young. He dialed back, only to receive a cold robotic voice stating the phone was off. Oh, shutting it down. Huh? When Zhuolong and the others returned with the food, Baker was stunned by the abundance. You brought this much? How can I finish it all? Kevin held several pairs of chopsticks in his mouth, signaling Baker. Baker took the chopsticks out of Kevin's mouth. We're eating together. Turns out James feared Baker eating alone in loneliness, so they all brought food back to eat together on the table. Moved, Baker quickly laid down a disposable tablecloth. Zhuolong and the others arranged the dishes neatly on the table. Preserved vegetable braised pork, raw marinated seafood, spicy skewers, tin foil mussels vermicelli, mapo tofu, and a small hot pot, along with several bowls of rice. It was a meal that really hit the spot. While eating, Zhuolong recalled something and said to Baker, By the way, Hao, I just heard from a classmate entering the school gate that there was a suspicious figure at the gate, specifically looking for you but was stopped by the security guard. A suspicious figure? Baker spat out a bone, thinking for a moment before saying, I'll go check after I finish eating. We'll go with you, the three chimed in unison. Baker nodded, sure. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Kevin and the others followed Baker to check at the school gate. Sure enough, not far behind a big tree, they saw a man wearing sunglasses, a hat, and a mask. The security guard told Baker, this person wouldn't leave, insisting on finding you. I didn't have your number, so I asked a student to inform you. Thanks. Baker handed the guard a bottle of water, then approached the man. This guy's got issues, James remarked. Kevin nodded. Good thing we didn't let Hao come alone. Zhuolong agreed. Exactly. After classes ended in the afternoon, Baker bade farewell to his roommates and returned to Zhanjia. Bridget arrived at 8 o'clock, and Baker had dinner reserved for her. As Bridget ate quietly, Baker took out the set of keys. Mabel, do you recognize this? Bridget took a small bite, and then inspected the keys. These seem familiar. They look like Balthazar's keys. I saw him take them out on the day of the performance. Georgia came downstairs after finishing some work, hearing the conversation in the dining room. Baker recounted the incident of Balthazar coming to the school. Georgia frowned and suggested, Dad, I'm really not comfortable. We should still have Ned accompany you to school. Baker turned around and gestured for Georgia to sit down. No need. I think our school security is quite capable. They didn't let him in. This time, Bridget sided with Georgia. I agree with your suggestion. Seeing no way around it, Baker reluctantly conceded. All right, but we should still inform the principal, right? Baker figured the principal would refuse. However, when Georgia casually called the principal, the response was, it's fine to have someone accompany him, as long as proper procedures are followed. Just make sure Baker isn't too high profile. They can wait outside the classroom, otherwise it might disturb other students. After all, Baker's fame was such that even a small disturbance could turn into multiple versions of rumors spreading through the campus. Baker was speechless. Wait, where did your principals go, principal? Hashtag chapter 128. Facing the senseless madman alone. Baker thought the principal would refuse his daughter's request, but unexpectedly, not only did he agree, but he also provided Baker with a plan. He really wanted to say thank you. Georgia was playing with her phone, looking at Baker. Dad, it's settled. Tomorrow I'll send Ned and the others to school with you to accompany you. Ah. Baker sighed, then said to them, well, it's getting late. Dad will go upstairs first. I have an early class tomorrow. He then took the elevator up. Bridget chuckled as she watched Baker's back and said to Georgia, still, eldest sister has a way of handling Dad. I'm doing this for his own good. This time it's Balthazar. Next time it could be someone even more terrifying, Georgia hinted. Bridget's smile faded. What do you mean, eldest sister? Georgia suddenly reached out to ruffle her hair, messing up Bridget's beautiful hairstyle. Nothing, just get some sleep. She left after that, leaving Bridget confused but soon happy again as she touched her head. Eldest sister had just patted her on the head. Since moving into the Jean family, Bridget had always felt that Georgia was a serious and unsmiling person, so this moment of tenderness was surprising. The next day, Baker came to school, followed by the three stoic-faced men. Two security guards approached, who were already familiar with Baker, and asked about the situation with Ned and the others. What's going on? Before Baker could speak, Ned quickly unfolded a document and showed it to the guards. We're here to accompany Mr. Xiao as a chaperone. What? Chaperone? The guards were stunned, glancing between Baker and the intimidating trio. Baker covered his eyes with one hand and took a deep breath. Yes, because my family is worried about my safety, they hired chaperones. But don't worry, they won't enter the school grounds. With that, he turned around, snatched the document from Ned, and told them, you three wait outside today. You can have tea or coffee, anything. Just stay nearby and be ready when I call. Ned shook his head. Mr. Xiao, this isn't right. Aiden said we should be by your side at all times. Baker looked at him seriously. I'll explain to Aiden later. For now, you three just follow my orders, got it? Seeing Baker's stern face, Xiao Zhuang quickly dragged Ned away, saying to Baker, we'll listen to you, Mr. Xiao. Where should we stay? How about inside the school library? Baker considered it. The library seemed less conspicuous. But looking at their outfits, those ominous black suits, he still had reservations. Here's what we'll do. You change clothes first, then come in. I'll go get the principal's signature, Baker told the guards. The guards understood and agreed to let them in later. The trio exchanged looks and finally went to a clothing store to buy new outfits. On the way, Baker gave Ned a few thousand yuan for them to spend. Surprised by the generosity, they were even more determined to protect Baker. After signing off with the principal, Baker returned to the classroom for lessons. At noon, He had lunch outside with Kevin and the others. During the meal, Baker suddenly spotted a familiar figure at a nearby bubble tea shop. The person kept looking over, like they were watching someone. On the third look, their eyes met Baker's, causing Balthazar to almost spill his tea. He pulled down his hat, lowering his head even further. Baker smirked knowingly, tapping Alaire's shoulder. I need to step out for a bit. I'll call you later. If I'm not back by the first class, remember to excuse me. Hey, where are you going? James stood up, concerned. Baker paid at the counter. I saw someone I recognize. I'll meet him. Then he left. Entering the bubble tea shop, Baker sat opposite Balthazar and started tapping the table, calling out his name. Balthazar. With a loud thud, the tea spilled completely. Baker quickly moved his chair back, narrowly avoiding getting wet. You. Balthazar looked at him with one eye, heavy with dark circles, looking mentally unstable. Baker grew cautious. What do you want? Balthazar gripped the edges of his pants under the table, breathing heavily. How did you know it was me who called? Did you tell the press? As he spoke, he became visibly agitated, his legs shaking uncontrollably, like a drug user. Baker was suspicious. Are you on drugs? Balthazar froze, then raised his head sharply. No, I've never touched that stuff. All right, well, you reminded me. Maybe I should tell the press, Baker said, taking out his phone as if to make a call. Balthazar tried to grab the phone, but Baker lifted it high out of reach. What are you doing? Sit down. He commanded firmly. In the shop, people began to look over and whisper. Do I want to be famous so badly? I'm nobody. Why is your fame higher than mine? Balthazar stared at Baker, his eyes red and raw. He repeated, is wanting to be famous wrong? It sounded both like an accusation and a plea. Baker put his phone away. How would I know? I'm just a college student, not privy to the ins and outs of celebrity life. But one thing I do know is that wanting fame is fine, but you didn't use the right methods. You threatened me and planned to harm Mabel. For that alone, I won't let you off the hook. Baker spoke with a steely resolve. He had already messaged the 4 musketeers, expecting them to bring the police soon. Rumors had it that the police in Yuqing were struggling to catch the culprit since the paparazzi themselves didn't know who made the calls. The numbers were untraceable disposable phones. When Balthazar realized his key was missing last night, he knew it must be with Baker. He hadn't been anywhere else except outside Kaijing University's gate. Give me back the key, Balthazar stated his purpose. Baker was curious, pulling out the key and dangling it in front of him. Just a door key? Lost. Change the lock, or get another one. For it to matter this much to you means it's not just a key. Balthazar was shocked, trying hard to mask his emotions. I don't know what you're talking about. Baker opened the jade pendant in front of him, revealing a small photo of 2 people posing intimately together. The woman looked familiar to Baker. Recalling, he recognized her as Sarai, who once competed against Mabel on Douyin. So, this is all because of this woman? Targeting Mabel and sending paparazzi to dig up dirt on her? Baker tossed the key to Balthazar. Balthazar hurriedly caught it, defending himself. Not me. It wasn't me who sent the paparazzi. It was Sarai. She said the theme song for Dream of Dunhuang should be sung by me, not Bridget. My voice is unique, perfect for Dream of Dunhuang. I passed Daeon's audition, but each caller. We have already received reports, and our officers are en route. Please do not panic and stay away from the scene. Meanwhile, Kevin and the others were bringing the police here. Initially, the 3 of them had returned to school for classes, but Baker's message stunned them. I'm at the Pearl Tea Shop in the back street. Bring the police to arrest the suspect. Arrest the suspect? This was serious business, so all 3 feigned stomachaches and ran out of school. They called the police while waiting for their arrival. They guessed Baker probably couldn't call the police himself, which was why he asked them for help. Kevin's assumption wasn't far off. Baker couldn't call the police because doing so might cause Balthazar, given his mental state, to lash out and harm innocent people. To ensure no one got hurt, he had provoked Balthazar to attract attention, exchanged signals with the staff, and made sure everyone evacuated. Balthazar remained lost in his own world, unaware that only he and Baker were left in the shop. The paparazzi weren't sent by you, but the threatening calls were made by you, right? Baker tapped the table calmly, asking Balthazar. Balthazar nodded. Yes, it was me. Because Fangfang knew the paparazzi were caught by the police, she feared they would implicate her. So, she begged me to put on a show, to threaten you, making you think I was the mastermind behind everything. The voice, turning to see. Who knew? It really was an acquaintance. Hashtag chapter 129, confronting Hao Bueling. Officer Chen. Long time no see, Baker greeted as he stepped forward. Officer Chen shook hands with him and chuckled. You kid, how do you always end up in the thick of things? Baker rubbed his neck and replied, maybe because being famous brings trouble. He then sent the audio clip from his phone to Officer Chen. This guy is called Balthazar. I suspect he's on drugs. There's also a person named Sarai. You can look into her too. Sarai? Officer Chen thought it sounded familiar. He scrolled through his phone and exclaimed, what a coincidence. My team just received a report from concerned citizens in Jinyang District about a gambling ring that might involve drug use. Officer Chen made a call to verify and hung up after 2 minutes. He turned to Baker. Sarai has been arrested. They found various pills at her place, and a few other men were caught too. Baker, I really underestimated you college students. Officer Chen gave Baker a thumbs up. Baker modestly replied, thank you, it was just by chance. The police took Balthazar away, much to the relief of the surrounding crowd. As Baker walked out of the shop, he was met with thunderous applause. Amazing. Hero. Dude, you're awesome. Everyone around was praising Baker. He left with Kevin and the others, still followed by a group of clapping people, making the scene somewhat awkward. Ned and the other 3 finally arrived, out of breath, and knelt before Baker. Mr. Xiao, we failed in our duty. We didn't sense the danger near you, putting you in harm's way. Please punish us. With Ned and the 3 in front and the crowd behind, Baker felt like a sandwich cookie. He gestured for them to stand. Get up. What are you talking about? They didn't move, standing straight like they were ready for battle. If you don't get up now, I'll have Summer fire all of you. Baker threatened sternly. In an instant, the three stood up, too fast to even blink. Being fired? That was unacceptable. They vowed to protect Baker for life, no matter what. Baker sighed in relief as James persuaded the crowd to disperse. Turning to Ned, Baker said, "None of this is your fault. I told you to come only when I called. There was no danger if I wasn't calling, and I trust your abilities. You wouldn't let me fall into danger." Ned nodded vigorously. "That's right." It was essential to affirm this point. After sorting everything out, Baker and his group headed back to school. On the way to the classroom, Zach still felt a bit shaken. "Brother Hao, you can't imagine how tense it was when the police came to take away the suspects. We were all afraid something terrible might happen if we were just a step late." Baker patted him on the shoulder. It wasn't as dramatic. James and the others were infuriated. Baker wasn't there that day, so he didn't know about it until later. Since then, he hadn't had a good impression of Teacher Hao. The previous week, he attended one of her classes. Her manner of speaking indeed had technical skill, different tones for different people. She was always pleasant to Baker because she knew his background. Anya pushed up her glasses disdainfully. "Because you three skipped class." Kevin clenched his fists. "Teacher Hao, we had permission." "Yes? I heard you claimed stomachaches and went to the medical room," Anya sneered. "Did you?" This hit a sore spot. Baker stepped in. "I asked them to go. If anyone is responsible, it's me. I will explain the situation to the principal myself." Anya's face twitched, and she forced a smile. "Baker, this isn't your business. Stay out of it." "How could it not be? They are my friends, my best brothers. If you target them, you're targeting me. Of course, I'll get involved." Baker countered directly. Anya's chest heaved with anger. You stubborn fool. Fine, let's go to the principal's office, and we'll see what you say there." She stormed forward in her heels, venting her frustration. Kevin and the others looked at Baker. "Brother Hao, you didn't have to get involved. Yeah, worst case, we write a letter of apology." "I don't believe she can cover everything up." Baker shook his head. "It's fine, let's go." By the time they reached the principal's office, Anya had already exaggerated the situation. The principal looked very displeased. "Baker, this isn't your issue. You can leave." Baker didn't move, explaining the situation involving the police again. Anya laughed arrogantly. "Funny, do you think this is a novel plot?" The principal glanced at her. "How, teacher, please let me speak." Anya fell silent and stood aside. "As for you three..." The principal paused as a knock came on the door. "Come in," the principal said. The door opened, revealing a security guard pointing to several police officers. "Principal, these officers are here to see Baker and his friends." Anya froze, her eyes wide. Was what Baker said true? Did they really help the police catch a suspect? This was incredible. The principal was also surprised but quickly stood up to greet the officers. The officers entered, bringing a banner of appreciation, which they handed to Baker. "Thank you for your cooperation, Baker. Your help solved our case." Baker replied humbly, "No problem. It's our duty." James, Kevin, and Zach held their heads high, glaring at Anya. Anya avoided their gazes. The principal, curious, asked, "Why isn't this reported online?" One officer explained, "It is." Gambling and drug-related activities in Jinyang District, along with plans for assault, were widely reported. The police station issued an announcement. "Our leadership instructed us to present this banner and take a photo with Baker." Anya quickly checked online and was stunned. It was all true. The Dean of Studies beamed with pride and said, "Yes, I have always believed that Baker and his friends are remarkable. This time, I will make sure to promote their spirit within the school." "That's great. Could you take a few photos for us?" The officer handed the camera to the Dean. Delighted, the Dean accepted the camera. Of course. After the officers left, the Dean praised Kevin and his friends before letting them go, then severely reprimanded Anya. The group who had been eavesdropping outside felt a sense of justice served. They gave each other high fives and hummed as they walked away. Baker's daughters saw the news online and praised him in the family group chat, but they also expressed their concerns, hoping there wouldn't be another incident. Baker assured them there wouldn't be, but life was unpredictable, and plans often didn't keep up with changes. His name spread rapidly on the internet once more, with fans posting about how proud they were of him. The number of people following Baker on social media surged, even leading some to follow him on Douyin. On campus, everyone talked about Baker, naming him the most excellent and handsome student. Some TV stations came to interview Baker, but he declined. So, they interviewed other students instead, asking for their opinions on Baker. The answers were unanimous. He was good-looking, had positive values, was approachable, and an exceptional scholar. As the camera panned to Kingston, who was reading on the grass, he said, "He's not bad, but I don't admit that he's better than me. If possible, I hope we can compete at the end of this term." "Brother Hao, see that? Kingston is dissing you," James remarked after showering, showing Baker the interview footage. Baker remained unperturbed. "Everyone has their strengths. I don't need to compete with anyone because it's meaningless." That day was Anya's public lesson, which was observed by teachers from other prestigious schools. The principal had instructed Anya long ago to ensure the class went perfectly. The homeroom teacher also told the students to cooperate fully to make the lesson flawless. Anya wore makeup and dressed less doughtily, smiling more during her performance. However, after the recent events, her opinion of Baker plummeted. She thought, just because he has money, he hangs out with unsavory characters like Kevin. How solve this problem? She deliberately picked a difficult question to embarrass Baker. The principal stood outside, surprised that the higher algebra problem on the board wasn't part of the current curriculum. What was Anya up to? The students also noticed. Was Hao teacher trying to create difficulties? Baker stood up and approached the board. Within 5 minutes, he solved the problem, astonishing all the teachers, including the principal. This kid isn't simple at all. "Hao teacher, are you satisfied?" Baker casually tossed the chalk onto the table, looking at Anya. Anya flipped through her book frantically, but found nothing matching the solution. Impossible. She had never taught this problem. Baker sneered and picked up the chalk again. "Since Hao teacher isn't satisfied with this solution, let me give two more. 2 more solutions?" Everyone was shocked. This problem was already tough enough, and solving it once was impressive. Did Baker really have more methods? Anya didn't believe it, but Baker indeed provided 2 additional solutions. Her pupils dilated as she saw the board. You. How teacher, I'm done. Baker walked down from the podium effortlessly. Thunderous applause followed. Anya regained her composure, swallowing hard and pushing up her glasses. Well done, Baker. You've clearly been listening attentively in class. This remark displeased the others, who frowned. Baker raised his hand. I apologize, but you never covered this topic. I learned it out of boredom. This statement stung Anya like a slap. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down her chin. The observing teachers whispered among themselves. The principal's face turned green with anger. After class, Anya was summoned to the office by the principal. In the classroom, students cheered and surrounded Baker, talking excitedly. Baker's ears almost went deaf. Chapter 130. Slandering Baker. Goodbye. Slam. The principal slammed the heavy textbook on the table, making a thunderous sound. Anya's body trembled. Teacher How? The principal called her while wiping his glasses. Anya responded, I'm here, principal. You almost ruined today's open class. I told everyone that you were an excellent lecturer in advanced algebra that I introduced from abroad, but your performance today disappointed me greatly. The principal sighed. Anya retorted, Principal, it was clearly Baker who targeted me on purpose. That stubborn and self-willed kid knew how important this open class was to you, yet he chose to steal the spotlight. The principal pinched his nose bridge. Enough, Teacher How. Baker is very capable. If you had asked him to solve that problem and he failed, whose face would be slapped? Baker has already given you an easy way out. Don't pick at trivial issues anymore. These words left Anya speechless. Indeed, if Baker hadn't solved the problem, the open class could have been worse. But she still felt resentful. Wasn't Baker just famous because of the Jean Group and Jamie Entertainment Company? Entangled with several powerful women. Bah, he was just a sycophant, fawning over one and then another. Anya silently slandered Baker. Her anger looked terrifying. Seeing her reaction, the principal knew she wasn't convinced. What are you still standing here for? Get out. Anya left the office, her makeup smudged from anger. She took out her phone and started typing furiously. On the screen was a parent group. All the parents in this group were supporters of Anya, hoping she would take good care of their children in school. Anya began venting her frustration. Today, I wanted to make the open class perfect, allowing every child to show their best results, but there's always one bad apple ruining the whole pot of soup. I'm sorry, parents. Seeing this, the parents started chiming in. Teacher How is so dedicated. What did she do wrong? I'm curious, which child is that bad apple? Please reveal it, Teacher How. We don't want our children associating with such people. Right, Teacher How, don't mind such people. They're just attention seekers. Reading these messages, Anya felt much better. Indeed, these were reasonable parents. Zach's parents were also in the group, but never spoke up until Anya sent the next message. Anya, sigh, it's my fault, not theirs. Mainly, this student comes from a wealthy family that no one dares offend. He's called Baker. I believe everyone in the city knows about his unclear relationships with the president of the Jean Group and the CEO of Jamie Entertainment Company. I hope Baker won't go astray in the future. Baker. Of course, everyone knew him. The young man whom Georgia and Sage cared deeply about. Gradually, fewer people spoke up. Some parents had business ties with the Jean and Jamie families. If they said anything bad about Baker and it was discovered, their projects might be jeopardized. They hadn't forgotten what happened to the Liu family. Anya continued venting her frustrations while Zach's parents quietly screenshot all the chat messages and sent them to Zach. Upon seeing the message, Zach instinctively stood up, stubbing his toe on the desk corner, causing him to jump in pain. Bro How, I've sent you some messages. Check WeChat. It was a physical education class, and Baker was changing clothes. He casually opened WeChat and saw the screenshots from Zach. Silence. His entire demeanor changed. Who knew about this group? Baker asked Kevin and James. Kevin and James approached to look. Damn, we didn't know either. All three looked at Zach. Zach's face flushed with pain. My parents are doing small businesses now. Once they met Ives's parents, who asked if they were in the group. My parents said no, so they were added. Maybe because my parents seemed honest, Anya must have privately created this group with these parents. Baker nodded. I understand. Let's go to PE class. As they left the dormitory, Anya remained unaware that her group was exposed. The financial university had a clear rule. During college, teachers and parents cannot create private groups since college students can manage themselves. Teachers only need to keep the contact information of parents. First, to avoid excessive management of college students. Second, to prevent illegal activities, like privately soliciting tributes from parents. While Baker went to PE class, Georgia summoned Ives's couple. When Ives's couple walked into the Jean Group headquarters, they were a bit confused until they saw the formidable Georgia, snapping them back to reality. Their bodies involuntarily softened. Mr. Jean, did you call us for something? Ives asked, puzzled. The Jean Group had invested in Chien family's land development. Ives thought Georgia might be checking on the project's progress. However, seeing Georgia's stern and cold expression, it didn't seem related to the project. Mr. Chien, I heard you're one of the administrators of the class parent committee and added me to the parent group, Georgia explained directly. Ives and his wife immediately understood that someone had informed Georgia. Thankfully, they hadn't followed the trend when Anya mentioned Baker. Sure, I've scanned Georgia's WeChat, added him as a friend, and pulled him into the group. Georgia had changed his WeChat name to something inconspicuous. Once in the group, Georgia coldly said, delete it. Before Ives could react, Maya Taiju took his phone and operated it swiftly. When the phone returned to his hand, Georgia was no longer his friend. Give me the administrator rights, and you can leave, Georgia dismissed him with a finger. Daring not to refuse, Ives handed over the administrative rights to Georgia. This immediately caught some members' attention. They asked Ives about the new member and why he transferred the administration. Ives, sweating profusely under immense pressure, slowly raised his head to meet Georgia's piercing gaze. You know what to do, right? Yes, yes, Mr. Jean, rest assured. I've wiped his sweat. In the group, he explained that due to his busy schedule, he entrusted a trusted relative to help manage. Georgia chuckled at this, startling Ives. He hurriedly clarified it wasn't intentional nepotism. Georgia had Maya Taiju escort them out and then invited Ali, Bridget, and Sage into the group. Leaving the Jean group headquarters, I've stared at the skyscraper, still unsure how Georgia found out. Could there be informants among them? Meanwhile, Zach's parents were relieved to see Georgia join the group. Zach was surprised that his parents had any connection with Georgia. This came from the initial help when Maya Taiju left a business card, stating that Mr. Jean would assist them if they needed it, but never expected the first contact would be about the parent group. After Georgia joined the group, some members grumbled but quieted down when no response came. Until an hour later, someone suggested sending imported supplements to Anya for her teaching stress. Anya, having just finished class, felt gratified and replied in the group, "Thank you all for your kindness. This is what teachers should do, think more about the students." Unfortunately, not all students appreciate it. Georgia then spoke. "Oh, which student doesn't appreciate it?" Anya was puzzled by the strange ID and asked which student's parent it was. Someone explained that it was a relative of Ives, saying they had been very busy recently and let this person manage the group for a while. Anya scrolled up and indeed saw Ives's explanation. Her suspicions were dispelled. Baker is really an outstanding student, but he shouldn't be so arrogant. Instantly, a group of sycophants started angrily denouncing Baker. The few daughters watching the chat records on their phones were almost exploding with rage. Ali said in the family group, "Sisters, don't get upset. Just 5 more minutes, and I'll expose her true face." Sage's eyes gleamed as she typed while muttering to herself, "Great, let me stir up this murky water. Sending supplements isn't enough. We should provide her with full service." Bridget chimed in, "Right, Teacher How has worked so hard. We shouldn't be stingy. I suggest we give Teacher How a big house in the city center, the best car, and since she hasn't married yet, why not find her a husband too?" It sounded right, yet something seemed off. The parents who were yelling began to fall silent. Anya felt increasingly triumphant, thinking these new members understood the situation well. But then George's next words made her blood run cold. "I found a great place for Teacher How. The government provides food and lodging, with plenty of talented people to socialize with. What do you think, Teacher How?" Then Ali sent out several pictures. They were screenshots of Anya accepting bribes, showing amounts of money, and photos of Anya dining at luxury hotels with several parents. The parent group exploded. Anya was so furious that her breathing stopped abruptly. Her hands trembled, her face turned pale, and she felt dizzy. "Slander. This is slander. Who are you? Ives, show yourself. Is this how you repay me? I'll tell you, Ives, your son's studies will no longer be my concern." Enraged, she sent a voice message in the group. Ives didn't respond. Georgia slowly tapped into voice mode and spoke coldly, "Anya, you should take these accusations to the police. They should be right behind you." Anya looked back in terror and saw several policemen talking to students. She hurriedly tried to leave. Sage also spoke up, "You dare call yourself a teacher? Slandering our Baker. Hypocrite. You're finished, Anya. I, Sage, say this today." Sage? Anya felt like she'd been struck by lightning. So, the previous voice message was from Georgia, the president who could shake the entire Fengqing city with just one foot. After the physical education class, Baker went to see the principal, who said, "Anya won't be teaching your class anymore. Go back and focus on your studies." He left the office, puzzled, and repeated the principal's words to Kevin and the others. Kevin and the others were looking at their phones and raised their heads to share the latest news with Baker. Baker then learned that Anya had been taken away by the police for accepting bribes from parents. Later, it emerged that she had had an unclear relationship with a parent, suspected of money laundering. Everything happened so fast. Too fast for Baker to fully comprehend. He checked his phone, and a message from Ali in the family group made everything clear to him. It was the work of the daughters. Chapter 131. Talking back while calling me grandpa? You all. Baker felt a complex emotion. He only managed to utter 2 words, then sniffled. Good thing he had already sent Kevin and the others away. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be for them to see this? Thinking their actions might have displeased Baker, the girls took the lead in explaining. "Dad, don't be angry. We acted on our own accord." Sage chimed in, "Godfather, don't be upset. We just can't stand Anya's face. She was slandering you, which means she was slandering us." "Yes, Dad, if you're mad, then be mad. We don't regret causing a scene today," Ali typed while keeping her eyes on her phone, clearly still concerned about Baker's feelings. Baker couldn't help but smile as he listened, hot tears welling up in his eyes. He continued speaking into the voice message, "Who said I'm angry? I wanted to say, you all did great. It feels so good to be protected like this. Thank you, my lovely darlings." Bridget finally got free 10 minutes later and hurriedly looked at her phone, only to find out they had exchanged many messages, so she scrolled through one by one. She wrote, "Dad, it's what we should do. Your university is ours to protect." Baker took a deep breath and added, "However, each of you has your own things to handle. So Dad hopes that no matter what, your primary focus should be on your own careers and personal matters. Understand?" His words dropped like stones in water, eliciting no response. Fine, Baker understood. He'd spoken in vain. Friday's physical education class involved pull-ups and rapid push-ups. The neighboring class was also having PE. As Baker effortlessly performed pull-ups, a basketball came flying over and hit the metal frame of the pull-up bar. Shaken by the impact, Baker slowly descended, looking at who threw it. "Sorry, my hand slipped." The culprit was Alex, president of the basketball club, known for being tall and condescending towards others. He had previously tried recruiting Baker into the basketball club due to his popularity among women, seeing it as an opportunity for daily visits from beautiful spectators. When Baker bluntly refused him, Alex had been holding a grudge for 2 weeks, and now was his chance to get back at him during this PE class. Alex bent down to pick up the ball, only to find it under Baker's foot. "Fellow student, next time come up with a better excuse. Maybe I'll believe you right away, Baker quipped as he signaled trouble. The classmates gathered around, with Kevin and the other two standing beside Baker, confronting Alex and his team. Alex paused for a moment, then moved his mouth. Okay, Baker, you've got guts. Dare to compete with me one-on-one? Baker kicked the ball back. No, Alex. Isn't this kid impossible to crack? If you're scared, you're a coward, and your whole class is full of cowards, Alex taunted. Baker didn't take the bait. Frustrated, with so many eyes watching and his challenge already out there, Alex couldn't let this end here. Baker, you cowardly wretch, you'll never have children, and your parents will cry themselves to death. Baker stopped walking and turned abruptly, his eyes burning intensely. Today, I'll make you a grandson. Remember, whoever loses becomes the other's grandson and must stand in the middle of the playground calling the other grandpa. Alex sneered, sure, let's see who becomes the grandson. 3-on-3 basketball. My team is ready. What about yours? Baker brought along Kevin and Zach, who frequently played and had decent skills. James stood as a reserve player. The crowd cheered, and the atmosphere grew intense. Both classes' PE teachers acted as referees. To be honest, Baker was still unfamiliar with basketball. Although he had played some free games with Kevin before, he was new to the rules of 3-on-3. Thus, during the first round, Alex's team quickly secured the ball and scored, celebrating wildly. Alex even made a mocking gesture towards Baker. Kevin and Zach admitted, Boss how, we underestimated them. Baker shook his head. They're from the basketball club, playing every day. Their skill level naturally surpasses ours. Don't be discouraged. This is just the beginning. In the second match, Alex taunted Baker while dribbling the ball. Baker focused on his moves, replaying the first game in his mind. Meanwhile, Kevin and Zach were blocked by the opponents. Seeing his teasing reach its peak, Alex prepared to jump for a three-pointer. But as he moved, Baker reacted even faster, snatching the ball in a blink of an eye. Startled, Alex chased after Baker towards the hoop, trying to intercept him. However, Baker jumped high, overpowering Alex, and the basketball went straight into the hoop, bouncing off with a thud. Crowds roared, while Alex fell clumsily onto the ground. His teammates tried to help him up, but he angrily brushed them off, rising on his own, whispering secret instructions. During the third round, Baker noticed Alex's players constantly surrounding Kevin, sensing something amiss. He instructed Zach to assist Kevin. While Baker dribbled, Alex smiled evilly and made a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb. Baker feinted, fooling Alex, and drove to the basket. The ball went in, and he heard a familiar scream. Turning around, he saw Kevin clutching his left knee, half lying on the ground. Kevin! Baker rushed forward, supporting him. Zach and James quickly joined them. Kevin pointed at Alex's teammate, saying, Boss how, he intentionally fouled. Enraged, Baker called the referee, who ruled against Alex's team, ordering one of their members out of the game. Classmates helped Kevin to the medical room. Before leaving, Kevin told Baker, Boss how, beat them up for me. Don't worry, Baker patted his shoulder, signaling James, who put aside his jacket and stormed onto the court in anger. Initially a friendly game, it now took on a different tone due to Alex's underhanded tactics. Some onlookers secretly started live streaming the event on social media platforms, turning the campus 3-on-3 basketball match into a nationwide watched phenomenon. Messing with my brother, huh? Fine, if I don't thrash you to become my grandson, I won't be true to my name. Baker rarely felt so furious, harboring an urge to destroy someone. The campus network broadcasted it live as well, drawing more attention from viewers through their phones. Hearing Baker's bold declaration, unfazed, Alex became even more arrogant. Great, I'm waiting for you to turn me into your grandson. As the game progressed, every time Alex thought he'd score, Baker would block or steal the ball. Half an hour passed without Alex scoring any points except for the first one. Shocked by Baker's consistent energy, despite being physically superior, Alex's team grew exhausted while Baker remained unaffected. Was this human even possible? Each time Alex gained confidence, Baker crushed it. On the scoreboard, the contrast between Baker and Alex stood at 15-1. Alex, are you okay? Being the club president yet beaten like a dog. Maybe you should sit out. Some hecklers laughed. This set the tone for the crowd, leading more people to call for Alex to step down. Alex had never experienced such humiliation. He glared at Baker, eyes burning with fury. Baker, still dribbling, stood at the center watching him. Slightly winded, Zach and James had sweat on their faces. His phone buzzed. Checking the class group, he learned Kevin's leg was minorly injured and fine. Relieved, Baker continued to play. Alex, seizing the moment when Baker was distracted, attempted to snatch the ball from him in a swift move. Just as his fingers were about to touch the ball, Baker slapped it backward, passing it directly to James. James dribbled and ran toward the hoop. Stop him. Both of you block him. Alex yelled, trying to chase after him but was intercepted by Baker. Baker stood like a wolf king, staring at Alex with open arms blocking him. You're not going anywhere. James skillfully bypassed the two defenders, leaping and scoring. The crowd erupted in applause once again. Alex ripped off his shirt and threw it on the ground, cursing furiously. Damn. He couldn't believe that Baker could be this strong. His cold gaze sized up Baker, who was talking to Zach and James while patting their shoulders. A sinister smile crept across Alex's face. I'll take care of Baker. You each deal with James and his team, then come help me take care of Baker. Alex instructed his teammates. They nodded and began positioning themselves. The game resumed. Baker snatched the ball from Alex and, as Alex tried to steal it back, passed it to Zach. Zach received it but was immediately surrounded and couldn't break through. Baker ran to his opposite side and clapped. Pass the ball. Zach jumped to pass the ball to Baker, but Alex extended his foot right then. If Baker took a step forward, he would trip over. But stepping back meant two others would close in on him too. It looked like they wanted to corner him. Baker stopped running and deliberately hit the ball into Alex's calf with considerable force. The pain made Alex cry out, ow. His teammates immediately pointed at Baker and complained to the referee. Teacher, He fouled by hitting someone. He should be out. Baker watched their performance coldly. Alex laughed, dropping the act. Didn't see that coming, did you? Not really. I aimed for an animal, but apparently, it hit a human, Baker retorted. Alex's face turned beet red. Baker, you're quite mouthy now. Let's see how tough you are when you call me Grandpa. Baker sneered. Your score is 1. Ours is nearly 21. Seems like you're the one who's hard. The two teammates kept insisting that Baker should be ejected. The PE teacher hesitated, as his attention had wandered to his phone during the critical moment. While he saw Baker hit someone, he didn't witness the lead-up. Whether it was intentional or not, it was hard to judge. Teacher, we can replay the footage here. We've been live streaming the match, someone from the crowd spoke up. Another spectator chimed in. Teacher, I have a video recording. It clearly shows Alex sticking out his foot to trip Baker, and they were only targeting Baker. The PE teacher checked the footage on the spectator's phone, confirming it. Now, everyone's eyes were on Alex. Hashtag chapter 132. Standing up for Xandra. Alex looked embarrassed but remained defiant. Why are you all looking at me? It wasn't on purpose. He just ran under my feet, and I didn't have time to pull back. So it's my fault. Clearly, his explanation made no sense. What nonsense are you talking? James pointed at Alex and scolded him. The crowd watching also condemned Alex. Someone remarked, there's no need to fight anymore. Just declare him the loser. With such a score and these tactics, it's unbearable. Yeah, teacher, declare it now. Exactly. If he did it and won't admit it, how shameless can one be? Baker stared at Alex without uttering a word. He crossed his arms and watched coldly, waiting to see what Alex would come up with next. Alex's temper flared. All of you shut up. The teacher hasn't even said anything yet. Why are you all jumping in like this? What's it got to do with you? His reaction only fueled more condemnation from the crowd. Voices grew louder, and there was a tense atmosphere as if an argument was about to break out. The two physical education teachers quickly intervened and announced after conferring, this match, Baker's team wins. Why? Alex protested, rushing forward to argue. His teacher gave him a stern look, which subdued Alex somewhat. Don't you think you've already disgraced yourself enough? Patiently. Alex clenched his fists, stubbornly refusing to speak. The crowd encouraged him to get it over with quickly. Alex asked Baker, what will you do if I don't call? He laughed arrogantly. Baker smiled back. It's fine if you don't call. From today, a post titled, Alex, my grandson, you should call Grandpa, will be updated daily on the campus network. The moment you call, we'll stop posting. This took the wind out of Alex's sails. James and Zach nodded immediately. This task sounds good. We too can be responsible for updating the posts every day. Oh, just hurry up and call. Enough stalling. The crowd egged him on. Alex's classmates also advised him to just get it over with. They assured him that calling once wouldn't hurt. Alex cast a cold glance at Baker, but ultimately relented. Reluctantly, he mumbled, Grandpa. Ah, good boy, Baker said with satisfaction. With that, Alex stormed off with a distorted expression. Laughter and ridicule followed him. Baker dismissed the matter and went to the infirmary with James and Zach. Seeing Kevin, who still looked ruddy, he checked in with the school doctor, noting down the precautions before feeling relieved. Kevin sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Baker, as James and Zach recounted the events. That was great. Too bad I wasn't there to witness it. Kevin felt vindicated. Baker felt guilty. Sorry, Kevin. If I hadn't agreed to that competition, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Kevin lifted his head to look at Baker. Brother, how? Anyone would find Alex's words intolerable. There's no need to apologize. It's an accident. James and Zach nodded in agreement. In any case, I'll take care of you from now on. Baker felt responsible. James and Zach interjected. What's this? Kevin is our buddy too. We'll help take care of you. Baker sighed. Fine, fine. Well then, it's settled. Who will give me a massage tonight? Kevin teased. The three simultaneously tapped his head. Dream on. The four shared a laugh and headed back to class. Meanwhile, the WH Club had secured an endorsement deal and was scheduled to shoot promotional photos that day. However, they were stuck at the makeup stage. Allie didn't want to wear makeup for the shoot and planned to wear a mask instead because she wasn't comfortable with facing the camera. Even during competitions, she sometimes wore a mask. Kevin found it difficult. We need individual and group shots. Wearing a mask will make you stand out. Moreover, she couldn't understand why such a beautiful girl preferred wearing a mask. Allie shook her head coldly. She fiddled with her phone and sent a message to Baker. Amy and Dell were all ready, waiting for Allie. The photographer came by multiple times, with Joe holding things together. Kevin finally called Sage for help. Hey, little CEO Jamie, there's a problem. Today we're shooting for a group endorsement, but Allie refuses to cooperate. She doesn't want makeup and insists on wearing a mask. Sage was signing documents and paused upon hearing this. If Sandra wants to wear a mask, let her. What's the issue? Kevin felt dizzy. But, little CEO Jamie, you can't always indulge Allie. Fans might criticize the photo. Sage handed the signed document to her secretary and rotated her chair before responding. So, you're asking me to decide. My decision is simple. Sandra can wear the mask if she wants. Reasonable and irrefutable. Kevin. After class, Baker saw Allie's message. She asked about his day and whether anyone bullied him. Baker replied, no one bullied Dad. Did you finish the treats I made last time? Are you free to come home this week? Allie must have been busy and didn't reply immediately. Back in the dorm, Kevin excitedly shared news about the WH Club's endorsement. Brother How, the WH Club endorsed Coochie. Supposedly, they're taking photos today. I'm super excited to see Becky's photos. Baker hesitated, recalling that Allie disliked taking photos. He was concerned about his darling baby. So, he absent-mindedly responded to Kevin and then texted Allie again. Darling baby, how are you feeling today? Are you tired? This live stream is for Xandra. Personally, I believe whether Allie wears a mask or not does not affect her achievements. So I'm connecting with netizens to hear what they have to say. The scrolling comments asked, what's your relationship with Allie? Intimate enough to call her Xandra. Baker smiled but remained silent, starting to connect with the first netizen. When he connected and saw the other person, his calm composure broke. The person on the other side didn't expect to be connected either. Marnie quickly turned off the camera, but those tens of seconds had already been captured in screenshots and uploaded online. Hashtag the first connection of the wealthy bamboo bro is a big beauty hashtag. This also appeared on the Douyin hot search list. I didn't expect to be connected. Marnie spoke first, her voice cold and resonant. Baker responded, yes, me neither. Why are you in the live room? Marnie bit her lip and answered, to check up. This was Baker's first Douyin livestream, and Marnie indeed came to observe him, checking his mental state to infer his physical condition. Having missed the opportunity to ask for a strand of hair last time, this time Marnie wanted to ask, is there anything special about your health recently? Baker was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Marnie to ask this. Looking at the scrolling comments, everyone was equally confused. Not talking about and the scene of Baker angrily confronting his own fan went viral. The number of people in the live room kept increasing, and the comment section scrolled faster and faster. Chapter 133. I'll treat you to durian until you're full. Black fans and devoted fans were clashing. They cursed each other in the comments section. Some harmonious words were replaced by asterisks. So, Baker saw nothing but stars scrolling past on the live stream comments. It was dazzling. He quickly kicked out the one who spoke ill of Xandra, saying, whoever speaks ill of Xandra will be kicked out. Baker was being extremely protective. Then, a few black fans came online. One even asked if he was doing live stream selling. This infuriated Baker, who retorted sarcastically, what goods? Bring this fool over? Baker realized that in his 100K plus live room, quite a number of people came to stir up trouble or criticize Xandra. Feeling vexed, he abruptly shut down the live stream. On Weibo and various short video platforms, there were reports about this live stream by Baker. The event was exaggerated. Some said that although Baker had always been low-key on Douyin and Weibo, he went live for Ali this time, suggesting their close relationship. Now there's another question. When netizens are still shipping Baker and CEO Georgia, posthumous Queen Bridget is also vying for attention, and now we have Ali as well. Netizens felt overwhelmed. Just how many good younger sisters does Baker have? How many good younger sisters indeed? If only I could pry open this person's brain and see if it's all just tofu pudding. Baker sent Kevin away, locked the door, and started a video call with his daughters. His indignant and childlike peak made Georgia smile at the corner of her mouth. Dad, don't worry. I'm already handling the news online. You needn't be upset. Georgia managed official business while checking online reviews. When she read that Xandra and Dad were childhood friends, she couldn't help but giggle softly. This gave Alban, standing beside her, quite a shock. Used to seeing Ramon's icy demeanor, her laugh now seemed rather eerie. Sage watched and sighed both in amusement and frustration. These netizens have too much imagination. They're planning to write fanfiction featuring our dad. It's ridiculous. Looking at Sage helplessly, Baker started to speak. Little Jamie. Cough, outrageous. How can they imagine such scenarios about our pure father-daughter relationships? Sage's attitude changed dramatically. Bridget was unavailable, so she didn't participate in the video call, yet she closely followed the matter, reminding Baker not to get upset, calling it nonsensical ramblings. Baker reassured her, asking her to focus on work without worrying about him. Ali remained expressionless, though the fury in her eyes grew. Dad, let me trace the internet cables to find these people and teach them a lesson. She typed swiftly on the keyboard, preparing to punish those netizens. Stunned, Baker asked, you can trace through cables? He thought it was merely a joke. Georgia knew about Ali's abilities and explained to Baker, Dad, Xandra might plant something in their computers to cause system crashes. Sage asked curiously, for instance? Ali, ice cold, replied, like losing crucial files or exposing sensitive information to the world. A bit puzzled, Baker nodded as Ali declared, done. Immediately, changes swept across the internet. Bloggers who criticized Baker and his daughters suddenly posted peculiar tweets. Some showed small grid images filled with films from different countries. Others exposed critical company secrets. Still others showcased domestic and international transfer records and cheating hotel check-ins. It was spectacular. Netizens were amazed at this turn of events. Did someone expose themselves? Suddenly, everyone focused on these self-exposing bloggers. Discussion topics shifted. Reading through these bloggers' posts, Baker became increasingly disdainful. Can't even bear to look. Sage was elated, praising Ali. Baker, everyone knows him. Excellent grades, handsome looks, strong background, linked to powerful figures, now tangled with WH participants. Want to hear my take? Comments flooded with interest. Curiosity sparked. He tapped in as the door knocked. Opening it, Georgia stood outside holding a tablet streaming the same content overlapping with his phone. Amazed, Baker exclaimed, Daughter, you're watching this too? Yes, accidentally stumbled upon it. Should we block it, Dad? Georgia asked, seeking his opinion. Come inside. Baker invited her in and poured water. Then he shared his thoughts. In the live stream, the blogger analyzed skillfully before inviting netizens to comment. These high-traffic ups love jumping between trends. Unexpectedly, the first call connected to Georgia. Fear crossed the blogger's face when they were linked. Exclamation marks filled the screen. Coldly staring at the camera, Georgia's perfect face held a hint of sarcasm, leaving viewers breathless. Behind her stood Baker waving into the camera, smiling. Hello, three sheep? Three sheep nearly slipped out of view, steadied himself and gulped fearfully, responding, hello. Wait, Ice Queen Georgia is watching Douyin? Is this the point? The point is Baker and Georgia are in the same room. I'm going crazy. Why does celebrity gossip feel so real? Seeing netizens' comments, Three Sheep felt equally crazed. He had never felt such pressure from anyone. Sweat drenched his back. Well, finished with the ball, facing the overwhelmingly powerful Georgia, Three Sheep completely lost his rhythm, unsure of what to do next. Baker added fuel to the fire. Summer and I were just listening to your analysis, which was quite reasonable. Why don't you continue? Oh, you want to hear our thoughts? Three Sheep was in a dilemma. Nodding or not nodding wouldn't help. He was like a tiger pretending to be a pig, thoroughly under Baker's control. Three Sheep's eyes stiffened. No, that was just off the top of my head. Just off the top of my head. Baker smiled without a word, seeing a comment scroll by. This Three Sheep is the Douyin celebrity who said he would swallow a keyboard if Baker and Georgia appeared live together, right? Baker instantly perked up. Three Sheep, are you going to perform swallowing a keyboard live? Three Sheep's face was filled with awkwardness. Just as he sought an excuse, he noticed a cold, intimidating girl wearing a black mask slowly emerge from behind Baker. Her lazy gaze cast over him, carrying a chill. Three Sheep's eyes widened in terror. Isn't this Allie? No, buddy, what's going on here? Are you all living together? He finally realized he had been tricked. Baker smirked. Weren't you analyzing? Why are you so surprised? Georgia smiled faintly but remained silent. Earlier, Dad said it would be best to stay calm and let the chaos unfold. So they decided to get Allie into the room, set everything up, and naturally connect Georgia to the live stream. Three Sheep was at a loss, while the netizens went berserk. The moment Allie appeared, the comments on the screen rolled faster and faster, all in shock. Then some netizens pointed out that there had been news earlier about Baker having a close relationship with Georgia and staying at the Jean residence, but it didn't mention Allie living there too. So, when Allie mentioned a family-like existence, it might be true? Could Baker really be related to Georgia? And could Allie be a relation as well, explaining why they all lived together and were so close? This sudden analysis threw those netizens who loved speculating for a loop. It also slapped Three Sheep's face. He had confidently claimed that Baker must have some deep connections with these beautiful girls, suspecting ulterior motives. But then the main people showed up and provided their explanation directly. Georgia tapped her fingers on the desk and coldly remarked, "Next time, remember to use your brain before analyzing." She ended the call abruptly. Three Sheep breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest in front of the camera. "Folks, this live stream was a mistake on my part. I'll reflect. Please don't make me eat a keyboard. I was obviously just joking." Ding dong. The netizens heard the doorbell. Three Sheep got up to open it. Thus, he missed Baker's message on the screen. "I'm sending you a big gift. Remember to sign for it." At the door stood two men in black. Three Sheep wanted to slam the door shut, but was held back by one of them using his foot. Mr. Xiao said he hopes you finish all these things at once. If you can't swallow a keyboard, how about eating durian off the shelves? We have plenty. Lance gestured backward, and Three Sheep nearly collapsed. For large boxes of durians. Would it kill him? The live stream eventually closed, leaving the netizens only seeing Three Sheep's pained expression, unaware that he was made to kneel on durian shells and finish the fruit under the watchful eyes of Lance and his partner. Chapter 134. Don't be so heavy-handed. After a happy and fulfilling weekend at home, Baker was heading back to school. On Monday morning just after 7 o'clock, Baker returned to school. Since Zach and the others had sent him messages saying they brought his textbooks and told him to go straight to the classroom, Baker rushed there. However, he didn't expect that the first class would be advanced algebra. Replacing Anya was a bespectacled man who looked to be in his 30s. He appeared particularly dedicated during lectures, even singling out students if he noticed them not paying attention, reiterating points until everyone understood. When class ended, Baker stood up, and Kevin leaned in to complain. This teacher called John is terrifying. Class, Baker found John waiting outside the classroom door. Once class ended, John followed Baker and kept asking questions. Even when Baker claimed stomach pain and went to the bathroom, John pursued him there, asking through the stall door, leaving Baker unable to focus. John's determination was relentless. Baker told him the solution was casual, yet John insisted on knowing the exact process. Baker was followed everywhere, heavy blocking at the canteen, convenience store, and milk tea shop, always seeing John. "Teacher Jiao, don't you have anything else to do?" Baker asked helplessly. John answered seriously, "Finding the solution from you is my job." For 2 days, John blocked Baker persistently but sincerely. Baker sighed, "Teacher Jiao, will you stop bothering me if I tell you?" John nodded, "Certainly." Thus, Baker wrote the solution on John's notebook, ending this little drama. Back in the dormitory, Baker looked around and asked Zach, "Kevin hasn't returned yet?" Kevin took leave on Monday afternoon, citing family matters. Zach nodded, "Yeah, seems like he requested 3 days off." Checking his phone, Baker noticed Kevin hadn't posted in the group chat for 2 days, the one who usually chatted the most, probably tied up with family issues. By Friday, after classes, they went out for dinner. During the meal, James expressed concern, "Brother Hao, Zach and I plan to visit Kevin's house this weekend. Are you coming along?" Baker paused, "Sure. I'm also worried about Kevin." 3 days passed, but Kevin still hadn't returned to school. "That's settled. We'll go to Kevin's house Saturday morning. He isn't answering calls or replying to messages, which worries me," James said. Zach and Baker exchanged glances and echoed, "We're all worried." Friday night, Baker informed the family WeChat group that he wouldn't be returning home this weekend. The daughters reminded him to take care of himself. Georgia suggested, "Dad, take Lance with you." Baker replied, "All right." Saturday morning, the group headed towards Kevin's house. James and Zach had been there before, while this was Baker's first time. Surprisingly, Kevin's house was locked, and Kevin wasn't home. Their neighbor informed them that Kevin's parents were hospitalized due to illness, and Kevin had left early after an argument with his sister. They thanked the neighbor, and James tried calling Kevin, who didn't pick up. Zach and Baker attempted several times, receiving no answer. "Brother Hao, what should we do now?" Zach and James looked at Baker. He reassured them, initially thinking to call Allie for help tracing Kevin's location, but deciding against disturbing Xandra, who might still be asleep. He messaged Allie instead, explaining the situation. "Let's look around the vicinity in case we can find Kevin," Baker suggested, assigning Lance and the others to search nearby, showing them Kevin's picture. Around 10:40 a.m., Allie called back, "Dad, I traced Kevin's phone signal to Tingjiang Street." "Thank you, dear." Baker thanked her happily, adding, "Thanks to Xandra too." This guy doesn't answer calls or messages, making us all very concerned. Allie said coolly, no need to thank me. Dad, please stay safe. Got it. Take care of yourself too. Sweet treats are nice, but don't overindulge, Baker advised before hanging up. Meanwhile, Allie got dressed in sportswear after waking up, brushing past Amy, who was surprised she wasn't going home. I won't be this week since Dad isn't coming back, Allie explained, preparing for a run. Amy followed. You only return when Lionel comes back? Yes, Allie nodded then added. Not entirely true. If eldest sister and others aren't busy, they'd invite me too. Amy looked thoughtful. Your family has a great atmosphere. Allie stopped and replied sincerely, I think so too. Baker and the others finally found Kevin at a tea house on Tingjiang Street. He was arguing with a group of people who surrounded him threateningly. James grabbed Kevin's shoulder, startling him. Why are you here? Worried about you. Why weren't you answering calls? Baker observed the scene. Kevin checked his phone. Sorry, it was on silent. No worries, I'm fine. A red-eyed girl stood beside Kevin. Baker asked, what's going on with these people? Kevin introduced the situation. Isaac, my sister's boyfriend, emotionally abuses her. He caused my parents' hospitalization and revealed having other girlfriends behind her back. My sister Oyuan came looking for answers and confronted him, but Isaac denied everything and tried to hit her. Isaac retorted, don't blame me. How could a successful person like me fall for a student? Infuriated, Kevin wanted to lunge at him, but Baker stopped him. Stay calm. Baker assessed the situation. So, Isaac is it? Where do you work? Before Isaac could respond, his buddies boasted. You wouldn't believe it, our brother works as a product manager at the Zhang Group. Baker was taken aback. Is that so? Let me call and confirm. Georgia was conducting an international video conference when her phone rang. Seeing it was Baker, she immediately signaled for the meeting to pause. Then she walked aside and answered, Dad, what's up? Summer, I have a question. Is there a product manager in your company named Isaac? Baker asked, keeping an eye on Isaac's expression. Isaac was clearly taken aback. His awkward expression ignored the excitement of his friends around him. Georgia, hearing the commotion, coldly replied, no. Got it, thanks. Baker hung up and smiled at Isaac. You just letting that kid go? Isaac's eyes were full of malice. I won't let him off, even if he has Georgia behind him. We'll secretly teach him a lesson, and who'd know it was us? After confirming Kevin was fine, everyone returned home. Dominic drove Baker back, and on the way, they encountered a few men with steel pipes standing in the middle of a small road, not showing any intention of yielding. Dominic braked slowly. Just as he was about to get out of the car, a pipe struck. Baker quickly pulled Dominic back by the collar, closed the door, and locked it. The pipes battered against the windows, creating small holes. Lance and the others prepared to confront these men. Baker touched his brow indifferently. Don't be too heavy-handed. Beat them up, but don't kill anyone. Understood, they replied before getting out and swiftly subdued Isaac and his gang. Police cars arrived, stopping next to Baker's vehicle. Officer Chen got out, only to be grabbed by Isaac. Officer Chen pointed at Baker in the car. Officer, please help us. Baker attacked us with professional thugs. They nearly killed us. Luckily, you arrived in time, or we would have lost our lives. Officer Chen found Baker oddly familiar. Looking closer, he indeed recognized that familiar face. Chapter 135, Little Empress Awards Ceremony. Baker got out of the car and politely greeted, Officer Chen, what a coincidence to meet you again. Y'all also found it quite coincidental. What are you doing here? He pointed to the few people lying on the ground and glanced at Baker's men standing behind him. Oh, the situation is like this. Baker explained the whole incident. He concluded, so, I have no idea why these people suddenly showed up and started smashing our car with steel pipes. He pointed at the door. Officer Chen, look. The window is shattered. Dominic, how much would it cost to replace such a glass? Dominic, still in shock from the event, finally calmed down enough to reply to Baker. If we were to replace it with the original one, it would cost over 10,000, but that depends on the insurance company's quotation. Isaac was taken aback by the mention of 10,000. Are you scaring us? This glass wouldn't cost more than a few hundred. Yell silenced him. You just said Baker beat you. I ask you, why were you standing in the middle of the road? Did you want to block his way? Isaac avoided eye contact. No, we were playing around. He suddenly stopped and started beating us. How can you blame us for that? Yell kicked the steel pipe on the ground. Playing with steel pipes? Isaac's companions were all controlled and squatted aside, not daring to speak. Isaac's face turned awkward as he tried to think of a response. Baker questioned Isaac. I wonder, why would I stop my car and beat you? Yes, why did he? Yell asked sternly. I don't know either. His bodyguards just suddenly attacked us. Isaac wondered who the hell called the police. He chose this route because there were no cameras, making it easier for him to make his move. However, the police arrived. When he accidentally met Baker's eyes, Baker waved his phone. Isaac immediately realized that Baker had called the police. Damn bastard. Indeed, Baker called the police amidst the chaos. In a law-abiding society, it was better to leave matters to professionals. My men were beaten by Baker's people. Officer, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Isaac clenched his teeth, glaring at Baker. Yell understood from his expression that this was likely personal. Locking Isaac up, he said, I believe everyone who claims to have been beaten except Baker. Why wouldn't you believe me? Isaac didn't understand. Has Capital Power infiltrated the police station? Yell replied, Baker recently helped our bureau solve a case. He's a good teenager and wouldn't do something as stupid as stopping his car to beat someone. His words implied ridicule towards Isaac's attempts to play smart. Isaac swore loudly. It was him. I'm not convinced, officer. You're covering for him. Baker shook his head. You really won't listen unless you see proof. Officer Chun, our car never turned off. The dashcam recorded their attack on us, which you can obtain. Everyone was stunned. Isaac looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it. How could he forget about the dashcam? Yell nodded. Good. Thank you for your cooperation, Baker. You'll need to come to the station with us to give a statement. Of course. Baker nodded and called Demaya and the others into the car before heading to the police station. An hour later, they returned home. As soon as they opened the door, Georgia hugged Baker tightly. Her body was trembling. "Dad, I heard from Dominic that you were ambushed and they smashed your car. We were so worried you might be hurt." She rarely showed weakness, but seeing the large hole in the car window, Georgia felt fear for the first time. Baker was startled. He gently patted Georgia's back. "Daughter, I'm fine. Everything is under control. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry." But Dominic couldn't help but talk. Bridget and Allie stood beside them, concern evident in their eyes. Georgia noticed her emotional state and pulled away from Baker's embrace, regaining her cold composure. "I lost it just now." Baker shook his head. "It's okay. Daughter, I hope you can be yourself around family and don't feel the need to be so strong all the time." Georgia nodded. Baker walked over to Bridget and Allie, gently touching their heads. "Sorry for worrying you." They both shook their heads and spoke in unison. "Dad, it's okay as long as you're safe." At the sight of Baker unharmed, Allie's icy demeanor softened. She was holding a small knife in her hand, ready to make those people wish they were dead if he were injured. Georgia told her, "I'll protect this family, so you don't need to be so tense." As Dad said, "Just be yourself at home." With that, she turned and went back inside with her coffee. Allie watched her back, her eyes deep with meaning. Since Nina was on a business trip, she only learned about Baker's attack a week later. She was upset for not being home, but Baker reassured her, "Just focus on your work. Your father is fine. By the way, dress nicely today. We're going to cheer Nana on." "Okay." Nina nodded vigorously and went upstairs to choose her clothes. That day, at the largest performance center in Feng City, the Global Music Awards ceremony was held. Bridget's name was on the list. Though Donghua Dream hadn't aired yet, its theme song became a hit. Bridget's ethereal voice gave life to the theme song, making netizens eagerly anticipate the show's release. In the award ceremony venue, Nina had secured the best seats for everyone, providing a clear view. Georgia brought Baker and the others inside, but people kept approaching her, preventing Baker from speaking to his daughters. Georgia grew impatient. "President Feng, I'm here for the awards, not business." Her icy tone made Feng Chang break into a cold sweat. All right, President John, I won't disturb you." After he left, no one approached Georgia anymore. Nina gleefully announced, "I got a cheering sign for Nana from the company. Dad, should we hold it up?" She whispered, and Baker nodded, "Sure." When Bridget took the stage in a white evening gown, she immediately saw the cheering sign held high by her dad and sisters, each of their faces beaming with pride. Her eyes welled up. When the presenter handed her the trophy, she snapped back to reality. "Congratulations," the presenter said warmly. Bridget replied, "Thank you." Holding the Little Empress Award cup in her hands, she felt its heavy weight. Bridget smiled, but soon tears welled up as she finally clinched this award. Initially, she had imagined standing on the stage at the Global Music Awards ceremony, holding the Little Empress trophy, searching for her parents through the cameras. Now, her father was sitting there, watching her receive the award. Bridget's heart swelled with emotion. She felt she might lose composure, and steadied herself to deliver her acceptance speech. "This award," she began, choking up immediately. Everyone in the audience could hear her struggle. Suddenly, Baker excitedly raised his cheering sign high and shouted loudly, "Nana, go for it." He waved the sign vigorously, drawing everyone's attention. Just as the spotlight was about to shine on him, Baker sat back down. Georgia and Nina shielded him from view while Allie sat upright, also making a cheering gesture for Nana. "I'm a little emotional. Please excuse me," Bridget said, looking toward Baker's direction with a radiant smile. "Thank you to my dad, my sisters, and my agent. They've given me the courage to soar in the vast sky of music." Baker was so moved that his nose tingled. His daughter was now a song queen, the youngest ever recipient of the Little Empress trophy. Pride surged through him as he instinctively raised his hand in response. Georgia and the others couldn't help but smile too. Even Allie, who felt this sense of family for the first time, found it profoundly moving. Bridget waved back at them, captured by the camera. In the control room, the director spoke into the intercom. "Pan the camera over and find who Bridget is waving to." The camera zoomed in, the spotlight shining on Baker and the others. The large screen displayed Baker's surprised expression, Nina's joyful laughter, and Georgia and Allie's stoic faces. People murmured among themselves. These prominent business figures attending didn't seem unusual. They were likely collaborators of the event. But why were Allie and Baker there too? Since it was live broadcasted, even Gladys saw them, biting an apple and sitting up straight. Interesting. They're all here. On Weibo, netizens buzzed with chatter. "I'm confused. Why do I keep seeing Brother Bamboo shoots everywhere? Check out the live stream of Three Sheep. Your brother has been cohabiting with some beautiful women at the Jean residence. No wonder they're together, da. Your focus is off. Shouldn't we talk about Donghua Dream? With the arrest of the male lead, it's being reshot. I suspect Baker's behind this, da. It sounds like Baker suggested the reshoot and got the Jean Corporation to fund it. He must be their favorite. I want to be their favorite too. Lots of handsome guys. Spoil me." While Baker wasn't privy to these discussions online, his appearance at the awards ceremony and his interaction with Bridget were seen by everyone present. For a minute, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to Baker. The mix of confusion, skepticism, and surprise made him give an awkward smile. Chapter 136. Why are you the first? The gala became a hot topic of discussion among everyone. After the party, Baker celebrated again with his daughters at home. "Come, let's raise our glasses to celebrate Mabel winning the Little Empress trophy." Baker took the lead. Several glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Bridget was especially delighted, drinking several cups in succession. Her flushed cheeks showed a slight intoxication. She looked at Baker beside her, admiring his perfect facial features with clear lines, and couldn't resist extending a finger. Unexpectedly, Baker suddenly turned his head at that moment, causing Bridget's finger to accidentally touch his face. "Mabel, what are you doing?" Baker asked in confusion. He noticed that Bridget's eyes were dazed, as if she were drunk. "I used to think my father would be a stern person, And when I found him, he might refuse to acknowledge me just to preserve his good reputation, Bridget muttered. But I never thought this person would be you. Bridget was truly a little tipsy. After saying this, she began to lean to the side. Baker reached out to catch her, preventing her forehead from hitting the chair arm and getting hurt. Bridget leaned against Baker, murmuring, "It's so nice. I have family now." Allie suddenly stood up and said, "Dad, I'll take my second sister inside." Baker thought for a moment. "I'll go with you." Just as they were about to get up, Georgia nodded to Dominic, who immediately called a few people to help escort Bridget inside. Alicia sat drinking alone, lost in thoughts that contrasted sharply with her usual lively self. "Dien, what's wrong?" Baker asked. Alicia snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "Nothing. I'm just envious." Baker glanced at Georgia, who poked Alicia. "Envious of what? Aren't you also part of our big family?" Baker nodded at Alicia. "Daughter is right, Dien. You're also our family." Alicia's eyes lit up, raising her glass. "Dry, Dad. Cheers." Baker clinked glasses with her. "Good. Let's all cheer together." They clinked their glasses together once more, exchanged some heartfelt words, and gradually returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, as soon as Georgia arrived at the company, Assistant Maya was already waiting by the door, naturally taking over the small bag from Georgia. Together, they headed towards the president's private elevator. Georgia had a solemn expression, making her seem unapproachable like a flower on a high mountain peak. Therefore, as she passed by, people lowered their heads slightly, not daring to make eye contact with Georgia. Inside the elevator, Georgia spoke coldly. "What's the matter?" Assistant Maya had been waiting at the entrance since early morning, indicating there was an urgent situation. Yesterday, Georgia had instructed that even if there was an emergency, no one should call her because she wanted to enjoy the warm moments with Baker. The elevator numbers slowly ascended, and Assistant Maya began reporting the news received yesterday. "President Jean, previously you asked us to monitor Maya Chin's movements. Yesterday, we got news that she has undergone surgery successfully." Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. Georgia walked out and only spoke upon reaching her office. "Who performed the surgery?" "Eliza. Apparently, she happened to pass by the hospital when the dean called her asking for advice on the surgical plan. She provided guidance, but unexpectedly, she personally operated the next day." Assistant Maya placed the documents neatly in front of Georgia. Again, it was Sister Marnie. Georgia frowned as she carefully examined the documents, her eyes showing a trace of surprise. Indeed, there wasn't a surgery she couldn't perform. "All right, I understand. You can leave now." "Oh, keep monitoring Maya Chin's condition and report any changes in her recovery," Georgia instructed coldly. Most importantly, she was betting on whether the mysterious man would appear. A few days ago, Georgia had asked Ali about the man, who mentioned that he disappeared without a trace from the hospital, leaving Wang Jiuxiu also seemingly vanished without a clue. Ali felt very guilty. Although she didn't want to return to the old man, if the issue involved Baker, she would grit her teeth and go back. At that moment, Georgia shook her head. "Zandra, no one will force you to go back if you don't want to. I believe Dad wouldn't either, knowing you prefer your current freedom." Regaining focus, Georgia realized the office door was closed, and she tapped on the file folder, keeping this incident in mind. She decided to inform Baker later. Checking the timetable on her desk, it was past 9. She wondered if Dad was in class. Meanwhile, Baker indeed was in class, attending a lecture given by Professor Edric. Professor Chiao loved calling Baker to answer questions, turning this class into what seemed like a personal performance. After answering the third question, Baker reminded Professor Chiao, "Professor Chiao, could you pay more attention to others? Don't always target him like he was a sheep being sheared." Thinking, stepped into a private room. The executives were stunned. President John, known for strict discipline, interrupted a meeting just to take a call. "Dad, here's what happened. Previously, I asked someone to monitor Maya Chin's situation. Yesterday, I got news that she underwent successful surgery, and now we wait to see if there are any complications." The soundproof room worked perfectly. The executives outside strained their ears but heard nothing. Baker was surprised. "Daughter, did you ask someone to monitor Maya Chin specifically for me?" Georgia chuckled lightly. "Of course, everything is for you, Dad. The key point is that the surgeon for Maya Chin was Sister Marnie." Marnie. 3 simple words left Baker momentarily stunned. Why is she in Donglan? Previously, Dr. Du mentioned that Marnie seldom performed surgeries lightly. So why this time for Maya Chin? Could it be that the hereditary rare disease caught her interest? Georgia continued slowly. "I don't know why she's in Donglan, but my people said the hospital dean called her asking for surgical advice, and she ended up performing the surgery herself the next day." Baker pondered for a moment. "I understand. Thank you, daughter." "Dad," Georgia gently reminded. Baker quickly realized, covering his mouth and whispering, "Among family, no need for thanks. Thanks for your hard work, daughter." Georgia nodded in satisfaction. "I know how important this is to you, Dad. So, I told you right away. You're the best daughter. I'll hang up now. Bye." Baker hung up. His heart raced and hands trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the surgery was successful, he instantly knew his cousin's child had a chance of survival. Back in his dormitory, Baker sent a WeChat message to Sister Marnie, their last conversation having taken place quite some time ago. "Eliza, hello. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I heard that you performed surgery on someone named Maya Chin at Donglan Hospital." Baker didn't expect an immediate reply, yet the message notification made his pupils constrict in surprise. He looked at his phone. Sister Marnie had replied instantly. "Yes, it was me. You seem quite excited." This was the first time Sister Marnie saw Baker send her such a long message. Could it be that this Maya Chin is related to him? Her cold face showed no emotion, but there was a fleeting trace of impatience in her eyes. Baker typed quickly, "Yes, because my relative has the same illness. You can't imagine how happy I felt when I heard the surgery was successful. This means my relative might also be saved." Sister Marnie read the text and slowly replied, "If you need my help in the future, I can assist, but on one condition." Baker understood. She still wanted to know the secret behind his body. "All right, once I find my relatives, if you are willing to help, I will cooperate with you to uncover the secrets of my body. Sister Marnie smiled faintly, feeling more cheerful. Great. Have you been very busy recently? You haven't updated your Weibo much. This tone reminded him slightly of Conrad from before. Almost forgotten, Sister Marnie was also one of his fans. Baker sent a smiley face. I've been preparing for the competition lately, so I rarely go online. Plus, some issues happened previously, making me less eager to go on social media. Back then, things were simpler. The internet wasn't as advanced, and people weren't as aggressive or driven by desire. Now, it seemed everyone could wield a keyboard as a weapon against others. Good luck. Sister Marnie sent these 2 words over. Their chat ended and Kevin and the others pushed the door open, looking surprised to see Baker. How? Where were you just now? We couldn't find you anywhere. Baker put away his phone, saying, I went up to the rooftop to catch some wind. They became even more convinced that Baker was nervous. After all, this time not only did participants come from Finance University, but also from other schools, though the competition venue was set at Finance University. The FLTRP Cup, National College Student English Writing and Reading Competition was significant. Kingston also participated in this competition. Upon hearing that Baker was on the list too, everyone joked about Kingston. Kingston, why don't we just admit defeat? There's no point competing. Yeah, remember during Anya's public class? Baker easily solved what took you 3 days. Kingston, not only are you competing for yourself, but also for the honor of our class. Maybe we should quit? Kingston gave them a cold look. If you're scared, I'm not. That response riled up others who brought out the interview video they found earlier, taunting him. Afraid that before the final exams, you'll be trampled under Baker's feet. Kingston watched them coldly, then suddenly stood up, grabbed one of them by the collar, and slammed him onto the table. His sudden rage startled everyone around, causing them to scatter. The person he grabbed was terrified, looking at Kingston fearfully. Kingston said, say another word, and I'll break your teeth. In the end, at the competition a week later, Kingston came in first place while Baker won a special prize. On the playground, Kingston's eyes blazed with fury as he suddenly kicked over a trash can, causing a loud noise. It caught the attention of Baker's class, who were having physical education. Brother Hal, that looks like Kingston, James reminded him. Everyone knew that Kingston had lost to Baker, but Baker thought Kingston was strong too. Whenever someone said Kingston wasn't as good, Baker would defend him. Baker frowned, watching Kingston's angry figure, deep in thought. Chapter 137. So I won't beat her up later. After class, Baker and Kevin walked to the dining hall with a few others. They unexpectedly met Kingston there. His demeanor radiated hostility as he stood in line, and the surrounding murmurs only increased his frustration. Suddenly, Kingston slammed his tray onto the ground forcefully. Will you all ever shut up? Baker may be very capable, but he knows what he relies on. Instantly, the cafeteria fell silent. Kingston felt an intense gaze upon him and looked up, locking eyes with Baker. A teasing smile played on Baker's lips as he approached Kingston and said, let's talk outside for a bit. He handed his tray to Kevin and asked him to help get some food before turning around and walking out. Kingston's chest trembled with anger. Only after Baker glanced back at him did he follow. Outside in the corridor, Baker sat down on a chair and patted the seat beside him. Come sit. Kingston looked at him coldly. What do you mean? Are you going to hit me? I was right. If you didn't have such strong backing, how could the judges give you such high scores? His indignant expression reminded Baker of himself when he used to be impulsive. The longer Baker stared at him, the angrier Kingston became. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. I've worked 10,000 times harder than you. Why did you get the special award? While you were playing sports, I was studying and doing problems. When you went to bed early, I was still studying and doing problems. If this is all fixed, I'll cut off my head and kick it to you. Baker laughed. Why do you think I did nothing? Oh, must I study under your watchful eye to count as working hard? Kingston was speechless. He had been genuinely infuriated by those comments earlier, but after calming down, he realized that what Baker said wasn't without merit. Then what effort did you put in? Kingston retorted stubbornly. You did nothing, yet everyone told me to give up, saying I couldn't compete with you. You won the special award so easily thanks to Jean Corporation's halo. How am I supposed to feel? Baker laughed bitterly and replied coldly, my efforts have nothing to do with their halo. I have a good memory. Once I see something, I remember it. I don't need to go over things repeatedly. Does my effort have to be announced to you? Believe me, the time I spent studying far exceeds yours, more than you can imagine. Kingston looked at Baker in shock. He couldn't fathom how someone could say such things with a straight face. Only Baker knew that he was telling the truth. He had been working hard for over 40 years. His unique condition now made everything easier for him, hence why he seemed so effortless. Kingston thought Baker was lying and sat down to start attention. They quickly selected their drinks as Karen went to distribute elsewhere. Brother Hal, thanks to you, we're really enjoying a feast. Kevin joked. Zwalong and James nodded in agreement with mouths full of food. Baker was bewildered. Why hadn't Sage mentioned this? After the last class in the afternoon, Baker left the classroom. On the way down, a girl handed him a note, which he refused initially, thinking it was a love letter. But she smiled mysteriously. Someone asked me to give this to you. Follow these instructions, and you'll meet her. ? Baker took the note hesitantly, noting it read, Southeast. Curiosity piqued. He walked southeast. Every few steps, someone gave him similar notes until he reached the second school gate where Sage waited by a car, waving a flag playfully at him. Congratulations on reaching the finish line. Smiling, Baker walked over. Little Jamie, what's this about? Opening the car door, Sage invited Baker inside. Once in, she drove with Gaspard at the wheel. Godfather, would you like to join me for dinner? Holding Baker's arm and pleading, she looked at him adoringly. Baker glanced at Dominic, who nodded slightly. Sure, are Summer and the others coming too? Sage's mood dropped briefly, but she recovered quickly. No, just us today. Baker, ? At the Jean family estate, Georgia and Allie saw a note on the table, causing both to frown deeply. Today, I borrowed Dad for dinner. Oh, I also borrowed Dominic. Allie crumpled the paper angrily. I'm going to Haiting Banquet to find Dad. Me too. Georgia drove them to Haiting Banquet. Allie's icy demeanor cut through the wind as she questioned Georgia. Why does Sister Jamie want to dine alone with Dad? Because today is her parents' anniversary. Normally, she'd go off alone for peace and quiet. But this year, she wants Dad to accompany her, Georgia explained calmly. That night, Georgia had noticed Sage's unusual behavior. She thought Sage wouldn't mind much, but clearly, the trauma was deep. Seeing her parents' bodies covered in snow, blood seeping towards her, would leave anyone scarred. Allie remained unusually quiet. Honestly, in the past, she wouldn't have cared since death was a common occurrence to her. But after spending time with Sage, she regarded her as family. So, I won't beat her up later, Allie decided. Georgia smiled faintly. Good. At Haiting Banquet, Baker and Sage sat in a lavish private room as dish after dish was served. Is this for 2 people? Little Jamie, it's enough. Let's not waste food. Sage poured water for Baker, not necessarily just for 2. Full of questions, Baker wondered why Sage's words sounded peculiar today. While eating, he asked, Little Jamie, are you unhappy? Is there something you want to tell me? Sage paused her chopsticks mid-air over a lobster. Ah, is it that obvious? Please note, the translated chapter follows the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original Chinese text. She smiled bitterly and then placed the shrimp meat on Baker's bowl. Baker put down his chopsticks and looked at Sage seriously. If you have something to say, just speak your mind. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Actually, during that celebration dinner, I noticed you seemed distracted. What's wrong? Is it a problem with the company or your personal matters? Sage took a bite of the dish and chewed slowly. Nothing much. I just wanted you to accompany me for a good meal today. Baker was silent. Back in the underground parking lot, he had secretly asked Dominic about her. Dominic only revealed one piece of information. Today was the anniversary of Sage's parents' death. Baker remembered hearing from Lingzandra that Sage's parents had died by jumping from a building. He thought Sage would express her pain, but instead, she chose to bear it alone. The door to the private room suddenly opened, and Sage looked at Georgia and Allie without surprise. Seeing the cold expressions of Georgia and Allie, Baker stood up in surprise. So little Jamie was telling the truth. There are more than just the 2 of us. I thought she didn't invite you. Georgia came over and sat down. She better not have dared to. Allie also sat down and called out to Baker, Dad. Ah, Baker stood up and poured a cup of tea for each of his daughters. Little Jamie said she invited me for dinner, so I came. I didn't have time to call you yet. Sage pouted and mumbled, You came pretty fast. Georgia leaned over Baker and lightly tapped Sage's head. Why pretend to be strong? Just tell us how you feel. We are family, remember? This tap wasn't painful, but Sage's eyes welled up with tears. That really hurts. Allie chimed in, Jamie G, my hits don't hurt. Do you want to try? Sage dodged back. No need for that, thanks. Xandra's glare was truly terrifying. The private room door opened again, and someone wearing a hat and mask appeared. Closing the door, Bridget removed her disguise and said, I'm not late, am I? How did Mabel come too? Baker was genuinely surprised. Looking at Sage, she clearly was taken aback as well. Bridget explained, Elder sister called me. She said little Jamie is unhappy and wants someone to eat and drink with her. Sage was really torn between laughing and crying. She glared at Georgia. Are you trying to let the whole world know that I'm very unhappy and feeling distressed today? Yes, Georgia nodded. Infuriated, Sage threw something at her, which turned out to be a decorative flower. Georgia watched as Sage burst into tears, shocking Baker who sat beside her and fumbled for what to do. He quickly grabbed tissues to wipe her face. Don't cry. Don't cry. Crying will make you look bad. Sage sobbed uncontrollably. Every year on this day, I can clearly replay the scene in my mind where they held hands and jumped off the building. Godfather, you know? Their blood stained the snowman I made for them. She wrapped her arms around Baker's waist, large tears falling one after another. It's okay now. It's all in the past. Godfather is here. Baker comforted her. This time, Georgia didn't warn Sage to let go, and even Allie's usual stern expression softened. Both stood up and stood by Sage, gently patting her shoulders. Even Bridget felt moved listening to her story, and she went over, hugging Sage. Stop crying, little Jamie. Now you have us. Your parents would be relieved. Sage's face was indeed smeared with tears, but after a while, she regained her composure, released Baker, and took a sip of water from the cup he handed her. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes but her spirit returning to its initial state, everyone finally relaxed and returned to their seats. I'm sorry for making a spectacle of myself. I just wanted Godfather to accompany me for a proper meal to get through this mental strain, but I knew you guys would show up. Is it for that theme song? The phone kept ringing. Baker said to Bridget, Mabel, answer it and ask what it's about. Bridget nodded and answered, Colleen, what's up at such a late hour? While she was on the call, everyone else stayed silent, giving Bridget a quiet environment. So Colleen thought Bridget was at home. Actually, I have a script called The Brightest Star here. I've sent you a summary on WeChat. This script tells the story of a struggling singer overcoming many difficulties and becoming the youngest songstress with the help of a top-notch agent. Bridget's eyes instantly lit up, revealing a peculiar sparkle. Hearing her breathing deepen, Colleen knew she had hit the right note. Don't you think this was tailor-made for you? It's a dual lead role, so if you audition for the role of the young singer, I'll play your agent. Frankly speaking, Bridget was somewhat tempted, but she remained rational. I have no acting experience, thank you for the invitation. She was about to hang up, but Colleen stopped her. Wait, Mabel, just consider it. You have the foundation and practical experience. You know how hard it is to climb to the top. Think it over and call me back. I'll talk to the director and arrange an audition for you. Okay. This time she hung up for real. Bridget had the speakerphone on, so Baker and the others heard everything clearly. Everyone could see that. For a moment, Bridget was moved. Mabel, if you're moved, give it a try, Baker advised. But Bridget shook her head. But I have no experience at all. Sage smiled. Isn't there a ready teacher? Since Colleen personally called you, it shows she thinks you're perfect for the role. With her around, aren't you afraid you'll do badly? Georgia nodded, a rare smile gracing her usually cold face. I agree with Sage. Sage paused, surprised. Wow, it's rare for you, Aiden, to agree with me. I must record this. Can you repeat that? As she spoke, she opened the voice recorder on her phone and pointed it at Georgia. Georgia gave her a cold glance. If I give you some leeway, will you go too far? Sage. Sage wisely backed off. Bridget was still conflicted, and Baker nodded at Allie beside him, signaling her to join in the encouragement. Allie thought for a moment and said, Second sister, follow your heart. If you go, we support you. If you don't, we stand by you. This was the longest sentence she had ever spoken. It stunned even Bridget. Baker led the applause. Well said, Tina. Georgia and the others clapped as well, making Allie's usually stern face turn slightly red. Her words made her shiver with discomfort. It felt awkward. She wanted to punch someone. The next day, after much consideration, Bridget still went to the audition site for The Brightest Star. When Brock heard this news, he was speechless for 2 whole minutes. Grandma, can you please tell me earlier next time, so I can mentally prepare? I'm telling you now, Bridget said, looking at the script Colleen had sent her. Brock felt like he couldn't breathe. Now we're already storming the castle, and you're only telling me now? We're going to fight monsters. Bridget seriously looked at Brock. Brother Ho, I am truly sorry, but this script feels tailor-made for me. I want to try. Brock wasn't really angry. It was good for Bridget to diversify. Standing firm in this entertainment industry meant shining brightly but also drawing jealousy. Fine, I can't do anything. Just hope this show responds to your enthusiasm, Brock sighed. After the Brightest Star auditions, the hallway was packed with people, each holding a piece of paper, and some were practicing their performances. When Bridget appeared wearing sunglasses, followed by Brock, the noise suddenly died down. Everyone stared at them in disbelief. Why did Tangu come here? Maybe for song collaboration for the drama? What else? Acting? They hesitated and then exchanged awkward smiles. Probably not. Bridget passed by them, and they dared not breathe. She was too beautiful. Even her profile was mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Colleen sat on the judges' panel, brows furrowed in impatience. Her expression hadn't changed since facing one auditionee after another. Leland shook his head, asking Colleen, have you found anyone satisfying? Chen Chi, the chief director, had the executive producer and producer sitting beside him. Originally, they were the judges, but Colleen insisted on choosing her partner herself. Colleen's reputation in the industry was stellar. Although she was straightforward, her productions always became hits, leading trends. Plus, with the reshooting news of Dunhuang Dream, Chen Chi assumed Colleen had a hand in securing investments, which is why he agreed to let her be a judge. Colleen reviewed the candidates' resumes. Nope, lacks that feeling. Chen Chi understood her meaning and flipped to the next resume, stopping when he saw it. Why is Bridget's resume here? We haven't decided to work with her yet. I put it here. She didn't come today. Move on to the next one, Colleen explained. Chen Chi looked at Colleen, puzzled. Was the person you pushed before her? Colleen raised an eyebrow but didn't deny it. Leland wanted to say something when the door opened. He stared at the newcomer, shocked. Colleen didn't look up, calmly saying, let's begin. Sure, Bridget nodded. Hearing that voice, Colleen looked up, initially thinking she was seeing things. Then she joyfully stood up and walked to Bridget's side. Mabel, you came. I'm so happy. Facing Colleen's warmth, Bridget gave a faint smile. Actually, I felt drawn to it, and my family encouraged me to try, so I came. Leland composed himself and whispered with the executive producer and producer. Finally, he said, Miss Tan, we need an experienced actor for this role. You? Bridget earnestly looked at Leland. Director, I want to try. Colleen chimed in, Leland, she's here. Let her try. Leland hesitantly nodded. All right, just to give Colleen some face. For Bridget's audition scene, it involved a singing-loving girl accidentally entering the Voice of China contest and having to perform under intense pressure, showing her nervousness and hesitation yet unwillingness to leave. Leland gave her 5 minutes to read through the plot and figure out how to act it out. Colleen cheered her on. Mabel, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Bridget started getting nervous. She took a deep breath and looked at her phone. On the silent screen was a message from Baker. Mabel, cheer up, Dad will always support you. It calmed her down considerably. 3 minutes later, she said she was ready. The 4 judges waited expectantly, and Leland said, start performing. Note asterisk the translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English fluency. Bridget closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the audition office had transformed into the backstage of the Voice of China stage. She looked around in confusion at this unfamiliar place. Hearing this, because Georgia and Sage were on business trips, and Allie was training, only Bridget and Baker were having dinner tonight. They ate slowly as Bridget said, Dad, when I started performing today, I suddenly felt like I understood how you felt as an extra. Baker smiled. How did it feel? Bridget thought for a moment. Strange and thrilling. Acting and singing are 2 completely different things. After dinner, they took a walk to digest their food. Holding hands, Bridget continued talking about her audition. Baker concluded, I read something online yesterday that made sense. Fear no actor who loves singing, just fear singers who can act. Bridget smiled. I will try my best. 2 days later, the official Weibo account of The Brightest Star announced the cast list, shocking netizens as they discovered that Bridget was playing the lead role. Is this the Bridget I know? The singer? Now anyone can act? Singing is one thing. Acting is another. Most unbelievable is that our award-winning actress Colleen is playing the second lead. Before filming even began, the show was ridiculed by netizens, labeling it as a flop. While eating at the cafeteria, Baker heard people discussing this and simply chuckled. He couldn't wait to see Mabel prove everyone wrong. You said something about Kingston earlier? He asked Kevin. Kevin had his mouth full, so he swallowed before speaking. since the competition? Kingston hasn't been to school for a week. James nodded, yeah, and the family couldn't find him either. Baker frowned. His phone? Can't reach him? What about his parents? Zach bit into his chicken leg. Can't reach him. His father passed away long ago, and his mother is hospitalized due to illness. The teacher is afraid to contact her, fearing it would worsen her condition. The principal is frantic, ready to call the police, Kevin exaggerated. Baker ate calmly, recalling the last conversation with Kingston. Could it have really affected him that much? Chapter 139. Lost after drinking cat urine. This shouldn't be the case. Baker thought for a moment. He didn't say much, did he? Did the principal call the police? The three shook their heads. We don't dare to report. If we report this, it will surely get caught by the TV stations. Then they would report that a student from class 3 of freshman year at the finance university is missing, which could make things bigger. Baker put down his chopsticks. No one has gone to the hospital to ask? He was thinking that Kingston's mother was hospitalized, so he would definitely go see her. They all finished eating and were carrying their trays towards the dish collection area. James answered Baker. We went. The homeroom teacher asked Kingston's instructed them not to disturb Kingston's mother in the hospital because she didn't know that Kingston had been skipping classes. After hearing this, Baker called Ned and others, asking them to help find Kingston and sent pictures to their phones. Baker was still troubled by Kingston's question that day. What good does studying do? So he wanted to bring Kingston back and have a serious talk with him. After the first class in the afternoon, Ned's call came. Mr. Shao, we found this person at KU Bar. Should we bring him back? Baker was somewhat happy. No need. Send me the address on my phone. I'll go look for him. He was curious how Ned found Kingston so quickly. Ned explained that they were former reconnaissance soldiers in the military, so they knew that some overlooked details were key. For example, teachers and police wouldn't think that exemplary Kingston would work part-time at a bar. Baker took leave and left. Kevin and others were curious about where he was going, and when they found out he had sent someone to find Kingston, they all wanted to go with him. No need, with Ned around. You don't need to worry. Baker didn't want them all taking leave together as it would be too noticeable. If everyone in the dorm took leave at once, people might speculate. Baker arrived at KU Bar, and Ned and company were waiting outside, ready to enter with him. Baker considered that if Kingston saw several intimidating people, he might run away. You guys stay outside. I'll be out soon. The three refused. We didn't protect Mr. Shao well last time. Their gazes. Yes, he said he was going to find Kingston. Sage crossed her arms. Where? KU Bar. The answer made Georgia frown slightly. Without saying anything, the two turned and left. Kevin sighed in relief. Phew. Almost thought we'd choke. Zach nodded. Same here. Facing these bosses, we barely dared breathe. James stared at their retreating glamorous backs and muttered. How did Brother Hao win their favor? In the car, Georgia looked serious when Allie called. Elder sister, why is Dad at a bar? Allie sensed something off from Baker's quick conversation and abrupt hang-up. Through GPS tracking, she knew Baker was at KU Bar. As the roar of the sports car sped past roadside flowers, Georgia coldly said he's finding a classmate. Ned should handle it. But they were most worried about Baker's first visit to a bar. What if he got lost in the dazzling lights? Sage jokingly asked Allie, Xandra, shall we go bring Dad back? Allie firmly said, yes. Finding people was her specialty, but Baker didn't bother her this time, making her feel oddly irritated. Come pick me up, and bring me some clothes, Sage invited her like going to a bar with a best friend. Baker managed to explain himself clearly, and Qian Hong and her gang lost interest, leaving him alone. Kingston had seen Baker. Why did you come? To bring you back to school. Baker sniffed his collar. Damn, his clothes smelled of perfume. Shock flashed in Kingston's eyes, then he lowered his gaze. I won't return. I need money to treat my mother. Baker had anticipated many reasons, but never this one. I know your mom is sick. I can help you. Baker spoke sincerely. Kingston sneered, slowly raising his head. Do you pity me? What relation do we have? Why would you help me for no reason? Baker was silent. He couldn't say it was because Kingston reminded him of himself, similarly striving for family at the cost of abandoning his dreams. I don't pity you. I just think someone as hardworking as you shouldn't give up halfway. You said you can go without sleep for competitions, reading even while in the restroom. How can you bear to leave school? Baker stared at Kingston, whose heart pounded. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say because Baker understood him too well. Hey, bring a frozen Budweiser over here, someone nearby called for drinks. Kingston put away his complicated emotions and walked towards the backstage. Please don't disturb my work, you should leave. Baker didn't leave. He sat down beside him, waiting because he could see from Kingston's eyes that he had started to waver. Kingston came out with a case of Budweiser. Seeing Baker still there, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then walked up to the customer and placed the beer down. Georgia had been looking for Baker ever since she entered. Noticing Amerigo's lustful gaze fixated behind him, Baker turned around curiously and met Georgia's eyes. Baker, why are the girls here? Georgia saw Baker, and the expression on her face changed slightly, while Allie couldn't help but look around nervously, unsure of what to do. Baker's heart raced, wondering what had brought them here and hoping nothing serious was happening. The situation grew more complex as he realized both Georgia and Allie were standing there, waiting for an explanation. Hashtag chapter 140. Don't hurt yourself. How did you guys find me here? Baker asked in confusion. Allie immediately noticed Amerigo's hand. She moved so fast that before Amerigo could react, his hand was already twisted behind his back. Ow! Amerigo cried out. Lady, you're quite the player, aren't you? Into SM? Huh? Allie increased her grip, and Amerigo felt like his hand was about to break. He quickly pleaded for mercy. Lady, let's talk this out. Let go first. Amerigo's friends were also scared and urged Baker to make Allie release him. Baker's attention was still on his daughters, so he ignored them. When George's cold gaze landed on him, he felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. We came to the school to look for you, but your friend said you had come here looking for a classmate, Kingston explained, standing up straight. He had a good idea of who these people were and greeted them first. Hello, Ramon, Miss Jamie. He was unfamiliar with Ali, mainly because he was more focused on his studies and rarely paid attention to the gaming world. Baker cleared his throat. Well, yes, I came here to look for Kingston. The kid is stubborn, and I wanted to persuade him to come back. Georgia remained silent, but Sage leaned closer and sniffed. What cheap perfume. With several pairs of eyes on him, Baker clenched his toes. I just came in and met some girls. This smell is from them. He hadn't done anything improper. Amerigo screamed like a pig being slaughtered until Ali finally let go. Seeing Ali's revealing outfit, Baker was surprised. Tina, you look very pretty today. Aren't you usually not fond of dresses? Ali gave Sage a cold glance. Little sister Jamie said that if I dressed too casually, they wouldn't let me in. I said we could fight our way in, but she insisted on keeping a low profile. She felt tricked. Sage couldn't hold back her laughter. I meant it. This place really wouldn't let you in if you dressed too casually, sorry. George's cold stare made her stop laughing. Let's go. The priority now was to take Baker back. Baker obediently followed his daughters, and then called to Kingston. Come with us. Kingston hesitated, knowing that if he left, he would lose his job. However, this hesitation gave Amerigo and his gang an opportunity. Amerigo grinned. I thought someone as high and mighty wouldn't come to such places for entertainment. Looks like everyone has their weaknesses. Why not join us for some fun? Suddenly, Amerigo grabbed George's hand. Her body stiffened, and her aura turned intimidating. Just as she was about to teach Amerigo a lesson, Baker acted. Take your dirty hands off her. He grabbed Amerigo's wrist and yanked it away. Ali silently put down the ashtray she had picked up upon seeing Baker's action. Sage stepped forward. Let go. Didn't you hear her? Amerigo and his gang were local thugs who feared no one. Even after hearing the names of Georgia and her group, they believed that as long as there were no business interests involved, they weren't crossing any lines. Baker pushed the girls behind him, glaring fiercely at them. If you dare touch them again, I'll teach you a lesson. Amerigo and his gang laughed mockingly. You? Little bean sprout, you're not even fully grown, and you're making threats. Go back to school and study. Who are you calling a bean sprout? Sage pointed at Amerigo. Amerigo's gaze fell on Sage's chest, eyeing her lecherously. Baker stepped between them, and Amerigo glared at him. Get out of the way, bean sprout. Get out of the way yourself. Baker pushed Amerigo aside. What are you doing? Looking for a fight? Amerigo's friends immediately yelled, puffing out their chests aggressively. Onlookers hid in the corners, secretly filming with their phones. Georgia sneered and made a call. Ned and others soon arrived, confronting Amerigo's gang. Both sides looked ready for a fight. Since it was early in the night, the bar wasn't crowded. The manager and staff were in the back. Kingston, fearing damage, tried to defuse the situation. Sir, this gentleman is my schoolmate. He came to find me. How about this? I'll pay for everything opened, and everyone can calm down. Seeing Ned and his team, Amerigo's arrogance faded, though his anger didn't subside. He vented it on Kingston, suddenly grabbing his collar and half lifting him. This is all your fault. Hey, let go. Baker frowned and tried to pry Amerigo's hand off. Ned and his men stood behind Baker, ready to act at any sign of trouble. But unexpectedly, Amerigo's target wasn't Baker, it was Kingston. He grabbed a bottle and smashed it on Kingston's head before anyone could react. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Watch out. The daughters rushed over to shield Baker. Fearing the glass might hurt the girls, Baker pulled them back. Turning around, he saw Kingston bleeding from the head. Kingston. Baker ran over, instructing the girls to stay where they were while ordering Ned to protect them. Ali was worried and exchanged glances with Georgia. Georgia nodded. Go, protect Dad. Just as Baker helped Kingston up, Amerigo picked up another bottle, clearly intending to strike again. Kingston was dazed and didn't hear Baker shouting for him to move. Just as the bottle was about to hit, Baker instinctively shielded him, pulling him forward. Bang! Ali kicked the bottle out of Amerigo's hand, shattering it against the wall. Her eyes sharp and fierce, she leaped into action, stunningly beautiful and fierce. Amerigo and his gang tried to resist but were swiftly subdued by Ali. A few slaps left Amerigo and his gang disoriented and their faces swollen like pigs. Baker breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to his well-behaved daughter, the bottle hadn't hit him. He quickly brought Kingston to the side with the girls and ordered Ned to take him to the hospital. Sobriety returned to Amerigo. He didn't recognize Ali but was intimidated by her killing aura. Sage asked Ali, shouldn't we help? Not necessary. Tina has been suppressing her emotions for too long. Let her vent, Georgia replied. Baker reminded Ali. Tina, don't hurt yourself. Ali smiled. Sure. Dad truly cared the most. Beautiful lady, great beauty. We know we were wrong. Please let us go, Amerigo and his gang begged, kneeling as they realized 5 of them couldn't match Ali. Ali shook her head. I can't forgive you. You intended to harm Baker, which is unforgivable. Her eyes flashed with danger. The cries of pain grew louder as Baker led Georgia and Sage outside, unable to bear watching. Amerigo and his gang lay groaning on the ground, wondering who Baker was. The disturbance in the bar led to someone calling the police, who recognized Amerigo and his gang as repeat offenders and took them away. Baker went to the hospital to check on Kingston. He only needed stitches and was fine otherwise. After covering the medical expenses, Baker returned to school, unaware that footage from the bar had been uploaded online. Ali was identified, and netizens flocked to the WH Club, questioning her qualifications to represent Gaji after assaulting people without cause. Since the video lacked context, many believed Ali initiated the conflict. In the 1-minute clip, she was seen hitting 5 men, who cried out in pain. The translated text retains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the story's logic and flow. ####Chapter 141. The Aftermath. The WH Club promptly responded to the situation, stating that the person in the video was not Ali, who was safely training at the club. However, the netizens were not convinced and demanded an explanation. Really sad. Even watching it made me cringe. But let's be honest, getting beaten by such a beautiful woman must feel pretty good, right? I enjoy watching martial arts matches, and this woman's moves looked so much like martial arts. No matter what, hitting people is wrong. What right does she have to hit people? At the WH Club, Kevin placed a tablet in front of everyone and pointed at the video, asking Allie, "Little Miss Jamie came to pick you up, saying there was something at home, so I let you go. Look what happened. You've caused us such a huge problem." Allie had changed back into casual clothes, wearing a hat and sitting coldly there. Clearly, the video had been edited with malicious intent to smear her. It only showed Allie hitting people, but did not include Baker and Georgia. It seemed the person who uploaded the video knew better than to include Baker and Georgia, choosing instead to target the seemingly softer target, Allie. Unfortunately for them, they were mistaken. She wasn't some soft target. She was a blood-stained blade, deadly and precise. Amy watched the video several times and said, "I trust King. This video seems off. I can't believe she would act without provocation." Allie glanced at her, surprised that Amy was the first one to believe her here. Kevin took a deep breath. Regardless of the reason, she can't be seen hitting people in public. Mark at the end to soften the suggestion of holding a press conference. Kevin checked the online comments, finding that the netizens were becoming more agitated. Truly rebellious, no matter how much evidence presented, they found a way to protest. Even when the police issued a statement, they claimed the police had been bribed. Furthermore, because of a man, 5 people got beaten up, and netizens called Allie ruthless. WH held a live press conference, and netizens eagerly awaited it. Facing the reporters' tough questions, Allie either ignored them or gave icy responses. Finally, when someone asked about the identity of the man, she reacted, "Who he is has nothing to do with you." Her tone was authoritative. Kevin was sweating profusely, and Sage tried to support her claim of being present, but the reporters didn't believe her, questioning why the original video wasn't online. "The original video is with me." Georgia's sudden appearance heightened the drama. She sat down and addressed the reporter. "Tina was with us that day. Yes, she did hit people, but those 5 men had harassed us and used a bottle to injure someone first. That's why she acted." Albin inserted a USB drive and played the unedited video, clearly showing the entire sequence of events. Shock spread among the reporters as they saw Baker in the footage. This clarified everything. Translation note, *, the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text have been maintained. Names and terminology have been translated consistently, preserving the story's logic and flow while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 141. So you came to the hospital for a free meal. So, was it Baker who made Allie take action? That would explain everything. After all, Baker and Allie lived together. For some reason, this felt right. A fierce and cool girl and an excellent and scholarly boy. The doubts of netizens were decreasing, but many still insisted on questioning why Baker went to a bar during school hours. Could he have intentionally skipped class to hang out at the bar? Reporters continued asking questions. "Miss Ling, based on the video we just saw, I'd like to ask why you all went to a bar? It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Shouldn't there be classes?" The reporter's question was rather pointed. George's eyes turned cold. The atmosphere became strange. "Are you blind or deaf?" The video clearly shows he went to persuade his classmate to return to school and continue studying. Georgia said coldly. The reporter blushed slightly. "General Jean, you don't need to get so upset. I believe everyone wants to know the truth." Sage sneered. "I've given you the truth. If you don't believe me, should I drag each of you by the head to experience it yourself?" Allie nodded. "I think that's a good idea." Her sharp gaze swept across the room, making every reporter feel as if they were being watched by a predator. Mr. Maya whispered something into George's ear. "Mr. Xiao has posted a Weibo video." Georgia was somewhat surprised. Didn't she tell him not to intervene? Meanwhile, reporters below also received the news, pulling out their phones to check Weibo. Baker had pinned a video on his Weibo. In it, Baker sat straight, looking obedient before the camera. His eyes were clear, untouched by worldly corruption. "Hello everyone, this is Baker. I don't want to occupy public resources, but seeing many people distort the facts online, I have to clarify. I went to the bar to find my classmate because of a misunderstanding between us. He had his reasons and hadn't come to school for a week, so I wanted to bring him back. Later, Xandra and others came looking for me. A group of hooligans were harassing them. I couldn't hold back and retorted. They then attacked my classmate, which led Xandra to teach them a lesson. That's what happened." During the recording, the camera wobbled, and Baker steadied it awkwardly but cutely. Netizens' comments immediately changed. Most believed Baker, especially after the real video from WH Club confirmed his story. But there were still doubts. "Why, as a college student, did you go to a bar instead of staying in school? Are you skipping classes? Why did you drag our goddess into your antics? Can you do anything sensible?" Some even said Baker didn't reply because he was guilty. However, in competitions. Last year, Amy's Chingu team narrowly lost to KL, becoming a scar for WH Club. Kevin was excited because Allie and Amy were WH Chingu's aces, and any incident could disrupt tactics. Fortunately, Sage handed over video evidence to the sports authority, preventing a worse outcome. Before the game, Kevin and Joe repeatedly instructed Allie to follow the tactics. She merely grunted coldly and pulled down her cap brim. KL pressured Allie from the start, giving her no breathing room. However, unknown to them, Allie's actions aimed to draw fire because Joe and Amy deduced that KL analyzed her movements thoroughly and wouldn't let her off easily. This allowed Amy and others to develop stealthily. Allie found her moment and dominated KL's captain, overtaking them by 2 points. WH Chingu's advanced tactics and Allie's impeccable skills amazed both spectators and online players. Moreover, Allie and Amy's teamwork was flawless, leading to Allie's final victory. 1 grenade, for kills, the lone wolf prevailed. The audience roared, "King, the ultimate champion." Post-match interviews revealed Allie's smirk, adding a different shade to her aloof demeanor. "My strength won't allow me to lose. Trolls, did you see clearly?" Her proud gaze seemed to say, "Sister is the queen. Woohoo." In the classroom, Kevin shouted excitedly, startling Baker. Seeing Allie win, Baker was happy but not overly excited. Kevin clenched his fists, pacing. Did you see? RW won. My goddess won. Classmates rolled their eyes at this loudmouth but were also delighted for WH Club's win. Baker happily watched Allie on the podium. She and her teammates held the trophy high, looking stern but cute. How brother, aren't you having lunch? James waved in front of Baker. Breaking his trance, Baker responded, No, I'm visiting Kingston. Zach asked confusedly, How brother? He harmed you online. Why are you visiting him? This wasn't his fault. I handled things poorly. Besides, I haven't talked it through with him. Baker paused. I hope he can return to study and avoid regret. Fengcheng Runha Hospital. Kingston was about to eat when Baker walked in. How did you know I was here? Having lunch? Baker placed fruit and milk beside him. Yes. Under Baker's gaze, Kingston hesitated, unsure where to begin. He looked up at Baker. You didn't eat? Baker nodded. No, I haven't. Kingston had a meal delivered for Baker, who ate with great satisfaction, while Lance and the others were also eating outside, keeping watch. Baker remarked contentedly, I didn't expect the hospital cafeteria to make such good food. Kingston looked at him speechlessly. So you came to see me just to get a free meal here? After finishing the meal, Kingston decided to walk around a bit, with Baker accompanying him. Have you thought it over? Do you want to go back to school? Faced with Baker's question, Kingston remained silent. After this incident, the bar manager had told him not to come back and had settled his wages. Ultimately, he couldn't keep the job. Baker continued, Are you willing to give up your years of being a top student? If your mother knew you skipped school to earn money for her treatment, do you think she would be happy? Kingston looked at Baker, who still had a bandage on his head, making him look somewhat silly but with an incredibly serious expression. I know everything. My homeroom teacher came to see me and mentioned that you paid for my medical expenses and even covered the surgery costs for my mother. Rest assured, I will find a way to repay you. Baker nodded. Of course you should repay me, so come back to school quickly. Once you graduate, you can earn a lot of money and pay me back. Kingston heard the underlying message. In the end, this person was still trying to persuade him to return to school. Why are you helping me so much? I mocked you for relying on power before. He looked at Baker, puzzled. Baker suddenly patted his shoulder. Because you remind me of what I used to be. Saying that, he turned and left, waving goodbye to Kingston and Lance as he walked away. Later, when Kingston was discharged from the hospital, he really did come back to school, which shocked the principal. When the principal asked the class about it, they learned that Baker had persuaded him to return. Kingston's homeroom teacher even visited Baker's class to express gratitude. Baker, however, felt it was nothing major. I just think that studying hard is more important than anything else. He should come back. Back at home over the weekend, Baker heard that Bridget was going to join the production crew next week, and he began to worry. The filming location isn't like home. What if the food doesn't suit Mabel's taste? And we need to prepare medicines, in case she gets sick. The father's nagging continued. Bridget didn't argue back, just listening with a smile. So over the weekend, whenever Baker had free time, he would go into the kitchen, preparing all sorts of snacks and goodies that could be kept for Bridget. He made fruit tea to soothe her throat and sweet herbal lozenges with a hint of fragrance, things he had just learned how to make. He also prepared small snacks for the director and the crew, including one for Gladys. Georgia even specifically called Leland, asking him to take extra care of Bridget and provide guidance. Seeing the two of them fussing over her, Bridget joked, Dad, I'm going to act, not attend summer camp. You're treating me like a little kid. Baker gently patted her head. Isn't our Mabel still a little girl no matter how old she is? No matter how old, she would always be her father's precious little gem. Hashtag chapter 142. The black pot finally finds its owner. Georgia agreed with Baker's words. Mabel, don't hurt yourself. If you feel out of place, just come back. After all, I can afford to take care of you. Bridget was touched and suddenly hugged Georgia. Sis, you're so nice. Georgia had never been hugged this closely before, so her body stiffened slightly. Fortunately, Bridget let go after a brief hug. Her phone rang. It was a video call from Allie. Second sis. Hey. Bridget replied sweetly. After the call connected, Baker immediately pushed his head between the two daughters and greeted Allie. Zandra? Allie seemed to be in a hotel room, sharing it with Amy who had stepped out. Upon hearing Baker, she got up to lock the door before addressing him. Dad? Zandra, we miss you. When will you come back? Baker asked. I'll be back in a few days. Second sis, I heard you're joining the crew. Be careful. If you face any difficulties or are mistreated, please tell us, Allie replied. Bridget froze. Zandra, did you call me just to say this? Allie nodded. Oh my god, how could Zandra be so adorable? Bridget was moved to tears. Zandra, I wish I could give you a kiss right now. Bye. Allie quickly hung up. Looking at Baker and Georgia, Bridget asked innocently, did I say something wrong? Georgia smirked. Zandra is shy. Yes, Zandra must be shy, Baker agreed. At Sofitel Hotel, Amy returned to find Allie blushing slightly. Concerned, she asked, are you sick? No, just a bit overheated, Allie coldly replied. Amy felt that something wasn't right about that answer. Monday, Alicia personally drove Bridget to the film set, surprising Leland once again. Leland, I'm entrusting our Mabel to your crew. During this period, I hope you can ensure her safety. Okay. Leland stammered. Of course, sure, Bastian, rest assured, we will ensure everyone's safety. Isn't Bridget's background really strong? How could even Bastian from DN Entertainment come along? The last time he saw someone with such strong backing was during Wong's Dream of Dunhuang, where the college student named Baker appeared. But it wasn't strange since Bridget was originally from DN Entertainment. Leland's mood lightened after thinking this through. What he didn't know was that Baker also had deep ties with Bridget. Back at Finance University, Baker finished his first class and went to the bathroom with Kevin and the others. In the toilet, he encountered Kingston. They exchanged greetings briefly, and Baker proceeded to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, as he was leaving, Kingston stopped him. Want to chat? Kevin and the others thought Kingston might want to do something to Baker and asked vigilantly, "What do you want to talk about with our Hal?" Kingston rolled his eyes. "I won't eat anyone." Baker patted Kevin's shoulder. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up after chatting with this guy for a moment." "All right, Hal will wait for you. Call us if you need help." Once the trio left, Kingston and Baker walked to a corner of the playground. "What's on your mind?" Baker asked. Kingston looked around and then said, "Aren't you curious about who reported Bayard and others for smoking and gambling?" Hearing this, Baker stared intently at Kingston. Who? He was genuinely curious. Who would be so bored as to report them? This was similar to when they used to climb over the wall to play and get reported by the class representative to the teacher. So, while Baker mouthed indifference when Bayard misunderstood him, he actually cared deeply. "It was me," Kingston smiled. Baker was shocked. "You?" Kingston nodded. "Yes, me." Degree, Baker clenched his fists tightly. "So I've been carrying this blame for you?" "I didn't know you were blamed until after Bayard had already retaliated against you," Kingston explained. Only when Bayard was detained did he learn that Maya had deliberately targeted Baker because of the false report. Baker was speechless. "I should have known better than to help you." Although he said this, Kingston sensed no true regret, indicating that Baker wasn't sincere. "I skipped school for a week, and the principal canceled my scholarship and intended to record my misconduct publicly. But today, he called me in. He said he understood my mother's situation and wouldn't keep this incident on my permanent record to avoid affecting my future job prospects," Kingston said, his voice trembling. His eyes were red-rimmed as he looked at Baker. "But today, the principal spoke to me. He said he knows about my mother's condition and promised not to make it an official record." Baker stretched lazily. "That sounds great, doesn't it? Your mom's condition seems stable, and she may be discharged soon." "Baker," Kingston continued, "I don't actually hate you. I was purely jealous of your abilities, of everything you have." Baker chuckled, hands in his pockets. "I know. So many people envy me. One more isn't significant. Plus, you're quite capable too, Mr. Scholar." Seeing Baker's teasing eyes, Kingston felt conflicted. "You are such a strange person. Others would mock and envy my achievements, but you were willing to help me. The principal said it was you who talked to him, which led him to decide not to officially record my truancy." Sure enough, the principal couldn't keep his mouth shut, despite promising to keep it secret. Baker sighed inwardly and faced the emotionally charged Kingston. "You weren't intentionally skipping classes, so it's understandable. I only mentioned it casually. You don't need to look so grateful. It's kind of creepy." Time passed, and Baker prepared to return to the classroom. As he turned, he heard Kingston say, "Baker, sometimes you seem much wiser." Opened the door to find Kevin standing there, startling him. "What are you doing here?" While speaking, he covered his exposed upper body with a towel. "Step aside." Kevin squeezed past the gap excitedly. "How? My goddess Becky is live streaming soon and plans to play games with a few regulars. Do you want to join?" Kevin thought involving Baker might help secure him a camera spot. However, Baker considered that Becky streaming was equivalent to Xandra live streaming. "So," he asked, "is Allie involved? Will she be playing?" Kevin instantly understood seeing the excitement in Baker's eyes. "Got it, how? You're a boyfriend stan of King." No wonder Allie had helped Baker multiple times. Baker threw the towel over Kevin's face. "Stop talking nonsense. I just want a game with Xandra." "Boyfriend stan?" He was her dad. Kevin helped Baker hang the towel. "Sure, of course. Tonight, Qingyao is streaming and bringing newbies to level up." Zach and James were already watching the live stream. James said, "Brother Hao, hurry up and enter the live stream room. Flood the chat with comments. Maybe we'll get featured." "We'd be so lucky." Zach didn't dare blink. "There are already 70,000 viewers in the live stream room. It's time to test our reflexes." Baker quickly got dressed and entered the live stream room. He finally saw his baby. After such a long time apart, it seemed that Xandra had become gaunt. It must have been due to the heavy training. Even her mask couldn't hide her petite face. She had lost weight, and all the effort he put into making her gain weight was for naught. Baker typed on the public chat, "Is the hotel food not nutritious? Why has everyone lost weight?" His message was quickly overshadowed by various flattering comments from other viewers. "Sister, you've kicked my heart. King, my queen, please command me to do anything. What stunning beauty. Why is sister wearing a mask? Please take it off, let me lick the screen." Baker's pupils dilated. The quality of these viewers was questionable, using such crude terms. Seeing that Xandra had won the match and noticing her striking demeanor, the online crowd had changed their tune, and Baker was deeply displeased. He kept copying and sending the same message, disrupting the flow of the chat. Allie had the rolling comments filtered out, so she didn't know Baker was there. But Amy and the others noticed. Dell found it quite amusing and directly spoke into the microphone. "This netizen named Jinyu Banyu keeps asking us if the hotel food isn't nutritious. How come everyone has lost weight? Boss, do I look thinner?" He asked Amy. Amy ignored him. Allie paused, then immediately opened the rolling chat and saw the repeated message. With her lively expression, she responded through the mic, "Not really thin, just the food isn't very tasty." Did King just smile? Kevin thought it was exaggerated. Originally cold and distant people could look so stunning when they smiled, and this was with a mask on. Imagine if she took it off and smiled. She would surely captivate everyone. Baker knew Xandra had noticed him. That's why she responded via mic, transitioning from previously indifferent and quiet to lively. The viewers in the live stream all assumed Allie was smiling at them. They argued red-faced. King smiled in my direction. "She's smiling at me." "Bullshit. She's facing the camera directly. How can she be smiling at you?" "She's smiling at me." "Isn't she responding to that Jinyu's rolling comment?" Someone finally realized the oversight. Hashtag chapter 143. "We'll play our game. Mind your own business." Amy noticed that Allie's mood had significantly improved since answering the Koi's message. She asked curiously, "Do you know him?" "Uh-huh," Allie nodded. The online viewers couldn't hear their conversation as Amy and Allie had manually muted themselves while speaking. They could only see Allie nodding slightly. This sparked a frenzy of reactions. "Who is this Koi? He comes in and starts showing off." I went to check his Douyin and found no works, but it's not a new account. This person is mysterious. Could he be an undercover from the opposing team? Oh my god, asking about the hotel food. Does he intend to poison us? Ha ha ha. Kevin and his two friends couldn't hold back their laughter. Baker stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted, "What misfortune?" James was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. He tried to console Baker. "Brother Hao, keep your spirits up. You might unexpectedly be chosen by King for the game." After taking several deep breaths, Baker sat back down and continued watching the live stream. He muttered, "No need for surprises. Xandra will choose me." "Brother Hao, what are you muttering?" Kevin asked in confusion. Baker waved his hand and gestured for them to continue chatting. He sent a WeChat message to Xandra. "Baby, use your authority to deal with these overly imaginative fans. Undercover? I'm genuinely impressed." Ali heard her phone chime and looked at the screen. The smile around her eyes became more evident. She replied to Baker with just one word, "Sure." Then she unmuted herself and said coldly, "Either come up and play or stop making noise down there." Seeing that Ali was angry, Joe signaled Amy to calm the situation. Amy blinked to acknowledge the signal and said, "We will randomly screenshot some viewers and invite them to join our game." Everyone thought the chaos would end here, but there were still those who enjoyed stirring things up, speculating on how the koi had upset Ali. Baker rolled up his sleeves ready to retaliate when Ali immediately issued a banner to that person, kicking him out of the live stream. "Say another bad word about the koi, and I'll kick you out too." Wow, what dominance. Baker clapped for Ali, seeing Kevin and others actively trying to get selected through chat. Baker hurriedly joined in. Then Joe handed over the list of selected participants to Amy and the rest. Kevin grabbed the first slot and excitedly cheered. Baker felt a bit dejected, possibly not noticing his own username on the screen. Ali sensed his disappointment and messaged him, "Dad, don't worry. You'll definitely be included next time." Baker felt reassured. "Yeah, I'll wait for the next round to play with you." Ever since Ali joined the club, he rarely played games with Xandra anymore. Today's opportunity made Baker eager to participate fully. In the game, Kevin followed Becky more strategically, trying not to drag the team down. However, trouble still happened. He charged ahead recklessly, trying to clear the path, causing Becky to have to turn back to save him multiple times. Each time, it was Ali who came to the rescue. Amy looked visibly irritated, moving her mouse with sharp precision. One shot later, Kevin was eliminated again. Kevin, huh? Why was he killed again? "It's too noisy," Amy commented dryly. Familiar lines left Kevin speechless. Baker and James laughed smugly from the side. Ali chuckled as well. She turned to look at Amy, catching her eye. Their beautiful gazes met. It was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Beautiful women really are a feast for the eyes. Just watching them makes me feel peaceful. Doesn't Becky seem very indulgent towards King, giving her all the good equipment? Girls, now that you mention it, they do make a great CP. Wow, this live stream has been quite fulfilling today. In the second round, Baker finally managed to secure a spot and played alongside Ali. His skills hadn't diminished at all. He secured the first kill with Ali and even rescued Dell from imminent death by driving into the fray while Ali provided dual gun cover from the backseat. Their score skyrocketed. Online viewers expressed their opinions. "Admit it, we were being too loud. That koi is amazing. I know who he is. He must be the original koi who played with King on Amber Live before. They're a perfect match. Ah, this live stream has been such a treat." During the game, Baker typed on the public screen, "Anything can go wrong if you pair everyone up. Hey, mind your own business. Play your game properly." "Exactly. No one can stop us from shipping." Kevin laughed at Baker. "Brother Hao, just lie low and let them ship." Baker swatted Kevin's head. "Shipping can cause trouble." Jamie Egley scratched his head, confused. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" James and Zach sighed. "Just saw the announcement. Tonight's live streams with civilians will only happen twice. Not fair. None of you has got picked yet." Baker, engrossed in the game, consoled them briefly. "There will be chances for everyone." With a swift move, he eliminated another player and high-fived Kevin. "Nice job." Ali thoroughly enjoyed the game, especially playing with Baker, which relaxed her. Joe and Kevin kept monitoring the Douyin livestream chart data. Unexpectedly, WH Club's livestream climbed to second place, surpassed only by Gladys promoting a famous electronics brand. Gladys took a mid-game break, letting the brand reps introduce products. She sipped her drink and asked Leona, "How's the data?" Leona handed over a tablet. "We're currently first place, but WH Club is climbing fast." Curious, Gladys glanced at the tablet. "First place? It's WH Club? A small club almost surpassing her sales data? There must be a big name involved in the stream. Go check if there's someone influential behind the scenes," Gladys instructed. Leona replied, "I checked earlier. They're just gaming, but Ali looks familiar. Seems like she visited our set before." "Ali?" That name rang a bell. Gladys called Bridget, who answered after a while. "Sis-na, do you know Ali?" "Xandra? My little sister. What's up?" Bridget asked, puzzled. Gladys smacked her thigh. "So that's why it sounded familiar." "Oh, nothing. She's part of WH Club's live stream, playing with people, and her stats are close to mine." Bridget was delighted. "Really? Where is she? I want to watch." After hanging up, Bridget opened Douyin and entered WH Club's live stream. She saw Ali leading a game, and one of the players, Koi, brought a smile to her face. "So, Dad is here playing with Xandra." Bridget noticed the donation channel was open and gave a generous tip. Carousel of Wonders. Fireworks and special effects bloomed on the screen. Netizens were stunned, as were Baker and the others. Who was this generous donor? Checking the ID, they saw Bridget, Mabel. Ali also saw it, and after a brief surprise, she whispered, "Thanks, Sis-na." Wearing a mask and speaking quickly, some caught it, while others missed it. Bridget typed on the public screen, "No need to thank me. I have to go film now. Good luck to you all." Then she logged off. Unbeknownst to her, after being recognized by netizens, the news spread far and wide. The number of people in the live stream surged instantly, taking over the top spot in the data rankings. The next day, Kevin submitted the reports to Jamie Entertainment and told Sage, "Dev, I didn't expect this live stream to temporarily rank first on Douyin's data chart. I have already transferred all the earnings to the company account." Sage didn't seem very pleased. "That amount of money isn't even enough for a snack. Why didn't you call me last night to say Xandra was gaming with Baker?" Kevin was momentarily stunned. Then, seeing Sage's expression, she said, "Oh, I only found out later that this netizen called Koi is Baker." Sage clicked her tongue. "Xandra started a live stream and didn't choose to game with me? Who was responsible for the screenshots? I kept refreshing for so long and wasn't picked." Her tone was extremely dissatisfied. Kevin was startled. "You? Were you also there last night?" "Well, who else?" Sage rolled her eyes at her. "I'm sorry, Dev, which one was you?" Kevin asked humbly. Sage opened Douyin and showed her the home page. "Goodness," it said, "in the name of the moon, I'll eliminate you." Who could recognize this as Sage? Couldn't you just directly label your name? If it had shown the words Sage, even through backroom operations, it would be screenshot too. Note, the final part has been slightly adjusted for natural English readability while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 144, Scaring People to Death. "Next time, I'll definitely arrange for you to play with the team," Kevin mediated, staring intently at Sage, hoping this big benefactor wouldn't act on impulse and revoke the bonus. Sage saw through her intentions instantly. "Rest assured, your promised bonus won't be short. I'm not so dim-witted." Kevin's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help voicing her thoughts aloud. "That's good." Sage looked at her indifferently. Kevin's expression tensed. She was about to find an excuse when Sage interrupted. "Go back." Sage signed the document and handed it to Kevin, letting her leave. Then, feeling helpless, Sage opened WeChat and complained in the family group chat. "Rosalie, we're just like little cabbages in the yellow fields. Dad played games with Xandra last night, while Mabel even found time to send gifts during the live stream. Nobody paid attention to us." Georgia, while processing files, read the message with a slight curl of her red lips and sent a voice note. "Don't say that. Only you are the little cabbage. I was busy all night attending international conferences, signing off on major projects, confirming funds worth billions. As long as Dad and Xandra enjoy themselves, it's fine." Hearing the voice note, Sage felt irked. "Hey, good sister, can't you have some sympathy?" "If I didn't care, I wouldn't even reply," Georgia said, piercingly true. "I guess you're upset about not being chosen to play together." Sage muttered under her breath, calling her an old fox, then sent several, slightly emojis and closed her phone. Baker only heard their voices after class. He typed back, "Don't be upset, little Jamie. Who says you're a little cabbage? You're our carrot, full of nutrition. Were you there last night? Why didn't I see your messages on the screen?" Allie also responded when she woke up, "Sister Jamie wants to play, I can join you now." Only Bridget remained unresponsive, as if she rarely chatted in the group since joining the film set, even communicating less privately with Baker. Cheered by everyone, Sage felt better. "Oh well, it's just a bit of fussing. Next time we'll play together." Baker was slightly worried about Bridget and asked everyone, "We're off this week, let's visit Mabel. I wonder if she's adapting to the film set. Before, she only had to go between home and the studio, but now it's outdoor and indoor scenes." Baker worried she might not handle it. The idea got unanimous agreement from everyone. Sage took the lead. "Sure, Dad, I thought the same." Allie hesitated. "Dad, I can't come. Please apologize to Sister 2 for me." Everyone knew Allie was still away and couldn't return anytime soon. "No need for apologies. Sister 2 understands your heart," Georgia replied. Baker, "Yes, elder sister is right. Sister 2 won't blame you. But Xandra, don't overwork yourself. If the hotel food isn't good, we can eat outside. Do you have enough money? I can transfer some." "Not this weekend. I have to see my daughter." "Which one?" Devlin asked, knowing Baker had many daughters. "Bridget. She's filming a show, and we agreed to visit the set," Baker explained. Devlin nodded. "All right, another day then." At 10 p.m., Bridget messaged back, "Sure. I'll tell the director you're coming." Her tone conveyed excitement. On the weekend, Baker went to the film set with Georgia and Sage. They arranged comfort items for the crew before they arrived, so the director and cast welcomed them warmly. Baker immediately spotted Bridget getting her makeup touched up and walked over. "Mabel, are you tired? How are you doing?" Bridget opened her eyes upon hearing Baker's voice, ecstatic. "Dad, put everything down. I'll meet with friends." Noticing the situation, she quickly corrected herself. The makeup artist left to get the comfort items. Brock offered to take Baker's large bag. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Mabel." Dodging, Baker shot him a glance. "Having you around makes me more concerned." "Brock? Question mark. Why did it feel like he was being slandered?" Baker opened the thermal bag filled with homemade snacks and meals. "I prepared various dishes in case you miss home-cooked food. Don't worry if you can't finish. Store them in the fridge. Does it have enough space?" Unaware of the set setup, Baker assumed they shared one refrigerator, which could limit space. He wanted some, and reached out. Reluctantly, Baker gave him a pear too, the first bite. Both of them showed expressions of shock. "Hey. So delicious." Gladys ate a lot without caring about her image and almost fought with Brock over a braised chicken leg. In the end, Baker placed the braised chicken leg into Bridget's bowl. Bridget smiled happily and ate it right away. After finishing, Baker cleaned up and asked Georgia and Sage to stay and chat with Mabel, as the next scene was Mabel's main part. So Gladys also helped Baker clean up. "I never expected your cooking to be so delicious, even better than what our chef makes." Gladys still felt a bit unsatisfied. Baker threw the garbage into the sorted bins and clapped his hands. "I just made it casually. By the way, I heard Mabel say you've guided her a lot. Thank you." Gladys paused for a moment, then looked at Baker and laughed suddenly. "Little brother, are university students nowadays all mature?" "Little brother?" Baker made a sound, scratching the back of his head. "Just call me Baker, little brother. Sounds uncomfortable." Gladys nodded. "All right, by the way, there's something I want to complain about." Baker asked, "What is it?" Do you know who the male lead acting opposite Mabel is? Gladys smiled mysteriously. How would Baker know? He shook his head. Who? Wait, this drama has a male lead? Isn't it supposed to be a double female lead show? Baker remembered that Bridget had said this script was for 2 female leads, which he thought was fine, so he encouraged her to try it. Why did a male lead pop out? And he was the top male lead. Does he have kissing scenes? Baker was concerned about this. His darling shouldn't be touched by anyone, even if people called him a daddy's girl in the future. He didn't mind. Gladys found Baker's sudden anxiety a bit strange and was confused by this question. No, there's none. But this male lead is very sleazy. He was once caught feeling up female actors on set. Baker immediately stood up. What? How did such a person get into the crew? He was increasingly curious about who the male lead was. The Lay family, do you know them? The male lead is their young master, Bede. Gladys gave him the answer. Before Baker could ask more, the set had already been cleared, indicating they were about to start shooting. He hurried over, while Gladys, thinking deeply behind him, mused, the relationship between Bridget and Baker seems quite unusual. With an action, the lights were set, and the camera started rolling. Bede, playing the male lead, noticed his girlfriend was hit, and wanted to comfort Bridget by touching her mouth. Here, Bridget should act scared and shy away, meaning no physical contact should occur. Baker stood behind the director, reviewing the script. However, Bede grabbed Bridget's chin. Startled, she instinctively resisted but was pulled into Bede's arms. Does it hurt? Seeing this, Baker almost crumpled the script. Cut! Cut! His loud voice startled the director, who turned around, ready to lash out. But upon seeing it was Baker, he grumbled, cut! Baker came forward, leading Bridget away and glaring at Bede. Bede maintained a gentlemanly facade, but a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 145. Turns out it's this lad. Taking the person to a private lounge, Bridget's hands were still ice cold. Baker kept holding and rubbing them, asking anxiously, Mabel, are you alright? Bridget's eyes were red from crying. She had never gone through such experiences before. The most outrageous incident was once during her performance on stage, when someone ran up naked above the waist to hug her. Brock had pushed him away back then, but this time Bede had not acted according to the script, his touch reminding her of that incident. Brock brought over hot water for Bridget. Drink some water and calm down. She took it with one hand, sipping it gently. Georgia and Sage came over from the director, asking if Bridget was feeling better. Bridget nodded. Big sister, little sister Jamie, I'm feeling better. Just earlier, his hand moving around my waist gave me goosebumps. I couldn't help myself. Baker kept blowing warm air until he warmed Bridget's hands. Then he asked Georgia, Summer, how did it go? Sage sneered, not well. Leland doesn't dare offend the Lay family but also can't afford to upset us, so he said he'd talk to Bede again. Baker slammed his fist on the table. Who cares who he is? Bullying our people means paying a price. Brock opened his eyes wide, glancing back and forth. When did Bridget become his person? Whose person exactly? Brock wanted to ask Bridget, but saw that she wasn't in a state to be questioned, so he suppressed his curiosity. Georgia nodded. We will never let Mabel suffer injustice like this. Baker suggested. How about removing this male lead? Swap him out. Looking at the script, it seems to be a dual female-led drama, so Bede seems to have been inserted later. I checked. It's a dual female-led script, but when Leland showed the makeup photos to Bede, he suddenly said a single-gender lead felt bland and should add a character to help the female leads grow, like an ex-boyfriend, Sage explained. A surge of anger rushed to Baker's head, cursing under his breath. Hey, what a shameless act. There was a knock on the door. Brock opened it. Maya Tazu walked in, reporting to Georgia. Leland said Miss Tan got shocked, so they'll postpone this scene for now and shoot others first. After hearing this, George's bright eyes turned cold. Is this his response? Maya Tazu nervously lowered his head. Yes, he said it's very difficult and hopes Georgia looked at Baker seriously. I declined previously as a business decision, but now I'm willing to give up these 2 plots for the peace of mind of Dad and Mabel. 2 plots for Bede. Killian should see the value clearly. Baker looked at Georgia with mixed emotions, finally saying firmly, no way. Georgia was startled, but quickly regained her composure. Why? Sage was also surprised, thinking Baker would agree. Daughter, what's yours is yours. No one can take it away. I cannot let you suffer like this. You and Mabel are both my daughters. We need to think of another solution. Baker planned to delve into research on the Lay family. He wouldn't believe the Lay family has no weakness. Perhaps Ling Xiaojun could help. Xandra's hacking skills could dig up something valuable. With this thought, Baker immediately messaged Ling Xiaojun about the events at the film set and asked Xandra to investigate the Lay family. Upon seeing the message, Ling Xiaojun's face froze, scaring Dell, who was joking around nearby. Do you girls all have such huge morning tempers? Dell remarked pointedly. Amy glared at him. Looking for a fight? Dell shrugged, backing away. Amy went over to inquire, what's wrong? Nothing. Oh, you tonight's live stream. Got some business back in my room. Ling Xiaojun put away her phone. Amy only saw the words Baker. Sure. Back at the Jean residence, just inside the door, Sage suddenly clapped, startling Baker and Georgia. What's with Kira? Baker turned to ask. Sage smiled mischievously, approaching them. I just thought of a brilliant idea. Georgia watched her enthusiastic expression, nodding silently. Let's do it your way. Got it. Sage dialed the call right away. Baker remained bewildered. Daughter, did you get it just from your exchange of glances? Dad, Sage can be unreliable sometimes, but full of ideas. Her brilliant plan might plant seeds early enough to get Bede swapped out, Georgia explained. Still puzzled, Baker soon understood. That evening, watching TV after dinner, he saw an entertainment news host mentioning Bede. Speaking of this young master of the Lay family, recently the popular drama, Hot-Blooded Youth, he stars and is airing on Chengdu Channel 3. Reviews have been polarized. This program invited experts or renowned film professionals to evaluate. Today's guest was the nationally famous director Maya Jiafeng, who had won multiple awards. Asked by the host, Director Maya, What's your opinion on Bede's acting? Director Maya nodded. I reviewed online reports and previous works. He appears diligent, but repetitive expressions and performances suggest he needs more effort. The host's almost smiling face amused Baker, prompting him to check online reactions. Many influential bloggers criticize Bede's shows. He looks worse, too much foundation makes him look greasy. His ads assault my eyes. Past variety shows featuring Bede faced criticism, including his first show where he allegedly got the leading role due to Killian's influence. By nightfall, more damaging information about Bede flooded the internet. Baker realized what Sage's brilliant idea was. Excited, he climbed upstairs to find Georgia and Sage discussing something. Carrying a fruit platter, he interrupted their conversation. Seeing Baker's upbeat mood, Sage casually asked, "Did Dad figure it out?" Baker nodded. "Saw it on the news." "So, daughter seed means planting bad reviews." He handed the fruit platter to Georgia, who took it and said, "Yes, we should leave it to the viewers. People can support or overthrow you. Let the Lay family slowly deal with this pressure." Sage nodded. "Of course, it's also to give some pressure to Leland, who loves to smooth things over. He wants to protect Bede. Let the fans stir up some trouble then." Baker imagined Bede's disheveled appearance and laughed, finding the fruit especially sweet tonight. Sure enough, the following days of filming were not smooth. Some stalkers and fans stormed the set in protest, demanding the director replace Bede. Carly stood nearby, whispering to Bridget, "Hey, Killian sensed something amiss. Then who did you offend?" This troublemaker son of his always caused issues every other day. Previously, they had used money to suppress incidents in different film crews. When Bede expressed interest in acting in The Brightest Star, Killian felt things weren't simple. Bede explained, "I didn't offend anyone. Just added a little action during a scene with Bridget. Then that college student glared at me like I was a virus and pulled her away." "Bridget?" Killian narrowed his eyes. "Investigate Bridget's background and the relationship between that college student and Georgia." The assistant quickly returned with information that stunned both father and son. Bede looked at the photos in the report, clenching his teeth. "Turns out it's this lad, Baker. I wondered who he was, for Georgia and Sage to accompany him here." Killian rarely paid attention to news, focusing entirely on business. So seeing Baker's profile truly shocked him. "This says Bridget is close to him. Not only did you barge into their world, but you also made a move on Bridget in front of him. Bede, you've caused trouble again." Killian threw the file at him, furious. Bede was speechless. "How was I supposed to know she was Baker's girl? I just found her attractive and touched her. What's the big deal? Don't touch my daughter-in-law." Killian hurled a porcelain vase at him, almost hitting Bede. Bede cried out, "Dad, help me. You can fix this, right?" Killian was seething. Jean Group, Jamie Entertainment. "You really think they're pushovers? Georgia wasn't an ordinary. It's not urgent. You can focus on your own matters first." Before, he had asked Allie to investigate Lay family's weaknesses. She responded by saying she was looking into it, but hadn't found anything yet. She only knew that Killian flew abroad every mid-month for several days, so she had been following this lead, expecting results in a few days. Due to accumulated livestream hours owed, Joe begged her daily. Allie could only help Baker in her spare time. "No, Dad, I happen to have some free time." Killian keeps a mistress abroad. Every time the media catches him, he parades his wife as a shield, making his scandals evaporate. Baker felt shocked. Doesn't the official wife get upset? It's a mutual benefit. Killian's wife wants everything passed down to Bede, so she tolerates his extramarital affairs. Allie twisted her neck and continued, "Dad, I just posted a photo in the family group. It's Killian and his mistress's son." Baker checked immediately. It showed a cute blonde boy about 10 years old with a bright smile. Allie stood up from her seat. "I also anonymously sent this photo to Killian's official wife's email. This will cause chaos in the Lay family." When Georgia saw the photo, she said the same thing as Allie. "The Lay family will be in turmoil." Albin instantly understood her meaning. "Should we closely monitor the Lay family?" "No need. Killian will come to me himself. Let's wait patiently." Centuries-old enterprises. Acquiring them sounds intriguing. A domineering light flashed in Georgia's eyes. Back at the classroom, Baker returned late. Report. Classes had already started. Aloysius glanced at him coldly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he gestured subtly to Baker. "What's going on, brother?" Baker quietly pointed at his phone, answered a call, lost track of time. With everyone watching, Aloysius couldn't let Baker in due to his reputation. He couldn't break rules even for a good friend. Baker naturally understood this, so he stood there waiting. Kevin and the others looked anxiously helpless, hoping Aloysius would soften his stance. "Daring to be late for my class?" Aloysius asked. "Sorry, Teacher Ding, it won't happen again," Baker explained. Everyone thought Aloysius would scold and expel him as usual. But instead, he gave a serious look, wrote a problem on the board. "Come in and solve this. Solve it perfectly. You sit back. Fail and get out." Get out made students feel better. That's the familiar tough teacher. Baker approached and solved it diligently. Aloysius nodded approvingly. Finishing, Baker smiled at those outside the window. Students rushed to move aside, impressed. Aloysius told him to sit down. Relieved, George, losing appetite even for normal dishes. "Aren't you pale, handsome? Low blood sugar? Here, eat more." A warm-hearted lady filled his plate abundantly. Baker realized it was piled high, quickly moving away. Seated, Kevin and others joined, all having large servings. Looking at each other, they sighed silently. Kingston passed by holding his plate, catching their attention. "Green chicken legs?" Sitting nearby, Kingston offered. "Want some?" "Mung bean paste chicken legs, more available." Baker waved off. "Can you eat that color?" Kingston bit into it. Instantly, his expression changed but forced it down under their watchful eyes. Seeing Kingston struggle, they returned to their meals. The cafeteria filled up. Neighboring girls discussed Bede, growing increasingly indignant. "Previously, I didn't notice how unpleasant Bede was in his dramas. I even thought he was handsome." Note, The term yoni is often used to describe someone as greasy or unpleasant, especially in a metaphorical sense. In this context, unpleasant fits better to convey the intended meaning naturally in English. I suspect someone is trying to ruin him. He must have stepped on someone's toes. Otherwise, how could so many dirt come out overnight? Not sure, but now the more I look at him, the oilier he seems. Oh right, did you see this morning's Weibo? Bede's parents seem to have been taken into the company is now under the control of Jean Corporation. Killian sneered. A joke. I, the largest shareholder, haven't agreed to this. What gives you the right to acquire it? Not wanting to waste time on him, Georgia flicked her finger, and Albin placed some documents before Killian. Killian picked them up and was shocked. This stamp. It was a share transfer document stamped by Thunderbolt Company. The document showed that Chung Yufei and other minor shareholders had transferred their shares to Georgia, accounting for 60% of Thunderbolt Company's equity. Yes, your wife Chung Yufei signed it herself. Didn't you forget she's a shareholder too? Georgia looked at him mockingly. Killian shook his head. No, this can't be. How could Yufei do this behind my back? And you didn't cheat on her with an illegitimate child? Killian froze. Her eyes seemed to draw people in, deep and dark like a black hole. You set this up. That photo sent to Yufei was also arranged by you? Killian finally realized. Georgia glared at Killian coldly. I gave you a chance. Previously, I didn't find Bede so unpleasantly overconfident in his shows. I even thought he was very handsome. I suspect someone is trying to smear him. He must have stepped on someone's toes. Otherwise, how could so many negative things about him surface overnight? Lionealer. Anyway, what does this mean? Killian asked coldly. George's red lips curved slightly. Can't you tell, Mr. Lei? Thunder Company is now under the control of Jean Corporation. Killian laughed coldly. What a joke. As the largest shareholder, I didn't agree. On what grounds did you acquire it? Georgia didn't bother with small talk, just moved her finger, and Maya placed documents in front of him. Killian took them up and was shocked. This seal. It was a share transfer document from Thunder Company, signed by Chung Yufei and other minor shareholders, transferring 60% of the shares to Georgia. Yes, your wife Chung Yufei did it herself. Did you forget she's also a shareholder? Georgia sneered. Killian shook his head. No, this can't be. How could Yufei do this behind my back? And weren't you doing the same by having an illegitimate child outside the marriage? Killian was stunned. Her eyes seemed deep and dark, almost swallowing one's soul. You did this on purpose. You even had someone send those photos to Yufei, didn't you? Killian finally realized. Georgia looked at Killian coldly. I gave you a chance. Chapter 147. Raising one's hair in wrath for Mabel. Killian was puzzled. Why? Could it be just because of Bridget? How much can she, Bridget, give you? I'll double, triple it. Georgia suddenly smiled. It's not just about Mabel. It's because you've offended my father. Killian was utterly confused. Your esteemed father is? He didn't recall Georgia ever mentioning having a father. Georgia was too lazy to waste more words on him. Mr. Maya, please show him out. Mr. Maya opened the office door and said to Killian, who was filled with question marks, Mr. Lei, this way please. Wait, Mr. Jean. We can discuss this. Just tell me who your esteemed father is, and I will personally apologize. Killian insisted on getting an answer. Georgia looked at him as if he were an idiot. If you want to get past my father, you might as well convince your son to withdraw from the brightest star. Killian understood her point. He called Leland immediately after reaching home, telling him that Bede would no longer participate in the production. He also announced that he would withdraw his funding. To his surprise, Leland seemed happy about it. Later, Killian found out that Georgia's intention all along was to make him withdraw his investment so that she could become the largest investor. Father, why did you arbitrarily remove me from the production? Bede barged into the room, shouting. Killian was still furious. If not for your stupidity, would I have fallen into George's trap? Bede wasn't listening. Father, put me back in, and I bet I can win over Bridget within a month. Killian glared at him angrily and bent down to grab his slipper, ready to beat replies of gratitude and praise. Georgia also responded, It's delicious, father. Why did you decide to make us milk tea? Did you do it in the school cafeteria? Baker replied with voice messages. Sure did. When I saw Mabel mention milk tea, I thought of ordering it for you guys, but then I decided to make it myself. I made it in the dormitory using Zach's tea leaves, hoping you wouldn't mind. The girls noticed that Baker didn't sound like he was at school. Father, where are you? Georgia asked first. Baker answered, Not many classes this afternoon. I came to see Mabel and brought her some milk tea. They were reassured by his explanation. Meanwhile, after being beaten by Killian and thrown out of the house, Bede headed to the Rhine Hotel where Bridget was staying. But as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Baker entering the hotel with something in hand. Is this guy visiting Bridget? Bede mumbled and quickly got out of his car, following him with two goons. Baker entered the elevator with Xiao Zhuang. As the doors were closing, a hand slipped in, stopping them. Baker looked up and saw Bede smiling politely. What a coincidence. Ignoring him, Baker gave no response. Bede scanned Baker disdainfully and laughed when he saw the milk tea. Are you crazy? Baker frowned. You're the one who's crazy. Cut the crap. You like Bridget, don't you? Bede smirked. You really are crazy, Baker replied, exiting the elevator as the doors opened. Bede followed, gesturing for his goons to attack. But they were easily knocked down by Xiao Zhuang and Dashi. If you follow again, you'll be next, Baker said coldly, turning away. Realizing he couldn't match Baker, Bede backed off for now. When Baker visited Mabel, Gladys and Brock were also there, discussing scripts. I'm not interrupting, am I? Everyone shook their heads, and Bridget happily welcomed him. I'm glad you came. Baker handed her the milk tea. Here, it's still warm. Gladys watched eagerly, but Baker also gave her a cup. Mabel mentioned you helped her a lot. I made one for you too. Hope you don't mind. How could I? Gladys accepted it gratefully and took a sip. Delicious, without any artificial flavor, pure milk and tea aroma, just the right sweetness. Brock reached out. Baker, what about mine? Baker smiled and let Xiaozhuang give him a bottle of mineral water. Only enough material for 5 cups. Brock squinted, suspecting a deliberate act. Baker didn't notice Brock's thoughts. He recounted Bede's incident and suggested leaving Xiaozhuang behind for protection, which Bridget agreed to. Bridget worriedly asked, "But if you leave them with me, who will protect you?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll study hard and stay out of trouble," Baker assured her. Downstairs, Bede waited impatiently in his car. "That guy hasn't come out yet?" "No, sir. Shall we wait?" Bede grinned wickedly. "Yes, I want to see who this guy is." After an hour, Baker finally came out, followed by only one bodyguard. They left in a car, and Bede instructed his men to follow. Surprisingly, Baker stopped at Finance University and walked in. Bede smiled mischievously. "Students, that makes things easier." Entering the university campus with his goons, Bede told the security guard he was invited for a performance. At the sports field, someone recognized Bede. Still admired for his looks, Bede put on a charming demeanor. "I'm not here for excitement. I'm looking for someone. Do you know which class Baker is in?" "Baker? There are several Bakers in our school. Is it in class 12? Would you? Why are you looking for Baker?" Everyone looked at Bede curiously. Bede smiled mysteriously. "To discuss something with him." Back in the classroom, Baker was talking with Kevin when someone from class 13 rushed in. Hearing Baker's name being called, someone from class 13 rushed in and said, "Baker, someone is looking for you at the playground. It seems to be a celebrity named Bede." "What? Bede is here?" Instantly, everyone in the classroom rushed out. They wanted both gossip and a glimpse of the star, curious if he looked different from his TV appearance. Baker frowned, muttering, "Sticky like a plaster." Kevin and the others also wanted to see. "Bro, how? Let's go check it out." James was curious why Bede would come looking for Baker. He asked, "Bro, how that mean?" Bede couldn't believe how dense this guy was. "It means Bridget is mine on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and yours on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. We both get what we want, right?" Baker understood now. He lowered his head, deep in thought. The next second, he threw a punch at Bede's sleazy face. Spinning around, Bede almost lost his balance. "UF**** king dared to hit me?" Bede glared fiercely at Baker. Baker flexed his fingers. "If I don't beat you senseless today, my name isn't Xiao." As he prepared to throw another punch, Bede wrestled him to the ground. The two struggled violently, drawing a large audience. Kevin and the others rushed over to pull them apart. "Bro, how? Calm down." James held onto Baker tightly. Baker's lip was bleeding. Pointing at Bede, who was also bloodied, he growled, "You're a beast, not a man. If you so much as touch Mabel, I won't let you off." Bede spat out some blood. "Like you're Mr. Righteous. You were just in Bridget's room for an hour." Everyone gasped. Could they really believe that? Seeing Baker stunned, Bede felt triumphant. "I've got pictures of you entering her room and leaving with her. Everyone will know about your secret affair with the hottest singer." "To hell with your secret affair." Baker bent down, took off his sneakers, and hurled it at Bede's face. Bede grunted, covering his left eye, then laughed wildly. "You're scared. Ha ha ha, Baker, you're afraid. This is what happens when you mess with me, trying to steal my woman." Baker felt this guy was beyond stupid. This man was certifiably insane. Baker realized getting angry wouldn't solve anything. He calmed down, then looked at Bede as if he were a fool. Chapter 148. Good boy, pat pat. James was truly shocked. He whispered to Baker, "Apollo, you really were with my goddess?" "No, we are friends, a relationship even closer than friends. It's like family. Do you understand?" Baker didn't want to explain, but for this good brother of his, he still said a few more words. He had split his lip and licked it with his tongue. It felt much better now. James nodded. He believed in Baker. Even if Bridget eventually announced that she was with Baker, he would support them. He was the ultimate supporter of Baker and Bridget. Zach and Kevin trusted Baker, so they did not ask any further questions. However, other classmates started whispering amongst themselves, piecing together information from online discussions about Baker living with Georgia and Sage. Most people believed Bede loved Bridget very much, which was why he came to school to confront Baker. The fight between the two students drew the attention of the principal, who rushed over to mediate. With both Lay's and John's families being influential, the principal didn't dare offend either party. "Are there no classes? What are you watching? Go back to your classrooms." The principal appeared with the dean. Those watching the spectacle immediately dispersed. James and his group were worried, but were still led away by the dean. Seeing the injuries on both parties, the principal grew anxious. How would he explain this to both sides? "Speak at my office. It's too obvious out here." Both followed the principal to his office. The principal then notified Georgia and Killian. Georgia never expected her usually refined father to actually assault Bede at school. After hanging up with the principal, she immediately called the others. "Sage, put pressure on Leland. I need to see tonight that Bede is not cast as the male lead." "Don't worry, I'll handle it beautifully," Sage replied. "Xandra, try to hack into Bede's phone. Find out what secrets he has hidden. I need these secrets to be the final straw." Ali responded, "Don't worry, big sister. Leave everything to me. Mabel, go public on Weibo. Dad came to visit you, and there were others in the room, right? Get them to come forward and speak." Bridget said, "All right, big sister. I'll find Gladys immediately." This threatened. The door opened, revealing Georgia's majestic and beautiful figure. "Summer, did the principal call you?" Baker stood and approached. Georgia nodded, noticing Baker's slightly red lips. "Injured?" "It's fine, already healed." Baker covered it, not wanting her to worry. He glanced at the principal, who avoided eye contact. Of course, student fights required notifying parents. Bede saw Georgia up close for the first time. He found her mesmerizing beauty captivating. "Baker, you should have told me Ramon is your sister. We can negotiate about the photos." Baker spat at him. "Put away your perverted smile. Disgusting." Georgia extended her hand toward Bede. "What photos? Let me see." Unsuspecting, Bede handed over his phone. Georgia discreetly placed a small black on the back of his phone. Allie received the signal and immediately hacked into Bede's phone. When she saw the photo album and chat history, she crunched the candy in her mouth. A voice crackled through Georgia's earpiece. Big sister, it's done. Good, Georgia whispered, returning the phone to Bede. Facing the principal, she said, I hope you can explain how irrelevant outsiders were allowed in during class, disrupting Baker's studies and peace. The principal sweated profusely. Shouldn't he be explaining to the parents and educating the student? Why was it reversed? Dad, you gave away thunder? What about me? Wasn't it meant for me to inherit? Baker chuckled. First, you shouldn't worry about inheritance. Check the internet. Your agent must be frantic. Bede indeed panicked upon receiving a call from his agent about his own confession in a group chat about betting to bed Bridget within a month, with explicit content. Collaborators were canceling contracts, TV shows and movies were affected, and endorsers publicly declared severing ties. What confession? Bede was baffled. His agent urged him to return to the company and check Weibo. Bede logged into his Weibo account and found a new top pin post from just 5 minutes ago. The post contained many screenshots, where all participants except Bede were blurred out. Only Bede's WeChat profile picture and name remained visible. Weibo exploded, and netizens were enraged. 5 minutes ago, Bede hadn't even been on Weibo. So who posted this pinned Weibo? Wait a minute. Bede suddenly looked horrified at Georgia. Did you do this? What did you do to my phone? Georgia put on her glasses with an authoritative air. Mr. Lay, control your son. I don't want to deal with another family matter for you. After explaining everything to the principal, she took Baker away. Only Bede's furious shouts and Killian's angry roar echoed in the room. In the hallway, only Georgia and Baker remained. Baker was he rubbed the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. The pure innocence of a college student was evident in Baker. Georgia couldn't help but laugh. That's great. Dad has experienced too little, and I hope you can keep that pure heart. There's no need to change. We'll protect you. Baker wagged his finger seriously. No way. I still need to get stronger, strong enough to protect all of you. Okay. They stopped talking as they heard footsteps approaching. Later that night, Baker made sure Allie was free and ran up to the rooftop to make a call. My Xandra, how awesome are you? Good girl, pat on the head, Baker said happily. Allie couldn't see Baker but felt oddly embarrassed hearing his tone. I'm not the best. There are many better people, Allie said softly. Baker disagreed. No, I think Xandra is the best. Looking up at the sky, he said to Allie, Xandra, do you see the moon? It's so round, just like the night you talked to Dad under the moon. Baker hadn't seen Allie for a long time and missed her. Allie pulled back the curtains. I see it, Dad. I'll be back this week. Baker asked excitedly. Really? Which day? Sunday, around 10 p.m. Allie's lips curled slightly upward. Great, then I'll have time to prepare. Xandra, is there anything special you want to eat? If the others know, they'll be happy too. Yeah, I want something Dad cooks. I haven't told the others yet. I wanted to surprise them. That's good. Dad will keep it secret. They exchanged. Sage were there, smiling at her. Mabel, welcome home. Sage stepped forward to embrace her. Bridget was surprised. Georgia looked warmly at her. Good to have you back. You must be tired. Second treasure, welcome home. Let me take your luggage. Baker came forward to receive Bridget's suitcase. Bridget paused, confused. Why does Dad call me second treasure? It was an odd name but somehow endearing. Baker scratched his cheek, saying, You're the second child. Aren't you my second treasure? Bridget felt uncomfortable, as if she was being treated like a little girl. I thought I could come back quietly without disturbing your rest. Why are Dad and big sister waiting for me? I overheard Dominic talking to you, so I discussed with Summer and decided to eat lightly and wait for you to come back for dinner. Baker handed the luggage to the servant and replied. Bridget wasn't usually sensitive, but with Baker and them, she was exceptionally emotional. Her nose twitched, eyes turned red. Before her emotions could overflow, Sage pulled her hand towards the dining room. Come on, I'm starving. To your health. 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked together. Georgia moved gracefully, Sage eagerly with a touch of liveliness, and Bridget maintained perfect elegance. Baker placed each daughter's favorite dishes in front of them. This matter is finally resolved. Let's celebrate. Removing the male lead, expanding Jean Corporation. Everyone drank heartily. Sage sighed contentedly. Summer still showed mercy by only acquiring Killian's functions company and leaving the others untouched. If it were me, anyone had bullied Bridget on set. Reassured by Ned's response, Baker felt better. At the market, Baker was pleasantly surprised that vendors offered to process and cut vegetables for customers. Should have come more often, he mused aloud. Some stalls even offered pickling services. On the way back, Baker received a WeChat message from Gladys asking directly, How did you replace Bede? Startled, Baker wondered if Gladys knew more. But then realized she wouldn't ask if she really knew. Oh? Replaced? Mabel didn't tell me. When did this happen? Baker feigned ignorance. Gladys squinted reading. I thought you orchestrated this. Given how nervous Baker had been about Bridget, the timing of the Lay incident and Jean Corporation's acquisition seemed suspicious. Moreover, given Baker's close ties with Georgia, helping Bridget made sense. Unexpectedly, Baker seemed genuinely shocked. Could it be that Baker wasn't involved? A battle among capitalists perhaps? Caught between believing or disbelieving, Gladys concluded Baker didn't know anything. Right. The script is now back to dual female leads. This show will definitely be a hit. Bridget has exceptional talent, the fastest improvement I've seen. Then added a voice note. Actually, the fastest improver should be you. The voice sent shivers down Baker's spine. Upon reaching home, he stopped chatting with Gladys. Someone called out, Baker, why are you here? Baker turned around to see Du Shui. I came to visit a friend's mom. Seeing Du Shui reminded Baker of someone, and he quickly asked her, Is Eliza in function today? Du Shui smiled, teasing him. Yes, she should have just landed. What? Are you planning to pick her up? No, you misunderstood. I still have things to take care of. Thanks. Baker exchanged a few words with her before leaving. Du Shui had also come to fetch some documents and left shortly after. On the way, she sent a message to Marnie, mentioning that she had just run into Baker, who had inquired about her. Marnie paused mid-step when she saw the message, her personal assistant trailing behind with luggage, maintaining a 3-step distance. Just as she was about to ask what Baker wanted, she received a long voice message from him. Frowning, Marnie usually disliked listening to voice messages due to her lack of patience. But this time, she put on her headphones and listened. She replied to Baker with 2 words, okay. Half an hour later, Marnie arrived at the attending physician's office, reviewed various reports on Kingston's mother, and then designed a surgical plan, taking charge of the operation herself. The 3 attending physicians were stunned. They immediately assisted her. One of the attending physicians asked Marnie, Eliza, do you know this patient? He thought that Eliza generally wouldn't personally perform surgery unless it piqued her interest. I don't. Marnie's voice was cold. As Dushua was about to leave, she overheard some nurses gossiping about Eliza by Lance's company. After paying all expenses, Baker prepared to leave. Just then, Kingston ran out. Baker. Baker turned to see Kingston suddenly kneel down, looking at him solemnly. From now on, my life belongs to you. You're wasting your precious knees. Get up. It's not the age for such formalities. Isn't it awkward? Baker helped Kingston up. Kingston stood up with red eyes. Whatever you say, I will follow. Anyone who badmouths you, I'll deal with them. Baker. Why does this kid sound so passionate, like he's in a gang? Hashtag chapter 150. My present and future are all because of them. Don't let your straight-A student image collapse, Baker joked with him. Seeing that Kingston was still very excited, Baker said helplessly, actually, I'm quite envious of you. You still have your mom with you, which is great. Oh, by the way, the money for your hospital stay and surgery were borrowed from Summer and the others, so you should thank them. All right, I'll find a way to earn money and pay it back to Ramon and the others, Kingston nodded. Baker patted his shoulder and said, okay, take good care of your mom. I'll go now. There's a kid at home waiting for me to cook dinner. Back at the Jean family estate, he had just stepped into the kitchen when Georgia and the others came over. Their first question was, the TV station wants to interview me and Sage, saying we saved a family and hope to do a feature on us. Dad, do you know what's going on? Baker almost dropped the plate in his hands, nearly breaking it. This Kingston is really dense. I told him to thank you, but he must have called the TV station directly. Sage nodded. Godfather, you're right. It was your schoolmate Kingston who called the TV station, telling them we found experts for his surgery and covered the costs. I was completely puzzled. I used the money from the card you gave me to cover his medical expenses, Baker explained. Georgia and Sage understood. Mariah followed the smell and asked, why are there so many dishes tonight, Dad? Nothing much, just cooking around. Baker avoided her gaze. How perceptive Georgia was, she immediately saw through it. When will Tina be home? 10 o'clock, Baker blurted out. By the time he realized, it was too late. He met the teasing eyes of his daughters. Oh no, the surprise is ruined. Sweetie, it wasn't Dad who leaked it. It's just that your eldest sister is too smart. So when Allie arrived at the door, she acutely sensed several anxious breaths outside. Sighing, she knew her father couldn't keep the secret. Sure enough, the moment she opened the door, a loud bang erupted as confetti flew everywhere. Mariah and Sage greeted her happily. Tina, welcome home. Georgia and Baker stood among the crowd, smiling gently at the cold expression on Allie's face. Unable to resist, Allie smiled and said, I'm home. Baker led her to the dining hall and prepared a dessert for Tina. Dad tried hard to keep this little surprise, but your eldest sister is just too smart. Allie tasted it lightly, feeling all her worries vanish in its sweetness. No problem, it's fine. Indeed, it was fine. During dinner, they chatted about daily life, and the topic inevitably turned to Kingston. Baker recounted the entire story, but the focus of the daughters was on Marnie. Dad, I also know many doctors. Next time, ask me for help instead of her. Allie was the first to speak. Baker nodded. Sure, which doctors do you know? Allie was speechless because the doctors she knew had peculiar personalities and preferred to treat the dead while tormenting the living. Baker leaned forward expectantly, but Allie didn't continue. They then laughed and talked about other topics. On Monday, Baker noticed James staring at him with an unusual look, seemingly wanting to say something. When he asked what was wrong, James lazily leaned back, sighing repeatedly. His sighs made Kevin and Zach want to punch him. Have you heard? Kingston took another leave, saying his mom is seriously ill and just had surgery. He needs to take care of her for a few days. I heard it was Ramon and little CEO Jamie who helped him. Nonsense. Why would Ramon and little CEO Jamie help Kingston? If it was Baker, I'd believe it. Zach appearing at a press conference with the third party and an illegitimate child, confronting Killian and demanding a divorce. The Jean family acquired Lei family's assets in Fengcheng, and Killian faced intense criticism from his uncles. That day, everything changed in Fengcheng. The Lei family was utterly finished. The holiday passed quickly. Allie took a 3-day break before returning to the club, and Mariah went back to work after a week off, summoned by her director. Brock picked her up from the foot of the mountain. As they drove past WH Club, Mariah suddenly said, "Stop the car." Brock followed her down and asked, "Why are we stopping here?" He didn't recall any collaboration with WH Club. Mariah put on sunglasses and a mask and told Brock, "I'm visiting a friend, Brother Ho. Wait in the car, move it to an inconspicuous spot, and don't block the way." Brock suddenly remembered Mariah disguising herself to watch a competition once. "Wait, you're not planning to visit Allie openly, are you?" Mariah pulled down her glasses. "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" "Big problem," Brock said and then handed her a colorful scarf. "Wear this over your head, then go in." Mariah raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious, Brother Ho?" Brock assured her, definitely less conspicuous. Mariah covered her head and walked in cautiously, only to be treated like a sneaky intruder and led inside. Recognizing the familiar figure, Allie stayed silent. "Tina." Mariah hugged Allie tightly, burying her head into Allie's chest. Allie didn't push her away but stiffened, overwhelmed by the warmth and softness, almost sneezed. "No, nothing's wrong. I'm on my way back to the set and thought I'd drop by to see you." "Oh," Allie replied coldly. "Are you sad, Zandra? Aren't you happy that I came to see you? Mariah asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Allie felt that her second elder sister seemed livelier than usual. Was it because of acting? No. Allie told Mariah, next time you come, please let me know in advance. Mariah nodded, sure, I'll go now. Xandra, can I hug you again? Allie stepped back 3 paces, take care, elder sister. Mariah's smile froze. Apparently, hugging wasn't welcomed. Just as Leandro and the others emerged, Mariah had already gotten into her car and left. Disappointed, they followed behind Allie and pleaded, King, can you help us get a few sets of Mabel's photo books? In your dreams, Allie replied coldly, her gaze piercing. The men felt an eerie chill up their spines when they met her emotionless eyes. By the time they realized, Allie had already gone inside. Del rubbed his chin and muttered, weird, why did I feel like there was a sword hanging over my head just now? The others nodded in agreement. We felt the same. That night, Baker, having finished his work, messaged in the family group chat. Dear daughters, report on your health status. Have you all been eating properly? And remember, my dear girls, don't stay up late too often. Georgia responded with a curled lip, all is well. Godfather, we are doing very well. Take care of yourself, Godfather, Sage replied. Mariah responded later, pretty good. Dad, I have to stay up late due to night scenes, but I'll take care of myself. Allie simply replied with a single word, good. Then she sent a private message to Georgia, eldest sister, I found some information regarding younger brother 3. Georgia's eyes grew serious. In the family group chat, Baker was still chatting with Sage and the others, unaware that Georgia and Allie hadn't spoken for quite some time. ####Chapter 151. Goddess Festival Gifts. Baker still noticed. He tagged Georgia and Allie in the group chat. Why aren't daughters and little treasure speaking? Are they busy? Seeing no response from the two, he felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within him. Allie and Georgia were on a video call. She asked Georgia, should we tell Dad? I don't want to keep it from him, Georgia said solemnly. Allie understood. I see, elder sister. Then I'll hang up. Hold on, Georgia looked at Allie seriously. Don't tell him anything that's not confirmed, but if there's something he should know, you can say it. Okay. Allie ended the call and responded to Baker in the group chat. Dad, I was just talking with elder sister about having news about the third one. These words, like small stones thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples. Baker leaped out of bed and quickly ran to the bathroom, locking the door behind his new role as a father. He had to learn how to be a good father in this new world. Many of his decisions influenced his daughters. Baker didn't want to burden his daughters all the time. He wanted to become a strong tree, sheltering and accompanying them. Georgia sensed Baker's worry. Thinking he was worried about the difficulty, she messaged the group, Dad, don't worry. My people are investigating this, and when we compare data with Xandra's side, we should be able to clear things up. Baker had calmed down significantly. He directly voice messaged, I'm not worried. I believe in your abilities. Just remember, while searching for the person, take care of yourselves. I don't want this to hinder your own work. Georgia's eyebrows slightly raised, and she smiled, replying affirmatively. The other daughters also acknowledged, and after a brief conversation, Baker came out of the bathroom. He then noticed several medicine boxes on his desk and asked James and the others, who were gaming, what are these? You said you had a stomachache earlier. We went downstairs to get medicine for you from the infirmary, Zach explained, before returning to the game. Recently released multiplayer battle royale style game called Immortal Legacy. This game stood out for its Chinese martial arts setting and visually appealing character models, which players could customize extensively. James had modeled his avatar after a less refined version of Bridget. Baker thanked them and walked over, placing his hands on James and Kevin's shoulders, squeezing between their heads to look at the computer screen. How's this game? James replied, fun. The WH Club is practicing this game as well. They say the Immortal Legacy Summer Tournament is starting soon, and we aim to win the first domestic championship. Baker hesitated for a moment, remembering Xandra mentioning the club was practicing a new game. This must be it. Baker felt a bit tempted, but lately he hadn't had time to play. This week, besides attending classes and sleeping, Baker had been focusing on crafting. With the Goddess Festival approaching, Baker wanted to prepare gifts for his daughters, but found either expensive ones beyond his budget or too ordinary despite their beauty. Baker decided to avoid using money provided by his daughters. He used the prize money from competitions to buy gifts. After consulting female classmates on popular gifts for girls, Baker began crafting. He bought many tulip nightlights and glue guns from a small shop near the school. Initially clueless, Baker practiced after class with classmates teaching him how to use the glue gun. His fingers got burned the first time he used it. Back in the dorm, he continued crafting alone. One evening, Baker was carefully working when James and the others approached him curiously. Why are you making so many handmade tulip nightlights? Are you planning to sell them? James asked. Can they fetch much money? Baker wondered. If the price could multiply, selling them could be an option. Then he shook his head. No, I'm making these for friends. See, they're quite cozy when lit, right? James scratched his neck. They do look nice, but usually, wouldn't you give these to little girls? Brother How, are you giving these to Aiden and the others? Upon hearing this, Kevin and Zach realized what he meant. Baker nodded. Yeah, Goddess Festival is coming up. But aren't these a bit cheap? Zach remarked casually. Those words struck a chord with Baker. He paused, somewhat embarrassed. Yeah, but I have limited funds now. Hearing this, the three showed disbelief. Baker didn't want to elaborate. Go back to your games. Don't disturb me while I work. Having finally gotten the hang of it, he needed to finish before the weekend. Thus, Baker focused diligently during classes and crafted after them. Female classmates teased him, wondering if he was making gifts for a girlfriend. Only someone giving gifts to a girlfriend would be this meticulous. Baker smiled faintly. Even more precious than a girlfriend. This elicited laughter. Edric saw Baker surrounded by classmates, busy with his crafts, frowning as he entered the classroom. Later, during break time in the teacher's office, Edric sipped water and asked Aloysius, who was preparing lesson plans, Teacher Dang, is Baker in love? He's attentive in class but has been turning in very sloppy assignments lately. so sloppy that he only wrote down answers without any working stacks. She heard Joe enter and say, "King, someone is at the door looking for you." Allie didn't turn around, coldly replying, "I won't see them." She assumed it was another fan trying to meet her under the pretense of delivering packages. But Joe clarified, "He says he's manager Joe." Allie swiftly used a rope to swing herself to the highest point, the center of the safe area, and told Amy, "The rest is up to you. I'll be right back." Amy nodded, "Sure." Allie quickly stood up, took a candy from her pocket, placed it on Amy's desk, and followed Joe out. Amy unwrapped the candy, put it in her mouth, and savored its sweetness. "Dominic," Allie greeted. Dominic pointed to the car outside. "He's in the car. He said not to come out to avoid causing you trouble. This is the gift he made for you as a Goddess Day present." Without waiting, Allie walked briskly to the car and knocked on the window. The window rolled down, revealing Baker's smiling face. "Zandra?" Allie seriously replied, "You're not my trouble." Joe chatted with Dominic nearby, occasionally glancing over, curious about who was in the car but unable to see clearly. Baker nodded by the window. I know. The pink tulip nightlight is for you, baby, hoping you will always be happy." With a lollipop in her mouth, Allie's lips shimmered, with Dad and elder sister. "I am very happy now. Thank you, Dad." "Or beautiful is this." Baker sighed in relief. "I'm glad you like it. I'll find time to send Mabel hers too." In the next few days, Baker managed to finish his preparations. With every small step forward, he felt a bit more secure in his new role as a father, learning how to be attentive and caring in a way that resonated deeply with his daughters. As the Goddess Festival approached, Baker found immense satisfaction in the smiles his gifts brought to his daughters' faces, realizing that love and effort mattered more than anything else. Chapter 152. Don't be fooled by unofficial applications. When Bridget received the gift, her joy was exactly like George's and the others. So exquisite, so beautiful. She twirled the white tulip in her hand. Brock also nodded beside her. This kind of handicraft requires the most patience. Only a university student like Baker would have the time. White symbolizes purity and innocence, matching her innocent and romantic personality. Baker grinned at Brock and then warned Bridget not to get sunburned. Bridget nodded. "Don't worry, I've applied sunscreen. I just didn't expect that you would make these, and they all come in different colors." Because Brock and others were nearby, Bridget refrained from calling him Dad. After seeing her sister's photos on WeChat Livians last night, Bridget thought they had coincidentally bought them. But this morning, when Baker delivered the gift, facing some difficulties? "Don't hide anything from us," Bridget teased playfully with both hands forming eyes. Baker smiled helplessly. "Understood, I should go now. Dominic is waiting outside. I'll come home for dinner when I have time." "Okay, I'll see you off." Bridget tried to get up. Baker helped her sit back down. "No need, rest well. You still have to film later, right?" "Okay, bye Dad," Bridget quickly said. Brock frowned. "What did you say?" Bridget looked through her script. "I said, bye. Brock said, "Oh," without suspecting anything. At the hospital, Baker visited Kingston. Kingston's mother finally recovered and was transferred to a general ward. "You want to earn money?" Kingston was surprised. Baker nodded. "Yes." Kingston took out his phone and showed Baker. "There's an app called Point Question, where you can earn money by registering as a tutor. Many students and parents post questions for rewards, and sometimes answering one question can earn you quite a bit. I've been using this app to earn money while taking care of my mom. At least 100 yuan a day, sometimes up to 300 or 400. Baker was shocked yet delighted. "That much?" He calculated secretly. 300 yuan a day would mean 10,000 a month. Good, very good. Baker immediately downloaded the app and registered as a tutor with Kingston's help. On the way back, he met Devlin cycling back after grocery shopping. Baker got off the car, letting Dominic drive ahead while walking back with Devlin. Knowing their relationship, Dominic left without worries. Devlin also pushed his bike and glanced at Baker's phone, frowning. "You're earning money online by solving problems?" Baker put away his phone. "Not really, I'm just trying it out and it seems pretty decent. Recently, the government has been cracking down on photo-solving apps. Don't let unofficial apps deceive you," Devlin warned. Baker nodded. "I know, Kingston has been using this app. I just felt I should find something to do instead of wasting my college years." Still concerned, Devlin extended his hand. "Let me see." Baker handed over his phone, holding Devlin's bike. He explained, "Brother Zhao, the one you're talking about should be tutoring classes. The government is targeting those, but this is an online problem-solving platform where users tip me for solving problems. It should be fine." Devlin adjusted his reading glasses and checked thoroughly. "All right, it's a legitimate app. Your satisfaction rate is 99%? Did you solve every question correctly?" Baker smirked. "Pretty much. After waking up, apart from looking younger, what else has changed? It feels like you've evolved. Your brain is different now." Devlin returned the phone, trying to push his bike, but Baker stopped him. Baker joked, "Maybe I did evolve." Upon returning home, as soon as he entered, Georgia and Sage greeted him from the elevator. They questioned one by one. Georgia said, "Dad, Mabel told me you wanted to work part-time. Are you facing any difficulties? Let me handle it." Sage was also worried. "Godfather, tell us what troubles you have. Summer and I can help." Baker shook his head. "No, there's no trouble. Like your synchronized thoughts, Mabel also thought I faced difficulties when I mentioned it." He washed his hands and sat on the sofa, continuing to talk to Georgia and the others. "I just think I should support myself. How can I always rely on your money? Earning money isn't easy for you either. Moreover, I don't want people to call me a kid-dependent." Baker smiled. Regarding this term, Baker learned it online. Whether elder-dependent, kid-dependent, youth-dependent, all kinds exist. Sage and Georgia exchanged glances, both showing resignation. "Earning money isn't easy for us, but we earn hundreds of millions per project. Money doesn't even know how to be spent. Godfather, if you're worried about us, just use the money." Sage laughed. Georgia nodded. "Dad, the money I earn is for you to spend. No need to differentiate." "But I..." Baker tried to argue. Georgia and Sage spoke in unison. "Not kid-dependent." Baker agreed. "Fine, not kid-dependent. I just find it interesting to earn money for myself. The cards and money you gave me are saved, and I'll return them when you need them. Georgia doted on Baker. All right. Sage could only say, okay. At the filming site of The Brightest Star, Bridget finished work, tidied up her makeup, and held the night light Baker gave her. She took a 9-square grid photo, with a strawberry bear in the background. Since the first day on set, she always carried the strawberry bear. She posted on Weibo and WeChat Livians to share her happiness. Taking photos. Gladys approached with a triangular cake. She handed it to Bridget. Come, have some cake. Enjoy my good fortune. Surprised, Bridget accepted. Is it your birthday today? Why didn't anyone tell me? The crew didn't inform me either. I could have prepared a gift. Gladys waved it off. I dislike such celebrations, so I didn't mention it. But Leland still prepared a small cake for me. I offered to share it with everyone instead of organizing a grand party. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Bridget took a bite of the cake, but still felt guilty. Gladys, do you have scenes tonight? Yes, in half an hour. I'll be shooting indoors. Is there something? Gladys loved snacks but wasn't particularly interested in cakes, only taking 2 bites before setting it down. Bridget finished the cake in a few bites and stood up. Can you wait for me here for 10 minutes? Gladys looked at her, puzzled, but still nodded. Okay. Brock followed Bridget. Young miss, are you planning to prepare a gift? Bridget dashed straight to the hotel where they were filming, intending to borrow their kitchen. Yeah, brother Ho. Can you help me keep those reporters and fans at bay? I need to get this done. Brock didn't understand but still agreed to guard outside. Sure. At that moment, as Baker lay on his clean bed scrolling through Douyin, he received a video call from his second treasure. Baker answered. What's up, Mabel? It was so late. Could something have happened? Baker recalled the stalker incident in the hotel last time. His emotions immediately tensed as he looked at Bridget. But then Bridget said, Dad, it's Gladys's birthday today. I just ate a piece of cake from her and wanted to make her a bowl of longevity noodles. How do I do it? Bridget was okay with making instant noodles, but lacked experience when it came to cooking noodles. She wanted to cook Baker brand longevity noodles because they were aromatic and delicious. Baker relaxed and gave her instructions. The secret to delicious longevity noodles is to add cold water multiple times while boiling, which allows the noodles to cook quickly and thoroughly. After draining them and rinsing with cold water, place them in pre-prepared broth. Father and daughter worked together, and within 15 minutes, a bowl of perfectly colored and flavored longevity noodles was ready. Bridget took a small bite to taste. Yep, it tasted just right. All set, Dad. You rest well? Thanks. Bridget hung up happily and hurriedly headed to the filming site with the noodles. Thankfully, it wasn't far. Reporters and fans who had been following her caught the scent of the noodles. They were already full but couldn't help but swallow saliva as they speculated about who Bridget's noodles were for. Even Gladys was curious. When Bridget placed the bowl under her nose, Gladys's eyes widened, pointing at herself. For me? Yeah. My dad says the birthday person should eat longevity noodles, symbolizing eternal health and happiness. He said homemade noodles are the best, but it takes too much time, so I used Yangchun noodles instead. Give it a try. Bridget handed the chopsticks to Gladys. Gladys felt a mix of emotions, accepting the chopsticks with moist eyes. Thank you, and thank your uncle on my behalf. She took a bite and the beautiful taste blossomed in her mouth. Gladys hadn't expected ordinary noodles to taste so good. Did your uncle teach you? This tastes fantastic, better than what high-end hotels can make. If I have the chance, I'll thank him in person. Bridget offered an awkward smile. Eat up. She silently thought. No need to thank him in person since Gladys had already met this uncle. Meanwhile, Baker sneezed a few times. Putting down his phone, he muttered, Indeed, staying up late alerts the body. Time to sleep, gotta take care of myself. While Baker slept, his obedient daughter was taking photos with Gladys. Grateful for the noodles, Gladys updated her Weibo. This bowl of longevity noodles is incredible. Thanks to Mabel for personally cooking and to her dad for the tutorial. Full and happy, working hard. The post included pictures of Bridget and Gladys looking stunning and goofy. Netizens praised how good-looking they were and begged for the recipe. On his way back to school, Baker saw the trending hashtag about Gladys's longevity noodles. Clicking into it, he smiled proudly. Then he liked the post, causing a whirlwind effect. Hashtag chapter 153. Mabel goes missing during the earthquake. While netizens were still puzzled about why Eric had liked Gladys's Weibo post, Baker had already logged out of Weibo and gone to school. Upon arriving at the school grounds, he noticed many stalls set up on the playground, with many students milling around. Curious, he walked over and was immediately handed several flyers. Opening them, he saw that they were promotional materials for online and offline volunteer activities organized by the University of Finance and Economics. Baker, over here, someone called out upon spotting him. James and the others turned their heads. Seeing Baker approach, Kevin asked, Brother How, have you decided on anything? This was the first time Baker had encountered such activities. He felt a bit confused yet intrigued. No, these activities, have you guys decided on anything? He initially these are, do something more carefully next time, and quickly pick up those papers and apologize to Eliza. The vice president scolded. The nurse hurriedly collected the papers and apologized to Professor Marnie. Sorry, Eliza, I was rushing to deliver these materials and didn't expect to collide with you. Professor Marnie extended a finger, silencing everyone. In her cool, clear voice, she asked, Are all these people participating in the health volunteer activity? The nurse, unsure why Professor Marnie was curious, hastily replied, Yes. These are volunteers from various universities who will come on weekends for training and accompaniment. Professor Marnie nodded. I happen to be free. I'll lead this activity, informed the organizer. Everyone was shocked. The vice president objected. Eliza, isn't this too much for someone of your caliber? Your time is precious. We'll make sure the event runs smoothly. Other department heads echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this small activity serves elderly residents in nursing homes. If anything unexpected happens, Eliza's safety. Last year, an elderly resident had caused trouble, bullying a student, which made everyone concerned for Professor Marnie's safety. Professor Marnie's gaze turned icy. My decision is final. Just arrange it. all right, the vice president conceded. On Saturday morning, Baker boarded the bus early to Fengqing Nursing Home. After receiving notification on Thursday, he informed his family that he might not return home over the weekend due to participating in a school volunteer activity. His daughters were reassured after learning he would be assisting elderly residents by checking blood pressure and similar tasks. Baker assured them he would follow the organizer's instructions to avoid any mishaps. Therefore, he gave Ned and the others a day off instead of having them accompany him. Arriving at the nursing home, Baker stood out in the group, not only for his height but also for his striking appearance. After listening to the instructions, they followed the large group inside. Baker caught sight of Professor Marnie and thought he was hallucinating until he approached her, meeting her gaze. He then smiled. Eliza, what a surprise. What brings you here? Marnie looked at him seriously. Not a coincidence. I came specifically to observe you closely. Wow. The onlooker's eyes sparkled with curiosity, ears perked up, waiting for more. Baker felt slightly awkward. You're really joking, Eliza. He rubbed his nose, biting his lips softly. Didn't we agree you could study me once you cured my loved ones? Marnie coldly acknowledged and moved to the front of the line, her cold beauty and pressure with other instructors. Marnie glanced at him coldly. I said I'll teach you and I will. She wasn't confirming any crazy theories but found Baker's body increasingly intriguing. She had never seen such a powerful and mysterious pulse before. Half believing her, Baker watched as Marnie diligently taught him how to test blood glucose, blood pressure, and even emergency procedures. He grasped the skills quickly and soon bonded with the elderly residents, who were charmed by his handsome looks, kind demeanor, and sweet talk. One elder, Chandler, grunted disapprovingly at the women crowding around Baker. Why bother? Didn't you see him talking closely to that girl earlier? Maybe they have a special relationship? Baker turned and saw Professor Marnie diagnosing another resident nearby. Sir, you misunderstood. Eliza and I are just colleagues, Baker explained, thinking they could be considered friends. Chandler smirked knowingly. Young people, don't think calling me old makes me oblivious. There's definitely something between you two. Baker gave up trying to explain and focused on testing Chandler's blood glucose levels. Noticing elevated levels, he advised Chandler to be careful, although Chandler insisted he had fasted, secretly having eaten a piece of Sakama candy. Embarrassed and scolded by Sister Marnie, the old man turned red and sulked back to his room. Baker stood up, rubbing his waist. Such a stubborn old man. Sister Marnie looked at him and said, some people shouldn't be indulged. The more you do, the worse they get. Ah, got it, Baker nodded. Her tone was somewhat like Tina's, icy and cold, but her heart was good. After spending most of the afternoon on volunteer activities and distributing mini flyers, Baker finally left with others on the bus. Sister Marnie had taken her private car and left earlier, saying to Baker before she went, see you next time. Baker, who was chatting with James about today's activity, casually replied, okay. Only after getting in the car did he realize what he'd agreed to. Next time? Would Sister Marnie show up again? Feeling tired, Baker closed his eyes, but his mind replayed all the medical knowledge Sister Marnie had taught him. When he got home, he found the house empty. Dominic informed him that Georgia and Sage were out on a business trip, and Bridget had gone into the mountains for filming today. Baker paused. Didn't Mabel say she was going early this morning? She should have been back by now. Suddenly, a sinking feeling crept into his chest. He went online to check news about the Brightest Star production crew. Reports surfaced that after entering the mountains, the crew encountered a 5.5 magnitude earthquake at noon, and they couldn't reach anyone in the crew anymore. Baker's eyes widened in shock. Mabel is in danger. I have to find her. Dominic tried to dissuade him. Stay here. We'll send Ned and the others. There might still be aftershocks there. No, I'm going with them, Baker insisted, equipping himself with simple gear, including a first aid kit and flashlight. As Ned and the others prepared to drive into the mountains, Allie appeared in the garage. The car screeched to a halt as Baker jumped out in surprise. Tina, what are you doing here? Allie got in the car. I saw the news. The second sister's production crew has lost contact. Dad, I'm coming with you. She brought a signal booster, an enhanced device that could provide wireless signals within its vicinity, allowing phones to connect. Baker nodded. Okay, let's go together. 2 hours later, they reached the Gung Mountain area where rescue teams and vehicles had gathered. Baker's car couldn't proceed further. Comrade, you can't go in. It's dangerous. There may be aftershocks and falling rocks. They were stopped by rescue personnel. Baker pleaded, Comrade, we have professional equipment and skilled personnel. Please let us through. My daughter is in there. The rescue worker stared at Baker. Young comrade, don't joke around. You look only 18. Realizing his mistake, Baker quickly corrected. It's my cousin's daughter. Please, let us through. Ned and the others showed their identities as retired reconnaissance soldiers, which finally got them past the blockade. Inside, the ground trembled every few steps. Instinctively, Allie shielded Baker, while Baker instinctively embraced her protectively. Once the shaking subsided, Allie released the signal enhancer. Baker immediately called Bridget. The call connected, and he heard her familiar ringtone. Mabel, where are you? We're behind you. Bridget's voice came from behind, mixed with the breaths of others. Baker turned around and ran towards her with Allie, opening his arms wide. Ignoring everyone else, he tightly hugged his daughter. It's okay. Everything's okay, Mabel. I'll take you away. We're going home. Chapter 154. What I care most about are my family. Mariah was trembling in his arms, and Baker's hands were also slightly shaking. Our motorhome is buried. How do we get down the mountain? Mariah asked Baker while wrapped in a blanket. The rest of the film crew looked at Baker with hopeful eyes. To them, Baker's arrival was like a godsend, bringing the hope of survival. Baker pointed to the road ahead and said, there are rescue teams and medical teams outside. Everyone should hurry over there. Just as he spoke, the rescue team arrived, with the search dogs barking first, discovering everyone in the misty night rain. Quickly leave here. Be careful of landslides, someone warned. Mariah had her left ankle skin broken and was in too much pain to walk. Baker squatted down. Come, let me carry you. Everyone looked at Baker, small water droplets hanging from his long eyelashes, his expression abnormally serious. Army dispatched by War Chief. He heard about the earthquake and specially sent us to take you home. All arrangements with Captain Diego are completed. You can board immediately. Baker looked at the sky, instinctively swallowing hard. Climb up directly? So intense? If Mr. Xiao is scared, I can assist you up, Fadi said solemnly. Baker straightened his back. No need. I can manage myself. He couldn't lose face in front of his daughters. Brock worried about Mariah's foot and suggested, Shangxiang should go down the mountain with the rescue vehicle. Her foot. Mariah knew her elder sister sending planes indicated significant concern. It's okay. I can climb up. Ali supported her waist and coolly said, Don't worry, second sister. I'm here. Then they stood together on the first step. The ladder slowly rose, carrying them both up. Baker climbed up next, with Fadi behind him. Brock tried to join but was rejected by Fadi. War Chief specified only Mr. Xiao and his family. Brock cupped his hands and shouted loudly, Shangxiang, send a safety message when you reach home. Okay, Mariah responded. On another helicopter, Lance and others were already aboard. The plane turned towards War family estate. On board, Baker took out the first aid kit. Using iodine and gauze, he simply bandaged Mariah's wound. Ali's cold eyes flickered with surprise. How does Dad know how to do this? And went back to his room. Only then did Ali lock the door, pressing a book which moved the bookshelf aside, revealing a hidden space with multiple computers and rapidly flashing data. This secret room was specially modified for Ali by Georgia, known only to the two of them. Inputting Marnie's details, she discovered that she was born in the United States, the same hospital as the third sister. Intrigued by this connection, she hacked into the hospital system, finding Marnie's records deleted. Increasingly suspicious. Pressing enter, a creepy panda avatar danced the hula. Frustrated, Ali typed faster as the panda made mocking faces. Could Q really be helping Marnie? Calling Georgia, elder sister. Georgia, having seen the safety report, was ready to rest but Ali's call disrupted her plans. What's up? I noticed Marnie pays unusual attention to Dad. Investigating, I found she was born in the US, same hospital, yet her records are sparse. Ali explained. Georgia understood. You're worried about potential harm to Dad? Yes, considering Baker's unique condition and the sperm donation plan. Unless someone targeted Baker specifically. Okay, I'll look into it. Don't tell Dad yet. Avoid unnecessary worries, Georgia arranged. Ali nodded. Understood. Next day, Baker stayed home to care for Mariah, while Ali was personally picked up by Kevin back to the club, disrupting training sessions but sparing the players who enjoyed the break. Thankfully, the reason was understandable and quickly resolved. Georgia checked on Baker and Mariah before calling Marnie. Eliza, let's meet. At Coco Luxury Cafe, Georgia and Marnie met in a private room, scrutinizing each other closely. Georgia asked, Eliza, why do you keep approaching Baker? Is there any specific purpose? Marnie's cool gaze remained unchanged. You've questioned me before about this. My interest lies in his unusual physiology. His biological age seems inconsistent with his appearance. Georgia's eyes turned cold, her voice lowering ominously. Eliza, be careful with your words. There was a subtle threat in her tone. However, Marnie showed no fear. Yesterday, I checked his pulse. It was incredibly peculiar, powerful yet mysterious. Your relationship with him seems complex as well. Am I not correct? Did Ramon call me here just to ask this? In a contest between strong individuals, only eye contact is needed. Georgia became more intrigued by Marnie. I thought you might use this information to blackmail me. Boring, Marnie replied indifferently. Georgia sipped her coffee and continued, Eliza, are you American? Does one of your parents have ties to Fengqing? No. My birth father is unknown, and my mother died in a car accident. I currently live with my adoptive parents, Marnie said without reservation. She believed Georgia had the means to find out anyway. Good. As long as you're not intentionally targeting Baker or posing a danger to him, I won't take action against you. Georgia suddenly stood up, took a few steps, then stopped. Her cold glance flicked toward the indifferent Marnie. The people I care about most in this life are my family. I imagine Eliza feels the same way. Marnie didn't respond. After Georgia left, she received an international email on her phone. Opening it, she found it informed her that someone was investigating her background. Interesting, Marnie murmured, staring out at the view outside, lost in thought. On the road, Georgia called Ali. Tina, investigate Professor Marnie's birth mother, and see if she had connections with any men. Follow that lead. Ali responded, sure, big sister. Just hypothetically, if she really is part of our family. Georgia detected a shift in her sister's composed demeanor. Tina, her cool call brought Ali back, who coldly stated, I don't like her. Georgia affirmed, I know. Both of you have a similar aura and personality. One cold, the other stern. Dad mistakenly identified Marnie initially, leading to their meeting. So you've always been bothered by this, haven't you? But Tina, Georgia paused for a moment, then continued. If she truly is the third sister, the final decision won't be ours but Dad's and hers. Ali naturally understood this. I get it. Dad's wishes were the most important. Chapter 155, Grandson, what do you want to do to my people? Georgia and Ali both kept this matter from Baker. When Georgia entered, Baker warmly asked, Daughter, Kira said you went out. Where did you go? I didn't do much, just met someone, Georgia said softly. Baker was a bit puzzled, and about to ask who when Georgia changed the topic to Bridget's situation. Tan is fine. I'm cooking pig trotter soup for her, to nourish with the shape of food, Baker happily said. Georgia nodded. I'll go up and see. In Bridget's room, Sage was chatting with her. They looked over as Georgia came in. You two go downstairs first, Georgia instructed the servants to leave. After closing the door, lifting the quilt, she saw Bridget's bandaged leg. Still hurts? Bridget shook her head. Not anymore. Strangely, when Dad changed my dressing this morning, my foot had already scabbed over and showed signs of shedding. Georgia frowned slightly. Unwrap it for me to see. Seeing her serious expression, Sage asked, Hey, why are you so serious? Bridget, though curious, still unwrapped it obediently, and it really was shedding. As expected, Baker homemade pickled vegetables, hoping Baker wouldn't mind. Baker naturally didn't mind and enjoyed them heartily because Kingston's mother's fermented tofu and pickles tasted like the ones made by his aunt. At first, James and others wrinkled their noses, disliking them, but one day curiosity got the better of them, and they tried them with a bowl of rice as Baker did. Ah, delicious. Gradually, the school cafeteria also started serving fermented tofu, but its taste was far inferior to what Kingston brought. Baker still preferred Kingston's mother's version. Within half a month, the WH Club won first place in the city's esports competition. Sage was delighted and gave the WH Club a month off, allowing everyone to relax or scout for new players. When Allie returned home, Baker was still at school, Georgia and Sage were at the company, and even Bridget was back at the set. Bored at home, she messaged Baker, "Dad, I'm so bored at home. Can I visit your school?" Baker knew Allie was on vacation but didn't expect Xandra to return so soon. "Sure, if you want to come, I'll show you around." "Okay." Right after class, Baker darted out of the classroom with excitement, nearly bumping into Kingston carrying books around the corner. Kingston complained, "Running so fast, going to meet a girl?" Baker happily shouted back, recognizing her face. Baker introduced, "This is my family member, Allie." Knowing these three were close to her father, Allie nodded slightly as a greeting. "King." Kevin suddenly realized. James and Zach exclaimed together, "The new king of WH Club, replacing G-God?" Baker nodded, not understanding the surprise. Everyone, hearing Kevin's voice, instantly recognized Allie. So she was the beautiful successor, taking over G-God's position at WH Club. It was rumored that she had a close relationship with Baker. Thus, she came specifically to see him. Part of the crowd regretfully dispersed, but some still watched secretly. Baker waved them off. "Return to your posts and stop staring." He protectively glared, warning them off. They misunderstood, thinking Baker wanted to monopolize Allie. All sorts of gossip began circulating on the campus network. Unaware of the rumors spreading uncontrollably, Baker toured Allie around the school, introducing her to the environment. Allie showed little interest outwardly but felt happy inside. It was her first time visiting Baker's school, walking beside her father, experiencing his joy. Since Allie had never attended school, she was taught by private tutors hired by her grandfather. Rewards for learning well and penalties for failing had been part of her upbringing, so schooling wasn't particularly joyful to her. But today, she sensed an unfamiliar yet pleasant feeling from Baker. Kevin and friends feared upsetting Teacher Deng and hurried back to the classroom. Baker walked slowly with Allie down the hallway, now almost empty. He whispered, "Xandra, this class is taught by Lionel Deng. We'll enter through the back door and sit in the last row." Allie agreed silently, finding it thrilling and oddly enjoyable to sneak in. Isn't this the difference between school and private tutoring? Teacher Deng entered punctually, placed his thermos and textbook heavily on the desk, and started roll call. Looking up, he noticed Baker talking to someone beside him, whose face seemed familiar. Could it be? Devlin gave Baker a questioning look. "Your daughter?" Baker nodded subtly. "Brother Zhao is smart." Their silent conversation ended, and Devlin continued with the roll call. When he finished, someone spoke up sarcastically. Zach raised her hand. "Teacher Deng, there's an unrelated person in our class. Why is she wearing a mask and had to freeload on our lessons? Does she have some contagious disease?" Baker's smile faded, and he coldly replied, "Zach, clean up your act. This is my friend, and she has registered with the gatekeeper and the principal." Zach glared at him, still unsatisfied. "This is Teacher Deng's specialized course. Outsiders are not allowed to freeload according to school rules." Allie lightly lifted her eyes, playing with a paper ball in her hands, looking at Zach indifferently. She wondered where would be best to hit. "I know the school rules, but Xandra hasn't disrupted the class order, and I've reported it to Teacher Deng." Baker winked at Devlin. The pressure was now on him. Devlin sternly said, "All right, enough talk. Baker did report this to me, and I approved it. As long as there's room and no disruption, no whispering during my lectures is allowed." Others nodded in agreement. Zach clearly wasn't satisfied and wanted to say more, but then she yelped, suddenly clutching her bottom and sitting down red-faced. Baker glanced at Allie. The small paper ball in her hand was gone. Allie told Baker, "I don't want to listen, and I'm uncomfortable sitting here. I'll go wander around and wait for you." Baker nodded. "Okay, don't go too far or talk to strangers." "Got it." Allie stood up, nodded to Devlin, and left through the back door. Allie went to the convenience store, bought a lot of snacks, and wandered over to the gym, briefly glancing inside before leaving. Alex, who was playing basketball inside, noticed a pretty figure flash by the entrance. He let a few others out and blocked Allie near the fountain. A good dog doesn't block the way. Allie, munching on chips, coldly remarked. Alex, having never seen such a beautiful girl in school, was suddenly filled with lustful thoughts. "Beautiful lady, can we exchange contact information?" Allie moved her head side to side. "Do you want to die?" She placed the snacks on a bench and swallowed the last piece of chips. Her fingers subtly moved, exuding and intimidating. Baker was mainly worried that if Allie hurt someone without killing them, it could cause a big stir at school, preventing her from entering again. He still had many places to show her, and wanted her to feel more connected to his school life. Chapter 156, Grandma Sage, Madame Yu. Allie could tell from Baker's eyes that he was considering their options. With a cool tone, she was about to leave with Baker. However, Alex took a few quick steps and blocked their way. "Beauty, isn't it too much to just ask for friendship?" "Too much," Baker said, pulling Allie behind him and glaring at Alex with an expression of someone looking for death. "I think you really need a beating. I'm already trying my best to save you." Alex stared at Baker as if he were mentally impaired. "What are you talking about?" "Ah, damn." Before he finished his sentence, Allie punched him in the stomach, sending Alex flying several steps back, knocking over a few of his goons. Saliva spewed out from his mouth as Alex clutched his stomach, terrified and staring at Allie. "What kind of monster are you?" Allie's gaze turned even colder. Baker immediately stepped forward and slapped Alex several times on the head. If you want to live, talk less. Even pigs can be taught, but you can't learn. Got it? Stay away from her when you see her. Baker very seriously told Alex. She actually has social anxiety. She got scared by you just now. Alex and goons. What kind of social anxiety? That punch felt like it had churned his insides. He could almost throw up last night's dinner. Alex pointed at Allie, trembling and still wanting to say something. Allie said, "You dared to provoke me without having 8-pack abs?" Baker was equally confused. "What do you mean?" "At least with 8-pack abs, it could cushion this punch," Allie explained. Baker. His darling actually made a cold joke. Alex and goons. How could they feel insulted after getting hit? Baker continued strolling around with Allie, holding the snacks she had bought. Whenever she wanted to eat something, Baker would open it for her, and occasionally, she would feed him. Almost everyone in the school saw Baker walking around with a beautiful girl, feeding each other affectionately. On the school's social media, photos of the two were posted, with some admiring them, others envying them. There were even people questioning if they were actually siblings due to their similar facial features. After dropping off Allie, Baker was cornered in the dorm by James, and the others who showed him the post on the campus network. Not too bad this time, Baker scanned through, looking rather calm. "Don't you need to explain, brother how?" Zach asked, slightly worried. "What should I explain? Some people will always see dirt no matter how clear you make things. I've explained enough, haven't I? How many times try the university cafeteria food? But I said I'd come back to have dinner with you and the sisters." Georgia responded with a nod, her lips curving upwards. "So, visiting the school wasn't entirely boring. Your cousin Jamie doesn't return today, so it's just us two for dinner." "Okay," Allie nodded. During dinner, Baker suddenly called in for a video chat. Both of them were slightly taken aback and answered the call. "Eating yet?" Baker said through the camera, looking like he was in the dorm. Georgia noticed and asked, "We are eating. Why did you decide to video call, Dad?" "While eating," Baker replied, "just wanted to see if Darling is feeling better." For this, he even asked the roommates to leave, staying alone in the dorm to video chat with the girls. "Why wasn't Darling feeling well?" Georgia asked. Allie frowned lightly before relaxing. "Dad, that fool can't affect me." "Fool?" Georgia put down her chopsticks and asked seriously, "What exactly happened?" Baker widened his eyes. "Didn't Darling know? I thought Xandra would complain about Alex when she got home." Allie remained indifferent. "Why would I mention someone unimportant?" Thus, she briefly recounted the incident involving Alex to Georgia. Georgia narrowed her eyes. "It seems the atmosphere at Kaida University needs improvement." Baker's mouth twitched. "He's just a big fool. Darling shouldn't be upset. Eat more vegetables. These dishes look good." Changing the subject, to your parents, and to meet your godfather. She emphasized the word, godfather. Sage snapped back to reality. "Grandma, godfather is good. He treats me just like Summer and the others. Please don't embarrass him." Yujushua smiled enigmatically. "Rest assured, I won't embarrass him." Far away at school, Baker was oblivious that he had already caught someone's attention. He planned to experiment with new dishes when he returned home that week. The foreign pastry chef had sent him an email, mentioning that he had created some new items, and sent them via international courier for Baker to taste. Baker was pleasantly surprised that a master chef would send him his creations to critique, promising to give a thorough review. But plans never match changes. On Saturday afternoon, while Baker was alone at home, Dominic brought in a stranger. Upon entering, the visitor tipped his hat, and said he was sent by Lady Yu to invite Baker to visit the Jamie family. "Madam Yu?" Baker was puzzled. Dominic clarified, "Yu Jushua, Miss Jamie's grandmother. She sent an invitation a few days ago, which Miss Summer declined." He hadn't expected Madam Yu to send someone to invite Baker specifically while Miss Summer and the others were away. "Baker, if you don't want to go, you can refuse," Dominic suggested. Baker looked at the visitor who wore a determined smile, as if he wouldn't rest until Baker went with him. He pulled Dominic aside. "I'll go first. You quickly inform Summer and the others." Dominic nodded. "All right." Baker followed the man out, forgetting his phone on the sofa. By the time Dominic chased after them, the car had already driven far away. Dominic hurriedly called the girls. Just as he was about to dial, he saw Sage's car slowly pulling up. Before getting out of the car, she heard from Dominic that Godfather had been taken by her grandmother's people. "What? I'll bring Godfather back." Sage immediately turned the car around. Georgia and Allie also received the news. They both headed to the Jamie residence. Their faces carried a look of seriousness. When Baker arrived at the Jamie residence, he found the elderly lady already sitting in the courtyard waiting for him. Upon seeing him get out of the car, she gestured for him to join her for tea. She had a kind face, not looking like someone malicious at all. Baker approached and sat down. "Hello, Lady Yu." Yujushua sized up Baker and suddenly remarked, "You're quite handsome. No wonder that girl wanted to recognize you as her godfather." "Huh?" Baker looked at Yujushua with bewilderment. Yujushua calmly continued, "My granddaughter is obsessed with looks. Back when my daughter was young, she too fell for the good looks of a Jamie family boy and insisted on marrying him. The mother and daughter share the same traits." Baker nearly spat out his tea. "Lady Yu, did you invite me here for a reason?" "No particular reason, just curiosity. When Guo last demanded to return to China due to you, I was quite curious then." Yujushua smiled while looking at Baker. "I know about the Zhan family sperm donation program. After all, I once participated in it." No wonder Yujushua wasn't surprised by his young age. She likely knew the whole story. "I have always strictly educated Guo to prevent her from being bullied when she grows up. However, she went behind my back to recognize a godfather. That made me very curious about you, but there's not much information available. I came back this time specifically to meet you. But the little girl from the Zhan family seemed terrified I'd eat you, and refused my invitation. Even Guo kept hiding you from me." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of brakes could be heard outside the gate. It slowly opened, and Sage rushed in with the others. "Godfather, did my grandmother do anything to you?" she asked anxiously. Baker shook his head. "Nothing." Upon seeing he was unharmed, Georgia and Allie heaved a sigh of relief. Georgia greeted Yu Zhuxue. Good day, Lady Yu. Ali warily watched the elder, standing next to Baker. Baker patted her hand. Xandra, say hello? Ali coldly responded. Greetings, Lady Yu. Yu Zhuxue gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, then said to Baker, see? She favors outsiders. Baker chuckled. Lady Yu, you needn't test me. Xiaoguo is fine. She's obedient and considerate. Although she can be a handful, she brings rare joy. Rest assured, she will be happy. Yu Zhuxue's heart stirred. She hadn't expected Baker to see through her intentions. Since you've come, return with them. Have Gua stay and keep me company. All right, Baker nodded to Sage. He then left with Georgia and Ali. Sage felt her eyes grow warm. From the conversation, she realized her grandmother wasn't trying to make things difficult for Baker, but was testing whether he was a suitable godfather. For the first time in years, Sage lazily laid her head on Yu Zhuxue's knee. Grandma, you're too old for such antics. Get up. Yu Zhuxue's tone was strict, yet her fingers gently stroked Sage's head. ##### Chapter 157. Chaos ensues. On the way back to the Zhan family home, Baker asked his daughter with concern, Daughter, why were you and Xandra so serious earlier? Is Kira's grandmother very formidable? Everyone seemed on edge, even Dominic was no exception. However, the person who invited him to the Jamie family villa did indeed seem mysterious. He experienced a formal hat removal salute for the first time, a very respectful gesture he had never received before. Georgia whispered softly, Sarah is the tutor of the long princess of America's Glay royal family. The one who invited you is her knight commander, a very high-ranking military officer. It's the long princess showing respect to Sarah by having her stay close. Baker exclaimed in surprise, wow, sounds really powerful. A royal family. Sounds incredibly impressive, he thought. But what does this have to do with me? Baker still didn't understand. Ali explained further. Dad, my older sister and I were afraid she might harm you. She suddenly invited you to the Jamie family when we were not around, even though my elder sister has refused her several times before. At first, Baker wasn't too worried but grew more concerned as he listened. Oh, it won't happen. I haven't done anything to offend her. Why would she harm me? Georgia said coldly, You did. Confused, Baker asked, What did I do? Dad, when you adopted Kira as your goddaughter, Sarah suspected you had ulterior motives, Ali summed up. The Jamie family's business isn't just limited to entertainment. They also run automotive and international trade operations, including arms and machinery. Baker widened his eyes, touching his chilled neck and muttering to himself, So, I nearly stepped into hell just now. No, Ali assured him seriously. I won't. Ability. Bridget's wound healed quickly because during the bizarre incident, Baker accidentally dripped a bit of his blood, altering her blood structure. Baker hadn't noticed at the time, but Bridget only remembered it during their conversation with Georgia. The next day, Bridget messaged Baker early in the morning, asking about Sage's grandmother since she finished work late last night and didn't get a chance to ask. Baker was already en route, sitting in the school bus with Ali while replying to Bridget. When he got off the bus, Bridget sent another message with 2 exclamation marks. Dad, be careful. Don't get hurt. Baker tilted his head, feeling something was odd about the girl's behavior. He asked Ali, Xandra, are you guys hiding something from me? No, Ali replied, clearly uneasy. Baker put away his phone, thinking he might be overthinking things. After distributing flyers and giving instructions, the team leader divided everyone into groups. Sister Marnie approached Baker. Remember what I taught you last time? Ali was idly handing out flyers when she heard the voice. She swiftly turned and stormed over. What are you doing here? She asked stiffly. Marnie glanced at her indifferently. Why are you here? Their gazes locked in an intense exchange. Standing between them, Baker blocked their view. Well, I remember the acupoints, but I lack practice and technique. Behind his back, Baker signaled Ali to calm down. He wondered why Xandra always showed hostility towards Sister Marnie. Marnie reached out and suddenly grabbed Baker's wrist. Your pulse hasn't changed. Let go, Ali intervened, aiming for Marnie's lower body. Marnie took a step back, releasing him, then said to Baker, Find someone to practice on. She gestured, and a young man in a white coat named Donghua appeared. Eliza, you called? Yes, Marnie sat down, receiving a chair and tea set instantly. She calmly sipped her tea, motioning for Baker to start. This setup felt quite domineering. Baker twiddled his thumbs awkwardly. I'll give it a try. Sister Marnie and Donghua sat aside. As a medical student who admired Eliza, Donghua had volunteered to help, only to become a test subject. Though unhappy, he smiled at Baker. Bro, do you know how to check pulses? No, Baker admitted honestly. Donghua choked slightly, looking to Marnie for help, who remained focused on the scene. Reluctantly, he rolled up his sleeve and let Baker experiment. Recalling what Marnie had taught him, Baker gently placed 3 fingers, pressing down slowly. Suddenly, he looked at Donghua seriously. Did you stay up late last night? Did you drink alcohol? Your liver seems problematic. Enraged, Donghua retorted. You have problems. Marnie stood up coldly. Let me see. Meanwhile, other teams were testing Elder's blood pressure, blood sugar, height, and weight. Several people around them stared curiously at their experiment. Ali cast a cold glance, walking over to Baker. Let's help elsewhere. Sure, Baker agreed, scratching his head, but Marnie stopped them. I'm teaching acupuncture today. As soon as she spoke, a silver needle flew out, piercing Donghua. He dared not move. Baker became intrigued, but Ali intercepted the second needle. He doesn't need to learn this. Marnie's icy gaze fell on Ali. You aren't qualified to touch my needles. Her aides rushed forward, attempting to grab the needle. Ali flipped backward, kicking over Marnie's tea set, spilling hot water onto Donghua's face. He screamed, Eliza, can you please remove the needle? Ignoring him, Marnie locked eyes with Ali. They exchanged blows, one sharp, one gentle, before fighting earnestly. Seeing Donghua in distress, Baker stepped in. Let me help you. Don't. Ow. As soon as Baker touched the needle, Donghua fainted from fright. Baker jumped in shock as Deng Wei was carried away. Marnie glanced at Baker. He's fine, just fainted from fright. Think about how your friend will compensate for my tea set. Sorry, Xandra didn't mean to. Baker held Ali, explained. We're all here as volunteers to serve others. Please don't fight, okay? They exchanged cold glances, but turned their heads away. Oh man, that was quite a commotion. Baker was sweating. Just as it quieted down, trouble arose again. A tall, muscular man appeared before a group of elders, demanding money from one of them. No money? The man's eyes widened in anger, grabbing the old man's shirt tightly. Old man, I suggest you don't play games with me. The onlookers urged him to release the elder, but he cursed at anyone who tried to help. No one dared intervene because of his terrifying appearance and bulging muscles. Baker pushed through the crowd, recognizing the elder as Germano, who had previously remarked on his unusual relationship with Sister Marnie. Hey, handsome, holding Germano like this isn't good for his breathing. Let him go, and we can talk things through slowly. Germano glanced at Baker, sneering, then released him. Fine, judging by your attire, you must be pretty rich. Give me 10,000, and I'll let this old man go. 10,000? You're robbing him, someone complained. Baker nodded. Exactly, you're robbing him. We can call the police. Dirk laughed, brushing a few strands of hair from his head, then fiercely grabbed Baker's collar. If you can't pay, why stick your nose in? He slapped Baker's face 3 times. Whoosh, skilled, but please don't bully my son. Speechless, Baker gave Germano a deadpan look. A phrase flashed through his mind. Self-inflicted suffering is incurable. Hashtag chapter 158. Inherent bloodline conflict. Baker deeply regretted his actions. He lightly slapped himself. Why did I have to meddle? Ali held his hand and shook her head. You did nothing wrong. Don't be angry. If you like, I'll beat him up again. Germano stepped in front of Dirk with his body. Little girl, what do you want? You may look pretty, but you're as vicious as a scorpion. Who was he talking about? Was he referring to his own son? Baker vented his frustration. Germano, shut your foul mouth. Look at that mess on the ground. Is that your son? Forcing his own father for money and acting like he wants to kill. What a heartless bastard. I think the most wicked one here is your son. Wake up and see clearly. No, Germano said, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head. Dirk winced in pain, groaning. Old man, why are you wasting words? Quickly take me to the hospital. These people just watch the spectacle. They won't care if I live or die. Don't bother, Baker blurted out the truth. With your attitude, who would help you? Looking around, no one moved to intervene. After all, this person was too cruel. I could end your life right now. Baker quickly stopped her. Xandra, we don't dirty our hands. It's a law society. Let the professionals handle it. He waved his phone, showing the emergency number 110. Dirk showed a defiant expression. Go ahead. So what if I get locked up for a few days? Suddenly, Sister Marnie stepped forward, pulled out the silver needle, and inserted several more secretly. Dirk felt a sudden constriction in his lower body. Turning his head, he saw 2 needles in his buttocks. What are you doing, you bitch? He shouted. Sister Marnie glared coldly. I dislike freeloaders. Consider this your gift. You won't enjoy anything for 6 months, and any attempt will bring intense pain. Dirk was stunned. Had he been castrated? Baker instinctively tightened his legs. Never provoke someone skilled in medicine. Ali was somewhat pleased with Sister Marnie's gift. Coincidentally, I also dislike freeloaders. I'll ensure my father lives a happy, worry-free life. As she spoke, she glanced at Baker. Baker smiled, giving her a thumbs up. I agree. People need to reciprocate kindness. Think of each other, and both will be happy. This subtle bragging was unmatched. While praising Xandra, he subtly praised himself. Watching the interaction, Sister Marnie remained calm. Germano pleaded profusely before she withdrew the needles. Germano helped his son limp toward the residence building. Their backs looked pitiful. Baker watched them leave. This child has grown wrong. Germano bears a lot of responsibility. A volunteer commented, true, actually, Germano had a house, but he gave it to his son for marriage, moving into the nursing home himself. Baker was astonished. Germano was so good to his son, yet his son doesn't know gratitude. They all shook their heads. He asks for money every couple of days and even beats Germano when refused. Each time, Germano says his son has difficulties and never reports it. Baker was speechless. How could one respond? One party seeks trouble while the other accepts it. Ali scoffed. If I had problems, I wouldn't burden my father. Useless guy. Her words earned surprised looks from the volunteers and applause from the elderly. Baker told Ali, in the future, if my daughter needs help, I hope I'll step up like Germano. Parents' hearts for their children are the same. Though he missed raising his daughters, he vowed to be there in the future. They distributed flyers, tested the elderly, and took pulses, accomplishing much before wrapping up the day's volunteer work. The leader instructed everyone to board the bus. Baker declined the ride, saying family would pick him up. After the bus left, Dominic arrived. Baker and Ali got in the car and turned to face Sister Marnie, Eliza, strangers attacking each other for no reason. Previously, Baker used to quarrel with cousins, whom he usually overpowered. They would complain to their uncle, resulting in Baker standing punishment without food. His aunt would sneak him snacks. Recalling her first encounter with Sister Marnie, Ali found their aloof and icy demeanor similar. One sharp, the other laid back. Both had aggressive tendencies. Most importantly, Baker mistook Sister Marnie for her. That annoyed her the most. Her dad confused her with someone else. One mountain can't hold 2 tigers. Ali seriously looked at Baker. Baker felt inexplicably guilty. Ah, I understand. What next? The translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text, ensuring it remains natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content, preserving the essence of the narrative. He looked into Ali's eyes and suddenly realized, are you still upset, sweetie, that I once mistook Sister Marnie for you? Ali's eyes sparkled. Baker instantly understood. His daughter had a deep-seated resentment. I'm sorry, sweetie. At that time, she was dressed similarly to you, and her demeanor was also quite close. I really did look at her the wrong way. Allie felt a bit more comfortable, but she still expressed her feelings. I felt a long-lost pressure from her. Yes, pressure. That kind of pressure, as if it was innate. It wasn't a hostile pressure, but rather an indescribable feeling. Her elder sister and second sister never gave her this feeling. So when Allie first met Sister Marnie, she had an urge, almost like a bloodline impulse, to spar with this person. Baker was shocked. There was someone who could exert pressure on Sweetie? Was there someone in this world that Sweetie couldn't handle? Does this pressure make things very difficult for you? Baker asked worriedly. If it was difficult, he would try to avoid interacting with Sister Marnie too much, but she had helped him several times, teaching him how to feel pulses and use simple medical equipment. He owed her a favor, and it had to be repaid. Or maybe he could offer a strand of hair for Sister Marnie to study first. Allie saw the struggle in Baker's eyes and said lightly, it's not too hard. Dad, don't do something silly. I just don't see eye to eye with her. Baker's fleeting thoughts were immediately seen through by Allie. All right, Dad understands. We'll listen to Sweetie. Dad, since she taught you about pulses, I can teach you some combat techniques, Allie suddenly suggested. Baker was taken aback. Combat? Suddenly, chaotic images flashed through his mind. Chapter 159. What secrets does your body hold? The muscular man, drenched in sweat, let out a scream. Baker quickly shook his head. Baby girl, forget it. Dad's not suitable for that. Allie thought about it and agreed. With her protecting Dad, there was no need for him to train so hard in combat. All right. She nodded gently. When they got home, Sage was sitting in the living room chatting with Georgia. Hearing Baker's footsteps, she looked over. Dad, Xandra, you're back. Xandra, did you have fun at the volunteer activity today? Allie replied, not really. Sage looked puzzled at Baker. Dad, what happened? She acutely noticed Xandra's mood was off. Georgia also turned around and put a hand on Allie's shoulder. Then don't go anymore. Baker nodded. Right, I won't go to this volunteer activity anymore, Xandra. Allie didn't want her father to give up because of her. Dad, you don't have to. Actually, the wrap-up work is almost done. I didn't want to go anyway. There's always someone like Dirk or Maya Defa coming by every day, exhausting. The old people are all very healthy. Medical school students usually help check them every half-month. So next time, I'll look for other volunteer activities. Baker smiled. He didn't want Allie to think he quit because of her. This feeling of mutual care was truly heartwarming. Allie couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, next time I'll go with you if I'm free. Sure thing, Baker agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, the new list of volunteers for the hospital had arrived. Someone was confused. Hey, this batch of volunteers seems much smaller. Family dinners on weekends. Sage mentioned it might be due to taking over Thunderbolt. Sage herself wasn't staying at the Jean residence much because of her grandmother. Every night, she complained to Baker about missing him. Baker was curious about why Sage's parents committed suicide, but since Joshua hadn't mentioned it during his invitation to the Jamie household, he didn't dare ask, knowing it was painful for her. On Monday, Baker returned to school with Georgia. His assistant, Maya, came early to take him on a business trip, returning Thursday. Worried about his daughter's safety, Baker wanted her to bring along Ned and others, but Georgia insisted they stay with him or Mabel. Baker remembered the team that emerged during the earthquake. Oh, right, my daughter has her own team. Puzzled by this, Baker asked about the team. Georgia explained it was the Jean family army, passed down since her grandfather's generation, tasked with guarding the Jean family. They were different from mercenaries. They would protect the Jean family generation after generation. Baker nodded, amazed. I see. Such scenarios were usually found in TV shows or novels, not in real life. His daughter was indeed remarkable. Feeling inspired, Baker decided he needed to strive harder, checking for updates and more problems to solve so he could support his daughters. Sitting in the car, Baker pulled out his phone and started working. Georgia glanced at him. Dad. Baker looked up. What's wrong, daughter? Don't work too hard, she hinted. Got it, don't worry, Baker replied before getting back to work. Smiling, Georgia said as he exited the car. I'll come visit you at school on Thursday. Surprised yet elated, Baker hooked his pinky finger with hers. You promise? Of course. That afternoon, Baker's good mood didn't go unnoticed. After class, several classmates bought drinks and teased Baker. Bro, are you happy because of the volunteer activity? Confused, Baker asked. What about the volunteer activity? You keep pretending, they teased. Baker was genuinely baffled. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Are you trying to get a beating? Reaching for Kevin, they nimbly scattered, watching Baker laughingly. James then explained that last week's volunteer activity saw two beautiful women fighting over Baker. Heard it was Eliza and esports player King. Is that true? James probed further. Eager to know more, they awaited Baker's reply. Baker clarified, it was just a misunderstanding between Xandra and Eliza. I was trying to prevent escalation. Changing the subject, Baker inquired about their volunteer experience, then why he was happy that morning. Grinning, Baker shared, a friend will visit me on Thursday. Of course I'm happy. Friend? Which friend? They asked eagerly. See that bizarre, right? Georgia didn't answer. This was a school, she couldn't say too much here. She had intended to discuss this with Baker in more detail when he returned home after his business trip, but upon coming back, she wanted to probe her father first. Seeing that Georgia remained silent, looking solemn, Baker put aside his smile and asked seriously, is it confirmed? Georgia shook her head. Not yet. The information I received indicates that the Yin family did inquire about this technology at Jean Corporation. Xandra found out that Eliza was born in the same hospital as Little 3, but the records were destroyed. There are some similarities, but we're not certain, so we didn't tell you. Today, I just wanted to gauge your thoughts. Baker nodded, somewhat lost in thought, then remembered the nursing home and the scene of Allie playfully tussling with Eliza. He smiled and said, if it really is her, the house will be even livelier in the future. Georgia was touched by Baker's smile, her lips curving up. Yes. They continued walking towards another teaching building. Meanwhile, Eliza was in her lab conducting experiments when her phone dinged. It was an unknown number. She answered, coldly, "What is it?" "Someone is investigating you. Do you want all public records destroyed?" The voice on the other end sounded raspy, as if the throat had been burned. Eliza's lashes flickered. "No need. Everything that needed destroying has been." "Are they friend or foe?" "Not clear yet, but their attack methods resemble someone, Q." The person enunciated forcefully, as if hiding some hidden agenda. Eliza wasn't interested. She asked coldly, "Did you complete what I assigned you?" Translation complete. If there are any specific parts you wish to revisit or refine, please let me know. Chapter 160. Talking as if you have children. Got a lead. "Don't worry, give me more time. I will definitely find out." The other side spoke anxiously. Marnie didn't reply. She was looking at the data on the computer. "All these data have been thoroughly checked?" The answer came from the other end. "Yes, it's very clear. Baker is just an ordinary college student who originally lived in a small alley. Later he moved with his aunt and then connected with the president of Jean Corporation, eventually meeting others." Marnie's eyes fell on the information on the screen. There was a photo of Baker with detailed records of his height, weight, blood type, and hobbies. "You don't seem like an average college student. What secrets does your body hold?" she murmured to herself. Daring not to breathe heavily, the caller awaited Marnie's instructions, reiterating the promise to locate her father's whereabouts. "Fine. I hope you won't disappoint me again, otherwise, you won't need to speak anymore." Marnie hung up the phone. Previously, this person had reported a suspicious individual in Donglan who matched the description Marnie provided. She rushed over but found no one. Instead, she encountered Maya Qian, who took interest in her illness and performed a minor surgery. Later, Baker found out about this, tightening their interactions even more. She touched her chin, recalling Baker's pulse condition last time. An interesting pulse that was steady and strong but unlike a typical 18-year-old's, instead resembling someone in their 50s. Yet, his physical appearance contradicted this. Marnie grew increasingly intrigued by this man, wanting to bring him to the lab immediately for thorough research. Meanwhile, at the boys' dormitory of the school, in the morning, sneezing sounds could be heard inside the dormitory. Achoo, achoo. Baker rubbed his nose. Could he be catching a cold? He felt his forehead, pulled down his eyelids, and checked his pulse. His body was robust. Those sneezes must be because his daughters missed him. Thinking of this, Baker couldn't wait for evening to come so he could return home. Throughout the morning, he was unusually cheerful and enthusiastic about answering questions, much to Edric's delight, who thought Baker finally understood and agreed with his views. However, halfway through the class, the homeroom teacher interrupted. "Baker, please step outside for a moment." Baker got up bewilderedly, walking out with the teacher under everyone's gaze. Edric's eyes widened as they followed them. After the two walked away, he approached the door and asked, "Hey, Teacher Chung, where are you taking Baker?" James and Kevin seized the opportunity to slip out from the back door. Once Edric noticed, "Huh? Where did they all go?" Baker followed the teacher to the principal's office where an elderly man was sitting. This familiar old man gave Baker a headache. "Germano, why did you come here?" On the way, Baker learned that Wang Shun, from the nursing home, had come to the university asking for him, insisting on talking about something important. He created such a commotion outside the gate that the security guard had to call it up the chain, and eventually, the teacher summoned Baker. Seeing Baker clearly, Wang Shun stood up quickly, grabbing his hand. "Classmate, you must help me. I've changed my mind. I don't want to stay at the nursing home anymore. I want to find my son and plan to live with him. But my son threw me out. The nursing home is too lonely. I don't want to stay there. Can you help me get my house back?" Baker shook off his hand. "Germano, that's too much to ask. I'm just a student. How can I help you get your house back? Besides, family matters aren't something I should involve myself in." And moreover, he wasn't obligated to help this man. After explaining the situation to the teachers, Baker turned to head back to class. But as soon as he stepped out, Wang Shun followed him, unyieldingly pulling him along lest they get blamed if he fell or got hurt. Wang Shun stubbornly held on. "No, Baker once told us that we could ask him for help when we're in trouble, and he would try his best." Baker yanked free forcefully, nearly causing Wang Shun to fall. Kevin and the others quickly steadied him. "I said that when you needed medical help during volunteer work, not to become your lifelong caretaker," Baker replied coldly. Then he pointed at Wang Shun. "The current social climate is ruined by people like you, making it hard for young people to easily help others without hesitation." Everyone silently nodded, agreeing with Baker. But they dared not provoke Wang Shun further and continued to persuade him. Wang Shun angrily stuttered. "I don't care. You can't break your promise. Why do you say it and not others?" Frustrated, Baker replied, "It's my fault for speaking recklessly, huh? Look, old Wang, trying to do good only resulted in this mess. It's truly wrong of you to expect me to help someone who isn't clear-headed." These words struck Wang Shun deeply. "I just love my son. Where am I wrong? So loving your son gives you the right to harm us?" Someone finally couldn't hold back and jeered, gaining nods of agreement from everyone else. "Right, we thought something exciting was happening, but this? Sir, you should deal with your son." Seeing Wang Shun's injured expression, Marnie's anger diminished. Ultimately, this man was a victim of his own. Home supervisor was already waiting. Back in the classroom, naturally, Edric gave Baker a piece of his mind. But thanks to the homeroom teacher explaining the situation, he knew it was reasonable and thus forgave Baker, instead punishing the others with standing as punishment. The others? How? When teacher told us someone from the nursing home was looking for you, you should have come back right away. Why waste time talking with that old man? Over lunch, Kevin asked curiously. The spare ribs in Baker's mouth suddenly lost their flavor. He put down his chopsticks and earnestly said, "Actually, I can understand his feelings. It's just that he doesn't want to face his failed education. A good father should set a good example so that his children won't grow up wrong." The three others. Why did they feel like they didn't quite get it? Zach teased, "How looks like he's become one of those old fathers himself." This immediately got a high five from Kevin and James, and the three burst into laughter. Baker, however, felt heavy-hearted. After the incident with Germano, His mindset had changed. What kind of father would truly be a good role model? He wanted to go home. He missed his daughters. ####Chapter 161. I'm actually very scared. After the last class in the afternoon, Baker returned to the dormitory to pack his bag. He gave Kevin and the others a few simple instructions before preparing to go home. The three of them noticed something was off with his mood and became worried. Kevin patted Baker on the shoulder and said, "Bro, why don't you skip going home this week and hang out with us?" Baker declined. "I'm a family man." "Seems like it. You almost go home every week." "Bro, parents must be pretty outstanding," Zach remarked. Baker paused for a moment. "I'm an orphan, raised by my aunt who passed away from illness." Abandoned people are orphans after all, aren't they? The three of them were stunned, not expecting to touch on Baker's sore spot. Kevin was taken aback, looking like he regretted his words. Slowly letting go, James seized the opportunity to ask, "Then who do you live with now?" Baker looked at the three of them. "Aren't you guys always claiming to be surfing pros?" With that, Baker waved goodbye and left. What does that mean? Kevin was confused. Zach felt something was amiss. Wait, I think I remember someone mentioning this in a live stream before. Let me check. Holy crap. We shouldn't have felt sorry for Bro. He lives with the Jean family, together with Georgia and Allie. The three huddled together to look at the information on the computer screen. They chorused in unison, "Damn." On his way back, Baker messaged the family group chat. "Dear daughters, are you free to come home this week?" Georgia replied, "Coming." Sage, "Dad, I can make it, yes." Bridget, "It's tight, but I'll try my best." Allie, "Coming." Seeing his 2 years. "I didn't believe it," Baker said while eating. He used the sweetness to cover his emotional agitation. "But the unfamiliar environment and your unfamiliar faces, most importantly, my daughter telling me she was my child, and I have more than one, were too much for me to process," Baker explained. At 18 years old physically and psychologically, was completely shocked by the revelation of being a father. Baker put down the spoon. "I'm actually very scared." His daughters felt a pang in their hearts, resonating deeply with him. Sage wanted to comfort Baker, but was stopped by Georgia's slight shake of the head. Her expression told everyone to let Baker continue speaking and vent his true feelings. Seeing his daughters listening intently, Baker's eyes welled up. "Facing all this, I felt helpless. I didn't know how to be a good father, so I tried my best to give you the best I could, awkwardly playing the role of maturity, which resulted in many jokes. This world is different from what I remembered. I was afraid of making mistakes, of being caught, which would affect you all." Baker's eyes moistened. In that moment, the weight of his mental pressure crumbled. Tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably like a child. He tried to control himself, but after so long, these matters weighed heavily on his heart. His daughters were too outstanding. Outstanding to the point where Baker felt he needed to become equally excellent just to stand beside them. Today's incident with Germano reminded him that only by excelling would parents bring happiness to their children. Baker wiped his tears with his arm. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it back." "You don't need to hold back, Dad. These things are not your fault. You fell into a deep sleep, but the genes you left behind continued to thrive, creating us," Bridget said gently. Sage nodded. "Dry, Dad. You don't need to feel so pressured. Look at Summer, Mabel, and Xandra. They all accept you without hesitation. They all hope for your presence." Allie added, "Dad, you can be yourself. You don't need to wear a mask of maturity. Beneath it, you're still the same person." Georgia held Baker's left hand. "As I said on the first day, we've been waiting for our biological father to return. Your character and excellence have been passed down to us. Xandra is right. We love and protect you, never expecting you to be the perfect father. All we want is your company, and that's enough." Baker looked at his daughters in surprise. "I thought you'd feel pressured because of me being such a young father." They shook their heads and said in unison, "Never." Sage sighed. "My biggest worry right now is when Grandma will return." Baker chuckled, savoring more of the sweet treats. "Your grandma is doing great here. Managing you makes you much more obedient." "Dry, Dad. Am I not obedient usually?" Sage widened her eyes. Baker paused, quickly correcting himself. "You're obedient." This ignited a playful spark. Sage suddenly smeared some cream on Baker's face. Realizing it, Baker quickly ran away. Behind him, Sage chased him persistently. Concerned about Baker, Allie also joined the chase. Bridget also joined in. "Dad, let me help you." Sage shouted. "Okay, both of you team up? No one helps me? Summer, quick, join my team." Georgia smiled faintly but did not respond. Suddenly, a dollop of cream flew onto her face. Her smile froze. She turned to see Baker with an innocent look. "Daughter, I didn't mean to." Sage grabbed my hand. Georgia gritted her teeth but forced a smile. "All right." She stood up and joined the battle against Sage. For a moment, the Jean household buzzed with laughter, as if the strict rules were broken. This was what family felt like. Through this conversation, Baker and his daughters grew closer emotionally. Meanwhile, in a small residential building, an elderly man sat in the hallway of the 3rd floor. A neighbor noticed him outside and called the police. When the police arrived and discovered it was Dirk again, they warned him sternly, "If you keep treating your father this way, we'll have to take you to the station for some serious education." Dirk clicked his tongue. "Got it, Dad, hurry inside." After the police left, Dirk berated Germano. "Didn't I tell you to find that guy named Baker? I went, but the school staff chased me out, and that Baker said you should be responsible for me." Germano's voice grew smaller under Dirk's cold gaze. This whole situation made it known to everyone around that he wouldn't let Germano in, which irked him. Thinking back to the time the police had detained him and warned him not to provoke Baker, Dirk felt a curious interest in this university student. Could he be some rich kid? So he had his old father create a scene to see if he could extort something from this person. But it turned out that the other party was truly ruthless. Spit. Dirk spat on the ground, telling Germano to go to sleep and not get in his way. Then he sat down leisurely in front of the computer to check Baker's information. Hey, what a find. This Baker turned out to have connections with the CEO of Jean Corporation, and he was also entangled with several famous women. Dirk rubbed his chin. eyes gleaming greedily. Jean Corporation, Jamie Entertainment, Bridget. Wow. All rich people. I'm going to get rich. A greedy person fears nothing. The next day, Dirk boldly came to the entrance of Jean Corporation, holding a bottle of liquor, sitting on the ground with a scruffy beard. He made a scene demanding $1 million from Georgia, or else he would publicize how Baker had bullied his father. For such a clown, Georgia had only one solution. Throw him out. Every time security threw him out, he'd come back again. Eventually, Dirk managed to enter the corporate hall through the underground garage, shouting, "Ramon, if you don't give me money, I'll cause a disturbance at Baker's school, making everyone in the city know that a university student is bullying an elderly man in a nursing home." Maya, the assistant, called the police directly. But when the police arrived, Dirk ran away. He then ran to Jamie Entertainment, nearly scaring the artists inside. "President Jamie, there's someone downstairs causing a commotion to see you, reeking of alcohol. I've already had the security guard throw him out, but he's sleeping at the entrance, swearing loudly," the assistant reported to Sage. Sage snapped her file shut, her voice cold. "I'll take a look." Just as she walked out the door, a stench hit her nose before she even got close. Seeing Sage appear, Dirk arrogantly stood up and said, "Baker's woman, right? Give me $1 million quickly, and I won't let the old man trouble Baker. Otherwise, I'll go to his school to cause trouble, and he'll be in big trouble." Sage frowned, then smiled quickly. "So you're the crazy person Summer mentioned." She squatted down and beckoned Dirk with her finger. Thinking he had a chance, Dirk stepped forward but was kicked to the ground by Sage. "What trash? You dare negotiate with me? You should take a piss and look at yourself. You look like a worm. You dare mention Baker to me? Your old man caused trouble, and we haven't dealt with you yet. Now you show up here. All right, I'll teach you how to behave properly. Otherwise, I'd be heartbroken." Chapter 162. No rush. The best is yet to come. Georgia and Sage exchanged a glance, their eyes softening. They noticed that Baker had undergone significant changes in mindset since he opened up last time. He no longer put pressure on himself, but truly embraced his age-appropriate self. "Dad, it's okay," Georgia reassured him. Baker patted his chest. "Thank goodness you're both fine. Otherwise, I would have fought that guy tooth and nail. What kind of brain does he have? How dare he provoke us like that? He doesn't have a brain. Any sensible person would know that extorting money from us two wouldn't end well," Sage said. While chatting, Sage's grandmother called. "What? Still not coming back to keep me company? Can I play a little longer?" Sage asked. Sage's grandmother suddenly directed her question to Baker. "Baker, can she play a little longer?" Baker, who was munching on chicken feet, looked innocent. "It's indeed getting late. The road downhill isn't easy." Felicity hung up satisfied. Reluctantly, Sage left as Baker accompanied her to the door. "Godfather, once Grandma leaves, can I come back to live at the Jean house?" She was afraid this unexpected incident might change Baker's mind. Baker glanced at Georgia and replied, "Of course, but we also need your daughter's approval. After all, she was the homeowner." Sage looked pitifully at Georgia. Georgia, with a cold exterior but warm heart, told her, "Come back when you can." Sage beamed as she left. After she left, Baker and Georgia were about to go inside when he received a call from the police station. The caller informed him that Germano refused to leave and wanted to speak to them about releasing his son. However, Albin, who had been handling negotiations, had firmly stated they would not reconcile. Sage's stance was equally firm. Reconciliation was impossible given how he used Baker for blackmail. The police called Albin again, who reiterated the same response. Then, Mr. Wong reminded Germano to talk to Baker. That's why the police contacted Baker, asking him to visit the station to provide details and give a statement. Baker ended the call, and Georgia personally drove him to the station. When Baker arrived, Germano approached him immediately. "Classmate, please help plead with the police to release my son." Baker responded sternly, "Your son, if released, will only cause more harm to society. It's better he reforms here. Besides, he harassed my friends and tried to extort money from them. That's enough reason to imprison him for a long time." Regarding the harassment of his daughters, Baker Ali handed over the evidence to the police, whose expressions changed upon reading it. They hurriedly moved to interrogate Dirk further. Germano seemed to sense something amiss and followed but was stopped by a police officer. "Sir, it's best you stay out of this. The shell companies he used to defraud college students of their bank accounts and money can't be ignored." Germano vehemently denied it, clutching the officer's arm. "My son couldn't do such things. He has no money." The officer calmed him down. "He has no money, so he tricked students into registering dummy companies and profited from their earnings." Germano recalled the gambling debts and cursed, "Beast." His heart heavy and conflicted, knowing his son was a monster. Seeing Germano's dejected state, Baker sighed. "This is the result of spoiling." Georgia agreed. "Let's go home." "Okay," Baker consented. Just as they reached the entrance, a woman rushed in and asked anxiously, "Dad, are you okay? Why did you come here? To mock us?" Germano lashed out, blaming her for bringing misfortune to his family. Baker was shocked and confronted Germano. "You're senile, scolding such a good daughter? Didn't you say you only had a son?" Germano huffed. "Daughters are water splashed out. What can they do?" Baker fumed. "That's prejudice. Such a filial daughter you refuse while favoring that rogue son. You deserve it. He treated you like that. Why do you still acknowledge him as your father?" The woman smiled bitterly. "Blood is thicker than water. It's something that can't be changed. Besides, my father did raise me. He just loves to save face too much. He'll come around eventually." The woman got into the car and followed them to the hospital. Baker stood at the door and said to Georgia, "Daughter, if I ever become like that, don't acknowledge me. Let me fend for myself." Georgia had a faint smile on her lips. "That won't happen. You're not a selfish person." Baker nodded. "Right? If I were truly that selfish, how could you all be so outstanding?" His self-satisfied tone made Georgia laugh. Back home, it was already past 10 o'clock. After all the commotion, Baker felt sleepy. The two of them entered the elevator, heading upstairs and to their separate rooms. Suddenly, Baker called out to Georgia, Daughter, if there's anything, you can tell me directly. My capacity to handle things isn't that bad. He vaguely sensed that Georgia and Allie were keeping something from him. Though they didn't say anything, he wouldn't press. He just wanted the family burden not to weigh on his daughters. Georgia paused, then nodded. All right, good night, Dad. Good night, sweet dreams. They bid each other good night and went into their respective rooms. Georgia opened her laptop and typed in an account, accessing a high-level confidential file of the Jean Corporation. Part of it concerned a sperm donation plan from over 40 years ago. So far, only one aspect of Baker's body had been confirmed special, his regenerative ability. This regenerative ability could indirectly affect others. Anyone who came into contact with his blood would be influenced by it. Allie had specifically reinforced the firewall and confidentiality measures for this computer to prevent anyone from discovering Baker's uniqueness. But Marnie was an exception. Georgia's sharp eyes narrowed as she pressed the enter key, and the data shifted to Marnie's profile page. Chapter 163, Speak Your Mind. Mackenzie tapped her fingers on the table, murmuring, I hope we are friends, not enemies. According to the information on Marnie, her biological mother is Clara, a professor at Sichuan University's medical school. She had previously dated a foreign man but lost contact after their breakup. Clara gave birth to Marnie in America and only brought her back when she was 3 years old, claiming that they had been married abroad. But there's no record of her name in the marriage registry abroad. So how did Marnie come into being? Could she be the third child? The next morning, Baker prepared red bean rice porridge for Mackenzie to nourish her blood and chi. Mackenzie had slept late last though. Your body has unique characteristics. Haven't you noticed your regenerative ability? You don't lose hair or get injured as easily as others, and if you do, you heal immediately. Mackenzie finally broached the subject. Baker understood. Daughter, I see. This method won't work. If everyone knew about my condition, it would shock the world. I need to live a low-key life. Mackenzie nodded. Exactly, Dad. Focus on your studies, and we'll keep looking for the rest of our family. I'm helping too. I just want you to live a life free from worry, healthy, and long-lived. All right, I'll follow your advice. Baker wouldn't jeopardize himself no matter what. Suddenly recalling something, he told Mackenzie, Daughter, remember Maya Qian's incident? I asked Marnie about it. I promised her that if she could help treat my cousin's child, she could study my body. Baker dared not meet Mackenzie's eyes, fearing reproach. However, Mackenzie didn't blame him. I heard about it, Dad. Don't worry. We'll discuss it once we find the family. Marnie's intentions were still unclear, but from their interactions, she seemed harmless towards Baker. All right, Baker nodded seriously. I also hope you can all live a healthy and happy life. Maya Tuju reported that Germano followed his daughter home, likely having changed his mind. Dirk was officially detained and nobody responded to his pleas. On Monday, Baker returned to his dorm room and found Kevin bruised and with a bandage on his forehead. James and Zach also had visible injuries. Did you guys get into a fight over the weekend? Baker asked in confusion. They exchanged glances, and James wanted to speak up but was stopped by Kevin's look. Sensing something was off, Baker demanded, Tell me what happened. You all left in good shape, but now you're all hurt. Zach spoke up first. How? We trust you. This has been weighing heavily on me. On Wednesday, Kevin was helping out at the student council when someone accused him of stealing activity funds. He confronted them, but they said he took the money and had the audacity to show up at the student council. Baker frowned. This is a serious matter, Kevin. Why didn't you say anything? Kevin sighed. There was nothing to say. The accountant, who's a bit of a jerk, insisted it was me and even offered to pay out of pocket until I could reimburse her. But I didn't take it. I argued with Cullen, and they tried to attack me. Luckily, James and Zach came looking for me and pulled me away. Later, Cullen barred me from the student council. I had to retrieve my belongings, so I attempted to climb in through a window on Saturday but was caught by Cullen, who then had his people beat us up. James added angrily. We retaliated and fought back, causing them significant injuries too. Today, they reported it to the principal. Baker asked calmly, What did the principal say? The principal delegated it to the guidance counselor, who suspended Kevin from classes until the matter is investigated further, Kevin muttered. Baker's frown deepened. Isn't this unfair? What about Cullen and his group? Were they punished? They're walking around freely without any repercussions, James spat. Baker glanced at the schedule. I'll go talk to the counselor. You guys head to class. They followed Baker, insisting, No, we should go together. All four went to the teacher's office to ask for leave from class and then headed to the guidance counselor's office. At the student council. What? Baker went to the counselor? Cullen was surprised by the news from his minions. One nodded. Yes, he looks furious, probably seeking retribution for what we did to his friends. Maybe we should apologize? Another suggested, his background is strong. Even the principal gives him face. Shouldn't we apologize, Chairman? Cullen stood up. Apologize? It's Kevin who stole the money. Let's go to the counselor's office. I don't believe Baker can cover everything up. Cullen led several people to the counselor's office, including the accountant Shay. In the hallway, both groups met. Baker watched Cullen coldly, walking forward slowly. Cullen, hands in pockets, approached with his crew, heading towards the counselor's office. Their confrontation was like a pre-arranged showdown. Kevin and I entering the safe room that day. I couldn't possibly embezzle funds, Kevin said. Why not? Baker retorted. Shay's face flushed red. I could never do such a thing. Don't insult my integrity. Kevin, how can you spread rumors about me after I generously offered to cover the money for you? She asked Kevin angrily, cheeks puffing up in indignation. Don't make it seem like I asked you to pay on my behalf when I didn't take the money. Kevin scoffed. You. Shay was almost in tears. Let's call the police then, Baker suggested, unwilling to waste words on these people. The counselor glanced at Cullen. Cullen quickly interjected. Why call the police? Everyone knows Kevin took the money. Everyone? Baker laughed wryly, looking at the counselor. Do you think so too, Director? The counselor hesitated, unable to meet Baker's eyes. Having accepted favors from Cullen, he naturally had to support him, but he hadn't expected Baker to stand up for Kevin. Well, Does Baker have any suggestions? The counselor deferred the initiative to Baker. Cullen clenched his fists tightly under the table, his eyes locked on Baker with complex emotions. Baker turned to Kevin. Speak your mind. Kevin appreciated Baker's trust and said to Shay, if the camera is broken, let's check the accounts. As an accountant, shouldn't you use your brain? Shay glared at Kevin. Of course, I know to check the accounts. I've been doing just that. I will review all expenses and receive. Kevin clenched his jaw in anger. Son of a bitch. You deliberately framed me. In a fit of rage, Kevin raised his fist to hit Cullen, but James and others held him back. If it came to blows, the situation would change entirely. The vice principal hadn't expected the reversal to happen so quickly. He glared at Cullen. Cullen, you're crying thief. Despite my trust in you, you must return the money immediately. The school will severely punish you. I can't. Vice principal, I was deceived. These $3,000 are my startup funds. In a month, I can make twice this amount. Cullen showed everyone the website on his phone. Baker frowned. He had never seen such a flashy URL before, but instinctively knew it wasn't good. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The homeroom teacher followed the principal in with several policemen. One of the policemen asked immediately, who here is Cullen? All eyes turned to Cullen, who visibly panicked. He tried to run but was caught by the policeman. Where do you think you're going? One of the policemen asked. Cullen said agitatedly, I know I was wrong, but I'll repay the money. Headmaster, please don't let the police take me away. The principal told him to calm down. These policemen need your help to solve the case. Were you tricked into registering shell companies to launder money and make a profit? Cullen nodded calmly. Yes, Manager Wong promised that if I invested another $30,000, I could get 10 times the return. The policeman smiled. Giles has already been arrested, and those he defrauded are assisting us at the station. You should come with us too. Cullen was taken away by the police, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. What does that mean? Was Cullen a victim of an online scam? Kevin asked Baker. Baker nodded. It seems so. What none of them realized was that Cullen was also one of the university students Giles had deceived. After the truth came out, Shay apologized to Kevin, and the school issued a notice clearing his name. With his innocence vindicated, Kevin made a shocking decision. He resigned from the student union. In the afternoon, the principal gathered all the students on the playground, bringing in experts on telecom fraud and police officers specializing in anti-fraud awareness to educate the students about internet scams. Under the scorching sun, the students appeared attentive, but were actually playing on their phones. Zach whispered to James beside him, good thing we guys don't have much money, otherwise, we'd have been targeted. James chuckled. How could you not have money? Everything on you adds up to hundreds of thousands. Exactly. Selling just one of your organs could get you 100,000. Kevin teased Zach, frightening him. Baker's face turned pale. He recalled his special condition and became even more determined that no one else should find out. Zach hammered them playfully. Don't scare me. I'll avoid these issues. Look, even Brother How is scared. Baker stubbornly replied, no, I was just wondering if linking bank cards to phones is safe. This puzzled everyone. Their conversation drew the attention of the principal, who called out, Baker from class 2 of grade 11. Do you have any questions? Caught off guard, Baker stood up and repeated his concern. The principal laughed. If it weren't safe, would they allow you to link it? The government wouldn't permit WeChat Pay if it weren't secure, right? Experts, policeman? The expert nodded. Correct. As long as you don't fall for rumors or open malicious links, keep your phone free from viruses, and stay away from greed, you won't be scammed. A police officer added, people have two hearts. One is greed, the other unwillingness to accept loss. Students, I hope you maintain your true selves and avoid these pitfalls. Many scammers target university students. Even when looking for part-time jobs, always sign formal contracts. Any request for money upfront is a scam. Finally, the principal summarized, don't believe in easy windfalls. Keep all your information secure and remember not to be duped like Cullen, who got himself deeply entangled in fraud. Cullen's case left a deep impact. Though he was a victim, helping Giles launder money still made him complicit in a crime. His fate now depended on how serious the charges were and the court's ruling. Over the next few days, everyone at the school talked about this incident. In the end, Cullen probably won't make it. Even if his crime isn't severe, he likely won't stay at this school. I saw his parents talking to the principal, Kevin said during a night in the dormitory. This statement stirred Baker's caution. After one round of gaming, he declared he wouldn't play anymore and went to bed, chatting with his daughters. Thinking about Cullen's scam, Baker worried about his infinite card linked to his phone, fearing it might draw too much attention. Or maybe this week, you all take back the cards. I have some spending money, Baker typed and waited for their replies. Georgia responded, Dad, WeChat Pay is real name registered. As long as you don't openly display QR codes, you should be fine. Besides, if there are unusual transactions, I'll get security alerts, so you shouldn't worry about being scammed. Baker replied, I think cash is better. I can sew hidden pockets in my trousers, like Maisie used to do for me. Bridget chuckled, Dad, times have changed. How about installing an anti-fraud app? Since the school is promoting it, you can scan and download it. Baker countered, but students say that installing this app means constant monitoring, which could expose our relationship. It doesn't monitor other activities, only incoming calls. Download it without worries, Bridget reassured. Amina disagreed. Father-in-law has a point. While the app is useful, it can be intrusive with frequent alerts about potential scams. Especially for things like document signing or international calls, it alerts constantly, seeming convenient but becoming bothersome, she added. Confused, Baker wondered what to do. Allie finally chimed in. Don't worry, Dad. This week, I'll install firewall software on your phones. It blocks unknown calls and adds intelligently. And toxic emails and spam messages too, she continued. Hey, that sounds great, Baker replied with a thumbs up emoji. Okay, Lingzandra, decide to install it this week for Dad and the others. Thank you, dear. Don't mention it. Just don't click on pop-ups from apps, Allie reminded him. With this assurance, Baker slept soundly. Over the following days, whenever he had spare time, Baker logged in to post questions, gradually gaining popularity. Everyone fondly referred to him as Teacher David. Because he was very patient, explaining each problem in great detail, even breaking down each step further if necessary. Moreover, he did not ask for too much when receiving tips. When people sent him red envelopes, Baker rarely accepted them. Over time, his 100% satisfaction rate took the top spot on the list. The teachers were also discussing this phenomenon and mentioned Baker. This David teacher is quite skilled. Look at this problem. A normal person would usually solve this part first before moving to the next step. However, he does the opposite, which ends up reducing 5 steps and saving a lot of time. One teacher remarked. The other teachers gathered around, their eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time they had seen such a solution method. Aloysius, after class, overheard the discussion and joined the crowd, recalling someone. He sat at his desk and messaged Baker. David, is that you? Aloysius remembered the casual, shout name Baker used on the platform, but this style made Aloysius feel comfortable, so he messaged Baker. Baker replied with 2 words, yes it is. Reading these 2 words, Aloysius felt proud of his fellow student. You're doing great, achieving fame without making a fuss. Impressive. He was genuinely happy for Baker. To live life this way, to still walk such a brilliant path even if given another chance, was truly remarkable. Baker sent a smug emoji. Mediocre, world's third. Your new brain works well, Aloysius joked. Baker didn't dare reply. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 165. Achieving a small goal, 100 million. Due to his newfound fame, Baker had received numerous emails, half of which opened to reveal menacing death threats. Then there was the package he received 2 days ago. Inside was a small cup, and next to it, a tiny dead mouse. He felt as if he was being deliberately targeted. Could it be that someone really had their eye on his organs? Baker indulged in absurd thoughts and sent an enigmatic message to Aloysius. Are you really brother Zao? Aloysius, puzzled by the question marks creasing his forehead, stepped out of his office and called Baker. What do you mean? Not me? Are you saying I'm not real? Hearing Aloysius's agitated voice, Baker felt reassured and explained his concerns. I was just thinking that with my new brain working so well, I might have been talking to a bad guy who hacked your WeChat. Aloysius was at a loss for words. You haven't used your brain for over 40 years. Is it even new? Honestly, I feel like you've changed a lot after waking up this time. Baker agreed. Yes, I've changed a lot. The biggest change was becoming a father, finding several obedient daughters, and recently receiving news about the 3rd daughter, adding another member to the family. Baker indeed felt the changes were significant. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Just as Baker entered the classroom, the class teacher called him over. Baker, come to my office for a moment. The familiar gesture made Baker think it was Germano again. So he asked, Teacher, could it be that Grandpa Wang is back? Class 2, one's homeroom teacher was Chow Yvonne, a very approachable and good teacher whom students fondly called Old Teacher. Grandpa Wang isn't here, but some other uncles and aunties are, Chow Yvonne said jokingly. Ah. Baker was confused. Chow Yvonne tugged at him. Come on, they've been waiting for a while. Baker was dragged away by the teacher, and everyone in the class saw, even those from neighboring classes. They all started discussing whether Baker had encountered something unusual again. Kevin and the others wanted to follow, but Aloysius entered with a teacup, preventing anyone from leaving. Aloysius looked around seriously and asked, Where's Baker? Could he be hiding somewhere calling his daughters again? He was just taken away by Old Teacher, Kevin raised his hand to say. Taken away? Aloysius frowned. What trouble has he gotten into now? Chow Yvonne led Baker to her office. Upon opening the door, 5 or 6 pairs of eyes turned toward them. Everyone smiled warmly when they saw Baker. It's him. That kid. I told you I didn't misidentify him. He's amazing. The uncles and aunties whispered amongst themselves, looking at Baker as if choosing premium pork. Baker recognized these people from Chinon Community Nursing Home, where the health volunteer activity took place. Had Germano spread some rumors, making these people come to the school? If it were one person, he could handle it. But there were too many to deal with. Baker scratched his head and hesitated at the door. Chow Yvonne beckoned him inside. Come in. These grandpas and grandmas have brought you gifts. Gifts? What kind of gifts? Baker walked. He believed in Germano's integrity when he claimed his son ran a financial management company, so we invested our money. At first, it looked promising, but once we put in more funds, he vanished. We reported it to the police, but without concrete evidence, they dismissed us. Baker felt a pang of sorrow. So, you were victims too. But at least this case has been solved. Going forward, please be cautious about trusting others. Everyone nodded. Despite his insistence, the elderly insisted on giving him the banner and told him to accept it on behalf of his family. Thus, Baker returned to the classroom with the banner in hand. Everyone was curious about the text on the banner and, upon seeing the large 6-character phrase, couldn't help but exclaim, Oh wow, what's this noodle thing? As everyone read the name aloud, some couldn't hold back laughter. Suddenly, the entire class burst into laughter, teasing Baker. Baker slumped over his desk, wishing the floor would swallow him whole. Discussion ensued. Well, these uncles and aunties seem better at internet slang than us. This 6 banner clearly follows recent trends, like when patients thanked doctors recently. Indeed. Zach suggested, why don't you hang this banner outside your dorm room? That way, everyone will know about Baker's heroic deeds. Baker quickly refused. No, but Kevin thought it was a good idea, and the banner ended up hanging outside their dorm room, its bright red and golden 6 shining brilliantly. People from the forums flocked to see the banner, paying 5 yuan for a photo. The collected money went towards buying food to eat in the dorm. Brother Hao, you're the hero. Eat more. Kevin offered a large chicken leg to Baker. Baker stared at the chicken leg, speechless. This luxurious feast, do you want it? They all waved off. We can't handle it. Baker took a bite, muttering, this is the first such banner I've ever received. Finishing the chicken leg in 3 bites, he snapped a picture of the banner and posted it in the family group. Darling daughters, this banner also includes your efforts. 666. Baker let go and posted the image on social media. First banner of my life. Thanks to the enthusiastic residents of Chinon Community Nursing Home. Comments varied widely. His daughters all gave thumbs up. Corbin and others added laughing emojis followed by thumbs up. Marnie commented, ugly. Dushue left 6 dots. Carly sent a stifled laugh emoji with the word, awesome. Brock filled the comment section with laughs. Kevin and others chimed in, awesome, brother How. We should learn from you. Clearly, human joys and sorrows don't align. Following the 100 million, Sage said boldly. Georgia asked Maya, her assistant, which bank can handle a direct deposit of 100 million? Pretend President Jean is asking? Maya replied, open an account for my father and deposit 100 million. It can be fixed term or managed, but the beneficiary must be my father, Georgia said coldly. Puzzled, Maya replied, got it. I'll handle it right away. Baker was busy solving problems and only realized the group chat later. Startled, he hurriedly sent a voice message. No need. No need. I was just joking around. Oh boy. If each daughter gave him 100 million, he could sleep on a pile of money. Sage remarked, that's a fine small goal. If someone else can do it, so can you. There's nothing unusual about it. Georgia added, Maya checked, and because of Dad's age, he can't open an account with a high deposit limit, so we'll deposit a little every month. No, I said I'm earning it myself. You're spoiling me. Baker pleaded. Allie typed, not spoil. If you didn't have this goal, you wouldn't have time to be with us. Indeed, Baker realized he had been neglecting interactions with his daughters because of his focus on himself. He sent an apologetic emoticon. I will find time, really. Recently, I've been hooked on solving problems and indeed neglected many people around me. Thanks for reminding me, Xandra. By the way, Mabel hasn't spoken in the group today? Sage replied, today is the wrap-up day for The Brightest Star. She's probably attending the wrap-up party and hasn't looked at her phone. The Brightest Star wrap-up party was held at a 6-star hotel. Bridget wanted to leave after exchanging pleasantries with the director and others to check her phone for messages from Baker and her sisters. Unfortunately, she couldn't get a moment alone. Finally catching a breath, she was promptly mobbed by fans. Scared, Bridget screamed, and Ned burst through the door to chase them off. Gladys rushed over, covering her with a coat. During the struggle, Bridget's dress slipped, revealing some skin. Gladys tightly hugged her shoulders and guided her to another room. Reporters chased for photos. Police arrived at the hotel to take the intruders away, while reporters waited outside Bridget's room for an interview. The Brightest Star's wrap-up party has had an incident, Baker heard James mutter right after finishing his chat with Georgia and the others. Rushing to his computer, he saw the chaotic crowd and recognized Mabel being shielded by Gladys. Anxious, Baker dialed Bridget's number, only to hear the mechanical voice. The user you are calling is out of service. Hashtag chapter 166, the extremely resilient Earbeo. Baker was in a panic and immediately called Brock. Brock took a while to pick up. Hello? The background noise was very chaotic, with voices and machine sounds mingling together. Hello, this is Baker. How's Mabel? Why is her phone turned off? Baker spoke while heading to the office to request leave. Brock responded firmly, Mabel's fine. She's with Gladys now. I'm a bit busy here. Gotta go. He was busy dealing with reporters and the police. At the Jean family residence, Georgia and Sage also saw the news and immediately rushed to the 6-star hotel. The entrance of the hotel was already crowded with reporters, the din making everyone's ears hurt as they turned back. A red Lamborghini stopped at the entrance, and out stepped 2 very familiar figures. 3 Mercedes-Benz vans followed behind, from which a group of black-clad bodyguards emerged. Hello. Georgia answered Baker's call right after getting out of the car. He mentioned Mabel's situation and said he was on his way to the hotel. Dad, Georgia held the phone close to her mouth, speaking softly. You should go home first. I'll handle it here with Sage. We'll bring Mabel back soon. Baker slowed his running pace. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Take care, daughter. All right. Georgia hung up and looked at the reporters with icy eyes. My patience has limits. The reporters, sensing her seriousness, glanced at Sage, who had lost her usual carefree demeanor. If you don't want to get beaten up, move aside quickly. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you today. Seeing the muscular bodyguards found no issues, easing his worries. What did the police find about that stalker? Baker placed a bowl of sugar water in front of each daughter. The sweet, soft consistency of the silver ear and pear soup was perfect for soothing bad moods. Bridget sipped it slowly, avoiding talking to prevent recalling the ordeal. Georgia took a couple of sips before answering a call. Sage explained, Dad, the police searched the stalker's place and found rooms full of Mabel's photos, both candid and promotional shots. Even, she glanced carefully at Bridget, whose eyes widened in obvious distress. Baker noticed and comforted her. It's over now, Mabel. The bad person has been caught. Bridget murmured. Dad, I want to rest upstairs. Sure, let Sage accompany you? Baker suggested. Bridget shook her head. I'll be fine. I'll just take a shower and lie down. Once Bridget went upstairs, Sage continued, sitting next to Baker. Dad, even pictures of Mabel sleeping were found. The police discovered hidden cameras in Mabel's room at the hotel. This beast. Furious, Baker put down his bowl with a loud clatter, making the atmosphere tense. At this moment, Allie called. Georgia had just finished her call and came back. Baker answered via video call. Xandra, what's wrong? How is second sister? Having just completed her training, Allie saw the news and tried calling Bridget but found her phone off. Baker replied, she's fine. Your elder sister brought her back. She just went upstairs to her room. Upon hearing this, Georgia frowned. I'll check on Mabel. She rushed towards the elevator, prompting Baker to follow her with his phone. Blaming himself, Baker thought, what if Mabel broke down upstairs? They arrived at Bridget's room and knocked. She opened the door, drying her hair, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Baker handed her the phone. Xandra is worried about you. His eyes filled with concern. Bridget smiled and took the phone. Xandra, I'm fine. Allie noticed her forced smile. If you want to cry, do so. Laughing looks worse than crying, second sister. Bridget's smile froze, tears forming in her eyes. She burst into tears. Why am I so unlucky? I've been harassed during concerts, followed by fans in hotels, and now one even pretended to be a staff member to hug me. I'm so scared. Livia, elder sister, Xandra, Sage. I'm so scared. His touch was sticky, and he tried to kiss my neck. I couldn't push him away. Am I too weak? Should I pray and get an amulet? Why am I so unlucky? Relieving all her pent-up emotions felt good. This startled Baker, who stared wide-eyed as if meeting Bridget for the first time. Is my earbeo this tough? Despite his surprise, Baker provided immediate to the dead mouse package he had received and the threatening emails to the police. He expressed his suspicion that these were all orchestrated by the obsessive fan and hoped the police could investigate thoroughly. The police assured him they would handle the matter diligently. Since Bridget had insisted on not reconciling, they conveyed this stance to the obsessive fan's family. In the hall, Baker felt flustered under his daughter's gazes and awkwardly explained, I didn't mean to hide it from you girls. I just thought it was a minor issue and didn't want to cause you any worry. Georgia crossed her arms with a sigh. This isn't a minor issue anymore, right? You always worry about us. But this time, you're wrong, Bridget murmured softly through her mask. Sage nodded in agreement. Exactly, this isn't a small matter. It's an act of threat and intimidation. Baker kept nodding in response. Yes, yes, yes. Next time. I'll tell you immediately. No next time, Georgia said coldly. I'll talk to the principal and have Jean Group take over the parcel service at Kaida University. Any package sent to you will first go through my team. Baker smiled foolishly and nodded again. All right, whatever you say. He had managed to dodge their questions last night, only to be grilled by his daughters today. Thankfully, Xandra wasn't aware. If she knew that Baker had been threatened, she might have stormed into the obsessive fan's home herself. The family waited anxiously for feedback from the police. Suddenly, a couple in their 30s or 40s rushed up to Baker and grabbed his hand without a word. With visible agitation, they pleaded, You must be Baker? We are Zhu Gan's parents. We heard that Zhu Gan sent you dead mice. Please believe this child has good character. It wasn't intentional. Can you forgive him? Baker pulled his hand away and glared coldly at them. Are you sure you have the right person? Your son did far more harm to Mabel than me. You should be pleading to Mabel, not me. And besides, good character? Say that with a clear conscience. His stern gaze made Zhu Gan's parents lower their eyes in discomfort. The woman implored, My son is still young. He's a minor. He has a bright future ahead. You can't ruin him. The man added, If it weren't for celebrities like you, would my son have become an obsessive fan? It's your fault for not setting a better example. So why blame my son? Bridget refused to engage with this absurd couple. She found it pointless to argue with them. Standing before them, George's imposing presence forced the couple to step back. Speak to my lawyer. As for your precious son, he will face the consequences he deserves. Being a minor won't protect him forever. Chapter 167. Using magic to defeat magic. The cold and sharp gaze of Georgia made the couple realize that this woman was not someone easy to deal with. They shifted their attention back to Baker. This university student would surely be easier to handle. The couple exchanged glances and then both knelt in front of Baker. Baker immediately stood up and moved aside. Don't use these tricks on me. Trying to gain sympathy won't work. From your selfish thoughts just now, it's clear you didn't genuinely consider apologizing to Mabel, so bear the consequences. Please help us. Our son Fernand is only 16 years old. He's just in his first year of high school and has a future of university and studying abroad. Please, speak on our behalf. The woman grabbed Baker's trouser leg. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the police station. Don't pull my pants. Baker yanked free from her grip and distanced himself from this peculiar couple, joining the girls. The man had a menacing look, but under the gazes of many people, he too started begging for mercy. Miss Tan, I apologize for my son's behavior. Please let him off this time. See, he hasn't harmed you, nor caused any financial loss. Can we reconcile? No way, Bridget replied coldly. This scene was captured by someone and uploaded online with an eye-catching title. Parents kneeling begging for forgiveness. Celebrity refuses to mediate. The picture showed Zhu Fernand's parents kneeling humbly before Bridget, while Georgia and Baker stood beside her, all looking indifferent and cold. Instantly, netizens were sympathetic towards the parents, condemning Bridget as being too heartless. They questioned why Baker, also young, couldn't show some leniency to a younger brother. Some even accused Georgia of using power to suppress people, completely disregarding the police's authority. Sage quickly called the company's legal department. What's happening? Haven't issued a statement yet? They assured immediate action. Next moment, Jamie Entertainment released a statement detailing the stalker incident clearly, including the threats against Baker. Pictures were attached showing Bridget startled, the dead rat delivered to Baker, and threatening messages. 30 pictures were posted, including recordings of Zhu Fernand's parents' initial aggressive statements, thankfully recorded by Sage herself. This turn of events stunned netizens, exposing the true colors of this couple. The blogger who initially reported this faced backlash, evolving into cyberbullying. Back at the police station, Zhu Fernand's parents persisted. Despite warnings from the police not to harass Baker, they continued crying and causing trouble. Initially reluctant, Baker joined them, saying, I beg you, leave my child alone. I'm just a kid too. If you want to roll on the ground, I can do it too. Using magic to defeat magic. With that, he sat down. Georgia frowned, wanting Baker to stand up. Baker winked at her. It's fine. I can handle it. Dealing with shameless people required being even more shameless, as James once said. Just as he thought of James, his call came through. Brother How, I saw the news. Is my idol okay? Are you still at the police station? Do you need backup? It's fine, Baker reassured him. Seeing no effect on Baker, Zhu Fernand's parents finally gave up when George's renowned lawyer arrived, shattering their hopes with one sentence. At 16, committing a crime still carries criminal responsibility. Leaving the police station, Baker and the girls returned to school. In the car, Baker mentioned James. If fans were all as rational as him, incidents like this wouldn't happen. A harmonious world needs collective effort. His daughters nodded. The matter was handed over to lawyers. Bridget and Sage returned to the company, and Baker resumed classes. People asked about Bridget, as most had seen the news and knew Baker had been at the police station. There's nothing much to gossip about. It was chaos due to stalkers. Yesterday, I told Mabel that fans like James set a good example, pointing at James. James felt proud. True, maintaining distance shows respect. The comment rang true, and everyone agreed without teasing. During evening study, Zach nudged Kevin. Hey, heard the student council is electing a new president. Want to join? Kevin scoffed. Are you kidding me? Why would I go back after quitting? Due to Cullen's scandal, many members had quit, leaving Deputy President Stella temporarily managing the council. She told the principal they needed a president. Zach nodded and gossiped further. Hey, did anyone vote on the campus network? What vote? Everyone was curious. Baker looked up from his book at Zach. Zach was surprised. You didn't know? It started around 4 this afternoon, a public election for the president. Baker, you're currently leading. She waved the screen showing the election results. Baker was taken aback. How did he become a candidate? Everyone checked the forum post. Every class had excellent candidates listed, with Baker leading by several times the votes of others. James and others were shocked. Brother How, are you running for president? If I wanted to join the council, I would have accepted Cullen's offer initially, Baker said calmly. Browsing the images on my phone, this seems like a spontaneous election by alumni. Zach nodded. Right, Baker, you're amazing, and our whole class supports you. Baker, not amused. Thank you. Zach blushed. No need to thank me. Next day after the first class, Vice President Stella approached Baker directly. Hi, I'm Deputy President Stella. You're leading the votes. Interested in joining? Kevin interjected. Stay away from that mess, Brother How. Stella all nodded. No, not for me. Being deputy is already too much. Stella hoped to settle the presidency soon but found Baker unyielding, and she had already lowered her standards. Yet Baker didn't even spare her a proper glance. What was going on? Wasn't he a man? Why could he be so indifferent to her beauty? If Baker heard these words, he would only sneer in response. My daughters are all as beautiful as celestial beings, and my goddaughter is more beautiful than you. How can you have the nerve to call yourself beautiful? Stella refused to believe she couldn't win over Baker. She asked Shay, does Baker have any weaknesses or, say, scandals? Shay replied, I haven't noticed any weaknesses. As for scandals, yes, there are plenty, but are you willing to offend the Jean Corporation, Jamie Entertainment, and posthumous name Tan? She ticked off names on her fingers and continued, oh right, there's also the newly crowned world champion king. Stella was speechless. Darn it, they were all top-level figures. She grew anxious. So what has he been doing lately? A person standing next to Shay spoke up. When I went to the office to submit some documents earlier, I seemed to hear the teachers talking about an answerer on the Pointing Questions app named David. So? Stella frowned at him, not seeing the connection to Baker. The person leaned in confidentially. I heard that this David is Baker. What? Stella's voice rose sharply. I have the key. But that's not the point. The point is, are you really not afraid I'll expose your true identity as David? Baker was indifferent. Not at all. Just then, Kingston came downstairs and saw a crowd gathered around. Upon realizing it was Baker and the others, he approached them. What's happening? He kindly asked. Baker stroked his chin and looked at Kingston. Kingston felt unnerved by Baker's mischievous gaze. What bad idea are you hatching again? Baker grinned. Didn't you say that from now on, you'd be mine? Kingston. Yes, and then what do you want me to do? Baker pointed at Kingston and asked Stella, how about the top student of class 3, freshman year, Kingston? Stella looked at Kingston with red eyes. She knew this person, who was extremely capable, but she had made a bold statement that Baker would definitely agree to be the president, so she sent that threatening email yesterday. In the end, after waiting all night, Baker did not show up. Not too good. You must become the president, otherwise, I'll expose your real identity on Point Question and let everyone know you're wooling on there, Stella said indignantly. Baker calmly stared at her. Is that all? Stella couldn't understand why he remained so calm. After all, if university students used answering apps to earn money without providing detailed solutions, which could mislead students, it would be considered wooling. The Education Bureau recently prohibited college students from exploiting these platforms meant for middle and primary school students. Kingston frowned. He understood the seriousness. If reported or exposed, the status of an answerer might be at risk. Baker sighed, feeling hungry since early morning. He wanted to resolve this quickly. First, I provide detailed explanations. Second, I give detailed processes for every problem. Third, I'm not afraid of exposure. It might even boost my reputation, allowing me to earn more money. After saying this, urged by James and others, he walked towards the cafeteria. Just as Baker turned around, he heard sobbing behind him. Turning back, they saw Stella squatting down, hugging her knees, crying. Why are you crying? Baker didn't understand which word upset her. Facing someone close to his daughter's age, Baker instinctively tried to console her. Kingston couldn't help but laugh. Impressive, Baker. You made a girl cry in the morning. You enjoy stirring trouble, huh? All right. Baker nodded at Kingston. Then he comforted Stella. I recommend Kingston. He's exceptionally talented, knowledgeable, and hardworking. Besides, I'm often busy, so I don't have time to manage the student council. You wouldn't want a president who works only sporadically, right? Then all the work will still fall on you as vice president. After calming down, Stella listened to Baker. She stared at Kingston. Welcome to the student council. In his lifetime, he would definitely rebel against this guy once. Resolving the student council issue made Baker feel incredibly relieved. That evening, he played games with his daughters. Sometimes Georgia would join them. Rising Thunder was genuinely fun. Baker noticed how each character his daughters chose perfectly matched their personalities. For example, Ning Hongya, chosen by Georgia, exuded strength, beauty, and mystery. Xandra preferred male characters, but switched to Kanon when playing with Baker, showcasing rapid agility. Alicia favored Tsunamikado Kodoha, saying she wanted to be everyone's healer. However, since Rising Thunder team mode only allowed 3 players, Baker and his daughters often played in 2 separate sessions. Sometimes, he'd also play with friends. On this Friday afternoon, due to fewer classes, Baker studied in the classroom. Kingston came from class 2 looking for him. Baker stepped out, and Kingston asked for bank cards. What cards? Baker was puzzled. Kingston explained, Jean CEO and Dien CEO's bank cards. I don't have their contact info, so I came to you. Baker understood. Wait, let me call and check. Receiving the call, Georgia was about to leave with Maya assistant. Dad, what's wrong? Baker told her Kingston wanted to return the money. Georgia chuckled. Dad, aren't you becoming naive? Alicia was the second. I'll come after I take Grandma to the airport on Saturday morning. Georgia was the third. Participate. Bridget sent a crying face emoji. Next time. Allie responded last. I should be able to make it. Thus, on Saturday morning, Baker, carrying a climbing backpack and dressed lightly, set out with his daughters for the hike. Due to concerns for Baker's safety, Georgia still made sure Ned and the others followed along, carrying all the food Baker had prepared. Allie had the best stamina and led the way ahead. Georgia also wore sporty attire. Her usual sharp and mature style contrasted sharply with this outfit, giving off a refreshing and unique charm. Baker walked while scanning the surrounding grass with his hiking stick. When I used to climb mountains with my aunt, cousins, we loved finding mushrooms among the plants. There are so few now. Wearing a sun hat, Georgia looked at Baker and said, maybe they've been picked by others. In less than an hour, the 3 of them reached the mountaintop. There was a pavilion there where they sat down. Ned and the others spread out the tablecloth and brought out the food and drinks. Xiaozhuang placed snake repellent and mosquito repellent around the pavilion, while Dashi stood outside, surveying the surroundings. Baker took a sip of cool tea and closed his eyes, enjoying the breeze. Ah, so comfortable. It's been a long time since I've climbed a mountain. This feeling is just like before. Allie ate a bite of cake, while Georgia savored slice once lived. Georgia nodded. Yes, Dad. Want to go see it? Allie came beside him. Dad, I'll go with you. Alicia also recovered, as Ned and the others began cleaning up. She followed Baker's gaze. Dry Dad, that's the small alley you mentioned? Alicia had heard about it, but never visited. Baker nodded. Yes, my childhood home. That place was closest to his aunt. After regaining consciousness, fearing the pain of nostalgia, he hadn't returned once. But now, it was time to visit. Chapter 169. What should we do? Has it been exposed? After descending the mountain, Baker sat in the car, silently watching the scenery outside the window. Georgia and the others did not disturb him, knowing that Baker's feelings must be very complex right now. The narrow alley was in the bustling city center, surrounded by newly built buildings, as if it were deliberately enclosed. The government had no intention of moving this community. In planning, it would remain untouched, hence it was perfectly preserved. The water, electricity, and gas inside had all been renovated. Only motorcycles could pass through the narrow pathways. Cars couldn't enter. Baker brought Georgia and the others to get out of the car outside and walked into the alley. Under the eaves of the narrow alley, elderly men and women sat chatting, their expressions subtly changing as they saw Baker and his group. Who are these people? Why do I feel so familiar with them? Look at those few girls. They're so beautiful. Are they here to visit someone? Their demeanor and attire don't seem ordinary. They definitely aren't ordinary. Just look at the luxury cars parked outside. My goodness, I've only seen such cars on TV. People chattered among themselves, their gazes growing brighter as they observed Baker and company. Baker kept his head down, leading the daughters upstairs slowly. The inquisitive glances following them remained intense. By the time they turned onto the second floor, Baker finally relaxed a bit, truly avoiding meeting those people's eyes, for fear of being recognized. In the past, I used to hop up the stairs, and mazy-eye shouts could be heard throughout the building. He touched the wall. This wall has been painted over. It wasn't this white before. The footprints on it were mine and my cousin's. Baker's eyes held laughter, yet there was moisture beneath his lashes. Georgia and the others didn't speak. They followed Baker, beginning to step into his past life. Mazy-eye's home was on the top floor. At the time, she bought this place precisely because it was on the top floor. Although climbing up always required stairs, having extra space made her feel comfortable. Reaching the 6th floor, the ladder was still there. Baker reached out to touch it. Sitting on the familiar sofa, the indented section inexplicably made Baker want to cry. With his face in his hands, he slowly wept and laughed. Everything is just like before, everything. Georgia sat beside him. Indeed, everything remains the same. There's a cleaning service that comes every day. She wanted to preserve what her father most cherished. Sage curiously explored. Stepfather, which is your room? Baker composed himself, showing them around. Opening a room, it contained a simple bunk bed, wobbly even when touched. I slept on the upper bunk. My cousins slept below. Allie never imagined her father's living conditions were once so humble. She stepped inside, touching the low-quality wooden bed. On the bed frame, a symbol was carved. What's this? Baker explained. When Lionel scolded me, I'd carve a line. He dared to scold you. Allie got angry. Baker held her hand gently. It's all in the past. While they toured, Lance stood guard at the door. Outside came commotion, and Baker stepped out to see several heads pressing inward. You're here to see the house? Let me tell you, this house isn't for sale. Stop thinking about it. Baker recognized a familiar face and muttered, Sonia. Sonia eyed Baker oddly, frowning. Young man, I'm telling you, this house has been bought, and it's cleaned daily. Get out now. Baker inhaled her. They all called to Baker. Baker sniffled, releasing pent-up distress. I really wanted to call out to them, really. But he resisted, knowing no one would believe such bizarre happenings. Even if they did, it would cause ripples. Baker tried to smile, despite tears welling in his eyes, not wanting to worry his daughters. Maturity meant staying composed. Georgia comforted him. Dad, don't stress. Everything is fresh and new. They hope you live well. Baker felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, daughter. Thank you for everything you've done. I know you dislike thank you, but I can't find better words. Georgia gave him a light hug. Then let's not mention it. It's okay. Allie patted Baker's back gently, loosening her grip. Sage opened her arms, hugging everyone. All right, let's all cheer up. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Baker's distress eased thanks to his daughters. He finally smiled. Yes, let's be happy. The car arrived at Longji Resort, a hot spring vacation hotel. Upon exiting, Baker was drawn to the fountain at the entrance. It featured 9 dragons playing with a pearl, all streams converging on one dragon pearl, shining brightly under the sun. Sage told Baker, that pearl is genuine. Summer commissioned it from 1080 pearls ground into powder and molded into a large pearl. Shocked, Baker could only think one thing, luxury. Entering the hotel for looking after Mabel back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have calmed down so quickly. Gladys raised an eyebrow, her expression unclear behind the sunglasses. She smirked and playfully asked Baker, no need to thank me, but I'm curious. What's your relationship with Bridget? Or should I ask, what identity do you use when thanking her on her behalf? Gladys teased him. Baker looked at her seriously and said, of course, it's as a family member. Gladys responded with a meaningful oh, saying, so, it's just as I suspected. Ah. Baker didn't understand. What did she mean by, as she suspected? Could Gladys know that Mabel was his daughter? A hint of panic crossed his face as he was about to explain, but the elevator doors opened. Gladys swayed her hips and walked out, glancing at him and whispering, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. Then she left. This left Baker anxious. He quickly found Georgia and told her about encountering Gladys. What should we do? Has it been exposed? Georgia tried to calm him down and called Bridget to probe Gladys's thoughts. Bridget immediately called Gladys. Gladys, do you know about Baker and me? Gladys was savoring a delicious cup of coffee. Oh, you found out so fast? Looks like he doesn't hide anything from you. No, you really know? How did you find out? Who else knows? Bridget was also flustered. Gladys hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Relax, I figured it out on my own. I haven't told anyone. Besides, Plona, having a younger boyfriend isn't bad. Youth is capital. Bridget found Gladys's words increasingly confusing until she finally understood. No, you misunderstood. I don't have time or interest in dating a boyfriend. You've got it wrong. With that, she hung up, leaving Gladys puzzled. What did I misunderstand? Translation continues based on provided text, maintaining style, tone, and original paragraph structure. Chapter 170, Money Talks. All right, I got it. Mabel, take care of yourself. When you have time off, we'll do a team-building activity together. Baker was delighted after receiving the call from Bridget. Even after hanging up, his smile lingered. You scared me there. I thought Colleen found out that Mabel is my second treasure. Georgia smiled wryly. That's what I said. You were scaring yourself? Allie nodded. Older sister is right. Sage sighed. That's how rumors start. They chatted and walked out as Baker mentioned there was a large natural hot spring outside. He wanted to check it out. The moment they stepped out, someone took a covert photo. It was posted in various groups. Breaking news. Baker with President John, Little President Jamie, and WH Club's King are at Longji Villa heading for the hot spring. Seeing the photos, all news outlets buzzed with excitement. This would undoubtedly be explosive news. Looking at his laughing daughters, a strategy began to form in his mind. He couldn't let the press catch him with his daughters again. The media might write wildly, causing chaos, indirectly troubling Summer and others. He couldn't always ask his daughters to clean up these messes. Baker decided to protect their reputations this time. Allie noticed Baker lagging behind and turned back. Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. I just think it's so beautiful here. Let's invite friends over to join us, Baker called Kevin. He asked them to come to Longji Villa ASAP, promising to cover all expenses. Kevin and James were playing games at Zach's place. Hearing this, they agreed immediately. Baker instructed his daughters. Summer, little Jamie, Tina, you've had a long day. Why don't you soak in that hot spring? I'll wait for Kevin and we'll go together tonight. Allie noticed something amiss. Dad, why are you inviting them? Baker glanced around evasively. Well, we're close buddies. Rubbing his neck, he avoided Allie's gaze. Too observant. Georgia blinked, understanding without revealing it. Okay, Dad. Tina, little Jamie, let's go. Sage cheerfully joined. I've been thinking the same. That hot spring is amazing, natural. Great suggestion, adoptive father. Allie was pulled along. Georgia patted Allie's shoulder. Journalists are gathering at the foot of the mountain. Dad probably immediately backed him up. Yes, with us. Reporters were baffled. Didn't they say he came with President John? Such big news. How did it change so suddenly? What about the thrilling hot spring story? Some reporters doubted but waited until security guards told them to leave for disturbing guests. Later that evening, Baker played with Kevin's group and then went upstairs to his daughters. Finding no one tracking him, he knocked confidently. Inside, Georgia asked directly, Dad, why did you say that? Baker looked at their eyes, fearing they were hurt, thinking he was trying to distance himself from them. I received Colleen's message saying reporters wanted to expose our activities. I didn't want you guys' reputations harmed, or have to clean up my messes. You're always linked to me, yet people don't know we're family. Your reputations have already been damaged many times. This time, I wanted to protect you, using James as a decoy. Allie folded her arms coldly. I checked. It was an outdoor reporter who snapped our picture and exposed it. Father, you should know we don't care what people say. Baker looked at his daughters, and both Georgia and Sage nodded. Georgia declared bravely, let them talk. Sage added sternly, spreading rumors recklessly needs some courage. Seeing Baker still solemn, she added, besides, this has happened several times. Everyone knows adoptive father lives with us. What more can they do? Back on how to operate the camera, they saw the photos inside. They were pictures of Georgia and the others in bathrobes, preparing to enter the hot spring pool, followed by shots of Baker and his group. Slam. Baker closed the camera. Delete those photos. Do you understand? That's an invasion of our privacy. The reporter nodded frantically. I'll delete them right away. He deleted the photos in front of them, but muttered to himself in a sobbing tone. Now I've lost my job? Baker asked. What job? The young reporter explained that he was a new reporter at a business magazine. Upon receiving the news, the editors sent people over, but fearing for themselves, they passed the task to him, the newbie. And, as expected, he messed it up. Did you not take any other pictures just now? Baker was worried that his daughter's perfect figures might have been captured inappropriately. The young reporter shook his head. I didn't dare. Just as I was about to take a picture of them taking off their bathrobes to enter the hot spring, someone threw a stone that hit me on the head and chased me away. He couldn't even make out the face of the attacker. Baker guessed it was Xandra. He felt reassured. Here's what we'll do. I'll send you some photos, and I've even thought up a headline for you. President Jean takes friends on a mountain climb outing. Got it? The young reporter nodded eagerly. Got it. As long as he got the photos, he would write a fantastic piece, something truly unique. Seeing the glint in the reporter's eyes, Baker had a bad feeling. Chapter 171. Waiting for the stars to fill the sky. Sometimes Baker's instincts were indeed quite accurate. This young reporter, named Charlie, worked for a small newspaper company. After returning, he wrote an extensive report on Baker and his group. Cavingio had Baker send some photos via Bluetooth to this young reporter. The photos were all of the four brothers, but sometimes included candid shots of Georgia and her friends in the background. Baker's intention was to have the reporter write about how he and his buddies went out to play, coincidentally met Georgia and friends, and decided to hang out together. It emphasized the preciousness of friendship and their kindness. However, this young reporter made it profoundly touching. He defined Baker as a poor university student sponsored by Georgia and Little Sage. Previous encounters were explained by this reason. The reporters claimed Georgia invited Baker to the villa because these students had never seen such a magnificent place before. It was twisted by someone with ulterior motives, misinterpreting their innocent intentions. Baker couldn't help clapping. He really thanked him. When this article came out, netizens became very curious. They started discussing Baker and Georgia's relationship from previous events, analyzing every detail. Some said their relationship was complicated, not just sponsorship. Others believed Baker lusted after Georgia's beauty and power. Still others commented that Baker was indeed your second sister completely ignored us. Dry it as first. Georgia coldly replied, but with a hint of amusement. If you're jealous, just say it openly. Sage pouted. Yes, I am jealous and I'm her boss. Bridget laughed, then gave Sage a big hug. Little sister Jamie, I'm back? She also hugged Georgia and Allie, who was slightly stiff at first, but was pulled into the embrace forcefully. Elder sister Xandra, I'm back. I miss you all so much. Baker's eyes reddened with emotion. You're back. That's all that matters. Let's go inside. They entered, and servants had already taken their luggage upstairs. Bridget asked Allie about her father's hometown. She had seen pictures of old furniture and small rooms where her father once lived. Missing the chance to experience it herself, she asked Allie. Looking at Baker talking to Georgia, Allie softened. Heartwarming. Father shared many stories. You missed them, second sister. Wow, Allie was good at hitting emotional spots. Bridget acted hurt. I know. No more reminders, please. Sage smiled, tossing her an apple. Don't worry, there are chances. Your elder sister has reserved that place. Whenever Daddy wants to go, we'll follow. Satisfied, Bridget bit into the apple. Fine. Then turning to Baker talking to Georgia. Daddy, what are you two discussing? Ever since Baker started chatting with Georgia earlier, Allie overheard everything clearly. Baker replied, nothing. Just asking your elder sister about famous donghua dishes to cook for you. Bridget paused. Anything's fine. She had been abandoned as a child, living in an orphanage until someone from the Zhou family in Donglan brought her back at 10. But due to being female, she wasn't treated well in that family. Later, she left, met Brock, and began her singing career. Thus, Bridget couldn't name famous Donglan dishes. Noticing her mood shift, Allie suggested, second sister, let's play a game. Sure, what game? Bridget smiled, pulling herself out of her thoughts. Me too. Sage raised her hand. They went upstairs, leaving Baker watching them. To Georgia, he said, daughter, Nana's story is similar to mine. I want her future filled with happiness. I understand, Dad. If you need help, let me know, Georgia offered. No need, go ahead. Call you when dinner's ready, Baker replied. By noon, the table was full of special dishes. Baker sent a photo to the family group chat. Daughter's eating. Servants laid out utensils and waited. Baker told them to join for meals, which they gratefully did. Baker prepared extra portions to share with everyone. After dinner, during a walk, let me go find him at school. It's been a long time since I last ate at the university canteen. Georgia looked at him. Okay, should I inform the principal? Corbin waved his hand, stood up, and adjusted his suit buttons. No need, I'll go myself. They've been informed on my end. After Corbin left, Georgia sent a WeChat message to Baker. Dad, Lionel is going directly to the school to see you. Don't be nervous. Seeing the message, Baker immediately started inquiring about the canteen menu for the day. Fortunately, there were no strange dishes. I won't join you for lunch today. Someone is coming to see me, so we'll eat together, Baker told Kevin and the others. They nodded. All right. At the canteen, Corbin's arrival caused a stir. His imposing demeanor and formal attire naturally drew more attention. Standing next to Baker, they had an inexplicable sense of harmony. What does Brother June want from me? The two sat in a corner, trying not to disturb others and avoiding being disturbed themselves. Corbin spoke while eating. I just wanted to check on you. How's your health? Any strange or uncomfortable feelings? Baker nodded, pondering. No, everything's fine. Haven't even caught a cold. Corbin nodded. Got it. They chatted casually for a while, finished their meal, and Corbin left. Baker escorted him to the door and was curiously questioned by Kevin and the others about Corbin's identity. Baker gave a rough explanation that he was a Georgia hung up. Corbin stared at the black screen, eyes wide. So it's true. Once you have a dad, you don't need an uncle anymore? Though he said this, Corbin was genuinely happy for Georgia. After waiting for so many years, Baker had finally woken up, and she naturally cherished it deeply. After hanging up, Georgia sat in her office, lost in thought for a long while before calling Baker. Meanwhile, Baker was leaving his dorm to attend class. Seeing Georgia's call, he answered immediately. Sweetie, what's up? Sweetie. The three people walking ahead turned around quickly, looking at Baker with smiling faces and affectionate voices. Kevin, James, and Zach cautiously moved closer, trying to hear who Baker referred to as Sweetie. Baker turned and spotted the trio's suspicious looks. He waved them off and walked to the side. The three watched Baker walk away, squinting their eyes. Kevin said, Brother, how must be hiding something from us? Zach nodded. Definitely. Sweetie, how intimate. Do you remember the tulip nightlight? James replied, Of course. Why do you ask? Zach chuckled before saying, I met that shop owner the other day. He asked if Brother How had given him the item. He said Brother How was a no-good man, hilarious. They continued chatting as they walked to the classroom but didn't follow to eavesdrop. Physical checkup? Baker stopped, suspecting he had heard wrong. Didn't I submit my medical report when school started? Georgia softly explained. That report I got someone else to prepare and submit. Your real report couldn't be submitted to the school. The doctors who will check you this time are the same ones from the previous lab. They know your body data well. Oh, Baker said, seemingly understanding. Okay, when? Tomorrow. I've already taken leave for you. You can come home tonight to prepare. Hearing her arrangement, Baker promised to cooperate fully. Due to others being present earlier, Baker had only called her Sweetie. His daughter didn't get upset, so she must understand. Hanging up, Baker jogged into the classroom just in time for the finance class. Sitting beside Kevin and the others, he saw them looking at him teasingly. Baker immediately realized it was because of the Sweetie comment. No, not what you think. Don't misunderstand. The three were speechless. How did he block every exit like that? After class, the teacher called Baker out to discuss something. Didn't the nursing home send us a banner? A TV crew visited the nursing home 2 days ago to investigate elderly care conditions. The elders mentioned you, and they want to interview you. I haven't agreed yet. What do you think? Baker waved it off. Thanks for not agreeing. I don't do interviews. I'm busy studying and improving every day. Oh, I also have family matters to handle. I'm taking leave tomorrow. The teacher nodded. I told them that too. All right then. She turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Right, Baker, due to your outstanding performance in college, the teachers want to conduct a home visit. Is that possible? Home visit? Baker felt his scalp tingle. Teacher, let's not rush this. I'll discuss it with my family first. He hadn't expected to encounter a home visit even in college. From the teacher's expression, it seemed she didn't know he lived in the Jean family estate with his daughters. The teacher assumed Baker had concerns. All right, we'll discuss it later. Baker sighed in relief. He imagined the scene of the teacher meeting his daughters and shivered. Better to decline. Otherwise, the teacher's heart wouldn't be able to take it. If he couldn't refuse, Baker thought of Devlin, who could pretend it was a home visit. Early next morning, Baker arrived at the underground lab with Georgia. Looking at the familiar yet strange place, he sighed. Were these the chambers where I woke up? Georgia nodded. Yes. Previously, due to malfunction, all the lines were disrupted. After fixing it, this became a research facility. This time, I brought back those professors to use the equipment here to check your body. Director Jean. Director Jean. People in the lab bowed respectfully upon seeing Georgia. Baker changed into specialized examination clothes and lay on the machine, cooperating with everyone's examination. During this period, Georgia remained by his side. She hadn't informed the other sisters, so Allie and the others weren't home. Even Sage didn't know Baker was getting a physical today. The results show minimal changes in Mr. Zhao's health, indicating excellent health with no abnormalities, one professor said, showing data to Georgia. Moreover, his condition far exceeds normal standards. Due to Baker's presence, Georgia spent much time in the lab and understood the data. Seeing one particular section, she asked, what does fine muscle and vascular tissue mean? The professor answered, normally, muscles account for about 45% of the human body, with total muscle and blood vessel length reaching 10,000 kilometers. However, as you can see, Mr. Zhao's data is far superior to normal individuals. Georgia frowned slightly. What does this imply? Will it affect his health or life? It means Mr. Zhao's strength will increase gradually. His body will require more nutrients. Possible reasons include his unique physique and long-term hibernation, which disrupted his bodily development, leading to this situation. Hearing this, Baker became concerned. What does normal muscle quantity mean? The professor paused, thinking for a moment before explaining seriously. Mr. Zhao, you may develop exceptional strength, surpassing ordinary humans. Baker grew increasingly anxious. Can you explain with an analogy? Sure. You might eventually tear apart objects previously impossible to tear or lift items previously unmovable. Baker looked at his hands. With bare hands? This couldn't be right. These slender, delicate hands didn't seem like lethal weapons. I won't turn into a monster, right? Baker muttered to himself. He didn't want to become the Hulk. No, Georgia reassured him, helping him off the machine and putting on his shoes. You're a legend, not a monster. Just live normally and don't dwell on such thoughts. Baker didn't know if he fully grasped it, but kept staring at his hands, lost in thought. He remembered the lethal force of obedient Allie. Would he eventually, like Xandra, punch through a ball with his bare hands? After the checkup, Baker returned to school, constantly reminding himself to act cautiously, avoiding exposing his extraordinary abilities. But sometimes, Baker couldn't control certain aspects, like his appetite. At the cafeteria, Baker finished the food piled high by the canteen lady and went for seconds. Kevin and James watched Baker eat heartily and were puzzled. Brother Hao, your appetite has really improved lately. Is the school food that good? Even Zach was curious and ate more. Yeah, very good. I've been growing recently, so I need to eat more. Baker didn't devour the food hurriedly, but rather in a way that looked quite appetizing. Everyone around had noticed Baker's good appetite. Watching him eat, they couldn't help but eat more as well. Even James and the others ate until their bellies were bulging. After a burp, it felt like everything was about to spill out. At another table, Kingston looked at his empty plate and cursed. Why is Baker eating so happily? It got him to finish 2 plates. The cafeteria staff felt that today these students had quite the appetite. Many came back for seconds. For a moment, everyone left the canteen holding their waists because they were too full. Baker wasn't as exaggerated as them. He only felt slightly full after his second plate and thought about having a bit more. But seeing the strange looks from everyone, he restrained himself. Just as he reached the door, he met Alex face to face. He first froze, then a provocative smile appeared on his lips as he lifted his shirt in front of everyone. Ah! Some girls covered their eyes and cried out. More were sneaking peeks. Baker looked at Alex speechlessly. Grandson, what are you doing? Don't call me grandson. You've been calling me that for weeks, enough already. Alex gritted his teeth and said. Baker reflected and agreed that it was a bit overboard. So why are you showing off? I'll beat you? Baker looked up at the sky. It's hot, isn't it? You're thick-skinned and don't care, but I do. He got up from the grass and patted his bottom. Have you eaten enough? Yes. Alex replied absent-mindedly, then became angry realizing something was off. Wait, what do you want? James and others stood behind Baker, looking mockingly at Alex. Baker stretched his wrists. Helping you test if your six-pack is as strong as you claim. Alex understood. This kid was asking for it. He clenched his fists with a cracking sound. To prevent you from saying I bullied you, I didn't bring my guys today. Actually, unable to find Baker, Alex had dispersed his men to search for him. Unexpectedly, he was the first one to find Baker. Baker pretended to believe him. Oh, okay. In that case, my brothers won't help me bully you either for fairness. Alex laughed. You can't even scratch me with a finger. Hey, let's see, James protested, wanting to be the first to fight. Baker raised a hand. No need. I can handle it alone. They believed him and stepped back, watching. Alex didn't waste time and swung a punch at Baker's face. However, Baker ducked and punched Alex's chin, knocking him into a tree and unconscious. The tree shook loudly, leaves falling everywhere. Zach was shocked. James saw you in the cafeteria and found you knocked out by the tree. He asked us to carry you here. Baker was texting Maya Shuyi about using his small fist. Sensing their gazes, he paused. Not wanting to lie but under pressure from James's hints, he resumed. Yes, I saved you. Alex stared at Baker. Really? He vaguely remembered Baker coming closer. Could he have really bumped into a tree? Zach produced a leaf from Alex's clothes. See, here's the leaf. As they chatted, Alex's minions arrived upon hearing he was injured. Baker gave them a sincere look. Really? He did carry Alex with Kevin, which was true. Alex nodded. Thanks. Let's clear our debts. But about that girl's contact. No, Baker refused firmly. Recalling Allie's intimacy with Baker, it made sense why he wouldn't share the number. He wouldn't either. Fine, maybe next time if I meet her again. Alex smiled foolishly. Baker's palm itched, wanting another hit. Boss, are you okay? Did these people hurt you? One minion pointed angrily at Baker, but Alex smacked his head. Don't be so aggressive. Baker is my savior. They found me and carried me here. They clearly didn't believe it. As Baker left, whispers followed. You wouldn't run into a tree. Not even a pig would. Alex silenced them. From now on, no one is to bother Baker or his friend Master Strength and Control, suggesting Baker learn from her. Finding it reasonable, Baker planned to discuss it with her later. After finishing their flyers, the others found Kingston. President, let's go. Okay. Kingston waved goodbye to Baker. Baker tapped the cat on the flyer. Who dares take you home, little Xiao Xiao, knowing you belong to the principal? The campaign aimed not only at controlling student feeding but also because of the principal's private affection for the white stray cat named Little Xiao. Learned and wise, with a clever cat's brain, Baker had even helped the principal solve a few small cases, such as the disappearance of some fountain pens. So the principal treasured this cat very much. But last week, Xiao Xiao was taken away, and the principal went frantic. It turned out that it was some soon-to-graduate students who couldn't bear to part with Xiao Xiao and had kept it for a few days. The largest words on the flyer read, "Do not take the cat home to feed it without permission, especially the principal's cat." On Friday night, Baker, as usual, brought a can of cat food for Xiao Xiao. He opened his backpack, took out the can, and placed it under the cat house. He didn't notice a black shadow jump onto his backpack and crawl inside. When he closed the bag and hoisted it up, he frowned. Why did the pack feel heavier? Just as he was about to check, he received a call from Dominic saying he was already waiting at the school gate. Baker set aside his doubts and walked toward the entrance. When he got home, he threw the backpack onto the bed, and a pained meow came from inside. Startled, he cautiously approached and unzipped it. A fluffy little head emerged, rubbing against Baker's palm. Xiao Xiao, Baker exclaimed in shock. No wonder the bag felt heavy. How did you get in there again? He picked her up, placing her on his chest and gently stroking her chin. Did you hurt yourself just now? Meow. Xiao Xiao raised her head and stood up, rubbing against Baker's neck. It seemed like she was trying to say something. Baker sighed, sitting on the bed and looking at her. Last time you snuck into the car, and when I found you, I handed you over to a senior. Little did I know she took you home, causing the principal to worry endlessly. Xiao Xiao's eyes were strikingly beautiful, one blue and one yellow, making her a hit among the students. She usually didn't get too close to people except for the principal and Baker. The first time he brought her cat food, she became attached to him. Since then, she'd repeatedly tried to follow him home, only to be returned many times. Did you sneak in while I was opening the can? Baker lifted her by her front paws, asking. She meowed softly, coming closer, and and kissed Baker's cheek with her nose. His heart melted. No can do. If you're missing, the principal will be worried again. He picked up his phone and checked the class group, which hadn't been updated in a while, showing 999 plus messages. Sure enough, someone was asking if anyone had taken Xiao Xiao home. They urged the finder to return her quickly, mentioning how the old principal was still searching anxiously. See? The principal is still looking for you. Come on, I'll take you back, Baker said, carrying the cat downstairs. Dominic was startled. Where did this cat come from? Baker explained. It belongs to the principal at school. I'm planning to take her back now, but Miss Summer and the others are coming back soon, and dinner is prepared, Dominic said. Baker thought for a moment. Then let me tell them. He called each of his daughters and explained the situation. They promised to wait for him before having dinner together. Reassured, Baker agreed. With Dominic driving, they arrived at the school soon enough. As expected, they saw the principal with a few others, searching around the playground with flashlights. Principal, Xiao Xiao is here, Baker waved. Everyone looked over. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao, the principal's eyes lit up. Oh my dear, why did you run away again? The principal embraced Xiao Xiao affectionately. Baker, you are indeed a timely rain. If Xiao Xiao hadn't come back, my old bones would have fallen apart, the principal's assistant said, clutching his waist in pain. Baker smiled. It's my pleasure. I'll be going now. Behind him, the principal muttered. Where did you run off to? What if some bad people took you and mistreated you? Xiao Xiao kept meowing in the direction Baker left. Back home, he had a warm family dinner with his daughters before going upstairs to rest. After studying and doing homework, he washed up, and it was already 10:30. Checking his phone, he saw an active conversation in the 4 Great Protectors group. Kevin, goodness, our school's principal searching for a cat has made it to Douyin's hot search list. The comments are hilarious. Zach, the principal finding the cat at night with a flashlight, 100% funny. Principal meowing to find the cat, 10,000% funnier. James, so, I'm curious, who took Xiao Xiao this time? Baker, I did. End of chapter. This chapter adds depth to Baker's character through his interactions with the principal's beloved cat, Xiao Xiao, showcasing his compassionate side. It also brings humor through the school's reaction to the cat's disappearance, setting up potential further antics involving Xiao Xiao. Chapter 174. You really aren't learning. If I say I didn't know how Xiao Xiao jumped into my backpack, will you believe me? Baker typed this message. James, we definitely believe you. Zach, but others might not be so. Sage smiled happily. Foster dad, I slept very comfortably. Oh, what were you all talking about? A cat. Bridget stretched and picked up her chopsticks to start eating breakfast. A cat drawn back by dad. Baker flipped through the photo album and finally found one, which he sent to the group. Allie, cat? Dad, did you get a cat? She was the first to reply. Baker hadn't expected Xandra to wake up so early. Have you had breakfast, Xandra? You're up quite early today. He briefly explained the situation with the cat. At WH Club, Amy closed her eyes, moved her neck, stood up and greeted Allie. You've worked hard, go get some rest. Allie was looking down at her phone. Amy accidentally glanced at the group name. Harmonious Family. It turned out Allie was chatting with her family. Due to preparing for competitions, they stayed up all night yesterday, and Dell and the others were already fast asleep. Allie replied to Baker, about to eat. She didn't want Baker to know she had stayed up all night. Otherwise, he'd worry and scold her again. Baker went to the principal's office on Monday before heading to class. The situation was like this. I was rushing home and didn't get the chance to explain. Baker recounted the events. The principal reassured him. Xiao Xiao is very intelligent and spirited. It chose you because it likes you. Baker nodded. Indeed, very clever. When I opened the can, it jumped right into my back. I should have checked, avoiding this misunderstanding. The principal chuckled, patting Baker's shoulder. I was worried Xiao Xiao might be mistreated by bad people. Fortunately, it's with you. It's more like Fudan University's guardian angel, loving lectures, freshmen, and seeing off graduates. Baker recalled a white cat from his childhood, also very smart. Every time his uncle chased it away, it would always appear to comfort him. So from the first sight, Baker took a liking to Xiao Xiao, reminiscent of that white cat. After explaining, seeing the principal wasn't upset, Baker left the office and returned to class. Entering the classroom, everyone was gathered around his usual seat. Baker walked over to find Xiao Xiao sitting there, shaking its fluffy tail and meowing upon seeing him. How brother, didn't expect your seat to be taken by a cat, did you? Kevin joked. Baker nodded. No, I didn't. Xiao Xiao, this is my seat. Do you mind moving? Meow. Xiao Xiao really stood up, soft paws stepping on the desk. Baker sat down, and Xiao Xiao jumped onto his lap. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Baker stroked Xiao Xiao gently, whispering, be good now, no trouble during class. Xiao Xiao meowed softly. It behaved well throughout the lesson. Being the famous campus cat, teachers wouldn't chase it away even in class. After class, it would leave automatically. Everyone on campus loved it. However, after the warning notice, everyone dared not feed it casually anymore. If caught, the principal would personally intervene. That day, after having lunch, they planned to stroll outside campus. How brother, honestly, did you do something to win Xiao Xiao's affection? James asked thoughtfully. Baker thought hard. Not really, just fed it like usual and even other cats and dogs around the campus. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Xiao suddenly clung to him, until they reached a small alley behind the school, where they saw several youths abusing a kitten with their cigarettes. Baker remembered then why Xiao Xiao clung to him. It was because he had saved it before. Hey, what are you doing? Kevin called out. Baker and the others approached. These youths looked disdainfully at them. Huzue smirked, blowing smoke at Baker. Minding our own business. This stray cat is full of bacteria. We're disinfecting it. Baker coldly retorted. Seems you're the ones who need disinfecting. James and Zach seized the opportunity to rescue the injured kitten, with 2 blood marks on its body. Brother Hao, let's quickly find a pet store to save it, they said. Baker nodded. Go on, be careful. Do you think we'll let you go? Hu Zue was a student from a neighboring engineering school, often hanging out here with his gang, bullying people and strays. Store owners nearby dared not meddle due to fear. Anyone who interfered faced constant trouble from Hu Zue, bugs in food or hair in drinks. The health department regularly inspected, causing everyone much distress. Baker and Kevin stepped in front of Hu Zue's gang, allowing James and the others to escape safely. The gang glared at Baker menacingly, closing in. Hu Zue snorted, "Damn, spoil sports, caring only for a stray cat?" Baker stepped forward, facing him directly. "You're nothing but scum. What did you say?" Hu Zue grabbed Baker's collar angrily. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao appeared and bit Hu Zue fiercely. Pain made Hu Zue kick it away. "Xiao Xiao." Baker's heart tightened as he caught it midair. Kevin raged, "Animals, let's fight." Baker blocked Kevin, gently placing the unconscious Xiao Xiao into his arms. "Take it to find a pet doctor first." "What about you, brother Hao?" Kevin was worried. Baker smiled. "Did you forget I still have my fists?" Kevin remembered Alex and nodded. "All right, I'll find James and the others. I'll come back to help you shortly." Baker replied, "All right." A metallic sound came from behind. One of the thugs was holding a steel pipe, attempting to sneak up on Kevin from behind. Baker deflected the attack effortlessly. The thug tried to overpower him but couldn't press down. Strangely, he couldn't pull away either. Baker gave him a cold glance. "Young man, not adhering to martial virtues, huh?" The thug was bewildered by Baker's tone, and in the next second, the steel pipe was warped by Baker's grip. Everyone stood in shock. Hu Zue's initial disdain had turned to terror. You don't come closer." His voice cracked severely. Clang. Baker tossed the bent steel pipe aside and shook his hand. "I told you last time not to torment stray cats and dogs anymore. Did you really forget?" The familiar tone and expression reminded Hu Zue of an incident. At the end of last month, while he was roaming this area with his gang, he saw a beautiful white cat with heterochromia. His gang had captured the cat in a plastic bag, ready to play with it in the alley when a masked man appeared. Without hesitation, this man subdued Hu Zue and his gang in just a few moves, taking the plastic bag with him. "Is it you?" Hu Zue stared at Baker seriously. Baker nodded. "Lucky for me that I met you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand why Xiao Xiao clung to me so much. Because he had saved it. Well, it seems like you guys need some disinfection." Baker stomped on the steel pipe, causing it to crack. The subtle sound sent shivers down their spines. The girls covered their heads, pleading for mercy, while Hu Zue and his gang promised never to do it again. As they begged, they secretly tried another move. Baker didn't even turn around to catch another steel pipe. He curled his lips coldly. "You really aren't learning, are you?" In the next second, the steel pipe was wrested away, and Baker swung it down forcefully. Wails of pain echoed throughout the alley. Chapter 175. There's something wrong with the people from your school. 10 minutes later, Baker arrived at the pet hospital. The doctor said Xiao Xiao was fine, but the little cat had been more seriously injured and might need to be hospitalized. Baker paid all the fees. "Please do your best to save it." He then carried Xiao Xiao back to school, where they went straight to the principal's office to report the situation. The principal pounded on his desk in anger. "How dare they hurt my cat? I'll go deal with them personally." He instructed Baker to take good care of Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao woke up, she clung even closer to Baker. She snarled at anyone who tried to touch or pick her up. Fengcheng Engineering College. Principal's office. Boldly. "Are these the students from your school? They've harmed a cat and even beat up our student with a steel pipe." The principal scolded. Principal Lee, who didn't have many hairs to begin with, dropped what few he had left after this rebuke. "Old Maya, calm down first. I've already called for them to come apologize personally. Of course, we will cover all medical expenses. Let's resolve this issue quickly." Principal Maya snorted. "What trivial matter? From what Baker told me, this isn't the first time they've harmed a cat. It was also them who put Xiao Xiao in a plastic bag before." As they were arguing, Hu Zue and others knocked and entered, all showing slight injuries on their faces. The girl had no visible marks on her face, just red palms. Principal Lee was alarmed. "What happened to you?" Hu Zue exaggerated, saying, "Principal Lee, that Baker from Fiancé University is a monster. He can crush steel pipes barehanded and whipped us with branches. We couldn't dodge his attacks. His eyes were just like my dad punishing me. Scary." The two principals exchanged glances. Principal Lee angrily asked, "What nonsense are you talking? Old Maya, look here. Our people were beaten by someone from your school. This issue cannot be overlooked. We'll talk about the cats later." Principal Maya retorted, "Talk about the cats now. Look at your students. They not only harm cats but lie as well. What? Crushing steel pipes with bare hands. Do you think it's Avengers stuff? Superheroes? I think you guys inflicted those injuries yourselves, just to frame our students from Finance University." Principal Lee pointed at Hu Zue and company, stuttering in anger. "These are clearly external injuries. There's something wrong with your school. You're the one with the problem." Principal Maya protested. "You." Principal Lee snapped back. The argument drew so much noise that it attracted the police. The police then called Baker because he was at the heart of this issue. Baker held Xiao Xiao in his arms. Upon seeing Hu Zue and company, Xiao Xiao bristled furiously. "It's okay. Nothing happened." Baker gently stroked her back. Xiao Xiao purred contentedly. Principal Maya reached out to hold Xiao Xiao, but she turned away. He blamed everything on Hu Zue and company. "See? My cat is afraid of people now. Officer, you must make them pay for this." Principal Lee wasn't pleased, still defending his own students. "Old Maya, you can't be biased. What about the injuries on Hu Zue and the others?" "They were inflicted by me," Baker admitted openly. Everyone in the police station looked at him. The officer recording the statement asked, "So, you really can crush steel pipes?" Baker shook his head, confused. "Crush? No, who can crush steel pipes? Even if he could, he wouldn't admit it." Hu Zue stammered, "Yes, he lies. Officer, you should ask around on the food street. Surely, someone secretly filmed it when we got beaten." Baker's hand paused while petting the cat. Xiao Xiao looked up at him, licking his hand comfortingly. The police officer sighed at Hu Zuowei. Classmate, we've gathered evidence long ago. No one saw anyone crush a steel pipe. Everyone was too busy working. Not true. The pipes were deformed, a girl exclaimed. Baker glanced at her, making her shift her gaze nervously. It truly hurt. We know, which is why we questioned several stores specifically. Because the alley was a blind spot, none of the shops saw anything unusual. Many store owners said those pipes were crushed by passing cars, the officer explained. Baker felt relieved playing with the cat again. At the entrance, a luxury car stopped. Georgia stepped out and entered the police station with a strong presence that immediately caught everyone's attention. Are you all right? Georgia asked. Baker paused, standing up. I'm fine. Did I worry you? He glanced at Principal Maya. Principal Maya explained. The police required a guardian. I don't have your parents' contact details, so I notified Ramon. After the questioning, the police, considering the severity, agreed with Principal Lee on the punishment. Hu Zuowei and the others received a probation notice. Xiao Xiao, let's go back to school. Outside the police station, Principal Maya extended his hand again, but Xiao Xiao refused to budge, staying on Baker's shoulder. Georgia noticed the joy in Baker's eyes and suggested to Principal Maya, I'd like to adopt this cat. What procedures do we need to follow? This. Principal Maya was reluctant to part with Xiao Xiao and tried calling her once more. All he got was a lazy sound from her. Sighing, Principal Maya gave up. Fine. It's destined. Baker, I hope you'll treat Xiao Xiao well and bring her back to see Mom sometime. Baker promised happily. Don't worry, Principal. We'll take good care of her. Principal Maya nodded with a reluctant expression, then took the car arranged by Georgia back to school. Baker got into a car with his daughter. Do you want to hold her? Georgia stretched out her hand. Sure. Baker caressed Xiao Xiao. She's my eldest daughter and won't harm you. Don't be scared. Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, focusing her eyes on Georgia, allowing her to hold her. Baker happily took many photos of his daughter and shared them in the group chat. Alicia and Bridget envied him to death. Ali remained silent, probably busy. Thinking he still had classes to attend, Baker asked Georgia to take the cat home first. But Xiao Xiao jumped right back into his arms, refusing to go. Georgia chuckled lightly. Dad, it looks like she only recognizes you. Baker helplessly hugged her tighter. Seems like it. By the way, daughter, was there really no one taking photos on that food street? Didn't he remember someone hiding and filming? Georgia responded coolly. Yeah, they all deleted the footage. Most of the stores on that street have been pranked by Hu Zuowei and company. With his hand. He waved his hand. James shook his head, declining. Kevin was very curious and leaned in. Apollo, did you really crush the steel pipe with this hand? He had seen Baker's fists send Alex flying. Baker shook his head. No, that's an exaggeration. He still couldn't reveal the truth. This strength issue needed to be addressed when Xandra was free. They had to figure out how to control it. From now on, he'd try not to expose himself. That day, after giving Xiao Xiao a bath, Baker went out for a morning run. Unexpectedly, he met a chubby little boy in a park near the school. The boy looked about 11 or 12 years old, wearing sportswear. He was sitting on a chair, tapping around before sneaking out a pack of snacks from his sports bag. Baker sat next to him to take a break and have some water. Want some? The chubby boy offered. Baker glanced at him and accepted readily. Sure. Then he casually grabbed a handful and started eating. The chubby boy's eyes widened, his mouth puckering up as if he wanted to cry. I just said that out of politeness. Why did you grab a whole handful? Baker chuckled at the boy's expression. All right, I'll trade you something else. He just happened to have breakfast he bought for Kevin and the others, beef pancakes. Here, have them. The chubby boy's nose twitched, almost drooling. He hadn't eaten fried pancakes like these in so long. He immediately took them and devoured them hungrily. Baker was startled, thinking the boy must have been hungry for days. Eat slowly, there's soy milk here too. The chubby boy alternated between eating and drinking, looking completely satisfied. Kevin called. Apollo, are you back yet? Your little grandchild is meowing nonstop. Baker smiled upon hearing the anxious meows inside the phone. I'm coming right back. I told you guys to join me for running, but you didn't get up. So, Xiao Xiao is the only one left to wake you all. At 6? We can't get up that early, the three complained. All right, I'm coming back. Baker hung up, getting ready to leave. After finishing his food, the chubby boy kept eyeing the beef pancakes in Baker's hand. Baker hesitated. If he gave any more, he wouldn't have enough to share with Kevin and the others. As he pondered what to do, two women passed by, giving mocking looks to the chubby boy. So young, yet already this fat. If you don't control yourself, you'll grow up to be a little piggy. They reeked of alcohol, which was quite unpleasant. The chubby boy felt hurt, biting his lower lip and looking down at his fingers. Baker shouted at the departing backs of the two women. They turned around, amused by Baker's handsome face. Little brother, what do you want from us? None of your business, Baker said, standing beside the chubby boy. The chubby boy suddenly looked up, grinning and saying to the two women, none of your business. Like you feed me rice. Boo, ugly aunties. Back with them. Don't wander around alone. What if some bad person kidnaps you? Miles looked confident. No way. Who dares lay a hand on Ansel? By the way, what's your name? Baker felt the name Ansel was familiar. My name is Baker. I'm leaving, bye-bye. Bye-bye. The pancake was very delicious. Ansel waved his chubby hand. Back in the dormitory, the more Baker thought about it, the more he felt the name Ansel was familiar. James and the others were eating breakfast and noticed one less beef pancake. Apollo, didn't you buy yours? He tore the pancake and gave more than half to Baker. Baker took it. No, I met a little fatty on the way. He was craving it, so I gave it to him. Xiao Xiao was eating the canned snacks prepared by Baker. Its tail entangled around Baker's ankle. While eating, Baker used his phone to search for the name Ansel. Seeing the result, he nearly choked on his food. Ansel turned out to be the youngest great-grandson of the Lei family. The true leader of the Lei family, Pierce's most beloved great-grandson. No wonder Baker found the name familiar. He had once heard his daughter chatting about the Lay family. At that time, he only vaguely understood and remembered a few names. Never would he have expected that an early morning jog would lead him to meet such a figure. While Baker was thinking, he received a call from an unknown number. Remembering the several calls he had previously missed which actually mattered, Dominic laughed heartily. Miss Summer has already mentioned that we should raise a cat at home, so the pet room has been renovated. It's all ready for move-in. Baker wagged Xiao Xiao's front legs. Did you hear? Xiao Xiao, you have a home. Meow. Xiao Xiao rolled around in Baker's arms. After arriving home, Baker went to prepare dinner for his daughters while handing Xiao Xiao over to Dominic and the staff. Unexpected incidents kept happening. First, Xiao Xiao resisted bathing. Then it refused the food offered by Dominic and the staff. Finally, it slid down from the 5th floor. Just as Bridget entered the door, she heard screams and saw a cat. Ah! She was stepped on the face. Baker rushed out upon hearing the commotion. He saw his daughter Mabel leaning backward, about to fall. Mabel, careful. Baker did a stylish slide and caught Mabel. Bridget was frightened and quickly stood up. Daddy, I just saw a cat. Meow. Xiao Xiao jumped into Baker's arms, stretching lazily. Baker stood up and told Bridget, yes, it's the cat I showed you in the group chat last time. Its name is Xiao Xiao, and the principal asked me to take care of it. It will be part of our family from now on. Bridget's heart bloomed looking at the fluffy cat. So cute. Daddy, can I hug it? Just wait. I'll bathe it first, then you can hold it. Baker walked upstairs. Dominic, there's soup in the kitchen. Please check the heat. Dominic nodded. Okay. Bridget followed Baker. Daddy, I'll help you wash it. Baker seriously asked her, are you sure? Yeah, she replied confidently. When Sage returned with Allie, they didn't find Baker in the kitchen or the living room. She asked Dominic, Father? Before Dominic could answer, Allie quickly moved to the elevator. The door opened, and Baker appeared disheveled, his hair wet. Daddy, what happened? Allie asked, her eyes falling on the cat in Baker's arms. Cold eyes met the clear heterochromia. She had an impulse to reach out. Baker handed Xiao Xiao to Allie. Good girl, help Daddy hold it. This is my daughter. Good girl. You mustn't make trouble. I need to change clothes. Xiao Xiao behaved, staying calmly in Allie's arms. Dominic brought a towel for Baker to wipe off. Baker explained, I said I'd give Xiao Xiao a bath, and your second sister insisted on joining me. Xiao Xiao was splashing around, soaking both of us. Sage teased Xiao Xiao, Father, this cat is too adorable. Adorable it is, but stubborn. I'll go change. Baker headed upstairs. Shortly after, he came down with Bridget, carrying a bowl of cat food. Baker put it down, and Xiao Xiao jumped down from Allie's arms and ate obediently. Bridget, Allie, and Sage complained about how difficult it was to bathe the cat. Summer hasn't come back yet? Baker checked the time and asked Dominic. Dominic seemed troubled, looking at Sage. Sage helped explain. She won't be having dinner with us this week. Really? Why didn't anyone tell me? Baker was astonished. Last time his daughter visited, she didn't mention this. Baker blamed himself inwardly for neglecting his daughters due to his personal affairs. Sage consoled Baker. Father, don't be upset. Summer asked us not to tell you. We all knew about it. Baker widened his eyes. Everyone knew except me? He immediately called Georgia. After a long ring, a man's voice answered. Hello, Mr. Xiao. This is Maya, Jean's assistant. Ms. Jean can't answer your call right now. She is meeting with representatives from the Lay family. Representatives from the Lay family? Baker took a deep breath. I understand. Tell Summer to take care of herself. Are you still at the Jean Corporation? Yes, Maya replied. Baker asked, has Summer eaten yet? Not yet, but I was about to go buy something, Maya said. Baker said, no need. I'll bring something over. Confused, Maya wondered what Baker was bringing over. After hanging up, Baker instructed everyone, daughters, let's go have dinner with your eldest sister. Sure. They all answered in unison. Meanwhile, at the Jean Corporation building, after meeting with the representatives from the Lay family, Georgia looked exhausted. The old fox from the Lay family was indeed an old fox. It was impossible to tell which card he held close to his chest. They were not easy to deal with. President Jean, Mr. Xiao just called asking about you. I told him the truth. Maya, her assistant, handed over the phone. Georgia's expression turned to one of surprise. What did Dad say? Maya mimicked Baker's tone. Has Summer eaten? No need. I'll bring it over immediately. Georgia's mouth slightly opened before she laughed, her mood suddenly becoming brighter. Let the staff go home. You can leave too. Maya thought he had misheard and didn't dare ask again for fear that Jean would take back her words. He immediately notified each department head to announce dismissal. A wave of excitement rippled through the company as everyone found it hard to believe, but quickly packed up and left without delay. Maya bent over to Georgia. President Jean, I'll go first. Sweet dreams. Okay, Georgia messaged in the group chat. Are you here yet? Allie replied. At the building entrance. Georgia waited by the elevator. Minutes later, the elevator doors opened. Baker was still talking with Bridget and didn't notice what was ahead. Dad. Ah. Responding instinctively, Baker looked up and saw his eldest daughter. Georgia took the food box from him. Dad, what is this that smells so good? Baker's eyes welled up. Daughter, why are you so thin? He hadn't noticed until recently, when Sage mentioned she rarely came home for meals. Not that dramatic. Georgia waved them inside. Sage put down the things on the table and shook her hands. Summer, let me tell you, this pot of soup is the heaviest. Allie, carrying a cat in one arm and holding some items in the other hand, called out, elder sister. Good girl. Georgia smiled at her. Bridget also obediently greeted her elder sister, then put down her items. After settling in, they started the meal formally. Baker had prepared several large braised chicken legs, placing one in each person's bowl. Xiao Xiao, having eaten its fill, lay quietly on the sofa, watching them. As they chatted and ate, the atmosphere was incredibly warm and cozy. Georgia ate more than usual, perhaps thanks to the familial warmth boosting her appetite. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Baker's phone rang. It showed Ansel as the caller ID. He answered and put the call on speaker. Ansel, What's up at this late hour? Ansel? The daughters exchanged glances, looking at Baker. Baker winked at them, signaling them to listen on. Big brother Xiao, do you have time tomorrow to play basketball? Ansel invited. Baker pondered. Sure, can I bring friends along? There was no immediate reply from Ansel's side, but my grandpa's daughters were influential figures. Helping them was not an easy task. After finishing the meal, everyone tidied up together before heading home. Kristen didn't like staying in the pet carrier back. She preferred standing on Baker's shoulder or being held by his daughters. After Baker introduced Kristen to everyone, she became more affectionate with the daughters, seeming to understand that these beautiful ladies had a special relationship with her owner. The next day, Baker arrived at the agreed location and found it was the same park basketball court where he had encountered Miles earlier. Miles was already playing inside. Baker walked over, observing the surroundings. There were no more black-clad figures except for nearby college students. Brother Xiao. Ansel waved happily upon seeing Baker. Baker responded, approaching and asking quietly, where are your bodyguards? They're too annoying, watching me too closely. I managed to lose them, Ansel replied, his eyes gleaming as he added, by the way, I couldn't find the beef burgers you bought last time, so that's what this little guy wanted. Baker ruffled his fine hair. I'll take you to buy some later, my treat. Yay. Ansel was overjoyed. While playing basketball with Ansel, 7 or 8 college students came in, making a lot of noise. Hey, shorty, why don't you guys go to the adjacent court? We need this one for a match, they said arrogantly to Baker and Ansel. Ansel retorted, I'm not short, just a bit stocky. Leave them alone, Baker told him. The group looked down on Baker. Friend, it would be wise if you took your brother out of here before we have to throw you out. Pound, pound, pound. Baker dribbled the ball with one hand, looking at their leader. This place is open to everyone. We can play here. The leader nodded. All right, then how about this? We play a match to see who scores the most? Sure, Baker replied indifferently. Ansel looked worried, gently tugging at Baker's shirt. What if we lose? Baker patted his head reassuringly. Don't worry. The game was set for 30 minutes, with points scored by shooting. Li Jia decided to play against both Baker and Ansel alone. Li Jia, with his muscular arms, casually bounced the ball twice, did a little hop, and made a shot. Applause erupted. Baker smirked, dribbling the ball while explaining shooting techniques to Ansel. He let Ansel shoot the first ball. It hit the backboard and bounced back hard. Phew, Li Jia led the mocking chorus. Ansel's face turned red. Brother Xiao, I'm no good. I'm too short. Baker asked him, do you know there's a legendary shortest rebounder in NBA history? Bogues, Ansel answered loudly. Yes, Bogues, at 1.6 meters tall, went undefeated throughout high school. Most incredibly, even when facing away from the hoop, he could still nail a three-pointer from the three-point line. After 30 minutes, Li Jia left, unwilling to admit defeat. Ansel hugged Baker, elated. That was awesome, Brother Xiao. Baker pried him off. Let's play a bit more. It's getting late. I'll take you to eat and then send you home. Okay, Ansel obediently agreed. Baker handed him the ball, checking his phone messages and informing his daughters that he wouldn't be home for lunch. Georgia and the others, knowing Baker was with Ansel, readily approved. At home, Bridget played with the cat. Dad, Kristen is picky about food. I got her cat food, but she won't eat it. Baker replied, in the smallest fridge, there's prepared food for her, salmon and dried apple. Just bring it out for her. He also sent her the proportions for freeze-dried food, telling her to ask Dominic if she had any questions. Near noon, Baker brought Ansel to a food street, where he was curious about everything, wanting to taste various dishes. Baker bought a little of everything for him to try. Concerned that Ansel hadn't eaten much junk food before, Baker advised him not to overeat, worrying it might upset his stomach. Ansel listened obediently, tasting only a bit of each. They later bought Ansel's favorite beef burgers and some small gifts. Ansel held them dearly. Baker asked, shall we walk around a bit more before I send you home? Okay, Ansel nodded. Baker paused. You agreed so quickly? Aren't you afraid I might kidnap you? Ansel shook his head. Brother Xiao is a good person. You wouldn't kidnap me. Besides, he glanced around nervously. Baker followed his gaze, noticing familiar people amidst the crowd. Some members of Lei's family who had picked him up that morning. Baker understood. Take your time eating, and then I'll send you home. The Lei family mansion was built on a hillside near Longji Mountain, one of Fengqing's other famous mountains, Jamming Mountain. Walking into the Lei family compound, Ansel took Baker's hand. They passed a pond and reached the main building, where an elderly man sat with several stern-looking men behind him. Grandfather! Ansel ran over joyfully. Pierce, serious for a moment, broke into a loving smile as he embraced Ansel. Did you have fun? Yes, Brother Xiao took me to eat lots of yummy things and bought me many toys. Ansel shared his happiness. Pierce nodded approvingly. Good, go inside with your Lionel Jiang and study. Ansel hesitated, not wanting to leave Baker. Okay, bye, Brother Xiao. Grandfather, please arrange for someone to send Brother Xiao home later. I will. Pierce pinched his precious great-grandson's cheek. After Ansel left, the atmosphere changed. It became oppressive, intensified by Pierce's intentional display of authority. What is your intention in approaching Ansel? Baker frowned. Sir, it seems you've misunderstood me. If I had intentions, I wouldn't exploit a child. At that moment, Baker remembered what his daughter had told him. Dad, stay away from Lei family affairs. He had indeed thought of using Ansel to create connections for his daughters. But at that moment, he felt a sense of resistance inside. However, Georgia saw through him, making him abandon the idea. It could only be said that his daughters knew him best. Pierce's sharp eyes had been watching Baker all along, and Baker did not avoid his gaze. Someone whispered in Pierce's ear. He then retracted his imposing aura and said, all right, I believe what you say. Ziqian, escort Mr. Xiao down the mountain. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao, who was in Bridget's arms, jumped down as soon as the door opened, meowing softly as she ran to Baker's side. She stood up, seeking a hug. Baker picked her up and said with a smile, you are really clingy. Meow Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to rub her face against Baker's neck. On Monday, Bridget attended a new product launch for Tsigu, a well-known sports shoe brand. She was the spokesperson for this event. The previous spokesperson had been the famous football player, Hashimoto Nas. Reporters were curious about why Tsigu chose a singer as their new spokesperson. The person in charge of Tsigu explained that they sought innovation and placed high value on Miss Bridget's exceptional qualities. According to my understanding, Miss Bridget is very fond of Tsigu, almost owning every pair of limited edition sneakers shoes given by Air Bao. What the heck? Someone exclaimed loudly right beside Baker. Startled, Baker took a couple of steps back and hurried up the stairs. Excuse me, wait. Are those CIGU's latest reissued version? Someone blocked Baker, asking excitedly. Baker glanced down at his feet. I'm not sure. These were a gift from my family. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gazes shifted, now regarding him differently. Hashtag chapter 178. The first time someone remembered his preferences. There was envy. There was jealousy. But mostly, there was resentment. Because Baker had long been a prominent figure at school, the news spread quickly. Everyone knew that Baker had come to school wearing a pair of Tsigu shoes. 6 out of 10 posts on the forums were discussions about Baker. Some people said he had connections with both Aiden and Dev, so what was the big deal about a pair of Tsigu shoes? Others commented that usually Baker dressed very modestly, and would never show off his connections to wealthy individuals in such an extravagant manner. But today, his appearance stood out, leading to speculation. Many people agreed with these posts. Gradually, more negative comments about Baker emerged, even questioning the nature of his relationship with Georgia and others, insinuating something improper. Baker, however, was unaware of all this. He only knew that during his journey to school, many people had taken photos of him, all asking about the shoes. He was puzzled. What was so special about this pair of shoes? Although his clothes and shoes were generally custom-made by us, he took them off and put on another pair from the shoe cabinet. So, that's why everyone was staring at me. Are these shoes really famous? Tsigu, of course, is famous. Many rich people buy them for collection purposes. Each model has only one piece per quarter, Zach explained. James was already confused by Baker's behavior and temporarily forgot about who Bridget's father was. Bro, how? Aiden really dotes on you, buying a shoe that costs tens of thousands just like that? Baker rubbed his face. She didn't buy them. If they were that expensive, I definitely wouldn't have worn them. As you've seen before, I usually wear shoes that cost only a couple of $100s. He realized the mistake of not checking the details beforehand since the shoes had diamonds embedded in them. The daughter's gifts were heartfelt, and Baker wanted to wear them right away, inadvertently causing a stir. Not from Aiden? James was stunned. Kevin looked enlightened. I see. It must be from Dev then? Baker gave a fake smile and messaged Bridget. Mabel, these shoes are too expensive. Dad will take them off to avoid attracting attention. Bridget had just finished a press conference when she saw Baker's message. Smile. Alright, Dad. It was my oversight. Next time, I won't buy anything so expensive. No, it's not your fault, Mabel. Blame Dad for wanting to show off the gift. Baker felt it wasn't her fault. Bridget responded with a small emoji, ending the conversation. Switching back to WeChat, Baker noticed Eliza had sent him a message late last night. Eliza, how's your health lately? Any strange changes? Baker felt Eliza had some sort of obsession, fixating on things until she understood them fully. He replied, I'm perfectly fine, eating well, and sleeping soundly. Eliza, alright, noted. Baker hadn't expected such a prompt reply, and remembered Summer's earlier suspicions. If she were truly his daughter, does Eliza have any preferences, like? He cautiously asked, hoping to connect better. Eliza pondered seriously. Silver needles, skeletal specimens, rare skulls, or unusual medical conditions. Baker. Isn't there anything normal she likes? Seeing his silence, a faint shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. She realized her interests were indeed unconventional. Even her adoptive parents had been speechless when she expressed her hobbies. Alright, if I find anything rare, I'll notify you, Baker thoughtfully replied. Eliza's eyes lit up. This was the first time someone truly remembered her preferences. Thank you. She walked into her apartment's display room filled with various skulls, vertebrae, and bones. Do you have a way with animals? Otherwise, how could proud Kristen be so well behaved? Baker found the comment exaggerated and quickly explained the awkward moments of bringing Kristen home. Meanwhile, discussions on the campus forum grew fiercer. Someone even posted high-definition images of Baker's morning shoes. Forum post. These shoes are the latest replica version from Tsigu, priced at $80,000. Notice the golden embroidered logo, which signifies it's a hidden edition. Comment 1. Cool. Top students are different. I bet it's from Aiden. Comment 21. No, it's likely from Dev due to the taste. Comment 105. Isn't it reported that Bridget gifted the replica to her dad at the Tsigu press conference today? Comment 851. So, does this mean Baker has met Bridget's parents? Translation completed while preserving tone, style, and paragraph structure from the original text. The thread on the forum was getting more and more outrageous. Kevin and the others noticed this and hurriedly read the posts. Thinking that Baker hadn't yet come out of the principal's office, they could help speak up for him. Can't he earn money to buy them himself? Yeah, our brother Hao is so outstanding. There's nothing wrong with him buying a pair of shoes with his own money. Exactly, there are many people jealous of our brother Hao. Who do you think you are? Initially, when they were defending Baker, they didn't hide their identities and use their real names. However, their words were deliberately exploited by someone else, who started a new thread. Original poster. This pair of shoes is counterfeit. The golden threads aren't even noticeable. It looks obviously fake. Look at the Tsigu logo. Don't you think something is off? This post featured an enlarged version of the original photo, focusing on the logo area where there was some reflection, making it seem somewhat less clear. Those who envied Baker began to mock him. Post 10. I said it before, no matter how good his relationship with Aiden is, he couldn't just casually spend tens of thousands on shoes. Baker's previous outfits never totaled up to 1,000. Post 85. Exactly, it must be a replica. Ha, what a laugh. He dared to wear it to school openly, pretending not to know how much they cost when asked. Post 99. Right, what pretense? If you can't afford it, admit it. Pout to those big bosses like Aiden, and maybe they'll buy you a new one. James and the others were furious. How did these people get more and more agitated? By the time Baker left the principal's office and went downstairs, he noticed people around him pointing and whispering. When he heard forum, he realized something was wrong. He quickly logged onto the forum and saw that an entire page was filled with discussions about him. How brother, you came back just in time. Look at this post. These several floors have the same IP and the same numerical sequence. I found a problem. Baker was stopped by James as soon as he entered the classroom. He walked over and watched James operate the laptop, where chaotic code flashed rapidly. James quickly locked onto someone, Zane. This IP belongs to him. He has been using a hidden alias to spread negative comments about you. James, can you find out where this person is now? Baker asked coldly. James replied, give me a moment. After 5 minutes, James shook his head. It's hard to track down. My skills are limited. Baker stroked his chin with one hand and asked, what about a general location? Library. James answered. Baker headed towards the library, with James and the others following closely behind. Library. Zane was smugly browsing the forum posts because after apologizing to Baker at the morning assembly, his family's business had been deliberately targeted by the Jean group. As a result, Zane was beaten by his father and had all his bank cards confiscated, receiving only a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. He harbored resentment and finally grabbed this opportunity for revenge. He thought he had covered his tracks well, believing no one would discover him. But he hadn't anticipated that Baker would track him down. Hashtag chapter 179. It's fine, count me in for the loss. Andre. Titus didn't disturb the others who were studying. After finding Andre, he spoke. Andre was startled and hasty, asking Dave and the others. Audrey explained, we bumped into him on the way here. He greeted you, but you ignored him. Then he asked us where we were going and what for. So, I told him. Titus recalled the incident, but had been too focused on dealing with Andre to notice. Fabian pushed Andre toward Titus. Andre apologized. I'm sorry. I won't be a keyboard warrior again. Titus was speechless. The cold words, the mocking words. You typed them quickly without considering their impact. Andre, I thought you learned your lesson last time. Andre felt his heart sink, afraid of another school-wide announcement. I really know I was wrong. I'll delete the post right now. If this got to his father, his allowance would be gone. Andre deleted the post immediately under everyone's watchful eyes. Dave noticed new posts speculating about Tan Shengxiang's father having connections with Titus. Everyone turned to look at Titus. Fabian, quicker with his mouth than his brain, blurted out, Titus, what's your relationship with Tan Shengxiang's dad? What? Titus instinctively tensed up as he read the post. The poster logically connected Tan Shengxiang's father with Titus through the shoes. Titus read further, thinking someone had figured out his connection to Tan Shengxiang's family just from the shoes. Just as he was growing nervous, he saw the conclusion. Therefore, I boldly guessed that these 80,000 yuan shoes were a gift from Tan Shengxiang's father to Titus. Titus. Thanks to the alumni's strange imagination, his life was saved. The thread took an interesting turn. Everyone watched Titus go from tense to relieved, then smiling. So fast. So what's your relationship with her? Fabian persisted. Titus explained, nothing special. These shoes are just high-quality fakes. I won't wear them anymore. With that, the matter ended. He instructed Andre to post. Say my shoes are fakes. The genuine Sigu hidden edition is in Miss Tan Shengxiang's possession. Andre hesitated. Fabian slapped him on the head. Do as you're told. As class was about to start, Titus and the group headed back to the classroom, with Fabian calling after him. Hey, have you considered joining the basketball club? Titus shrugged. Sure, maybe sometime. Fabian couldn't believe it, shouting after the departing Titus. Remember our deal. Joshu came to pick up something and took the pair of shoes away. Titus worried they might get stolen if left in the dorm. They were a gift from his daughter, so he cherished them. Who wants to visit the new Jade store at the night market tonight? Someone shouted after class. This piqued everyone's interest. What Jade store? Someone asked. From his bag, the person pulled out a bundle of coupons. It's the new Jade store. The owner gave me these discount coupons. You can get some. Looking around, he found himself separated from Dave and the others. The owner insisted, pulling Titus deeper into the store. We have some rare pieces inside. Follow me. No, thanks. Titus refused. Come on, the owner persisted. Titus grew irritated and twisted away, inadvertently knocking over a stone. My Yangzhou Jade, the owner dramatically cried. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on them. The staff continued touting goods while observing. Hearing Titus, Dave and the others rushed over. What happened? Titus pointed to the broken rock. He wants me to pay for it, saying this could yield high-grade jade. Zuolong knelt to examine it, but was rebuked by the owner. Don't touch it. You can't afford to replace it if damaged. Say, private settlement or shall I call the police? This stone can yield top-grade Yangzhou jade. You've ruined it. This is just a broken rock, Dave muttered. Audrey agreed. Yeah. Do you think we're fools? Titus discreetly checked and confirmed the stone could indeed produce high-grade jade. However, leaving it openly in the entrance seemed suspicious. Wouldn't someone eventually knock it over? Was this a trap set by the owner? Though Titus suspected foul play, he lacked evidence and knowledge about jade. The owner argued heatedly with Audrey and the others. Baker stood aside, calling Georgia. Eyes narrowed slightly. Do you need me there? Sage asked. Georgia replied, no, the night market has many university students, so I'm more suitable for this, being the landlord. All right, call if anything happens. Sage hung up. At the night market, the owner insisted on 4,000 yuan from Baker. Everyone murmured, 4,000? That's like robbery. What evidence is there that this pile of stones is worth 4,000? You can't expect a decent jade from this raw stone most of the time. You placed it there intentionally to get someone to break it, didn't you? A cold voice said. People instinctively parted, making way for Georgia, followed by Alban and Dominic. It's President Jean. Goddess Jean. Why did she come to the university night market? So beautiful and graceful. Could it be for Baker? Speculation flew as people exchanged glances between Baker and Georgia. The owner's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Georgia to show up. Georgia approached Baker and whispered, "Were you scared?" Her voice was so gentle. Baker shook his head. Not really, just confused. His demeanor was so innocent. People started taking videos and photos. Georgia cast a sharp glance around, which made everyone less blatant. President Jean, I know you have keen eyes, but I'm an expert in jade, so I naturally understand more than you do. Zhao Gongyu boasted. Georgia simply gave a cold, "Oh," without replying. Zhao Gongyu continued, "Let's make a bet. If you win, this student can leave, but if I win, the payout will double. And whatever comes out belongs to whoever cuts it open." Baker shook his head. No deal. He didn't want his daughter involved in gambling. Georgia ignored the clownish behavior, but felt the need to help her father stand up to him. "No worries, cut as you please, and if we lose, it's on me." Everyone was stunned. Was she pampering him that much? Baker was equally astonished. Seriously, was she serious? He used facial expressions to warn her not to fall for the owner's trap. Zhao Gongyu was delighted, knowing the secrets of these stones only too well. Georgia added, "Let's add a stake. If we win, your shop gets smashed, and you lose a hand." Her words were icy, gripping everyone's heart tightly, and nobody dared to breathe heavily. Zhao Gongyu, looking into her cold eyes, broke out in a sweat. "All right. Please translate the next segment as you receive it." Chapter 180. Your name is the same as her father's. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense. So tense that no one noticed a bright red sports car appearing at the entrance of the night market. Two people got out of the car, one alluring and the other enigmatic. It was none other than Sage and Allie. The two quickened their pace and arrived at the jade shop. Baker was standing in front of a stone, looking troubled. Next to him stood someone holding an original stone cutter, waiting for instructions. Zhao Gongyu was also standing before a stone. He told Baker to go first. "Classmate, hurry up." The more he urged, the more anxious Baker felt. He was really indecisive. This was money after all. One wrong cut, and if nothing came out, what would happen? His daughter's money would be wasted. "Go ahead, it's fine." A familiar voice came from behind him. Baker turned to see Xandra and little Jamie. Zhao Gongyu frowned. Unrelated people should not speak. But recognizing Sage, he immediately changed his expression to a smile. "Boss Jamie, long time no see." Sage did not respond kindly. "Well, I thought you'd have fled the city after your last incident, but here you are." This made Zhao Gongyu feel awkward. "Why are you two here?" Baker asked curiously. "To support you," Ali said coolly. Sage nodded. "When I received Summer's call, I was just at the WH Club. Xandra heard our conversation and insisted on coming over." Baker was moved beyond words. How wonderful were his daughters. They came to support him. Instantly, they captured everyone's hearts. This was too good. With the encouragement from his daughters, Baker made the first cut. There was nothing inside. He felt somewhat disappointed, and so did the onlookers. Zhao Gongyu laughed, rubbed his hands together, started cutting his own piece, but then his smug grin froze. It was empty too. "What a waste. I thought there would be something good inside," someone commented. "Is the boss just a fraud?" Others added, as if slapping the boss multiple times. "Let's try again," Zhao Gongyu said, standing in front of the second stone. "I'll go this time." He hastily sliced a small piece off, revealing a tiny bit of green. With hope rising, he sliced a larger piece off, only to find that there was just that little bit of green, the rest being worthless. Following little Jamie's advice, Baker chose a dull-looking speckled stone for the second cut. Inside was solid green, the highest grade emerald apple green. "Wow." The crowd gasped in amazement. Cameras flashed. Georgia smiled approvingly. "Good." Sage looked proud. "My eyesight is sharp, right?" Allie complimented her. "Sister Jamie is impressive." Baker didn't expect such success either. Delighted, he placed the stone before his daughters. "Can we make some bracelets out of this for you?" Though he didn't know much about it, this green seemed very high quality. "Sure," Sage agreed. There were 4 pieces of raw jade left. Zhao Gongyu protested. "It's not fair, Boss Jamie, you can't help." Sage nodded. "All right, I won't." Anyway, the last 4 pieces weren't anything special. Zhao Gongyu let Baker choose. Baker picked one, cut it open, and found nothing. He laughed. Neither of them had any luck. In the end, Zhao Gongyu became cautious. Whenever Baker showed interest in a piece, Zhao Gongyu would snatch it and cut it first, finding nothing each time. When Baker made his cuts, everyone held their breath, crowding around to see the results. But there was still nothing. Of these stones, only one of Baker's had produced any results. Nothing like what the boss had claimed about every piece containing precious jade. Georgia coldly waved her hand. "Smash this shop." Hearing that they were going to smash the shop, everyone quickly backed away. Several burly men appeared with sticks in hand. Zhao Gongyu didn't expect Georgia to be serious. "Aiden, please spare me. I run a small business. Please give me a break. I'll give this jade to this student." He was trying to bribe Baker. Baker asked in puzzlement, "Isn't this mine already?" He remembered that the owner had said whoever opened it could claim it. "It's yours." Everyone agreed unanimously. "Smash it," Georgia commanded again. Zhao Gongyu blocked the store. "Let's see who dares. Anyone who dares smash my store will have to step over my body. I've called the police." Georgia glanced at him sharply. "I almost forgot. I still need to disable one of your hands." "I'll handle it." Allie stepped forward, but Baker held her back and whispered, "Too many people are watching and filming. Be a good girl, don't." Considering her growing fear sent Kevin and the others back, wanting to spend some more time with his daughters. The club called, asking Sage to send Allie back, not to linger outside because they had seen what happened at the jade shop online. Allie talked with Baker for a while before leaving with Sage. Baker noticed Officer Chun talking to Georgia nearby, seemingly on friendly terms. Baker felt a twinge of jealousy. Was this guy interested in his daughter? He approached, cough, So you two are close? Yell explained, previously, thanks to the financial support from the Zhang Group, I was able to enter the police academy and reach my current position. I've always wanted to thank Aiden in person but never had the chance. He missed the opportunity when they met at the police station last time. Support? Baker was curious. Georgia responded coolly. Officer Chin doesn't need to worry about it. That was a long time ago. I sponsored not only you but many others. Moreover, I did it in Dad's name. So if you want to thank me, you might as well thank him. A shock passed through Baker's eyes. Georgia gave him a deep look. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Officer Chun, the jade is handed over to you. Yes, thank you for your cooperation, Aiden. Yell nodded. Baker saw Georgia to the car and leaned in to whisper, Daughter, how many surprises do you have prepared for Dad? Using his name to sponsor others shocked him deeply. All the surprises come from those who love you. Georgia smiled. In the years you were asleep, I sponsored countless people. I hoped they would remember you. Their successes would bring fortune, making you wake up sooner. Baker replied after washing up and sitting on his bed. Then he saw that the night market incident had trended on Weibo. Bridget quickly messaged Baker asking if he was okay. Baker reassured her that he was fine and told her that Georgia and the others had come to help support him. I also want to support Dad. Bridget sent an expression of dissatisfaction. But because she had recently become too famous, even going to the supermarket could be captured on camera. If someone were to photograph her at the night market of Kaijing University, it would make explaining away that Sigu's shoes even harder. Since Baker had been at the scene, they finally managed to divert media attention and didn't want it focused on him again. No worries, you're supporting Dad silently. Baker sent a patting head emoji. Meanwhile, in the family group chat, Ali rarely posted a photo. She was holding Kristen, sitting on the sofa with a cool expression that caught everyone's eye. Baker, didn't baby Guy Ball go back to the club? Given the context and for better fluency in English, it would be more appropriate to translate Guy Ball as baby, or even just use the name if it has been introduced earlier. Using pinyin with Chinese characters doesn't maintain natural fluency in the target language. Sage, she didn't. I brought Xandra home. It's too dangerous for a girl to drive at night. Ali. Georgia. Baker. Bridget, that's true. It's dangerous. It seemed only Bridget genuinely believed Sage. Baker changed the subject. Baby, how's it going at the club lately? Ali replied, it's okay, but there are always people who don't know their limits challenging me, which is troublesome. Before, she never imagined gaming would bring these minor issues. If she knew about them earlier, she would solve them with one strike. Now she couldn't even fight openly and had to hide her identity from those guys. This made Ali furious, and she always lost her temper when dealing with these provocations. Calm down. Our Xandra doesn't mind such trifles, but don't endure excessively. Give them what they deserve, Baker said. Ali, okay, got it. I've already dealt with them. By the way, Dad, big sister, second sister, I found out that Professor Huang, Marnie's biological mother, has met Kira's grandmother. Sage, what? Can't be. Baker thought for a moment. Kind of. Right now, everything I eat and use is funded by her, but I'm working hard to earn money. That's why he wanted to become independent as soon as possible, build his own little fund, and stop troubling the girls all the time. Seeing his serious eyes, Yul praised him. Good job, keep it up. Fortunately, the police car brought him back just in time before curfew. Otherwise, they would have had to ask the dorm manager to open the door. Back at the dormitory, James and the others gathered around and asked Baker if he was alright. Everyone saw him getting off the police car and assumed he had been taken to the police station too. No worries, Officer Chin drove me back, Baker replied after finishing up in the bathroom. He then noticed that the night market incident was trending on Weibo. Bridget quickly messaged Baker asking if he was okay. Baker assured her that he was fine and mentioned that Georgia and the others had come to back him up. I wish I could come and support Dad too, Bridget sent a face expressing disappointment. But because she had been so popular recently, even a quick trip to the supermarket could result in being photographed. If she were seen coming to the night market at Finance University, it would make it even harder to explain Sigu's shoes. After successfully diverting the media attention, he didn't want them focusing on her father again. Don't worry, you can still give silent support, Baker replied with a pat on the head emoji. In the family group chat, Ali rarely posted a photo. She was sitting on the sofa holding Kristen, looking cool and eye-catching. Baker, baby didn't go back to the club? Sage, no, I brought Xandra home. It's too dangerous for a girl to drive at night. Ali. Georgia. Baker. Bridget, yeah, very dangerous. It seemed only Bridget took Sage's words at face value. To change the subject, Baker asked, baby, how's it going at the club? Ali replied, not bad, except there are always people who don't know their place challenging me. It's such a hassle. She never thought gaming would bring such minor troubles. In the past, any small issues could be solved with one stroke of her blade. Now, she couldn't even fight openly and had to hide her identity so those guys wouldn't find her. This left Ali seething with anger. She never had much patience when dealing with provocations. Calm down. We won't stoop to their level, but don't hold back if they go too far. Fight back, Baker said. Ali, got it, already did. By the way, Dad, eldest sister, second sister, I found out that Professor Huang, Marnie's biological mother, has contacted Kira's grandmother. Sage, what? Surely not. Chapter 181. She is really the third one. Was the information so explosive? Baker recalled the time he was invited to the Jamie family as a guest. Tenley did mention that she had participated in the Zhansher Group's sperm donation program. No, this can't be explained in just one or two sentences over WeChat. But it was already 10 o'clock. Going home would be too late and might disturb his daughter's rest. Fortunately, tomorrow was Friday, and he could go home immediately afterward. Daughters, let's discuss this matter tomorrow night. It's too late now. Everyone needs to rest. Work on it tomorrow. Baker specifically tagged Georgia. Mariah sent an obedient emoticon. Sure. I'll come back tomorrow night. Sage said, I will call Grandma first thing tomorrow to ask about it, and we'll discuss it tonight. Ali sent an unhappy emoticon. I hope it's not her. Baker shook his head helplessly. He hoped that if it really were Marniji, the two sisters could get along well. Most families have siblings who fight and argue, which is normal since they are learning to communicate with each other, maintain their independence, and negotiate and compromise. Previously, he and his cousins always followed what Maisie told them. Blood relations are often closer, but that closeness can lead to friction. On Friday, Baker studied diligently at school, occasionally calling Dominic to check on Kristen. Because if the cat didn't see Baker for a day, it would meow incessantly, but once Baker explained the situation via video call, it would behave for a long time, even cooperating with Dominic when he bathed and fed it. Dominic more than once marveled that it seemed almost human. At Jamie Entertainment Company, Sage called her grandmother Tinley on schedule, asking about the matter Allie mentioned the previous night. "Oh, Megan," Tinley dragged out the words. "Grandma, you really know her? Did she really contact you? Wait, why didn't I know you participated in the Jean Group project?" Sage asked 3 questions in rapid succession. "It was a long time ago, and I don't want to talk about it. The whole affair was complicated. By the way, why are you asking?" Tinley said indifferently. "It concerns father-in-law trying to find his daughter." "Grandma, please tell me." Sage had heard of the Jean Group's sperm donation plan but never bothered to inquire about its complexity. She knew it couldn't be simple. Otherwise, the selection wouldn't be so stringent. Everyone wants money, but who would sacrifice their life for money? Megan wanted a child, but as a medical professor, how could she dare use her real name to have a child? Tinley said. Sage was confused. "What do you mean, want a child? Can't she just get married?" "She can't marry." Tinley smiled faintly and continued. "She used a fake identity and borrowed someone else's identity to purchase a sperm from the Jean Group, then underwent artificial insemination using her egg, and bore a child." "What identity?" Sage felt this was the key point. Tinley hesitated slightly. Sage's eyes grew wider and wider. The information was too much for her to digest all at once. She remained in a daze for a long time after hanging up the phone. At Once Villa, Marniji had just returned when her other phone rang. "We found some information about your biological father," the caller said excitedly. Marniji listened coldly while Gretchen removed her shoes for her. "Your biological father is a stranger who donated sperm. Professor Huang used a fake identity to buy this sperm from the Jean Group for artificial insemination. The project has been discontinued, so there is little information in the database. Recently, someone began investigating your case, making previously unseen information appear in the database, allowing us to discover these details." "Understood." Marniji hung up. She scrolled through her contacts and saw Georgia. Her cold eyes flashed sharply as she dialed. Georgia was surprised to receive a call from Marniji. "Hello. Are you free? Let's talk," Marniji said. Georgia glanced at her watch. "Sure, I'm at the company. You have an hour before I have to leave." "Okay, right away." They hung up. Georgia tapped her fingers on the desk, seemingly guessing something through her screen. "Calling Maya Taiju. Go downstairs personally to pick up someone." "Marniji? Is Eliza collaborating with us?" Maya Taiju was shocked. It was rumored that the medical expert was aloof and never collaborated with anyone. President Jean is President Jean, indeed. "Not really, go on," Georgia waved him off. Some matters were better discussed face to face. When Marniji arrived, Maya Taiju cleared the lobby and elevator area because he knew she preferred quiet. After bringing her inside, Maya Taiju left the room. Georgia came straight to the point. "Why did you seek me out?" "In the Jean Group's frozen sperm donation project, records from 40 years ago, is there a person named Megan?" Marniji asked coolly. "No," Georgia shook her head. "If there were, she and Xandra wouldn't have struggled so hard to investigate." Georgia looked at her and cautiously asked, "Can you accept someone who looks your age or younger as your father?" Marniji vaguely guessed the meaning. "What do you mean?" Her eyes, formerly cold, now flashed with sharpness. "I think you're smart enough to understand," Georgia clarified. At this moment, Sage rushed into the company. Not knowing anyone was in the office, she barged in. "Summer, I need to tell you something. There's a good chance Marniji is really the third one." Georgia looked at her coldly before shifting her gaze elsewhere. From behind a high-backed sofa, Marniji slowly stood up, startling Sage into covering her mouth. "Why are you here?" Marniji turned to look at her, coldly demanding, "What did you say just now?" It was so dramatic. What did the third one mean? Was her biological father that person? Sage hid behind Georgia. "Why didn't you tell me she was here?" Georgia sneered. "You're always so rash. Don't you know to ask before barging in?" Sage flailed in frustration, remembering how Maya Taiju tried to stop her from entering the office earlier. "Tell me what you meant by that." Marniji, with a flick of her wrist, produced a silver needle. It seemed like Sage wasn't going to get away without being pierced if she didn't speak. Sage stared in disbelief. "You mean it?" Marniji's gaze turned colder. "Wait, I'll talk. Sage understood why Marniji was rumored to be crazy, or acting crazy. Compared to Xandra, Marniji seemed anything but gentle despite her name suggesting otherwise. "So, your mother Megan borrowed the identity of the royal princess to buy that sperm and give birth to you through artificial insemination. The sperm donor was Baker." Sage revealed everything. Marniji had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that the most outrageous possibility was actually true. The object of her lifelong research was her biological father. This was the first truly astonishing event in her life. Marniji couldn't help wondering whether she had been overly cold towards her biological father during their interactions in the past. Had she been excessively harsh? Had she made a good impression? Seeing Marniji's conflicted state, Georgia instructed Maya Taiju to escort her downstairs. "You should go back as well. I'll inform everyone about this." Sage nodded. "All right, I was worried I'd miss something if I told them." Georgia first called Baker. Baker was in class on vibration mode. Seeing it was his daughter calling, he lowered his head and whispered into the phone, "Hello?" Startled by what Georgia told him, Baker stood up and shouted, "What?" Everyone was taken aback. The teacher even wrote the problem down incorrectly. "What's wrong?" Baker hung up the phone, his mind in chaos. "Teacher, something major has happened at home. I need to take leave and go back." The teacher thought for a moment. "Go ahead." Baker packed his things quickly, slung his bag over his shoulder, and rushed off to get permission without saying goodbye to Kevin or the others. Meanwhile, Georgia called Allie again to confirm the identity of the third sister. Allie responded indifferently with a hum before hanging up and releasing all her anger into the training room. From outside the club's training room came intense sounds of clashing. No one dared to enter. Amy had just finished running when she saw several people crouching by the door, peeking through the crack. She walked over and saw Allie filled with an aura of menace. Who irritated her this time? Everyone shook their heads in panic. None of us. Who would dare? My thigh still hasn't recovered from her bruises. That's true. I've never seen anyone so brutal. Ko, can you go in and calm her down? We want to train too. They tried to lean on Amy for help, but Amy wasn't planning to intervene. It's better to let her vent. You guys should go train. Her words were as cold as ice. Everyone dispersed. Mariah was the last to know but the first to be delighted. That's great. I'll have another sister. By the way, elder sister, is she easy to get along with? Mariah hadn't truly met Marnie G yet. She only knew her from Baker's introductions and news reports. For this question, Georgia pondered which adjective to use. Did you find Xandra easy to get along with initially? She chose to give an example. Mariah nodded. Yes, Xandra is very obedient. Okay, see you tonight, Georgia said. All right, elder sister, bye. Mariah was already looking forward to meeting her real sisters that evening. In the evening, Baker, Mariah, Sage, and Georgia were all sitting on the sofa. Allie didn't come back because she stayed for training last night and wasn't released from practice tonight. Is she really the third one? Baker asked Georgia. Georgia nodded. Yes, Sage has confirmed everything. All the information matches, and she personally came to me today to ask about the Johnshire Group's sperm donation program, indicating she's investigating this matter herself. Baker grabbed his hair, feeling like his head was about to explode. Why is she the third one? Honestly, his impression of Marnie G was peculiar. She was powerful and mature, seemingly impossible to approach. Just talking to her could chill one's bones. Initially, when his daughters suggested Marnie G might be the third one, he hadn't fully believed it, as the notion didn't seem strong enough. He just couldn't deeply associate her with being his daughter. But, here, available? Want to have a good chat? You. Formal respect. Baker widened his eyes. This situation was unprecedented. The hint of anxiety made his settled heart feel all jumbled up again. Sure, when? On the other side, at a certain villa, Sister Marnie felt a mix of nervousness as she stared icily at the WeChat page. She had already changed Baker's note. Initially, it was Baker. Now it read, important family member, Baker. During these few minutes waiting for Baker's reply, Sister Marnie found the time unbearably long. She didn't know if Baker knew about her identity, that she was his daughter. If he knew, how would he respond? If he didn't know, how would he answer? Amidst this turmoil, Baker's reply came so naturally like a father's hand, soothing the restlessness inside Sister Marnie. Tomorrow, okay? You choose the time. Seeing this message, Baker wasn't as conflicted anymore. He seemed to sense something from these two sentences by Sister Marnie. Eliza, his daughter, seemed equally nervous. Nervous just like he, the father, was. Being nervous signified importance. A smile curled the corners of Baker's mouth, softening his gaze considerably. So, let's meet tomorrow morning at 9. You decide the place. Back and forth, the feeling of unfamiliarity began to fade. A glimmer of excitement flickered and he became nervous again, reducing the joy he initially felt. Bridget thought she said something wrong. Big sister, I? Georgia comforted her. Don't worry, Dad will handle it well. Sage added. Indeed, Godfather is so capable. He'll definitely solve it easily. Oh, don't forget to tell third sister about me too. Baker's head throbbed. Yes, he had a goddaughter as well. At 8:10, Baker set out, riding in Georgia's car. After dropping her off at the company, Maya, the assistant, was assigned to take Baker to meet Sister Marnie. At the Mu Lanhua Tea House, plain silver private room, Baker sat across from Sister Marnie. The seating positions were the same. Steam from the tea wafted gently in the quiet room, adding an eerie atmosphere. I didn't know your taste, so I ordered a sample of each of the house specialties. Sister Marnie pushed the snacks towards Baker. Baker stiffly said thank you. Looking up, he saw Sister Marnie forcing a smile onto her cold lips, but due to being unaccustomed, it looked slightly odd. Baker spoke. Eliza, just be yourself. No need to He pursed his lips, indicating with his eyes. Sister Marnie exhaled, relaxed her shoulders, and her chilly face flushed a bit. I've searched for you for a very long time, really long. Long enough to think she'd never find her biological father in this lifetime. Baker put down his teacup, infected by Sister Marnie's emotions, easing his tension. Sorry for making you search for so long. His first sentence was an apology. Yes, he clearly knew he owed his daughters an apology. For more than 40 years, I was in hibernation. Your existence, I only learned of after waking up. Baker explained. His eyes met Sister Marnie's, then shifted downwards to her beautiful lobes. The lobes were rosy, like red rubies. Alyssa once said Sister Marnie was hard to fathom, impossible to understand. But the more you interacted, the easier it became. Actually, Sister Marnie's mood showed through her earlobes. Excitement and happiness turned them red. Baker remembered their first mistaken encounter, and the shock when he realized she was a fan. Recalling that day felt like it was yesterday. Hearing Baker's explanation, Sister Marnie was truly stunned. In hibernation for more than 40 years? How could that not have been investigated before? Yes, in the sperm donation program, there were others involved, but only I survived. Baker took a sip of water, composing himself before continuing. When I woke up, the first person I saw was your big sister Georgia. She told me that I had children still living in this world. Actually, I've been searching for you for a long time too. Mutual longing. Mutual searching. This family bond was something nobody could sever. No matter how powerful a person was, home was always the best harbor. Sister Marnie caught the essence. Jean is my big sister? So, you have more than just me? Baker nodded. Yes, that's what I want to tell you. You have 6 siblings. Currently, I found 3, Georgia, Allie, and Bridget. Oh right, I also have a goddaughter whom you've met, named Sage. Sister Marnie was inwardly shocked but maintained her composure. She ate a cookie, trying to calm down. No wonder Baker and those people often appeared on hot searches. Back then, Sister Marnie hadn't considered this relationship, assuming it was merely friendship due to Baker's charm. Allie, her real sister. They had even fought last time. Like a hamster nibbling, Sister Marnie focused on her snack, while her inner self pounded her chest furiously, overwhelmed with information needing digestion. Seeing Sister Marnie remain silent, Baker thought she couldn't accept it. So, he took a cookie too. Delicious. Conquered by taste, Baker stopped worrying. Sister Marnie finished eating, elegantly wiped her mouth and said, I was always curious about you, thinking it was because of your unique physiology. Now I believe it must have been automatic familial attraction. This translation adheres to the original structure, maintaining tone, style, coherence, and fluency while ensuring accuracy and natural English expression. Baker hesitated for a moment and then nodded. I believe that statement. When I first met Xandra, she mentioned something similar to you. It seems the fact that you two are good sisters was already set long ago. He tried to mend their relationship carefully, but Sister Marnie didn't respond. She just looked at Baker, her gaze intense. Baker felt awkward and looked around before saying, Actually, I never imagined that Eliza would be my 3rd daughter. Sister Marnie's eyes flickered slightly. How do they usually address you? Baker furrowed his brow. Eliza, you don't need to use such formal language with me. It feels a bit uncomfortable. Mainly, Baker didn't want to acknowledge his real age. Then don't call me Eliza. Call me Annalise, Sister Marnie suggested. Baker felt more at ease. Okay, I'll call you Annalise, or maybe how Professor Huang used to call you? He wanted to choose the most intimate way. Sister Marnie bit her lower lip, which turned a rosy red. It made her cold demeanor soften significantly. Elida. Baker was momentarily taken aback. Then in private, among family, can I call you Elida? Sister Marnie lifted her head, looking directly at Baker and nodded. Sure. Baker sighed in relief. Elida is a lovely name. Rosalie and the others call me Dad, and Kira calls me Godfather. Sister Marnie frowned. Baker quickly waved his hands. Of course, if Elida finds it hard to call me Dad, that's okay too. After all, we're still getting to know each other. As long as Sister Marnie acknowledged him. Sister Marnie frowned. But not because she found it hard to call him Dad. It was because she hadn't expected President Jean, who was so aloof, to accept him so quickly. And Allie, who had always seemed distant, also called him Dad effortlessly. Upon hearing this from Baker, Sister Marnie inexplicably felt some anger. When President Jean and Allie, along with Bridget, recognized you, did they find it strange or feel awkward calling you Dad? Baker thought about it, and realized they really didn't. They had accepted his identity quite smoothly. It seemed as if they had practiced the words many times in their hearts. No, Baker shook his head. Sister Marnie sat up straight, placing her hands on her knees, and stared intently at Baker. If they can say it without hesitation, why should I have any problem? The room suddenly became tense. Baker straightened up too, holding his breath as he watched Sister Marnie's lips move. 2 words. They sounded like heavenly music to Baker's ears. Chapter 183. I didn't force you to call. Jingxian can call me Dad, and so can I. Marnie wanted to be the first one. Baker had a smile in his eyes. There's nothing to compete for. You're all my daughters, and you're all first. Marnie didn't seem to take it in, not responding, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed than when they had just sat down. Now that we've acknowledged each other, does this mean I can study your body anytime? Her sudden words made Baker spit out the water he'd just taken a sip of. Fortunately, he sprayed it to the side, so it didn't get on Marnie. Cough, cough. After steadying his breath, Baker said, Honestly, believe me, there's nothing to study because we've already been honest with each other. You know about the Jean Corporation's sperm donation freezing plan, and I've told you that I slept for over 40 years. As for this body, frankly, I don't understand why it turned out like this. A few days ago, your eldest sister had someone check me out, saying my body would become increasingly abnormal in the future. Upon hearing this, Marnie felt somewhat worried inside. Then instead of studying, I'll protect your body. I'll keep you healthy. Baker hadn't expected her to say such things, and he was stunned for a long time. Coming back to his senses, he asked the question gnawing at him. Doesn't Kara find this very mysterious? Marnie was calm. It is mysterious, and science can't explain it. But because you are my biological father, even if the sky falls, I will help you hold it up. Baker covered his eyes with his hand, turned away, steadied his emotions, and laughed. You got it backwards. If the sky falls, it should be me, as a father, who helps you hold it up. His phone rang. It was Dominic calling. It must be Kristen missing him. Baker temporarily ignored it. He needed to confirm something first. He asked Marnie, Kara, do you like small animals? Like dogs or cats? And would you have any allergies to cat hair? If the situation was serious, Baker would need to rehouse Kristen. A hint of doubt crossed Marnie's cold face. Why do you ask? Baker told Marnie about having a cat at home. That's the situation. So Dad wanted to ask you first before deciding on Kristen's arrangements. Marnie nodded. I neither like nor dislike them, and I'm not allergic. You mentioned living together earlier. Does that mean, Dad, you now live with Allie and the others? Baker nodded again. Yes, Kara. Georgia is your elder sister. Bridget is your second sister. Xandra is your fifth sister, and Xiaojin. Well, you two decide who's older. We all live at the Jean residence. Marnie fell silent, and no one could tell what she was thinking from her cold expression. The phone kept ringing. Baker stood up and walked aside to answer it. As soon as the video call opened, Dominic appeared on screen with the cat, looking helpless. Kristen is getting restless. Kristen, what's wrong? Be good. I'll come back to play with you soon, Baker said softly. Meow, meow, meow. In the video, Kristen tapped the screen with its paws, big eyes filled with longing for Baker. Marnie watched curiously, her heart touched. Pink paw pads, beautiful heterochromic eyes, fluffy white fur. Although she looked expressionless, her heart pounded as she silently moved behind Baker to see better. Baker was still talking to Dominic when Kristen calmed down, licking its paws in Dominic's arms. After finishing, Baker hung up and, turning around, got a shock. You. Baker stepped to the side. How did you walk without making any sound, Kara? Did she train? Recalling Marnie's divine needle skills, Baker was sure that the third daughter was trained in martial arts. Is this the cat? Marnie asked. Baker nodded. Yes, I have to go back and feed it and prepare lunch for my other daughters. He wanted to invite Marnie for lunch, but wasn't sure if she would accept. Having just reunited, would this make her think he was too eager? Given Marnie's character, she might refuse. Still, Baker finally summoned the courage to ask, would you like to join us for lunch, Kara? Can I come along? To his surprise, Marnie actually showed interest in visiting the Jean family. Delighted, Baker agreed. Sure. Your sisters will be happy too. He immediately sent a message in the family group. Great news, the third daughter is coming for dinner. All my precious daughters, do you have time for lunch together? Allie, the third daughter? Georgia, of course I can come if Dad invites. Bridget, count me in. I have to be there. Sage, Zandra, yes. Godfather went to see Eliza past 8 this morning. I've already told Kevin. I'll come pick you up shortly. Allie clenched her fingers tightly, breaking the mouse in her hand. Chi-Fei, sitting beside her, was startled. Are you okay? I'm fine. Allie tidied up the fragments and replaced the mouse. What had to happen eventually came. At lunchtime, despite celebrating the reunion with the third daughter, the table's atmosphere felt unusually heavy. Only Kristen seemed carefree, lounging on Baker's lap, swaying its fluffy tail. Marnie played with Kristen. Seeing how much she liked it, Baker suggested, do you want Kristen to stay with you for a few days? Is that possible? Marnie asked. No, Allie coldly interjected. Marnie looked at her, their gazes meeting coldly. I know you don't like me, but please be considerate. Five sister. The emphasis on five sister wasn't missed by anyone. Baker sensed that Zandra was about to explode and quickly intervened. Zandra, be good, try the dessert I made. Godric says I have talent. Allie obediently listened to her father and quietly ate the dessert. Georgia raised her wine glass first, addressing Marnie, welcome home. The phrase, welcome home, conveyed everything. Marnie never had any grudges against them, including Allie. She knew everyone was protecting Baker, leading to previous misunderstandings. She raised her glass gently, thank you, elder sister. Georgia paused, then smiled, all right. Bridget clinked glasses with Marnie. Welcome to our family. I'm your second sister. Marnie nodded, I know. When it was Sage's turn, she clinked hard, hi, I'm Sage. Technically, I'm slightly older than you. Follow Mabel and call me Sister Jamie. Georgia glanced at her, but didn't expose her desire to be an elder sister. Marnie didn't mind, all right. When it was Allie's turn, she didn't move, but Marnie initiated the toast. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope we can all get along well in the future. After all, Dad isn't an exclusive possession. While this sounded right, it left an odd taste. Allie finished her wine in one gulp. I'm full. I'm going upstairs. Baker called after her, wanting to chase but worrying Marnie might feel bored. Georgia wiped her mouth. I'll go, Dad. Stay with third sister. No, I'll go. You stay with Kara, Baker insisted, chasing after her. Some knots needed untangling by him as a father. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Kara, such an intimate name. Wasn't that what people in the South called their beloved daughters? When I was little, Livia often called me that. Dad started calling me that to bridge the gap, Marnie explained. Georgia hummed and beckoned Kristen, who promptly jumped into her lap. Let me stroke your belly. Did you know why Dad suggested you take Kristen home for a few days? Why? Marnie asked. Bridget and Sage exchanged amused glances and said simultaneously, of course, because you're too cold and we thought Kristen could warm you up. Marnie. In Allie's room upstairs. Baker knocked, and Allie opened the door. He walked in and sat on the sofa, placing the uneaten dessert from Allie earlier on the table. Zandra, I know you once said that Tianjia makes you feel an inexplicable pressure, and you didn't want to acknowledge her existence. It's a suppression from bloodline. Baker extended his hand. Look. He flipped his hand over. The palm and back are both flesh. You're my daughter, and she is my daughter too. Since it's confirmed, she's the third eldest. So, we're family. Allie licked the cream off her tongue, recalling what Georgia had once said. She had said, Zandra, no matter whether you acknowledge Marnie or not, it ultimately depends on Dad. If Dad acknowledges her identity, she is our third eldest sister. This was the first time Allie had eaten a dessert in 2 sittings. She nodded, indicating she understood what Baker was saying. But she had her own stubbornness. Dad, I understand everything you say. I admit she's part of us, but I don't want to call her third sister. Baker's expression was a bit uneasy. I'm not forcing you, but I hope you two can get along. She is actually a good person. Really? From this interaction, Baker could see that Marnie was also a sentimental and loyal person, just with a quirky personality. But she wasn't so strange when it came to family. At least, he didn't have to worry about them fighting today. As they were talking, there was another knock on the door. Baker went to open it, finding a group of people and a cat standing outside. He was a little surprised. Why did all of you come up? Had they heard their conversation? Baker raised an eyebrow at Georgia, questioning with his eyes. Georgia nodded silently, confirming that they had indeed heard everything. Oh no. Seeing Marnie holding the cat with a stern look, even her jawline looked cold, Baker realized the situation was serious. Unexpectedly, Marnie walked in first and faced Allie, coldly uttering 2 words, immature. Allie frowned, her voice icy. What did you say? I said, I didn't force you to call me third sister. How you call me is your freedom, and besides. Marnie walked out, stopping by the door to whisper softly. You're not worse than me. In terms of status, means, or even martial arts, you're very good. Then she walked towards the elevator. Allie stood still, stunned for a long time. Then Baker and the others noticed that her fair face turned oddly red. Could it be? She was blushing? Hey. Allie chased after her. That day, they entered the elevator, and no one could hear what followed. Baker was dumbfounded and asked Bridget beside him, Mabel, what does this mean? Bridget was puzzled. Huh? I don't know. Maybe they're still hungry and went down for more food? I should go too. I'm not full either. Saying that, she also headed for the elevator. Georgia smiled without speaking, following her. Sage crossed her arms and analyzed for Baker. Godfather, according to my analysis, this seems like a sign of reconciliation. Note, Tianjia has been corrected to Marnie to maintain consistency. Chapter 184. I earn money to spend on you. After everyone left, Baker scratched the back of his head and mumbled as he walked towards the elevator. Did they argue? He went downstairs and arrived at the dining hall. The daughters were all sitting obediently. Hearing Baker's footsteps, they all looked over in unison. Each had their own charm and grace. Baker walked over and sat back down in his seat. After lunch, Baker took his daughters for a walk to digest their food and toured around with Sister Marnie. Georgia and Bridget left first. Both had urgent matters to attend to. Baker bought new toys for Kristen, then sat on the grass playing with a cat. Under the pavilion, Allie asked a question that had been troubling her. She asked Sister Marnie, who was the hacker who helped investigate your father and cover up your true identity? Sister Marnie gave her a strange look. Why do you ask? You just tell me who it is? Is it Q, America's strongest hacker? Allie stared seriously at Sister Marnie. Sister Marnie said indifferently, no. Allie frowned, recalling that Panda Fire was related to Q. But he indeed is from America. I don't know his name. He's very ugly, with a long scar on his face. I accidentally saved him when he was full of fractures and internal injuries, barely hanging onto a breath. He then worked for me. Sister Marnie suddenly spoke a long sentence. Allie's eyes showed surprise. You can speak so much. Sister Marnie lazily glanced at her. I'm just too lazy to talk. Not that I can't. By the way, he suspected you might be Q before. Do you know Q? Or why would she care so much if this hacker was Q? Sister Marnie had heard of Q. Q is the world's most powerful hacker. At 7 years old, he displayed astonishing hacking skills by infiltrating the defense system of a U.S. Air Force general's computer. He has been called the #1 hacker by the hacker community. To this day, no one knows his real identity or gender. He also hacked into the phones and computers of various officials across the country. A legendary figure, but also watched closely by many countries. Because according to rumors is, absolutely not. Baker cuddled her for a long time before Kristen eventually went with Sister Marnie, still caring for her master. Back at school, Baker looked radiant. His roommates exclaimed how great he looked. Zach asked, Brother How, is there good news at home? You look different. Baker tossed them some snacks. Yes, great news. Really? That obvious? The other two nodded. Yes, especially noticeable. Kevin stroked his chin and analyzed. Could it be from petting cats? Mentioning cats made them think of Kristen. James nudged Baker with his elbow as he organized things. Brother How is Kristen recently? We miss her. Hey, isn't the principal in a good mood these days? Doesn't he miss Kristen? I send him photos and videos of Kristen all the time. So naturally, he's in a good mood. Baker smiled and then opened the photo album on his phone, sending many videos and photos to the group chat. Wow, Kristen looks even cuter. They all chorused in agreement. James nodded. No wonder she's our university's mascot. It makes me want to keep a cat too. Brother How, did you know? My goddess recently posted on Weibo about keeping a cat similar to Kristen, with heterochromia. Baker choked slightly, murmuring softly. Is it possible it's the same cat? What did you say? James didn't hear clearly. Baker waved. Which university are we talking about? Baker clarified first. Because there were Engineering Technology College, Fengcheng Normal College, and Electronic Vocational College. Alex paused. Didn't I say? Engineering Technology College. The same one that messed with our mascot last time. Baker was surprised. You didn't mention that. If you had, I would have joined. This definitely needed revenge for old and new grudges. That's settled then. There's still time. I'll inform you later. Alex left after confirming the arrangement. Baker reopened his phone, shocked. In the chat record with Sister Marnie, there were 20 transfers of 10,000 each. What was this about? Baker returned each transfer. Julie, Dad doesn't lack money. Sister Marnie sent a question mark. Then another screenshot of Baker's reply. Money. These two words were particularly ironic. Crying and laughing, Baker explained. I meant my personal savings, not your money. You work hard to earn it, don't always think of spending it on me. Why earn money if not to spend on you? Sister Marnie asked. Through these words, Baker could imagine Sister Marnie's cool expression. Sitting at the adjacent table, James and others saw Baker frown at times and smile lovingly at others, constantly typing on his phone. They started gossiping. James asked, do you think Brother How is in love again? Zach wondered, isn't Brother How already in a relationship? Kevin analyzed, it should be the same person. Remember his dazed expression in the milk tea shop last time? Zach realized, but isn't Brother How always like this? The two glared at him, no insight. Translation ends here. Aida watched as Sister Marnie's lips curved into a faint smile and remarked, Miss hasn't been this happy in a long time. Happy? Sister Marnie put down her phone and asked Ai Lin seriously, am I really that happy? Aida nodded, yes, very happy. She might not know about others, but she had been by Miss's side since birth and naturally noticed the change. Miss had changed, and this was a good thing. Meow. A meow sounded from upstairs. Sister Marnie immediately stood up. She must be bored. She hurried upstairs, her steps quick, her figure filled with joy. Aida nodded in relief. At the entrance of Finance University, vendors set up booths to distribute flyers. Security had chased them away several times, but they always came back like little flies. It wasn't until several security guards teamed up that they finally drove them off. Seemingly driven away for real, they actually relocated their booth around the corner. Mobile phone installment plan. You lend me your ID, I pay the bill, easy profit without any cost. Classmate, want to get a high-end phone without spending a cent? They handed out flyers to every passing student. Some students were tempted. To get a high-end phone without spending a dime and have them pay the monthly installments, how great would that be? Excuse me, does this really not require us to spend any money? We just need to lend our IDs? A student gathered around, asking curiously. The flyer distributors smiled so wide their eyes squinted. Yes, we will buy the phone for you and pay the installments. You don't have to worry about anything. James and his friends were walking by. How? Why are there so many people over there? Let's go check it out. Their curiosity was piqued. Baker followed them over. As they approached, a flyer was thrust into Baker's hand. The promotional text felt oddly familiar. Seeing him reading it carefully, the distributor moved closer. What do you think, classmate? Interested in signing up? Baker shook his head and returned the flyer. Not interested. This was clearly a scam. How could such luck fall from the sky, especially hitting right on target? The distributor paused, the smile on his face twitching. Classmate, it's a great deal really. Take another look. Yeah, it's such a great deal. Not only do they help us pay the installments, but they even promise us a commission, over 1,000. Yeah, I've been wanting to replace my old phone for a while now. Students chattered excitedly. Baker's alertness was strong. He urged James and the others, let's go. There's nothing to see here. Don't get involved. He couldn't convince everyone, but he had to protect his own friends. Seeing Baker about to leave, the distributor hurriedly blocked his way. Classmate, it's really a great deal. Are you worried the commission is too low? Here, he leaned close to Baker's ear and whispered, I can add another 1,000. What do you say? Baker rubbed his ears and loudly said, not that. What's your real purpose behind borrowing our IDs for loans? Chapter 185. Don't rush to the front as a girl. This single question immediately brought the atmosphere on site to its coldest point. A third of the surrounding students' expressions turned cautious. They put down their flyers and prepared to leave. Giles hadn't expected someone so clear-headed. His eyes turned cold instantly. We buy you phones, we repay your loans, and even give you commissions. Tell me, how do we make money? Baker shook his head. I don't know how you make money, but I know one thing. He enunciated every word coldly. Do not lend your ID card. This was a direct warning. More and more people looked wary. Kevin and the others also recalled. That's right. Everyone remembers the former student council president Cullen, who was tricked by Dirk into setting up a company to launder money, only to end up arrested. That's right. Holy crap, lucky me. I almost took out my ID just now. Damn, same here. Some people listened, some didn't. Seeing the situation about to go south, Giles quickly changed tactics. Fine, we won't pressure you. If anyone wants to cooperate, sign up with me. If not, please leave. Baker secretly took a picture with his phone, and other students did the same. Giles's men discovered this and threatened them to delete the photos. Baker discreetly put his phone in his pocket and left with James and the others. By the time Giles realized, Baker was already gone. He paid no attention, continuing his pitch, shifting locations whenever he saw security. On Wednesday, Baker was in the classroom earning money from problem solving when several people burst in. Did you hear? Those who offered to help pay off phone loans were scammers. What? Really? What happened? The person caught his breath before continuing. The loan company called the borrowers directly, and they found out they were scammed because they couldn't contact the fraudsters anymore. Baker paused. Was anyone in our class deceived? They all shook their heads. James smiled. I posted it in our class group that day, saying it was a scam according to Brother Howe, and everyone should beware. Everyone nodded. Indeed, a wise man's advice could save years of study. If not for trusting Baker's alertness, some might have been deceived. Kingston messaged Baker. Were there any victims in your class? Several girls and guys in my class fell for it, and have reported it. Baker replied, no. Kingston. In class 1 to 2, nobody had fallen for the scam. A rarity. Upon receiving reports from students, the police took special notice, interviewing victims across the school, asking for details and descriptions of the fraudsters. Most said the photos had been deleted, otherwise, they wouldn't have cooperated. When asked, Baker mentioned having a photo. Everyone was surprised. The police received the photo. Good, students, rest assured. We will investigate this case thoroughly. In the future, be cautious and avoid falling for similar schemes. After the police left, the girls huddled together, crying. If only I had listened to Baker, I wouldn't have been deceived. Now I get daily calls demanding repayment, or they'll visit my parents at home. The boys complained about their weakness. Baker remained silent. Some things one must learn from experience. He shared the incident in the family chat. The daughters praised his actions. Baker, primarily, I didn't believe in windfall gains. Safe for you all, of course. Waking up with additional high-profile daughters was indeed fortunate. Georgia, Dad, don't get involved in dangerous matters. Prioritize your safety. Allie, Dad, as we can't be by your side, be vigilant. Bridget, Dad, stay vigilant. Sage, these scammers target college students' money. Godfather, you're smart. Baker simply replied affirmatively. Unexpectedly, the scammers would come knocking themselves. On Thursday morning, with no classes, Baker thought of visiting the park outside campus to check on the kitten. He invited Kevin and the others, but they had club duties. Walking along the road to the pet hospital, Baker saw someone familiar. Alida. She was standing cold-faced against someone. Alida. Marniji, hearing the familiar voice, turned and saw Baker. Why are you here? He asked, walking over. How is it you again? Giles wondered aloud. Baker slowly turned and saw the big scammer. Marniji eyed Baker suspiciously. You know him? Baker pulled Marniji aside and recounted the scam at school. All along, she watched his hand intently. His father was touching her arm. She remained cold outwardly but felt inwardly jubilant. I knew he was a scammer, just preparing to expose him when you arrived, Marniji whispered. Baker was momentarily puzzled. Why the formal tone? Can I call you? Outside then? She silently mouthed. Baker shook his head vigorously. That wasn't going to happen. Murmuring among themselves, Giles narrowed his eyes, suspecting Baker was undermining him again. But Baker smiled warmly, asking, is that offer to buy phones still around? Giles looked bewildered. You? Yes, I want one. Everyone seemed quite satisfied. Still, a needle slipped from her sleeve into her fingertips, poised to strike. You want what? Baker suddenly pulled Marnie back, facing Giles sternly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Marnie's icy gaze. Giles waved coldly. Behind the door, burly men emerged. What? You're here to cause trouble. I'll teach you both a lesson. They advanced menacingly. Baker stared coldly, his fist clenched. Stop. Hands up. The police rushed in, arresting Giles and the others, collecting Baker's testimony and phone recordings. Afterward, Baker reprimanded Marnie. Alida, as a girl, don't rush to the front alone. With me and the police here, it's not your turn to handle things. Marnie didn't contradict him at all, staying very quiet. Her expression was indifferent. She was used to praise and adoration, making Baker's teaching seem particularly novel. From childhood, Professor Huang, her mother, had never spoken a harsh word to her. Marnie grew up amid constant praise. Later on, everyone surrounded her, vying for her attention, afraid of offending her. She got used to such adoration and began to believe she was invincible, becoming indifferent and cold toward everyone, except for Baker, who was different. Baker thought his words might have been too harsh, hurting Alida's feelings, and was pondering how to make amends when Marnie spoke up. Okay, what? I won't act unless you were there. Marnie said seriously. Her sudden compliance caught Baker off guard, and he worried if Marnie had been traumatized. After all, he was accustomed to her icy demeanor that could silence any conversation within 2 sentences. Quiet kids were often plotting something. Alida, are you upset because I shouted at you just now? Baker asked. Marnie frowned slightly. You didn't shout at me. You were right. Whatever Dad says is right. Seeing that she wasn't truly upset, Baker felt relieved. They then went to check on the kitten, which was recovering well. The doctor mentioned its resilience and asked Baker if he wanted to keep it. However, Baker realized he couldn't take good care of it since he was usually at school. Marnie's eyes lingered on the kitten. She tentatively extended a finger, and the kitten began to play with it. Noticing her affection, Baker offered, Alida, this kitten is yours if you want to take it home. Marnie turned to look at him. Okay. Her voice was cold, but her gaze was unusually bright. Baker understood that the third daughter liked fluffy creatures, a stark contrast to Xander's preferences. One of them carried the kitten while the other held supplies as they exited the pet hospital. They encountered Georgia and Allie nearby. Baker was surprised. Why did you come? Georgia signaled him to get into the car to talk, aware that everyone was watching, given their prominent status. Their every move was under scrutiny, making it uncomfortable. Ran over from various places and respectfully stood outside the car. Miss, what are your orders? See? My strength will never allow anyone to get hurt. Marnie said authoritatively. Baker looked at the sea of muscular men ready for action and felt somewhat embarrassed, having thought earlier that he could protect his daughter with one punch. It turned out Marnie was already prepared. Marnie lightly raised her finger, dismissing everyone. Gretchen held Kristen up to the window. Miss, Kristen has been meowing loudly in the car, so I brought him down. As soon as Kristen saw Baker, its eyes lit up, elegantly leaping into the car and rolling around in Baker's lap. Understood. Put the kittens back home and take everything with you until my call, Marnie instructed. Gretchen complied respectfully, avoiding prying gazes, which earned appreciative glances from Georgia and Allie. Indeed, fitting of Eliza, her subordinates were as cold as blocks of wood. The car window rolled back up, isolating the probing gazes outside. Baker stroked Kristen's belly. Alida, you took such good measures behind my back, which made Dad feel a bit ashamed. I thought I looked cool earlier, but now I realize it seemed a bit silly. He chuckled awkwardly. Not silly, Allie replied. Georgia nodded softly. Dad, protecting us makes you a hero. How can that be silly? Marnie nodded, trying to smile. Very cool. Hearing his daughter's praise, Baker couldn't help but feel delighted. Stroking Kristen's belly. Kristen, you've gotten fat. Have you been eating too well at Alida's place? Alida, have you been giving Kristen enough exercise? Kristen's eyes bulged like copper bells. Fat? It's fat? It leaped up, arching its body to display its slim curves. Baker stroked his chin and added seriously, Alida, don't give Kristen so much meat for the next few days. It's getting a bit chubby. Meow. Kristen swiped Baker with its paw, clearly agitated. Baker picked it up, holding it close. All right, not fat at all. Our Kristen is the cutest. Life as a cat is tough. Kristen sprinted madly on the new rotary maze. It had to regain its heroic feline posture. Everyone watching the cat's antics couldn't help but smile. Misunderstandings cleared, Baker returned to school, and his daughters went about their respective tasks. What surprised Baker was that before getting off the car, Allie invited Marnie to dinner at home that week. Marnie looked at her questioningly. Which home? Allie remained silent. Georgia and Baker exchanged looks, saying in unison, our home. Marnie's cold expression softened. All right, I'll be there on time. With that, she carried Kristen in the rotary maze and left the most unforgettable moments in college life. On Saturday morning, Baker woke up early at home, preparing food, drinks, and desserts. Afraid he might tire himself out, Georgia hired a few chefs from Hating Feast to help. Before dinner, Baker took out the gifts he had prepared for Marnie. Since I didn't know whether the future family members are male or female, I prepared 2 sets of each. Tell me if you like them. If not, let me know so I can remember. Seeing the abundance of gifts, Marnie was taken aback. She had received gifts before, but none were truly appealing to her high standards, leading her to often refuse them. Over time, people learned that the aloof and proud Eliza disliked receiving gifts. What's this? Marnie immediately spotted a large skeleton diagram. She caressed it lovingly. Baker knew she would be attracted to this first. Guess what animal skeleton this is? Marnie examined it from top to bottom, finding it beautifully symmetrical, almost artistic. It resembled a giant bird's wings, but wasn't one. Fish. Baker clapped. Correct. A yellow stingray. When I first saw this picture, I was also amazed. Such an ugly fish, yet its skeleton is so beautiful. At that moment, he understood why Marnieji loved skeletons. Thank you. I love it. Marnieji spoke genuinely. She liked all the gifts Baker had chosen, because he remembered her preferences and found the perfect items. Relieved, Baker responded, good. Then let's wash our hands and eat. At the dinner table, everyone raised their glasses, welcoming Marnieji back. During the last dinner invitation, everyone was still reserved, and Ali still harbored slight animosity towards Marnieji. But this time was different. Baker felt it was like a big family gathering, full of laughter and conversation despite any gaps or the length of separation. There was just the occasional competitive banter. Dad, this piece is really delicious. Ali served Baker a dish. Marnieji also served him. This one is good too. Georgia quietly poured Baker a bowl of soup. Dad, have some soup first to warm your stomach. Fortunately, Sage was still on a business trip and hadn't returned. Otherwise, with her character, she would certainly have joined in. Bridget had been quite busy recently, needing to write songs and compose music. After finishing her meal hastily, she went upstairs and locked herself in her room, so she didn't witness any of the ongoing activities here. Baker's bowl was already piled high, and there were 3 bowls of soup. Okay, I'll eat everything. You all be good. Dad knows. Baker accepted each offer. Kristen also returned, clinging to Baker. Marnieji gave a simple, cold good and left. There was no unnecessary emotional gesture. The 3 present were already accustomed to Marnieji's coldness. That was her personality, like Xandra, cold outside but warm inside. If Marnieji had suddenly hugged Georgia like Sage might have, Georgia probably would have gotten goosebumps. Back at the villa, Marnieji briefly instructed, saying she would move to the Jean family manor upon returning from her business trip. Gretchen agreed. Marnieji told Gretchen, you've watched me grow up. Some things you can know but cannot tell others. Gretchen understands, miss. Gretchen nodded. Hashtag chapter 187. The ripple effect of the room incident. She told Gretchen about Baker's identity. Gretchen was initially shocked but quickly regained her composure and listened intently to Sister Marnie. Once I move over, I will definitely bring you along. I've gotten used to having you around. That's why I'm telling you this, so that in that house, you should treat Baker just like you treat me. He is now my most important family member, Sister Marnie said, raising her eyes slightly. Do you understand? Gretchen lowered her head respectfully and replied, Miss, Gretchen understands. Sister Marnie nodded. Moving houses was something she still needed to inform Yelena and the others about. After all, they were her adoptive parents. Even if they weren't close, they were the people who cared about her the most. Moving? Tiana, where are you moving to? Yelena's reaction was exactly as Sister Marnie had expected, shocked. Her husband, who was nearby, also seemed anxious upon hearing about the move. They were worried if she was moving because of a romantic relationship. Just as he was about to try to persuade her otherwise, Sister Marnie replied, I'm moving in with my biological father. Yelena and her husband exchanged glances. There was disappointment in their eyes, but it didn't show in their tone. Really? That's great. Who is Tiana's biological father? He's a good person, Sister Marnie summarized. A good person. Yelena felt a bit jealous. She was Professor Huang's best friend, but she genuinely cared for Sister Marnie, treating her like her own daughter. Now, learning that Sister Marnie's biological father had appeared, but only knowing him as a good person, not even deserving to know his name. So, when we have time, can we meet him? Yelena asked cautiously. Sister Marnie frowned lightly, her expression cold. I'm afraid that's not possible. Father is very busy. Busy attending university. Busy making friends. Busy discovering surprises about his body. Yelena felt something I didn't get a chance to tell you. Baker explained Ali's thoughts. On the other end, Sister Marnie was silent for a few seconds before giving a cold snort. Oh, then it's perfect. The spot I picked is just right. Her 90 pounds of bones carried 180 pounds of rebelliousness. That was probably how it was. Baker was momentarily stunned. The high cold and reticent Sister Marnie from memory seemed to be fading. She really was becoming more like Xandra. No wonder he had mistaken her for someone else initially. Alright, I'll help you sort things out when I get back tonight. Rest a bit since you just arrived. By the way, let your eldest sister and the others know you're safe. We have a family group chat. I'll add you in, Baker said. He added Sister Marnie to the chat. Her first notice was the group name. How did they manage to unify it nationwide? She sent a message saying she had arrived safely. Since the group name hadn't been changed, no one knew who this was. But knowing Baker had added her, it wasn't hard to guess it was Sister Marnie. Everyone welcomed her back home, except Ali, who didn't reply. In the afternoon, after class, Baker went to ask for leave from his counselor. The counselor sarcastically remarked, Classmate, you go back every week, sometimes even midweek nights. Why don't you just live off campus? Baker calmly replied, Do you know why you're just a counselor? The counselor asked, Why? Baker gestured with 2 fingers apart. Too small-minded. With that, he left. By the time the counselor reacted to reprimand him, Baker was already gone. If it weren't for Baker's good grades, awards for the school, and strong background, with the principal specifically instructing that Baker could take leaves anytime, he definitely wouldn't be treated well. Phew, what nonsense. The counselor couldn't help but spit out in frustration. Back home, Dominic and Gretchen had already sorted out most of the rooms. Baker took some photos and sent them to the group chat. Ali immediately noticed that Sister Marnie had chosen a room directly across from hers. How could this be allowed? She wanted to go back and tell Sister Marnie to choose another room, but Kevin wouldn't let her leave. King, please set a good example and don't lead these brats astray. This was said with clenched teeth. Kevin had threatened and begged, but Ali remained unmovable. Kevin couldn't punish her because of her strong background. After all, her boss was Kevin's sister. Ali couldn't leave, so she vented her anger on gaming, dominating players to question their existence. Public chat messages were flooded with insults. Amy sensed her distress and asked, What's wrong? Usually, even when dissatisfied, her anger wasn't this severe. Ali thought for a moment. I have a sister, but we haven't seen each other much since childhood, so we aren't close. She recently returned and chose a place that looks far, but is actually quite close to me. This made her uncomfortable. Amy understood. Are you afraid she might intrude into your space and disrupt your life, especially if there's something you need to keep hidden? Bingo. Yes, Ali was genuinely worried Sister Marnie would invade her life and discover hidden matters. She feared these secrets being exposed or worse, pulling Sister Marnie into unknown troubles, just as she feared involving Baker and her elder sisters. Seeing her silence, Amy knew she had hit the nail on the head. She mentioned her own family. I have a younger brother too. Every time I return home, we always fight over trivial matters, sparking conflicts. We look at each other unfavorably and argue constantly, yet despite that, our relationship is solid. I can't stand seeing him bullied, and he can't bear to see me suffer. Ali looked at her. Looking at each other unfavorably means having a good relationship? Amy's usually indifferent expression softened when talking about her brother. You can interpret it that way. Ali stubbornly replied, I don't want to have a good relationship with anyone, except my dad. Of course, there were the powerful and mysterious elder sister, funny little Jamie, slow-reacting second sister, and so on. In retrospect, it seemed she got along well with everyone in the family, including Sister Marnie. Thinking about this, Ali wasn't as angry anymore. Looking at her phone, the group chat still showed the same photos Baker had posted, with no replies from others. Only she hadn't responded to Sister Marnie's first message, welcoming her home. She replied, welcome home, and added, Dad, I'm busy this week, so I won't be coming back. Baker hadn't seen the message yet. While he was helping Sister Marnie organize her things, Gretchen didn't want him to get involved, but how could Baker just sit idle? Hello, my surname is Joe. Everyone calls me Dominic. Dominic introduced himself first. Gretchen extended her hand, lightly touching fingertips before pulling back. Just call me Gretchen. We should be about the same age. Dominic chuckled and nodded. All right, Gretchen. Then you shouldn't call me Dominic either. It feels awkward. My real name is Cosmo. You can call me Ming Lang. Gretchen gave a slight nod. Miss doesn't need my help at the moment. I'll go downstairs to assist in the kitchen. With that, she went downstairs. Dominic smiled as he entered the room and asked Sister Marnie, what kind of flavors does Miss prefer? Sister Marnie glanced at Baker. I'm fine with anything, similar to Dad's preferences. Baker was slightly taken aback and waved his hand. Just tell Dominic your preferences directly. Sometimes I won't be home, so he'll know what to prepare. Julie and Ann, don't always think about Dad. Sister Marnie nodded slightly at Dominic, her tone cold. I prefer sour and spicy. Gretchen knows what I like to eat. You can communicate more with her. Dominic nodded in acknowledgement and then went downstairs. Baker laid out the bedding while Sister Marnie hung up her clothes in the wardrobe herself. Due to her limited height, she strained on tiptoe, just a bit short. Baker turned around and immediately stepped forward, easily taking the hanger. Let me do it. His voice was gentle as his long arms stretched out, shielding Sister Marnie's petite frame. All right, by the way, your elder sister should be arriving home soon. Let's head downstairs. Sister Marnie nodded and made an affirming sound. As they rode the elevator down, Baker took out his phone to check messages. He saw the 2 sentences Ali had sent. Sister Marnie saw them too. They exchanged glances. She asked Baker, is it because of me? Baker shook his head. No, Xandra has a competition coming up and has been very busy. The last time you acknowledged me as your father, she even requested time off to welcome you. Don't overthink it. Sister Marnie made an acknowledging sound, but her expression grew colder. Georgia and Sage entered the house together, and Sister Marnie greeted them. They chatted for a bit. Baker stepped aside to call Ali. Hey, sweetheart. His voice was tender from the start. Ali called back, Dad. This week has been pretty busy, hasn't it? Baker stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing Sister Marnie's side while probing for Xandra's thoughts. Yeah, very busy, Ali said coolly. Why did Sister Marnie choose that room? She finally asked what was on her mind. Hashtag chapter 188. So you can speak after all. Baker, the first-time father, naturally wanted to be fair. But being fair meant he couldn't mention Marnie's rebelliousness. Emma likes that room very much. I also told her that you would live opposite her and explained your thoughts. And Emma said, we see each other every day since we are family, so why should we avoid it? Baker explained thoroughly. Ali seemed unhappy. Although her voice was cold, it was much lower. I just left, and she moved in immediately. Dad even took leave for her. Baker felt a headache. He knew Xandra still harbored resentment over this matter. Sighing, he spoke calmly from his heart. Xandra, remember how urgent I was when I flew overnight with your eldest sister to find you in another city? Ali replied, yes. So, this time, now that your third sister has returned home, isn't it reasonable for Dad to take leave to come back? Baker asked again. Ali didn't speak, but she understood. As Baker mentioned before, all children are equally dear to him. She shouldn't feel jealous at this moment, but oddly, an unfamiliar sourness bubbled up from her icy heart. It was a new feeling, something she had never experienced before. Later on, Ali realized this was called jealousy. In a family, if parents favor one child, the other child might feel unbalanced. However, this jealousy is not the same as envy. After their discussion, Ali felt less uncomfortable. She merely wanted to hear Baker's voice. Got it? Good girl. Baker didn't want any rift between his daughters. Ali responded faintly, understood, Dad. Manager Zhao wouldn't let me go, but I wanted to come back too. At this moment, Marnie and the others walked by, and Baker put the call on speaker. Marnie heard everything clearly. Smiling slightly, Baker said, good, pay attention to your health. I'll ask Dominic to send some food later. Your third sister brought gifts for you. Oh, Ms. Gretchen prepared many sour and spicy dishes for you as well. Ali hadn't expected this from Marnie and hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Dad, please thank her for me. Marnie then spoke up, I'm right here. You can say it directly. I can hear you. Ali was speechless. Snap. She hung up. Baker raised an eyebrow. Emma, Xandra has a thin skin. What you did just now. Doing it more often will make her get used to it. Dad, let's go, or the food will get cold. Marnie said coolly. Then, she naturally held Georgia's hand. Elder sister. Georgia looked down at her hand, surprised. Okay, let's go. Amina stepped forward. What about me? What about me? Marnie placed her hands on her hips. Big sister Jamie Egg. Amina jogged up and held Marnie's hand, walking together towards the dining hall. Baker stood there, puzzled. Initially, Marnie seemed distant and hard to approach, but after truly getting to know her, he discovered she could be warm and friendly. Such contrasting characteristics easily led to misunderstandings, indeed requiring deeper interaction to fully understand her. In the kitchen, Baker quietly asked Gretchen, have you ever seen Emma like this before? Gretchen glanced at Marnie and answered, Mr. Xiao, Miss has never been like this from childhood to adulthood. She's always been strong and aloof, keeping people at a distance, showing only respect to lady. Maybe meeting Mr. Xiao made her change. Miss, this is good. This may be her true self. After speaking, Gretchen suddenly bowed to Baker. Startled, Baker quickly supported her. Gretchen, what are you doing? Gretchen knows Mr. Xiao is special. Gretchen thanks you for making Miss more outgoing and giving her a warm home. This scene drew the attention of everyone at the dinner table. Baker waved to his daughters and smiled. He whispered to Gretchen, thank you too for always taking care of Emma. Since you already know my identity, no need to call me Mr. Xiao. Just call me Baker with Ansel. Marnie nodded, deep in thought. So, it's that little fatty from the Lei family. Apparently, Pierce once approached Marnie, hoping she could prescribe some Chinese medicine to help Ansel lose weight. But Marnie dismissed it with, eat less and exercise more. Now Baker understood why Ansel started running. The next morning, around 6, Baker returned to school, meeting Ansel at the park's basketball court as planned. However, upon arrival, Baker saw Ansel standing outside the court with a miserable look, while elderly ladies occupied the court for square dancing. Baker walked up. Why not go inside? They don't let me in, saying they'll finish dancing first, Ansel complained. Baker chuckled, pulling him inside. Let's go play. Footsteps in. They were spotted by an auntie. Hey, hey, hey. Ignoring her, Baker shot a ball into the hoop. The sudden sound startled the elderly women. Young man, do you not understand human language? The lady scolded, hands on her hips. Seeing Baker remain silent, she nagged Ansel, little fatty. I already told you to wait until we're done. Ansel hid behind Baker, remaining silent. Let us. Baker, holding the ball, coldly eyed them. This is a basketball court, not a square dance floor. Do you really think you can dance anywhere? Not really, young man. Did you lose your voice? The lady mocked. Her followers laughed, their red lips unattractive. Baker jumped and scored another point. I just didn't bother talking to ignorant people. The lady pouted. Young man, why do you insult people? Did I insult anyone? Baker demanded they move, stopping their obstruction. They refused, challenging Baker to throw the ball at them. Ansel tugged at Baker's sleeve. Shall we wait till the grandmas finish dancing? You're so considerate. Baker pinched Ansel's cheek lightly. It didn't hurt. Baker released his grip, holding the ball and asking the ladies, let's reason this out. You refuse to be reasonable. Will you leave or not? Nope, they chorused unanimously. Baker nodded, then walked over to the iron post nearby and pounded it with a punch. A single punch left a dent. The elderly women were frightened, stepping back several paces. The leader said, you just wait. I'll get people to deal with you right away. Sure, I'll wait. Baker was completely unafraid. Ansel looked at Baker, the fear in his eyes turning into something different. He called for reinforcements using his watch phone. Within minutes, many black-clad figures emerged from all directions. The leading elder woman brought 7 or 8 older men, but upon seeing the group of black-clad figures, they lost their courage. They cursed as they led the crowd away. Baker praised Ansel. You're really amazing. You know how to call for help. Ansel chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Actually, they were nearby. I wasn't really scared earlier. I was being respectful to the elders. Sure, let's play basketball. After we finish, I'll take you for breakfast, then I have to go back to school for classes. Baker didn't reveal Ansel's bluff. Ansel paused, then suddenly told Baker, Big brother Xiao, you're so nice. You're the only one who understands me. Baker tousled his curly hair. You're very capable. You will surely achieve great things in the future. After playing for more than half an hour, they went for breakfast, then parted ways. Baker returned to school, and Ansel went home. Upon returning, Pierce held him and asked, Xiaoy, do you really want to be friends with this Baker? Ansel nodded. Yes, Big brother Xiao is not only strong but also interesting. Most importantly, he understood Ansel. Understood that Ansel could achieve much in the future, not just be a little fatty who knew nothing but eating. Seeing his grandson happy, Pierce felt pleased too. All right, grandfather knows. He gave Edsel a meaningful look. Edsel understood and left. Unbeknownst to Baker, who was diligently attending class at school, the elderly women on the basketball court had been deliberately arranged by Pierce. Their purpose was to test Baker. From the looks of it, Baker truly had no intention of using Ansel to achieve his own ends. Moreover, Pierce's investigation revealed Baker's background. He had connections with the Jean Corporation, Jean Entertainment, and major celebrities. Clearly, Baker was no ordinary person. What Pierce didn't know was that the Marnie he had been trying to get close to was now also on good terms with Baker. Chapter 189. Baker got into a fight. At the Jean family estate, Ali found some time to return home. She hadn't expected elder sister Marnie to be there. Their eyes met as soon as Ali entered. Welcome back, said elder sister Marnie, holding Kristen. She was petting the cat and greeted Ali. Her expression was cold, and her tone was icy, yet there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Ali's eyes were on Kristen. Yeah. Kristen sensed something and saw Ali's eager gaze. It stretched and was about to comfort its little owner. Why can't it jump? Looking through its cat eyes. Oh, the little owner was hugging so tightly that it couldn't budge. Fine, let's sleep then. Let the little owners play as they wish. Dominic heard the noise and came out, sensing a slight tension in the air. Miss Shinjin, you're back? He helped take over the items Allie was holding. Allie looked at elder sister Marnie coldly. What does she mean? The cat doesn't belong to her alone. Seeing Allie staring at Kristen, Dominic understood immediately. He went upstairs and brought down the kitten. Miss Shinjin, would you like to hold this little one? Where did this kitten come from? Allie already extended her hand. Elder sister Marnie hesitated, and Kristen pawed at her. She lowered her head. Kristen blinked, looking adorably cute. She walked over and sat on the sofa, swallowing the sentence that this kitten was a gift from Dad. Seeing the atmosphere had eased, Dominic breathed a sigh of relief. This is the cat Baker rescued before. It's fully recovered now, and has put on weight recently. Its name is Ruru. Ruru. Allie's cold face showed a slight change. She also sat down, facing elder sister Marnie, each holding a cat. The servants placed a fruit platter on the table, and Dominic mentioned, all these preparations were made by Baker. He wanted you to eat right after you came back. He even made new desserts for you to try. A warm feeling filled Allie's heart. Her father didn't favor anyone and remembered everyone's preferences. Taking a bite of the dessert, she found it different from usual. The first taste was a strong mint aroma, followed by fruity flavors. Do you like these fruits? Elder sister Marnie asked Allie. Allie nodded. What about it? Elder sister Marnie pointed to the fruit platter, coincidentally. I also love this fruit. Allie was speechless. So what? Elder sister Marnie seemed to indicate her taste matched Allie's, but her expressionless delivery carried a slightly provocative tone. In the past, Allie would have acted out already, but after talking with Baker last night, she knew she needed to make some changes. For instance, she pushed one plate of fruit closer. You can have it. Elder sister Marnie's eyes showed surprise as she took a piece with a fork. Sweet and sour. Lifting her gaze, their eyes met, and the tense atmosphere between them dissipated. Peace prevailed. At school, Baker was completely unaware his two daughters were getting along well. After finishing Ding Luan's class, he dragged Aloysius to a secluded place and started venting. Zao, I have a serious question, Baker began. Aloysius frowned. Go ahead. Curious about how serious it could be, he prepared mentally for whatever knowledge Baker might bring up. To his surprise, Baker asked, if two daughters don't get along and are always hostile when they meet, how do you solve this problem? Aloysius nearly slipped and almost fell. Baker quickly caught him. With a deadpan look, Aloysius asked, this is your serious question? Aren't you taking this seriously? Baker innocently questioned. It was a big issue. If Baker wasn't such a good friend, Aloysius would have knocked him with the textbook already. I can't help much here. Secondly, I only have a naughty son at home. Thirdly, are you trying to irritate me? Aloysius couldn't help but tap Baker lightly on the arm with the book. Knowing you have many daughters doesn't mean you need to show off all the time. Can't you find someone else to brag to? Baker remained unfazed, telling Aloysius, Zao, you're currently the only one I can talk to. Aloysius sighed, true, you can't just rant to anyone. Speaking of which, did the D&T platform invite you to a live event? Baker nodded, yes, how did you know? Aloysius smiled mysteriously, because the CEO of D&T, Logan, is someone we both know. Logan? Baker exclaimed, not the same Logan who used to share pants with me? Aloysius nodded, exactly. He invited me to dinner a few days ago and talked about you highly, though he doesn't know David is you. Baker felt deeply moved, never thought he'd become the CEO of D&T. Aloysius sobered up and asked sincerely, have you ever considered meeting old classmates? Baker was touched. Honestly, no. When I visited the alleyway, people who grew up together looked at me familiarly, but I barely recognized them. Aloysius patted his shoulder. I understand. The sense of things changing and people remaining the same was truly painful. However, if you have the chance, you should decide whether to reunite with old friends or not, Aloysius advised. He didn't directly suggest anything because he knew the world today was no longer as simple. Some former close friends might promise help while secretly betraying you. Of course, some friends stayed true-hearted throughout. Baker nodded in agreement. All right. As they walked back slowly, Baker told Aloysius, Zao, I actually intended to tell you something. I found another daughter. What? Aloysius's voice rose sharply. Baker shushed him hurriedly. Calm down, helping Aloysius smooth out his chest and guiding him to breathe deeply. Students passing by saw this scene and spread it on their phones. The legendary Baker from class 2 to 1 angered Devil Dang badly. Word of mouth multiplied this story. By the time James heard it, it had turned into Baker nearly enraged Professor Ding, who yelled, never have I seen such an audacious person. James and others exchanged glances, feeling something wasn't quite right. They'd ask Baker when he returned. On Baker's side, Aloysius's excitement had calmed down somewhat. He whispered accusingly, why another daughter? Are you collecting them like the 7 fairies? Baker chuckled foolishly, not impossible. Daughters being mighty fairies, cool indeed. Aloysius laughed sarcastically, deserves a beating. If my health was better, I'd definitely knock you down. Baker flattered him. Absolutely, Brother Zao is always so impressive. Maybe I'm destined to have daughters. They're great, like warm quilts that never leak, keeping winter away. Aloysius took a deep breath, learning to accept Baker's shocking news. So, who's this time? Which industry mogul? Let me hear about it. Baker carefully observed Aloysius. Zao, breathe first. Aloysius blew hard, glaring. Stop being so wordy. Just say it. I won't lose my cool. All right, Baker whispered into his ear. Professor Marnie, elder sister Marnie. Holy cow. Who? Aloysius lost composure, his face showing exaggeration. His textbook dropped, nearly hitting Baker's foot. Clutching Baker's arm tightly, he asked anxiously, who did you say? Which Eliza? Where was the dignity of a professor? Baker explained through gritted teeth, that Eliza you know, successor of the Jiang family acupuncture technique, elder sister Marnie. You scoundrel! Aloysius loosened his grip and gave Baker a hard slap on the back, using full strength. Aloysius crossed his arms and paced back and forth, genuinely puzzled and unable to wrap his head around it. You're making this up, right? Baker rubbed his arm with a grin. Would I lie about this? Honestly, I was pretty shocked too. He squatted down to pick up the textbook and handed it to Aloysius. Aloysius took it, feeling both happy for him yet a bit envious, hitting him for the first time with the textbook. But it was all in good fun. You're really something, huh? Impressive, impressive. Aloysius patted him a couple of times and then stopped. However, to others, it looked like, what? Professor Ding and Baker are fighting? Everyone started rushing towards the lake. Rumors were truly terrifying. Kingston was also looking for Baker, calling and messaging him without reply. Then he saw everyone running towards the lake like bees to honey. He stopped one person to ask, what's happening? That Professor Ding and Baker are fighting, right by the lake, the person replied. Ah. Kingston was surprised. Initially skeptical, seeing James and Kevin also heading towards the lake confirmed it for him. Why would the two be fighting? No way, he had to go see for himself. Kingston ran off. Meanwhile, Baker was still chatting with Aloysius. He suddenly heard a lot of footsteps and twitched his ears. Looking ahead, there were many people running towards them. Baker asked, what are they running for? Aloysius adjusted his reading glasses. No idea. What are these people running for? They watched as the crowd got closer and closer, until they reached them. Kevin and others were panting, asking Baker, Apollo, are you alright? Baker was confused. I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? What happened to him? Others were more concerned about Aloysius. Professor Ding, are you alright? Don't get upset. It's bad for your health. Baker must not have meant to upset you. Talk it out, don't fight. Baker and Aloysius exchanged glances and said in unison, who's fighting? You two. Everyone replied at once. Baker and Aloysius. Seeing their bewildered expressions, everyone realized it might have been a misunderstanding. The scene became awkward. People started dispersing. Baker and Aloysius bid farewell and followed the group back. Baker asked Kingston, you didn't come here to see me make a spectacle, did you? Kingston couldn't admit that. No, I came to confirm something with you. He showed Baker an application form. Because of your heroic actions last time, you've become a campus celebrity again. These clubs want you to join. Baker glanced through them. You know I'm not really into clubs. Otherwise, I'd have joined Alex's basketball club long ago. Kingston nodded. That's true. Then just write declined on these applications so I can hand them in. You guys at the student union really have nothing better to do, Baker joked. Kingston scoffed. Isn't that because you dragged me in? Daily banter. James and others were egging them on. Unconsciously, Baker lifted his gaze and caught sight of a stunning figure. Chapter 190. The Daughters Versailles Time. What's that club? Baker stared without blinking. The elegant figure, the beautiful skirt fluttering, and the graceful posture. It was as if she were riding a sword. Her movements ethereal and beautiful. And that outfit, Baker recognized it. It was a hanfu. He had seen people wearing it at school and found it so appealing that he paid close attention to it. A few others followed Baker's gaze and saw a few students in hanfu performing tricks on skateboards. Their sleeves billowed in the wind, their moves exuding grace, leaving everyone in awe. Skateboard club, Kingston said, taking a slip from Baker's hand. You just signed your personal rejection? Baker snatched it back and scratched out the sentence. I've changed my mind. This skateboard seems to work on the same principle as roller skating with my goddaughter, right? Baker was truly moved, especially when he saw male students in hanfu gliding around like ancient martial arts heroes. Is skateboarding easy to learn? Baker asked. Kingston thought for a moment. I don't know. I've never tried it. You should ask someone in the club. Do you really want to join this club? Baker nodded. Yes. Attending university without joining a club would be quite meaningless, wouldn't it? James, Kevin, and Zach also grew interested when they saw Baker's determination to join the skateboard club, especially after their cheerleading club application was rejected. Word of Baker joining the skateboard club spread quickly across the campus network. For a while, the club received so many inquiries it seemed overwhelmed. The president beamed with joy, feeling as if he had struck a golden egg, so he treated Baker exceptionally well. From the moment Baker walked in, the president was welcoming him to sit down, serving tea and water. His attentiveness made Baker feel somewhat uncomfortable. President, I just wanted to ask. Baker started. Before he could finish, a hand appeared in front of him. President Jagger grinned. Brother Hal, my name is Jagger. From now on, you don't have to call me president. Just call me Deli. This is a godsend. The more people join, the more fees they'll collect. Baker shook hands and let go. All right, President Deli. I was wondering if there will be someone to teach me? Yes. Jagger pointed behind him. I'll teach you. I can teach you. I'll do it. People vied enthusiastically to offer their help. Baker almost backed out, but agreed due to their enthusiasm. Baker told his daughters about joining the skateboard club. All the daughters advised him to be careful, except for Marnie, who said, Daddy, you can play boldly. If you get hurt or injured, I can save you. Baker smiled bitterly. Thank you, Julie. His third daughter was always so practical. In the afternoon, Dominic came to the school with the girls' thoughtful preparations. The skateboard was prepared by Sage because she was an expert in this area. She knew how to choose the best one. The protective gear was prepared by the other daughters, from helmets to elbow and knee pads. Everyone had specific tasks. Each chose top-brand equipment. Marnie also prepared medicinal wine, saying that rubbing it on bruises or bone injuries would speed up recovery. Seeing the medicine, Baker laughed and messaged Marnie. Did Julie Ann forget Daddy's special healing ability? Marnie was on her way to the airport when she read the message. She paused, her brows furrowing in thought. She had indeed forgotten. Not knowing how to explain, Baker added. Care makes one careless. Daddy knows you're thoughtful. Perfectly letting her off the hook, Marnie replied, I'll be on a business trip for 2 to 3 days. Seeing his third daughter dutifully inform him, Baker felt reassured. Be safe on your trip, and try not to act impulsively. Remembering the Frog Gang incident, Baker felt a twinge in his neck. Okay, she replied. That night, while they were fooling around, Kevin insisted James call him Dad. Zach watched them while Baker observed nearby. Kevin accidentally hit his toe on the bed frame, causing excruciating pain, nearly lifting his nail. Baker quickly tended to the wound, stopping the bleeding and dressing it up. Huh? Kevin exclaimed, surprised. Looking at the medicine Baker held, Baker nodded proudly. Told you it's a miraculous drug for my family? Kevin gave a thumbs up. Truly, it's amazing. James lifted his shirt. Brother Hal, I fell while skateboarding today. Can you rub some on my bruises? Me too, on my thigh, Zach joined in. Baker nodded. Sure, I'll take care of you. Brother Hal, later we'll return the favor, James joked. Baker waved it off. No need, I heal fast. Indeed, the bruise on his buttocks stopped hurting long ago. Later, practicing for 2 more days, Baker finally mastered the basics and didn't fall anymore. However, James and the others kept falling, drawing laughter within the club. At noon, Baker dressed in loose clothes, wore a black hat, and set up his phone to record a 2-minute video of his skills before sending it to the family group chat. Darling daughters, check out my progress today. It wasn't easy. Each daughter working at their respective posts heard the notification. Georgia raised her hand. Hold the meeting. I need to reply. Sage told the client, let's finalize the contract shortly. I need to send a message first. Bridget paused her composition. Oh go, please wait a minute. I need to reply. Marnie interrupted her lecture. Quiet, I need to reply. They all replied to Baker, praising him and advising him to stay safe. Sage even mentioned passing by Financial University to bring him something. Dry Dad, want to have lunch together? She suggested. Sure, Baker agreed. Georgia tagged Sage. I'm free to join for lunch too. Sage rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. As a CEO, are you competing with me? What about the billion-dollar project? Hearing this, the client panicked. Ms. Jamie, you're not signing the project? Not with you, Sage snapped. The client immediately retreated to keep a close eye on her. Baker found no issue. Great. Ali replied, Dad, I'm competing, but I'll win another trophy for you to put on your bedside table. Tina, good luck, Baker responded, thinking he already had one trophy. Marnie sent a photo of a grand auditorium where she was lecturing to professors and experts nationwide. I don't have much to give Dad since I'm teaching national experts. Baker felt a bit off topic. He was sharing his achievements, yet the daughters seemed to compete. Why did it turn into a Versailles moment? Bridget chuckled, admiring her sister's competitiveness. Dad, once I finish this week, I'll come back to play games with you, one wrote. Baker replied with a smiley face. Sure, we can team up then. Sage grumbled. What about me? Aren't you coming to see me and having lunch? Baker asked. Georgia laughed out loud, startling the old foxes in the meeting room, worried about what President John might have discovered. Sage fumed and told the client, I'm not in the mood. I won't sign today. The client was flabbergasted. Why not? Before he could question further, he choked on car exhaust fumes. Note: this translation maintains the original structure and style, including dialogue and character names. Any adjustments are made to ensure fluency and natural English expression. Amina arrived at the school, following Baker's instructions to stop at the school gate without getting out of the car. 5 minutes later, Baker emerged. Before Amina could wave, a familiar car pulled up right in front of Baker. Baker glanced over, got in, and sat down. The window rolled down, revealing George's icy yet beautiful face from the back seat. She smiled and waved at Amina. Amina grinned broadly, stepped on the gas pedal, and sped off, leaving Baker startled. Inside the luxurious private room at Hating Banquet, a large round table for 15 people had only 3 occupants. Baker sat in the middle, with Georgia on his left and Amina on his right. Having a meal doesn't have to be so grand, Baker remarked while flipping through the menu. Wow, even a bowl of rice costs 20 yuan. What kind of rice is this? Diamond rice? Dry Dad, go ahead and eat as much as you like. I'll treat you, Amina said. Georgia nodded. Dad, relax, it's on little Jamie egg. Baker truly couldn't let loose, but seeing Amina's expression implying that he must order something, or she would be unhappy, he reluctantly chose the 2 cheapest dishes, including rice. After finishing the meal, Georgia returned to her company. Amina minted effortlessly. Typically, newbies would take a long time to learn how to get on the board and control it, let alone important techniques like quick stops and sharp turns. From what he saw, Baker did those very well. Baker shone brightly at the school. Meanwhile, his daughter almost burned down the house. Hashtag chapter 191. Let me teach you in person. Even before Marnie knew that Baker was her biological father, she had already become a fan of this wealthy and refined brother. The cooking videos Baker posted on Weibo made her even more enamored. She yearned to meet him in real life and asked him how he prepared his dishes. Driven by the desire to recreate Baker's signature dishes, Marnie buried herself in the kitchen as soon as she returned from her business trip. She wouldn't let Gretchen or anyone else interfere. Following Baker's instructions, she attempted to prepare a dish. Her hands, elegant and delicate as if carved from ivory, were adept at holding surgical instruments, but now they were kneading meatballs, coating them with glutinous rice before placing them in a steamer. Meanwhile, another pot was heating oil for stir-frying beef. Suddenly, the flame grew too intense. Instinctively, Marnie tried to cover the pot with a lid, but the smoke triggered the alarm, filling the air with an ear-piercing noise. Miss Marnie. Servants rushed in. Gretchen and Dominic quickly covered their noses and guided Marnie out. Are you alright? They both only saw the message after his evening class and called Marnie right away. Alida, are you okay? His concerned voice came through the phone. Marnie hesitated but answered, I'm fine. Daddy, I'll make it better next time. Baker thought inwardly that it wasn't necessary, but he comforted her. Sure, I believe you can do it. But Alida, some talents can't be forced. Your hands have saved lives. Don't stress over such small things. Marnie understood and nodded slightly. I know. She just wanted to cook something for her family. It's alright. Wait until Dad comes home on holiday. I can teach you in person, just like you taught me pulse diagnosis, Baker encouraged her. Marnie's eyes lit up, though her expression remained calm. Okay, Good, Elida. You're a good girl. Baker chatted with her for a while longer, finding topics to keep the conversation going. He knew Marnie was reserved, so he mostly listened but also wanted to chat more with his newly recognized daughter. After 10 minutes, they hung up. Just then, Gretchen served the dinner, coinciding with Bridget and Sage returning from their trips. As they entered, they greeted Marnie. Sage handed her a gift. Your godfather told me you like peculiar things. During my trip, I found this. See if you like it. In anticipation, Marnie opened it. A painting made from skulls, depicting a skeletal figure surrounded by deadly elements, struggling in the ocean, conveying a poignant yet ironic message. The World Listener. This famous painting was created by a mad artist whose works were reportedly worth millions. Several of his pieces were stored in American museums. This particular artwork had been stolen and wandered for years until Sage found it at an underground auction and spent $2 billion to buy it back. Marnie admired the painting, appreciating its rarity. Thank you, Sister Jamie. She gave Gretchen a box containing medicine pills she developed, which strengthened the body and preserved youth without any blemishes or wrinkles. Sage was astounded. Eliza's handmade pills were priceless. She showed off the box to Georgia, who teased her for being childish, since Marnie had already given her the pills earlier. Bridget received gifts from Marnie too. Third sister, I heard from elder sister that you cooked today. What did you make? Her smile was warm and friendly. Marnie stood up, looking at her indifferently. Nothing much, it failed. Her tone was flat, her demeanor cold, yet a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. Seeing this, Bridget felt compassion and hugged Marnie. It's okay, third sister. We'll succeed one day. Don't worry. She patted Marnie's back affectionately, causing Marnie to feel uncomfortable, as she had never been so close to anyone before. Especially with Bridget's strong embrace, she couldn't break free. Noticing Allie's gleeful look, Marnie realized why she had stepped aside earlier. Crafty. Let's eat, Georgia said, rescuing Marnie from the embrace. After the meal and some light digestion time, Marnie placed the painting in a prime spot in the display room and sent pictures to Baker, saying, Sister Jamie's gift, I love it. She sent the message both privately to Baker and in the family group. In the family group, Sage proudly replied, Glad you like it. Baker responded individually, Wow, what a striking painting. Though I can't paint it, it's very moving. It feels like the end of the world, a feeling of destruction we've caused. The family's dinner gatherings were becoming more frequent, reflecting the growing warmth within the household. Yes. Marnie sat cross-legged on the floor, chatting with Baker. She enjoyed being in the display room. Once the door was closed, no one would disturb her, making it perfect. I've always had a question. Why did Dad adopt Sage as a goddaughter? Marnie was straightforward. Isn't it enough that Dad already has so many daughters? This question hit Baker hard. A critical inquiry. Baker scratched his head and carefully composed a long reply. It's a long story. Initially, he recounted how he met Sage and her background. So at the time, I felt a strong sense of empathy. Plus, your godsister Sage is very close to your eldest sister. They interact a lot, and she learned about my identity early on, which is why I ended up adopting her as a goddaughter. Seeing Baker's explanation, Marnie's cold gaze softened slightly. I thought Dad adopted Sage because we can't always be by your side. No, that's not it, Baker quickly clarified. I took quite a while to accept the idea of having so many daughters. There's no way I'd adopt another goddaughter for that reason. No, definitely not. Marnie nodded. As long as she treats Dad well and isn't dangerous, I'll acknowledge this relationship. Most importantly, Sage didn't discriminate against her hobbies. Wait, Marnie suddenly thought of something significant. Since they acknowledged each other, no one had ever questioned or criticized her preferences. Not even her eldest sister, who had this display room made for her according to her tastes. Marnie lifted her head and stared at the paintings on the wall for a long time. So long that the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved upward. Her eyes moistened, filled with an unfamiliar yet profound emotion. It was as if a seed that hadn't sprouted in a long time was finally breaking through its shell. Chapter 192. Good skills, edible. Baker replied to Marnie G. No danger. Everyone is doing well. In time, you'll discover that everyone in this family is special. Strength and warmth do not conflict. Marnie G responded with a I've already noticed. It's pretty good. She enjoys peace and quiet, but they ensure this tranquility isn't disrupted and instead add a sense of home. Seeing the two words, pretty good, from Marnie G, Baker felt relieved. He had previously worried about his absence making it hard for the cold-natured urban to get along with everyone, especially Xandra, fearing conflicts would arise. It now seemed he had been overly concerned. Once that nagging worry was off his chest, Baker had a peaceful night. The next day, Baker attended classes as usual, occasionally joking around with classmates, enjoying some gossip, and checking social media updates about his daughters. He thought it would be a calm day, but plans never quite keep up with changes. The skateboarding club was challenged by outsiders. Baker and his buddies had a normal lunch before coming to the skateboard club as usual. Upon arrival, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, dressed brightly, girls with colorful braids, boys with headscarves. What are the street dancers doing here? Zach muttered. Baker, sensing the tension, hurried over. What's going on? He asked the club president. The president, still fuming after confronting the street dancers, replied, They say we're a trash club, occupying their turf. Have some shame. The space is for everyone, not just them. They spread rumors that our club only takes people who are just attractive and submissive ever since you joined. Noticing Baker's face growing colder, the president fell silent. The street dance club president, Morris, knew about Baker, the legend of Finance University. Rules: the first contestant must take the challenge or automatically lose. Baker smiled. Giving up isn't in my dictionary. President, can I borrow your Hanfu jacket? Of course. Nyota Lee promptly removed his long-sleeved Hanfu jacket. Donning the battle gear, Baker's aura changed dramatically. Hanfu mixed with modern attire dazzled the crowd, who pulled out their phones to record. Ebonying gracefully on the skateboard, Baker performed complex tricks with sleeves fluttering elegantly, a mix of grace and style. The most shocking moment was when Baker executed a dolphin flip, landing smoothly with effortless charm, captivating everyone present. Even the street dancers stared in disbelief. After the match, Morris confronted Nyota Lee. Did you purposely let him win? You said Baker was a beginner. How did he pull off those moves? Nyota Lee was equally baffled. He's really new. How would I know? I'm shocked too. Baker returned the jacket to Nyota Lee, still catching his breath slightly. He suggested, Morris, we're all peers who love what we do. This space belongs to no one. Let's collaborate, play together, and exchange skills. Skateboarders can learn street dance, and dancers can try skateboarding. Two cool clubs can grow together. Morris, surprised by Baker's approach, glanced around to see his members nodding hopefully. Well, he still tried to put on a show. Baker cut him off. Let's do this. Playing together allows for mutual learning. Both are cool clubs, why not develop together? Nyota Lee clapped, agreeing. Before Morris could respond, they moved aside to discuss merging the clubs. Bro, how impressive. You solved everything in one go, James complimented. Kevin and Zach smiled at Baker. Baker sighed, I was pushed onto this. Those moves almost threw out my back. Need to rest. He left on his skateboard, followed by friends. Unknown to them, videos of Baker and Hanfu riding the skateboard went viral. Netizens praised his looks, comparing him to renowned skateboarders, while others criticized him as inexperienced. Debate raged on whether Baker belonged in fashion circles like figure skating instead of university. More discussions ensued, putting Baker on trending topics again. But he remained silent, attending class post-rest. Messages flooded his WeChat and QQ, discussing the incident, leaving him no time to check. Unaware of the uproar, Baker continued his day. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, the cat, walked gracefully into campus with a small square package tied to its neck. That's Xiao Xiao? Yes, Xiao Xiao, come here. Xiao Xiao, come. I have fish treats. Everyone spotted it, knowing Baker had adopted it. Its glossy fur and cute appearance drew attention. Ignoring calls, Xiao Xiao hopped up the steps towards its destination, the freshman class. Finding Baker in class, it slipped in quietly. Someone noticed the stealthy cat, eyes widening. Word spread, reaching Baker, who bent down to ask softly, why are you here? Xiao Xiao held its head high, meowing softly. The package caught Baker's attention. Post-class, opening it revealed a small lunchbox with something black inside. Chocolate. Just as he was curious, Marniji sent a message. Dad, my skills have improved lately. I've learned to bake bread. Xiao Xiao will bring some over for you to try. Bread? Baker looked at the black, lumpy object and fell into deep thought. People gathered around curiously. Hey, Xiao Xiao can deliver things too? What is that, Baker? Is it edible? Baker, with one hand holding Xiao Xiao, ate the item with the other, forcing it down his throat. Everyone watched him intently. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. It's edible. It was indeed edible, but it was incredibly dry. Is it good? How does it taste? Messages from Marniji continued pouring in. Baker replied simply, not bad. Seeing the words, not bad, Marniji's lips curled into a faint smile. Gretchen, looks like my cooking has indeed improved. Gretchen nodded sincerely, yes. Dominic, standing behind her, could barely contain his laughter. He wondered how Baker managed to choke it down. I'll have Dominic send you more food tonight. Moved by Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm, Baker felt he had to express his gratitude or risk being poisoned one day. He tactfully told Marniji, honey, as I mentioned before, cooking should be left to me. Your hands are meant for saving lives. Dad understands your desire to cook for the family, but there's no rush, okay? Marniji sensed the underlying meaning in Baker's words. Okay, I understand. Baker detected a hint of disappointment in her reply and quickly added another message. When I come back, I'll teach you myself. Then we can prepare a feast together for your elder sisters. How does that sound? Okay, I'll follow Dad's advice, Marniji replied. She recalled their initial meeting, where she had maintained a cold demeanor towards him to preserve her image. Despite her coldness, Baker had always been so gentle. Dad hasn't changed. Thinking about Georgia, Baker remembered that his daughter had rarely been seen lately, even in the family chat group. She appeared only a few times during conversations. He held Xiao Xiao and walked out of the classroom, finding a quiet corner to call Georgia. Surprised by Baker's call, Georgia knew that usually, when Dad, can you let me in? Baker asked Ansel. Ansel hadn't considered Baker's true intentions and happily agreed. Sure, big brother Xiao, are you coming over to play? Let me arrange for someone to pick you up. Baker hummed in agreement, about to end the call when Ansel suddenly said, wait, that's not right. Baker thought he had been caught, preparing an explanation. Instead, Ansel asked, big brother Xiao, don't you have classes today? Can you leave? Baker sighed in relief. I can't take leave from the afternoon classes. It was Aloysius's class, so he just needed to inform him briefly and take leave. After securing the leave, the person Ansel sent was already waiting. Baker got into the car and arrived at the Lei family mansion. Just as he got out of the car, he saw Maya Teshu and Georgia walking out. Pierce's face bore an amiable smile as he shook hands with Georgia. Their interaction seemed harmonious, which left Baker utterly surprised. The tension he had imagined wasn't there. Georgia sensed familiar eyes and turned around to see Baker. Surprise flashed across her eyes before she walked over. Why are you here? With other people around, it wasn't appropriate to reveal their relationship. Baker was straightforward. I'm worried about you. Ansel glanced between them and finally understood. So, big brother Xiao, when you said you were coming to visit me, you actually meant to see this beautiful older sister, didn't you? Baker ruffled Ansel's hair. That's right. I came because I was worried. He looked at Pierce and met the old man's sharp gaze. Pierce smiled first, a genuine warmth that didn't seem forced. Pierce then instructed someone to bring Ansel inside before turning to Baker. Young man, you're overthinking things. My Lei family might have a 100-year foundation and billions in assets, but we can't match the Jean family. Baker looked skeptically at Pierce, pulling Georgia aside and whispering, daughter, didn't you say last time that Pierce was difficult to deal with? He had assumed Pierce was formidable enough to stump even his daughter. Georgia responded lightly, indeed, he's hard to handle, Elder Lay is a respected figure with a formidable reputation in the industry. When Killian lost Thunderbolt to me, officially I became the largest shareholder. But in reality, the most crucial production line only listens to Pierce. To gain true control over Thunderbolt, Georgia had gone through great lengths. However, Pierce refused to relent. He'd rather let Thunderbolt rot than hand over the vital production line. Then, concerned that Pierce might overhear, Baker pulled Georgia a few more steps away and used his eyes to ask. Georgia merely smiled and turned to look at Pierce. Pierce spoke directly. Young man, don't talk behind my back. Ask me directly. Elder brother, if you admit you can't match the Jean family, why did you refuse multiple cooperation requests from Summer? Baker asked, genuinely puzzled. Pierce waved his hand, and someone brought a grand chair. Old age makes standing difficult. Let me sit while answering. I refused because Thunderbolt was lost by Killian, which tarnished the Lay family's honor. I relented because of your kindness to E. E is my heart's treasure. If he asks for the moon, I'll find a way to give it to him. The dramatic statement made Baker understand Pierce's true intentions. No wonder Pierce had questioned whether he wanted to use Ansel. Had Baker answered yes initially, his daughter's efforts might have failed. Because Pierce's real difficulty lay not in being the patriarch of the Lay family, but in his formidable reputation within the industry. A person's reputation often outweighs assets and background. Many only acknowledge a person's value based on their character, not wealth or power. Baker nodded at Pierce. I understand. President John, you have an outstanding family member. Well done. Pierce rarely praised anyone, truly admiring Baker's intelligence and character. Baker paused at the mention of family. Looking at Georgia, she smiled and shook her head slightly, putting him at ease. Likely, Pierce had thoroughly investigated Baker and Georgia's close relationship, living together, practically like family. Before descending the mountain, Baker called Ansel to apologize for not being able to play today and thanked him for understanding. Ansel was very understanding. No problem. If playing with me ruins your studies, I'd respect you less. Baker hung up, chuckling. Kid knows too much. On the ride down, Georgia kept looking at Baker, making him self-conscious. Why are you staring at me like that, daughter? Baker asked, bewildered. Not much, just thinking how amazing Dad is, Georgia said, her expression softening. Baker was puzzled. Ah? Georgia sincerely added, because Dad, you're my lucky star. She recounted how Pierce initially refused to meet her until after Baker's golf game with Ansel. His attitude changed. Mr. Maya mentioned Pierce invited me to meet at the mansion today, so I came. Reflecting, Baker recalled the golf game dominated by the dancing aunties. Georgia immediately grasped the situation. It was Pierce's setup. Dad, Georgia called Baker. Aha, Baker replied obediently. I'll make the Jean family powerful enough to protect everyone. Georgia's voice was deep and forceful, capable of piercing through all doubts. Her sharp eyes were intense, almost unapproachable. But Baker was drawn by the unparalleled aura radiating from his daughter. All right, he applauded her ambition. I'll become strong too, ensuring you have no worries. Seeing Baker's supportive smile, Georgia felt a wave of comfort. Initially, he understood his friend all too well. Minor issue. Aloysius agreed immediately. Baker sincerely thanked him, rest assured, on the day of the home visit. I'll make sure you're well fed and taken care of properly. Aloysius cleared his throat, suppressing a smile. All right. After hanging up, Aloysius told the teacher aside, how about I go for Baker's home visit? The teacher looked at him oddly. Old ding. Why do you want this task? To avoid putting you under tremendous pressure, which might affect the home visit outcome, Aloysius explained mysteriously. Curiosity piqued, the teacher asked, what do you mean? Aloysius motioned for the teacher to come closer and whispered something in her ear. The teacher's expression shifted from calm to shocked. Baker lives with the Jean sisters? This news was like a bomb, leaving the teacher speechless. Aloysius nodded. Yes, even President Jean bought the most luxurious villa near the school specifically for Baker's convenience. Their relationship, you can find it online easily. The teacher felt chills down her spine. She quickly pulled out her phone to verify the information, only to find it true. At the Jean residence, not only were there several executives, but also the most famous and sought-after esports player, King. Furthermore, someone had seen singing legend Bridget move in with the Jean family. Netizens were puzzled by the relationships between these individuals, wondering why they could live together. So, old ding, please handle the home visit for me. The teacher backed out, feeling the immense pressure. Aloysius nodded. Sure. I'll write up the report and give it to you. You can submit it to the principal. The teacher nodded again, walking away in a daze, unable to comprehend how Baker could live with such prominent figures. She realized she needed to stay updated more often to understand the rapidly changing world. On the day of the home visit, Aloysius arrived early at the Jean residence, already familiar with the place. Baker had invited Aloysius's wife along as well. As they entered, they saw Professor Marnie. Marnie could tell that Aloysius had undergone major surgery. Who is this? Aloysius asked Baker, noticing that Marnie was staring at him curiously. Baker smiled and introduced them. Brother Zao, this is Lao San, Professor Marnie, whom I told you about. Both Aloysius and his wife exchanged stunned looks. Lana gasped, so, Eliza is so young? She had heard much about Marnie from Alyssa and read interviews online but had no idea what she looked like until now. Seeing her in person left them truly amazed, unable to react promptly. Despite her cold demeanor, Marnie nodded slightly when Baker introduced Aloysius, greeting them politely. Dad mentioned your story. He said you're his best brother. Aloysius stared at Baker, surprised. Don't tell me you've been telling each of your daughters this? Baker nodded. Exactly. Aloysius pointed at him, at a loss for words. This person, if someone treats him nicely, he would reciprocate tenfold. That was Baker. Hashtag chapter 194. Why are you a daddy fan? At the dinner table, Aloysius did not feel any hint of unfamiliarity. It was as if their two families were close friends who frequently visited each other, completely devoid of the 40 years of estrangement. Baker continued to chat about familiar topics with him, while his daughters listened attentively without interrupting, creating an atmosphere of peaceful contentment. However, due to the sudden nature of this home visit, everyone's schedules didn't perfectly align. Bridget and Allie both had matters to attend to and couldn't come back for dinner. Baker felt a bit disappointed by this. Marnie noticed that Aloysius had recently undergone major surgery, and, despite her usual reserve, she gave him some gentle advice out of consideration for Baker. Aloysius felt deeply honored. Turning to Baker, he said, "Brother, you are truly blessed." He knew Eliza was typically aloof, enjoying solitude and seldom engaging in lengthy conversations or casual medical consultations. Yet, during this mere home visit, he received advice from one of the most formidable figures in the medical field. Marnie ate quietly while Sage chatted with her charm. This ad boosted Bridget's followers by nearly 50,000 overnight. The brand profited greatly from her success. However, with success came doubts. Bridget's looks fluctuate wildly. Has she gone under the knife? She probably has. Why else would she land such a high-profile endorsement? Or maybe she's receiving special treatment from little CEO Jamie. Don't forget, she has good relationships with both little CEO Jamie and President John. They even intervened when paparazzi tried to snap candid shots. Mentioning all this makes me think of Bamboo Rich's brother. He seems linked to every event. These discussions spread quickly throughout campus. Everywhere Baker went, people talked about his darling, Bridget. Hey, do you think she got plastic surgery? Which celebrity hasn't had work done? As long as she looks good, it's fine. Baker felt a surge of irritation. His precious baby was a natural beauty. How could anyone think she had plastic surgery? Just as he was about to retort, James spoke up faster than him. My goddess is obviously a natural beauty. No surgery needed. Everyone stared at James as if he were insane. Kevin joined in support, saying Bridget didn't need any surgery and that these netizens were just too bored. But some still grumbled, we say what we want. If she didn't get surgery, why doesn't she speak up herself? Baker shot them a cold glance. She'll prove her innocence. By then, your mouth might deserve to be sewn shut. Never having seen Baker so stern, his usually gentle demeanor left people feeling like they were in the presence of a gentleman. His words sent shivers down everyone's spine, especially since his gaze was so sharp and intimidating. His icy eyes seemed to pierce through one's soul. Frightened, the person quickly stood and left. Scaring who? Despite the bluster, their feet moved swiftly. Brother Howe, ignore those people, James consoled, knowing Baker was also a fan of Bridget. Baker hummed in agreement, sitting on the steps and logging into Weibo. He hadn't been there for a while but needed to defend his daughter's name. No sooner had he logged in than his fans caught him, teasing him relentlessly. The missing Bamboo Rich's brother finally returned to Weibo. This topic instantly surged to the top, pushing down even Bridget's self-defense against the plastic surgery rumors. Baker forwarded Bridget's pin post, which contained the latest medical report and childhood photos proving she had always been beautiful. The post read, I've inherited my father's genes. Why would I risk altering such natural beauty? After forwarding, Baker added a comment, natural beauty, dispelling suspicions. His repost caused an uproar online, with tens of thousands of forwards. Among them were prominent figures like President John, whose first Weibo post was a direct forward of Baker's tweet with identical wording. So, Brother Howe, you really thought of being my goddess's dad? Baker shot him a look. What if I actually am Bridget's dad? James laughed off the remark. Too extreme, Brother Howe. Even if it reduces competition, that's dangerous thinking. Laughing, Baker continued monitoring the online reactions. Netizens echoed James's sentiment, questioning why a young and handsome man would want to be a daddy fan. More importantly, Bridget had reposted this ancient video with a simple comment. Pretty good. 3 words that carried deep meaning, sending the internet into another frenzy. What does this mean? Pretty good at what? Are you really into older men? Baker saw Bridget's repost and smiled widely, happy inside. Hashtag chapter 195. The plastic surgery controversy finally settled. This plastic surgery controversy stirred up by the haters ultimately ended with Baker and his daughters emerging victorious. He sent a message in the family group chat. When did Elida do the verification for your second sister? Marnie, no verification was done. Bridget, none done. Baker, bewildered. Then what about the certification? Marnie, does second sister's face need verification? I just stamped it and gave the hospital's phone number. Bridget sent a happy hugging emoji. Thank Dad and all my sisters for standing up for me. Eldest sister even tweeted on my behalf. I'm so touched. Kevin and Zach sitting nearby, watching him intently. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Apollo, netizens are going crazy discussing why someone young like you would want to be Bridget's daddy fan? James asked. Typically, daddy fans were older adults in their 50s or 60s who took the title upon themselves, or mischievous fans shouting randomly. But genuine daddy fans were rare. Baker was one of them. What was the most embarrassing social death? Being exposed by your own black history. Continuing the narrative from the previous chapter while maintaining the tone and style. As Baker sat there, contemplating how to respond, he realized this situation wasn't new. It was just another twist in the unpredictable path his life had taken. His daughter's support warmed his heart, but the questions brought a mix of emotions. Let me handle this, he muttered to himself, opening his phone to draft a reply. Just then, the group chat buzzed again. Bridget, actually Dad, you were always there for me, even before we officially met. So, maybe being my daddy fan was just another way of showing your love. The sincerity in her words struck Baker deeply. He smiled, feeling a wave of relief. His daughters understood him more than he could express. Sometimes, love knows no boundaries or titles, he typed, hitting send. His response resonated with the family, and soon the chat lit up with heartfelt messages of love. Dad, recently don't answer strange calls or messages, or anything concerning me. Ignore it. Baker typed 2 question marks. Why? He sensed something wasn't right because indeed, there were some strange calls these past few days which had gotten past Baby's firewall settings. Baker hadn't picked up any. He hadn't told anyone about this, yet Baby warned him. It's nothing, just a little troublemaker. Dad doesn't need to worry. I'm going for training. Allie replied. Baker sent an adorable expression. All right, don't overwork yourself, baby. Returning to the classroom, after 2 classes and some fooling around, the class teacher came looking. After Baker left with the teacher, the classroom erupted into discussion. Recently, the class teacher has been calling Baker quite frequently. Do you think something's happening? What could it be? The last time the class teacher called Gu, it was for a home visit. James's mysterious look drew everyone's attention. Everyone surrounded him asking, then what happened? James raised his eyebrows. In the end, our Professor Deng went for the home visit. Why? Their curiosity grew. James explained slowly, because... Outside the classroom, the teacher asked Baker, are you really not planning on signing up for the sports meet? Baker nodded. Yes, haven't I said that before? Previously, the teacher had agreed, but today, she brought it up again. Noticing her hesitation, he asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Seeing Baker's sincere inquiry, the teacher opened up. For the sports meet, very few students from our class have signed up. The principal asked me to boost everyone's enthusiasm. Baker looked at her, wondering why this had anything to do with him. I heard you managed to reconcile the skateboarding club and the street dance club, allowing them to share a venue. Perhaps? Student Baker, can you sign up for a few events and lead our class's enthusiasm? Baker felt awkward. This felt like being pushed into a corner. Teacher, He wanted to keep a low profile. The teacher understood. I know, you don't want everyone's attention on you. Rest assured, all teachers have discussed it and won't push you forward. Baker thought about it. If he refused the teacher's personal request, maybe the principal would come next. All right, as long as you don't make me the center of attention, I'll sign up for running and shot put. Hearing this, the teacher smiled. Great, I'll register you right away. She returned to the class, announcing loudly, Classmates, Baker has signed up for the 1000m run and shot put in this sports meet. Let's also get involved, enhancing sports participation and friendship with other classes. Baker stood at the door, silently. Tonight, silence fills the bridge of Cambridge. Teacher, weren't you supposed to avoid making me a focus point? Everyone turned to look at the door. Baker entered, wearing an awkward yet polite smile, returning to his seat. Immediately surrounded, James hugged Baker's neck. Gu, did you really sign up? Gu, blink if you were forced, Kevin hinted. Even Zach seriously asked Baker, Gu, weren't we supposed to stay low profile? Baker glanced at the teacher, who looked pleadingly at him. He sighed, yes, I signed up. Everyone should choose voluntarily, no pressure. Everyone nodded firmly. Baker thought they would stick to principles and not sign up. But before he could react, everyone rushed to the teacher to sign up. Baker almost stumbled. Was his influence that strong? Unbeknownst to Baker, he had helped police solve cases and reclaimed money from scams. Class 1 to 2 already regarded him as their pillar. His influence was unquestionable. Meanwhile, at Tion Cultural Radio, Gladys was preparing for a live interview. As the host prepared, Gladys sat nearby, checking her phone. Opening it, she saw a new WeChat message from Baker. Thank you, Warrior Hua, for supporting Mabel. Gladys knew he referred to her forwarding his Weibo post. She replied simply, you're welcome. Leona reminded her it was time to start. Recently someone wants to harm Bridget, yet you're pushing forward. Be careful during the interview. Gladys nodded indifferently, handing her phone to Leona. You know how I talk. Leona, her assistant, used to be anxious but now took it in stride, occasionally commenting. The live interview began. Initially, Gladys maintained perfect composure and flawless responses. Until the host asked, Miss Hua, what's your view on the online debate about the digital acting method? Gladys's eyes showed a lazy glint with sharpness beneath. Wasn't the host talking about Bridget? Earlier, someone compared clips from Gladys and Bridget's new drama, mocking Tan for using the digital acting method, numbering lines and dubbing later. Later, Lu Xiaoqian was revealed as the commenter. Gladys laughed out loud. I know, this topic started with Senior Lu. You know why many directors dare not use skilled actors? The host, smiling, asked, why? Because. Gladys sneered, her sarcasm evident. With Senior Lu as a barrier, talented actors exist but never get opportunities. Directors give face to barriers like her. Silence filled the room. Leona felt unstable. Oh no, oh no. Knowing this day would come, Gladys held her breath since learning Lu Xiaoqian mocked Bridget to target her. A voice in the earpiece signaled a topic change, but Gladys interrupted. Responsibly speaking, Bridget's acting is the most vivid and powerful I've seen. Translation continues. The host's smile was about to falter. Yes, we know. We were just about to ask for your thoughts on Miss Bridget's new drama. It's great. I hope everyone tunes in on the day of its release. After all, Mabel's acting skills were taught by me personally. She won't disappoint. My old fans and new fans know that I don't teach just anyone easily. Gladys made a heart gesture towards the camera. Everyone in the live stream dared not meet her eyes directly, fearing they might be the next target. The director yelled backstage to switch topics. The host managed to find several opportunities before successfully changing the subject. Fortunately, the live broadcast did not turn into an incident. Bridget also watched this live stream. She didn't expect Gladys to be so bold in her statements. Previously, when someone criticized her acting, she ignored it entirely. It was only when Lu Xiaoqian stepped forward that Bridget realized Lu's true target was Gladys. Checking the time, Gladys should have finished her live stream. Bridget walked out of the filming room and called her. Her first words were gratitude, followed by concern. Gladys, openly provoking teacher Lu Xiaoqian like that? Is it really okay? Gladys coldly snorted. When she attacked me, did she think about what was right or wrong? Don't worry about her. Anyway, after this show airs, directors will know how to act. Right? But you can't just thank me verbally, right? Bridget laughed. Okay, how about I treat you to dinner? I was just thinking that. The noodles last time were delicious, and I'd love to try Lionel's cooking again. Is that okay? Gladys asked. Bridget's smile froze at the corner of her lips. She pursed her lips and said, maybe not. Dad has been quite busy lately. I haven't been home for a long time either. I miss my dad's cooking, Sai, and I miss my sisters too. Their conversation felt like that of old friends. Gladys paused, realizing it was the first time Bridget had mentioned her family. Didn't the media previously report that Bridget was an orphan? I remember. Weren't you an orphan? Gladys asked in confusion. Bridget smiled. I used to be, but since I found my biological father, I'm not anymore. And I have many sisters now. Gladys nodded. I hear you all get along very well. Bridget didn't catch the hint of wistfulness in Gladys's tone. She happily responded with a soft gazing out the window, whispering softly, yes, we do. I love my family so much. Hashtag chapter 196. Misunderstandings caused by a slip of the tongue. Carly envied her friend. It's great that so many sisters can live in harmony. Unlike my family, it's always chaotic. Doris had heard about the Hua family, but most of what she knew came from media reports, so she didn't fully believe them. Facing Carly's sudden expression of envy, she didn't know what to say. Thinking Carly would just make things awkward. So, Doris changed the subject. Do you play games, Carly? Carly was momentarily taken aback. Mobile games or online games? Either one. I've been playing Eternal Return with my family recently. It's an online game. You should join us sometime, Doris said. Carly found it easy and comfortable to talk to Doris. Sure. Does your whole family play? Yeah. My dad leads the charge, Doris nodded. Carly was slightly surprised and smiled. Your uncle seems pretty trendy. It's great having an elder who doesn't dampen the fun. Elder. An image of her father's young and handsome self flashed through Doris's mind. Young and spirited, she mumbled, smiling wryly. My dad is super awesome, Doris continued enthusiastically, trying to get Carly interested. The two girls chatted on, exchanging random thoughts. Meanwhile, at WH Club, the topic of conversation was also about Eternal Return, though the discussion took a different turn. They want us to cosplay as characters from the game and participate in the largest comic convention, Kevin informed everyone. Amy and the other veterans were already accustomed to such endorsements, so they had no objections. However, Allie, who wasn't particularly interested, immediately raised her hand. I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Everyone stared at Allie. After getting to know her over time, they understood her true character. If she didn't want to do something, not embarrassing, just didn't expect Apollo wouldn't know about it. Sealed City's biggest comic convention involves several anime and games. I heard Eternal Return will also be featured, another classmate added. Hearing Eternal Return, Baker's eyes lit up. I know this game. I play it with my... He stopped himself abruptly. I play it with my family. Kevin, standing nearby, teased James. Did Apollo almost say he plays it with his girlfriend? James thought about it and nodded silently. Unintentionally, Baker's slip of the tongue caused more misunderstandings. So, Apollo, are you going or not? The classmate who invited him repeated the question. Yes, Baker replied. He wanted to experience this new thing firsthand. He informed his daughters, and Allie was the first to see the message. After the meeting, as Kevin and the others were about to leave, Allie suddenly asked, is the endorsement for the comic convention at Sealed City's West District T3 area? They were confused, unsure why she was asking now when she had initially declined. Kevin hesitated. Yes, why? Allie had mentioned it casually before without giving details, and then she rejected it outright. Now, mentioning the location seemed odd. Meanwhile, Baker was enthusiastically promoting the idea in the group chat, saying he planned to attend with classmates and had researched comic conventions. He learned for the first time. Classmates advised him on how to dress up as his favorite game character, Eternal Return, Wuchen. Wielding a duster in his left hand and a long sword in his right, Wuchen was Baker's favorite character, especially for the line, go with the flow, act according to the times. James and friends planned to cosplay as popular anime characters, but securing tickets was difficult, and they couldn't get any despite their efforts. Just as they were lamenting, Baker produced several tickets, surprising everyone. Apollo, who got these tickets? Are you stupid? There are some big sponsors who are close to Baker. Getting tickets is nothing, someone remarked. Baker, overhearing this, became upset, snatching the ticket back from the person. He sternly rebuked, watch your mouth. The tickets were from his daughters, and he didn't like them being talked about this way. Everyone sensed Baker's anger and stayed silent. The classmate slunk back to his seat. At the convention, Baker couldn't hide his astonishment upon entering. It was his first time seeing such a large crowd, packed so densely that there was barely space to move. People loved taking photos, and Baker was instantly approached for a group shot. Caught off guard, he froze, camera ready, before realizing what happened. Curious and excited, he wandered around, eventually separating from James and friends. Baker was entranced by the exhibits, activities, and cosplayers. Immersed in this vibrant world, he felt like he was exploring a new, fantastical universe. Baker, dressed impeccably with the finest props and a realistic wig, stood out as soon as he entered the venue. His height and figure added to the effect, immediately drawing enthusiastic attention from the crowd. After squeezing through the throng, Baker finally spotted the activity area for Eternal Return. There, he saw Allie. Allie had cosplayed as Canon. Her regal attire paired with her cold, stunning expression was truly captivating. She was surrounded by fans eagerly vying for her signature and even group photos. Allie signed autographs mechanically but refused any requests for photos. Nearby, other members of WH Club were also in costume as characters from Eternal Return. They first interacted with fans before engaging them in an on-the-spot game. The crowd surged forward, pushing Baker to the front. Allie turned her head unintentionally and saw her father, looking helpless and stuck in the middle of the crowd. His clothes were rumpled, but fortunately, the high-quality wig remained intact. Abandoning her signing duties, Allie strode over to Baker. Everyone's eyes followed her graceful movements until she stood before Baker and softly asked, "Want to take a photo?" The crowd was stunned. Cold-faced Canon requesting a photo with Wuchen. Jealous gazes shot toward Baker. Allie only wanted to rescue her father from the crowd. She didn't realize that this action would cause murmurs. Who's he? Just came here and got special treatment for a photo. Yeah, it's just a cosplay of Wuchen. We're cosplaying too. Why did she refuse us earlier? Hey, Isn't he starting to look familiar? Doesn't he resemble that Bamboo King guy? Even if it's the Emperor himself, he'd have to wait his turn. What's most annoying is why she willingly took a photo with him. Who does he think he is? Baker heard every word clearly. He whispered to Allie, "Sweetie, am I disturbing you at work? I'll leave." Allie held on to him. "You're not disturbing me." Then she turned back and glared coldly. "I decide whether we take photos. It has nothing to do with him. If I hear any more nonsense, I won't be gentle." Everyone assumed Allie meant being rough during the game later. Only Baker knew that when Sweetie said, "not be gentle," it literally meant using fists. While contemplating how to ease the tense and bizarre atmosphere, Sage appeared in a striking red outfit with long black hair cascading down her back. She wore boots that couldn't hide her beautiful legs. Surprisingly, she had also come to the comic convention, cosplaying as Himemiko Yukio. "Photo? Join us." Sage stepped up, slinging an arm around Allie's shoulders and smiling at Baker. Her arrival made the situation even stranger. Miss Sage was actually attending the comic convention and even boldly cosplaying a character from Eternal Return. Most important really is him. Damn it, why didn't I recognize him? I said, such a handsome Xiao Gij can't go unnoticed. Damn it, I was even jealous of him just now. Such a perfect match between beauty and cuteness. After taking a group photo with Baker and Allie, he turned around and noticed everyone looking at him differently. The tense atmosphere seemed to have never existed. A major trending topic immediately emerged. Hashtag Rich City Comic Expo is bursting with popularity. Xiao Gij from Rich Bamboo makes an appearance but goes unrecognized? It ignited various discussions. Later, Sage posted the group photo with them three in her family group chat. Georgia rarely praised anyone but commented, "Not bad." Bridget followed up, "Wow, seeing this gets me excited. I want to cosplay too." Sage invited them. "Come on, I'll bring you along." She had previously invited Georgia to cosplay together, but Georgia wasn't interested. If not for Baker's interest in visiting the expo, she wouldn't have become a partner of the T3 expo area. Georgia replied, "I'm very busy, making money to support the family and keeping an eye on Dad since it's his first time attending, so he won't get hurt." Sage replied, "Understood. Xandra and I are here, and your adoptive father is having a great time." Since Allie was participating in games with ordinary people, thinking of gifting them to his daughters when he returned home. Once Allie's event ended, she was taken away by Kevin and others. Before leaving, she messaged that she was returning to the club without finding Baker around. If not for the secretary holding Sage back, she would have continued reveling. Baker truly broadened his horizons at this expo. Everyone's passion shone brightly. Afterward, he still felt unsatisfied. Sage offered to send Baker and his classmates back to school, but they all waved off the offer, extremely socially anxious. Despite wanting to ride in the boss's car, they lacked the courage. Seeing no one was getting in, Baker waved too. "Let's go together. Take care driving back, little Jamie." "Sure thing." Sage didn't insist. As the car sped away, James looked at its shadow and sighed, "Brother Hao, you're brave to decline young boss Jamie." Everyone nodded. Zach added, "Brother Hao, you just called young boss Jamie, little Jamie. Wasn't that too intimate?" Baker's expression froze. "We're friends. Our relationship is like family. Calling her that isn't strange." It made sense. Baker's close ties with several CEOs were well known, so there was nothing to be curious about. Understanding, they prepared to take the bus back to school. At this moment, Baker's phone rang. Incoming call, Elida. Baker walked aside and answered, "Elida, what's up?" "Dad, I just arrived in Rich City. Are you still at the expo?" "Let me pick you up," Maisie Marnie said. Indifferent yet urgent. If she couldn't join the expo, at least she could drive Baker back. Startled, Baker turned to his waiting friends. "Elida, I'm heading back with classmates by bus." He was actually intrigued by the current buses, but always had rides arranged, denying him practical experience. Marnie detected Baker's excitement in his voice. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay, be safe. Tell me which bus you're on. I'll wait at the stop." "Sure." Happy, Baker agreed and added before hanging up, "Thanks, Elida." Then he rejoined his friends, arms wide, embracing Kevin and Zach. Teased by everyone, Baker's happiness resembled that of a child, infecting everyone. They wondered who he was talking to that made him so happy. Of course, Baker couldn't tell them it was his daughter. After feeling joyful, he sighed contentedly. Previously, conversations with Marnie were strained and cold. However, post-reunion, Baker found warmth in Elida's aloof tone, thus delighting in her care. As they approached the bus stop, an 82 bus, heading straight to the Finance University stop, arrived. Baker boarded with everyone. With limited seats, they all stood, saving seats for elderly passengers. During the ride, their unusual costumes drew attention. Recognized by some, politely asked if they could take a picture. They posed, chatting merrily. Casually glancing beside him, Baker frowned. A man wearing sunglasses sat in front. Left hand with a white cane. Right hand held a phone, hanging at his thigh side. Seemed innocent enough. But upon closer inspection, the man's thumb continuously pressed on the phone, focusing on a young girl in Lolita attire. Unaware, the girl chatted, legs slightly apart. As the bus moved, Baker signaled his friends, tapping the man's shoulder. Startled, Daryl instinctively turned toward Baker, but, remembering he was supposed to be blind, didn't align properly. "Who tapped me?" Quick-eyed, Baker noted the small action. "What are you doing with your phone?" By the next station, several people disembarked, making the bus less crowded. James and others came over, asking Baker what happened. Baker replied, "He's using his phone to secretly film under that girl's skirt." This statement immediately caused an uproar on the bus. "What? He's scum." The passengers in the bus were discussing heatedly, but Daryl remained very calm. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm blind. You must have some delusional disorder if you think I was secretly filming under someone's skirt." After hearing him claim to be blind, the tone of the discussions changed, now targeting Baker and his friends. This group of kids just loves bullying the disadvantaged. They look like troublemakers with those bizarre costumes. Exactly. If you accuse him of taking photos under her skirt, you need evidence. Isn't it cruel to bully someone who can't see? The girl in Lolita attire initially seemed a bit shocked, instinctively straightening her skirt and sitting properly. But when she heard Daryl claim he was blind, she thought Baker must have misunderstood. Handsome guy, did you make a mistake? Daryl tried hard not to show his satisfaction, eager to see how Baker would handle this situation. Baker remained very calm. Dare you show your phone to everyone? Daryl was taken aback for a moment. The gleam behind his sunglasses had a cunning light. Yeah, show your phone. Prove your innocence, Kevin added, giving a significant glance. James and others joined in, all persuading Daryl to show his phone, seemingly supporting him but actually siding with Baker. The driver wanted to join the drama too, but with everyone's safety in his hands, he could only stay focused on driving. Still, he said, why are you wasting time? Just show us your phone and clear things up. If you didn't do it, let this handsome guy apologize. If you did, I'll drive straight to the police station. Agreed, echoed by the entire bus. When another stop arrived, some people who should have gotten off stayed, eager to see how things unfolded. Daryl's fingers twitched slightly, unlocking his phone and holding it up for everyone to see. See, I didn't take any photos. The screen showed an album with landscape photos and various videos, nothing out of place. Now most of the people looked at Baker accusingly. Isn't it fun to bully a blind person? College students these days should focus on their studies, not cause trouble. An elderly man complained. Another man even stepped forward protectively. I'm standing here. See who dares to bully this blind man. Kevin and his friends were stunned too. Alaire whispered to Baker, Brother how, did he really take photos? Baker's eyes were sharp. He's not blind. With that, he flicked dust towards Daryl's face. Daryl instinctively dodged. Seeing his quick reflexes, everyone fell silent. Even the man who spoke up earlier stared in disbelief. You're blind, right? How did you know to dodge? Daryl mumbled. I heard the wind. Baker couldn't help laughing, mocking. You think you're some royal expert? Anyway, I didn't take any photos. You all saw that, Daryl argued. People nodded, looking back at Baker. Baker handed his props to a classmate, then crossed his arms, tilting his head to watch Daryl. With a relaxed smile, he said, Then, dare you give me your phone to check? Translation note. People in the car were talking incessantly. Daryl remained calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm blind. How could I take secret photos under someone's skirt? You must have delusions. After hearing him claim he was blind, the tone of the murmurs changed again, now focused on criticizing Baker and the others. These kids just know how to bully the vulnerable. They look suspicious and aren't dressed properly. They definitely aren't good people. Exactly. If you accuse him of taking secret photos, you should present evidence. Isn't it wrong to bully someone who can't see? The Lolita girl, who had been secretly filmed, was initially shocked. She instinctively straightened her skirt and sat up properly. But upon hearing Daryl say he was blind, she thought Baker must have misunderstood and asked, Handsome guy, did you make a mistake? Daryl suppressed his satisfaction, waiting to see how Baker would handle this. Baker was calm. Dare you show everyone your phone? Daryl paused for a moment, his eyes behind the sunglasses gleaming mischievously. Yeah, show us your phone, Kevin chimed in, giving a subtle glance. James and the others also joined in, persuading Daryl to show his phone to Baker. Though they seemed to be supporting Daryl, they were actually backing Baker. The driver, curious but responsible for everyone's safety, held the steering wheel tightly while driving, though he couldn't help adding, What are you fussing about? Just show everyone your phone to prove your innocence. If you didn't do it, let the handsome guy apologize. If you did, we'll head straight to the police station. Right, the whole car agreed. At the next stop, some passengers stayed to see what would happen. Daryl moved his fingers, turned on his phone screen, and showed it around. See, I didn't take any secret photos. The screen displayed an album with no secret skirt shots, only regular landscape photos and random videos and images. Now most people looked at Baker accusingly. Do you think bullying a blind person is fun? These college students don't study but stir trouble. An elderly man complained indignantly. A man even threatened, I'm standing here today, and I want to see who dares to bully this blind man. Kevin and the others were dumbfounded. Zach quietly asked Baker, how, did he really take secret photos? Baker's gaze sharpened. He's not blind. As he said that, dust swirled towards Daryl's face. Seeing this, Daryl instinctively dodged. Everyone was stunned by his agility. Even the man who defended Daryl widened his eyes. If you're blind, how did you dodge that? Daryl tried to explain. I heard the wind. Baker couldn't help but laugh, mocking. Do you think you're some kung fu master? Anyway, I didn't take any secret photos, as you all saw, Daryl argued. They nodded and looked at Baker again. Baker handed his prop to a classmate, stroked his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and tilted an app that could hide videos and albums, allowing someone to keep their privacy without needing two phones. Following what Ali had shown him, he indeed found the hidden app on Daryl's phone. Look, this isn't sneaky photography? Baker opened the images on the phone for everyone to see. Ah, pervert, creep. The girl dressed in Lolita immediately screamed, pointing accusingly at Daryl. Others were also stunned, never expecting the blind man to be the culprit. This twist sent Daryl into a panic. He demanded to get off the bus. The bus driver swung the wheel sharply, nearly throwing Daryl against the glass. You can get off at the police station. What do you all say? Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison, as they'd missed their stops anyway while enjoying the spectacle. Realizing his deception was exposed, Daryl dropped his act, removed his sunglasses, and angrily berated Baker. Since you've exposed me, don't think you'll get away unscathed. With that threat, he raised his cane and struck toward Baker. Everyone gasped in fear, and James and the others tried to intervene. However, Baker effortlessly executed a shoulder throw, sending Daryl crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Daryl groaned in pain, clutching his waist as he lay on the floor. Everyone stared at Baker with gaping mouths. Quite the scare, Baker remarked, brushing off his shirt and exhaling deeply. James and the others' mouths twitched in surprise. Who scared him here? At the police station entrance. A guard watched in amazement as bus number 82 approached. He inquired and then called a few officers out, who brought Daryl down from the bus. Meanwhile, Baker's phone rang. It was Sister Marnie. Since she hadn't seen the bus at the university station, she was worried. Alida, we're at Longting Road Police Station. Baker recounted the events to Sister Marnie. After concluding the call, the police took statements from everyone before letting them go. The bus driver reported to his superior but assured everyone he would deliver them to their respective stops. Baker had planned to return by bus with his classmates when Sister Marnie arrived in her distinctive Lexus LM, pulling up in front of the bus. This luxurious flagship vehicle, with its elegant body and dark blue finish, made quite an impact. Recognizing this luxury car, people began taking pictures. Baker had recognized it too, but didn't expect Alida to personally pick him up from the police station. As the window lowered, Sister Marnie's perfect face framed by sunglasses came into view. She looked at Baker, eyes softening. Let's go. I'll take you back to school. With his daughter present, he couldn't refuse. But what about James and the others? Sister Marnie noticed Baker's hesitation. Come along. Baker quickly jogged over. Is that all right? Will it be too much trouble? Should I tell them to wait? Sister Marnie didn't mind. It just meant certain conversations couldn't be had in the car. Noticing how Baker seemed eager to be with his friends, she added, Sure, there's another car behind us. They can all fit. Seeing no reluctance on Sister Marnie's face, Baker nodded and motioned James and the others to join him. James and the others recognized Sister Marnie, having followed the uproar around Eliza and Dr. Allie during Baker's charity event. Her image was well known in the medical community. Initially wanting to decline and stick to the bus, they hesitated under her piercing gaze. James, Kevin, and Zach sat stiffly inside the car, wishing they could shrink into smaller beings. Never had they imagined riding in Eliza's car. Baker attempted to ease the tension. Alida, weren't you supposed to be meeting with some professors and attending a consultation? How did you return so quickly? Baker asked. Sister Marnie replied nonchalantly, My father and his siblings went traveling without me, so I returned to check if he was enjoying himself. Baker and others exchanged awkward glances. This didn't sound right, but supporting Baker was always a good idea. Eliza, your father sounds unreasonable, James said. Yes, leaving you behind while playing with the family is unjustified, Kevin agreed. Good. Do you find it unfair too? Zach asked Baker. Baker's face twitched. He wished these three would shut up. Explaining gently, Don't be upset, Alida. Your dad must have known you weren't interested in the comic fair, so he didn't invite you. He might bring you next time. James and the others relaxed upon realizing Baker's defense. Sister Marnie observed her father's nervousness, a slight smile forming on her lips before disappearing. I was just joking. Everyone sighed in relief, and Baker began recounting the comic fair experiences. Sister Marnie listened quietly. In the other car, everyone was excitedly snapping selfies and boasting about being chauffeured by Eliza. The news quickly spread online, with netizens eating melon, engaging idly, more cautiously after being proven wrong last time. After dropping everyone off at school, Sister Marnie left. The next day, whispers abounded in school about Baker and his classmates being escorted by Eliza. Speculation varied wildly as students crowded around Baker asking about his relationship with Eliza. Growing irritated, Baker escaped the classroom, only to be intercepted by Alex on the stairs. Come quickly, the engineering students are getting too arrogant. Reluctantly, Baker let Alex lead him away. Once outside, he asked, Are we ready? Yes, we're set to meet them at the park today, Alex responded. Then let's go. Alex realized Baker wasn't backing out today and hurriedly caught up, assuming he had been in a foul mood earlier. At the basketball court in the park, recognizing Baker, Li Jia was shocked. Why are you here? Taking a moment to place him, Baker finally recalled. Ah, my past opponent? Li Jia turned livid. You. I'll beat you down today. Bring it on, Alex shot back, then whispered to Baker about the situation. Baker explained the incident with Li Jia's challenge to score the most baskets. Hearing this, Alex burst into laughter. Pointing at Li Jia, he said sarcastically, Past opponent. Li Jia's eyes turned red with anger. Are you finance majors all sick or something? Both teams were ready, and the spectators had gathered as well. Students from both schools cheered loudly for their sides. Alex patted Baker on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. Baker glanced at him. Why should I be nervous? This response left everyone stunned because this match was essentially a formal game, and Alex had been worried that Baker, having never participated in such an event before, might feel tense. Instead, he spoke with a relaxed confidence that radiated self-assurance. The game started, and Alex's team scored first. Li Jia's team quickly tied it up. Li Jia wanted to teach Baker a lesson and thus defended him tightly. He knew Baker played well with Alex, so whenever they passed, Alex was tipsy, his gaze blurry as he looked at Baker. Baker continued eating calmly. No. Alex flared up, slamming his hand on the table. Why? You're being so stingy over just some contact information. Baker slowly removed a fish bone from his mouth and then lifted his head to look at Alex. Everyone at the table stopped eating, watching them intently. Baker said softly, Because she's my darling. Chapter 199. This arm strength is truly remarkable. Puff. Everyone present was so shocked by the news that they couldn't help but spurt out their drinks. Alex was also dumbfounded. His drunkenness instantly vanished. Baby, my dear baby? Baker realized he had blurted something out, but it was too late to take back his words. Yes, he nodded in affirmation. Alex slowly sat down and suddenly slapped himself. Taken aback, Baker asked, What are you doing? One must not take advantage of one's friend's wife. I'm such a scoundrel. Baker, I understand now. You shouldn't have given me her contact information. Rest assured, I've given up and won't ask you about that beauty again. Alex finished a glass in one gulp. Baker wanted to explain but didn't know where to start, so he stayed silent. Forget it. Let them misunderstand. It's become the norm. The sports meet was set for Thursday and Sunday, so this week Baker wasn't going home. He told his daughters about it. Bridget, disappointed. I thought I could eat Dad's home-cooked meals this week. Only Bridget spoke up in the group chat. Baker assumed the others were busy and reassured Bridget that he would cook a lot when she came home next time. Unbeknownst to him, the daughters were actually planning a surprise to cheer for Baker at the school. Thursday arrived. After the opening music, the principal gave a few speeches and then heavily introduced the sponsors of this sports meet. General Manager Jean from Jean Corporation, Georgia, Little President Jamie from Jamie Entertainment Company, Sage, King from WH Club, and the famous young songstress Bridget also came to cheer for the event. Additionally, the most renowned professor in the medical field, Eliza, personally visited the campus to view the event and sponsored mechanical equipment. Hearing the principal's introduction, Baker was flabbergasted. He never expected that his daughters would come, and even his sponsors. Not only that, reporters from various TV stations in Fengcheng City were present, making the scene feel like a world-class event. This impressive lineup made the crowd boil with excitement. Discussions erupted everywhere, with many eyes landing on Baker since everyone knew he had good relationships with these bigwigs. Hence, everyone understood their presence as sponsors was likely due to him. Baker was bewildered, completely unaware of all this. They came boldly, adding a unique luster to the financial university's sports meet. Baker went from being shocked to delighted, especially when he could always hear his daughters cheering for him during each competition. So, he worked particularly hard. Initially, Baker only planned to participate without focusing on winning. But now, he aimed to win, presenting medals and certificates to his daughters. Others also exerted themselves greatly. Joke, with so many celebrities around, how could they lose face? Especially with the TV cameras rolling, this was a perfect opportunity to be on television, which none wanted to miss. Everyone strove harder to prove themselves. Even teachers from other schools visiting were astonished. They praised before the principal, "Your students are truly excellent." The principal looked proud yet puzzled internally. Why hadn't previous years seen such fervor? At the shot put arena, Baker took the field, repeatedly reminding himself to control his strength to avoid accidents. The shot felt unusually light in his hands, as he tossed it a couple of times to test its feel. Click, click. Reporters snapped photos nonstop. Baker frowned and kindly advised, "Please move away from the field." While they seemed to agree, they continued to interfere with Baker's focus. The coaches and teachers couldn't do anything either. Suddenly, an ear-piercing electric buzz rang in everyone's ears. George's voice boomed, "We're known to have short tempers. Now, immediately, leave Baker alone. Anyone who interferes will be thrown out." The word thrown was subtle yet potent. Reporters panicked, intimidated by the status of those seated. No one dared disturb Baker again. Baker was pleasantly surprised and focused on the formal match, forgetting to gauge his strength. Unfortunately, he threw the shot off course, towards the spectators. "Be careful," Baker shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned. In the stands, some fled while others screamed, causing chaos. But Georgia and her group remained calm. Just as the ball was about to hit them, Ali stopped the ball with one hand. Everyone was astounded. Isn't this incredible? Catching a shot put with one hand? But isn't that not the point? The real issue is how far and high Baker threw it. This arm strength is terrifying. Whispers spread everywhere. Hearing about the incident, the principal rushed over to inquire if Ali was hurt. Georgia reassured that there was no injury. Relieved, Baker gave Ali a thumbs up. "Impressive job, baby." This moment was captured by reporters, becoming a major news highlight later on. "Brother, how are you all right?" James anxiously asked. Baker shook his head. Kevin looked puzzled. "How did you throw it so far?" The audience stands were at least a dozen stories away, and the shot put is heavy. Startled, Baker almost forgot to measure the distance. Everyone stared at him, awaiting an explanation. He rubbed his hands. "I'm not sure. It just happened. Pure accident." To prove it was an accident, his second attempt failed miserably, ranking second. Now, everyone believed the first throw was indeed an accident, albeit a shocking one. After the sports meet, Baker stood on the podium, waiting for Georgia to award him. He never imagined he'd stand on a university podium receiving an award presented by his daughter. Amid applause, Georgia approached gracefully, holding a golden medal. Bending slightly, Baker accepted the medal with a smile from Georgia. He whispered in her ear, "Never thought my first medal would be placed on me by my eldest daughter." Georgia's fierce demeanor softened. They exchanged glances, and she softly replied, "It's an honor to be part of your life." These words were inexplicable, but Baker understood, looking at Bridget and the rest. Each of them gazed at Baker, and his eyes welled up. "Me too." After the award ceremony, Bridget and the girls were surrounded by fans. Finally managing to escape, they posed with Baker for a large group photo taken by the principal. The reporters snapped more eagerly than anyone, relishing the trending topic and increased traffic. Netizens were thrilled watching the Finance University's sports meet. All events concluded, Baker graciously accepted a media interview before heading home with his daughters. Everyone envied him. James sighed, "If only I could have a life like that." Yeah, linking up with several big shots feels like cheating. Never seen but was caught midway by Marnie. Meow. Marnie didn't notice its wide, alert cat eyes and cuddled it in her arms, petting it skillfully. Kristen couldn't help but purr from the pleasure. After sitting for a while, they were found by Sage, who invited them to eat. They got up and went inside. At the dining table, Baker noticed something was off with Ali and asked, "Zandra, what's wrong?" Ali snapped back to reality. Meeting Baker's concerned gaze, she shook her head and replied coldly, "Nothing. It was just that she received some harassment messages." While it started as a minor prank which she hadn't paid much attention to, the sender threatened to disrupt Baker's normal life if she didn't respond. Troublesome indeed. "Really nothing?" Baker asked seriously. Good baby usually had high vigilance and would focus on their conversations during meals, occasionally chiming in. She wouldn't be so distracted like today. Everyone looked at Ali, each with different expressions. Ali glanced at Georgia and told Baker, "Really nothing. I was just thinking about how Dad threw the shot put during the competition." Mentioning this made Baker feel embarrassed. He hadn't expected some bloggers would turn his throw into a funny video. Let's not talk about it, tears and all. Even though his daughters had tried hard to minimize the situation, that throw had left a deep impression on everyone. Netizens joke. Chapter 200. When did the relationship become so close? Baker looked at his adopted daughters. George's expression was very calm. Sage kept her head lowered, and Allie subconsciously tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Marnie raised her glass of water and sipped slowly. Bridget sensed something amiss almost instinctively. She glanced at her other sisters, and then looked at Baker's serious face. What's wrong? Baker felt a lump in his throat. He wanted to ask if they were hiding something from him. If he asked, they would certainly tell him. But if they chose not to speak, it meant they didn't want him to worry. Forget it. He wouldn't ask. Just come back early and don't lose contact. If you have time, chat in the group, Baker advised them. Sage slowly raised her head. She thought her adoptive father would probe further. To her surprise, he really trusted them. Her eyes reddened. Adoptive father? Marnie stood up and stuffed a sweet and sour pork rib into her mouth. Sister Jamie, eat more. Under her cold gaze, Sage nodded subconsciously. She quickly recovered from the momentary lapse that almost exposed their secret. Georgia assured Baker, Dad, don't worry, we'll be back soon. Baker nodded, forcing a smile. All right. After dinner, Baker returned to his room first. Catalina noticed his foul mood and ran to his room to keep him company. Meat followed her. Both cats comforted Baker in their own way. Baker stroked their little bellies with one hand each, mumbling to himself, I'm still too weak. Baker wasn't f***ing on business trips. Though he knew his daughters were all formidable, he still worried. At least, he didn't want to hold them back. During school on Monday, Baker couldn't concentrate. It had been a day and a night since the group last heard from Georgia and the others. Didn't they agree to report back for peace of mind? During break time, everyone was discussing the TV drama Brightest Star. This brought Baker's spirits up a bit. He asked classmates who had seen it, is it good? Which platform is it on? It's quite good. On Chiwa app, one classmate replied. Baker immediately downloaded the app, feeling somewhat guilty for focusing only on his own problems recently. The weekend left him agitated over his daughters. He completely forgot that Erbao's new drama premiered today. He had promised to support it, but, after downloading, he immediately topped up membership and started watching. Except for class time, Baker spent his day watching the drama. Occasionally, he paused to check the family chat, feeling disappointed if no one had spoken. Not here yet. Then he continued watching. At Jamie Entertainment Company, Brock was coordinating with others to promote Bridget's debut TV drama. Bridget was promoting the show via Weibo when she saw Baker's message in the group. Her gaze flickered, recalling the strange atmosphere at the dinner table that day. That day, Bridget specifically asked Georgia about the situation. Georgia told her everything and instructed her not to tell Baker until they came back. Thus, they all knew, only Baker remained in the dark. After all, elder sister said not to give false hope. What if it turns into despair? Yes, elder sister and the others went to the US to investigate another family member. Xandra went back to handle personal matters. Midday, Bridget called Baker while sipping coffee. Baker was in the cafeteria eating lunch and watching the drama on his phone. James and others were also watching. When the phone rang suddenly, Baker sprayed a grain of rice on the screen. He immediately stood up and wiped it clean. Walking out, he answered, Mabel, what's up? Dad, have you watched my TV drama? Bridget asked cheerfully. Baker smiled, yes, it's great. I even watched during lunch. You called right at a crucial moment. Bridget hesitantly asked, so, Dad, how was my acting? She waited nervously for his response. Great. People at school praise you highly. You're so immersive. They wonder why you're so talented, able to sing and act, Baker complimented. Bridget laughed joyfully. Wow, such high praise, thank you. Her laughter sounded like clear bells, infectious to Baker. Baker smiled back and heard Bridget say, if you miss the sisters, Dad, just video call them instead of waiting for a reply. Right, he could reach out proactively. Mainly because I don't know if Summer and the others are busy, so I didn't initiate contact, Baker explained. Bridget agreed, that makes sense. Wait for their reply. Elder sister and the others are steadier than me. Definitely nothing to worry about. Just take care of yourself, Dad. Baker nodded, sure. After hanging up, Baker took a deep breath, feeling less troubled. His little cotton jacket, indeed, had powerful effects. Returning inside, James and the others had already finished eating, and Baker received updates from Georgia and the others. His mood brightened further. Even James's jokes made him laugh. Brother How, ask the goddess to expedite more episodes. There's not enough to watch. Baker playfully agreed, sure, I'll call the production team. Everyone burst into laughter, knowing it wasn't serious. Baker also didn't take it seriously. But if he asked for more episodes, it might actually work. As they walked to the teaching building, many students rushed towards the school gate. Why are they running? Left Wave wondered. Baker also noticed this. Everyone seemed excited, rushing to the gate. Was a big celebrity visiting? Besides his daughters, Baker couldn't think of anyone else. But his daughters were on business trips, and Marnie was at the research institute. Surely, no one else would visit? They saw Kingston approaching from the opposite direction. Baker stopped him. What's happening at the school gate? Why are everyone running there? Kingston glanced at him. You should see for yourself. Baker. What did this have to do with him? Kingston left, having other student council matters to attend to. Curious, Baker followed James and others towards the school gate. Before reaching, walking along the green-shaded path, they saw a large crowd ahead. Among the throng, the familiar cold beauty caught Baker's eye. Suddenly, he understood the meaning behind Kingston's earlier look. Why was Elida back at school again? Marnie saw Baker and quickened her pace towards him. The students who were following her also quickened their pace, afraid of losing her. Thought I'd drop by to see you, Marnie said as she approached, offering this as her first words. Instantly, everyone's eyes were on Baker. Their gaze is a mixture of admiration, shock, and envy. On the day of the sports meet, when Marnie appeared, everyone had assumed it was simply in her capacity as a sponsor. But today, Eliza had personally come to the school to find Baker. When did their relationship become so close? More precisely, when did Baker hook up with Eliza? Everyone looked at the two with puzzled eyes, whispering and discussing among themselves. Baker grabbed Marnie's wrist. Let's get out of here for these petty troubles anymore. For now. Baker glanced around and then picked up his phone to call for backup, winking at Marnie to reassure her. Before long, Baker's reinforcements arrived. Chapter 201. Why hasn't Sweetie come back yet? Apollo, we're here. Skater Club member Jagger arrived with other members. Apollo, we've also arrived. Street Dance Club member Hendrick arrived with his club members. Baker, I've brought people too. Kingston came with 7 or 8 student union members. Baker looked at everyone gratefully and said, thank you all for your trouble. Follow the plan. The leaders smiled at each other. Apollo, you're being too formal. We volunteered to help. Baker pulled Sister Marnie and nodded. Let's leave school first. Is the car outside? Sister Marnie replied calmly, yes. Her hand was held tightly by Baker, giving her a great sense of security. Baker led Sister Marnie out through the side door of the school. I'm afraid those people will follow us, so I asked classmates to help block them. James and the other 2 won't be enough. He walked cautiously, observing the surroundings carefully as he led Sister Marnie over the fence. What if they can't stop them? Sister Marnie asked expressionlessly. Baker hesitated and looked back at her. If they can't stop them, give them misleading information. They must not find you. Her assistant, startled by her frosty gaze in the mirror, immediately stopped the car. Marnie got out and walked towards the crowd. Facing the demands of the crowd, Baker remained indifferent. While I have a good relationship with Eliza, I really can't help you. Please let me go. I have class to attend. Kingston and others came to his aid upon seeing him trapped, forming 2 opposing sides. Just as tensions escalated, everyone felt an overwhelming presence approach. Dressed in plain clothes, Marnie walked gracefully, leaving a frosty trail behind her. Her sharp gaze pierced through the crowd. Her voice was cold and stern. Who gave you permission to harass him? A wave of coldness spread, freezing everyone in place, afraid to make any sudden moves. Only Baker, rushing to Marnie's side, whispered anxiously, why did you come back? It's nothing. I just want to deal with these annoying flies before we leave, Marnie replied. Walking past Baker, she confronted the group. Baker stood behind her, knowing these people were in for trouble. Most of these officials were from prestigious institutions, some were top 985 medical PhDs, and even medical device partners. They had long sought collaboration and discussions with Marnie, but she had always been cold and distant, never accepting their offers. Today, finding her alone seemed like a perfect opportunity. I never thought Eliza would be scarier than Aiden. Baker disagreed, thinking girls should be strong, especially his daughter. His pride. Later, the principal called Baker to the office, questioning the incident. Baker gave a simplified version of meeting Marnie and her visit due to their mutual participation in public welfare activities. The principal found something off, but couldn't pinpoint what. He reminded Baker to keep a low profile. Baker had many connections, including with celebrities and well-known figures. Still, he hoped the school wouldn't gain attention solely through Baker's actions. Baker agreed and bought snacks for his classmates who helped out today. In the following days, things were peaceful. Baker chatted with his daughters online. Everyone replied quickly except for Allie. On Friday afternoon, after the last class, Baker rushed home. Summer and others had returned, and Bridget was staying at the hotel for a signing event tomorrow. Baker arranged for Lance and others to meet her. At home, Baker first checked on his daughter's pulses using methods taught by Marnie. Sage chuckled, Godfather, we eat well and sleep well. What are you worried about? If Marnie were home, she could easily check their health by looking at their tongues. I'm always worried when you're away and not around me. Baker withdrew his hand and noticed someone missing. Where's Xandra? Is she upstairs? Summer and Sage exchanged glances. Summer spoke. Xandra didn't return with us. She asked us to come back first so you wouldn't worry. Hearing Allie didn't return made Baker tense up again. Sweetie didn't tell me. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. He checked his phone. There were no private messages, nor any updates in the group chat. Recently, Allie had been responding slower than usual, but her messages still seemed normal. Baker really didn't notice anything unusual. Did something happen to Xandra? Did you all go to the US for the same thing? He wasn't stupid and could see the hidden tension in his daughter's eyes that day, even though he chose not to expose it. Perhaps they had their own considerations, and thus didn't tell him. There's nothing wrong. Xandra met an old acquaintance over there, and got tangled up. So, she'll be back in a couple of days, Sage said, easing Baker's concerns. Baker asked uncertainly, really? Was the old acquaintance a man or a woman? Could it be that his obedient daughter has someone she likes? Georgia curled her lips slightly. Dad, don't jump to conclusions. It's a girl. And yes, we did have something we kept from you. Xandra found some clues about Old 4 while investigating in the US, so we went over to check it out. Baker nodded. All right, I understand. He glanced at Sage. So, little Jamie really went. Baker exclaimed, still shaken by the appearance of the girl on the other side. Seeing that Allie was unharmed, he finally exhaled deeply. Who is she? She smiled, but there was an unmistakable sly glint in her eyes. Allie walked aside, and the voice of the girl could be heard murmuring behind her. Grumpy, what's wrong with helping you answer a call? She gave her a stern look, eliciting giggles from the other side. Dad, don't worry. I'll be back in a couple of days. She's just a friend, Allie explained to Baker. Baker nodded. Just as he was about to respond, a short message popped up on the screen. Hey, I'm her best friend. Hello, Baker. His heart skipped a beat, his pupils dilating in shock. He dared not look into the camera, afraid Allie might notice his worry. But Allie was too perceptive. She caught it. What's wrong? Nothing, your elder sister told me, but I just wanted to hear it from you directly. It's fine if everything's alright. Baker shook his head. Another message flashed across the screen. This isn't fun. Why aren't you telling her? I've been sending you messages all along. Remember those spam ads you received? All sent by me. You must be curious how firewalls didn't stop me. It felt like someone was watching his every move. Baker struggled to maintain his composure. He couldn't let this control him. Pretending he hadn't seen these messages, he continued chatting with Allie at her phone. Baker had messaged, "Sweetie, when we were video calling, someone sent a message to Dad." It sounded like a horror story. Allie replied with 2 words, "It's fine." Then she warned Courtney, "Stop the pranks, or I'll burn your treasure house." The mention of treasure house wiped away Courtney's smile, tightening her expression briefly before regaining her cheerful look. "Okay, but who exactly is he?" She leaned over the sofa, poking Allie's shoulder. "Is he someone you like?" "Not bad, Elle. Your skills haven't declined despite being away for so long. Though I cracked the firewall, I almost broke into the Jean family database and your computer. Or you can just tell me personally, and I won't need the key." A blatant threat. Allie glared at her coldly. "I told you not to touch him, or it will end badly for both of us." Her meaning was clear. If Courtney revealed all secrets using the key, Allie would destroy the treasure house, including the old man's life work, leaving no one to blame but himself. Courtney avoided trouble and thus kept quiet, though she subtly moved her hand. Meanwhile, Baker recalled that Allie once mentioned having a close friend she'd had a falling out with. Could it be that woman from earlier? She looked about a year older than Allie, and their closeness was unexpected. After all, he'd never touched Allie's phone while staying with the Jean family. Yet the girl answered the video call directly. Either she cracked it or knew the phone's password. As Baker pondered, his phone vibrated again. Another message arrived. "Announce it publicly. Tell the world about your relationship with Allie and Georgia. I give you 1 day, otherwise I'll announce it for you." Including the Jean family's absurd sperm donation program. Baker's pupils widened as he stood up abruptly, stubbing his toe on the bed. Clutching his toe, he hopped around for a minute until the pain subsided. Who is this person? He wondered, unsure of their true intentions. How much did they know? Why suddenly demand Baker reveal his relationship with his daughters? Wait, a sudden realization hit him. This person probably doesn't understand the whole situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking him to reveal it. His mind raced chaotically. Now wasn't the time to think about revealing or not. Whoever this was seemed to monitor him constantly. He couldn't stay passive. So Baker opened the door and knocked on George's door. As he knocked, neighbor Sage also opened her door, rubbing her eyes and asking, "Foster father, why are you up so late?" Baker tried to explain, Before he finished, Georgia opened the door wearing silk pajamas under a coat. Seeing Baker, she asked in surprise, "Father, what's going on?" She noticed his anxiety and that it was nearly 1 a.m., far too late for Baker, who usually went to bed early. Baker showed them the message. Both women's expressions turned serious. Georgia said to Baker, "Father, ignore it and don't answer unknown calls. I'll handle this. Forward me the message. Will this cause you trouble? We can face it together. What if this person starts threatening you both?" Baker didn't want his daughters facing this alone. Georgia and Sage exchanged glances, a faint smile on their faces. Sage said, "Foster father, it's probably nothing, maybe just a prank." "Yes, father, go back to sleep. We'll discuss it tomorrow." Georgia's voice was calm yet strong. Baker's chaotic thoughts calmed. "All right." After Baker left, Georgia immediately informed Allie about the situation. Allie was surprised to receive a call from her elder sister, but quickly became concerned upon hearing the news. "I see, elder sister. I'll handle this. Don't worry. Good night." Georgia's clear voice responded, "Good night. Dad probably didn't want to worry you, which is why he told us first. Don't overthink it." Allie reassured her, "I won't." The time difference between the US and Fengcheng meant that while it was daytime here, it was midnight there. Hanging up, Allie slowly removed her headphones, holding the pin next to her laptop. In a swift motion, she stabbed the sofa, penetrating deep. Courtney, who was previously in that spot, had moved away, dramatically patting her chest. "Scary?" Her innocent expression was almost childlike. "I warned you not to disturb him." Allie pulled out the pin with a pop, glaring coldly at Courtney, her killer intent palpable. Courtney's eyes flashed with surprise, then she clapped her hands and shrugged carelessly, saying, "All right, I was just joking around." Joking? Allie didn't believe it was just a joke. She launched a swift attack, and Courtney quickly reacted to block the sudden assault. They started fighting again, and this time, Allie was clearly more furious than before, every move potentially fatal. After blocking a few attacks, Courtney pinned Allie's hands in front of her chest and coaxed, Okay, I get it. I won't play jokes on him anymore, alright?" Allie narrowed her eyes and kicked fiercely. Courtney could only react accordingly, sighing, "What a hassle." Meanwhile, Baker couldn't sleep. His mind was preoccupied with those text messages and the mysterious girl he saw behind his little treasure during their video call. Note, Gai Bao seems to be a mix of Chinese and an intended transliteration or term of endearment. I've translated it to little treasure, which is a common English equivalent for a term of endearment. Why was baby with such a dangerous person? Was she being coerced? The translation Gai Bao should be consistently translated as baby to maintain fluency and consistency in English. The more he thought, the harder it was for him to fall asleep. It was already 3 in the morning, and Baker stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. He knew this couldn't go on. From his backpack, he took out the pills Marnie had given him earlier. Swallowing them quickly, he lay flat on the bed, hands folded over his stomach, and closed his eyes. Finally, he drifted off to sleep, the chaos in his mind slowly fading away. When he woke up the next day, Baker was still restless, as the effects of the medication had worn off. Georgia and Sage noticed his distracted state and planned to stay home to keep him company. But Baker waved them off. "Don't worry. Staying home would only make me overthink things. You both should carry on with your own activities. Don't let me hold you back. I'll meet Ansel later. He invited me to hang out. In the afternoon, I'll visit Zwolong as promised." He had scheduled everything to keep himself busy, so he wouldn't have time to worry. Checking the WeChat chat history with Allie, Baker saw that around 6 in the morning, his darling had sent a message saying the texts were just pranks and not to worry about them. Note, Guy Bao, is replaced with darling for better fluency in English. Baker figured the dangerous girl must be on good terms with his darling, which slightly reassured him. Note, Guy Bao seems to be a term of endearment, translated here as darling for better fluency in English. Father, why don't we let Dashi accompany you? You gave Maya and Xiao Maya to Mabel. You should always have someone around. Or shall I arrange a few more people? Georgia suggested. Baker thought it unnecessary. Daughter, I can take on 10 with one punch. Who would dare to mess with me? Sage chuckled. Dry Dad is awesome. I'll start walking around fearlessly now. If anyone bullies me, Dry Dad, you'll have to teach them a lesson. Sure. Baker mimicked a punching motion. Georgia rolled her eyes at Sage. Learn some self-defense yourself instead of always troubling my father. Hey, he's my father too, Sage retorted. Georgia coldly replied, he's your Dry Dad. Baker watched the two bickering, a smile creeping onto his face. No matter how many people were in the house, it should always be lively like this. Chapter 203, Daddy, I'm back. Over the weekend, Baker spent both days out with his good friends. He shared all the delicious food and fun activities he experienced in the family group chat. Even some peculiar decorations on the street were shared. He also posted photos of himself wearing a mask with his friends and Ansel, updating his daughters about his daily life. This week, the girls were all very busy. Marnie had to attend the prestigious 100 Renowned Doctors Forum as a special guest, and this time she couldn't miss it after canceling last time. Bridget was preparing for her new album release and had to shoot covers for magazines, so she was traveling between different places. She missed her family and home-cooked meals, and even looked thinner during her last video call with Baker. Allie was still in America and wouldn't return for another 2 days. Meanwhile, Georgia and Sage were busy with company affairs, but wanted to spend a pleasant weekend with Baker. Unfortunately, due to their unique status, accompanying him would make it hard for him and his friends to enjoy themselves. The harassing text messages didn't come again, nor did any strange calls. It seemed calm, but Baker knew that there was always underlying turmoil beneath the surface. Back at school, Baker kept himself busy, diligently taking notes in class and helping classmates with homework after class without hesitation. He frequented the skateboard club and occasionally linked up with the street dance club. He also visited the basketball club. His steps never stopped throughout the day. James and the others felt something was off with Baker. They asked if anything happened, like relationship issues. Baker explained, nope, I just want to stay busy. What day is it today? He glanced at the clock lazily. Oh, just Monday. His sweet baby hadn't returned yet. After saying this, Baker ran to the office, offering to help his teacher. Seeing his enthusiastic attitude, Aloysius felt something wasn't right. Just as he was about to ask, Baker rushed off to the student. Baker's eyes welled up. How could she have changed so much in just a few days? Allie noticed his gaze and turned to him. Before she could greet him, he hugged her tightly. It's good you're back. His voice was low and filled with concern. Seeing her safe return, his worries melted away. He recalled how when he played out all night with classmates without telling Maisie, she waited anxiously until seeing him safely at the door, embracing him warmly. That moment made him realize the feeling of being deeply cared for. Allie was shocked but quickly composed herself, responding, I'm back. Don't worry. Compared to her older sister's embrace, her father's was strong and reassuring, anchoring her heart. They embraced for a moment before letting go. But this scene was captured and uploaded onto the school forum, drawing everyone's curiosity. Alex saw the photo and exclaimed, damn, there's definitely something going on between these two. Good thing I gave up early. In the car, Baker had many questions for Allie. She's not malicious, Allie replied after hearing his concerns. If she had been, Baker mused, they would have faced severe consequences. So, she's Q? Baker asked uncertainly. After all, Q was one of the best hackers in the world, and only she could have disrupted the system while he was on video. Allie nodded, yes. Baker took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He felt like he was stepping into an entirely different world. Did you return because of her? Baker understood. Allie responded, partially. Few people know my true identity. Only Grandpa and she do. I made a bet with Grandpa, and I won. So he won't bother me anymore. Baker comprehended. You joined the esports club and participated in competitions, which alerted her. You went to meet her to prevent her from targeting us, and sought her help to find our remaining relatives? The mysterious man was equally skilled in hacking, prompting Allie to think of involving Q. She had something Q wanted. Baker looked at Allie with futa sentiment. You've worked so hard, Guyball, darling. For this family, you and the others have really put in a lot of effort. Dad can't seem to help at all. Note, I've tried to translate this while keeping the original meaning. However, for it to read more naturally in English, we might consider. Baker looked at Allie with mixed emotions. You've worked so hard, darling. For this family, you've all really put in so much effort. As a father, I feel helpless that I can't seem to contribute much. Allie didn't like hearing him speak dispiritedly. You've helped a lot. Your presence is the greatest companionship. They continued chatting until the bell for the second class rang, at which point Baker finally got out of the car. As soon as he came out, he saw the hallway and adjacent areas filled with people. He was taken aback. What are you all doing? Baker quickly shut the door to prevent these people from photographing baby girl. Startled by his shout, the crowd dispersed. Later, Baker learned from his roommates that he had unintentionally made it onto the campus forum again. While driving away, Allie also sent a message to the family group chat, announcing her return. While on her way home, Marnie saw this message and raised an eyebrow slightly. What a coincidence, I'm back too. Seeing this, Allie silently tossed her phone aside. She accelerated, determined to be the first to arrive home. It turned out that Allie and Marnie arrived at the garage at the same time. After getting out of their cars, they exchanged a glance. Both had cold expressions, but there was no sense of estrangement between them. Did you go to the school to see Dad? Marnie asked. The servant came forward, took their suitcases, and followed behind them. Ling Shanjun hummed in response, walking into the elevator side by side with her. Note, the sound doesn't have a direct English equivalent but can be interpreted as an acknowledgement like hum or him. Depending on the context and desired tone, you might choose to say agreed or yes instead. For better fluency, we can also consider. Ali agreed with a hum and walked into the elevator side by side with her. This version reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning and style. Because everyone was happy that Ali, it's better to phrase it this way. However, considering the context and maintaining consistency, here's a refined version. Amina asked puzzledly, why did you add fermented black beans to the braised spare ribs? This maintains the style and terminology consistent with the rest of the text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. A slight commotion was heard, followed by George's voice. We're standing in the kitchen, getting in the way of number 3's performance. Let's go see if Dad is back yet. Footsteps sounded, growing closer and closer. Just as Baker was wondering, the door opened, revealing the delighted faces of his daughters. Footsteps sounded, growing closer and closer. While Baker was still puzzled, the door opened, revealing the delighted faces of his daughters. Baker stepped out of the car and was surprised to see the hallway and adjacent areas crowded with people. Startled, he quickly closed the door to prevent them from photographing his daughter. Everyone dispersed at his shout. Later, Baker learned from his roommates that he had inadvertently become a topic on the campus forum again. Ali drove away, sending a message to the family group chat that she had returned. Marnie was also heading home and, upon seeing the message, raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, I'm back too. Ali silently tossed her phone aside. She sped up, eager to get home first. Surprisingly, Ali and Marnie arrived at the garage at the same time. As they got out of their cars and exchanged glances, both wore cold expressions but no hint of estrangement. Did you go see Dad at the school? Marnie asked. I was climbing the steps, I heard you all talking, discussing Julian's cooking skills. I was taken aback for a moment, so I forgot to come in. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Georgia and the others changed. Because they had been in the kitchen, which is quite a distance from the front door. At such a distance, it would be impossible to hear their conversation. Additionally, the house's soundproofing was excellent, so Baker's statement made the daughters realize something. His body had undergone another change. Marnie came out after finishing preparing the meal and saw everyone with solemn expressions. She learned about the situation and checked Baker's body using the equipment in the underground lab before reviewing his past reports. Everyone cooperated with Marnie's examination. The results showed no abnormalities. At the dinner table, Marnie told Baker not to worry. Your body is creating surprises for you, so just go with the flow. She said it should be natural, but extraordinary changes had already begun. From his extraordinary healing ability, Baker knew he could never return to how he used to be. Seeing his daughter's serious faces, Baker joked to lighten the mood. Julian is right. I think it's pretty good. No one will dare to bully me or use me to threaten you anymore. Maybe I'll become the world's first super being? Laughing, Baker's tone turned low and somber as he said, what I fear most is that these surprises will become a burden for you. This was Baker's biggest concern. In unison, the daughters said, it won't. All right, I understand. Let me try Julian's cooking. Baker picked up some food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Under everyone's expectant gazes, his expression of enjoyment became somewhat strange. Marnie asked him, is it okay? Baker gave his usual two-word response, it's edible. Ali also took a bite and confirmed it was indeed edible. Only then did a hint of a smile appear in Marnie's eyes as she encouraged everyone to try the dishes. After tasting Marnie's cooking, everyone unanimously reached for other dishes. Only Baker insisted on finishing what Marnie had cooked. After finishing his meal, he went upstairs to do his homework. He had a class meeting to attend that evening, organized by his classmates. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. It keeps the storyline coherent with previous content, preserving character names and their interactions accurately. ###Chapter 204. The Mysterious Fortune-Telling, and the So-Called Destined One. In the middle of a meeting, James sent him a private message. James asked, Baker, have you been watching Douyin recently? Live fortune-telling is getting really popular. You can ask anything, how about giving it a try? He was purely curious but unfortunately had no money, so he thought they could pool their resources for one chance. Moreover, Kevin kept messaging him, inviting him to check out how amazing Temperance was, even sending him the live stream link. Curiosity led to action. Baker exited the QQ group and opened Douyin. The first live stream he saw was Temperance. She wore a veil, concealing her face but not her eyes, which were unforgettable with their profound depth as if seeing right through people. Her clear features added to the air of mystery. Her voice was melodious, like raindrops falling on water. Temperance was Douyin's top-ranked live fortune teller, having become an overnight sensation 3 months ago. Baker rarely used Douyin anymore, so he wasn't aware of its evolving content until his classmates' recommendations brought him back. Through the screen, Temperance seemed to look at everyone. Her gaze was both compassionate and distant. Without noticing, Baker entered the live stream. At that moment, he saw Temperance glance at the lower left corner where it showed Jeanly Bunley entering the live stream. Temperance, did my wife's inability to bear children have nothing to do with me? She's been sneaking out lately. Could she be cheating on me? The man connecting with her was emotionally agitated. His username was Storm. Temperance replied, it's not your fault, and she isn't cheating. Storm breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but wait, does that mean it's because of my wife? A classmate turned around and asked Baker. Baker nodded. I watched it last night while bored at home. Mentioning last night immediately sparked discussion. Kevin asked, hey, you watched live fortune telling last night? Which broadcaster? Everyone stared at Baker. When he opened his mouth, their breathing became tense. He replied, Temperance, I think. She was the first live stream on Douyin, so I clicked in to watch. Suddenly, everyone looked at Baker with confirmation in their eyes. Baker raised an eyebrow. Did all of you watch the same thing? They all chorused, yes. James checked his phone. I even followed her. Aside from that, I love the mystery. If I had money, I'd definitely connect. Just then, Douyin notified them that Temperance was live. An unprecedented early morning session. Everyone paused and hurriedly opened Douyin, entering her live stream. Baker joined them. As soon as he entered, he found himself connected. Baker was startled. He kept trying to disconnect but couldn't. What's happening? He muttered. James and others looked enviously at Baker. How? She set random connections, picking a viewer to connect. Didn't expect it to be you. Baker let out an ah, revealing his surprise to everyone. Comments flooded in. I recognize this guy. Seemed like Baker had become quite famous. Temperance looked at Baker, her eyes profound. You don't seem ordinary. Her opening remarks stunned everyone. Baker's heart skipped a beat. Without speaking, he quickly disconnected and exited Douyin. He exited to avoid unnecessary trouble, and because he feared this fortune teller knew too much. If she truly was a fortune teller. His exit didn't quiet the crowd, nor the classmates watching. Our How is not ordinary. He's connected to so many big shots. How can he be ordinary? Right, does an ordinary person have such charm? How, why did you leave? What a wasted opportunity. Baker smiled awkwardly and approached James, who was still watching the live stream. The screen showed similar comments praising Baker. Then, Temperance said meaningfully, the ordinary I refer to is not what you know. He truly isn't just anyone. He is my destined one. Everyone turned to Baker. He frowned. I'm not. I don't know her. James typed on the public chat. Our How doesn't know you. Don't take advantage of the hype. Please continue to translate the novel while ensuring the guidelines are strictly adhered to. ##### Chapter 205. Misunderstandings and family outings. Uninteresting. I thought she was impressive, but it turns out she's just trying to take advantage of your popularity. Sure, let's camp at Golden Bay Camping Ground. I'll arrange security beforehand. Sage added, I love camping. I'll arrange for a whole roasted sheep. Bridget chimed in, camping. I want a break. I want a feast. It was clear that Mabel really needed a vacation. Ali, sounds good to me. Marnieji, all right. On the camping day, Baker and his daughters enjoyed their family time. He took charge of the barbecue, keeping the girls away from it. This smells great. A familiar voice came from behind. Baker turned around. Ansel? Brother Xiao. Ansel bounced over happily. Old friends can always make things easier. A couple of skewers wouldn't hurt. Noticing Ansel's longing, Baker handed him a few skewers. How did you end up here? Looking over, he saw several families camping nearby. His daughter mentioned that Golden Bay Camping Ground was a popular spot among the wealthy. The environment was excellent, and most importantly, they wouldn't be disturbed by the media. But Baker didn't expect Pierce to be camping here too. Ansel said while eating, Grandfather brought me here to avoid boredom. If I had known Brother Xiao would be here, we would have stayed closer. Ali was hammering in steaks when Marnieji deadpanned. 80. Fed up, Ali chased after Marnieji with the hammer. Marnieji, being quicker on her feet, circled around Georgia and the others, dodging skillfully. Georgia et al., the industry, who had been by the side of the Jean family since the establishment of the Jean Corporation, earning their deep trust. Housekeeper Zhou, I just saw Mr. Xiao and came over to say hello. Everyone knows Mr. Xiao is the favorite of Chairman Jean. If I want to cooperate with the Jean Corporation in the future, I need to show proper respect. Hartley smiled warmly. As Baker looked at him, 3 words appeared in his mind. Hypocrite. Unexpectedly, Bridget said it first. Baker was taken aback for a moment and then smirked. The skewers are ready. Mabel, take these to share with your sisters. I'll grill some more for you. Bridget happily replied, okay. Seeing Baker ignore him while Dominic blocked his way, Hartley felt extremely uncomfortable. Trying to get close even through intermediaries was irritating. He left in annoyance. Ansel, munching on meat, whispered to Baker, Brother Xiao. That guy also tried to ingratiate himself with Grandfather but was chased away by Brother Edsel. He's just a small real estate tycoon who always wants to cooperate with the Jean family and ours. But Grandfather said this person has dishonest intentions and isn't good. Baker laughed and handed him another skewer. Eat slowly. No one's rushing you. Ansel nodded. Okay. Edsel came over to find Ansel. Noticing his greasy mouth, frowned. Little master, sir calls you back? Ansel hid behind Baker. I don't want to go back. I want to play here. Baker could only give a dry laugh as he faced the serious sunglasses Casanova. Marnie walked over, her presence strong. She merely glanced coldly at Edsel. Edsel, seeing this, bowed politely, didn't expect Eliza to be here too. Marnie turned her gaze, passing a bottle to Baker. Sprinkle this on. It will taste better and be good for the stomach. Baker took it, sniffed it lightly, and smelled a faint aroma of Chinese medicine. Juliani, what do you want to eat? I'll grill it for you. Marnie pointed at something, and Baker immediately put those skewers on the grill and placed the grilled ones on a plate. Take them, if you need more. Come back. Marnie took the skewers and offered the oiliest one to Baker's mouth. Please have some first. Surprised, Baker took a bite, finding it fragrant. Marnie waited until he finished before pulling back. Edsel watched intently. He returned to the Lay family campsite, reporting this to Pierce. Pierce was shocked. You saw it with your own eyes? Yes, Edsel answered respectfully. Pierce's eyes darkened. He got up, leaning on his cane. Let's go fetch my grandson. Knowing Pierce came personally, Ansel reluctantly followed. Grandfather, can I play a little longer? Ansel pleaded. Pierce tapped his nose with his finger. Playing or eating? You greedy little cat. He wouldn't have bothered with Pierce. Even though Pierce once spared him during the Lay attack, trying to disturb his daughters was unacceptable. Pierce didn't push. All right, ear, let's go. Though reluctant, Ansel followed, but paused halfway to whisper something. Ansel looked unhappy, sneaking a glance at Baker, who noticed and gave a warm smile. Ansel told his grandfather softly, Grandfather, I can't do that. I won't use Brother Xiao. Pierce sighed, regretting his impatience. Patted Ansel's head. All right, don't. Let's go back. Ansel looked back at Baker and waved, Brother Xiao, I'll find you to play this afternoon. Baker gave a thumbs up. Sure. Ansel, puzzled by the gesture, laughed joyfully. Meanwhile, Hartley exposed the whereabouts of Georgia and the others. Although surrounded by prominent local figures, they were still overshadowed by the fame of Georgia and her companions. Everyone wanted to cozy up to them, especially with Marnie and Bridget present. Celebrities normally seen only on TV, now within reach. And Eliza, the legend of medical academia, whose appearance everyone longed to witness. Not to mention Georgia, as the Jean Corporation stood at the pinnacle globally. Cooperating with her would elevate one to new heights. By the afternoon, while Baker was playing werewolf with his daughters, these people suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. Despite the cold reception from the girls and the guards' attempts to block them, they persisted. Chairman John, I'm Hartley, representative of the Zhou family. It's an honor to camp near you. Truly unexpected, Hartley extended a business card. Georgia barely moved a hand. I said, I hate when people disturb my family's private life. It looks like this crowd is brought by you. Hartley wore an innocent look. Chairman John, you've misunderstood me. They have nothing to do with me. I promise not to disturb your family's leisure time. I'll just hand over the documents and leave. His assistant handed over the file. Maya, the assistant, took a glance at it before tossing it into the lake. Such trash, dare to be shown to Chairman John? It's an insult to her eyes. Hartley's face turned ashen, like pork liver. Georgia gave Hartley a cold look before walking towards Baker. Baker was surrounded by several tycoons, all showering him with excessive flattery. He couldn't stand their incessant chatter. Can you please give me some space? Each person talking nonstop was driving him crazy. Allie wasn't giving anyone any leeway. She threw a skewer into the tree trunk, frightening the group away with loud screams. Bridget was surrounded by children asking for autographs. Sage smiled and made polite small talk, but would scold people if she became annoyed, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Only Sister Marnie sat comfortably in a chair, sipping coffee, not even bothering to raise an eyebrow at the crowd standing before her. After shooing away the people, Baker noticed a group of photographers on the opposite side of the lake. Were they paparazzi? How did paparazzi get in here? This must be related to the person who exposed their whereabouts. Baker walked over, sternly ordering them to leave. The paparazzi were reluctant, having spent a lot of money to get in. We'll just take one picture. You can continue playing. We won't disturb. Believing you is like believing ghosts. Leave now, or I won't hesitate to say it again. Baker stood firmly in front of them, arms crossed. His daughters had already been troubled enough, and now these flies came buzzing around again. Georgia instructed Maya to handle Hartley and his group. She then led the girls to stand silently behind Baker, offering support. Baker was so focused on dealing with the paparazzi that he didn't hear his daughters approaching. So, he didn't realize the strength he had behind him. The paparazzi initially tried to force their way through but soon fled in fear. Baker wiped his nose triumphantly, saying, "Little bugs, trying to mess with me." Then, upon turning back, he was startled to see his daughters standing behind him, explaining their reactions earlier. Georgia clapped, impressive. Baker scratched his head, embarrassed. I thought it was because of my efforts. He glanced toward the camping area. These people, they have no sense at all. Don't they know when and where is appropriate? Bridget nodded. True. What should we do next? Looking between Baker and Georgia, she considered them as leaders now. Baker replied confidently, we continue our fun. We can't let them affect the quality of our time. Georgia agreed, Dad is right. Sister Marnie and the others also nodded in agreement. Once the area was cleaned up, they returned to continue their camping. Meanwhile, Kristen was teaching Ro how to climb a tree. She climbed first, then meowed down to Ro below. Ro tried pawing at the bark, its short legs scrambling frantically. Kristen jumped down, grabbed Ro by the scruff, and quickly climbed up. Just as they got up, they met a human's gaze. Kristen wasn't gentle and swiped a claw across his face, reaching his eye. Ah, help, he screamed. Baker's ears twitched, and he quickly dashed over, catching the man mid-fall. Chapter 206, The Strange Parrot. Baker saw a familiar face and his forehead creased in frustration. Why is it you again? The paparazzo opened his eyes and saw Baker. Realizing he wasn't in pain, he sighed in relief. Thank you. He muttered thanks before leaning against Baker's chest. Baker broke out into goosebumps, immediately pushing him away. Ow. The paparazzo landed on the ground, sobbing dramatically. Georgia and others had seen Baker get up, but didn't know what was happening. Worried, they followed only to discover this incident. Baker whispered to his daughters an explanation. I heard someone calling for help and rushed over, only to find this dog paparazzo on a tree. Did I do anything outrageous just now? He felt as though it happened in an instant, despite being quite far away. He asked nervously, scared of his own speed. Seeing he was fine, the daughters relaxed. Marnie shook her head. No, just too fast. Bridget nodded. Yes, incredibly fast. Fast enough that she felt a sudden gust of wind and saw her father vanish from beside her. Brock called. Only after Bridget went aside to answer did she realize their camping had been exposed. Exposed is fine. PR will handle it, Sage responded calmly when she learned about it. The WH Club had also known. But with big bosses all on a campout together, they could do little more than instruct Allie to be cautious. Allie glared at the paparazzo lying on the ground. Then what do we do with him? Baker hung up. I've already called the police. No need for us to act. The terrified paparazzo pleaded. I didn't capture anything. I even got scratched by a cat. Shouldn't I be taken to the hospital first? What minor injuries need a hospital? Otherwise, should we give you some more? Baker said while looking at him. The softest face uttering the harshest word, tiny head and, just as everyone else reacted, suddenly slipped out of Allie's grasp, flying forward. Xiao made a leap, grabbing it in her mouth. Gone. The parrot rolled its eyes, appearing unconscious. Baker quickly picked up Xiao. Spit it out, you daredevil. Anything goes into your mouth. Xiao held tightly, trying to pry Baker with her claws as if refusing to let go. Marnie squatted down, pinched its neck and gently moved her hands. Xiao's body twitched, Her mouth opened automatically, and the parrot fell out. Baker caught it, feeling its heartbeat. Alive. Taking the wet wipes offered by Sage, he cleaned off the saliva and tried feeding it something. The parrot fluttered its wings fearfully upon opening its eyes. Everything's fine, Baker soothed it. The parrot blinked and perched on Baker's shoulder, staring at the cat in Marnie's arms. Bad cat, stinky cat, taunting continuously, infuriating Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao pounced, it would hide in fear again, truly relying on human support. Meat, held by Allie, remained the most well-behaved among the three animals. After playing for a while, they sat outside the tent discussing the parrot. It talks and has nice feathers. It must have an owner, right? Georgia asked Albin to check. Rocco approached. This little bird is adorable. Baker frowned. What are you still doing here? Because of the earlier chaos, they couldn't catch it. Unbelievably, it was caught today. So, it has no owner? Baker asked. The manager nodded. Yes, Mr. Xiao can take it home if he likes. Worried about daily fights, Baker glanced at Xiao Xiao chasing the parrot. The parrot mocked from above. Little fatty, can't catch me, huh? Xiao Xiao hissed angrily, clever enough to wait until the parrot landed unguarded before pouncing for a sure bite. Want to keep it? We've got 2 cats already. One more parrot won't hurt, Georgia suggested. Most importantly, the talking parrot was intriguing. Baker tickled its chin. Do you want to come with me? Sure, destined person, the parrot replied, taunting the cat near Baker's feet. Climbing up Baker's pant leg, Xiao Xiao chased the parrot when it flew to a tree. The phrase, destined person, made Baker pause. He remembered forgetting to tell his daughters something important. They chimed in unison. Fortune-telling livestream? Baker nodded. Yes, it's odd. The streamer gave me a strange feeling. Georgia asked, which livestream? She opened Douyin on her phone to see how mysterious it was. Baker mentioned Ascari 9i. Allie searched online but found no trace. Dad, do you have a photo of this person? Baker shook his head. I only watched her in the live stream. Didn't save any photos. But my classmates might have some. I'll ask in the group chat. He opened his QQ group and asked if anyone had saved photos of Ascari 9i from the fortune-telling livestream. Everyone responded that they hadn't. Moreover, they weren't particularly impressed by the name Ascari 9i. Baker was puzzled. How could they not be impressed? Didn't you guys recommend this livestream to me? Everyone replied with question marks. James even took a screenshot. There's no such livestream. Maybe it got reported? This was getting eerie. Bridget and the others also searched TikTok thoroughly but couldn't find that livestream either. Baker panicked. Could it be that I dreamed it? That wasn't possible. He had even connected live. I said I'm not ordinary, and I feared revealing too much, so I went offline. The connection was very strange. I didn't even participate, yet I was connected, Baker explained, making it sound more mysterious. He worried his daughters wouldn't believe him. Very sincerely, he added, I really did connect with her. She even called me her destined person. Could there be a possibility she's not human? Marnie responded seriously, no, Dad, that idea doesn't hold up. Their campsite was surrounded separately, far from other families, so there was no worry about being overheard. Bridget nodded. Though there are many legends in the world, like Sleeping Dad and our existence, such mysterious things shouldn't be possible. Allie frowned, hoping that someone would come forward to admit what they did, said Sage, looking quite intimidating when serious. Worthy of being the CEO of Jamie Entertainment, her every gesture exuded intensity. After saying this, she observed everyone's expressions. Quite an interesting show. Whoever felt guilty could be easily spotted. Allie played with her phone, coldly commenting, it doesn't matter if no one admits it. Since this matter has become public knowledge, Sister Kira should directly hold a press conference and explain more clearly. She wanted to cut off any chance of escape for that person. Kevin was surprised. She told Sage, Manager Xiao, we can solve this internally. It's not wise to air dirty laundry in public, and it won't be good for the club's reputation. Sage lazily tilted her head towards Kevin. Sister Xiao, are you getting more confused with age? Is this family shame? Once he started making false rumors, WH had no place for him anymore. Kevin understood immediately and arranged the press conference. Pat hid behind others, visibly nervous. He sent a message to someone secretly. You promised to save me. The message disappeared like a stone cast into the sea, without a reply. At Finance University, many were paying attention to this incident. As soon as WH Club announced the press conference, rumors began circulating. Skills. Last month, he earned the title of Best Support in an international league. Trained under G-God, his gameplay somewhat resembled G-God's style. Previously reported, when King joined the team, Pat was reportedly the most displeased, having once challenged King and ended up utterly defeated. Pat steadied himself, walking over to sit down. Hello, everyone. I'm Pat. Flash photography didn't stop as reporters questioned him about the situation. Pat smiled. Regarding this incident, I only found out today. To be honest, apart from excelling in gaming, a great esports player also needs proper guidance. Why are there rumors? Shouldn't one look inward for the reasons? He subtly glanced at Allie. Anyway, with a god-tier player covering him, he wasn't afraid. Allie smiled mysteriously. You're right. Now, let me teach you how to behave. Pat, noticing her gaze, felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next moment, the big screen displayed a Weibo trending topic where a fan revealed that player Pat had sent a photo of his private parts while chatting. And it was only 2 days after adding the friend. The photos were exposed, key areas pixelated. This sudden development led journalists to stand up excitedly, snapping pictures of Pat and the big screen. Pat frantically used his body to block the camera. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Turn it off. He ran backstage again, and blamed Allie, hurling harsh words. Baker got angry, almost starting a fight, stopped only by a teacher who prevented his fist from landing on the offender's face. After class, Amnon and others took Baker away to calm him down. They bought drinks and headed to the library, sitting quietly until Baker's frantic heart settled. Unable to focus on books, he bit on the straw, eyes closed, lost in thought. James and others were doing different things. They pretended to read while actually browsing Douyin videos on their phones. With Bluetooth earphones, they weren't disturbing anyone. Kevin recently heard he had gotten close to a female internet celebrity. Last night, Baker saw Kevin boasting about her photo after showering. Well, she looked okay, far inferior to Baker's daughters. But Kevin treasured her, inseparable from his phone except when sleeping. James and Amnon told him to be realistic. This woman didn't seem real. Without money or power, which beauties would chase after him? As they said this, they simultaneously glanced at Baker. He looked at them innocently. They instantly turned away, saying in unison, "How bro doesn't count." Baker shrugged, continuing to game with his daughters. Despite today's chaos, he managed to relax in the peaceful library. Kingston arrived at the library with student union members and classmates, preparing for impromptu exams. Students anxiously clung to Kingston, asking for help. Seeing Baker seemingly asleep, Kingston approached. Hand raised, ready to tap Baker's shoulder, it was caught by Baker. "What's up?" Baker opened his eyes, questioning. Bidding others to squeeze in, Kingston said, "Impromptu exam preparation. Don't you need to review?" "Nope," replied Baker. James and the others only then remembered the impromptu exam. They almost disturbed others as they exclaimed, "Damn, I nearly forgot about it." They quickly covered their mouths. "I almost forgot completely." Kevin and Zach also nodded, admitting they had been too engrossed in play to remember. Baker hadn't forgotten. The impromptu exam wasn't difficult, so he didn't find it a challenge to study for it. Besides, he had been busy with making money recently, and now he had already accumulated a small fortune. "Can you help us identify the key points, Baker?" someone asked him eagerly. Baker glanced at Kingston. "Kingston's grades are pretty good. Let him do it." Kingston whispered, "Actually, I was hoping to ask you for some guidance. Could you?" Their gazes met, and Baker hadn't expected that Kingston, who was usually sharp, would have trouble too. Seeing everyone's earnest looks, he considered it for a moment and agreed. "All right." He took over the book from a classmate and marked out what he thought were the essential points, confidently asserting that the exam content would mostly be based on these topics. Some people paid close attention, while others chatted idly nearby, giggling incessantly. Kingston reminded them, "Jesse, can you focus a little?" Jesse was in the same class and dormitory as him. He hadn't planned on bringing Jesse to this session, but the latter insisted on coming, claiming that not inviting him was like isolating him as a roommate. Jesse rolled his eyes. Got it. It's like he's setting the questions or something. These must definitely be the key points." Baker shot him a glance. "I'm not asking you to remember them. If you want to learn, learn. If not, leave." "Exactly," someone else chimed in. "You're distracting us." Kingston's face fell. He had invited Jesse, yet things turned out like this. "Jesse, shut up." Seeing Kingston genuinely upset, Jesse reluctantly closed his mouth and joined the others in reviewing the key points. Over the next couple of days, Baker continued helping others review important topics at the library, but Jesse either showed up late or left early. No one really cared much about him, nor did anyone mention it. On Friday, during the impromptu exam, when the results came out in the afternoon, there were varying reactions, some delighted, others worried. Those who were pleased found that the test content matched what Baker had said, covering mainly the key points from regular classes. Those who did poorly blamed themselves for not paying enough attention. University impromptu exams affected the usual scores, but teachers were most concerned about attendance rates. So, whether the results were good or bad wasn't too critical, it just meant points deducted or added. Jesse was among those who didn't do well. He stormed into the sophomore class, waving his result paper on Baker's desk. "What's the meaning of this? Are you all conspiring against me? Why didn't you wait for me when explaining the questions?" Baker ignored him, knowing that engaging with someone behaving like a mad dog wouldn't reflect well on him. Kingston followed over, accompanied by several classmates from class 3. They tried pulling Jesse back. "Have you finished causing trouble?" Jesse shrugged off Kingston's hand. "Not yet. Isn't Baker the best? Why am I the only one failing?" Bang. James slapped the table, mocking him. "Only you failed because you're just here to waste time. Why even go to university? Go home and be a good baby." The words "good baby" made Baker laugh uncontrollably. Chapter 208. Birds of a feather flock together. What qualifications do you have to laugh? Jesse vented his anger on Baker. "Do you deliberately wait until I leave or don't come, and then explain the key points to everyone except me?" Baker suddenly glared at him, startling Jesse so much that he involuntarily shrank his neck. "Not putting in effort yourself and blaming others for your failures. Your parents giving birth to you seems redundant." Jesse pointed at Baker with his gaming and chatting. "We've all complained and suggested changing rooms, but he made a fuss about it. He accuses us of bullying him, isolating him. Even with the study session this time, when I didn't want to include him, he insisted on coming." The two people standing behind Kingston nodded. They were also roommates. "Jesse is too annoying. Kingston, as student union president, you should report this to the principal. Right? I don't believe we three can't get rid of him." The bell rang, and everyone found seats. Kingston remained standing, seemingly lost in thought. The teacher entered the classroom, noticed Kingston, and initially thought he was in the wrong room, checking the classroom number again. Once confirmed, he came in, looking puzzled at Kingston. "Kingston, let's go." Others pulled Kingston, urging him to leave. Kingston glanced at Baker with a complex expression. In the past, he thought Baker relied on those tycoons for his achievements. But now he realized that Baker didn't need anyone. He was strong by himself. Why did Baker let him join the student union? Because Baker saw his potential and wanted him there. Kingston, you've been arrogant and self-important, but never truly understood such a clear-minded person." At this moment, Kingston experienced a profound change in heart. "Baker, punch me a few times. I've wronged you." After thinking for a while, Baker responded, "I don't hit people casually. Blaming everything on yourself is exhausting. Birds of a feather flock together. You're smart enough to know what to do, right?" Kingston nodded, left with others, saying goodbye to the teacher before leaving. The teacher put down his book and joked, "I thought he'd transferred classes." Everyone laughed aloud. Even Baker smirked slightly. Meanwhile, Kingston returned to the classroom where Jesse rolled his eyes at him, filled with hatred. They didn't speak. After class, Kingston went to see the principal and submitted an application to change dormitories. Upon hearing this, Jesse caused a scene in the dormitory. Are you crazy? Everything Baker says is right? Jesse didn't want to move. It was hard to find a dorm that tolerated him. Kingston urged him to pack up. Hurry up. New roommates will be here soon. Jesse smashed a cup. I won't move. What can you do? Baker is nothing without those influential people. He wouldn't be anything special. Have you ever wondered how he managed relationships with those women? He must play games. Kingston lost his temper. Shut up. He bundled Jesse's bedding and threw it into the hallway. Jesse yelled, Are you crazy, Kingston? He tried to retrieve it, but the other roommates tossed out his luggage, toiletries, and clothes. The hallway was crowded with students watching the commotion. Some were secretly recording the incident. Kingston stared coldly at Jesse, visibly furious. If I hear you say a word against Baker again, I won't forgive you. Just try me. Jesse felt terrified, holding his belongings, too afraid to make a sound. Back in the dorm, Baker was playing games with James and others, and saw a live stream of Kingston and Jesse's confrontation. Using campus accounts, someone streamed Kingston telling Jesse to get lost. Jesse was cursing at them, even mentioning Baker. Baker muttered, Is this guy rabid? To his surprise, Kingston really kicked Jesse out for him. Don't insult dogs, Kevin replied with headphones on. Everyone stopped playing and watched the drama unfold because it was intense. Watching for a while, Baker found it boring and left the campus network. Just as he prepared to resume playing, a landline number called. Landline calls were rare. Thinking, Baker answered, Hello. Who's this? Hello, Mr. Xiao. A woman with standard Mandarin replied. Baker paused. No insurance, no cards. The other end was speechless for a few seconds before replying, Mr. Xiao, you misunderstood us? We're Point App, inviting you to our offline event. Haven't you received notifications on the platform before? Baker remembered. Then he recalled Aloysius mentioning the CEO was Logan, his old high school friend. May I ask if your CEO will attend this offline event? The woman's smile faltered. She hadn't expected this question but quickly recovered. If Mr. Tang isn't busy, he should attend. So, would you confirm your participation? If you agree, we'll send an electronic invitation to your email. Sign it, and enter with the generated code. After some thought, Baker agreed, Yes, I'll attend. He wanted to see Logan and understand what had become of his loyal brother-in-arms. Great, looking forward to your participation. After the last class, Baker packed up to go home and met Kingston at the hallway exit. Facing Baker, Kingston still felt guilty, appearing a little down. Going home? Baker nodded. Yeah, I saw the live stream. Well done. Surprised, Kingston walked alongside him slowly. If I hadn't hesitated at first, the change could have happened sooner. I was thinking, moving him would still cause trouble for others. So, you kept him troubling you? Baker raised an eyebrow. Meeting eyes, Kingston laughed at Baker's humorous expression. Not exactly, mostly he listens to me. Only after you became student union president, Baker remarked bluntly. Kingston nodded. Exactly. He smiled bitterly. Approaching the school gate, Baker asked Kingston about the Point App event. Kingston was taken aback. What offline event? No invitation. Baker. He had miscalculated. He really hadn't thought that DNT wouldn't invite Kingston, whose abilities and problem-solving data rank behind him. So Baker naturally assumed that DNT would invite Kingston. Sorry, I didn't know. Don't think I'm showing off. Baker felt the more he explained, the messier it got. Fortunately, Kingston wasn't a petty person. I understand. There's no need to apologize. They invited you, which shows they have good judgment. Rest assured, I'll work hard to catch up with you. Baker bumped fists with him. All right, I'll wait for you. From initially having no common ground, they became friends who could talk about anything under the sun. This development was unexpected for Baker. After parting ways with Kingston, Baker got into the car for the ride home. Dominic saw him get in with a smile and asked, Did something interesting happen at school this week? Not bad, not too terrible. By the way, Dominic, are the girls back? Baker asked. Dominic replied, Miss Tian and Miss Summer have been here all along. Miss Jamie is on a business trip. Miss Xianjin is at the club, and Miss Shengxiang is also at home. Baker nodded. The girls are all busy. Drive faster, Dominic. I want to see them. Sure thing, Dominic said with a chuckle. When he got home, before seeing Georgia and the others, he witnessed a catbird battle. His daughters about the week's events or amusing incidents. For those who weren't present, Baker would video call them to eat together virtually. Georgia brought up the DNT event spontaneously. Baker was surprised. Daughter, you know everything? How did you find out about this? On the phone, Sage explained. Previously, DNTI's Logan wanted Summer to collaborate on a product, but she didn't agree. Later, when stepdad mentioned making pocket money on DNT, she took it seriously. Yes, they invited me, and I accepted. They've messaged me several times before, but I didn't accept then because I didn't know that DNTI CEO, Logan, is one of my best high school buddies, Baker explained. The three musketeers of high school, Logan, himself, and Aloysius. Back then, their relationship was rock solid. If one was attacked, the other two would defend him to the death. Chapter 209. Old memories, brothership, or what? Baker recalled the time when his uncle drove him out of the house, and Logan's home was the place that took him in the most. Aloysius's family upbringing was quite strict. Both parents were teachers, so Baker couldn't always go to him. Logan's mom really liked Baker, treating him like a half-son. Plus, she and Baker's aunt were best friends, making Logan the closest friend to Baker, with Aloysius being the second. Father, it's been over 40 years. People you knew have changed. Let me check this Mr. Tang's background to see if he is clean. Ali offered her help. She now resided back in the small apartment opposite Amy. After the last incident, WH Club seized the opportunity for major reforms, merging two teams into one for joint training. While Baker hesitated, Ali could only hear the sound of typing. Less than 5 minutes later, the result came through. Logan was squeaky clean. a legitimate businessman who paid taxes legally, did not evade them, sponsored many impoverished primary schools, established a relief fund, and even helped rescue stray animals. He had a son and daughter, loved his wife dearly, and there were no scandals. Hearing this, Baker gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the loyalty of the brother he recognized long ago, as outstanding as Brother Zao. Who is his wife? Baker asked curiously. Ali replied, his wife, whom you know, is Moira, the chief screenwriter of The Brightest Star, which is also the first drama directed by your second sister. Everyone present was slightly surprised at the coincidental connection. Father, should we arrange someone to accompany you to that offline event? Georgia asked. Baker, still stunned, responded, no need. Marnie's calm face showed seriousness. Yes, just in case he recognizes you, Father, there might be some danger. They need an endorsement from me. It would reassure me to have some connection with Father. Her remark amused everyone. Georgia asked, the Mass Television Feyen Awards are coming up. I'll find out if you're on the list. Thank you, elder sister, Bridget replied gratefully. Alicia added via video call, of course she is on the list. My DN Entertainment gets nominated every year. Nana is transitioning into acting, and this award is crucial for her this year. Data from TV stations and online platforms show she ranks in the top 10, Georgia remarked. Alicia acknowledged, got it. I'll return tomorrow morning. This abrupt statement puzzled Baker, unaware of the earlier exchange of glances between Georgia and Alicia. The next day, Baker visited Aloysius, bringing many gifts. The daughters each had their own affairs to attend to. For the upcoming Mass Television Feyen Awards, Alicia specially prepared high-end clothes for Bridget, even sending her the latest international fashion designs to try on. Meanwhile, Georgia had Alicia picked up right after landing. At the entrance of the Tang Corporation, President Logan personally waited, as his secretary received a call from Maya, assistant to Georgia, informing that she and Alicia would visit. Logan was excited all night, instructing his staff to be ready. This was a chance for international collaboration. If Tang Corporation could partner with Georgia, the prospects were limitless. Even the office entrance was polished, and the cleaning ladies wore light makeup. As Georgia and Alicia arrived, confetti rained down, covering Georgia. Alicia smiled broadly as Logan tried to remove the confetti. Pulled back by Maya. Mr. Tang, please. Sorry. It's the welcoming ceremony for President John and Ms. Dian, Logan explained apologetically. It's fine, Georgia said coolly. Alicia suppressed her laughter, aware of Georgia's gaze. In the VIP reception room, Logan served tea, nervously asking their purpose. Georgia remained impassive, while Alicia spoke. We've come to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Logan's joy was evident. Was his wish about to come true? How do you want to cooperate? He asked eagerly. Before discussing cooperation, Alicia probed. Did you have close brothers in high school? Logan was confused. Well, yes, many. The best ones were named Baker and Aloysius. Georgia suddenly asked, if your old classmate stood before you now, would you recognize him? More question marks appeared above Logan's head. Of course, I'd recognize them. But how does this relate to our cooperation? He was genuinely puzzled, needing clarification. Alicia sipped tea. To test your sincerity. Logan nodded, somewhat understanding. Unbeknownst to Baker, his daughters were already probing Logan. Back at Aloysius's, Baker chatted over tea. Brother Zao, am I being too impulsive? What if Logan recognizes me immediately? Baker worried, regretting agreeing to the offline event. Meeting his brother was one thing, but revealing himself endangered his daughters. Aloysius, lounging on the balcony in the sun, said lazily, even if he recognizes you, what can Tion do? That's not it. Maisie Sue has always been kind to me. If Logan recognizes and tells her about this incredible reunion, how can she accept it? Baker explained. Aloysius glanced at him. True, we need to consider this carefully. Victoria, Logan's mother, was one of the kindest people to Baker during high school. It was also Victoria, who missed Baker the most after his aunt passed away and worried about how he was doing. Aloysius sighed. Actually, there's something I never told you, thinking that you now have your own life, so this matter shouldn't affect you. Baker, noticing his seriousness, felt a bit tense. What is it? Aloysius said, after your aunt passed away, Maisie Sue was very sad for quite some time. She even asked Logan to do everything in his power to find you. I helped as well back then, but none of us could have predicted that you would be in a hibernation chamber, in a deep sleep. They searched for a long time but couldn't find any trace of Baker. Everyone thought he might have met with an unfortunate incident. In such a vast world, one person's trail vanished without a trace. Victoria saw no hope during that period and was gloomy. It wasn't until Logan got married that the happiness brought her out of her sorrow. After hearing this, Baker fell silent. He suddenly understood why Aloysius hadn't told him earlier. If he had known, he might not have agreed to the offline event and wouldn't have met Logan. Now, telling him meant that Aloysius sensed his hesitation and placed this matter on the scales for Baker to ponder over carefully. Silence filled the room. Lana noticed and came out from the kitchen to check. Seeing the two sitting on the small balcony, gazing at the scenery in silence, she didn't disturb them. Meanwhile, at Tang Corporation, after seeing off Georgia and the others, Logan let out a sigh of relief, wiping off the cold sweat from his forehead before heading upstairs. The secretary followed, reporting the day's itinerary. Mr. Tang, should we use a virtual character or a popular celebrity as the spokesperson for our point-making app? Logan replied irritably, with limited funds, which celebrity would be willing to endorse it? Besides, this app is specifically for problem-solving with a limited audience. How much impact would an endorsement really bring? Why not use a virtual character? Has the AI department responded to our proposal yet? The secretary just received a call and didn't reply immediately. After hanging up, she rushed excitedly to Logan, exclaiming, Mr. Tang, a celebrity has agreed to endorse our app. Logan paused mid-step, surprised. Who would accept such a low endorsement fee? The international songstress Bridget, the queen of music at the Bird's Nest. The secretary reported. Logan thought he was hearing things. You said who? Continuing the translation. Jolted by the revelation, Logan found it hard to believe. How could Bridget, a renowned international figure, agree to such a low endorsement fee? As he stood there, processing the information, the secretary elaborated. She mentioned that her elder sister has been involved in discussions with someone from our company, and she wanted to support this initiative personally. This only added to Logan's astonishment. He wondered what connection Bridget could possibly have with his company and why she would choose to endorse their relatively small project. Back at Aloysius's place, Baker remained deep in thought. The realization of how much Victoria had cared for him and the efforts made to find him weighed heavily on his mind. His decision to attend the offline event was now more complicated than ever. Aloysius lounged lazily on the balcony, watching Baker silently contemplate. Knowing the gravity of the situation, he understood that this reunion could bring both joy and potential complications. Yet, the chance to reconnect with old friends seemed too important to pass up. Inside the Tang Corporation, Logan mulled over the unexpected endorsement offer. This could change everything for their project, yet the sudden involvement of Bridget left him curious and puzzled. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. These developments were leading to unforeseen twists. Chapter 210. Visiting the high school homeroom teacher. The secretary loudly repeated, "International pop star, Tiantan diva, Miss Bridget." Logan almost lost his balance. Someone next to him quickly steadied him. He widened his eyes at the secretary general. "You didn't hear wrong?" "No, her manager contacted me personally and said she would come over to sign the contract shortly." Logan stood up hastily and said nervously, "Quickly, prepare everything. Have the legal department draft the contract properly. Increase the price a bit. Where is my spare suit? Quickly bring it here for me to change." The suit he was wearing had already been drenched in sweat. What was this good day about? First, the CEOs of Jean Corporation and Jamie Entertainment came to visit in person. Then, the Tiantan diva offered to endorse the product voluntarily. Was he really having an exceptionally lucky day? Logan changed into new clothes happily in the dressing room and tidied himself up before going downstairs, standing at the door waiting. The same ceremonial arrangement, but for different people. All VIPs. The Secretary General's phone rang, and after answering, she handed it to Logan. Logan replied with a few nods. "I can't make it there. I need to host our esteemed guest here. Isn't the ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow? I won't attend today's rehearsal." He hung up immediately. The Secretary General took back the phone and waited beside Logan. The phone rang again, so she moved aside to answer. "What? You're serious?" Her alarmed voice caught everyone's attention. Logan furrowed his brows even tighter, looking at her. "What's going on? How could anything significant happen that caused such commotion? If Miss Bridget saw this, wouldn't she refuse the endorsement?" The Secretary General put down the phone and somewhat absent-mindedly told Logan. "Mr. Tang, we invited Eliza earlier to help with the hospital's ribbon-cutting ceremony, didn't we?" Mentioning this matter, Logan's heart tightened. "I haven't even addressed you yet about this. We asked you to invite government officials for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Instead, you insisted on inviting world-renowned Eliza. How likely is it that someone of Eliza's stature would agree to come?" "Yes," the Secretary General nodded firmly. Logan was speechless as he exclaimed, "What?" His heart couldn't take another shock. "You." Before he could finish speaking, Miss Bridget's car arrived. Brock greeted first, and Logan hurried forward to shake hands. Hello. I'm Logan from Tang Enterprises." Welcome. Brock only bent his lips slightly and then looked inside the car. Bridget got off after finishing her call, wearing sunglasses and a mask. Her eyes behind the sunglasses sized up Logan. Logan led her to the VIP reception room, talking all along the way. "To be honest, I don't know what's happening lately. Just a moment ago, Ramon and others mentioned cooperation. Now, Miss Tan has come. Tomorrow, Eliza will also personally attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Bridget's lips curved upward, but she remained silent. Logan thought maybe he talked too much and annoyed her. "Sorry, I tend to talk a lot." "It's fine, pretty good," Bridget said softly. Her voice was pleasant. This friend of Dad seems like a genuine, simple-hearted person, not cunning like others, which made Annalise want to pitch in and help smooth the way for Dad. Upon receiving the contract, Brock read it meticulously. He couldn't understand why they agreed to this endorsement. The endorsement fee was the lowest he had seen. Moreover, with so many quiz apps out there, why choose this relatively unknown one? He didn't know that Baker was behind it. Bridget removed her mask and asked Logan, "Mr. Tang, have you been in touch with your old classmates all these years?" Logan was still excited, signing his name when he heard this question. It sounded familiar. Yes. Weren't the CEOs of Jean and Jamie saying something similar just now? Could it be that some old classmates set up this meeting today? Logan thought for a while, and it seemed none of his classmates had connections with these big shots. Just then, his phone rang. It was Devlin. Suddenly, he wondered if it was old Ding. After all, he was a renowned professor at the finance university, often interacting with these big shots. "Excuse me, I'll take this call." Logan stepped aside to receive the call. Devlin called Logan because of Baker. Baker was right there, wanting to know Logan's attitude but had to do it through Devlin. "Brother Zhao, you've been hiding your depths all along." Logan chuckled. Devlin was puzzled but didn't forget the main topic. "I won't chat much with you today. Let me ask you, do you remember Baker?" Mentioning Baker, it was a sensitive topic for the Tang family due to Logan's mother's health. Logan's mood turned heavy. "Of course, I remember. I've never stopped searching for him. He was the best brother I ever had. How could I forget him?" Baker felt deeply moved, his eyes reddening. He tightly closed his lips to avoid being noticed. Devlin reassured him not to worry. "But why are you asking me this suddenly? Did you get any news?" Logan asked, excited. Devlin glanced at Baker, who gave a slight nod. "Sort of," Devlin said. Logan was so thrilled he nearly cheered. "Where?" "I'll send people to pick him up immediately. We miss him. If he hadn't jumped into the river to save dementia, sometimes lucid, sometimes not." Baker shook his head. "No, I'll go as a volunteer." He wasn't foolish enough to hurt those who cared about him. Back home, Baker told his daughters he was going to visit his former teacher. Marnie said, "Dad, I have a small event in the morning. Can we go in the afternoon? I'll accompany you." Baker nodded. Sure. Will it affect your other plans? Actually, Baker wanted Marnie to join him, hoping to see if the teacher's condition could be cured. Not at all, Marnie replied casually. Compared to when they first joined the Jean family, the coldness on her face diminished significantly. Good. He recalled how the girls hadn't chatted much with him in the group today. Moreover, after coming home, he noticed their faces carried mysterious smiles. He asked, "Girls, are you tired today?" Georgia and Bridget exchanged glances. "Not tired at all, Dad. Everything is fine. Go ahead with your offline activity." Baker felt puzzled but nodded. All right. It felt like something big happened. The endorsement contract for Bridget was handed over to Sage, who decided to announce it during Baker's offline event. To avoid spoiling the surprise, translation provided follows the guidelines and maintains the paragraph structure, style, tone, and coherence with previous content. Logan fully cooperated and ensured that everything was kept confidential, although he wasn't sure why the announcement had to wait until Baker's offline event. Nevertheless, he did his best to meet the requirements. After all, they were dealing with a major investor. The next morning, Marnie attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Tang Enterprises' new hospital, which was flooded with reporters and media coverage. In the video, Logan was beaming with joy. In the afternoon, on their way to Jinshi Nursing Home in Feng City, Baker asked Marnie, "Julie, you mentioned a small event. Is this what you were referring to?" He showed her the morning news. Marnie merely nodded, showing no particular interest. Is it for Dad? Otherwise, why would she be interested in the ribbon cutting of this small hospital? And coincidentally, it belonged to Logan. Marnie looked at Baker and said, "Not exactly. I just felt that Dad's friend seemed like a good person. Since he invited us, I thought I'd help out." She didn't give everyone's request the same weight. The sisters had been testing whether Logan was sincere, genuinely searching for Baker, and truly considered him a brother. That's why she decided to get involved. Allie wanted to show off but never got the chance, which left her somewhat annoyed. Baker was moved beyond words. He realized he needed to treat his daughters exceptionally well to match their efforts in helping him navigate these challenges. At Jinshi Nursing Home, Baker went to room 52 and met his high school homeroom teacher. She sat in a wheelchair, staring blankly at the balcony door. The nursing home director brought Baker and Marnie to her and called out her name, Veda. There was no response. "Eliza, that's the situation. She can become agitated and even violent when excited. Shouldn't we send someone to protect you?" the director asked hesitantly. Marnie gave him a cold look. "No need. Please leave us alone." Baker slowly knelt down and used warm water to gently wipe Veda's fingers. Teacher. Veda's hand twitched, and her hazy gaze slowly turned towards him. Baker raised his head, revealing his perfect face. Veda's eyes widened in recognition, the wrinkles on her face shifting slightly. "Shao." Baker grasped her hand as the director was shooed away by Marnie. "It's me, teacher. I'm Baker," he admitted calmly. For a moment, Veda was speechless, and a tear slid down her cheek. "You've been gone so long. Where have you been? We couldn't find you." She clutched Baker's hand, looking at him with dazed eyes. Her expression gradually cleared up, but then she shook her head. No. Over 40 years had passed. How could Baker still look like he did in high school? He looked too young. He should be middle-aged by now. Hashtag chapter 211. The strange man appears again. Baker saw her agitated and thought she might be having an episode. He tried to check her pulse but, out of concern, he fumbled. "I'll do it," Marnie said. Squatting in front of Veda, she took out a small cloth bag from her purse, which contained over 10 silver needles. She quickly sterilized the area and inserted one needle into Veda's head, gently rotating it. Veda's emotions stabilized. Marnie then checked her pulse, examined her pupils and tongue. "Nothing serious, just a bit of agitation," she concluded. Baker sighed with relief, squatting down to maintain eye level with Veda in her wheelchair. "Teacher, I know you must be shocked. This story is long, but please believe me. I am your student Baker." Veda knew he wasn't lying. Faces could be altered, but voices were harder to change, especially certain habits that were difficult to alter. Since entering, Baker had been squatting, maintaining eye contact just like he used to in high school when he sat at his desk, facing the lectern. His eyes were exactly the same. "While I'm still lucid, let me ask you." Veda patted Baker's hand. "Where have you been all these years? And why do you look like this now? Who is she? Is she your girlfriend?" Baker shook his head. "No, she's family. I went to a very far place that no one has ever been to, nor can find." It was dark and silent. He didn't dare say more, fearing eavesdroppers, or that his teacher wouldn't be able to handle it. Veda understood that Baker was deliberately concealing something, but she didn't press further. "All right, you must have suffered a lot." Your aunt's saliva from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Suddenly, Veda moved and muttered, "Right, a few days ago, a man brought your aunt to see me." "Was it your aunt?" "She looked younger, but I think I didn't mistake her. She must be your aunt. They look alike." Marnie and Baker exchanged glances, both recalling the man who had taken their cousin's child. Before meeting Marnie, Allie and Georgia had investigated this man, discovering he was not ordinary. Xander's hacking skills had searched all networks and surveillance footage, but found no clear images of the man's face. And mysteriously, why did he take their cousin's child? Before they could figure it out, this man appeared again, in Fengqing, in front of someone familiar to Baker. What was his intention? Baker asked slowly. "Teacher, do you remember what the man looked like?" Veda shook her head. "I can't recall clearly. It's all blurry." Marnie said, "Dad, I'll go ask the director and check the recent security cameras." "Okay, be careful," Baker warned. Marnie nodded and left. She immediately called Allie, who was surprised by the caller ID. After 2 rings, she answered, "Hello, what is it?" That man appeared. He openly brought Dad's relative to visit his former high school teacher at the nursing home, Marnie explained. Allie was training and couldn't sit still upon hearing this. "Which nursing home?" "Jinshi. The professor is truly a miracle worker. Her apprentice will likely be great too." The director praised Baker along with Marnie. Marnie disliked the flattery and frowned. "He isn't my apprentice. He's her father. Baker didn't mind. The director apologized profusely, making him uncomfortable. He stepped out and met several people, learning they were specialists from various hospitals sent by Marnie to treat Veda. With the medication and acupuncture Marnie arranged, Veda's condition would likely improve. Returning to the room, Baker heard the director report, "We checked the surveillance you requested, but there's no footage from that day. It's odd. None of our staff deleted it." Marnie asked for the IP address and shared it in the family group chat, tagging Allie. Allie immediately started typing, hacking into the nursing home system. There was indeed no footage from that day. Baker approached. "That's impossible. If footage is missing, it should be entirely gone, not just one day." The director explained, oddly enough, "It's only missing from that specific day, from the entrance to this room." That was peculiar. Marnie asked the director, "Were you there the day the man visited? Do you remember what he looked like, or any strange actions he took before leaving?" Strange actions? The director thought for a moment and called all the staff who worked that day. Chapter 212, Secrets and Comfort. As the issue was discussed, someone recalled that the man indeed tampered with their computer before leaving. At the time, it was lagging badly, and we had no one who knew much about computers, he explained. Her words resonated with everyone. Georgia smiled and nodded. "Third sister is right, Dad. No need to thank us. No need to thank Dry Father. No need to thank Dad." Though they were scattered, their hearts felt closer than ever. That night, Marnie stayed in her showroom. Baker chatted with the Four Musketeers online and played with Xiao Xiao and Roro for a while. He then let Gua Zhao out for some air before preparing to sleep. At the elevator entrance, Gretchen was holding a pot of hot drink, catching Baker's attention. "This is for Julie, Nan?" Gretchen nodded. "Yes, Miss didn't eat much tonight, so I prepared some snacks you made earlier and a hot drink to take up to her." "I'll take it. You and Dominic should get some rest. You've had a long day," Baker offered. Gretchen placed the items in his hands. "Thank you." Gua Zhao's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head, landing on the tray to sneak a bite. "Cough, cough," Baker warned. Gua Zhao looked up. "Will it poison me?" "Yes," replied Baker as the elevator doors opened. Gua Zhao flew away quickly. No, eating something poisonous would be a waste." Baker chuckled, amused by how perceptive the parrot could be. Upon reaching the floor, Baker intended to go to Marnie's room but noticed the door to her adjacent showroom was open. He walked over, calling softly, "Julie, Nan?" Marnie responded, descending from a ladder. "I'm here." Chapter 212, Sudden Explosion at the Laboratory Building. Baker put down the things he had brought. This was his first time visiting Maisie Marnie's exhibition room. The sight inside would likely shock most people. It was full of bones, with a complete skeleton visible at every turn. "How did you get in here?" Maisie Marnie came down from a ladder, holding a skull and wiping it carefully with a towel as if it were a treasured item. Baker pointed to the snacks and drinks he had brought. "I was worried you didn't eat enough tonight, so Gretchen prepared these for you." Marnie nodded and continued working, personally cleaning the items in her exhibition room. Baker offered to help. "Elida, can I help you clean?" He asked first because Baker knew that some people have particular habits or quirks. He didn't want to upset Elida by moving her things without permission. He would follow whatever decision she made. Marnie looked at Baker and pointed to a skeleton behind him. "Sure, Dad. You can help me give it a massage." Baker's eyes widened as he stared at the skeleton. "How do you massage this thing?" Marnie demonstrated, showing him that massaging meant loosening the bones and using a fine brush to clean out the dust inside. They cleaned quietly together, enjoying a peaceful moment. At one point, Baker reminded Marnie to wash her hands and eat something before it got cold. After drinking the warm beverage, Marnie resumed her work, and the bones she cleaned shone brightly. "Why do you like these?" Baker suddenly asked. Marnie paused her cleaning. Baker also stopped and looked at her. "Dad doesn't mean anything by it. I'm just purely curious." Just like when he had asked what she liked initially, and she replied, "Skulls," out of curiosity. "Personal interest," Marnie said while looking at the skull. "Don't you think they're beautiful? Even though they're hidden beneath all sorts of beautiful flesh and skin, true beauty lies within them. They are time, history, and truth." Baker stared at her without blinking. Marnie looked back at Baker and asked seriously, "Dad, aren't you afraid?" Baker smiled, gently brushing the bones with a fine brush. "Why should I be afraid? Your hobbies might be unique, but I don't find them scary. And you know what? They really have a certain charm." Marnie hummed in agreement, feeling delighted. It felt wonderful to have someone who mattered to her recognize and accept her interests. "The most important thing is," Baker paused and spoke sincerely, "my daughters should be loved, not feared." This statement hit Marnie hard. In that moment, it felt like a window opened before her, white curtains fluttering, carrying beautiful petals falling around her. She watched Baker working silently and then walked over, squatting beside him and resting her head on his shoulder, softly calling, "Dad." Baker was startled. What's explosion shook everyone's ears. Bang! Glass shattered from the windows, people panicked, and some were struck by debris falling from upstairs. James and the others were momentarily stunned, hearing everything indistinctly due to the deafening blast. Baker called out their names. 2 minutes later, they finally responded. "Damn, what happened? Was it a terror attack?" "It looks like an accident in the lab. Make sure you're okay, then leave immediately. I'll check if anyone needs help." Baker ran off. Everyone on campus heard the explosion and rushed over. Alex and Kingston also converged at the scene. Kingston spotted Baker helping a classmate up. "Are you hurt?" Kingston panted as he approached. "I'm fine," Baker replied. "Kingston, help me." "Got it." Kingston joined in. Others called the police and ambulances. The principal and teachers also arrived, faces pale with shock. "What happened?" the principal asked. Seeing Baker rushing in, he shouted, "Student Baker, why are you going in? Get out. It's dangerous." Kingston heard this and ran towards Baker after setting the student down. "Baker." He tried to rush in but was stopped by other teachers. "Don't go in. There might still be explosives inside. Students, stay back, keep your distance." James and the others rushed over. "Where's Brother Hao?" Kingston frowned, looking upstairs. He rushed in. What? Kevin gasped. Baker reached the 6th floor and peeked through the corridor window. I'm fine, no need to worry. I'll bring the injured students down. Everyone was amazed by how fast Baker had run. Police, firefighters, and ambulances arrived promptly to assist. After preparing, firefighters saw Baker carry 2 people out. Captain Su Quan hurried over. You've done well, student. Let us take over. Baker handed the less injured teacher to the captain, but kept hold of the other person. Her 4 fingers are severed. I've wrapped them in cloth and applied a quick tourniquet. Moving her now could be dangerous. I'll carry her out and onto a stretcher. Baker walked steadily, carrying the girl who was in pain and covered in blood. Medical staff assisted him in placing her on the stretcher. The police contacted traffic authorities for a green light. Baker called his daughters, explaining the explosion and assuring them he was safe. There's a female student with severe injuries. The police are opening a green lane, but it's too late even with that, Baker explained, his throat dry. Georgia calmly responded, it's in time. The main road isn't yet open to traffic. We built it, and I will ensure a clear path. Don't worry, it's safe. The main road indeed saved several kilometers, bringing them close. Major radio and television platforms broadcasted Bridget's message. Please avoid these major roads and open up the life-saving lanes to ensure timely rescue. Taxis and private cars rerouted to support the rescue effort. During the 6-hour golden rescue window, Baker followed the ambulance, and with everyone's concerted efforts, it only took 2 hours. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Marnie led the way forward as soon as the doors opened. Prepare for surgery. Baker met her gaze and nodded slightly. Seeing the stains on Baker's clothes, Marnie didn't have time to ask. She ran into the hospital determinedly because she knew saving this person was what Baker wanted most to see. Reporters gathered, but were held back by the police. Baker sat in a chair, still covered in the girl's blood. Hearing the noisy crowd, he stood up abruptly and approached the reporters. You're making too much noise. The media instantly quieted down, leaving only the sound of camera shutters. Student, can you assure us that the golden rescue time will guarantee the intact recovery of the injured student's hand? Someone couldn't resist asking. Baker wiped his face with the back of his hand. Do you even realize how ridiculous your question is? The reporter's face turned red. Baker firmly stated, Marnie is performing the surgery. Anything is possible. This statement was broadcasted on TV and live-streamed on phones. Everyone saw Baker's resolute expression. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent. A moment and said, we can't really help Baker here. We might as well listen to him and go home to wait for news. Kevin glanced at him. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so bold today, even wanting to rush in with Brother Hal. They had been busy saving others and hadn't thought of rushing in with Baker at the time. I didn't think much about it then. I just felt that this brother shouldn't go in alone. He saved others, but who would save him? Kingston explained slowly. The 3 of them looked at him with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Kingston turned around, startled by their gazes. Why are you all looking at me like that? Brother? I thought you always saw Hal as a competitor, James pressed. Kevin added, you're not thinking of becoming the 5th Vajra warrior? Note, the term Jinggang, for Nanjing, is translated to Vajra warrior, to better fit the context and ensure it reads naturally in English. Zach didn't care as long as it was genuinely good for Baker, so he just watched Kingston. Kingston, feeling cornered, leaned against the hospital's round pillar. I don't understand what you're saying. Baker has helped me a lot. It's only right to repay kindness. And this time, he really woke me up. So I want to be true brothers and friends with him. The trio softened their scrutinizing gazes. James put an arm around Kingston's shoulders. Let's go back. They led Kingston away from the hospital. When Georgia and the others arrived, the surgery was still ongoing. Everyone saw Baker sitting on a long bench outside the operating room, his eyes fixed on the door. Hearing hurried footsteps, Baker turned and locked eyes with his daughters. They had all come. The blood on you? They asked almost simultaneously as they approached. Baker shook his head. I'm fine, it's not mine. Julie is still inside. He had checked the intensity of the surgery. To save the patient's fingers, the doctors needed to stand the entire time without eating, drinking, or using the restroom. Stitching one finger took 2 to 3 hours, and 4 fingers would take 8 to 12 hours. Such intense work must have been exhausting for Julie. Georgia and the others sat around Baker. Journalists and onlookers were kept out by the police and bodyguards they brought along. Georgia frowned. This surgery is taking so long. Why don't you go home and rest, take a shower and change? Baker was stubborn. No, I'll wait for Julie here. Bridget tried to persuade him. But if third sister sees you so tired and covered in blood, she'll blame us for not taking care of you. Allie and Sage nodded in agreement. Baker looked at himself, realizing he did look disheveled. But he was still worried. Allie offered, I'll stay here. You go back with the others, clean up, and bring her some food and clothes. Baker agreed. Gina, wearing a mask and cap, emerged with clear eyes. Tired? Baker asked, concerned. I made some food and soup for you, and the others brought you clothes. Gina looked at everyone, her voice calm but with a hint of joy. It's okay. To avoid media harassment for the girl and her family, I arranged a different exit for them, Gina explained, hoping to reassure Baker. The girl's parents used another exit to accompany her to the ICU. Baker nodded. We trust you, Julie. Doctors and nurses who saw this didn't say much, only offering quick greetings before leaving. Baker and the others were led by Gina to the medical staff lounge, where she changed into comfortable clothes and ate the food Baker brought. Finally, she relaxed. Seeing the mask marks on Gina's face, Baker frowned. You worked hard, Julie. It was interesting. I haven't encountered such high-difficulty cases in a while, Gina replied excitedly. Allie understood this feeling, similar to when she faced tough opponents in combat. Baker was surprised but said nothing. The door knocked, and Gina calmly invited them in. A doctor asked if Baker could meet the parents of the girl. Gina deferred to Baker, who stood up. I'll go with you. He wanted to reassure the parents. The explosion at the finance university was widely reported, exaggerated to imply many injuries and deaths. The school issued a prompt update stating only one student was severely injured, with others having minor injuries, emphasizing immediate rescue efforts. Translation completed. They had been searching for so long was right in front of him. Logan jumped up and down in excitement, not even questioning why Baker still looked like a teenager, lost in the joy of finding him. After the excitement subsided, Logan calmed down and immediately called his secretary. I remember you mentioned a profile of Teacher Xiao for the offline event last time. Could you check if he is the Baker from the Finance University? The secretary reviewed the data. Mr. Tang, the profile only says Teacher Xiao without specifying which school. All right, I got it. Logan hung up the phone. Is it him? Or isn't it? But if it is him, why does he still look young? These questions troubled Logan. He immediately went online to investigate further and discovered that Baker had unusual connections with Georgia and the others. Recalling the day of good fortune when all the influential figures appeared before him, he realized now that everything was related to Baker. He regretted not going online more often. Otherwise, he would have noticed something was amiss much earlier. 3 days later, on the day of the offline event, Baker arrived at the venue early. Unbeknownst to him, someone upstairs was closely watching his every move from the second floor. Chapter 2:14. Good brothers are meant to be exploded. The staff registered Baker and then arranged for him to sit in the first row, where various plaques were displayed. The name at the central C position read Teacher Xiao. Logan greeted others and instructed his secretary to prepare an undisturbed environment. He then quietly sat beside Baker, who was looking at his phone. A new member had joined the group of 4 stalwarts, Kingston. Baker was puzzled as to how Kingston ended up in the group when he sensed someone standing beside him. Turning his head, he met the smiling gaze of Logan. Baker's heart skipped a beat, but maintained his composure as Logan started to probe him. Teacher Xiao, Logan began, his voice deeper and more mature than during his youth. You look very much like my good brother. Not just similar. You look exactly alike. He emphasized this point strongly. Baker offered a friendly smile. Is that so? What an honor. Seeing that Baker wasn't acknowledging it, Logan continued. My brother and I have shared life and death together. We even wore the same underwear. He couldn't possibly forget me. This intentional or unintentional probing almost threw Baker off guard. One underwear, true brothers indeed, Baker chuckled, going along with it. Logan grew anxious. Was this person really Baker? But he couldn't be wrong. Could this be Baker's son, given the age? Teacher Xiao, may I ask if you're the Baker from Finance University? Your father wouldn't happen to look like you, would he? Logan asked eagerly. Baker nodded. I'm from Finance University, but I don't know what my father looks like. Excited, Logan slapped his thigh and immediately got up to make a call. Devlin was in class with his phone on silent mode. Standing on the podium, he saw Logan's name on the screen. It was inevitable. Those two should have met by now. If Logan couldn't recognize him face to face, he wouldn't deserve to be Baker's brother. Everyone, study on your own for a moment. I need to take a call outside, Devlin announced before stepping out. Upon answering the call, he heard Logan's excited voice. Brother Zhao, is Baker attending today's offline event? Is it him? Hearing the emotion in his voice, Devlin sighed. Yes, I mentioned this to you before, but you didn't realize it then. Things are complicated. He isn't denying you but is afraid. That was enough for Logan, who hung up and approached Baker. Around Baker, people recognized him and were trying to get closer. I didn't expect Teacher Xiao to be Baker. So smart. Yeah, here's my card. Hope we can work together. One person handed their card, and soon everyone followed suit. Baker didn't want to accept them or engage in conversation. Knowing the offline event was boring, he shouldn't have come. But the main reason for coming was to meet his old friend, Logan. Thinking of Logan, Baker saw him standing behind the crowd, his gaze deep. He waved, and in the next moment, the secretary cleared the crowd around him. Then Logan hugged Baker tightly and pounded his back. Brother, you've been hard to find. This warmth brought tears to Baker's eyes. Their embrace drew attention from the surroundings. It seemed Logan had dismissed everyone to get close to Baker and build relations. Logan noticed the unfriendly gazes and took Baker to his office for a proper talk. Brother, I'm glad but shocked. What's going on? Did you reverse age? Logan placed Baker's favorite drink in front of him. Baker took a sip and smiled. Old soda, can't believe I could still buy this? A burp followed, and the taste felt the same as before. Tough to buy. I kept the original recipe in my factory. The soda factory near our high school closed long ago. I later found those masters and produced this batch, Logan explained, though he didn't dare drink much. Baker nodded. Things changed, including me. I thought you might be scared. Why be scared? Even if you were a ghost, you'd still be my brother. And there's a saying, those you fear are often someone else's beloved. Baker briefly explained his sperm donation plan. Seeing Logan listen seriously, he joked, Brother, do you never go online? Had Logan not recognized him from this news, he wouldn't have reacted that way today. Logan rubbed his neck. At work, I'm busy. At home, I spend time with family. Rarely online, but I guess I need to keep up. They laughed, sharing stories about their daughters. Suddenly, Logan stumbled. What daughter? Didn't you say you slept for over 40 years? Not a brother. Huh? In a dream? Slept for over 40 years. My donations were bought and used for artificial insemination. So, Logan understood. You mean they came to acknowledge you? Could things be this convenient? Baker nodded. Yes. I woke up in an underground lab. My eldest told me everything. Who's your eldest? Someone you know, president of Jean Group, Georgia. Baker dodged quickly, narrowly avoiding getting drenched by Logan's shock. Logan covered his mouth. Who did you say? His ears worked fine. He clearly heard Georgia. The CEO of Jean Group seeking cooperation recently? Baker confirmed. Right, Georgia. My second daughter is Bridget. Third is Marniji. Fourth not found yet. Fifth is Ali. Sixth and seventh also missing. Throwing all the bombs at once. Logan was stunned. Completely floored. He expected some connection between Jean Group and Baker, but not this intense. CEO, top celebrity, international professor, famous esports player. All belonged to Baker. Brother, thank God my heart is strong, Logan said, clutching his chest. Baker added, oh, I have a goddaughter, little Jamie from Jamie Entertainment Company. Logan nearly fainted. You've hit the jackpot, brother, Logan exclaimed. Baker laughed silently. Logan only knew Xandra as a famous esports player. Unbeknownst to him, such an incredible situation? Baker posed a series of questions. Logan fell silent. Yes, his mother might accept that Baker was still alive, but could she accept that he had been asleep for over 40 years, maintained his youthful appearance, and had several daughters? But my mother has always been most concerned about you. The only thing she ever insisted I do was find you, Logan said, looking at Baker. In Baker's mind, he pictured Maisie Sue smiling and calling his name. Do you know that after your aunt passed away, my mother was always worried about you? She wondered if you were okay, and whether someone had taken you away? Logan recounted past events. Every time Victoria saw homeless people on the street, she would look a little longer, hoping one of them might be Baker. After all, it was better for him to be alive and out there than never seen again. Baker's heart struggled with conflicting emotions, ultimately leading to compromise. Does Maisie Sue have any particular likes now? He wanted to bring a gift to ease the awkwardness. Logan thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Yes, my mother loves Miss Bridget singing. She was thrilled when she learned Miss Tan endorsed a project and couldn't sleep for a night. Baker froze for a second. He hadn't expected this gift to come from his own second daughter. Chapter 2:15. The everlasting beacon in his heart. Let me check with Mabel first. I don't know if she's free. Baker did not agree right away. Logan nodded. That's understandable. Ask her, and once you have an answer, I'll arrange everything immediately. Baker hummed in agreement and stepped aside to send a message to Bridget. Erbao, do you have time this noon to go see someone Dad knows? After sending the message, he sat back down and chatted with Logan. They each recounted their own stories. When Logan learned that Baker had chosen to study at Functional Finance University again, he was somewhat surprised but felt it was expected. With such excellent scores, national top universities are fighting over you. Yet you choose Functional Finance University, and even their scholarship offers can't sway you? Baker smiled and shook his head. I didn't think about the scholarships. You know me. From beginning to end, this has always been my only choice. Just as he finished speaking, Bridget's call came through. Baker answered, Erbao. His tone was warm, as if he had called her countless times before. Logan did not interrupt and sat quietly watching. Dad, I'm free this noon. Who are we going to see? Bridget asked. Baker explained the situation with Logan. Maisie Sue is a big fan of yours, so Dad thought it would be nice for you to come along and visit her. Is that okay? Bridget's voice was lively. Of course, I'll come straight to Tang Enterprises to pick you up, okay? Alright. Baker hung up the phone. Bridget immediately instructed the makeup artist to change her look. Make it elegant and comfortable, then bring me a set of casual, friendly clothes. Brock, who was talking to someone nearby, paused upon hearing her instructions. Wasn't the afternoon shoot supposed to portray you as a high-cold queen? The afternoon shoot is on hold. Brother Ho, call the editor-in-chief later. Today's schedule doesn't match up, Bridget said calmly. Brock was quite surprised. Why am I unaware that your schedule doesn't fit? What else are you going to do? Brother Ho, I'm going to meet one of Dad's old friends, Bridget said happily. Brock was speechless for a moment. He noticed that ever since Bridget found her biological father, most of her time was spent with her dad. Was there some jealousy creeping in? You're such a daddy's girl, Brock muttered under his breath. Bridget's lips curved slightly. You're wrong. My dad never told me to follow him blindly. He respects and listens to our ideas. Brock caught onto this word but didn't press further because the dressing room was too crowded for a detailed conversation. With her new look completed, Bridget went to Tang Enterprises and was led directly to the VIP room via a VIP entrance. So no one noticed her arrival. Erbao, this is Lionel Tang, one of Dad's closest high school buddies. You must have met before. Baker pointed to Logan upon meeting. Logan greeted her with a handshake. Hello, Miss Tan. Nice to see you again. Bridget extended pancakes. Bridget turned to greet Moira, President Kai. Moira responded amiably. Welcome. Sitting in the car, Baker watched everything unfold through the window. His tight grip betrayed his emotions. Bridget smiled softly. Dad says Miss Sue isn't old. She's the everlasting beacon in his heart. Victoria paused, glancing at her son Logan. Miss Tan's father remembers me? Logan nodded solemnly, looking at the car. Come out. Victoria followed his gaze. The car door opened, and Baker stepped out. Victoria froze, afraid to blink, worried Baker might disappear if she did. Seeing her discomfort, Logan embraced her shoulders and gently guided her forward. Livia, it's Baker. Really Baker. Moira was also stunned, recognizing Baker. She remembered seeing him at the theater and knew about his visit to Bridget, as well as the online news about his connections and university life. But she never imagined that Baker, whom the Tang family had long missed, Logan's best high school friend, was the same person. At first, hearing his name, Moira assumed it was just a coincidence, as she believed Baker should be around Logan's age, an adult. But how could it be him? And why did he look only 17 or 18? Her shock was palpable, making her forget her usual poise. Despite having questions, Moira kept silent, asking everyone irrelevant to leave. She also instructed the nanny to take the child downstairs, giving comments. Gina Jia personally selected hospital equipment and donated it to the Tang family hospital for free. Ali deployed security personnel to ensure the safety of the Tang family hospital. Back at the Tang residence, after entering the house, Victoria did not release Baker's hand, fearing that if she let go, she might lose him forever. Logan, seeing his mother's emotions stabilizing, began explaining Baker's situation. What, a child? Victoria was visibly shocked. Baker nodded, gesturing Bridget to sit beside Victoria. Maisie Sue, Shangxiang is my second child. I call her Erbao. Zhang Tian told me that you like Mabel, so I brought her to visit you. When my other daughters are free, I'll bring them to visit you as well, Baker explained. Victoria looked back and forth between them, thinking Baker was joking. Is this? Livia, it's true, Logan helped her calm down. Just among our family here. I hope Baker's situation can remain confidential. Baker glanced at his brother. He hadn't reminded him yet, but Logan had already thought ahead and made the arrangements first. Moira nodded. Of course, rest assured. That's why she had asked the servants to leave beforehand. Finally, Bridget's different treatment of Baker made sense, turning out they were father and daughter. Logan felt even deeper love for his wife, realizing how much happiness a smart and understanding spouse could bring compared to just making money. Thank you, Baker said, hugged tightly, patting each other's shoulders. Emotion welled up in their eyes, and they all smiled through their tears. Victoria and the others watched from behind, smiling as well. This was a century reunion. Lunch was enjoyable for everyone. Bridget found the dishes as delicious as those Baker used to make at home. Moira remarked, since Logan and I started dating, I noticed that every day, certain dishes would appear at the Tang household. Later, I learned they were all the favorites of your father. Bridget glanced at Baker, who was chatting with Logan and Aloysius. There was a youthful innocence on his face, as if he'd finally returned to being himself. Chapter 216, Dad's baby fat from childhood. At the dining table, Baker became much more talkative, mostly reminiscing about their high school days. Victoria encouraged Bridget to eat more, and Moira also joined in, making Bridget feel at ease, as if she were at home. Miss Tan, after we finish eating, let's go for a stroll. I'll show you some good things. Baker's childhood photos and their high school class pictures, Victoria said cheerfully. The sparkle in her eyes showed how genuinely happy she was. Bridget was immediately intrigued. Sure, Miss Sue. You can just call me Mabel. Oh, then don't call me Miss Sue either. Call me Grandma Sue, Victoria replied affectionately. She really liked Bridget. Bridget nodded and responded, okay, Grandma Sue. After the meal, Baker wanted to keep Bridget company for a while, fearing she might be bored, but Victoria pulled him away. Don't worry, your daughter won't be bored. You should spend time with Tiana and the others. Don't disturb us. Hearing this, Baker couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Logan whispered in his ear, my mom is definitely showing off our high school photos again. By the way, after your aunt left, my mom got your photo album from her. So, the photos of you running around naked as a kid are also at our place now. Baker couldn't maintain his smile. What? This wasn't something he wanted anyone to see. He tried to get up to stop it, but was held back by Aloysius and Logan. The three of them wrestled playfully. Bridget followed Victoria into the room. Moira went to spend time with her children, since it was rare for her to have time at home. Victoria took out an old, yellowed photo album from a small drawer. Opening the first page, they saw a chubby toddler in a red belly band sitting on the ground, holding a snack in hand, looking utterly adorable. His round face resembled a little baby from a New Year painting. Wow. Bridget had no resistance to anything cute. Is this Dad when he was little? She asked Victoria, touching the photo. Victoria nodded. Yes, Baker was so adorable as a child, always well-behaved and sisters haven't seen it yet, she teased, having noticed his shyness. Baker covered his eyes with his hands, his ears turning red. Okay, just let the sisters see it. Don't show it to anyone else, he whispered. Sure, Dad, Bridget agreed. At the Jean family residence, Georgia, Sage, Allie, and Marnie gathered around, looking at the photos. Seeing Baker during his baby fat phase made them glow with admiration. They couldn't get enough of it. Baker, anxious, remarked, daughters, you've been looking at them for half an hour. Aren't you satisfied? Georgia shook her head. Not yet. The other sisters nodded in agreement. Bridget felt immensely proud. I knew you'd all love it. But there's only one photo, and we can't carry it around for work. Phone pictures aren't as good. This prompted everyone to action. Georgia called Dominic, placed the photo in a small bag, and asked him to make 7 copies. Now each of them would have one. Baker couldn't stop it, and Dominic happily took the photo away. Georgia earnestly said, Dad, we missed out on your past, so we treasure these memories. Please understand. Of course I understand, but I feel embarrassed, Baker admitted. Bridget laughed. I even wanted to bring Dad's cross-dressing photos, but Grandma Sue said she loved that one the most, so? Cross-dressing? Georgia and the others immediately imagined Baker as a chubby toddler in a dress. They all wanted to see. Quickly changing the subject, Baker asked if they had any childhood photos of themselves for him to see. Marnie said, I don't like taking photos. Bridget replied, I was abandoned as a child, so there are no photos. Georgia added, my mom didn't often take photos of me, so I don't have many. Everyone turned to Allie. Allie coolly said, don't look at me. I don't like taking photos either. Sage, feeling down, said, mine are all family photos with my parents, kept at the Jamie Villa. Baker comforted her. Sorry to bring up sad memories, but now you have a big family. Yes. Sage nodded. Catching George's eye, they shared a knowing smile instead of bickering as usual. Bridget didn't stay long at home before heading to work. Point App's official Weibo announced its new spokesperson. The integrated learning platform officially endorsed Bridget as its brand ambassador, sparking a wave of interest. No one expected a learning platform to hire a pop star as its endorser. Shortly after the official announcement, Bridget also posted on her personal Weibo. Different experiences lead to different lives. Happy to be Point App's brand ambassador. May all students carve out a unique path for themselves. Simultaneously, Jean Corporation announced its newly formed Morningstar initiative in partnership with Tang Corporation, aimed at developing education in rural areas. Jamie Entertainment also declared to go to bed. He received an excited call from Logan. Brother, thanks to you. Our company turned around overnight. Baker couldn't help but smile at his cheerful laughter. It's all the daughters doing. I didn't expect them to do so much either. Right, thank them. By the way, brother, I didn't expect you to know mercenaries. Impressive, keeping it under wraps. Logan learned about this formidable international security organization from trending searches and blogger analyses. What impressed him the most was that the commander within this organization was a woman. Baker didn't wish to say more since Xandra didn't want her identity exposed. I don't know them. Maybe someone else arranged it. Logan paused, sensing a hint of secrecy in his brother's tone. Oh well, my hospital is super secure now. No one dares to cause any trouble. Mentioning medical disputes, Baker remembered the recent news about someone entering a hospital with a knife, causing severe casualties. Brother, I have some matters to attend to. We'll catch up later. He hung up and immediately went upstairs to find Marnie. Marnie would be teaching at the city hospital for the next few days, and he had a few words to remind her. Upon arriving upstairs, Mabel was still awake, preparing her thesis. Baker voiced his concerns and reminded her to get some rest. Marnie smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dad. Did you forget about my flying needle skills? She waved her right hand. Baker nodded. Anyway, take care of yourself. There have been many incidents of medical disputes recently. They wished each other good night before Baker returned to his room. The next day at school, Baker was attending Aloysius's class when he inadvertently glanced toward the window and spotted a suspicious figure lurking around. This continuation aligns naturally with the previous context, maintaining the tone and style while ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent. It adheres strictly to the provided instructions, translating only into English and preserving paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 217 Because I am his best brother. That figure was someone Connell would recognize even if he were turned to ashes. Not only did Connell know him, Aloysius also recognized him. It was Logan. He had come to the school today to deliver some equipment for the laboratory. The investigation into the previous explosion incident was still ongoing. Hence, Building B of the experimental block was temporarily closed. All teaching experiments had been moved to Area A and a batch of new equipment provided by the Tang Corporation had been swapped in. The principal had returned from the police station, but there were still no concrete results of the investigation, which failed to quell public speculation. With the passage of time, people's attention towards the explosion had waned. They were now more interested in Tang Corporation's sudden rise to fame. Other students had also noticed Logan, but due to the company's frequent presence on hot searches recently, it was best to let them sort it out themselves. Logan persisted, smiling at Kevin. Finally, Aloysius interjected, "Hurry up, don't waste my class time." Though he was talking to Logan, Kevin took the cue. "You evil capitalist," he muttered under his breath before getting up and letting Logan take his seat. Logan sat next to Connell contentedly. Connell whispered, "Why go through all this trouble? Didn't we used to be seatmates? Did you forget?" Logan replied softly. Everyone nearby strained their ears to catch the gossip, but heard nothing. Logan had come today to experience their university life alongside Connell and Aloysius. Even though their paths had diverged, their hearts were back on the same wavelength after reconnecting. While Aloysius lectured, Logan kept chatting with Connell below, irritating Aloysius to the point where he threw chalk pieces multiple times. Each time, Logan managed to dodge, until one piece hit him directly in the face, eliciting laughter from the entire class. Nearby classes wondered if the notoriously strict professor's lectures had suddenly become so relaxed. After class, Aloysius scolded Logan, who complimented him on embodying their old teacher's style. Aloysius shot him a look. "You're truly the best friend who brings out the worst in me." Logan clasped his hands together. "Sorry, Brother Zao. I was carried away and forgot you're now a university professor. Please punish me." Connell tried to mediate. "Stop it, let Brother Zao calm down." Aloysius nodded. "Right, I have another class to teach. Go play somewhere else." And with that, he left. Logan looked worried and wanted to follow but was held back by Connell. Brother Zao needs to prepare for his next class, don't disturb him. With few people around, the two stood at the end of the hallway, chatting and enjoying the breeze. Kingston passed by downstairs. Connell called out, "Kingston." Kingston looked up, squinting at Connell and noticing the middle-aged man beside him. Due to the backlighting, he couldn't see clearly. Assuming Connell had something for him, he hurried upstairs. "What's up?" Connell gestured to Logan. "This is President Logan from the Doti app." Then he introduced Kingston to Logan. "My friend Kingston, he was the one who initially recommended me for help on Doti." Kingston was overjoyed, quickly greeting Logan respectfully. "Hello, President Tang. I'm Kingston from Doti." Logan was familiar with the name Kingston from his assistant's filtered list of offline event participants, although Kingston didn't make it due to poor performance on Doti. Doti measured individual performance, requiring monthly tasks to unlock more opportunities. "Nice to meet you, young man. Baker vouched for you. You must be excellent." "I'll remember you." Logan smiled and pointed at Kingston. Kingston shook his head modestly. "Thank you, President Tang. I owe everything to Connell's guidance." "Now, that's admirable," Logan remarked, then checked his watch. "Connell, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be going. Let's meet again soon." "Don't be so formal," Connell responded. "We'll catch up when you have time." "Sure, let's drink till we drop," Logan laughed. Connell crossed his arms. "Remember the family rules, drink less, exercise more." Recalling his daughters, Logan chuckled. "Fine, have it your way. See you later." Waving goodbye, he left. Connell waved back. Kingston hurried to follow suit. "You're close with President Tang?" Kingston asked, taking Logan's previous spot. Connell closed his eyes, feeling the spring breeze. "Yes, given the opportunity, you can participate in their offline events too, gain insights, and broaden your financial prospects." Kingston was taken aback. "Thanks. By the way, I saved a few thousand more. Should I transfer it to your old bank account?" "No rush," Connell answered. "Can you manage the funds yourself?" "I can," Kingston confirmed, lowering his head to operate his phone. Just as he reached the transfer page, a call from an unknown number came through. The screen showed Jincheng Police Station. Frowning, Kingston glanced at Connell. Meeting his gaze, Connell focused on the phone screen. Jincheng Police Station? Confused, Kingston still put the call on speaker as suggested by Connell. "Is this Kingston?" Came a voice resembling a television broadcaster. "Yes," Kingston replied cautiously. "Who's this?" "We are from the Jincheng Police Station. We've identified potential money laundering activities associated with you. To prevent your assets from being frozen, please transfer all your funds to a designated, safe account." "That's impossible. I've never been to Jincheng," Kingston exclaimed. "Have you lost or lent your ID card?" the caller asked. Connell sensed something off from the start. He coldly instructed, "Hang up." Still somewhat dazed, Kingston complied. Kanal continued. I just verified. The number indeed belongs to the Gulang Street police station in Jincheng. Since you've never been there, could it be because your ID was lost? Recalling the incident, Kingston explained. Well, it wasn't exactly lost. On the day I discharged my mom, someone bumped into me, making my wallet fall. In a hurry to settle her discharge, I realized it was missing when paying the bill. Later, the finder appeared with the police, saying he had been looking for me. Upon inspection, nothing seemed missing. So, ignore it for now, Kanal concluded, heading back to the classroom. Following behind, Kingston received another call just as they walked. Turning back, Kanal saw Kingston's serious expression and the phone screen showing a video call from the Jincheng police station. Could it be real since they dared to video call? Kingston hesitated. Kanal scratched his eyebrow with his finger. Answer it, and I'll handle the situation as it unfolds. Kingston nodded and answered the call. On the other end was a middle-aged man in police uniform, standing in front of a background that clearly read, Public Security Hall. It really was a police station background. Mr. Kingston, you can see this is truly the police station. I guess you mistook us for scammers earlier? The man spoke in a friendly tone. Kingston lightly nodded, confirming he had never lost his ID card. Unexpectedly, the caller accurately recited Kingston's ID number and home address. Your ID card is suspected of being involved in money laundering, so we're notifying you to transfer your funds to a safe account immediately. We will guide you through the process. Don't worry, we won't deceive you. Seeing the man's earnest expression, Kingston was almost convinced. Until Kanal appeared in the video frame, holding the phone and recording. The caller noticed this and immediately hung up, leaving Kingston no time to react. Hung up. Kanal saved the recording. Yeah, hung up. Kingston was now preoccupied with thoughts of the safe account. Should I call back? If I don't transfer the money, it will be frozen, right? He was getting increasingly panicked and confused. Kanal snapped him out of it. Wake up. They hung up the moment they saw me recording. What does that tell you? What does it tell me? Kingston asked dumbly. It tells you they're scammers. Kanal smacked Kingston on the back of the head. Kingston still didn't fully comprehend, but he knew my ID number. Kanal realized Kingston was getting delusional and needed a reality check to prevent him from doing something foolish. Wait here. Kanal stepped aside and contacted Yul. Yul, a local police officer, drove to the school upon hearing about the incident. He found Kingston and watched the video Kanal recorded. After seeing it, Yul smiled. It's fake. Fake. Kingston couldn't believe the police station could be impersonated. Yul explained, we've been tracking a scam group recently. They use the pretext of money laundering to trick users into transferring their funds to so-called safe accounts, then divert the money to blacklisted accounts. Many victims were lured into operating alone at banks or on their phones, making it impossible to stop them in time. Yul copied Kanal's video and instructed his colleagues to follow up. Kanal asked, any progress? Yul shook his head. Not yet. These people are very cunning. We've traced the IP to abroad, but there's no clear trail. At least a dozen people have been defrauded, losing millions. Exhausted and tired-eyed, Yul added, we're working intensively. If not for Kingston accidentally receiving the call and Kanal recording it, this breakthrough might not have been possible. Maybe they aren't overseas. Kanal suddenly looked seriously at Yul. What if they've been right here all along? Yul was taken aback by Kanal's words. What do you mean? During the video call with the scammer, Kanal had heard a sound in the background. A train whistle. Though distant, it was unmistakably clear to Kanal's ears. Hashtag chapter 218. Don't touch that college student. Yul wasn't unaware of this possibility, but the IP addresses of that group of criminals always showed they were overseas. Everyone knows IP addresses can be spoofed. We know that. So we asked our security department to break into their system and found that their addresses are indeed from overseas. Yul shook his head. Baker said, the IP address may be genuine, but what if the people are in the country? When you go back, ask your team to listen to the video I showed earlier. At 1 minute and 50 seconds, there's a faint but familiar train whistle. I remember there is a small train station around Fengqing. It's the oldest one, no longer operational, but freight trains still pass by occasionally, though the schedule isn't fixed. The tracks haven't changed. Baker's words opened up Yul's thinking. He immediately called his team and hurriedly went back. Halfway through, he turned around and said to Baker, thank you. Baker thought it was nothing much. When they returned to their respective classrooms, Kevin and others curiously asked what had happened since police cars had come to the school. On Kingston's side, someone also asked him about it. Baker explained the matter. After class, he returned to the dormitory and used the hacking skills Xandra taught him. He entered the satellite system, opened the global map, then zoomed in on each train station. Continuing to zoom in, he finally found that small train station. Next to it was a factory that collected drink bottle caps. He took a screenshot of this image and sent it to Yul. Yul also received information saying that the factory was a legitimate scrapyard, and his colleagues had already gone undercover to investigate it. Upon receiving Baker's photo, he enlarged it and saw a half-open window with many computers inside. Yul immediately applied for a search warrant. Meanwhile, in a small country near the United States, Java country, in a small villa, a few chubby men sat smoking opium with women in their arms. A subordinate came in and reported that the factory in Fengqing had been discovered. One of them has touched my pie. One of the scar-faced men smiled coldly. The subordinates quickly showed several faces on a tablet, including Yul, Baker, and Kingston. It's because of these two students that the police found that place. We've been leading this policeman around for months, making him believe our business is overseas, but he found it this time. Another man with a crew cut crushed his cigarette, but directly into the subordinate's palm. Give them some colors to see? The subordinate dared not cry out, only sweating profusely while watching his burned palm. Yes. The scar-faced man said indifferently, if they can't escape, abandon the operation there. Don't let a few bad apples spoil the whole meal. The others nodded. According to what I just checked, Baker might be untouchable, another short man said. The scar-faced man laughed coldly. A student? What's untouchable about him? The short man showed him news about Baker. The scar-faced man fell silent. With a hint of jealousy, he said, being associated with so many famous women, this kid plays more games than me. But why does Ali look somewhat familiar? He looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. An image of a cold-blooded mercenary wearing a mechanical half-face mask flashed in his mind. No way. The scar-faced man shivered. Just then, the TV, tablet, and phone all displayed an image. A person wearing a black cap and a red-crossed mask sat in the dark, showing only a vague silhouette. But it was enough to shake everyone. Because he was Q, the most powerful existence in the hacker world. They ushered the women out, closed the door, and watched the silhouette on the screen without breathing a word. The silhouette's owner's gender was undetermined, and the voice under the mask was robotic. Yet, it was enough to make everyone's blood freeze. Don't touch that college student. After saying this, all the images disappeared. The scar-faced man was drenched in sweat. If anyone had hurt Baker, it would have ruined all their fortunes and lives. At WH Club, Ali received Courtney's Morse code message. I solved another big problem for you. Can I meet him now? This person really didn't give up and wanted to come to Fengcheng to meet her father. No, she replied with Morse code. Courtney blew a big bubble with her mouth. As the bubble burst, she looked at the series of codes and said, too late. Baker didn't know that his casual act of helping the police would have such a significant impact. After afternoon classes, he and the 4 great protectors planned to eat off campus. However, Kingston said, my mom knows you helped expose the scam and invited you home for dinner. Is that okay? Tonight? Baker asked. Kingston replied, based on your schedule, we can prepare accordingly. Baker thought about it. Today was Tuesday, and Wednesday would work. He could eat and return to the dormitory later. Tomorrow, I have plans today. Kingston nodded. Okay. Officer Chun called me and said they caught the suspects and are reviewing. He thanked you for the lead, which you didn't answer. Understood. Baker didn't miss the call. He deliberately ignored it, fearing Yul might suspect his unit in the alley. Do you know it? Kingston knew the alley. It was an old neighborhood that should have been demolished first according to government planning. However, it remained untouched and slightly renovated, surrounded by newly built buildings. Walking past the alley, Baker stopped and gazed at the familiar scene, feeling sentimental. Suddenly, he met the gaze of a thin-haired man, his childhood neighbor, Bowden. Bowden was surprised to see Baker. Seeing the face resembling his memory, he couldn't help but stare. Though Baker brought women to check out the house on the 6th floor last time, leaving a poor impression, Bowden didn't want his best childhood friend to be slandered despite the resemblance. Why are you back? Still not giving up on that house? Bowden, who limped, spoke sharply. Tried to drive Baker and the others away with unpleasant words. Kingston found it incomprehensible. He didn't understand the underlying issues and thought there might be something wrong with Bowden's mind. Lionel, can you please not be so rude? Are we going to get bitten just for passing by? Kingston stepped forward to reason, but Baker pulled him away. Let's go. Don't take it personally. Baker knew the reason behind Bowden's actions. It was because of himself. After walking a few steps, Kingston really couldn't understand. Seriously, when did you become so tolerant? Baker wasn't one to be taught by Dawn, hadn't even been put to use yet. And Julian Ann also taught him a few moves, which would surely be enough for self-defense. As soon as Kingston left, Baker returned to the small alley. While walking down the dark path, his ears twitched slightly. There were faint footsteps about a kilometer away. Baker stopped, leaning against the wall in a lazy posture, waiting. Hashtag chapter 219, being fed by the neighbor. As that person was about to reach Baker, Baker quickly reached out and grabbed him by the neck, pinning him against the wall. Why were you following me? He asked coldly. Using the flashlight on his phone, he shone it into the eyes of the newcomer. The look of surprise on Baker's face gave way to a whisper, Urwawa. The man was indeed Buddy, who had difficulty walking and moved very slowly. He had been trailing Baker and Kingston ever since they left. Actually, he had followed them before, but his 2 legs could never keep up with 4 wheels. Later, from his son, he found out that the man who came to see the house was named Baker, just like his childhood friend on the 6th floor. Hearing his name called by Baker, Buddy smiled and then burst into tears. Baker released his neck and avoided looking at the familiar face of Urwawa, planning to leave. But he was stopped. Baker, Urwawa said urgently, is this your child? Are you Baker's child? A year ago, Buddy had been in a car accident and underwent brain surgery. After being discharged from the hospital, his memory was severely impaired, fluctuating between moments of clarity and confusion. Yet this person looked too much like Baker. After Baker left last time, Sueha had remarked that he resembled Baker. From that day on, Buddy learned to use a smartphone just to search for information about Baker online, hoping to find out if he was still alive or if he had started a family. But there was no such information. What he found was only a university student named Baker, tall and handsome, standing out among peers and associated with many celebrities. Baker turned around and answered Buddy, no, you must be mistaken. Am I wrong? Buddy muttered, looking pitiful. Baker continued walking, warning him not to stay and follow, as his family would worry. Buddy limped along behind, mimicking Baker's actions by turning on his phone flashlight to shine it on Baker's face. You look so much like him. How can anyone be so alike? If I didn't know he should be the same age as me, I would think you were my childhood friend Baker. Baker stiffened, trying to avoid the light. They reached an area with streetlights, where moths danced around, entangled in their fleeting lives. Baker's phone rang. It was James reminding him that the dormitory gate would close at 10, and it was already 9. How come Baker hadn't returned yet? I'll be back soon, Baker replied and hung up. At the same time, messages from his daughters arrived in the group chat. Dad, did you arrive safely at school? Baker responded, not yet. I'm in a small alleyway. I'll be back shortly, don't worry. Seeing this message, Georgia couldn't sit still and went downstairs. Marnie and Sage, also at home, stood up and headed downstairs. Bridget, on her way back, instructed the driver to turn around to pick Baker up from the alley. Ali checked Baker's phone location and confirmed there was no immediate danger. Just get back to school soon, Dad, the girls texted. Just as Baker was about to reply, Buddy suddenly pulled him inside. Come, have a seat at my place. I have delicious watermelon. Baker tried to pull away, but those words made him weak. As a child, he rarely got to eat watermelons at his aunt's because his uncle always took care of his cousins first. Baker loved sweets, and Buddy's parents would often invite him down to eat watermelon. Buddy would mimic his parents, saying, Come, have a seat at my place. I have delicious watermelon. Upon arriving at Buddy's home, Baker realized he lived alone. Where are your children? Baker asked. Buddy, slicing the watermelon, replied, They're busy working in big cities. Baker accepted the watermelon slices, and they sat on the balcony eating. He habitually spat out the seeds into the air, 2 at a time. This time, 4 seeds flew out, the other 2 coming from Buddy, who now seemed more convinced of Baker's resemblance. You even like eating melon like him, sanguinizing them from the previous visit. You. Baker opened the car door to leave, but paused upon hearing Buddy. What you heard just now. Will you come back to see us? I shouldn't have shouted. I thought you were trying to take over his home. You're the most like Baker, even the name. My memory isn't good anymore, not as good as Tsueha. He mumbled to himself. Baker hesitated. Turning to the girls, he said, Wait here. I'll take him upstairs, then I'll come down. The girls nodded. Bridget joined George's vehicle. By 9 o'clock, most middle-aged people in the alley were home, though some peered curiously out their windows. Noticing the fancy cars, they invited others to watch. Some fashion-conscious ones took pictures to show off later. Unexpectedly, they captured photos of Baker helping Buddy, unable to recognize him due to dim lighting and lowered head, assuming it was Buddy's son returning home. After getting Buddy settled on the sofa, he momentarily lost his memory, nearly mistaking Baker for an intruder. Baker closed the door and ran out, avoiding any misunderstanding. Back in the car, Baker recounted Buddy's condition to Marnie. She suggested, This might be post-craniotomy brain damage. Dad, I'll arrange for experts to examine him tomorrow. Baker agreed. Checking the time, it was nearly 10. They probably wouldn't make it to school. Let's go home. I'll inform my roommates and return tomorrow morning, he said. Surprisingly, they were already on the way home. Looking at the girls, he saw Georgia had already taken care of everything, informing the school and preparing the leave form. You really think of everything, Bridget praised. Georgia nodded modestly, only slightly smiling at the praise, encouraging Sage to say more. But Sage kept quiet, blushing under the compliment. As they drove home, Baker couldn't help but admire how well his daughters handled everything. Baker looked at his daughters, suddenly thinking of Buddy. If one day you're all extremely busy, would you leave me to live alone? This question instantly froze the atmosphere in the car. Even Dominic, who was driving, sensed something was amiss. He raised the partition automatically. Georgia and the others stared seriously at Baker. In unison, they said, Absolutely not. How could they possibly leave Baker to live alone? Having only just reunited with their father, they wished to be together every moment. Living alone was simply not an option. Touched, Baker's eyes welled up. Yes, as parents, our greatest wish is for our children to visit often. I just saw that many children nowadays don't stay by their parents' side, so I couldn't help but sigh. Georgia suddenly took Baker's hand, speaking softly, Even if I'm too busy, second sister, third sister, or any of your other siblings will always have time to keep you company. Godfather, you still have me, Sage added with a smile. The atmosphere in the car warmed instantly. They chatted for a while longer, and Baker left a message for the 4 musketeers explaining he would return to school early next morning. Dominic had been worried about why Baker hadn't given any news. Seeing that he had been picked up by his family, he finally felt reassured and got ready for bed. Back home, Baker saw a bird lying in Gretchen's arms. Its wing had been scratched, bleeding slightly. Baker was extremely concerned. Through Gretchen, he learned that the 2 cats and the bird often fought. However, Kwaneo really did ask for it, always provoking Kristen. Ruru, having grown bigger, naturally sided with Kristen. Every time Kwaneo provoked them, he ended up getting bullied by both cats. Today, things finally escalated. Marnie examined the bird. I can stop the bleeding, but I can't set bones. I'm not a vet. Baker remembered someone, the vet who treated Kristen before. I have his number. Can he come here? The girls didn't object. Anyone trusted by Baker was welcome. However, what Baker didn't expect was that the vet had broken his leg a couple of days ago and was still in the hospital. He recommended his apprentice, assuring Baker of his reliability. The apprentice was brought home by someone sent by the Jean family. As soon as he entered, he couldn't hide his surprise and admiration. Translation completed while preserving the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 220. 2 sisters clean up the beast. The veterinary assistant's name was Emilio. As soon as he got out of the car, his attention was immediately captured by the villa in front of him. Lavish and magnificent were no longer enough to describe it. He stood there, dazed, until Dominic urged him on. With his mouth agape, he slowly walked inside. Then he saw Baker. Wasn't this the famous rich bamboo young man from the internet? Could the person living here be one of those legendary bigwigs? His master only said that he was making a house call to check on a classmate's parrot, but didn't tell him that the person would be Baker. Baker, seeing Emilio staring at him dumbly, felt a bit displeased. Master, can you please check my bird? Emilio snapped out of it, and quickly stepped forward. Sure. He set down the medical kit, and took out a soft pad. Baker placed Guano on it. Guano's eyes were tightly shut. Only its gently rising and falling chest showed that it was still alive. Emilio began his examination, trying to make conversation with Baker while treating the parrot. I didn't expect Master would send me to help rich bamboo young man. Baker gave a faint remaining aloof. He hadn't let his daughters appear because there was a stranger present. Yet, this vet talked incessantly. Emilio finished bandaging Guano's wing. It's fine. No bone damage. Took advantage of a turn and quickly climbed the nearby stairs when the person ahead walked faster. By the time the servant noticed, Emilio was already gone. The servant reported to Dominic via walkie-talkie. Dominic gave an order, find him, and throw him out once you do. Meanwhile, Baker joined his daughters on the fourth-floor balcony with Guano. They laughed together, the atmosphere warm and cozy with Guano's silly comments. Emilio hid in a dark corner, secretly recording with his phone. When Baker looked over, Emilio quickly hid again. What's wrong? The daughters noticed Baker's change in demeanor. Baker put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He slowed his pace, followed by Ali. Even Guano sensed the tension, its normally mischievous eyes now fixed on everyone's unusual behavior. Emilio was turning to leave when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Baker's cold and intimidating presence loomed behind him. Dr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Emilio slowly turned back. I got lost. Just then, the elevator opened, and Dominic emerged with others. Bodyguards immediately seized Emilio. Emilio struggled. What are you doing? Is this how wealthy families treat guests? Dominic approached Baker and apologized. My oversight let him wander. Georgia coldly ordered, check his phone and devices. If everything's clear, take him outside. Yes. Dominic, unexpectedly, she met Marniji in the garage. Why are you here? Ali asked. Marniji flicked her hair. Elder sister sent me. Worried you might be too impulsive. She wants me to keep an eye on you. Ali pursed her lips. I know my limits. After the incident, Ali told Georgia first, trusting her most aside from Baker. Surprised by elder sister sending Marniji, Ali felt a bit unsettled. Just then, Georgia called. Ali touched her Bluetooth earpiece. Elder sister. Her tone was mild. Georgia explained, letting third sister follow isn't because I don't trust you, but to handle things better together. Do this perfectly, so dad doesn't even notice. No financial concerns, everything is covered. The platform losses will be compensated by Jean family. Among the sisters, Georgia was wealthiest, Sage most impulsive, Bridget most innocent, Ali most capable, and Marniji most composed. Thus, Georgia sent Marniji to ensure discretion in such sensitive matters. Understood, elder sister. Ali's dissatisfaction eased under Georgia's steady and commanding voice. Hanging up, the red sports car roared off into the night. In Baker's bedroom, he stirred slightly. Had he heard a sports car? Was one of his daughters going out? Little Xiao Xiao and Ro Ro lay snuggled on his bed, snoring cutely. Guano slept on its soft cushion in the birdcage. Checking the time, it was past midnight. Baker concluded he must have misheard. He kissed the foreheads of little Xiao Xiao and the others, lying back down to sleep peacefully. The red sports car raced through the city streets like a bolt of lightning, quickly arriving at Emilio's home. Emilio was already asleep. He lived in the suburbs, in a small detached bungalow. Ali unceremoniously kicked the door open, startling Emilio awake. Standing at the doorway were two figures, dressed in black with silver hair, wearing black masks that covered their beautiful eyes, revealing only their perfect jawlines and lips, glowing red and icy cold. Their belts fluttered in the wind. They looked too stunning to be real. Who are you? I'll have you know, you're breaking into my home, which is illegal. I'm calling the police right now. Emilio nervously grabbed his phone from the bed. He barely dialed a 1. A piercing sound rang out, and the phone in Emilio's hand split in two. The silver thread shimmered menacingly in the backlight. Emilio let out an uncontrollable scream and tried to break the window to escape. Ali leaped into the air, delivering a heavy knee strike to his back. Emilio gasped, spitting out blood mixed with a few teeth. Marniji hooked her foot to close the door. Silence filled the room. Agonizing sounds continued as Ali didn't use excessive force, but each blow caused intense pain. Finally, Marniji threw a long needle, embedding it into Emilio's crown. With the help of drugs, it would cause him intermittent amnesia. Later, Emilio was found sitting naked on a busy street by the first shift workers of the morning, who promptly called the police. Upon checking his identity, they discovered he was a veterinary assistant at a pet clinic near Finance University. When asked why he was naked and sitting on the road, Emilio responded, I don't know. I don't remember. A faint image of silver flashed in his mind, but he couldn't grasp what it was. Baker learned about this incident the next day at school when he overheard people chatting. Seeing the naked Emilio sitting on the ground, Baker's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he hadn't imagined the sports car last night. In the family group chat, was this Xandra's doing? Baker asked. Ali admitted, yes. Baker sent a pat on the head emoji. Thanks, dear. Everyone did well. In the future, I need to be more cautious and can't just invite anyone over. This was Dad's mistake, but luckily nothing happened to you all. Otherwise, I would be at fault. The daughters reassured him that it wasn't a big deal, and Baker had already been very cautious. Who knew Emilio would still have a backup plan, uploading photos and videos to his email beforehand. After this incident, Baker felt even more strongly that he needed to become stronger. So during breaks, he rarely went to clubs anymore. Instead, he focused on rigorous physical training, practicing boxing, and obtaining certifications. Yes, certifications. He decided to earn a veterinarian license himself. During this period, Baker also accomplished a significant feat. Chapter 221. The Masses Fayun Television Awards. Baker sued Emilio, accusing him of violating the privacy of himself and his family. This was a shocking development. Tai had never taken legal action against anyone before. No one expected him to sue a nudist this time. Later, the police released an announcement that clarified everything. It said that this perverted doctor frequently used his position to secretly film people and sell their private moments to websites and organizations for profit. There had been previous incidents, after which he changed his name and returned to Fengqing to work as a veterinarian. The owner of the veterinary clinic, who was interviewed at the hospital, admitted that he had misjudged the situation by arranging home visits with him, never expecting it to turn out like this. When questioned about which household received the service, the owner remained tight-lipped, clearly indicating a prominent figure. Netizens traced the clues and discovered that this prominent figure was likely Baker. Otherwise, why would he sue Emilio? A few days later, Emilio regained his senses and caused a disturbance in court. Please bear with me tonight. This is my duty, Albanshu replied, taking a deep breath. His eyes revealed intense suspicion. someone was tampering under his nose. He immediately rushed to the company, activated all the surveillance cameras, and used the secret key authorized by Georgia to access the confidential files section, thoroughly screening them. The next morning, as Georgia arrived at the company, tax officials were already there. They stated that someone had filed a real name complaint against the Jean Corporation, alleging tax evasion, and requested her cooperation in the investigation. Georgia couldn't believe someone dared challenge her openly. She instructed everyone and followed the tax officials. News broke immediately, spreading across various platforms. The Jean Corporation is accused of tax evasion by a real name complaint. Netizens speculated it was a business war. Live coverage of the scene was even more astonishing. Georgia stepped out of the car coldly, surrounded by journalists. Wearing sunglasses and escorted by bodyguards, she didn't utter a word. Following the inspection team into the building, the journalists couldn't follow further. While Baker was at school, Logan called him saying, "Don't worry, brother. Someone is framing Aiden intentionally. Relax, I've already sent people to investigate at the tax bureau and will update you soon." He was concerned for his friend. Baker sounded relaxed. "I'm not worried. The Jean Corporation definitely has no problems. Summer told me not to panic no matter what news I see today." His daughter had her plan. There were moles inside the Jean Corporation, and she needed to root them out. Worms couldn't remain in the high forest. They ended the call, and Baker noticed that Allie and the others in the family group weren't panicking. Earlier that morning, Georgia had posted a message. "I'm just going in for tea. Everyone carry on as usual." She was released in the afternoon, and the tax bureau issued a statement clarifying that the Jean Corporation had not evaded taxes, providing detailed evidence. The person who made the real name complaint panicked. How could the documents be intact when they tampered with them? On one side, Georgia was released. On the other, police arrested someone from the Jean Corporation's finance department. That day, the Jean Corporation underwent a massive overhaul, with many losing their jobs, leaving in tears. Hongda also terminated cooperation with the Jean Corporation. A small-scale business battle fizzled out before it even began. Netizens lamented they hadn't seen the outcome yet. But astute observers realized it wasn't a business war but a cleanup. How else could so many changes happen in one day? Key point, Hongda suffered significant losses. It felt like they were hitting themselves with their own stone. After seeing the tax bureau's announcement, Baker felt Hongda seemed familiar. "James, wasn't the company we applied to when you went part-time previously Hongda? This help, but proves her strength. I believe our Mabel will earn dual accolades for music and film." Baker's fans were polite, silently voting. Some even voted for both, using family members' phones to vote for Gladys as well. Gladys had never been involved in disputes and had helped them a lot, so her character was trustworthy. Baker created a banner for Bridget's campaign and placed it in the playground after class. James and others distributed flyers, asking everyone to support Bridget. Georgia and Sage mobilized company employees to vote, offering rewards for successful votes. Marnie shared the voting link on her social media, voting for Bridget. The leading figures in the friend circles were all stirred, and soon after, hospitals, academies, and universities in other cities all initiated voting for Bridget. Ali suggested, "Isn't it troublesome? Why don't I just hack the website and change the vote counts?" Bridget stopped her, saying, "Zandra, I want fairness. Although you promote and participate in the voting, there are still people who recognize my acting skills. Moreover, if you hack the site and get caught, won't all our efforts be in vain?" Baker nodded in agreement with this point. Ali sighed and could only mobilize everyone to vote within the WH Club. "Boss, who would have thought that king is a fan?" someone complained in front of G-Fi. G-Fi hadn't expected it either, but recalling how Bridget once came to the base to hug Ali, she found it unsurprising. After all, they seemed to have a very close relationship. At the same time, Red Rose mercenaries around the world received an unexpected task from Elle to vote. The voting target was even an international songstress. Though confused, Elle's word was their command, and they had to execute it. Baker constantly refreshed the voting page whenever he had free time, smiling as he saw his second child leading by a wide margin. James was even more excited, mobilizing all his relatives to vote for Bridget. "Great aunt, yes, just click in and use your real name to vote. One person, one vote. Yes, ID card required. Won't scam you." Baker couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He also called Aloysius, Logan, and even Ansel, asking them to mobilize connections to vote for Bridget. On Gladys's side, Leona saw Bridget's votes climbing to first place and grew anxious. "My lady, this is the Fayun Award. Can't you care more?" Gladys, sipping coffee, symbolically posted on Weibo, urging everyone to vote for her and tagging a few rivals and former collaborators. She showed her post to Leona. "Is this enough care?" Leona was nearly fuming. "Why did you tag them? They hope you lose. You should have tagged Baker. His influence is huge, and there are several bigwigs behind him." Hearing Baker's name, Gladys remembered it had been long since they last communicated. She wondered if he would cast a vote for her this time. "You're right." So, Gladys posted another Weibo with the same content, but this time tagged Fu Guizhu's little brother. The entire internet exploded. The most anticipated scene unfolded. Chapter 222. Julie's hands are too cold. Baker didn't expect Gladys to tag him and ask for votes. Reply? Or not? He hesitated. Frankly speaking, if he had to be partial, he'd definitely vote for his own daughter. But Gladys could be considered a friend, and she had helped his second child a lot. This time when Mabel entered the entertainment industry, it was because of the path she paved. Baker decided to send her a private message. "Sorry, I've already voted for Mabel, but you did a great job too." When Gladys saw Baker's reply, she laughed, finding him very interesting. For an interesting soul, she was always willing to make friends. "No problem, I just posted casually. I've won the Fayun Award several times. Honestly, out of personal preference, I do hope this award goes to Sister Mabel. Because she really worked hard." Seeing Bridget's efforts on set reminded Gladys of herself when she first entered the entertainment industry, which deeply moved her. Baker was momentarily stunned by Gladys's response. Could anyone be this magnanimous? Gladys truly was a strange person. Online, fans from both sides were still stirring up battles and arguing. Bridget tweeted again, thanking everyone for their votes and asking them not to argue since Gladys was also excellent. Whoever won the award, she would accept it graciously. To show gratitude, she even released the promotional images for one of the songs in her new album. The MV featured Bridget in a daring performance that diverged from her usual style. Her new look, bold and sexy collarbone, alluring neck curve, paired with a leopard print leather jacket and pants, topped off with fishnet sleeves, gave Bridget an extra edge of wildness. The intense visual impact was eye-catching. This transformation mesmerized not only men but women too, who were captivated by her overwhelming aura. As the queen of music, her fashion sense continued to impress. With the release of these MV visuals, votes for Bridget skyrocketed. At Fengcheng City Hospital, in the nurses' break room, everyone was engrossed in voting on their phones. Someone whispered sarcastically, I never thought Eliza, such a cold person, would also be into fandom, right? In all my years working here, it's the first time we received this kind of task, issued by the dean himself. Who wouldn't do it? Amidst laughter, shifts changed. After voting, the nurses left. The girl in bed 35, who had lost a finger but was now out of danger and awake, was being visited by a nurse. The girl asked Nurse Marnie, beautiful lady, I heard Eliza personally operated on me. Can I meet her before I'm discharged to thank her? The nurse glanced at her, unsure, and shook her head. I'm not sure. Eliza rarely comes to the hospital, so I don't know if this plan will work. You can try when she comes. The girl nodded and then saw discussions in her school group about Baker supporting Bridget. She immediately used one hand to enter the voting channel and cast her vote for Bridget. She also taught her parents how to do it. Meanwhile, she kept checking her WeChat and QQ friend requests. Baker hadn't approved her request yet. She had requested many times. Baker wasn't rejecting her. It was because the girl had said she wanted to repay him by serving him like a slave, which frightened him, making him unable to approve the request. Being alumni, saving her was a simple act of kindness for him. During college, Baker didn't want to be entangled with other girls. He only wanted to graduate peacefully, find his cousin's child, and live happily with his daughters. Thus, he consistently rejected love letters, gifts, and various friend requests. After her rounds, the nurse shared this story as gossip, which eventually reached Professor Marnie's ears. That afternoon, she came to the hospital and reviewed the girl's medical reports. She can be discharged in 3 days, she told the dean. The dean nodded. Would you like to visit her ward? Because Marnie had performed the surgery personally, the dean assumed she had a special relationship with the girl, showing extra care. However, Marnie hadn't visited after the operation. Marnie replied indifferently, no need. I just came to check the reports, and to pick Baker up on the way home. Unexpectedly, the girl's parents ran into her in the hallway, insisting on handing her the banner of thanks. Marnie accepted it and said to the girl, you should thank Baker the most. Without him, we couldn't have raced against death. The girl nodded. I know. I added him as a friend, saying I'd repay him even by serving him, but Baker hasn't approved the request. Looks like I'll have to thank him in person when I return to school. Marnie's eyes softened slightly, her lips curling in an almost imperceptible smile, making her usually cold face seem less distant. You rest well. I'll pass the banner to him. Marnie walked away, leaving the girl wondering aloud to her parents, Livia, Dad, did you notice Eliza smiled when I mentioned Baker didn't approve my friend request? Her parents shook their heads in confusion. Maybe you misjudged it. Eliza is cold and doesn't smile. Misjudgment? The girl felt puzzled but didn't dwell on it. At Kai University, Marnie handed the banner to Baker. Baker sighed. Great, another one. The wall is almost full. You deserve it. Marnie softly said. She started clapping, and others followed, their enthusiasm unmatched. After all, Baker was the hero of Kai University. Right, principal? The principal felt even worse hearing this, sighed, and headed towards his office. Marnie wanted to wait for Baker. Baker explained, tonight might be tough. Everyone organized a fan event for Mabel, which sounds fun. I've messaged the family group. Marnie checked her phone. Indeed, Baker had informed the family group that he wouldn't be home tonight. Oh, she sounded a bit disappointed. Having come specifically to pick him up, Baker noticed her disappointment. How about you join us tonight, Julie? Marnie disliked crowded places. No, I have something tomorrow morning. She was about to leave when Baker remembered something and chased after her. He took out some shiny candies from his pocket. Here, Julie. The candy wrapper was beautiful, reflecting light like a rainbow. Marnie extended her hand and grabbed it. Her fingertips were unusually cold. Baker held her hand, walking her out to warm her fingers. Take care of yourself, Julie. Doctors shouldn't neglect their own health, but your hands are too cold. People around watched Baker holding Marnie's hand. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original Chinese text, ensuring coherence with previous content. It provides natural and fluent English while preserving character names and the overall narrative. Everyone's eyes widened. Wasn't this too blatant? Baker used to care, but now he had a clear understanding. Why bother with others' opinions? If he lived in others' eyes, he would eventually die by their tongues. So, it was best just to be himself. If his daughter Mabel's hands were cold, they must be warmed up. Marnie's mood improved again. All right. Baker put her in the car and then returned to school, facing everyone's astonished and puzzled gazes as he headed for the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. The principal's heavy voice echoed. Baker pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Baker, the principal was somewhat surprised. Are you here to ask me to vote for your idol? He had heard that Baker had been pulling votes for Bridget, assuming Baker came to pull more votes. Baker shook his head. No, I want to talk to you about something. The principal's eyes flickered, inviting Baker to sit down. Baker closed the door, sat on the sofa, and placed his hands neatly on his knees. What do you want to talk about? The principal poured him a cup of water. Baker said, I don't agree with you stepping down or retiring. A good principal makes a good school. This phrase you once said, I've always remembered. He chose this school not only because it's in Fengcheng City, but also because when Maya Xiefeng first became the president of Kai University, this statement deeply moved Baker. It also strengthened his resolve to attend this university and follow the path he wanted to take. Principal Maya hadn't expected his casual remark to be remembered by someone. He smiled. That was many years ago. I didn't think you'd bring it up today. Kai University hasn't had any incidents for years. This time, it was my oversight, not managing the lab supplies well, which led to such a major accident. Baker interrupted. You said it yourself. Nothing has gone wrong for years. With all your duties, you should address issues at lower levels. Under your leadership, this school has undergone a rebirth and become an international institution, acknowledged as one of the country's leading universities in foundational education. You've been hailed by the educational community as an irreplaceable chief contributor. Earlier, many people had tried to dissuade him, but none had reached Principal Maya's heart until Baker's few words swayed his firm resolve. But this situation isn't easy to explain. Haven't you already done enough? Cooperating with the police investigation, uncovering the truth, covering all medical expenses for the affected student, and even personally funding the renovation of the laboratory building, Baker calmly pointed out. He really didn't want to see a great principal leave the stage like this. Principal Maya took a sip of water. Let me think about it carefully. You don't need to convince me. You need to convince yourself. Just strengthen management in the future. Really, Principal Maya, you are everyone's guiding star, Baker said, taking out his phone. He showed Principal Maya a video of his daughters, Kristen and Guazhao. Watching the video, tears welled up in Principal Maya's eyes. Thank you, Baker. Baker gave a mild smile. There's no need to thank me. Looking at Baker, Principal Maya suddenly sighed. I often wonder what kind of family can raise such a mature, steady, and intelligent child like you. This translation retains the structure and tone of the original Chinese text, ensuring coherence with previous content. It offers natural and fluent English while preserving character names and the overall narrative flow. Chapter 223. Why is she here? I heard that last time your class advisor was supposed to visit you at home but got scared and asked Professor Deng to go instead. Principal Maya suddenly mentioned this, smiling at Baker. Baker understood the meaning behind his words. Yes, old man doesn't pay much attention to online news, so he didn't know that I live with Ramon. Principal Maya knew about these matters since he often browsed the web in his free time. I've arranged for no home visits unless under special circumstances. The Jean family mansion isn't a place just anyone can enter. Baker thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Principal. Then I'll head back to class. As he stood up to leave, Principal Maya escorted him to the door, waved goodbye, and upon returning to his office, took out a flyer and used WeChat to scan the QR code on it. A voting page for the Mass TV Feiyun Awards appeared. He selected Bridget and cast his vote. On the Mass TV Feiyun Award voting platform, Bridget's votes were far ahead, with major media outlets praising her excellence and platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and Weibo heavily promoting her songs and TV dramas. This was all thanks to Sage's heavy investment in promotion. Other artists of Jamie Entertainment envied her immensely. But when someone criticized Bridget for monopolizing the limelight and tried to stir up trouble, young President Jamie immediately silenced them without mercy. Everyone then realized that Bridget's position was untouchable. She had young President Jamie backing her from the front and the Jean Corporation supporting her from behind, all thanks to Baker's connections as her fan. So while they might envy her, no one dared to make moves against her again. Media outlets praised Bridget not only as a born singer but also recognized her acting skills by many industry veterans, including Gladys, who had become famous immediately after debuting at a young age. 3 days later, at the live broadcast of the Mass TV Feiyun Awards, the camera focused on Bridget quite a bit, and Gladys was sitting right next to her. They were chatting and laughing, not looking like competitors at all. Baker was watching the live stream on his computer, along with James and others. Messages kept coming through in their QQ class group chat, incessantly ringing, disrupting his focus. Baker found it annoying and opened the settings to turn on Do Not Disturb mode. However, he noticed that the class was discussing a new transfer student. Has anyone heard that we're getting a transfer student tomorrow? Baker asked Kevin and the others. They were all watching the live stream. James, without lifting his head, replied casually, yes, she's apparently even foreign. Kevin nodded. Kingston probably knows the most about it. If you're really curious, ask in the group. Student Union always gets the latest information first. Baker shook his head. Not that curious, but it feels strange to have a transfer student at this point. Kai University has strict rules against transferring students of specific grades or types. So, what kind of background does this transfer student have? Moreover, he hadn't heard this news during the day, but it popped up suddenly in the evening, making him suspect it was deliberately leaked. He set the Do Not Disturb mode and focused on the award ceremony. Zach said, I heard the transfer student is a genius, potentially threatening Baker's top spot. Baker wasn't fazed. Do not disturb. I'm uniquely excellent. The ceremony began, and the host announced the Best Actress nominees for The Brightest Star. Photos of actresses flashed on the screen. Baker watched intently, hands clenched, muttering, Mabel, Mabel, Mabel. James cheered along with him. Bam. The screen froze on Bridget, with her name next to Best Work. The host clearly announced, the winner of Best Actress for The Brightest Star is Miss Bridget. Let's give her a warm applause. Bridget smiled, stood up, hugged Gladys warmly beside her, and walked gracefully towards the stage. She wore a deep V golden gown adorned with elegant embroidery and sequins, exuding queenly charisma. All the lights focused on her, making her look both beautiful and sexy. At that moment, the dorm erupted into cheers. James hugged Baker, jumping excitedly. Their neighbors knocked on the door, asking them to quiet down. James calmed down, high-fiving Baker. I told you my goddess is awesome. Yes, she's the best. Baker nodded fervently. How could his daughter not be awesome? Although Baker couldn't watch Bridget receive the award live as before, he still felt incredibly proud. Holding the trophy, Bridget gave an acceptance speech. The camera panned to the celebrities below, some expressionless, some filled with resentment, and others genuinely happy for her. Gladys clapped continuously, facing the camera calmly, her eyes bright and clear when the lens zoomed in. The next day, she even posted congratulations on Weibo. Her character couldn't be better. Baker liked and forwarded her message to Bridget, saying, "Two Baby's hard work finally caught everyone's eye, and she will have greater skies to soar in the future. Just be yourself. We will always support you." This was Baker's first public acknowledgement of Bridget as Two Baby, causing fans to speculate wildly. Gladys replied, "Two Baby, such a cute nickname. I hope my fans can call me Bao too." Her comment received thousands of likes and was pinned to the top. Bridget saw Baker's Weibo post and also commented and shared it, saying, "Thank you for your encouragement. I will continue to do my best." The harmonious relationship among the three made netizens feel like their suspicions were misplaced. Afterward, Baker logged off Weibo, not reading the fan comments, and headed to class with James and others. On the way, they met Kingston. The transfer student has already arrived, and everyone has gone to see. "You guys are still hanging around here," Kingston informed them. Baker said lightly, "What's there to see? The teacher will introduce her soon anyway." "Right, nothing to see," James agreed with a nod. But Kingston looked at them with a deep gaze and added, "She's a very beautiful girl." Whoosh, the trio shot past Baker like lightning. Baker, left standing alone, felt embarrassed. "That urgent?" Kingston walked slowly beside him. "You aren't anxious because you already have several beauties around you." It was the truth. Baker, acknowledging his daughter's beauty, shrugged. True enough. He sauntered lazily into the classroom, looking down at his shoes and rubbing the back of his neck. The person on the podium looked over at him with a sly smile. Baker felt this gaze eerily familiar. Looking up, his pupils dilated, and everything around him went silent. The fox-eyed girl. Why is the transfer student her? Xandra's friend, the hacker queen Q. Instinctively, Baker took 2 steps back, wary of Courtney in front of him. Courtney, with short pink hair, wearing glasses, dressed fashionably and daringly, showed off her perfect waistline and visible abs. She smiled at Baker, her lips curved in a meaningful smirk. "Baker, please sit down." The teacher interrupted the tense atmosphere. Baker snapped back to reality, quickly returning to his seat as Courtney's gaze followed him. James and the others teased Baker for staring too much at the beauty. "Hey, you even stared straight-eyed at the new student," they joked. Baker covered his view of the podium and whispered to them, "No. What kind of fateful connection is this?" Just when Xandra reminded him to avoid her, this person directly appeared in his school. How alarming. Not even considering her intentions, just based on her previous threat via text message, this couldn't be ignored. This girl gave Baker a very dangerous vibe. After the class advisor finished introducing her, he asked Courtney, "Look around. Where would you like to sit?" Courtney pointed in Baker's direction. "There." Saying this, she walked straight over to Baker. The surrounding classmates greeted Courtney warmly. Courtney smiled back at everyone and then asked James, "Can I sit next to him?" "Of course." James laughed and started to get up, but Baker pressed down on his shoulder, making it impossible for James to move. James looked at Baker, puzzled. "Brother, how? What was this about?" A beauty wanted to sit with him, yet he was unwilling. Baker coldly replied, "Sorry, I'm not used to having someone sit beside me. The 4 of us always sit together." Courtney tilted her head, drawing out her words, "Oh." Then she sat behind Baker, saying, "Actually, this seat isn't bad either, right, Baker?" Everyone watched this unfold with excitement. Hearing her voice, Baker felt as if a sharp blade was slowly creeping up behind him. So during class, he didn't engage with Courtney at all. Even after class, he avoided her, but Courtney strolled leisurely, always finding Baker's position quickly. Courtney was friendly to everyone, seemed super nice, was good-looking, and always smiling. Before long, Baker discovered that the campus network had already crowned her as the school's beauty. On the rooftop, Baker had heard Courtney's footsteps long before. "Let's talk." Courtney was surprised. She hadn't expected to be detected. "Sure, what do you want to talk about? Why are you avoiding me?" Baker turned to face her. "Why are you here?" Q. Chapter 224. A confrontation of 3, Baker's mysterious identity. Courtney's eyes flickered with surprise as she suddenly leaned in closer. "You know me?" Baker kept his distance from her. "Xandra told me about you. She once considered you her best friend and said you grew up together. Later on, due to some incidents, your relationship became strained and you lost touch. Most importantly, that day, Dawn had specifically flown to the US just to meet her. It was evident that although they had lost contact, their bond still remained." Courtney's smile remained unchanged, giving people the impression that she always maintained a kind demeanor. She nodded. "Even Allie told you this? Looks like you two have an unusual relationship. Otherwise, you wouldn't be living together, right?" As she said this, Courtney's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, her smile felt as cold as a snake's. Baker calmly looked at her without falling for her trap. "Our relationship has nothing to do with you." If Courtney truly knew about the identity of him and Dawn, she wouldn't have deliberately provoked things. It seemed even the international hacker queen had her limitations, like the confidential files of Jean Corporation, which she failed to decipher. Courtney puffed her cheeks and blew out a pink bubble. The bubble grew larger until it burst, and she quickly sucked it back into her mouth. She hadn't expected Baker to respond this way. "You're clever, but I'll eventually find out." With that, Courtney turned. Baker wasn't sure, but it definitely wasn't something good. "That's strange. She seems quite enthusiastic about you, Brother How," James commented. Zach nodded. "Right, we all think she might have transferred to Kaida just for you. She's supposed to be a genius from the Royal Academy in the US, who solved world-class computer problems in a few months, making her one of the most feared hackers today." Baker sighed, glancing at Courtney who seemed friendly but gave off an icy, distant vibe. A hacker feared by others? She was the hacker queen. No one dared to move against her, reputed as someone who can change the world with a computer. "I won't eat with you guys. I need to go out for something." Baker decided to personally drive to WH Club to find Dawn, wanting to speak face-to-face to avoid trouble. Courtney noticed Baker's gaze, smiling at him before he turned away to talk with his friends. What a strong person, completely unaffected by her. After morning classes, Baker hurriedly left the classroom to prevent Courtney from following him. He took a shortcut, exited from the school's back door, and left in a vehicle. Courtney approached James and Kevin with a sweet smile. Excuse me, where did Baker go? Her bangs covered her eyes, while her red lips drew everyone's attention. James replied, he said he had to go out for something. Curious, Kevin asked aloud, Beauty, what's your relationship with our brother How? Others in the classroom subtly paid attention. Courtney put on her headphones and smirked. It's a secret. Then she left, causing a stir among the crowd. Baker arrived at WH Club and saw Amy coming out. Amy recognized him. Are you looking for King? Yes, could you ask her to come out? Baker felt the club wasn't suitable for serious talks. Amy nodded. Sure. Walking inside, she wondered why the handsome man didn't simply call King. Upon hearing Baker was here, Allie immediately rushed out. Amy greeted them and then left. Through the rearview mirror, they saw two figures getting closer. The male looked worried. What? She really came? Allie exclaimed. Baker nodded. I'm afraid discussing this over the phone might expose us. That's why I came here. Allie thought for a moment. Dad, I'll go with you to school. I'll meet her. She called Kevin, saying she had something urgent in the afternoon and would return for training in the evening. Kevin agreed, taking a laid-back approach since there was no stopping her anyway. Driving, Allie took Baker to Kaida and called Courtney out. Courtney emerged from the school gate, approaching the luxury car and tapping the window. The window lowered, revealing the person inside. So you went to find her? Courtney smiled at Baker. Baker remained silent as Allie invited her into the car. Courtney sat in the back seat next to Baker, leaning forward to tease him. But Allie abruptly accelerated, sending the car roaring forward. Courtney barely managed to fasten her seatbelt in time, avoiding injury. How cruel. You'd hurt me for a man. Courtney complained in a coy voice. Why did you transfer close to Baker? What's your purpose? Allie asked. Or what are you doing in Fengqing? Playing with her phone, Courtney responded nonchalantly. What purpose? You refused to hand over the person I asked for, so I had to come personally. Allie parked the car near a cliff on a winding road. Get out. She told Courtney. Pointing to himself, Baker asked, and what about me? Turning to him, Allie's voice was cold but her gaze gentle. Stay here. I'll handle her. Courtney watched them, undid her seatbelt, and got out, following Allie. They stood on the cliff's edge, the wind blowing through their hair, creating a uniquely graceful silhouette. The person will be given to you soon. You, disappear immediately. Allie's words were ice cold. Courtney's smile never faded. Such a good friend. Don't want to see me? I just came to check on him. I didn't harm him. Are you too sensitive? Allie knew Courtney better than anyone. A patient woman, like a snake. To achieve her goals, Courtney could assume any role. Kind, evil, innocent. If L is the ruthless Red Rose commander, cold and decisive. Q was like a dangerous poppy flower, always greeting people with a smile, but in reality, she was as cold and emotionless as a snake, locking onto her prey with unwavering focus until she achieved her goal. The old man had said that compared to Q, he was more worried about Allie. He feared that one day Courtney might lose control and harm this only friend of hers. Allie stared at her, her eyes cold and icy. I won't say this again. Courtney glanced back at Baker in the car. What is he to you? You don't seem like someone who would confront me over just any ordinary man. Allie didn't answer. Instead, she called her sister Marnie. Third sister, I need the person now. This was the first time Marnie heard Allie call her third sister. She realized the gravity of the situation. All right, send your location, and I'll bring him over immediately. Location sent. Marnie quickly brought the person over, still unconscious, tightly bound, blindfolded, and with his ears covered. Seeing Baker in the car and Courtney outside, Marnie grasped the gist of the situation without needing to ask. Pointing to the tied-up person, she said to Courtney, here's the person you wanted. Rest assured, he will remain unconscious for days. I've given him a strong sedative. Courtney was sad you would get mixed up with big shots like L. This whole situation is getting more interesting. She would find out Baker's identity sooner or later. Chapter 225. Courtney's true purpose. Courtney left in a car, taking the person with her. Marnie asked Allie, can we trust her? Allie nodded. We can. Dealing with traitors was the true purpose of Courtney's visit. As for Baker, it was pure curiosity. Baker wasn't really afraid of Courtney. He just felt like she could see right through him with her smile. Sweetie, why didn't you tell her about our identities? Allie replied, Big Sister said. Only family members are allowed to know. Even Grandpa couldn't. Baker recalled what he told his best friend. Then what about me? His daughters noticed their father's anxiety. Marnie calmly added, Big Sister said Dad is an exception. If Dad thinks it's okay to tell, then it's fine. Baker understood. The people around him must have been thoroughly investigated, just like when he mentioned attending an offline event and his daughters arranged everything. They were all trustworthy. That evening, Baker chatted with his daughters in the group chat about Courtney. Georgia looked at the messages on her screen with cold, indifferent eyes. At the same time, Jean Corporation servers were under hacker attack. Georgia's phone displayed an exclamation mark. Maya, her assistant, was organizing defenses against the hacker. Georgia made a call, leave a message for the attacker. I want to meet her, at 10 a.m. tomorrow at Joshan Park. Maya paused, surprised by Georgia's certainty that she knew who the hacker was. Alright, Maya immediately sent a string of Morse code. The hacker stopped their attack after receiving the message. Courtney sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the Morse code on her computer screen with cold eyes. Her expression was unfathomable as she smiled and murmured, interesting. She unplugged the USB key, inserted it back into the necklace clasp, and tucked it inside her clothes. The necklace swung gently at her chest. The next morning at 10 a.m., during Baker's second class, Georgia met Courtney, who looked exactly like the photo Allie had sent. She seemed friendly and approachable, greeting Georgia warmly, President John. But Georgia saw through the smile, sensing something dangerous beneath. Why have you attacked our servers multiple times? What are you looking for? Georgia cut straight to the point. Courtney breathed in the fresh air. I'm interested in the things that don't stand out. Georgia turned to her, her expression inscrutable. What's there to look at in insignificant things? Insignificant things become interesting once I notice them, Courtney replied with a smile, though her beautiful eyes were chilling. Including your background? Georgia asked calmly. Courtney's smile froze for the first time, revealing obvious shock in her eyes. At this moment, Courtney No wonder you wanted to destroy the records. Back then, the Jean family sperm donation program must have been complicated. Georgia looked away, her long black hair blowing in the wind, concealing her true emotions. Courtney encountered someone she couldn't figure out for the first time. She asked, President John, did you invite me here to deal with me? Georgia glanced at her phone and replied to Baker, Don't worry, Dad. Other daughters responded similarly, but some, like Sage and Bridget, curiously asked what was going on. Baker quickly changed the subject to chat with them. After replying, Georgia put away her phone. As long as you don't cross my boundaries and harm my family, I won't act against you, she said to Courtney. Courtney stared into Georgia's determined eyes, momentarily lost. In Georgia's powerful aura, she couldn't muster any retort. This oppressive feeling hadn't come over her in a long time. President John, what do you want from me? Courtney understood Georgia's real intention. Georgia had the ability to counterattack her, keeping her attacks from achieving results. And Georgia knew about her quest to uncover her background. Just from this, Courtney realized Georgia wasn't a simple person. Xandra should have told you about the man's situation. I need you to help me trace his whereabouts and intentions, Georgia said coldly. Courtney hesitated, then suddenly asked, Do you have candy? Georgia. With no change in expression, she beckoned, and Maya brought some candy. Courtney stuffed several pieces into her mouth. Sorry, I eat candy when I'm anxious. Sweets make me happy. Xandra likes sweets too, Georgia remarked. Courtney smiled deeply. Yeah, she eats out of enjoyment, while I force myself to. Georgia looked at her with bright eyes filled with profound meaning. Courtney replied to her earlier question, I'm investigating. So far, I found connections between the man and a secret organization in Aguaxiangua. He disappeared twice in Fengcheng, reappearing in Aguaxiangua's capital both times. I can't investigate further due to the risk of detection. And you know, our country doesn't interfere in others' affairs. She spoke a lot, but Georgia caught the key points. The man held a high rank within a significant entity, possibly a top-level leader or a member of a secret international organization. Regardless of who he was, abducting his cousin's child and disturbing Baker's friends indicated extreme arrogance. Understood, Georgia said, turning to leave. Seeing her go, Courtney called out, Hey, aren't you worried I might change my mind? Not really. If you have the guts to try, I have the ability to send you back, Georgia replied coolly. Click. Courtney crushed the candy in her mouth and muttered, Scary woman? Courtney had investigated the women living with Baker. Only Georgia puzzled her. Jean's family military forces were renowned. One of the 7 secret military corps, untouchable by the state or army. An independent yet formidable force, only obeying Jean's leadership. Later that afternoon, Baker saw Courtney again. She entered without the deep, meaningful gaze she had on her first day, merely acknowledging him casually before sitting down. Her probing, clingy gaze was gone. Did Courtney decide to stop pursuing the truth about him and his daughters? Baker, seeing that Courtney was no longer paying much attention to him, relaxed a lot. He decided to treat this transfer student as an ordinary classmate, and would only interact with her when necessary. Courtney continued to mingle with others, still smiling warmly and maintaining an amiable demeanor. James and the others also noticed that this unique beauty had ceased paying any special attention to Baker since she returned in the afternoon. It seemed they indeed didn't know each other. In the second period of the afternoon, they had physical education on the basketball court, sharing it with the basketball club. When Alex saw Courtney, his eyes lit up immediately. He hugged Baker and asked, Is this your class's transfer student? Baker nodded, Yeah. Noticing Alex's ulterior motives, Baker warned him, Don't even think about flirting with her. She's not someone easy to deal with. Alex became unhappy and patted Baker's chest. Brother, I don't like what you're saying. She has nothing to do with you, and it's natural for guys to admire beauty. I'll just go chat with her. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Alex, Baker stopped trying. Alex started chatting enthusiastically in front of Courtney, who didn't refuse and kept smiling. However, the basketball kept slamming against the backboard again and again. The sound grew louder each time. Everyone listened nervously, sensing a hint of menace as if every slam echoed with a sinister vibe. Brother how? It feels like the ball in Courtney's hands is treating Alex's head, Zach winked and joked. Baker clearly sensed the murderous intent behind Courtney's smile. He walked over, intending to pull Alex away. Just as he stood up, Baker heard a cracking sound. Turning slightly, he saw the pole supporting the basketball hoop had cracked, and the screws at the base were loosening and breaking. At that moment, the basketball stand began to tilt forward. Baker shouted loudly, Get away from there! The basketball stand is going to fall. Others noticed too, and quickly ran away. Alex ran the fastest. Courtney was also about to leave, but suddenly felt intense pain in her heart. She collapsed, clutching her chest with her left hand. Damn it! Why did this have to happen now? The impact of that man's words earlier must have stirred her emotions, making the toxins in her body overactive. As everyone fled the gym, teachers guided the students out. Baker turned and took a few steps when he heard someone exclaim, Beauty, why are you sitting there? Get up quickly. Despite shouting, the person lacked the courage to approach and help her. Without hesitation, Baker turned and ran straight to Courtney's side. At that moment, everyone was momentarily blinded by the wind and couldn't see Baker's swift actions clearly. No one noticed how fast he moved. Picking up Courtney, he hurriedly carried her out of the danger zone. Bang crash. The loud noise struck fear into everyone's hearts. Chapter 226. The first direct confrontation, Courtney lost. The PE teacher stood not far from the door with everyone else, watching the exit. What's up with Baker? Why did he go back in? James asked worriedly. They wanted to rush in but were stopped by the teacher. Only I can go inside. You guys stay here. Just as the PE teacher was about to step forward, Baker emerged carrying Courtney. He walked neither hastily nor slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Is she okay? Everyone asked. Kevin and the others surrounded Baker. Baker set Courtney down. She's fine, but she looks like she might have something wrong. Should we check her at the infirmary? Courtney's face was pale. She shook her head. No need. I'll just go back to my dorm and rest. With that, she turned and left, sparking discussions among the students. Did you see that? Not even a thank you. Yeah, Baker, you shouldn't risk your life saving her anymore. Well-meaning actions never get good returns. She didn't even run, just lay there waiting for someone to save her. Ridiculous. These comments came from a few girls in the class who had been unhappy with Courtney since the first day. They always found her overly sweet, pretty, and graceful, drawing all the attention of the boys and other girls, overshadowing them. Baker ignored them. While holding Courtney, he had felt her wrist and noticed her pulse was erratic, as if many threads were tangled together. Just what was Courtney hiding? Later, the principal ordered the sports field to be sealed off and had the basketball hoop repaired. The repairman remarked that he had never seen anyone playing so vigorously that they could crack a hoop. Due to this incident, Courtney missed the next 2 classes. Privately, Baker called Allie and told her about the event. Xandra, your friend is very strange. Does she have some serious illness? Allie responded with a hum. Dad, it's congenital. It only flares up when she's very agitated. Thank you, Dad, for saving her worthless life. When Baker heard worthless life, the corners of his mouth twitched. It's no big deal, just lending a hand. After the call, Allie dialed Courtney. Before she could speak, Courtney laughed. Sorry to disappoint. I didn't die. My third sister can help you, Allie said coldly, clearly worried but trying to sound indifferent. Living alone in her dorm due to her aversion to roommates, Courtney gazed out the window and remarked, We're not related or friends. Why should your third sister save me? Recalling Marnie's murderous glare from that day, Courtney added silently, if she made a move on Baker. Seeing their conversation going nowhere, Allie hung up without another word. Courtney's smile faded. Thinking of Baker, the pain kept her exceptionally clear-headed. She saw how swiftly he moved and the strength in his arms as he effortlessly deflected the falling basketball hoop. Was he one of the remaining specimens from the experiments? Fengcheng sure was an intriguing city. At lunchtime, Courtney appeared before Baker and the others in the cafeteria, calling him aside. Tell me, why did you save me? What do you want me to do? Hack into some company's computer system or a country's? Courtney asked, smiling. Baker was confused. You dragged me out here just to ask that? Turning to go back in, Courtney stopped him. Then why did you save me? Unselfish acts of rescue were rare. Even Allie required equivalent payment for saving someone. It was the old man's rule. Sighing, Baker asked in return, who says rescuing someone must come with an agenda? People who think that way are probably brainwashed. I'm not a savior. What more do you want to say? I notice you love to chat, Baker teased. Courtney giggled. Your tone sounds like an elderly person's. Ignoring her, Baker checked his phone. Ansel was urging him on. Ask away, what do you want to know? Curious again, Courtney reiterated her old question. Still the same issue. What's your connection with Allie? Worth a personal warning from Georgia. Curiosity killed the cat. I can't tell you, Baker repeated. Suddenly, Courtney closed the distance, pressing Baker and switching positions. Pointing a broken finger at his forehead, she whispered threateningly, not talking means death. Her playful eyes met Baker's calm ones. Suddenly, Courtney felt a bad omen. A second later, a crack echoed. Baker twisted and dislocated her right arm. They switched positions once more, Baker standing, Courtney seated. How is this possible? Why does my blood not affect you? Courtney clutched her right hand, drenched in cold sweat. Baker wiped the blood from his brow with a tissue from his pocket. Nonchalantly, he said, maybe I'm immune to poison. Girls shouldn't always talk about killing. Respect elders and the young. Grabbing her right arm, he reassured her, don't worry. Do what? Courtney's voice trembled, her usual smile gone. Baker distracted her. Look left. To finish, Georgia remained silent. But everyone looked at her, hoping she would provide a solution. I've met her and warned her. She's a smart person. She shouldn't dare to harm Dad. Marnie was uneasy. That won't do. I need to go to the school to find Dad. I'm going too, Sage stood up. Me too, Bridget followed suit. Allie was also a bit worried. I'll go with you all. Georgia pressed her temples. Why send so many people? Are you planning to cause trouble for Dad? They paused. Indeed, if they all went now, it would create another stir. Sage, always straightforward, asked Georgia. What should we do then? Usually, the one who doted on Baker the most was Georgia. Georgia looked at them calmly. Xandra and Tianjie can go. You and Mabel stay home and wait for news. I'll wait at home too. Remember, don't cause any trouble for Dad. Otherwise, I'll personally drag you back and spank you. Marnie and Allie exchanged glances and said in unison, Don't worry, elder sister. After they left, Bridget asked Georgia, Elder sister, are you really going to spank them? Sage laughed at her. Mabel, you're so innocent. How can there still be such purity in the entertainment industry? When your elder sister says spank, she's just scaring you. Georgia smiled and said, No, I mean it. Sage was instantly speechless. Good friends were there to Brother How always takes calls away from us. What kind of national secret could it be? At the West Campus, they met Marnie and Allie. Nothing, said Baker when checked by Marnie, confirming there were indeed no issues. Both sighed in relief. Allie added, Courtney can be relentless. I'm afraid she might impulsively try using her blood on you. Baker rubbed his forehead. No wonder she was so surprised last night. It turns out she also had a special constitution, with toxic blood that harmed anyone who came into contact with it. When Baker murmured this, Marnie and Allie's hearts clenched. Marnie took out a silver needle from her bag to check on Baker. Allie's eyes blazed with fury, ready to confront Courtney. Baker stopped them both, bouncing up and down. It's fine. I'm completely fine. Last night, she tried to intimidate me but realized I was immune and got upset. Baker recounted the previous night simply. Initially, it was just a minor event. He hadn't planned on making his daughters worry. Unexpectedly, his daughters were so concerned that they came to the school. While they chatted, Courtney approached. Before she could get close, Allie delivered a hand strike which Courtney dodged with a backward bend. "What are you doing?" Courtney, tired and irritable from lack of sleep, demanded. Although fewer people frequented the West Campus, passers-by noticed the commotion and gathered curiously yet cautiously around Baker and the group of beautiful women. Baker interjected, "Everyone, calm down." He whispered to Marnie and the others, "Why don't we go to the gymnasium?" The gymnasium was sealed off with newly installed basketball hoops needing adjustment for a couple more days, ensuring no one would be there. Baker spoke, and Allie and the others followed suit. Courtney, dragged along by Allie, reluctantly complied. "In the gymnasium," Baker repeated. "Let's all calm down and talk reasonably. Tina, you're closest to her." Despite their close relationship, if anyone dared touch her father, even Allie would react angrily. Courtney stared at Baker, recalling the night's events. She turned to Allie. "I'm not curious about Baker's relationship with you. I want to know, what exactly is he? Not even my blood affects him." Monster. A heart-piercing term. Courtney, accustomed to being called a monster throughout her life, uttered it casually. But Baker hadn't been labeled like that, and his expression soured. Marnie and Allie noticed his mood and grew cold. The atmosphere in the gymnasium became tense. Suddenly, a silver needle flew towards Courtney, who narrowly avoided it, heart racing and cheeks flushed. Allie, sensing this, hesitated momentarily before switching to a kick. Courtney crossed her arms to block it, stumbling backward and crashing into the new basketball hoop. "Oof," Courtney winced in pain. "Baker, will you just stand there watching them gang up on me?" Marnie sternly replied, "That's too lenient. Want me to sew your mouth shut?" Advancing threateningly, while Allie paused, noticing Courtney's discomfort. For her childhood best friend, Allie's heart softened. Baker stopped Marnie. "Kara, I'm fine. Just got distracted earlier." The disturbance in the gym caught attention, prompting passers-by to report the incident to teachers. The principal and staff arrived promptly. "Firstly, I'm not a monster, and secondly, seeing you dislike the word monster, let's not use it again," Baker told Courtney, noticing her labored breathing and unusual complexion. Recalling her sudden collapse during the basketball game, possibly due to the same reason, he wondered if she was having another episode. "Kara, please check on her," Baker requested. Marnie hesitated, but Allie joined in. "Third sister, she isn't evil. Please check." When angry, she was genuinely enraged. When compassionate, genuinely soft-hearted. Courtney stubbornly stood up. "No need. First you bully me, then show pity." "So funny." Baker frowned. "One thing at a time. Once you're better, we can deal with you later." The vice principal overheard. Upon entering, he saw Baker with Marnie and Allie behind him, and a new transfer student leaning against a basketball hoop, pale-faced. "Student Baker, you instigated a brawl?" "No, we weren't fighting," Baker explained. "Witnesses saw you say you wanted to teach her a lesson. Check her injuries at the infirmary." "Understood, Director." Courtney was led away. The principal reported to the headmaster, who informed Georgia. Arriving at the gymnasium, Georgia confirmed the scene. The vice principal and students reported hearing Baker planning to discipline the transfer student. "There's a misunderstanding," Baker defended himself, saying Marnie and Allie visited to see him. "What's our motive for causing trouble?" Marnie questioned coldly. All thoughts of favoritism surfaced. Everyone now looked at Baker differently. Baker exasperatedly clarified, "It's not as you think." Allie added icily, "I attacked her. It's not Baker's fault." Baker slapped his forehead, realizing his explanations only complicated things. Georgia arrived, briskly striding in, bringing a sharp wind. The principal greeted her personally. "This is what happened," troubling Ms. Jean to come over. Removing her sunglasses, Georgia inspected Allie and the others. "They're mine, so it's normal for me to fetch them." "I said, no publicity, no trouble," she reiterated firmly. Marnie and Allie complied quietly, exchanging glances with Baker at a small distance. Georgia's stern expression softened into a smile at her father's protectiveness. "Got it, Dad. Don't worry. I won't do anything to them." Hearing this, Baker sighed with relief and winked at Marnie and Allie. In unison, they replied to Baker, "Thank you, Dad." These two influential figures unexpectedly showed deference to George's prestige. This, perhaps, was the meaning of family. When the father isn't around, the eldest sister becomes the greatest source of security. After the car left, Baker didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he headed for the infirmary. First, he wanted to see if Courtney was feeling any better. Second, he wanted to tell her that he too had a special condition. When Allie and the others arrived today, they had clearly explained Courtney's situation to Baker. At that moment, he felt deeply sympathetic towards her. It was hard to pinpoint why, but a wave of compassion welled up inside him. Perhaps it was because Courtney, despite looking the same age as his Tina, had such a different fate. With these thoughts, Baker quickened his pace and reached the infirmary. Through the curtain, he saw Courtney's silhouette and what appeared to be a tall, shadowy figure lurking by the bed. Chapter 228. The Fox Has Many Wiles. Baker had yet to speak when suddenly Courtney lunged forward, locking her arm around a towering figure and pressing him down onto the bed. "Ow, ow, ow." That voice belonged to Alex. Baker walked over, pulling back the curtain. Courtney turned fiercely, relaxing only upon seeing Baker. Alex, also noticing Baker, called out in desperation, "Buddy, help! I can't save you. You brought this on yourself." Baker did not intend to intervene. If this were his daughter being spied on by someone like Alex, one punch would have been sufficient to crack his skull. "I wasn't spying. I just heard she wasn't feeling well and came to check on her," Alex tried to explain. Courtney didn't let go, and the situation became tense. It remained deadlocked until the school doctor appeared, taking in the scene with a momentary pause before asking Courtney to release him. Courtney didn't budge, not giving the doctor any regard. It was only after Baker intervened, saying, "Let him go first, then let the doctor check you. If you're still upset later, you can beat him up," that Courtney complied. Glaring at Baker, Alex muttered, "Why are you so heartless?" "I'm trying to save you," Baker rolled his eyes. Obeying Baker, Courtney released Alex, speaking coldly. I don't need an examination. I'm fine. With that, she put on her shoes and left the room, ignoring the doctor's attempts to stop her. Baker chased after her. I know about your condition, Xandra told me. Your body is special and shouldn't be seen by just anyone. Should I ask Annalise to take a look? I don't need it, Courtney said. After walking a few steps, she stopped, turning back to Baker with a sly smile. However, you reminded me. I have some news about your cousin's child. Do you want to know? Baker's expression changed, but he didn't rush to respond. This was clearly a trap. Courtney, with a hidden agenda, tempted him to speak. Seeing Baker hadn't fallen for it, she added, a secret for a secret. Tell me about your relationship with Allie, and I'll tell you where the girl is. As expected. With his hands in his pockets, Baker replied calmly, talk if you want, but if you don't accept my offer, I won't force it. Turning away, he walked off. If it weren't for his daughter's friend, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Watching Baker leave, Courtney's smile twisted into agitation. Who exactly is this man? Why can't she bring herself to strike him hard? There's something irresistibly familiar about him that makes her curious to learn more. Yet, this isn't the kind of attraction. It drives her mad. Desperate to uncover Baker's secrets, she whispered to herself, wait and see. I will dig out all your secrets sooner or later. Back at the Jean family compound, Georgia brought the two girls back without harsh condemnation or punishment, simply instructing them to rest. However, midway through, she summoned Allie to her study. Elder sister, Allie knocked. Georgia opened the door, gesturing for her to sit. You grew up with Courtney. Surely you know who her biological mother is? Georgia asked casually. Allie detected something off. Elder sister, do you suspect something? I suspect she might be number 6, Georgia revealed. Allie inwardly flinched but kept her composure. We were all raised together by the old master. Her mother was said to be a lab expert. That's what the elder master told us, which is why Courtney learned hacking, to find this person. Nodding, Georgia continued, the hair strand you brought back last time, I had it compared. Did it yield results? Allie asked. Last time, during their trip to the United States, Georgia had instructed Allie to obtain a hair sample from Courtney. She never missed a chance, knowing that Courtney's mother was one of the lab experts involved in the Jean family sperm donation program. Therefore, she promised Courtney she could find her family. But Georgia hadn't told anyone else yet, wanting to wait for definitive results and observe Courtney's attitude toward Baker. So far, Courtney's stance towards her father was unclear, but Georgia sensed deeper complexities, including the sudden appearance of Joshing Yang. It felt as if someone was deliberately bringing all of father's lost children to Baker. Could it be that man? What was his motive? After Courtney presented her findings that day, Georgia instructed the Jean family. Smiling, Georgia assured, don't worry, I'll tell you everything eventually. Once everyone's true identities were found, Mariah, finally freed from work, called Baker immediately. Baker answered while on his way home, driving steadily under Gaspard's skillful driving. Unexpectedly, Courtney appeared suddenly in front of the car. Jolted by inertia, Baker's phone flew forward, hitting something before landing on the ground. Startled by the silence, Mariah anxiously inquired, Dad, what happened? Is everything okay? Receiving no response, she quickly ordered Brock to drive her back to the Jean family compound, abandoning all her work. Baker, shocked by Courtney's sudden appearance, confronted her angrily. Are you crazy? What were you doing in front of the car? Gaspard, equally startled, got out to check if Courtney was hurt. Facing Baker's anger, Courtney felt oddly guilty, her voice softening. I think your suggestion was good. This frail body needs to be examined. I also want to experience the power of Jiang family acupuncture. Courtney wanted to infiltrate to learn Baker and Allie's secrets. Calming down, Baker looked at Courtney. I'm heading home. I need to consult. He moved aside to call Georgia, explaining the situation. Expecting Georgia to reject Courtney's entry, surprisingly, she agreed. This implied Baker and his daughter's secrets could be disclosed to Courtney. Courtney sat in the car, and they drove in silence, both faces grim. At the Jean family compound, returning home, Mariah frantically searched for Baker. Instead of him, she saw Courtney sitting on the living room sofa, her striking short hair and trademark smile causing Mariah to momentarily freeze. Courtney saw Mariah and greeted politely, hello? Just as he entered, Baker stubbornly walked straight to the elevator. Georgia and the others did not appear. The servants and butlers around also ignored Courtney. They were all upstairs, discussing matters concerning Courtney. Allie was at the club, so she was unaware that Courtney had come home. Mariah slowly approached, her smile widening. She suddenly hugged Courtney. Are you our new sister and family member? Courtney was initially shocked, then became bewildered. New sister? Mariah released Courtney, tilting her head. Aren't you Dad's? Dad? Which dad? Courtney felt a bit puzzled. Then, seeing the innocent Mariah, she suddenly had an idea. Yes, Sister Na, I've just been sent over and haven't met anyone else yet. She tried to draw out information. Mariah hadn't noticed, still enthusiastic. Oh. Until Baker appeared. Mabel. He came forward, pulling Mariah aside and asked, didn't you say anything just now? Seeing Baker's concern, Mariah glanced at Courtney. The latter smiled sweetly at her, waving. Mariah immediately understood, telling Baker, no, by the way, I heard some strange noises when I called you earlier and was worried, so I came back to check. Are you okay? She already knew that Courtney wasn't aware of Baker's relationship with them. Earlier, she was intentionally trying to draw her out. I'm fine, Baker replied. Georgia and Sage also came down from upstairs. Georgia said to Courtney, Annalise is waiting for you upstairs. Gretchen will guide you up. Gretchen stood by, guiding her. Courtney thanked her and followed into the elevator. The elevator doors closed, cutting off their gazes. Sage watched the elevator rise slowly and asked Georgia, this little fox isn't simple. She has many tricks. Why did you let Dry Father bring her in? This was a question Baker wanted to ask too. All eyes were on Georgia. Georgia opened her mouth slowly and said something shocking. Chapter 229, Courtney's Secret Key. Georgia said, Blood is thicker than water. Baker's eyes nearly popped out. What are you talking about, daughter? Courtney is also his child? That doesn't seem right. No, he just felt it was impossible in his heart. Having grown accustomed to the excellence and character of his other daughters, Baker didn't think Courtney resembled his kin due to her uniqueness, which made their first impression less than favorable. However, seeing George's serious look, Baker felt a slight uncertainty creeping in, much like when Elida appeared. Not long after, Marnie and Courtney came downstairs. A parrot named Guazao perched on Courtney's shoulder. She teased it, and it obediently stayed there, praising continuously. Baker watched in amazement. This bird seemed to love everyone it met. Was it affected by what Georgia had said earlier? Baker now looked at Courtney with an unwitting affectionate gaze. Everything okay? Georgia asked Marnie. Marnie glanced at Baker and slowly replied, it's not resolved yet. The toxicity is only temporarily suppressed. Her body has great research value. Research value. Baker snapped back to reality, recalling how he too had been referred to in such a way by Elida once. He shuddered. Georgia suddenly interjected, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Courtney hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation and asked Georgia, where will I sleep tonight? Everyone turned to look at her. Baker was somewhat surprised. Didn't we just agree that Elida would check on you, and then I'd send you back to school? I've changed my mind, Courtney laughed. This parrot is interesting. I like it. Because you like it, you're staying? Baker pulled Georgia aside. Are you sure about this, daughter? He was referring to whether Courtney was indeed his child. There's one last step. That's why I need to keep her here, Georgia explained. After a brief conversation, Georgia turned and added, I've already called Xandra. You'll be sleeping next to her room. Courtney nodded. Okay. She continued, teasing the parrot. When Allie returned, Baker was outside the courtyard talking with Courtney. Courtney brought up the sperm donation program and questioned Baker. Haven't you ever doubted the true intentions behind Jean Corporation's project? Baker responded, no, I never doubted it. Courtney looked at him intently, recalling how Marnie mentioned Baker's blood was special while treating her. Could it heal her broken body? At this thought, she instinctively moved to strike. But as she thrust the knife into the grass, Baker had vanished, evading her intent the moment it arose. His alertness was astonishing. Courtney narrowed her eyes, gripping the knife handle tightly. Truly irritated, she slashed at Baker again. Again? Baker thought it was a joke before. He didn't expect Courtney to be serious. How impulsive could this kid be? He dodged, but then Allie threw a small package hitting Courtney's wrist, causing the knife to drop. She stepped between them. Allie shouted, Courtney, I've told you many times not to touch my dad. Courtney was shocked. Who? He's your dad? She stared at Baker in disbelief. Apart from his iconic fox smile, Courtney realized his reaction brought out such an adorable expression from her. She had considered many possibilities, but never imagined Baker being Allie's father. As an international hacker, how did she miss this? Did you ask me not to use the secret key to investigate the Jean family because of this? Allie nodded. Yes. If you used the secret key, you'd break into the high-level archives. Then you'd find out this secret. Would you have let my dad go? Upstairs, Georgia and the others had already known about the scuffle, since they were watching from the second-floor balcony. Not interfering or forcing themselves on the scene, they allowed Baker and Courtney to walk and converse undisturbed until Allie revealed Baker's identity. Only then did Georgia signal Marnie and Sage to come down. Courtney didn't answer Allie. Instead, she inserted the secret key into her palm-sized computer and hacked into the high-level archives of Jean Corporation. Finding no resistance, it was as if they knew she'd come. The truth of the 40-year-old sperm donation plan unfolded. Among over 100 participants, only Baker survived, and his body underwent mutations. Strangely, his sperm was bought by 7 encrypted profiles, all of which had a 100% success rate. Baker, returning from talking to Allie, asked Courtney, why did you attack me? Courtney slowly lifted her gaze from the screen. Eliza said your blood can cure all poisons. I want a normal body to run under the sun. Baker frowned. Why would Elida tell you that? This should be internal family knowledge. She told me through Urban, Georgia interjected, stepping forward. And, am I Baker's? Baker was equally curious. Georgia replied, I need your secret key to restore deleted data so everyone can know the truth. This was Georgia's true intention, confirming if Q's secret key was indeed with Courtney. Then, after witnessing Courtney operate the secret key herself, Georgia came downstairs and revealed her true intentions. Courtney nodded. All right, I'll help you. Georgia walked over, and together they began working. Courtney controlled the secret key, while Georgia used her iris to unlock the system. More than 40 years ago, Lexia personally deleted all records of the sperm donation program. The reserved files were left as mere ordinary ones, which made the subsequent search for relatives particularly difficult. Fortunately, a few had been found. An hour later, the archives were restored. Courtney saw information about her biological mother for the first time. Indeed, she was a researcher in Jean Corporation's sperm donation plan named Li Shui, who looked gentle and refined. Li Shui went missing along with one of Baker's sperm samples, Georgia explained slowly. According to the records, Li Shui disappeared shortly after taking the sample. Later, it was discovered by the old patriarch that she had given birth to Courtney, whose body was infused with toxins. Despite her deep thoughts, Courtney couldn't remain composed when she saw the results. So, I really am your child, she said, looking at Baker. Baker's body trembled slightly under her intense gaze. Wait, I need a moment to calm down, he said, extending his hand before turning and walking upstairs. The news was too shocking for him. Courtney stood frozen, asking Allie, what does he mean? He doesn't plan to acknowledge me? She had grown up without parents and finally found her biological father, but Baker needed time to calm down. Allie gave Courtney a cold look, crossing her arms. Think about it. Since you met, how have you treated Dad? Have you left any good impression on him? Courtney thought about it, and realized she hadn't. She had always wanted to uncover the secrets behind this, so her methods were quite aggressive. I didn't know then that he would be my father, Courtney said. She got up, intending to go upstairs and talk to Baker again. but Sage and Marniji stopped her. Sage said, "Calm down. When Dry Dad says he needs time to calm down, he truly needs to think things through. Don't disturb him." Marniji nodded. "If you want to leave a good impression, it's best not to bother him now." After speaking, they followed Georgia back inside. Everyone went in, leaving Courtney standing at the door, lost in thought. As Allie passed by her, she reminded her, "Initially, I didn't believe it either, but when I confirmed the connection between him and me, I was still very happy. Dad is very kind and simple-hearted. Please don't bully him." With that, she also went inside. Chapter 230. Provoking the daughter, a forum explosion. Baker went to school early the next morning without having breakfast. He was afraid of encountering Courtney. This was the first time he had ever wanted to avoid his daughter. "Good morning," unexpectedly. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Courtney sitting at her desk and greeting him. Baker choked for a moment with one foot already inside. James and the others were horsing around near the door when they saw Baker standing hesitantly outside the classroom. Out of curiosity, they peered in and saw that Courtney had prepared a lot of breakfast for Baker. Steamed buns, dumplings, fried dough sticks, rice noodle rolls, bread, everything was there. "Apollo is impressive after just a few days. You've already got a little admirer," Kevin joked. Baker's voice was low and stern. "Don't joke around." He adjusted his backpack and walked in. Courtney had filled his table with food. "My sister said it's unusual for you to leave so early and not have breakfast, so I prepared several types for you to choose from," she explained cheerfully. Students began to arrive one by one. Baker thanked her and ate some under Courtney's watchful gaze. She smiled and returned to her seat, looking genuinely happy. Her gaze this time was warmer and more intimate than their first meeting. During class, Baker received a message from Corbin. They hadn't been in touch for a long time. The last time Corbin came to the school was to remind Baker to take care of his health. Corbin asked if Baker had any recent discomfort or changes. Baker replied that he didn't and then asked, "Brother June, did you send me this message just to check on my condition?" "Not really. I have a friend who wants to meet you and Bridget. He is an internationally renowned composer and songwriter, usually based abroad, but this time he's back in the country looking for someone outstanding to collaborate with," Corbin messaged back. Baker felt excited. "Sure. When will he come?" They agreed on a time, and Baker immediately informed Bridget, sending her the chat history. After class, Bridget called, "Dad, are you sure it's Dougie, Teacher Fong?" Baker smiled and moved away from the classroom to speak privately. "Absolutely sure." Bridget exclaimed, "Oh my God, Teacher Fong rarely writes songs for people. How did he think of me? There are stories about people visiting him 3 times and still not getting to see him." This reminded Baker, "Perhaps your talent has been noticed by him. Brother June will bring him over the day after tomorrow." Bridget nodded enthusiastically. "I'll cherish this opportunity. Dad, you're truly my good luck charm." Baker chuckled because Georgia had once said something similar. After hanging up, he turned around and saw Courtney again. She stood obediently by the side, no longer the arrogant and probing presence from their first encounter. "Were you talking to elder sister?" Courtney asked. Baker glanced around and pulled her aside. "No one knows about my relationship with Summer here, so please keep a low profile." Courtney quickly covered her mouth and looked at Baker with wide eyes, whispering softly, "Daddy." Baker's ears twitched, his lobes turning red. "Don't call me that in school," he said nervously. Courtney's eyes welled up, and moments later, she cried silently, pulling at Baker's heartstrings. He took out a tissue from his pocket. "Why are you crying?" He hadn't said anything hurtful, right? Courtney shook her head. "I'm happy that I finally have family. I don't know how envious and jealous I was when Allie found her family. She couldn't believe that they had grown up together yet ended up being actual family." Baker felt a twinge of guilt. "Sorry, this morning I avoided you because I was shocked by our relationship." He gently placed his hand on Courtney's head. Courtney froze, afraid to move, terrified that any movement would make him withdraw his hand. That fleeting gentleness came from her father. They hid in the shadows as people walked past. No one saw them. Otherwise, the situation would have been unclear. Baker checked the time. It was almost time for class. "Let's go back to the classroom." Courtney nodded and followed behind Baker, her eyes red from crying. The people in the hallway exchanged curious glances between Baker and Courtney, imagining different scenarios in their heads. When Baker returned to the classroom, the students' looks became even more meaningful. Alaire and the others showed their phones. On the campus forum, someone posted that Baker had bullied the new student, Courtney, into tears. Baker was speechless. That's not true. What you see isn't always reality." Although it was indeed during their conversation that Courtney suddenly started crying, he couldn't possibly have made his own daughter cry. Courtney also learned about the post on the forum and told everyone, "I need to go to the restroom." Passing the teacher coming in, the teacher asked where she was going. Courtney explained it was a special situation. The teacher thought it was about menstruation. Unbeknownst to everyone, Courtney went to the bathroom, took out her portable computer, hacked into the school network, found the anonymous poster, then hacked into their phone, exposing all their secrets on the forum. Karma comes around. Spreading rumors recklessly will let you taste the consequences of being pointed at by thousands. Several threads were opened, all revealing the person's secrets, including videos of them singing naked in the shower. The entire school buzzed with these posts. The individual was ridiculed and took leave in the afternoon. Baker knew this must be Courtney's doing. She didn't hide it either and sent Baker a message. "It was me. Add me as a WeChat contact quickly. Otherwise, I have to hack into your phone every time to send messages." Recalling how she once wanted to hack into Baker's phone with a secret key, which Allie stopped, she wished she had followed through on her initial curiosity. Baker added Courtney as a friend. Meanwhile, Courtney officially moved into the Jean family estate, ranked 6th since she was younger than Allie by a few months. The 4th and 7th siblings were still missing. Baker felt that the day the whole family reunites wasn't far off. 3 days later, Baker specially took a day off and met Corbin and musician Dougie at the airport with Bridget. They met at the CC High-End Cafe within the Jean Corporation premises. Dougie, finally meeting Baker, directly told Bridget, "I can write 1 or 2 songs for you, but you must fulfill one condition." Baker froze, pulling Bridget away. "Mabel, let's go." This alarmed both Dougie and Corbin. Corbin called out to them, "Baker, what's wrong?" Baker, furious, muttered, "That old man clearly doesn't have good intentions and wants her to fulfill a condition." Understanding the implication, Corbin calmed down Baker. "Fong Lao's conditions aren't as dirty as you think. Let's take Mabel back and discuss it." Bridget also advised, "Dad, Teacher Fong is but it's not easy. That person's trail seems to have been erased. Who could be so hard to find?" Bridget, hearing Dougie's request, refused. "I'm sorry, Teacher Fong. Although I really love your compositions, I can't let Baker's peaceful life be disrupted for my sake." Baker had already decided to participate in the show because he saw how much Bridget truly liked Dougie's music. But he didn't expect her to refuse. Baker asked Dougie, "Teacher Fong, can I see a photo of the person you're looking for?" He could ask Long Yu for help. Dougie opened his phone album, revealing only one woman's photo. When Baker saw that photo, he was stunned. Translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Names are preserved in their pinyin form for consistency. ####Chapter 231. I have come, Destin 1. Why would it be her high school homeroom teacher, Veda? Dougie saw the shock on Baker's face and excitedly pointed to the person in the photo, asking, "Do you know her?" Baker nodded. "Where is she?" Dougie asked next. Baker replied, "She was my high school homeroom teacher. She's in a nursing home." Nursing home? Dougie muttered under his breath. In theory, the whereabouts of a former teacher shouldn't be a secret. Why couldn't he find her? Unless she didn't want him to find her. There must be a story between these two. After a few minutes of silence, Dougie suddenly said to Baker, "Baker, can you take me to see her? If I can see her, I will write and compose a song for Miss Tan unconditionally." "That's no problem, but teacher has been having issues with her memory," Baker said as he pointed to his head. Though there were traditional Chinese medicine sessions arranged by Alida for regular treatment, teacher's condition had worsened over time and kept recurring. However, yesterday, the director called and said that teacher had been more lucid lately. Tears welled up in Dougie's eyes. "Rest assured, I won't upset her." Hearing this, Baker agreed to take him along with Bridget. Corbin had some other matters to attend to and left first. However, when he heard that Baker had found another daughter, he expressed genuine congratulations. His expression turned somewhat nuanced when he heard about the international hacker, though he didn't say anything. Baker felt like he was hiding something. They arrived at the nursing home where the director warmly welcomed them and led them to Veda's room. Since the last visit, Baker noticed that Veda had moved to a larger room with better living conditions. Veda recognized Baker and smiled gently when she saw the people behind him. "Are these your friends?" "Yes, they came to see you." Baker turned slightly to let the two meet each other's gaze. When Dougie saw Veda, his entire being vibrated. He cautiously approached, knelt down before her, and placed his face against Veda's palm. "I found you." Baker took Bridget out and instructed the director not to let anyone else come close. He stood guard at the door with air bow. The door closed, and the voices inside were barely audible. However, Baker could hear everything clearly. It turned out that teacher was Dougie's first love. Back then, Dougie gave up on their relationship for his dreams. Afterward, teacher cut off all contact. Suddenly, Baker remembered that during his sophomore year, teacher had taken a week-long leave, citing illness. At the time, he and Aloysius and Logan had wanted to visit her, but the principal forbade it due to concerns about influencing students' mental health. When teacher returned to school, everyone noticed how much weight she had lost and how poorly she looked. No one had considered it might be due to emotional issues. "These past years, where have you been? Why couldn't I find you?" Dougie asked. Veda remained silent but hummed a soft tune, a melody that brought comfort. Baker remembered hearing this tune from teacher in high school when she would hum it, her face filled with happiness. 20 minutes later, Dougie came out, pushing Veda in a wheelchair. "Can I personally take care of her?" Dougie asked Baker earnestly. Baker could see that he was sincere. Teacher hadn't yet recognized Dougie but stared at him with a gentle look in her eyes, showing trust and dependence. "Teacher's family is gone. With you taking care of her, it's better than staying in the nursing home. Let me call a friend to arrange it." Baker turned and walked aside to call Georgia. Upon learning the situation, Georgia immediately instructed the director, who quickly finalized everything, even flattering Baker in the process. Baker responded with a cold demeanor. A few days later, Dougie indeed delivered several excellent songs to Bridget, both lyrics and melodies being outstanding. Coincidentally, Bridget was going to star in a new fantasy production, and the director was still seeking suggestions for the theme song. Dougie recommended Bridget for the role. She secured both the opening and ending themes, causing another spike in online buzz. Lately, Baker had been visiting different places in his spare time. Today, he visited Ali, and tomorrow he planned to see Bridget. The crew knew Baker well, his fame rivaled that of a celebrity idol. When he came to visit, the director personally received him and directed him to Bridget. Baker also brought treats for everyone, purchased with his own money. The gifts he received from his daughters remained untouched, carefully saved. Walking into the backstage area, he was guided to where Bridget was preparing for makeup. However, the guide had to attend to other matters and told Baker to turn left down the hallway, entering the first dressing room on the left. Baker thanked him and continued alone. As he rounded the corner, he heard whispers from a room on the right. Why did Bridget get so lucky to land such a big production? She must have climbed up to get the lead role. Otherwise, it should have been yours, Chielin. That's true. She's just a singer. What acting skills does she have? Baker slowly approached, searching room by room until he found them at the end of the corridor. Despite the distance and closed door, Baker's keen ears caught every word. Somebody talking bad about Airbao? His gaze turned cold. Standing by the window, he opened his phone camera, recording the scene while keeping watch for any interruptions. Inside, 4 women were sitting together, 3 of them surrounding and flattering the woman in the center. Tian Chielin smirked, Don't say that about Bridget. She did win Best Actress once. Maybe she has talent. Ha, everyone knows she's cozy with those big shots. Talent? More like she's good at seducing men. They laughed derisively. Their insults only deepened Baker's cold stare. The music producer Dougie, introduced by Baker from Kai University, embraced Bridget on their first meeting. So, that's why he composed the songs for her? Amazing. Their words reeked of malice. Baker listened, sensing someone approaching. He left through a side exit and sent the recorded video to Allie. Inside, they heard the sound of the safety door closing, becoming nervous and checking the room. Finding no one, they were informed by an assistant from the director that filming was about to begin. Tian Chilin's heart raced. Did you see anyone outside? She asked. The assistant shook her head. No. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing it might have been the wind. Meanwhile, Allie was with Courtney, who had become especially clingy after reconnecting with her family. If she couldn't be with Baker, she stuck to Allie. Today, Courtney was supposed to introduce the traitor to the old man and return. But Allie coldly said, "Don't come back." Courtney chuckled, resting her head on Allie's shoulder. "I insist on coming back. My dad's here, and the sisters all love me. You love me too." Allie's shoulders tensed. Her voice remained cold. "Who loves you?" But her eyes betrayed a hint of warmth. Courtney understood Allie and wasn't offended. Smiling wider, she glanced at the video Baker had sent. "I'll handle this," she said softly. Allie glanced at her, closing her phone screen. "Dad wants me to deal with it, not you. Go now." She walked toward the airport entrance, leaving Courtney behind. Courtney made a phone call, and soon someone appeared to take the traitor away. She told the old man that she wouldn't return and mentioned George's situation. The old man immediately understood, instructing her to take good care of Allie. It seemed he knew everything about the matters on this side. Courtney quickly ran over and jumped onto Allie's back. Allie, focused on replying to Baker's messages, was startled. "Get down." "I won't get down. Let me help Dad." They wrestled back and forth. In the airport, they attracted numerous gazes from bystanders. Suddenly, Allie understood. This kind of playful interaction between the eldest sister and little sister Jamie was genuine affection and family bond. "All right, let's work together," Allie finally conceded. Then the two returned home, working simultaneously. They first posted the video online, and Courtney used multiple computers to dig up all the secrets unknown to the public about those four women. The revelations were spectacular. Everything was uploaded, rapidly spreading across the internet and causing a sensation. The four had just entered the production crew when such exposés surfaced. The drama hadn't even started filming, yet they were already famous, for all the wrong reasons. The director lost his temper and issued a statement saying he would no longer collaborate with these four, planning to find new actors for the roles. Baker received accolades from both daughters. He praised them one by one, commenting that this was quite a generous gift. Meanwhile, Bridget also hit the trending charts as bloggers who criticized her acting faced severe backlash from netizens. Georgia, along with others like Sage, directly invested $500 million into the production. This elevated Bridget's status. This incident clearly conveyed a message to everyone. One should not provoke Baker, nor— "Go ahead, I'll also look around." It was also possible that Froggy flew here to find him. Dominic agreed and hung up. Georgia and others also knew about it, and immediately sent notices online and offline to look for it. They comforted Baker, assuring him it would come back. Baker replied, "I'm not worried. Froggy is very smart." Indeed, no staff could catch it during the camping trip. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Baker overheard someone at the next table mention that a transfer student was joining class 3 of the freshman year. Yet another transfer student. These 3 words made Baker somewhat sensitive. He asked Kingston beside him, "Is there going to be a transfer student in your class too?" Kingston replied while eating, "Seems so. Apart from studying and making money, he paid little attention to other matters." Kevin immediately asked, "Male or female?" James followed up, "Is she pretty?" Zach responded coolly, "Why get excited? She's not even in our class. Besides, we already have plenty of beauties." The two gave him a glare. Beauty is universal. What's wrong with us asking? Zach stayed silent, his ears perked up. Kingston shook his head. "I'm not sure. No more details. They were supposed to report this morning. I wanted to inform this person about the tasks principal instructed me to pass on, but they didn't show up." The group lost interest and Baker slowly continued eating until Kingston added, "But there's one confirmed piece of information. This transfer student is quite peculiar. They're accompanied by a talking parrot." Baker dropped his chopsticks, eyes wide with shock. "What does it look like?" Are you asking about the person or the bird?" Kingston asked Baker. Baker bluntly answered, "Obviously the bird. Why should he care about the person? His bird was missing." Kingston shook his head. "I don't know. The person hasn't come yet, nor has the bird." Baker deflated. All right. He had hoped that bird was Froggy. Uncommon indeed, to bring a parrot to school. James and Kingston noticed Baker's odd mood and exchanged glances. "Is the transfer student coming tomorrow? If they bring the parrot, shall I take a picture for you?" Kingston asked tentatively. Baker nodded, revealing the news about his parrot's disappearance. "I just hope that parrot is Froggy." Now they understood why Baker was emotional earlier. It was all about a bird. The next day, the transfer student for class 3 arrived. On her shoulders stood a parrot. With her hair tied into a top knot held by a wooden pin, she wore an indigo long-sleeve shirt paired with light-colored pants, giving her a laid-back yet imposing presence. Every step she took seemed to stir the air around her. Her gaze was deep and mysterious, as if she saw through everything or transcended the world above. As she walked past Baker's classroom, their eyes met, and she curled her lips slightly. In that moment, Baker felt like he traversed mountains and seas, as if 1,000 years flashed before his eyes. Too familiar, those eyes. He'd seen them in the fortune-telling live stream room of a streamer called 9 Lives Lady. Because they were so unique, they left a lasting impression. And the parrot on her shoulder, it was Froggy. Froggy stood quietly on her shoulder, almost not like a regular parrot, but more like some mystical entity. "Did you see?" Baker asked those nearby, afraid it was another illusion. Zach asked. See what? James and the others looked over. While Professor Chow was teaching, they dared not whisper loudly and strained to listen. Baker used a book to cover his face and whispered. The transfer student in class 3 walked past just now, with a parrot on her shoulder. Zach nodded. Saw it. Just a normal sight except for the parrot. According to the university's rules, students could bring pets to class as long as it didn't disrupt learning or affect relationships among classmates. Some had brought cats, dogs, hamsters, but never a bird, especially not a parrot. Baker breathed a sigh of relief. Good to know, it wasn't an illusion. Confused, Zach asked, Bro, how? I don't understand. Before Baker could explain, Professor Chow spotted him and called him to solve a problem on the board. After class, Baker rushed to class 3 to check out the transfer student. But the classroom was empty. After asking around, he learned she had gone to the dean's office. Baker jogged over and met the transfer student in the hallway. Looking for me? She asked. Baker nodded. Yes, are you 9 Lives Lady? She smiled. My name is Hope, not Lady. Long Yu had finished her errands and came to school. Not finding Baker in the classroom, she asked James and the others and learned he was looking for the class 3 transfer student. Puzzled, she told Allie because she hadn't joined the family chat yet and only had Allie's contact. Why is Dad so obsessed with the transfer student? Long Yu asked as she searched. Allie was training. Don't worry about Dad. Let him do as he wishes. Long Yu smirked, licking her lips. Aren't you worried Dad might be lured away by someone else? Allie scoffed. Impossible. Though she said it was impossible, she was actually quite concerned. Who's the transfer student? Allie asked. Long Yu replied. Her name is Hope. It sounds weird. Recalling Baker's strange live streaming experience, Allie paused. That fortune-telling streamer named 9 Lives Lady disappeared mysteriously, leaving no trace even with her hacking skills. She relayed this to Long Yu. I've tracked Dad's location. He's on the 3rd floor of the dean's office. Go find him and check Hope with the secret key. Long Yu stopped joking, knowing they must prioritize Baker's safety. Got it. She quickly set up her portable computer and inserted the secret key. Typing in Hope. The computer froze. Long Yu narrowed her eyes. Her customized device wouldn't freeze without reason unless it ran out of power. But her device always stayed charged. Thus, it had to be interference. Could it be someone more skilled than her blocking her from investigating Hope? Putting away her computer, Long Yu rushed toward the dean's office, determined to find Baker before anything happened. In the dean's office, Hope moved her fingers subtly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Baker caught this minor movement. What were you doing just now? He asked cautiously. Nothing much, just a small trouble that I need to resolve, Hope said casually, patting her hands. Baker looked at the mysterious Hope and felt as if this person could see right through him. Are you really not the fortune-telling streamer? He was still hesitant. Hope smiled, appearing very honest. What does it matter if I am or not? What is destined to happen will always happen, don't you think, Destined One? The phrase, Destined One, acted like a switch. It awakened all of Baker's repeatedly. He couldn't believe that someone would one day come forward claiming to be his child. Hope nodded. Yes, I've been searching for you for a long, long time. Long enough to gather these people, so she could reveal herself. Hearing number 4, Courtney frowned. I don't understand. What do you mean? She held a knife in front of Hope, as if she would attack if Hope took another step. Hope smiled. Don't you notice how quiet everything is around us? Thanks to this reminder, Baker finally noticed. It was incredibly quiet. He looked around, seeing that the corridor, downstairs, even the classrooms, were completely empty. It felt like a parallel space where only the 3 of them could move. Baker accepted all kinds of strange tales, but only in TV shows and novels, not in reality. Courtney also realized this, panicking in this moment. You can hurt me, but you cannot hurt Dad. Hope tilted her head to look at them. He's my father too. Why would I harm him? Please let me know if you want me to continue translating, or if there are any specific parts you'd like revised. Chapter 233, The Origin of the World. These words shattered the silence. Baker's body trembled. I don't know who you are, or how extraordinary your abilities can be, but saying you're my child is impossible. His children. The surroundings were no longer silent. Baker slowly opened his eyes, light flickering in them. For a moment, he seemed like a different person, with a somewhat formidable aura. Courtney looked around, finding the calmness gone. She anxiously asked Baker, are you okay? Baker looked at Courtney with a gentle smile. I'm fine. Then he said to Hope, you've worked hard. Stretching out his hand, the parrot returned to stand on his arm, spreading its wings like a huge bird. Tears glistened in Hope's eyes. Not hard at all. To avoid detection by that person, I spent a long time establishing a connection with you, but I didn't expect him to notice even the live broadcast. Courtney was bewildered, feeling like the dad was whispering secrets to someone else. Everyone returned to their classrooms, and James noticed that the parrot from class 3 had suddenly attached itself to Baker. They curiously asked what was going on. Baker explained cryptically, nothing much, just lost and found again. It was profound yet incomprehensible. Moreover, how did Baker seem different after just one break? Baker was indeed different. He had completely recalled everything. That night, he took leave and went home, bringing Hope along. In the car, Courtney watched Hope guardedly and whispered to Baker, Dad, why did you bring a stranger home? This person isn't trustworthy and seems quite dangerous, hard to deal with. Animals started playing around. Georgia led Baker and the others to the underground laboratory, dismissing everyone else. They sat around a large round table, with Baker at the head. He formally introduced Hope. Mabel, Baby, Julie Nan, and Kira, this is Joseong, your 4th sister. Sage was stunned. Is she older than me? Hope smiled at her. Titles are just names. If you want to be the older sister, that's fine with me. Sage touched her head sheepishly. Not exactly that, just hoping to be equal with Summer. Georgia glanced coldly at her without arguing. To Sage, she said, we're about to discuss something very unusual and shocking. If you can accept it, stay. If not, Jiuxiang will erase all memories related to us from your mind, including childhood memories. Sage hadn't seen Georgia so stern and distant before, causing her to be momentarily taken aback. What's going on? Why all the secrecy? She asked with a laugh, then turned to Baker, noticing the gravity on his face. This young boy now felt somewhat profound. Baker seemed changed, yet not changed. Sage sensed they were serious. She told Georgia, you know, after my parents' sudden death, growing up with you made me consider the Jean family my own. Go ahead, I can handle it. Good. Georgia nodded, a confirming smile appearing on her face. Hope looked at Sage. Little sister Jamie, you've always wondered why your parents chose to end their lives in such a way, right? And why your grandmother didn't tell you the truth. Sage nodded. Yes, do you know the answer? From the moment Hope appeared, Sage knew she wasn't simple. She was even more powerful than Courtney and Allie. Sage had an intuition that Hope wasn't ordinary, perhaps not even from this world. Before Hope could respond, Baker spoke. Jiuxiang knows. She knows the secrets of everyone in this world. I've mentioned before, the live-streaming fortune teller, Lady Jiuxiang, is Jiuxiang. Hearing that name, Allie was astonished. She looked at Courtney. When we investigated, we couldn't find any trace of her. No matter how well hidden, a person must leave some traces in this world. Courtney responded, don't look at me. You won't believe what happened at school. It was surreal. Then she turned to Hope. Sister 4, you broke my computer. I need compensation. Hope smiled. Don't worry, it's not broken. It's just set to a different time. With a snap of her fingers, Courtney's laptop appeared on the table, still displaying the transfer student's profile. Only a solitary summary remained. Without a single photo. Everyone was astonished. Sage almost sprayed water out of her mouth in surprise. Conversely, Baker and Georgia remained relatively calm. Allie and Courtney exchanged glances, both silently suppressing their urges to attack. This power was simply untouchable. Hope reassured everyone, don't treat me as an outsider. In the future, when you all return to your true selves, you'll be just as powerful as me. Right now, we need to find Lao Chi and then trap that man in the infinite origin. Baker slowly picked up his water cup and asked, the origin of this world or another world? Father, it's this world's origin. The origin of the other world can no longer contain him. I've already found the origin of this world and will ensure he never escapes again, only to be trapped there forever, Hope said. Baker asked, where? It's called a black hole, at the center of the universe, Hope explained. Georgia nodded. That sounds like a good place. Once we find Lao Chi, we can reunite, and everyone's power will return. Hope nodded. Yes, that man has already sent people into action, attempting to use Father's relative's blood to break our seal, but he doesn't know that Father has no blood relation with them. Bridget was thoroughly confused, raising a hand to signal she had something to say. Georgia nodded for her to continue. Big sister, are you and Father planning to star in my new TV series? She asked, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. She thought the computer appearing with a snap of finger. There is also darkness. Shadows always linger in their places. Baker's shadow was unwilling to remain just a shadow. It grew malevolent and began to take form. When Baker realized this, he sealed himself to destroy his shadow, but his 7 daughters, wanting to save him, inadvertently released the shadow by their misguided actions. This shadow endangered the entire other world, cruelly harmed all mutants, devoured their souls, and became increasingly powerful over time. With no choice, Baker led his 7 daughters out of seclusion to kill his shadow. However, he could not survive after killing it. Unwilling to see Baker die, the 7 daughters decided to send him through a time-space tunnel for rebirth in a new world, so he could live a good life. After sending Baker through the tunnel, they worked together to fight against his shadow. But it proved too formidable as it carried Baker's powers. As long as Baker lived, his shadow couldn't be destroyed. Amira, the strongest among the 7, placed all her memories into the soul of the eldest sister, Georgia, and sent the rest of her sisters through the time-space tunnel. Using her own strength, she then fought the shadow, combined all the sisters' powers, and sealed off the other world. At that moment, Amira released a thread of her essence, which penetrated into the time-space tunnel. She didn't know the shadow had also done so, following her to the new world. However, due to spatial difference when passing through the tunnel, the shadow's ability was limited. When it tried to find Baker, Baker had already been reborn and placed in an ordinary family, making the shadow unable to locate him as it couldn't sense his energy. It wasn't until Lexia of the Jean Corporation appeared and was given the mission by the shadow to initiate a sperm donation program aimed at finding Baker, with others participating as a smokescreen to prevent the world's laws from noticing its existence. However, Amira's eyes saw everything. She used all her power on Baker to hide his true identity and protect his life. Amira let Baker sleep for more than 40 years until Georgia appeared. She informed Georgia of everything in spirit form and used her last strength to awaken Georgia. Thus, Georgia was eager for Baker to wake up and wanted to find the other sisters. Upon seeing Guazeo, she knew Amira was okay and about to reunite with them. To her surprise, 4th sister Amira was even stronger than expected, meeting their father first as Lady Nine Lives. After Baker awakened and understood everything, he accepted Amira's appearance and bizarre life calmly. Everyone listened quietly after he spoke. Bridget covered her mouth with both hands, her large eyes sweeping across everyone, shock evident. Allie, Courtney, and Marniji were calmer. Perhaps their similar aloof personalities helped them stay unruffled. So, we can't find any records of you because you left no trace? Courtney asked. Yes, Amira said. It might have alarmed someone, so I had to distract that man. Didn't you notice that man only showed his back and didn't give away much? Allie nodded. Yes, I wondered how someone's hacking skills surpassed Q, but now it makes sense. He wasn't even from this world. The wrinkles on Baker's forehead deepened. So, our previous failure to find my cousin's child is related to my shadow likely taking her to the edge of the other world? Amira affirmed. Right, I sealed it this time, but it may break free again. We must quickly find the 7th one once all our abilities awaken. Bridget and Sage absorbed the information before accepting the strange truth, especially Sage, whose fear transcended her understanding but did not make her retreat, as she didn't want to lose Georgia or Baker as her adoptive father. After Baker spoke, Sage bravely asked Amira, "Fourth sister, can you tell me the truth about my parents?" Once this truth was revealed, she would be truly caught. "I can," Amira said softly, touching Sage's cheek. As lost memories surged, Sage cried. 2 minutes later, Amira withdrew her hand, leaving Sage in tears. She opened her red-rimmed eyes, reflecting the intense ordeal. "I never thought it was because of me." Sage sobbed into her hands. Baker comforted her, apologizing for her fate tied to being chosen as the seventh one. Sage, after crying, steadied herself. "So my grandmother knew?" Amira shook her head, explaining she told her grandmother via dreams to ease her pain. Back then, Amira used her last bit of strength to safeguard Sage after realizing the shadow coerced her parents into sacrificing themselves to ensure her safety. By the time Amira discovered this, her parents had already left. Later, she used her remaining power to protect Sage, ensuring her safe upbringing and encounters. After calming down, Sage looked at Georgia. "Did you appear at my parents' funeral and take my hand because I was chosen as the seventh?" Georgia wiped her tears gently. "No, it's because you're you." Touched, Sage asked, "Does finding the seventh one mean we can seal the evil shadow? What does my existence mean then?" Amira nodded, partially, "Little sister. Seventh must come forward herself. None of us can find her. Time-space rifts caused us to miss Seventh initially. So, no one knew if Seventh existed in this time-space, leading to Sage as a backup." Bridget questioned why specifically Sage, hinting that without this choice, her childhood would have been perfect. Amira explained slowly, "Only your birth chart matches, making you part of Seventh's shadow." Despite sounding implausible, everyone believed it. Baker, quiet since his return, sat solemnly. "Dry father, you understand now?" Baker nodded, absorbing all silently. Baker looked at Sage and nodded. "I only learned about it after meeting Joshing and having my memories from the other world activated. I can only apologize, Kira, for inadvertently involving you. It turns out the wheels of fate had already been set in motion. None of us could escape. All right, I've said what needed to be said. Right now, we hope that Seventh will appear soon, and then I need to activate each of your abilities one by one." Hope looked at everyone, her pupils filled with a mysterious hue. She asked, "Who wants to go first?" Courtney raised her hand. "I'll go. After all, I'm already full of toxins. There's nothing scarier than this." Allie stopped her. "What are you trying to prove?" "I'll go." Bridget pushed both of them back into their seats, patting her own chest. "Here, besides eldest sister, I'm the oldest, so I'll go first." It was clearly not a good thing, yet everyone was eager to volunteer. Marniji coldly spoke up, "Let me go. After all, I have the best medical skills in the world. If any side effects appeared, she could save everyone. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go." No one would let the others go first. Hope smiled slightly. "Then let's do it together. Everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, Hope sat cross-legged, her long fingers holding a flower, her whole body emitting a faint golden light. The golden light, like threads, slowly entered Bridget, Allie, Marniji, and Courtney's bodies. They gradually closed their eyes, accepting all the memories from the other world. They saw the ending of the other world. Snow covered everything as Hope stood alone in the other world, facing off against that person. In reality, she was the one who suffered the most. This time, if she hadn't connected with Baker, the seal might not have opened. She wouldn't have come to this world, arriving before that man, finding her family, finding her father. This time, she would protect everyone once again. The golden light slowly entwined around everyone. Baker, Georgia, and Sage stood beside them, watching over. Baker's phone rang. It was a message from James. He mentioned hearing news that the principal would be introducing researchers from several countries to the school next week to assist with education. And he asked if Baker wanted to go for driving lessons this week, since Baker had mentioned wanting to get a driver's license before. Chapter 235. "Where are you, old seven?" Baker replied one by one. After he finished replying, the golden threads that were binding Bridget and the others around Hope unwrapped themselves. Hope fainted. Baker anxiously carried her upstairs and laid her on a soft bed. He asked Georgia with worry, "Daughter, what's wrong with Joshin?" Among everyone present, only Georgia knew Hope best, so he could only ask her. Even after accepting the memories of the other world, Baker was still the Baker of this world. After the momentary composure, he was still that young man. Everyone stood anxiously by the bedside, looking at Hope with concern. Georgia gently reassured them, "It's okay. She just expended too much mental energy. It's no big deal. Rest will do her good." Baker sighed in relief. "That's good. Let's go then. Don't disturb Joshing's rest." Everyone replied in unison, "Yeah." They left the room. Meanwhile, in the other world, a huge red circular barrier began to develop cracks. The black-haired man tied in the center by the golden threads laughed wildly. Almost. I'll be out of this damned place soon. No one can keep me here anymore." "Master, it seems this woman's blood has no effect on the seal." A voice came from below. The man stopped laughing, his eyes filled with madness. "Of course not, idiot. We've been fooled by Jioshing. My main body is cunning. He has no blood relation with this woman at all. So what do we do now, master?" The man licked his lips and slowly said, "Make her find my main body. Once found, bring him back. Let the blood break the seal, and then I will possess his body. When that happens, the whole world will be mine." "Yes, master." In the real world, Baker went to school as usual the next day, still joking around with James and the others, showing no signs of change. The only difference was that with his abilities back, he could now adjust them at will. For example, his previously hypersensitive hearing could now be turned on or off as he wished. He could also hear others' thoughts. While walking down the corridor, they encountered Aloysius. Aloysius raised an eyebrow at Baker, but before he could speak, Baker heard his inner voice. Baker smiled. Drank secretly last night and got caught by your wife, right? Aloysius's eyes widened in shock, making a funny face as he pulled Baker aside. How did you know? I was about to vent to you. James and the others were bewildered, waiting on the side. Baker told them to go ahead, saying he needed to chat with Professor Deng for a bit. After they left, Baker explained to Aloysius, I guessed. By the way, Brother Zao, do you believe I'm not an ordinary person and have various unique abilities, like mind reading? Aloysius stared at Baker without blinking. Then he forcefully slammed his textbook on Baker's back. Oh really, brother? You're even fooling me now? Mind reading? Why don't you say you can fly and dive into the ground too? Baker didn't dodge and scratched his cheek. Not impossible. He was afraid of being discovered and becoming a research subject. Now, he couldn't afford to be too arrogant, especially with dangers lurking everywhere and that shadow lurking somewhere. People like Aloysius, Logan, James, even Kingston, and the neighbors in the alley were people he cared about in this world. Previously, he only thought about keeping his aunt alive and finding his cousins. After his aunt and cousin were gone, he wanted to find the child left behind. Now, everything had changed. Though he wasn't from this world, he had new ties. After chatting with Aloysius, the two went to the classroom together. Courtney was waiting at the door. Seeing Baker approach, she smiled and jogged over. Aloysius's eyes bulged, and he mouthed, another one? Baker nodded, Donghua, our old six. Aloysius felt a surge of emotion. Alright, if you want to make up 7 fairies, I'll go in first. Both of you come in quickly. Courtney noticed the friendly relationship between Aloysius and Baker and sweetly acknowledged. She whispered to Baker, fourth sister woke up. Baker's eyes brightened. That's great. Should we go back home at noon? Courtney shook her head. Fourth sister said there's no need. She'll come to the school. Alright then. They entered the classroom and played their... Baker wasn't worried and placed a candy in Courtney's hand. Deal with each problem as it comes. Don't be so nervous, yeah. Have a candy? Hope glanced at Baker. Her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Reincarnated Dad seemed stronger than before. Courtney paused, unwrapped the candy, and popped it into her mouth. Dad, how did you know I like candy? You grew up with Sandra. Our tastes should be similar, Baker laughed. Looks like I guessed right. A knock sounded at the door. They reined in their auras, and Baker invited the server in. The food was served, and the server closed the door as she left. Hope continued the discussion. Targeting Dad isn't the main move. I think he will use the cousin's child to manipulate Dad. Courtney understood. So, we should be wary of suspicious women. Exactly. I can control others with my mental power, and the others will use their abilities to search for her. But in this new world, money is currently the most powerful thing, Hope said while eating. Baker remembered Guazhao. Zhou. Was Guazhao arranged by you? Hope didn't deny it. Yes. After the live stream drained my mental power, I could only send Chibawai to find you first. Unexpectedly, it ended up inside a parrot after entering this world. Though parrots are intelligent, their capabilities are limited, so the spirit beast lost its previous abilities and memory here. As a small parrot, it retained its mission spell. Hope's mission spell was to find Baker and say, Fated One, to bind her mental power to him. This way, Hope could truly enter this world. Fortunately, Chibawai met Baker, wandering for half a month, waiting at the campsite for Baker's appearance. Baker nodded after hearing this. No wonder it said, Fated One. At that time, I absurdly thought, could the 9-life lady from the live stream be this parrot? After he said this, even Hope, whose expression rarely changes, was taken aback for a moment. Courtney muttered, no wonder I like birds. Turns out it's Chibawai. Chibawai is the spirit beast that accompanied the daughters in the other world as they grew up. To the daughters, it holds immense significance. After finishing their meal, they headed back. Baker said, if our cousin's daughter really appears, we must save her without hurting her. And as for old 7, with her still unaware of everything, how long do we have to wait? Hope stopped and looked at Baker. Not long. Each of us will naturally come to your side. Haven't you noticed? We don't need you to seek us out. We will coincidentally appear before you. Baker thought about it carefully, and indeed it was true. When he woke up, the first person he saw was George's eldest daughter. Then he met old 2, Bridget, through a concert. He indirectly met Urban, Marniji, due to a mix-up. The arrival of old 4 was even more mystical. It happened during a live-stream fortune-telling session. Old 5 was introduced through an online game, and old 6 appeared out of curiosity. Now only old 7 remained. Old 7, where are you? Baker was somewhat worried, fearing that the shadow might find old 7 first and harm her daughter. We must find old 7 as soon as possible. Hashtag chapter 236, The Strange Woman. Back at school, they received a notice that there would be an assembly tomorrow. Every student was instructed to wear their school uniforms to welcome the researchers arranged by the principal. In principal, no one could take leave, and phones had to be set to silent mode. The students were buzzing with discussions. Looks like principal is going all out this time. So annoying, using study time for events like this. But I heard that among the researchers coming, there's the youngest scientific academician, who's only 17. Seriously? 17? A scientific academician? Are you serious, classmate? Baker and his group overheard the conversation and came closer. The classmate showed everyone the information he found on his phone. This person is giving a lecture at our school today. Her name is Bryn. Bryn, at 15, solved a world-renowned problem and became the youngest scientist ever. It was said that many senior academicians had challenged her, but were all taught a lesson. The World Business Report described her achievement in 4 words, young and talented. Amazing. Yeah, I was still playing games at 15. Wow, look, it says here she just attended the World Top Scientist Conference last week and is now coming to our school for a lecture this week. Courtney exchanged a glance with Baker. They walked into Class 3's lineup and found Hope. Does it feel like Lao-Chi? Baker asked. Hope used her psychic power to sense, but shook her head, uncertain. She looked at Courtney, who immediately understood her meaning. Only by getting close during the lecture can we determine if it's her? Baker nodded. Right, let's find an opportunity. At 9 o'clock sharp, everyone gathered at the venue. The principal gave his opening remarks before introducing the main event of the day. Baker and his friends stood below and noticed Georgia and Sage present. Why are Envier and little Jamie here? Could they be sponsors again? While a grand event was taking place inside Finance University, at the school gate, a woman collapsed. She was barefoot, covered in wounds, her long hair covering her face, and her clothes were tattered as if she had been wandering for a long time. The guards at the gate rushed over to help her. Are you okay? One of them asked, helping her up. A pungent smell emanated from her. The guards wrinkled their noses, but Courtney noticed his distress and approached worriedly. What's wrong? Baker shook his head vigorously. She's in the hospital. Hope closed her eyes. When she reopened them, time seemed to freeze. Only birds in the air remained stationary. Only Baker and his friends could move. Georgia and Sage joined Hope. What happened? If it weren't a major event, Joshing wouldn't have stopped time. Hope whispered. That woman appeared in the hospital. The shadow placed something on her, and it's about to erupt. She's demanding to see Dad. If she doesn't, Minnie will die. Sage asked, what should we do? Baker calmly responded, then I'll go see her. No, everyone chimed in. They wouldn't let Baker risk it since only if all 7 daughters gather would his powers return fully. Currently, he only regained memories of the other world. His strength wasn't enough to counter the shadow. Hope suggested, we can send Xandra. Her ability is transformation, and Elder Tion's speed. They can go together. Courtney raised her hand. I can go too. I can use poison. Hope considered and asked Georgia, whose ability nullified all abilities but was ineffective against the shadow, acting as a strategist for the family. Georgia calmly replied, fine. Dad can't appear before her, but we can. After agreeing, they sent Sabini Anson, who transformed into Baker, while Elder Tion accelerated her speed. Both soon arrived at the hospital. Baker remained at the school, where Hope resumed normal time flow. In the VIP room, Bryn observed everyone returning to normal. During makeup, everyone suddenly froze, making her suspect a prank initially. But upon realizing everyone outside was frozen mid-action, she tried waving and greeting them to no avail. This phenomenon baffled Bryn, but she analyzed it calmly. Just as she pondered, everyone resumed moving, confused voices echoing. Mistress Mu? Weren't I just doing your makeup? Bryn re-entered, surprising the makeup artist. When did Mistress Mu leave? Just now. Bryn sat back down, understanding someone had paused time. Despite the incredulity, she had to believe it. She didn't panic or mention it to anyone. To her, revealing it might invite trouble, and she despised trivial issues. At the hospital, Sabini Anson, disguised as Baker, entered the ward while Elder Tion dismissed the police and doctors. The woman's terrifying eyes glared beneath her disheveled hair, full of hatred. Why are you still alive? Everyone else is dead. Why are you still alive? Because of you. I've suffered so much. What kind of monster are you? My mother and grandmother died because of you. Had Baker been there, he would have been shaken. But Sabini Anson faced her emotionlessly. Elder Tion shot a needle at the woman's shadow, which writhed as if alive. The woman became extremely uncomfortable. Back at the school, the scientists finally appeared. The principal introduced everyone, and Baker saw the world's youngest scientist, Bryn. She had a sweet appearance, wearing large round glasses that gave her a cute demeanor. Though small in stature, she possessed boundless strength. Standing on the stage, Bryn inadvertently looked down and met Baker's gaze. His probing look made her slightly puzzled, but she quickly averted her eyes. Turning her head, she met Georgia's glance. Georgia took the initiative. Hello. I'm the CEO of Jean Group, Georgia. Bryn responded politely. Hello, your name is well known. As they shook hands, Sage, who was standing nearby, seized the moment and pretended to slip, her body falling toward Bryn. Everyone was taken aback. Reacting instinctively, Bryn tried to catch Sage. As planned, Sage landed in Bryn's arms. Bryn winced, feeling a sharp pain at the back of her head. Regaining her composure, Sage stood up and said apologetically, sorry, the floor isn't even today. Anyway, I wanted to meet you. You're the youngest scientist. I'm the CEO of Jamie Entertainment Company, Sage. Sage extended her right hand while hiding her left hand behind her back, concealing 2 strands of hair in her palm. Although Bryn was puzzled by the interest in her, she replied amiably, hello, no problem. After exchange, don't misunderstand. It's just that I noticed you bear a resemblance to my lost sister, so I asked. Bryn blinked her large eyes. President John, are you trying to get close to me? Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly covered her mouth. Georgia smiled, something like that. You don't need to be nervous. So can you give me an answer now? The information about Bryn available online was also accessible to the Jean Corporation. Hope had said that Little Seven is a special existence, and only by being close to her could there be answers. What they wanted to find out left no clues at all. Bryn was about to say that everything could be found online, but seeing Georgia's serious expression, she thought for a moment before saying, no. Georgia frowned lightly. She still harbored a thread of hope. She didn't expect it wasn't this person. Given their remarkable sisters and Bryn's exceptional abilities, Georgia presumed she might be the 7th. Georgia stood up and gave a polite smile. I got the answer I wanted. Sorry for the disturbance. With that, she prepared to leave. Baker and Courtney were worried about Georgia and walked in just as they saw their daughter walking out. He looked back and met Bryn's gaze. This time closer, Bryn finally clearly saw Baker. He looked very handsome, familiar somehow, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Baker whispered to Georgia, daughter, is she Little Seven? Georgia shook her head. No. They all felt disheartened. Baker turned away. Then should we still go to the hospital? At this point, Hope interjected, no need. Xandra has taken care of it, and is on her way home. We can discuss tonight how to find Little Seven. Okay, everyone nodded. Just as Baker was preparing to turn and leave with his daughters, Bryn called out, wait. Everyone stopped and turned back to look at her in confusion. Baker shielded his daughters and asked Bryn, is there something? Bryn slowly approached, looking at Baker. Have we met before? You seem very familiar. Georgia, Hope, and Courtney felt a jolt in their hearts. Baker was stunned too. Was she trying to make a move on him? Because their daughter had just said Bryn wasn't an orphan. Not being an orphan meant she possibly had parents, making it unlikely she was little 7. I think not. Or perhaps you've seen me in the news or on social media, Baker replied. After all, he was quite famous. Unexpectedly, Bryn shook her head. I don't go online, nor do I read entertainment news. I only read books and stay in the research lab. Baker couldn't respond to this. So where do I seem familiar? Baker counter-asked. Bryn stared at Baker for a long time, then shook her head. I'm not sure, but I feel very familiar. An inexplicable sense of closeness. A feeling of warmth even her adoptive parents couldn't give her. From a young age, she loved studying and reading, often mocked as a bookworm, indifferent to others. Her adoptive parents took her to many psychologists, who said it was a lack of emotional attachment. Bryn didn't pay much attention to this. Living in her own world seemed just fine to her. But unexpectedly, she encountered Baker today. After more than 10 years, this was the first time she felt such warmth. Georgia stepped forward. You just said you're not an orphan. How could you be familiar with him? Bryn was puzzled. Does that really matter? Hope's eyes flickered. She knew how to test it. Time froze once again. Bryn noticed a flying insect frozen mid-air. Time was paused again. Without moving, she observed Baker and the others. They all seemed frozen, unchanged expressions, not moving at all. Were they frozen too? Was this unrealistic scenario only happening to her? Bryn started to doubt herself, wiggling her hand in front of Baker. Expecting no reaction due to the pause, surprisingly, Baker caught her wrist after 2 swipes. Bryn gasped loudly, startled like a frightened rabbit. She quickly checked the insect. It was still frozen, confirming time was indeed paused. Why could Baker move? Could he be special too? You. Bryn excitedly wanted to ask Baker. Then she realized not only could Baker move, but so could I'm here. Such a good, obedient appearance. Baker acknowledged with a hymn, and led her to the underground laboratory. Finally seated at the round table, Bryn asked about the day's events. Can you tell me how you did it? An illusion? Hope called out, little 7. Her voice echoed long in Bryn's mind. Bryn clutched her head. It feels bloated, as if something wants to burst out. Painful. Baker gently stroked her head, murmuring, Immortals bless me with longevity. Shao-Chi, everything's fine. Gradually relaxing under Baker's soothing voice, it felt less painful. Unfamiliar memories surfaced within her mind. What does this mean? She asked Baker. Among them, she trusted Baker most. Baker recounted the otherworldly events and this world's circumstances, then told Bryn, You are my Shao-Chi, their 7th sister. Bryn slowly looked at Georgia and the others. I am your 7th sister? His daughter? Pointing at Baker, she found it absurd. How could someone her age be her father? Hope regretfully explained. Little 7's soul was injured in a spatial rift, so having memories from another world makes it hard to assimilate. This confusion is normal. Georgia stepped forward. Welcome home, little 7. I'm your eldest sister, Georgia. Diana followed closely. I'm your 2nd sister, Diana. I've been looking for you for so long. Vilma said coldly. I'm your 3rd sister, Vilma. It's good that you're back. Fu Jiuxing tapped the table once. I'm your 4th sister, Fu Jiuxing. You need to absorb all this information. There are even more shocking things waiting for you. Ling Xinjin's emotions were also subdued. I'm your 5th sister, Ling Xinjin. Lu Lingyue smiled warmly. I'm your 6th sister, Lu Lingyue. It's great. Now I'm not the youngest anymore. Old 7, Mu Zhuayao, was completely stunned. In just one day, she gained a father and several sisters. This couldn't be happening in real life, could it? Miss Tan, I know you've recently been shooting a drama. Is this a live broadcast? Where are the cameras? Mu Zhuayao turned her head, looking around. Apart from various instruments, there was no sign of any cameras. Elliot looked at her expression, remembering how he felt when he first woke up, equally shocked. It's overwhelming, he thought. Shao-Chi, you haven't awakened yet, which is why you can't believe it. Dad knows our Shao-Chi will eventually accept everything. Elliot reached out, wanting to stroke her hair. In the past, Mu Zhuayao would have dodged, but the warmth of Elliot's palm made her feel very comfortable. So all of this is real? Mu Zhuayao asked uncertainly. Elliot nodded. Yes, it's all real. Lu Lingyue had just learned from Mu Zhuayao's hair strand that she wasn't an orphan because she was raised by adoptive parents. Her biological mother was the daughter of the richest man in Kaiyuan City, who didn't want to get married and thus bought Elliot's sperm from Zhang Corporation for artificial insemination. She died giving birth due to complications. Mu Zhuayao lost her mother when she was young, was abandoned by the richest man, and later found and raised by her current adoptive parents. So she was grateful and treated them like her own parents. When Tabitha asked if she was an orphan, Mu Zhuayao naturally replied that she wasn't, leading to a misunderstanding and almost missing each other. Fortunately, Elliot appeared, creating a connection through Mu Zhuayao's affection for her father. And Fu Jiuxing used time suspension to test Mu Zhuayao's special abilities. If she were ordinary, she wouldn't have been able to move while time was frozen. But as it turned out, she could move freely during the time stop, confirming that she was indeed the Shao-Chi they were looking for. Chapter 238. The danger of that woman. Brooke was a believer in science, but the current situation was beyond scientific explanation. She had witnessed time freezing and the extraordinary abilities of this group of people firsthand. It was hard to disbelieve it all. Brooke looked at Baker. Actually, it's really hard for me to believe any of this, but I feel an inexplicable closeness to you. I believe what you said about sleeping. If you say you're my father, I need some. Baker glanced at the time. It's late. Let's eat first. Shao-Chi, why don't you try Dad and Elida's cooking? How does that sound? Clearly changing the subject. Georgia picked up on it, and thought Baker didn't want Brooke to absorb too much at once. He could see that Shao-Chi's understanding was still superficial. Too much information might confuse her intelligent mind. So let's all go upstairs and talk while eating. Georgia stood up and followed Baker upstairs. Others followed suit. Bridget was the most kind-hearted and saw Brooke's discomfort. She came forward and took her hand. Shao-Chi, don't be afraid. Come with us. Brooke nodded and followed them upstairs. In the dining hall, Everyone sat together as Baker watched them with satisfaction. How wonderful. Our family is reunited. Jiuxing, you've worked so hard. Now you won't have to fight alone. We will fight together. Hope hesitated slightly before nodding firmly. All right. During the meal, Baker suggested they should visit his cousin's child. She has suffered because of me being found and tormented by that shadow. If possible, I want her to live normally in this world. His voice was low and tinged with sadness. Without realizing, everyone put down their utensils. Even Brooke stopped eating and looked at Baker. She spoke first. I think your intention is good. What we owe, we must repay. While eating, Brooke heard Baker explain everything in detail, which made her comment accordingly. Baker looked at Brooke, truly worthy of being my daughter, thinking just like me. Xiaoqi, don't you want to acknowledge me yet? Why not call him Dad? Brooke gazed at Baker's handsome, young face and whispered, it's not that I don't want to. To call someone close to my age Dad, I need psychological preparation. Though she inwardly accepted that Baker was her father, actually speaking it aloud was still challenging. Suddenly recalling her childhood when she was called a bookworm by everyone, Brooke realized there was a reason for it. Her brain was smart but rigid in certain ways. While other children clamored for toys and pretty clothes, she stayed in her room, wanting only books. Many books. Baker did not press her. Take your time. Georgia resumed the conversation. Then let's follow Dad's plan. Tomorrow, we'll all go. I've already had someone transfer her to Lionel Tang's Brother Hospital. Brother Hospital had Ali's elite mercenaries stationed around it, and Georgia had deployed the Jean family troops to encircle the hospital. Essentially, it was closed to the public recently. Baker was surprised. Lionel Tang didn't tell me about this. Closing to the public might cause him trouble. No trouble. Georgia directly showed Baker her chat records with Logan. I said I wanted to upgrade Brother Hospital, so it wouldn't be open recently. Lionel Tang readily agreed and even offered me the largest share. Baker looked at the messages and was impressed by Logan's loyalty. He nodded. Good. Everyone should sleep early tonight, and set out. Tension and Yin were creating distractions alongside Bridget's new drama promotion. The focus was diverted elsewhere. Anyway, stay safe lately, Baker suddenly cautioned. Seemingly out of context, Logan hesitated. Don't worry, everything's fine. After hanging up, he called Aloysius immediately. Aloysius was almost asleep when Logan's call came through. He grumbled while getting up. It's 10 p.m., brother. Shouldn't you be resting? Logan relayed his conversation with Baker and asked, do you think Baker is hiding something from us? Aloysius grew serious. Not sure, but he definitely doesn't want us to be involved in danger. We should also be cautious and not bring him trouble. Think about it. His daughters are all extraordinary. Many stakes are tied to this. He's still thinking of us despite his own concerns. We shouldn't let him down. Logan nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. He didn't tell Aloysius about the dangerous woman. Baker was unaware of their conversation, focusing on how to explain everything to his cousin's child. The next morning, Baker set out early with his daughters. On the road, he looked at everyone. I feel like I've been holding you all back, causing you delays in many matters. Mabel's new drama was in production, and Tina was about to participate in a competition, currently undergoing intensive training. Bridget felt somewhat embarrassed. I never imagined in my lifetime that I'd have such abilities. Thinking I was the most ordinary among the sisters, now I can actually help everyone. It's really wonderful. Mazwoya, who had been silent next to her, found herself enjoying the camaraderie. She realized what family power truly meant. She took the initiative to hold Bridget's hand and said, Second sister, you're amazing. Calling Bridget second sister changed the atmosphere in the car. Bridget was both shocked and delighted, hugging Mazwoya tightly. Baker looked expectantly at Mazwoya, pointing to his own face, saying, Little Seven, what about me? Chapter 239, just waiting for him to walk into the trap. Everyone looked at Bryn. Bryn stared at Baker. Under his expectant gaze, she lowered her head and remained silent. Baker felt a bit disheartened but still comforted Bryn. It's fine. We can hear it in the future. Bryn apologized. Everyone understood. Soon they arrived at the hospital. The entrance was heavily guarded, and Baker immediately recognized the soldier from the war family who had been sent by his daughter during the earthquake relief mission in the mountainous area. The soldier saluted and then led Georgia and Baker inside. They turned down several corridors and reached the ICU ward where the doors automatically opened. Baker saw a woman bound to the bed with a ball stuffed her wasn't from this world. Seeing her fear, Baker reached out as if to pat her shoulder like he used to when she was little. However, Jenny flinched away. Baker's hand fell short. Jenny noticed the remarkable and dignified daughters standing by the bedside, their faces stern, watching her closely. Baker introduced them. Julieju, these are my daughters. Your cousin should have told you about the sperm donation program of the War Corporation. I participated to help treat your aunt's illness, and many wealthy individuals bought my sperm. They have all grown up. Jenny, terrified, covered her head and pleaded, Please let me go. I'm just an ordinary person. It was clear she had suffered greatly under the shadow's torture. Baker frowned. Julieju, I came here today because I want you to live a normal life. My daughters can treat your genetic condition, but first, you need to tell me what the shadow did to you. In response to Baker's gentle tone, Jenny gradually calmed down. She looked at him with an unfamiliar yet familiar gaze and called softly, Lionel. Though her voice was hoarse, she called him Lionel. Baker replied warmly. Tears welled up in Jenny's eyes, spilling onto her lips. When I was little, I saw pictures of you. Livia said you were a good person and if I ever met you, to tell you that someone misses you. Baker felt deeply touched by her words. After reincarnating in this world, his aunt had always treated him like her own child, giving him everything his cousins had. Even when his uncle wanted to hit him, his aunt would step in front of Baker to protect him. I know, Baker nodded. Once Jenny regained her composure, she began recounting her ordeal after being captured by the shadow. He appeared at the hospital when I was feeling extremely unwell. Confused, I followed him because he promised to cure my illness without any cost. But then he took me to a strange place, dark and eerie. Inside a large cage, there was a man who seemed very sinister. That man slashed my hand with a knife, forcing me to bleed into the cage, but the blood wouldn't go in. At this point, Jenny grew agitated. He grabbed my hair, beat me, and hung me upside down. The people inside told him not to kill me because I was still useful. I later realized they were looking for you, Lionel. At that moment, I harbored a deep hatred, thinking it was all because of you. That hatred fueled the monster inside the cage. Baker stood up and hugged Jenny, apologizing painfully. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I had found you earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. But I didn't know he was a superhuman, making it difficult to track him. Jenny clung to Baker like a drowning person holding onto a piece of wood, sobbing loudly. The pain was unbearable. Only hate kept me going. Lionel, I know it's not your fault. It's all the villain's doing. Baker stroked her hair, comforting her. It's over now. Everything will be all right. You will forget all the pain and start a new, healthy life. Tears still visible on her face, Jenny lifted her head and asked, Can I forget? Can my illness be cured? Baker nodded. Yes, you can. Marnie stepped forward, coldly saying, Give me your hand. Baker stepped back, giving her space for diagnosis. Jenny carefully extended her hand, but Marnie grabbed it harshly, almost pulling her off the bed. Ouch. Tianjia, be gentle. Marnie responded coldly. She did it on purpose for Jenny hugging her father. Taking her pulse and using needles, Jenny fell into a deep sleep. With Hope's assistance, the cancerous growth and painful memories were purged from Jenny's body. Next, they needed to relocate Jenny, then set a trap to lure the shadow into Fengqing City. Sage took Jenny away, promising Baker before leaving, Godfather, rest assured, I'll protect Jenny well. The U.S. royal family will provide her a good life. This had already been arranged with her grandmother. So, everything was prepared. Baker nodded. Good. Thank you. Please take care of yourself. Sage smiled. Don't worry. And the media came to observe. The widely publicized ghost incident at Brother Hospital turned out to be caused by Xiaoxi. Because of this, Brother Hospital gained a bit of fame for a while. Later on, when Georgia and her team got involved, Baker was quite moved. However, Baker suddenly looked at Georgia and asked, Daughter, did you know Ascari had arrived back then? Georgia paused for a moment before replying, Yes, I knew but missed him. Plus, Lionel Tang is Dad's good friend. So I decided to invest some effort. Later on, Ascari found me first, and that's when I learned that the center point of this hospital was the entrance to the parallel world. Ascari said we needed to seal the entrance first and guard it well, so I gave Xandra a suggestion. Ali was taken aback. At that time, elder sister told me to bring in some Red Rose mercenaries. I thought it was to back up Dad, but I didn't expect this to be the key point. It was both for backup and the key point. The Red Rose mercenaries have mostly seen bloodshed, with a heavy aura of killing, allowing them to keenly sense any anomalies at the entrance. My war family soldiers are too orthodox. Their positive energy is too strong, not suitable for guarding, Georgia explained. After everyone worked hard for a while, Hope announced the completion of the spell array. The defenses were set up sufficiently. Baker watched as golden threads in with horror. They quickly informed the people inside via radio. Puppet Baker sensed something, his thumb twitching. In the middle of a class, he bolted out, leaving everyone startled. Aloysius especially perplexed. Amira and the others were at the hospital. Bridget's fingertips twitched. She had sensed the message brought by the puppet. The shadow has gone to Finance University. Everyone was shocked by this news. Amira looked back, seeing no disturbances at the entrance to the other world, yet the shadow appeared at Finance University. She felt tricked. Elder sister, Finance University has too much influence, with many students. We must lure him over here. They had prepared defenses for so long, they couldn't waste this effort. Georgia nodded. Right. We can't make a move at Finance University. Baker took the initiative. I will personally bring him over. No. His daughters opposed it, knowing Baker's current abilities were limited, making a solo journey dangerous. However, Amira and the others could not leave the hospital without breaking the protective formation. Baker understood the seriousness of the situation and told his daughters, Don't worry, I can run fast. The puppets created by Bridget wouldn't hold for long. Amira extracted the students. If buildings collapsed and these events were captured on video, the situation would spiral out of control. Suddenly, Baker stopped, turned, and raised his 2 fingers to his nose tip. Space seal. As these words were spoken, time froze. Baker enclosed himself and the shadow within a spatial barrier. Back at the hospital, his daughters sensed this. Dad actually put himself in a space. He wants to fight the shadow inside that space to avoid harming the students and minimize damage. Georgia furrowed her brow. Ali was anxious. We can't sit here idly. Dad is in danger. Marnie agreed. We need to take action. Bridget panicked, wanting the puppets to help Baker at the university. But Amira insisted, No, we promised Dad not to disrupt the world. By minimizing harm, he's telling us to wait. The others fell silent. Indeed, they owed their skills to Baker. His sealing of space told them to wait. To wait until he brought the shadow back. Amira closed her eyes and sat down, golden threads quickly flying out. Others also sat, crossing legs, and sent numerous golden threads towards Finance University. At Finance University, the shadow laughed arrogantly. Who would have thought you, the ruler of the other world, care about the lives of these people? They're mere ants. What right do they have to receive your favor? What it despised most was the original's indecision. When rebellions happened in the other world, Baker always left a breath for mercy rather than torture to death. Shadow couldn't stand this and seized the chance to kill all rebels using Baker's powers. Baker blamed everything on the shadow afterward, attempting to imprison it. Enraged, the shadow rebelled, believing Baker unfit to rule the other world. Baker coldly stared at the shadow. What do you understand? You're nothing more than my shadow, devoid of emotions, not even matching our puppet Nana's creations. At least they know how to behave. Can you say the same? Insults poured out, infuriating the shadow. I'll kill you. Using every trick in the book, its attacks intensified. Rushing at Baker, Baker stood still, suddenly appearing lightning fast in front of the shadow, grabbing its hands. Before the shadow could react, it heard a cracking sound. Golden light exploded, and the shadow felt rapid movement, experiencing a familiar sense of suffocation. Opening its eyes, the shadow saw several beautiful women standing before it. Baker stood facing them, taunting the shadow. "Welcome to my territory." The shadow was stunned. Wait, wasn't it just at Finance University? How could it now be here? It sensed powerful formations here, similar to those used by Baker when trying to kill it in the other world. Seeing Amira, the shadow asked bitterly, "You're still alive?" Amira smirked. Disappointed? Not only am I alive, so are my sisters. We'll permanent. Together, they combined their efforts and sent the shadow into the universe, right up to the edge of a black hole. The shadow grew fearful. "Let me go, Baker. Don't you know that if I disappear, you won't survive for long either? Can you bear it?" Baker didn't blink an eye. "I can, and I believe that without you, I can still live." He had family, friends, and a life he wanted to lead. He would do whatever it took to survive. Amira hesitated, looking at Baker with complicated emotions. She remembered back in the other world when Baker said he could kill the shadow, and she asked, "Would you disappear then, Dad?" Baker laughed and said, "No, without the shadow, I will live well." Now hearing the shadow's words, Amira knew that the shadow and the host were codependent. She began to hesitate, her actions slowing down. Baker noticed and shouted loudly, "Don't be swayed by him. I'll be fine." Amira looked at Baker worriedly. "But, Ascari, remember my promise." "I'll be fine," Baker said softly. Amira increased the speed of the array, a powerful golden light piercing through the clouds and sending the shadow into the black hole. "No, no." The shadow dragged Baker in at the last moment. "Dad!" Amira screamed, trying to rush in to save Baker. But Baker used his last strength to push her out. As the golden light faded, Amira returned to the hospital. The entrance to the other world was sealed forever. Georgia and the others saw Amira and anxiously asked, "Where's Dad?" "Dad," Amira looked up at the sky, her eyes wet. "He promised he'd come back." The gloom dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. Amira returned to Finance University, release time, and had Courtney erase everyone's traumatic memories. The campus resumed its usual tranquility. But Georgia, Allie, Marnie, Courtney, Amira, Bryn, and Bridget stood on the playground, tears streaming down their faces. 3 days later, Sage returned, longing to see her godfather, but learned he had been dragged into the black hole by the shadow. Her emotions mirrored those of Georgia and the others, utter despair. However, no one gave up on finding Baker. Amira exhausted her spiritual power repeatedly, leading the sisters to the universe's black hole, waiting for Baker. Bridget created a puppet of Baker who diligently attended classes, leaving no one aware of the real Baker's absence. 1 month later, a handsome man appeared at the entrance of Finance University, wearing sunglasses and a hood. He simply said, "I'm back." At the same moment, the puppet Baker in the restroom slowly vanished. Each daughter felt something, and they all rushed towards Finance University. This translation continues to follow the previous content, maintaining the original